In a distant, sacred expanse of the universe, a man sporting a mohawk hairstyle and an elderly figure with white hair and red skin silently observed a man lying on the ground. This individual was marred by bloodstains, his battle attire in tatters, and a brown tail curled up beside him, his consciousness slipping away, perilously close to death. Lord Kaishin, I truly cannot comprehend why you would intervene to save this man named Bardock, a mere inhabitant of the lower realms, and even bring him to this holy sanctuary, inquired the middle-aged man with red skin, known as Jebbet, his face etched with confusion. Jebbet, the reason I chose to save him lies primarily in his fearless act for his people, replied Kaishin, gazing at the near-lifeless Bardock with admiration. The Saiyan race is known for their bloodthirsty and combative nature, bearing a heavy burden of sins, and most of them are devoid of empathy in their eyes. Human emotions hold little value. Yet Bardock stands apart. He does not share the heartlessness of his kin. Even in the face of the cosmic tyrant Frieza, he dared to resist, persisting until his final breath. For this alone, I felt compelled to save him. In truth, Kaishin's decision to rescue Bardock was not driven by a particular interest in the Saiyans, a deity overseeing countless planets. He merely happened to witness Frieza's annihilation of planet Vegeta. He possessed knowledge of the Saiyans, a race infamous across the universe. Even without Frieza, their violent tendencies would inevitably lead to their downfall. However, Bardock's exceptional spirit caught his attention, prompting him to make an exception and spare his life, for he did not wish to see such potential extinguished. Jebbet, you must attend to him quickly. His time is running out, Kaishin urged, sensing Bardock's life force waning. That I understand, Jebbet replied, refraining from further words as his palm emanated a green glow, visibly healing Bardock's wounds. Bardock felt as if he were ensnared in a protracted dream. In this dream, he witnessed his youngest son vanquishing the demon king Piccolo. He beheld his two children engaged in a deadly conflict, the Prince Vegeta falling to his youngest son, who even transformed into a Super Saiyan to defeat Frieza. It was as though he experienced Goku's life firsthand, every event and character vividly etched in his memory. The battles against Frieza, the climactic showdown with the android cell, the defeat of Majin Buu, and camaraderie with the god of destruction Beerus, even the whimsical exchanges with the king of all these experiences from various timelines were indelibly marked in Bardock's mind. I never anticipated that Kakarot would achieve such greatness. I am truly astonished. Bardock marveled at his son's transformation from a mere child to one who stood shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Bardock, you have finally awakened. As Bardock reflected on the memories swirling in his mind, a gentle voice reached his ears. Upon hearing this voice, Bardock's eyes snapped open. Before him stood two figures, both unfamiliar, yet strangely recognizable. Why did they seem familiar? Because he had glimpsed these two individuals in the recesses of his memory. The Supreme Kai? Bardock abruptly sat up, his keen gaze surveying his surroundings, and he exclaimed, "Is this the realm of the Supreme Kai? Are you the Supreme Kai? Did I not perish? How have I come to be here?" Bardock found it hard to fathom. He distinctly remembered meeting his end at Frieza's hands, so how was he now in this place? Moreover, the memories of Kakarot's life experiences that flooded his mind, could they truly be real? Bardock felt a wave of confusion wash over him, while the Supreme Kai and Jebbet looked on in astonishment. You know of the Supreme Kai? And you recognize this as the Supreme Kai's realm? This is astonishing. Jebbet was utterly shocked. How could this mere Saiyan possess knowledge of such exalted beings? Mr. Bardock, although I am unsure how you came to know my identity, this is indeed the realm of the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai, after a moment of shock, continued, "You nearly met your end at Frieza's hands. It was I who dispatched Jebbet to rescue you and bring you here." "Ah, I see." Bardock nodded, his thoughts racing to, he had not perished. But what then of the memories of Kakarot? Could it be that they were remnants of Kakarot's past and future? If that were the case, did it mean he could prevent those two insufferable brothers from turning against each other? With this notion igniting his excitement, Bardock quickly spoke, "Supreme Kai, might I trouble you with a request?" His immediate priority was to ascertain the timeline, to facilitate his next steps. "Please speak, Mr. Bardock." The Supreme Kai, amiable and unrefusing, encouraged him. "I wish to ask for your assistance. What year does the current time correspond on Earth? Bardock was unaware of how long he had been unconscious. He merely sought to confirm the present timeline. Preposterous! The Supreme Kai is of such high esteem. How dare you ask him for trifles? Jebbet huffed, glaring at Bardock, deeming him impolite. Isith. The Supreme Kai shot Jebbet a warning glance before smiling and responding. If we use the Earth calendar, it would be the year 762 of the age. What? Year 762 of the age? Does that mean that since you rescued me, 2 decades have passed? Bardock was taken aback. He had not anticipated that 20 whole years had elapsed since his rescue. Indeed, I too find the situation perplexing. Your injuries had healed, yet you could not awaken until just now. For the Supreme Kai, time held little meaning. 20 years might seem significant to humans, but to a deity, it was merely the blink of an EYE.IT and must be related to the content of the dreams. Bardock had finally regained his composure, realizing that the reason for his 20-year coma lay within the life experiences of Kakarot that unfolded in his dreams. Suddenly, Bardock's pupils constricted as a thought crossed his mind, and he hastily exclaimed, "Lord Kaishin, I implore you to send me back to Earth. I have pressing matters too." Attend to that he recalled that in the year 762 of the age of the universe, it was precisely when that insufferable brat Raditz arrived on Earth. Damn, what a coincidence. You impudent. Jebbet was about to express his discontent at Bardock's audacity, but was swiftly silenced by Kaishin. With a smile, Kaishin replied, "Certainly, it is a simple task. I shall have Jebbet teleport you to Earth at once." "Thank you, Lord Kaishin. I, Bardock, owe you a debt of gratitude, and should you ever require assistance, I shall not hesitate to oblige." Bardock cast a deep gaze at Kaishin. Through Kakarot's life experiences, he understood that although the Kaishin before him might seem somewhat timid, he possessed a commendable character. "Very well. I hope we meet again someday." Kaishin bid farewell to Bardock and signaled to Jebbet with a glance. With a reluctant snort, Jebbet grasped Bardock, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. One intriguing individual. I see potential in him. Perhaps in the future, his assistance will indeed be required. Kaishin gazed at the stars, lost in thought. Chapter 2. I Am Your Father thus concludes this chapter, and I shall provide you with a change of attire. Good luck. High above a vast expanse of grassland, Jebbet let out a cold snort, casting aside Bardock before vanishing in an instant. Bardock found himself at a loss for words. Jebbet's attitude was undeniably poor, though his sense of justice remained intact. A thunderous roar erupted from a nearby location, and Bardock's gaze sharpened. He recognized it as the sound of his 2 children engaged in a fierce struggle. With no time to ponder, he hastily propelled himself towards the scene. "Piccolo, hurry. I can barely hold on." On the uneven terrain of the grassland, Goku clung desperately to Raditz, his voice a frantic scream. Raditz was far too powerful. Even with Piccolo's assistance, they were no match for him, as they were not of the same caliber. Seizing the opportunity, Goku resolved that even if he were to perish, he would take his opponent down with him. "Wait, Kakarot. I am your elder brother. Are you truly willing to kill me for the sake of this foolish planet?" Raditz exclaimed, panic evident in his struggle to break free, but for the moment, he remained ensnared. To eliminate 2 formidable foes in one stroke would be a grand achievement for me. Piccolo's energy surged to its zenith, his fingers shimmering with a radiant violet light. "Special beam cannon," he bellowed, directing his finger forward as a spiraling wave of purple energy surged towards Raditz and Goku. "Stop." Just as the special beam cannon was about to pierce through the two, a figure suddenly appeared, effortlessly deflecting the formidable attack with a single palm. What? The unexpected turn of events startled the 3 onlookers, who instinctively looked up to behold the newcomer. "Who are you?" Raditz's expression mirrored that of someone encountering a ghost, while Piccolo and Goku stood in stunned silence. The figure before them donned battle attire identical to Raditz and bore a tail. Most strikingly, the individual's visage was almost identical to Goku's, with the only distinction being a scar etched across his face. "Impudent wretch, what are you doing?" Bardock, filled with fury, flashed to Raditz's side and struck him to the ground. Though Saiyans typically held little regard for familial bonds, Bardock was an exception, a man of deep emotion and loyalty. Witnessing his children engaged in such a brutal conflict pained him dearly. "You are also a Saiyan. You who are you?" Piccolo's wariness surged as tumultuous thoughts raced through his mind. The presence before him was overwhelmingly terrifying, an aura far surpassing that of Raditz. If this individual were an enemy, victory would be utterly impossible. Meanwhile, Goku's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt an inexplicable kinship with the figure, an instinctual resonance from deep within his bloodline. Kakarot, you fool. He is our father. Raditz, now rising to his feet, still wore an expression of disbelief, stammering, Father, you are not? It's a long story, but suffice it to say, I am still alive, Bardock replied as he approached Goku, a smile of relief gracing his features. Kakarot, no, I should call you Goku. You have grown, and you have become strong. What, father? Now it was Goku and Piccolo's turn to be astonished, particularly Goku, who found it almost beyond belief. It is no wonder that this individual bears an uncanny resemblance to myself. No wonder I feel an innate sense of familiarity. He is indeed my father. However, what follows is an overwhelming surge of combativeness. My father possesses an indomitable spirit, and I yearn to engage in a contest with him. It must be admitted that the thought processes of the Saiyans diverge significantly from those of ordinary individuals. Raditz, come here, barked Bardock coldly at Raditz. With a sense of grievance, Raditz approached Bardock, not daring to utter a single word. In his heart, he harbored a mix of admiration and trepidation towards Bardock. He could not dare to defy his father. I ask you, why must you engage in a brutal conflict with Kakarot? Although Bardock was aware of the reasons, he still demanded an explanation with a stern countenance. Father, you cannot blame me for this. I intended to invite Kakarot to join my team. But this fool did not appreciate my intentions, Raditz replied, lowering his head as if he were a child caught in wrongdoing. Humph. I warned you not to play around with Vegeta and his ilk, yet you refused to listen. Just look at the state you are in now. Bardock showed no mercy, unleashing a torrent of scolding upon Raditz. In truth, Raditz was not always as he is now, though somewhat arrogant. His association with Vegeta had led him to adopt this current demeanor. Piccolo and Goku exchanged glances, astonished that the notoriously domineering Raditz appeared as a mere child in the presence of Bardock. You shall now apologize to Kakarot. That is an order, Bardock commanded with an unyielding authority. Raditz felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Despite his deep reluctance, he approached Goku and, gritting his teeth, said, Kakarot, I am sorry. It was my fault. Upon uttering these words, Raditz's expression was one of utmost distress. When had the great Raditz ever felt so humiliated, save for before Vegeta and Nappa? As long as you refrain from wrongdoing in the future, all will be well. Goku, ever kind-hearted, accepted Raditz's apology. Yet, Piccolo remained vigilant, harboring suspicions towards Raditz and maintaining his guard against Bardock. These Saiyans were undeniably cold-blooded and ruthless beings. One must not let their guard down. Bardock noticed Piccolo's wary gaze but chose to disregard it, addressing Goku instead. Kakarot, in a year's time, Vegeta and Nappa will arrive on Earth. Do you believe that with your current strength, you can defeat Vegeta? I regret to say that, despite my unwillingness, I cannot win against him with my present abilities. Goku replied candidly, acknowledging that he could not even best his own brother, let alone the more formidable Vegeta and Nappa. I must inform you that Vegeta's combat power is 18,000, and there lurks an even more powerful and terrifying cosmic overlord, Frieza, who orchestrates all from the shadows. We Saiyans can no longer engage in internecine conflict. We must unite to overthrow Frieza. Cosmic overlord? Frieza? Goku and Piccolo were utterly astonished. Though they had no acquaintance with Frieza, they understood from his name alone that he was undoubtedly a formidable character. Father, do not act impulsively. That is Frieza we speak of. He is a foe even Vegeta cannot contend with. Raditz, fully aware of Frieza's terror, felt a shiver run down his spine. If I can resist him once, then I can resist him a second time. Bardock remained remarkably composed, calmly stating, as long as the remaining Saiyans unite and diligently train, even Frieza can be vanquished. Our potential as Saiyans is boundless. However, Raditz could not help but feel that his journey to Earth seemed akin to seeking his own demise. Mr. Piccolo, might I trouble you to gather the Dragon Balls? I know of a place that can swiftly enhance our strength, Bardock continued. Furthermore, gather your friends. I intend to elevate your combat prowess. Initially possessing a battle power of around 10,000, Bardock's strength surged dramatically due to his revival by the Kaishin, now reaching an impressive 50,000, making him more than capable of facing Vegeta. Yet, to contend with Frieza's terrifying power of 12 billion. Even this was still far from sufficient. Chapter 3. Improving Goku's life. how do you know about the Dragon Balls? And why should I believe you? Piccolo increasingly sensed that Bardock was extraordinary. Despite being a Saiyan, he possessed knowledge of the Dragon Balls. His cautious nature prevented him from trusting Bardock easily. I know much more, such as your origins as a Namekian, your homeland being the distant planet Namek, and that you share a connection with Earth's guardian. Bardock replied with a subtle smile. Moreover, if I intended to harm you, with my power, I could annihilate you with but a breath. Why resort to such tricks? Piccolo stood frozen, realizing that Raditz had mentioned the Namekians, who were indeed extraterrestrial beings. Was his homeland really planet Namek? Not only Piccolo, but even the elder Kaishin, observing the battle from the heavenly palace, was equally astonished. So, I am an alien. No wonder I have always felt different from others, he murmured. Piccolo, I believe what my father has said. Goku, with his carefree disposition, had already accepted Bardock's identity in his heart. He sensed no malevolence from Bardock. Instead, he radiated a sense of righteousness. More importantly, with Bardock's formidable strength, it would be trivial to harm them. There was no need for deceit. Humph, Piccolo, having come to a realization, smirked and momentarily set aside his guard. Kakarot, return home for now. I have yet to meet my daughter-in-law. Bardock then approached Gohan, lifting him with a smile. This child possesses limitless potential. He is destined for greatness. From Kakarot's life experiences, Bardock clearly envisioned Gohan's trajectory, first to achieve Super Saiyan 2, the most powerful singular state, and ultimately awaken the beast form capable of rivaling Ultra Instinct. This is my grandson. I must ensure Gohan does not squander his martial skills. Ha ha ha. Chi-Chi and Gohan will surely be delighted to see you. Goku laughed heartily, then turned to Piccolo, saying, please inform Krillin and the others. And then find the Dragon Balls. Together, we shall grow stronger. He was deeply intrigued by Bardock's mention of a place to rapidly enhance strength, eager to begin training there. Humph, I shall not be defeated by you again, son Goku. With a haughty snort, Bix soared into the sky. This time, he had faced a crushing defeat. Not only against the formidable Raditz, but also the even more terrifying Bardock, which severely wounded his pride. He was determined to train fervently, aspiring to surpass these three individuals. All right, Kakarot, lead the way, Bardock instructed. And you, Raditz, show some respect. Treat Kakarot's family kindly from now on, or you'll regret it. Raditz felt a surge of despair. Why was there such a stark contrast in the treatment of the two brothers? However, it was precisely due to Bardock's influence that Raditz's once brutal disposition was gradually transforming. Bowsy Mountain, Kiki, we are back, Goku exclaimed excitedly, his voice ringing out even before they reached the door. Welcome back. Did you enjoy your time with Master Roshi? Kiki, clad in an apron and wielding a spatula, froze momentarily upon opening the door. Huh, this is... Kiki was taken aback, for she beheld a fierce-looking man with long hair. And even more astonishing was another man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, cradling Gohan in his arms. Kiki, allow me to introduce, this is me. My elder brother Raditz. Goku paused, smiling as he continued. And this is my father Bardock. What? Elder brother? Father? Kiki's mouth fell open in disbelief. But she quickly regained her composure and politely remarked, oh dear, elder brother and father, it's a pleasure to meet you both. I am Kiki. This was her first encounter with Goku's family. He had never mentioned them before, so it was no wonder she was astonished to see such a striking resemblance. Those two prominent tails were the best evidence of their heritage. Raditz, with a cold snort, offered no reply. He was unaccustomed to familial warmth, yet involuntarily. Memories of his mother's affection surfaced in his mind. But the thought of his mother, Jine, who had passed away, brought an undeniable wave of melancholy. Among the entire Saiyan race, only Jine had truly cared for him. Kiki, thank you immensely for taking care of my child, and for giving birth to the lovely Gohan. Bardock said with a smile. Oh dear, don't just stand there, come in quickly. I must prepare more dishes, Kiki urged, ushering Bardock inside as she hurried to the kitchen, clattering pots and pans. She was well aware of the fearsome appetites of Saiyans. It seemed she would likely deplete a month's worth of supplies in one go. The struggles of a modest household. Upon entering, Bardock observed the simplicity of Goku's home and resolved to assist in improving their living conditions, considering it a gift for his daughter-in-law. However, he needed to devise a plan to acquire a substantial amount of money. As a Saiyan, he had never held much regard for wealth, but having experienced Goku's life, he understood the family's financial constraints. It was precisely for this reason that Kiki was so eager for Gohan to pursue his studies. He could not allow such circumstances to persist. At that moment, Gohan stirred from his slumber. His eyes fell upon Bardock, who looked just like his father, and the fierce Raditz, which sent him into a fit of wailing. Raditz displayed a look of impatience, while Bardock wore a gentle, compassionate smile. After a period of soothing, Wukong finally managed to calm Gohan down. Upon learning that Bardock was his grandfather, Gohan's face lit up with joy, and his fear of Raditz diminished significantly. Such is the nature of children. Their emotions are fleeting. Father, could you tell me more about the universe and Frieza? Wukong was preoccupied with thoughts of Frieza. For in Bardock's tales, he was a fearsome deity, and Wukong yearned to confront him at that very moment. Very well, let me elaborate. Bardock amused Gohan while recounting the stories of Frieza, including the destruction of planet Vegeta at his hands. How infuriating. I was under the impression that planet Vegeta was obliterated due to a cosmic collision. It turns out it was Frieza's doing. How foolish we Saiyans were to serve him. Raditz fumed, eager to exact vengeance on Frieza, yet he recognized his own inadequacy and strength at present. He resolved to train diligently to one day slay that demon. Wukong, however, felt no particular attachment to planet Vegeta. His concern lay with Frieza's prowess. When he learned that Frieza could transform in 3 stages, ultimately achieving a combat power of 12 million, he was both astonished and exhilarated. From Bardock, he discovered that his own battle power was a mere 400, rendering him no more significant than an insect. Frieza's terrifying strength loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain. Yet, it was precisely this that fueled Wukong's determination. He was resolved to train harder and overcome Frieza. Chapter 4. Tao Pai Pai. The Wukong family enjoyed a harmonious meal together, the only one feeling somewhat out of place being Raditz. After finishing his meal, he retreated outside to brood, unwilling to remain there, yet bound to earth by Bardock's command. Wukong, oblivious to Raditz's discomfort, incessantly urged him to spar. Frustrated, Raditz begrudgingly agreed to fight Wukong. Observing this scene, Bardock smiled subtly, confident that in time, Raditz would adapt to life on Earth. Seizing the moment, he thought it prudent to procure some funds for Kakarot. After playfully engaging Gohan for a while, Bardock ascended into the sky, contemplating how to amass a significant sum of money. In true Saiyan fashion, the most direct approach would be to seize it. However, Bardock was unconventional. He scorned such methods. Perhaps I shall consult the god of Namek at the temple. Suddenly, he recalled the ancient deity residing there and decided to seek his counsel. With a surge of energy, he soared through the sky, his white aura streaking like a meteor. How pungent is this scent of blood? As Bardock flew at great speed, a sharp, metallic odor filled his nostrils. Frowning, he halted and descended slowly. He arrived at a lavish private estate, adorned with luxurious and rare items. Yet, the scene before him was grotesque. The estate was drenched in blood, with corpses strewn about, none of which remained intact. As Bardock ventured further ahead, he beheld an individual adorned with braids, clad in a pink martial arts uniform emblazoned with an intricate character for kill on the back and wielding a mechanical hand. Could it be Tao Pai Pai? This distinctive attire was familiar to Bardock, as he had encountered it in the life of his son, Goku. Here stood his son's formidable rival, the world's foremost assassin. Tao Pai Pai. Bardock did not anticipate crossing paths with him here. Tao Pai Pai, oblivious to Bardock's presence, was currently hoisting a plump man. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Rest easy and die. I shall safeguard your wealth for now. Why you lack martial ethics? I am your employer. This violates the code of conduct for assassins." The hefty man screamed in terror, but his voice was silenced the next moment. His head severed by Tao Pai Pai's blade. Such a bore, Tao Pai Pai muttered, dusting off his hands. This employer was exceedingly wealthy, and with the acquisition of his riches, he had instantly ascended to the ranks of the elite. Turning around, Tao Pai Pai was momentarily taken aback upon spotting a man standing behind him, and his shock intensified as he recognized the man's face. As Son Goku. Cold sweat beaded on Tao Pai Pai's forehead. He was all too familiar with that visage. His current ghastly appearance was a direct consequence of the man's son. "You've mistaken me. I am not Son Goku," Bardock replied with a smile. "However, Son Goku is indeed my son." "What? You are Son Goku's father? No wonder you look so alike." Tao Pai Pai felt a wave of relief wash over him upon realizing it was not Goku. Nevertheless, this was not a place to linger. He needed to make a swift exit. His eyes darted around, and he darkly stated, "What business do you have here? Our paths do not cross." Yet, he secretly gathered a tremendous amount of energy in his hands. "I merely happened to pass by. Yet you, as an assassin, have the audacity to turn against your employer. How utterly devoid of professional ethics," Bardock scoffed. "This is my affair, and it is none of your concern." "Die?" Tao Pai Pai retorted, unfazed, and suddenly unleashed an energy wave. Deing wave. Simultaneously, he made a hasty retreat, not intending to confront Bardock. He was haunted by the shadow of Son Goku. If his son was so formidable, surely his father would be even more so. Why provoke such a threat when one could simply evade? "You despicable clown," Bardock snorted coldly, shattering the energy wave with a single slap. Then vanishing from sight to instantly intercept Tao Pai Pai, grasping him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. "You dare to attack me? Have you contemplated how you wish to meet your end?" Bardock's gaze was frigid, rendering the once great assassin as powerless as a mere chick at his mercy. "Spare me, please. Do not kill me. I can offer you all my wealth. I possess vast riches." Tao Pai Pai's complexion drained of color as he felt what seemed to be the grip of a demon around his neck. Oh, that proclamation momentarily startled Bardock. He hadn't anticipated such an easy opportunity for wealth. "Very well, relinquish all your possessions to me, and I may grant you your life." Bardock gently set Tao Pai Pai down, perceiving him as nothing more than an insignificant ant, rendering the act of release inconsequential. "Yes, yes, yes," Tao Pai Pai gasped, not daring to slacken his pace as he relinquished all his savings and the various treasures he had amassed over the years to Bardock. "Is this the universal capsule?" Bardock mused, his eyes filled with wonder as he examined the object in his hand. In the grand scheme of the cosmos, Earth is merely a distant and underdeveloped planet. Yet, it was astonishing that someone had managed to invent such a contraption. One must concede that Bulma is indeed a genius. "Sir, may I depart?" Tao Pai Pai inquired, his complexion pale and his heart aching. After all, it was his hard-earned wealth that he had just surrendered. However, he dared not contemplate reclaiming it. Life was far more precious than riches. "Begone. Should I learn of your misdeeds again, you shall find yourself in greater agony than death." Bardock warned before soaring into the sky. Little did he know, this incident would indeed reform Tao Pai Pai, who would subsequently retreat into the mountains, living a life of quietude. "Raditz, you are truly formidable. No matter what I do, I cannot prevail against you," Goku panted, lying exhausted on the ground. He had engaged in a vigorous battle with Raditz, enduring a thorough thrashing. "Humph," Raditz scoffed, still unaccustomed to interacting with Kakarot, though his demeanor had softened considerably due to Bardock's influence. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens. Bardock turned to Goku and inquired, "Kakarot, where is Chi-Chi? I have a little something for you both." "Chi-Chi," Goku exclaimed, swiftly rising to his feet and rushing into the house to summon her. "Grandfather, what do you require of me?" Chi-Chi asked, her clothes damp, clearly having been engaged in chores. "It is nothing of great importance. Since I was absent during your marriage to Kakarot and our first meeting, I thought to present you with some gifts." Bardock produced the universal capsule acquired from Tao Pai Pai and tossed it to the ground. With a resounding thud, a plethora of gold and silver treasures spilled forth, accompanied by a vast array of cash. Describing the wealth as mountains of gold and silver would not be an exaggeration. Such a colossal fortune could only be rivaled by Bulma's family. Chapter 5. Journey to King Kai's planet. My goodness, so much money. Goku and Raditz had little comprehension of wealth, but Chi-Chi was entirely different. Her eyes widened in astonishment. She had never encountered such an abundance of riches. She estimated that the sum, combined with the gold and jewels, could sustain them for 10 lifetimes. If Chi-Chi were to claim she was not moved by this, it would be a lie. With such wealth, her arduous labor could cease, allowing her to relish a life of comfort. "Please keep all this safe. We shall build a larger house, and by the way, construct an additional one for Raditz and me, as we plan to reside on Earth henceforth," Bardock stated. "Furthermore, I wish to inform you that I will be taking Kakarot for a year of training, and I intend to bring Gohan along." He proceeded to share with Chi-Chi the impending threats facing the Saiyans and the future. Had Chi-Chi retained her original disposition, she would undoubtedly have opposed Gohan's training resolutely. However, the situation has changed. Before Wukong, she could throw a tantrum, but Bardock is an elder and has bestowed upon her a generous gift. Moreover, it is merely a year's time. After a year, Gohan can catch up on his studies. Now that they have wealth, they can afford the finest tutors. I have no objections, but after the peace, Gohan must devote himself to his studies. Very well, I shall agree to this. Bardock smiled slightly. He had no intention of allowing Gohan to become a training fanatic like Wukong, but at the very least, he could not neglect his education in favor of martial arts. Wukong, standing by, discreetly gave Bardock a thumbs up. A father is indeed a father. He effortlessly managed to appease Chi-Chi, truly impressive. Gohan's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Bardock. At his tender age, he still fancied the prospect of playing outside, unaware of the grueling training that awaited him. Kakarot, lead the way to Master Roshi, so we can wait for Piccolo to gather the Dragon Balls. Bardock said as he lifted Gohan into his arms. All right, let us go now, Wukong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He could finally embark on his training, transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards the sky. Raditz and Bardock followed closely behind Wukong. Their speed was remarkable, and before long, they arrived at Master Roshi's island. The island was bustling with activity. Aside from Krillin and Piccolo searching for the Dragon Balls, Bulma, Yamchu, Tang, and Kaiatsu were also present. Upon seeing Raditz, everyone was filled with trepidation, casting unwelcome glances in his direction. Raditz, however, paid them no mind, merely standing aside with a cold demeanor. As for Bardock, upon learning from Wukong's introduction that he was the latter's father, the Dragon Ball warriors were astonished. Tien and the others felt Bardock's immense aura, their hearts trembling in response. Such formidable energy. Wukong's father is indeed extraordinary. In contrast to their apprehension towards Raditz, the group's demeanor towards Bardock was markedly friendly, each approaching him with warmth. Just then, two figures descended from the sky. Bardock focused his gaze and recognized Piccolo and Krillin. Hello, Mr. Bardock, I am Krillin. It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. Krillin was quite polite. He dared not speak to Raditz, but was exceedingly cordial with Bardock. Having been informed by Piccolo, he understood that Bardock was a benevolent scion. Bardock nodded, then turned his attention to Piccolo, saying, without further ado, let us summon the eternal dragon. Piccolo nodded and proceeded to call forth the dragon. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and bolts of golden lightning flashed as the dragon's colossal form materialized. Is this the eternal dragon? Though its power may not be overwhelming, it exudes a formidable presence, and Bardock's eyes glimmered with astonishment. State your wishes. I can grant any one wish, but only one. The dragon's deep voice resonated through the sky. The Dragon Ball warriors directed their gaze towards Bardock. Eternal dragon, could you transport us to King Kai's planet? Bardock declared loudly. To Lord King Kai, is it? That wish is quite simple. A crimson light flickered in the dragon's eyes, and in an instant, Bardock and the others vanished from sight. In the next moment, the divine dragon transformed into 7 stones and soared towards different directions. Who exactly is Bardock? How does he even know Lord King Kai? The heavenly god gazed down at the mortal realm, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He sensed that Bardock was an enigma, seemingly omniscient. Regardless, heavenly god, Bardock is not a malevolent being, responded Bobo from the side. In a year, the Saiyans will invade, and Goku and his companions are the hope of Earth. Indeed, I hope they can learn true skills from Lord King Kai. King Kai's planet is exceedingly distant from Earth. Though it is referred to as a planet, its size is remarkably diminutive, consisting merely of a small house, an old vehicle, and a solitary tree. It is hard to fathom that the illustrious King Kai resides in such humble surroundings. Oh no, I cannot move. What is happening? Why does it feel so heavy? The figures of Goku and his companions appeared on King Kai's planet, yet in the next moment, aside from Raditz and Bardock, everyone else lay flat on the ground, finding it arduous to move even a finger. Even Gohan, cradled in Bardock's arms, struggled to breathe. Had he been a human child, he would have likely been crushed by the weight. However, Gohan, being the descendant of a Saiyan, possessed a physical resilience far beyond that of a human. The gravity on King Kai's planet is 10 times that of Earth. Do not worry, you will adapt in due time, Bardock reassured the group. Humph. Unable to endure such trivial gravity, what a disgrace, Raditz scoffed. Father and brother are so impressive, they seem unaffected. Goku, indeed, was managing to stand with some effort. Unlike the others. That is because the gravity on planet Vegeta is similar to this, Raditz remarked disdainfully. How infuriating. Piccolo, clearly unwilling to be mocked, gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. He found it particularly unbearable, as he was already clad in weighted gear, feeling as if an immense mountain pressed down upon him. Just then, a gorilla bounced into view, amusing itself with a rather comical demeanor, seemingly oblivious to Goku and the others. "Is this Lord King Kai?" Goku, in his Nav vet, began mimicking the gorilla's antics, much to Raditz's annoyance. "Lord King Kai, we have just arrived. May we meet you?" Bardock called out, his voice resonating. "Who are you?" At that moment, a short, stocky figure with blue skin ambled out from the house. "Lord King Kai," Bardock greeted politely, while the others quickly offered their respectful salutations upon recognizing him. Goku blushed, awkwardly greeting the king. You have tails. You two are Saiyans?" King Kai first noticed Raditz and Bardock's tails, inquiring with curiosity. "Aren't Saiyans merely a race of fighters? How did you come to this place?" Chapter 6. Rapid Advancement. Lord King Kai. It is as follows. Bardock proceeded to elaborate on the impending invasion of Earth by the Saiyans and the ominous stirrings of Frieza. Thus, it is with this understanding that I hope Lord Kai can impart to us the techniques of the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Bardock's demeanor was exceedingly earnest, devoid of embellishment. "Oh, you are aware of the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb?" Lord Kai exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Before striking a proud pose with his hands on his hips and chuckling, "It seems my techniques have gained quite the renown across the cosmos." "Father, what are the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb?" Goku inquired, his expression one of confusion, a sentiment echoed by Raditz and the others. "The Kaioken," Bardock elucidated, "is a technique that can significantly augment one's combat prowess. The stronger the body, the greater the enhancement. However, it comes with a drawback. It consumes vast amounts of stamina and energy and cannot be sustained for extended periods. Should one surpass their physical limits, their body would inevitably succumb to collapse. As for the Spirit Bomb, it is an immensely powerful technique that harnesses the energy of all living things to be wielded for oneself, proving exceptionally effective against malevolent beings. Its sole disadvantage lies in its lengthy preparation time. Incredible. Such techniques exist? The Dragon Ball warriors were left in awe, particularly Goku, whose heart raced at the thought. Should he master these two techniques, his strength would soar to new heights. Piccolo, too, gritted his teeth, vowing to learn them. "You, a Saiyan, possess such profound knowledge, truly impressive," Lord Kai remarked, glancing at Bardock with surprise. Then, his antennae-like appendages twitched as he continued. "You are correct. 2 Saiyans are indeed en route to Earth and are expected to arrive within a year. Lord Kai, please teach us your ways." Goku boldly approached, draping an arm over Lord Kai's shoulder with a grin. "You exhibit a lack of respect, young man," Lord Kai replied, somewhat exasperated. After clearing his throat, he added, "I will teach you, but first, you must tell me 3 jokes that will amuse me." Jokes? The group was taken aback, as the towering image of Lord Kai in their minds began to falter. Raditz, Piccolo, and Bardock were hardly suited for humor, while Goku racked his brain, ultimately resorting to Yamcha, who was well-versed in urban escapades and shared several corny jokes that had Lord Kai in stitches. "Very well, you all possess great potential." Lord Kai chuckled after a hearty laugh. "To learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, you must first capture Baburus." He gestured towards the nearby gorilla, Baburus. "Is that all?" "All right, I will give it my all," Goku declared, leaping forward to seize Baburus. However, the tenfold gravity combined with Baburus's nimbleness rendered Goku unable to grasp even a hair. The other Dragon Ball warriors joined the fray, including Piccolo and Raditz. Compared to the rest, Raditz found it considerably easier, for his strength was second only to Bardock's. Yet he too was unable to catch Baburus in that moment. "As for you," Lord Kai leisurely stated from his chair, "with your current power, defeating those 2 Saiyans would be a trivial task. Why go through this exercise?" Unlike others, Lord Kai could easily discern Bardock's true strength. The strength of this Saiyan surpasses his own by several levels. "I aim to unite the Saiyans. Should they continue to engage in infighting, it may lead to their utter extinction." Bardock gazed at Goku and said, "Moreover, my power is still far from that of Frieza. I must exhaust every means to grow stronger and defeat Frieza, avenging the fallen Saiyans." Understanding dawned upon him. The King of Worlds fixed his gaze upon Bardock, and after a long pause, he smiled. "You are unlike other Saiyans. Your heart is pure and just. You are worthy of inheriting the King's Fist and the Spirit Bomb." The King of Worlds personally imparted the King's Fist and the Spirit Bomb to Bardock, while Goku and the others diligently trained to enhance their abilities. Time passed swiftly. A year flew by amidst their rigorous training. Dad, I'm going in. Father, prepare yourself. In the skies above King Kai's planet, Goku and Raditz attacked Bardock from the left and right, a tempest of energy swirling around them. Raditz, your power is too scattered. I've told you countless times. Bardock, facing the combined onslaught of his two sons, effortlessly caught their fists, admonishing, Kakarot, have you not eaten? Is this all the strength you possess? With a swift kick, he sent both brothers crashing to the ground. As expected of Dad, truly formidable. Behold, the double King's fist, the triple King's fist. Raditz and Goku erupted with red energy, charging at Bardock once more, their speed and power significantly amplified. Yet, in the face of their ferocious assault, Bardock remained unfazed, effortlessly countering each punch and kick. Uncle Piccolo, do you think Dad and Uncle can defeat Grandpa? After a year of training, Gohan had transformed considerably as he watched the fierce battle above, his eyes wide with wonder. Notably, Gohan's training over the past year had been solely under Piccolo's guidance. Due to Piccolo's nature, he refrained from training with others, making Gohan the sole exception. Gohan's innocent exuberance had melted the icy heart of the once menacing Demon King. Though reluctant to admit it, Grandpa's strength was overwhelming. Even against Goku and Raditz in their King's fist state, he maintained his usual demeanor. Piccolo, arms crossed, observed coldly. After a year of grueling training, he too had mastered the King's fist, his combat power exceeding 10,000, narrowing the gap with Goku, yet still falling short compared to Bardock. Goku's father is extraordinarily formidable. The Saiyans are truly powerful. Tien and the others watched in rapt attention. After a year of intense training, their combat power had reached 8,000, a substantial improvement from a year prior. However, they held deep respect for Bardock, not only for his immense strength, but also for his relentless dedication to training and his exceptional talent. You have indeed compelled me to utilize the King's fist. You have grown stronger, but it is time to conclude this. Bardock remained steady as he faced two opponents. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and his body radiated a crimson light as he swiftly evaded Goku's Kamehameha, delivering a powerful punch that sent Goku crashing to the ground. He then instantaneously appeared behind Raditz, delivering a sweeping kick that sent Raditz tumbling. Impressive, it is truly impossible to surpass Father. Goku lay on the grass, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Raditz was in a similar state. After a year of rigorous training, his power level had reached 15,000, matching that of Son Goku. Yet, when faced with Bardock, the outcome was as before. He was utterly overpowered. Bardock helped his two sons to their feet, a satisfied glimmer in his eyes. This year, not only had Goku and his companions experienced a tremendous surge in strength, but Bardock himself had also made remarkable progress, escalating from an initial power level of 50,000 to now 100,000. In his ultimate state, he could unleash a tenfold Kaioken. This significant enhancement was largely due to the training sessions with Goku and Raditz. Saiyans possessed the unique ability to rapidly evolve through combat. Presently, Goku was far stronger than his original counterpart in the series. Now, you all should return to Earth. Chapter 7. Bardock's Strength. Lord Ko. I apologize for the disturbance during this time, Bardock said courteously. We shall return at once. Could you kindly inform the deity of Earth to facilitate our journey back through Snake Way? None of them possessed the ability to traverse between the underworld and the living realm and had to rely on the deity's assistance. Understood. Hurry along now, the Ko replied, eager for these unwelcome guests to depart, as they had nearly consumed all his provisions over the past year. He wished for them to leave swiftly and never return. Haha. Thank you, Lord Ko. Until we meet again. Goku cheerfully waved goodbye before soaring directly towards Snake Way, while the others also bid farewell to the Ko. Kakarot. Let us see whose speed is superior. Raditz taunted Goku. After a year of camaraderie, the Dragon Ball warriors no longer shunned Raditz, although he could still be somewhat arrogant. He had shed much of the brutality he once displayed upon arriving on Earth. Perhaps this is what they call one becomes like the company one keeps. I will not be bested by you, brother. Goku had fully accepted Raditz in his heart, unleashing his full power as he streaked through the air like a meteor. Old son, I will not concede to you in speed. Piccolo, equally determined, closely trailed Goku, his velocity astonishing. Uncle Piccolo, wait for me. Though Gohan's speed did not match that of Goku and Piccolo, it was still formidable. Hey, have you considered our feelings? came the frantic complaints from Krillin and the others trailing behind. West City on Earth, once a bustling and vibrant metropolis, now faced impending disaster. At the heart of the bustling district, two small spacecraft descended, from which emerged two menacing figures. The surrounding populace was understandably frightened, yet gathered the courage to discern the unfolding events. "Ah, I did not anticipate such a warm welcome," one of the men remarked, surveying the terrified citizens with a cruel smile. "What a primitive planet. The inhabitants here are far too weak. Nonetheless, I must extend a proper greeting." With a swift gesture, he raised a finger, unleashing a terrifying energy that obliterated the entire town in an instant. The residents were reduced to mere ashes within a heartbeat. "Alas, it seems I may have overdone the greetings. Ha ha ha." Nappa gazed at his own masterpiece, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. "Humph. Do you not realize that your foolish antics could very well lead to the destruction of the Dragon Balls? At that point, your laughter will cease." Vegeta cast a cold glance at Nappa, clearly displeased with his behavior. Yes, my apologies, Vegeta." In an instant, Nappa recognized his own hubris, beads of sweat forming on his brow, not daring to exhale. "Very well, let us search for the Namekians and inquire about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls." Vegeta activated the scouter hanging from his ear, but to his dismay, it revealed nothing. Odd, why does this planet not register any formidable power levels? Could it be that they are hiding in fear? Vegeta felt a surge of frustration. All he desired was to locate the Dragon Balls and wish for eternal life. "Humph. Then we shall commence our destruction in various locations and see if they dare to remain concealed." No sooner had Nappa finished speaking than darkness enveloped him. His massive body was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater. Following this, several figures descended from the sky. Who dares to ambush me?" Nappa's rage ignited as he wiped the dust from his mouth, eyes fixed ahead, only to be stunned the next moment. "Raditz? Bardock? How is this possible? Raditz, you are not dead? And Bardock, how can this be?" Vegeta's expression mirrored his astonishment. Wasn't Raditz slain by the Namekians and Kakarot? Why does he now appear? And Bardock, had he not perished over 20 years ago? Though they were not contemporaries, both Vegeta and Nappa recognized Bardock. Despite being a low-class warrior, his strength was formidable. Why was he now on Earth? Vegeta and Nappa, once mere children, had now matured. Bardock smiled, regarding both Vegeta and Nappa as his juniors. "It has been a long time, Prince Vegeta, Nappa. In the past, Raditz would not have dared to speak so boldly, but now, emboldened by his newfound strength and the support of his father, he felt no need to bow before them. Such overwhelming power. Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin were all astonished, their gazes fixed upon Vegeta. The power emanating from this little warrior was terrifying, even surpassing Goku's. As for Nappa beside him, they paid him little mind. I truly wished to face this fellow in battle. Goku was equally exhilarated, sensing Vegeta's might, which eclipsed his own. "Oh, Raditz. It has been a year since we last met, yet I see no growth in your abilities. However, your arrogance remains unchanged." Vegeta smirked, unperturbed. "Do you presume that with Bardock's backing, you have the right to address me, the prince, in such a manner? Ridiculous." "Humph, Raditz, your demise is imminent." Nappa sneered menacingly. "Let me see if your combat prowess is as formidable as your bravado." Nappa activated his scouter, and upon seeing the readings, he could not help but burst into laughter, mocking, "A mere power level of 5,000, and you dare to boast here?" He simultaneously scanned the others with his detector, discovering that their combat power hovered around 1,000, which made him chuckle incessantly. Were these individuals merely jesters? "Vegeta, I am aware of your intentions." At that moment, Bardock stepped forward and declared, "You seek to obtain eternal life through the Dragon Balls to defeat Frieza. However, such measures are unnecessary. If we Saiyans unite, overcoming Frieza is not an impossibility." Throughout, he never regarded Vegeta as an adversary. His aim was to rally all Saiyans together. "Bardock, who do you think you are? You have no comprehension of Frieza's terror," Vegeta retorted through clenched teeth. "Furthermore, with such a pitiful group, do you truly believe you can contend with Frieza? You cannot even best me. Do you not find this amusing?" The arrogant Vegeta dismissed Goku and the others entirely. "Is that so? It appears that only through a display of strength will you be compelled to heed my words." Bardock then grasped Vegeta's meaning. It was merely disdain for their low combat power that led to his dismissal. "This can be rectified. Use your detector to ascertain my true strength." With a mighty roar, Bardock unleashed a tremendous energy from within, and a terrifying wave of power surged forth, propelling everyone backward with ferocious winds. What? A combat power of 50,000? And it continues to rise? Vegeta and Nappa appeared utterly astounded, as the numbers on the detector continued to escalate, eventually culminating in an explosion. They were horrified. How could it be possible for Bardock, a mere has-been, to possess such formidable power? Chapter 8. Vegeta's worldview crumbles. Incredible. Father's energy is overwhelming. Truly. He is remarkable. Goku and the others, witnessing Bardock's explosive might for the first time, were filled with astonishment. How about now? Can we converse amicably? Bardock reined in his energy and smiled. By the way, that was merely half of my strength. Damn it. Vegeta's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. His proud ego had sustained a severe blow. He was the prince of Saiyans, yet now, an aging relic had far surpassed him. This was nothing short of absurd. Let us not forget, these earthlings could easily best Nappa. Bardock continued to berate him. Vegeta, my two sons are not weaker than you in the slightest. Do you believe that? Impossible. These worthless earthlings think they can defeat me? Nappa was incensed by Bardock's words. He was a renowned Saiyan warrior. And how could some earthlings ever hope to defeat him? Humph. Bardock, do not underestimate others. Vegeta, regaining his composure, coolly remarked, Nappa, did you not bring the seeds for the cultivators? Let the cultivators entertain these earthlings and allow Bardock to play the fool. Ah, that is an excellent idea. Nappa paused momentarily, then, with a sinister grin, scattered several seeds upon the ground and dripped nurturing liquid onto each one. Miraculously, 5 diminutive and grotesque creatures erupted from the earth. Each of these cultivators possesses a battle power exceeding 1,500. Cultivators, seize them. Tear these earthlings apart. With a commanding shout, he settled back to witness the inevitable annihilation of the earthlings. Despite their battle power hovering around 2,000, they stood no chance against the lightning-fast cultivators. Very well. I shall eliminate these monsters in one fell swoop. Goku, unable to contain his eagerness, rolled up his sleeves, ready for action. Hold on, Goku, this time. You shall not steal the limelight. Yamcha interjected, his confidence radiating as he added, it is always you who saves the earth, as earthlings. We must show our prowess as well. After a year of rigorous training, bolstered by Bardock as a sparring partner, the Dragon Ball warriors now exhibited significantly higher battle power than in the original tale. Take Yamcha, for instance, whose battle power reached an impressive 8,000, truly formidable. Indeed, Goku, do refrain from causing chaos. Krillin, Goku's steadfast ally, nudged him aside. Damn it, rip apart this swarm of earthlings. Nappa, seething with anger at the sight of the jovial Goku and his companions, roared in frustration. Without wasting a moment, the cultivators surged forward. Bring it on, Yamcha exclaimed, his spirit soaring as he vanished into thin air, engaging one of the cultivators in a fierce battle. Tien and the others also selected their opponents, and the air resonated with the sounds of clashing powers. They vanished. Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. Though he had trained for a year, most of it was spent enduring Piccolo's rigorous training, and he had yet to engage in a real fight. Fool, how have I taught you? Do not rely solely on your eyes. Feel with your spirit. Piccolo scolded Gohan with irritation. Ah, I understand now. My apologies. Gohan, flushed with embarrassment, quickly closed his eyes and focused. Gradually, he began to perceive the sounds of movement and combat in the air. Soon, he caught sight of the Dragon Ball warriors battling the cultivators. Has the outcome been determined? Incredible. Gohan's eyes flew open as he realized that Krillin and the others had dispatched all the cultivators effortlessly, without breaking a sweat. Indeed, as Gohan spoke, Krillin and the others emerged, each wearing a look of ease. In stark contrast, the 5 cultivators lay battered and bruised on the ground, utterly incapable of continuing the fight. What? How is this possible? Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief. What is wrong with these earthlings? Their battle power may be slightly greater, but it shouldn't have ended so swiftly. Hastily, Nappa donned a new scouter, staring in shock at the displayed numbers. Battle power. 8,000. Even the weakest has 5,000? Nappa began to doubt his very existence. Damn it, these earthlings can freely manipulate their battle power. Vegeta crushed the scouter in his hand, his expression dark as he commanded, Nappa, you take charge. Eliminate the earthlings. Should you fail, do not expect to return. Vegeta's worldview began to unravel gradually. When did these insignificant beings come close to matching Prince Vegeta? It is utterly absurd. Indeed, Nappa's gaze reflected a flicker of trepidation. He understood that Vegeta was not jesting. Should he fail to subdue these Earthlings, he might very well meet his end at Vegeta's hands. Acts of slaughter among kin are alarmingly commonplace among Saiyans. Be cautious. You lot. Although your prowess is comparable to Nappa's, he hails from a prestigious lineage, and his strength should not be underestimated. Raditz interjected, his intention not to engage. With a battle power soaring to 15,000, Nappa stood no chance against him. His sole focus was upon Vegeta. Rest assured, we shall vanquish him. Krillin and the others responded, their expressions grave. Nappa's aura was formidable, and his muscular frame exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. You shall take the lead, Nappa declared without hesitation. His massive form, surprisingly agile, darted toward Chaozu, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at him. Chaozu, be careful. What? Faced with Nappa's sudden onslaught, Chaozu's face briefly registered panic, yet he reacted swiftly. With his hands emanating a green glow, Chaozu employed his unique psychic abilities to bind Nappa in place. Although his battle power was a mere 5,000, he could still restrain Nappa. What? Psychic powers? Nappa felt as though countless vines ensnared him, rendering him immobile. Wolf Fang Fist. Dodon Ray. At that moment, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan arrived, seizing the opportunity while Nappa was immobilized to unleash their signature moves. The overwhelming force sent Nappa hurtling away. Kamehameha. Krillin was not to be outdone. Following up with a Kamehameha wave, the immense energy obliterated Nappa's battle suit, propelling him through the air and shattering several mountains in his wake. Damn you scoundrels! Nappa roared, seething with rage after enduring a barrage of attacks. He ascended from the debris, fingers coalescing powerful, searing energy, and with a ferocious sweep, unleashed it downward. The ground trembled as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake, a massive fissure opening before the onlookers, billowing hot air rising from the earth. Fortunately, Krillin and the others displayed remarkable agility, narrowly evading this devastating strike. Chapter 9. The Fateful Showdown. How perilous! Such destructive force. Krillin and his companions wiped the cold sweat from their brows. This Saiyan was indeed fearsome. Had their movements been any slower, they might have sustained grievous injuries. TCH. This fool, Vegeta, standing aside, was growing increasingly impatient. Nappa, perceiving Vegeta's expression, felt a surge of anxiety. I will annihilate you all. Nappa resolved to give it his all. Otherwise, his life would be forfeit. He plummeted from the sky, his fist imbued with the might of 1,000 tons, crashing down toward Tien Shinhan. Unfazed, Tien raised his left arm to block Nappa's heavy blow, yet the tremendous force still forced him to stagger back. Doubled Suiheden. At that moment, two energy blasts sped toward Nappa, one from the left and the other from the right. The angle of attack was exceedingly clever, forcing Nappa to ascend into the sky. Yet those two energy spheres seemed to possess a will of their own, relentlessly pursuing him. Damned Earthlings, always resorting to peculiar tactics. Nappa glared fiercely at Yamcha below, feeling as though he were being toyed with by these humans. Suddenly, a figure dashed past Nappa at an astonishing speed, arms outstretched, and the sky erupted with an intensely blinding light. What is this madness? The radiance struck Nappa's eyes, rendering him unable to open them, while Vegeta below shielded his own eyes. In contrast, Goku and the others remained unaffected. Their ability to sense energy rendered their sight inconsequential. He had already lost. Goku murmured to himself, recognizing that while Nappa's combat prowess was formidable, his methods of offense were dreadfully monotonous, relying solely on brute strength. Faced with the cooperative techniques of Krillin and the others, he was utterly defenseless. Indeed, as Goku had predicted, Nappa fell victim to the solar flare, instantly surrounded by Tien and the others, with blood occasionally raining down from the sky. Return to your planet. Finally, Krillin delivered a powerful punch, sending Nappa crashing down from the heavens, landing perilously close to Vegeta. Vegeta. Nappa, now grievously injured, trembled as he reached out, seeking salvation from Vegeta. I warned you. If you lost, do not return. Vegeta's gaze was cold, utterly disregarding Nappa's plea for help, as he seized Nappa and hurled him back into the sky, simultaneously unleashing an energy blast. In Vegeta's eyes, a defeated Saiyan held no value whatsoever. Just as despair engulfed Nappa, Bardock's figure suddenly materialized. effortlessly deflecting Vegeta's energy blast and securely catching Nappa. Father? Old man. Goku, Raditz, and the others were bewildered, uncertain of Bardock's intentions. Bardock. Why Nappa was equally perplexed. Despite being enemies, why would Bardock come to his aid? Bardock gently descended, placing Nappa on the ground, and instructed Raditz. Raditz, look after Nappa. Understood. Though reluctant, Raditz complied, positioning himself protectively behind Nappa. Bardock, what purpose does it serve to keep this garbage? You meddlesome fool. Vegeta fumed, feeling that Bardock was consistently thwarting his plans. Vegeta, combat power does not define a person's worth, Bardock said softly. Nappa is also one of us, a Saiyan. We are a warrior race, and now there are but a few of us left. I cannot allow any more Saiyans to perish, including you. Upon hearing Bardock's words, a deep chord was struck within Nappa. In stark contrast to the cold-hearted Vegeta, Bardock exhibited a profound sense of humanity and strong national pride. In that moment, Nappa found himself devoid of animosity towards Bardock and his companions. Ha ha ha, Bardock, who do you think you are? By what right do you speak to me? Vegeta laughed heartily. Once I obtain the Dragon Balls, I shall be invincible. Ha, foolish fool. Bardock could only shake his head in resignation. Vegeta truly was a stubborn mule, and it seemed that only by defeating him could they engage in a meaningful conversation. Kakarot, rise and defeat Vegeta, demonstrating that even lower-class warriors can surpass geniuses. Bardock has urged Goku to engage, yet he harbors no intention of intervening himself. After all, in terms of both power and lineage, Vegeta is a mere junior, unworthy of his effort. At last, it is my turn. Goku, brimming with excitement, slowly ascends into the sky, as if his very blood were boiling. Oh, Kakarot, you do not truly believe you can best me, do you? How utterly presumptuous. Vegeta scoffs, crossing his arms as he elevates into the air, dismissing Goku entirely. Uncle Piccolo. That individual is formidable. We should assist father. Gohan, concerned for his father, suggests they lend Goku a hand. Gohan, do not fret. Old son will not falter. Piccolo replies calmly, adding, besides, you would be of no help in their battle. It is best to observe and learn. With a power level now reaching 10,000, Piccolo stands as the second strongest, surpassed only by Raditz and Goku. He finds himself somewhat displeased by the notion that he is not participating in the fight. Krillin and the others, understanding Goku's nature, adopt a spectator's mentality as they watch the unfolding drama. Just then, two terrifying auras erupted, scattering the clouds above. The earth trembled, and rocks cascaded down. I never anticipated that despite my diligent training, my energy would pale in comparison to his. Goku, secretly alarmed, recalls Bardock's words about Vegeta's 18,000 power level, yet experiencing it firsthand reveals the true terror of Vegeta's might. Kakarot, meet your end. Vegeta cackles maniacally as he launches a thunderous assault, delivering heavy punches from various angles toward Goku. So fast, so powerful, caught off guard by Vegeta's relentless onslaught. Goku relies on his vast combat experience to block every strike. The air is filled with the sounds of their clashes, as they engage in a back-and-forth battle that ascends from the ground to the sky and then back down again. What an intense battle. Tien's three eyes rotate in unison. Yet he struggles to keep pace with the two fighters. Bardock and Raditz stand together, silently observing the clash without uttering a word. Impressive, Kakarot. You can actually keep up with my movements. After dodging Goku's attack, Vegeta distances himself, boasting arrogantly, I suppose I should begin to take this seriously. Whoosh. In an instant, Vegeta appears before Goku, his speed significantly greater than before. Chapter 10. Unleashing all techniques, this is bad. Faced with the onslaught of Vegeta, Goku's expression shifts dramatically, yet he is just a moment too slow, receiving a punch to the abdomen that sends him crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. But this is not the end, Kakarot. Vegeta, seizing the advantage, swiftly ascends into the sky and unleashes a barrage of energy blasts toward the pit below. The legendary prince's combat style has returned. Boom, boom, boom. Thick clouds of smoke billow from the pit, accompanied by Goku's anguished cries. Father, Gohan, witnessing this scene, becomes frantic. Do not worry, Gohan. Such attacks will not harm Goku. Klin gently patted his elder nephew's shoulder, fully aware of Goku's true capabilities. You hit me so hard. Indeed. A figure radiating a crimson glow soared through the chaotic energy waves, ascending to the heavens with unstoppable momentum. Kaioken. Goku roared, delivering a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen. The impact was excruciating, causing Vegeta to double over in agony, nearly collapsing to the ground. But that is not the end. Goku denied Vegeta any respite, executing a soaring kick that sent him hurtling into the sky, swiftly circling behind for yet another ferocious blow, crashing Vegeta back to the earth. This seamless combination left Vegeta severely wounded. With the Kaioken activated, Goku's battle power surpassed 20,000, firmly overpowering Vegeta. Impossible. This cannot be. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. His face contorted with rage. As the prince of the Saiyans, it was absurd to be bested so easily by a lower-class warrior. Vegeta, do you see? Kakarot's strength far exceeds yours, and this is not even his limit. At that moment, Bardock interjected, moreover, Raditz's power is on par with Kakarot's. Are we now worthy of a serious discussion? This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Vegeta was clearly dazed, his fury causing his energy to surge uncontrollably. What? Goku's expression shifted as he sensed Vegeta's energy surpassing his own, and it continued to escalate. I will destroy everything, Dragon Balls, Earth, everything. Vegeta erupted, striking a classic pose, he bellowed. Turn to cosmic dust, Kakarot. Final flash. A purple energy wave surged towards Goku with ferocity. This is bad, he's lost his mind. If that attack lands, the entire planet will be obliterated. Goku's expression turned grim as he adopted a classic stance, shouting, Kamehameha? The blue energy beam surged upward, colliding with Vegeta's final flash. The catastrophic energies clashed, unleashing a torrent of power that altered the very fabric of reality. Mountains crumbled, forests collapsed, and hurricanes ravaged the land, creating an apocalyptic scene. Meanwhile, a spaceship approached Earth. Inside stood a man clad in battle armor, his dark skin contrasting with a small brown tail at his waist. Boss, ahead lies Earth. But a bumpy, earth-toned alien addressed him. Speak your mind, the man replied coolly. Yes, the spaceship's communication system intercepted some information, the alien reported respectfully. The data indicates that Vegeta and Nappa are currently on Earth. Oh, Vegeta? Nappa? The man's face displayed surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, no matter. As long as the tree of might can take root on Earth, even Vegeta will not stand against me. Let us remain hidden and observe Vegeta's intentions on Earth. We can reveal ourselves when the time is right. Understood. Cursed be it, cursed be it, cursed be it. Why is Kakarot so powerful? Vegeta's teeth are nearly shattered. He has exerted an unprecedented level of strength, yet he remains unable to fully suppress Goku, who seems to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of terrifying energy. I shall not allow you to prevail. As he senses the impending onslaught of the Kaioken attack, Goku's forehead veins bulge, his muscles surge with power. And he bellows, triple Kaioken. What initially seemed like a disadvantageous Kamehameha suddenly turns the tide, overpowering Vegeta's assault and pushing it back with tremendous force, swiftly closing the distance to confront Vegeta. This is bad. Vegeta cannot believe his eyes. Before he can react, the overwhelming energy engulfs him, propelling him to even greater heights. This is perilous. After unleashing the triple Kaioken, Goku reverts to his normal state, his hands pressed against the ground, utterly exhausted. The burden of the Kaioken is immense. The higher the multiplier, the greater the strain. His limit is the five-fold Kaioken, and having employed the triple Kaioken has significantly depleted Goku's energy and left him with little stamina. Are you awake? Krillin and the others rush over, encircling Goku, even Gohan among them. Vegeta's energy has dissipated. It seems he could not withstand the recent attack and has perished. Even the typically composed Piccolo believes that Vegeta is beyond saving. Only Bardock remains silent, his perception sharper than that of Goku and the others. He senses that Vegeta is not yet dead, still clinging to a faint trace of life. Is he preparing to use that move? Bardock seems to sense something, his expression shifting slightly, yet he does not intervene. Kakarot, do you think you have one? You underestimate me, Prince Vegeta, just as everyone lowers their guard. Vegeta's figure wavers as he descends from the sky. In this moment, Vegeta appears utterly battered, his body marred by wounds and bleeding profusely. His once formidable battle armor in tatters, his energy even lower than Goku's. What? Such resilience. Goku is taken aback. He never expected Vegeta to be so tenacious, surviving such an onslaught. Struggling to rise, he reignites his fighting spirit. As for Krillin and the others, they are not overly concerned. For Vegeta is now but a shadow of his former self. Forget Goku. Even Kairatsu could defeat him now. Nevertheless, they wisely step aside, leaving the battlefield to Goku. This is Goku's fight. No one else may interfere. Kakarot, you are merely a lowly warrior, yet you have surpassed me. Unforgivable. Vegeta strains, channeling his remaining energy into a glowing sphere, which he hurls into the sky with great force. In the next moment, the sphere rapidly expands, shining like a small moon. This is bad. Kakarot, he is about to transform. Realizing Vegeta's intent, Raditz quickly warns Goku. Chapter 11, The Sinister Dallas. Transform. Raditz's words leave Goku bewildered. Yet, in the next instant, a roar reverberates through the heavens. Vegeta, originally of diminutive stature, underwent a remarkable transformation upon beholding the man-made moon hanging in the sky, instantly swelling to a colossal size of several dozen meters. Simultaneously, his previously subdued aura surged with unprecedented intensity. What? How can this be? Without a full moon? How has he transformed into a great ape? The astonishment of Krillin and the others was palpable, recalling that Goku had transformed into a great ape upon witnessing a full moon. Yet, there was no full moon in sight. This is our artificial moon. Created by mimicking the full moon using our own energy, Raditz elucidated. Transforming into a great ape enhances battle power tenfold, but it also consumes vast amounts of energy. Is such a phenomenon even possible? Piccolo, hearing this for the first time, could not help but reflect on the formidable nature of the Saiyans. Perhaps it is in the great ape form that the true essence of the Saiyan is revealed. I understand now. The monster that crushed my grandfather and wreaked havoc at the martial arts tournament was none other than myself. Goku grappled with a torrent of guilt as he realized he had unwittingly taken his grandfather Gohan's life. Grandpa, I am so sorry. I will personally apologize to you one day. Kakarot, prepare to meet your end. Vegeta, despite his transformation into a great ape, was hampered by his previous injuries, rendering his battle power comparable to that of a weakened Goku. He seethed with indignation, feeling utterly humiliated that a prince of the Saiyans was being forced to exert every ounce of his strength against a low-class warrior. With fury, he brought his enormous foot crashing down towards Goku. Not a chance. Goku shouted, activating the Kaioken technique. His body radiated a crimson light as he transformed into a red streak, narrowly evading Vegeta's assault and swiftly closing the distance. With clenched fists, he aimed a powerful strike at Vegeta's head. Get away from me. With a sweeping motion, Vegeta's tail struck Goku, sending him flying and causing blood to erupt from his mouth. Buzzing with energy, a violet energy blast coalesced in Vegeta's mouth, which he then unleashed upon Goku. Damn it! Goku struggled to stabilize himself. There was no time to evade. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to deflect the energy blast, which erupted in a cloud of dust. However, at that moment, a massive shadow loomed over him. Sensing impending doom, Goku instinctively swung a fist backward. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the two engaged once more in a fierce battle. Vegeta absorbed several of Goku's blows, his energy rapidly depleting. Yet Goku was not faring any better. His stamina was dwindling, exacerbated by the strain of the Kaioken technique, leaving him nearly exhausted. Bang! The two collided with a devastating punch, both being sent sprawling backward. Goku crashed to the ground, the crimson glow around him fading, and he gasped for breath. This is dire. Goku lacks the stamina to sustain the Kaioken, Piccolo observed, his mind sharp and analytical. Goku was nearly at his limit, while Vegeta, in his great ape form, retained a slight edge in energy. Look! Suddenly, Gohan, with keen eyes, pointed toward the sky. Krillin and the others followed his gaze and saw a spherical energy wave rapidly approaching Vegeta's tail. It is the spirit cut. Goku has unexpectedly mastered my technique, exclaimed Krillin, overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, if we sever his tail, Vegeta will revert to his normal state. Goku, that rascal. Yamcha shouted in exhilaration. True to their expectations, as Goku fell, he unleashed the spirit cut, severing Vegeta's tail. What? That damned fool. I refuse to accept this. Vegeta roared in fury, desperately wishing to evade. But lacking the strength to escape, he succumbed to his transformation. Once reverted to his humanoid form, Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, gravely injured, vulnerable to any adversary. Ha ha. Vegeta truly is formidable. Even with my utmost effort, I could only achieve a stalemate. Goku, now devoid of the strength to rise, held profound admiration for Vegeta. Gohan, administer a Senzu bean to Goku. He is utterly exhausted. Piccolo instructed Gohan, having previously obtained several Senzu beans from Master Karen for emergencies. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan nodded obediently and flew towards Goku. However, before Gohan could ascend, an unforeseen calamity struck. A potent energy beam descended from the heavens, as swift as lightning, landing before Gohan in an instant. Gohan, be cautious. Bardock reacted with remarkable speed, dashing to Gohan's side. He had been too distracted watching Goku's battle, oblivious to the impending ambush. The sudden turn of events left Gohan paralyzed with fear, his eyes wide with terror. Gohan. But at that moment, Piccolo shielded Gohan, the energy beam piercing through Piccolo's heart. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan gasped in horror, and the others were equally stunned. They had not anticipated Piccolo would step forward in such a dire moment. Piccolo the Demon King, never expected to sacrifice myself for a child. Piccolo's life force rapidly waned as he gazed at Gohan with gratitude, saying, Gohan, it has been a pleasure knowing you. You are the first to show me true kindness. You have grown stronger, but alas, I will not witness it. Farewell. Piccolo slowly closed his eyes, his essence dissipating into the cosmos. Simultaneously, the Supreme Kai within the temple vanished. He and Piccolo were intrinsically linked. With Piccolo's death, he could not escape the same fate. Who did this? Goku's heart burned with rage, fully aware of Piccolo's significance. With Piccolo gone, the Dragon Balls would vanish, leaving no chance for resurrection. Tears welled in Gohan's eyes, as if something within him was awakening, rendering him silent and still, resembling a beast poised to unleash its fury. How foolish of that Namekian to sacrifice his life for a mere child. At that moment, several figures descended from the sky, one of whom astonished everyone. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, yet with darker skin and a demeanor as treacherous as a serpent. Dallas, is it you? Chapter 12. Enraged Gohan. Is it truly him? Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, both Bardock and Vegeta wore expressions of astonishment. They were well aware of the existence of Dallas, yet they were taken aback by his sudden appearance and the swift defeat of Piccolo, a traitor among the Saiyans. How dare you show your face? Bardock's gaze was frostbitten. As an elder member of the Saiyan race, he was intimately familiar with Dallas. Not only did he share a striking resemblance to Bardock, but more importantly, this scoundrel had shamelessly betrayed his own people, declaring independence to become a so-called cosmic marauder. Bardock, what brings you here? I thought you were dead? Dallas, now noticing Bardock, wore a look of shock. Hadn't Bardock perished at the hands of Frieza 2 decades ago? How is he still standing? This is perfect. I shall personally eliminate you. Traitor, Bardock replied, a cold smile curving his lips. Although he yearned for unity among the Saiyans, it did not extend to Dallas, for this wretch had long since forfeited his right to be called a Saiyan. Is that so? Just by you? Dallas scoffed, dismissing Bardock as merely a lowly warrior. In his mind, Bardock's combat prowess could hardly rival his own, after years of training. Dallas had amassed a fighting power of 50,000. Defeating a washed-up Saiyan would be a trivial task. However, at that moment, a terrifying aura erupted. Everyone was startled by the sudden surge of energy, turning their heads in unison. Gohan. The Dragon Ball warriors were taken aback, for the source of this fearsome energy was none other than Gohan. Goku was shaken. At this moment, Gohan's power eclipsed his own. This boy, Vegeta, aghast, felt his pride take a blow. How could this be? A mere half-Saiyan child wielded such terrifying strength? Return Uncle Piccolo to me. Gohan roared like a furious beast, his small form launching into the air with a speed that defied perception. In the blink of an eye, he was before Dallas, raining down blows upon his abdomen like a torrential downpour. The sheer force of Gohan's rage was overwhelming, and Dallas found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, spewing blood with each strike. Masenko. After a flurry of blows, Gohan delivered a powerful kick that sent Dallas flying, immediately following with a concentrated wave of energy, firing it at the retreating figure of Dallas. With a thunderous explosion, a colossal mushroom cloud formed, obliterating everything in its vicinity and creating a vacuum around them. Incredible. Raditz stared in disbelief. His nephew had unleashed a staggering force in an instant. After venting his fury, Gohan's intense aura rapidly diminished, leaving him weak and exhausted. This boy's combat power fluctuated dramatically with his emotions. Seasoned from countless battles, Vegeta quickly discerned Gohan's true nature. This child harbored a fearsome strength within him, yet lacked the ability to control it. The current situation was merely a consequence of his emotional outburst. Gohan, be careful. As everyone was astounded by Gohan's formidable strength, Bardock, with a thunderous voice, admonished and charged fiercely towards Gohan. Grandfather? Gohan barely had time to react before darkness enveloped him. Turles appeared before Gohan like a specter, coalescing energy into a blast aimed directly at Gohan's cheek. Die, brat. At this moment, Turles was in a disheveled state, his battle attire tattered and stained with blood. After enduring a fierce onslaught from Gohan, he bore significant injuries and was determined to eliminate the cursed child first. Not a chance. Bardock's roar echoed as he moved like the wind, intercepting Turles at the critical moment and sending him flying with a single punch. Gohan, return to Raditz at once. I'll handle this scoundrel. Bardock spoke swiftly. Rest assured, I have a way to revive Piccolo. Now hurry and leave. Understood, grandfather. Though Gohan felt dazed, he responded promptly. Soaring back to Raditz's side, seeing that Gohan was safe, Bardock exhaled in relief and turned his fierce gaze upon Turles. Indeed, you are a despicable wretch. You have successfully provoked my wrath. Looks like you're truly eager to meet your demise, Bardock. Turles wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted furiously. You lot, eliminate the pests below. Yes, Turles' subordinates, not daring to delay, charged towards Krillin and the others below. This is bad. Their energy is overwhelming. With Goku out of commission, we stand no chance, Krillin remarked with a grave expression, sensing that they were outmatched. Krillin, protect Gohan and Kakarot. Leave the rest to me. Just when the situation was dire, Raditz stepped forward, single-handedly blocking the 5 adversaries. This guy? Krillin and the others were taken aback, never expecting Raditz to shield them from their foes. He has changed significantly. However, there was no time for contemplation. Krillin and the others swiftly retreated, moving the severely injured Goku to safety while shielding Gohan from harm. As for Vegeta, he was entirely disregarded. It seems your plan has failed, Bardock scoffed. Realizing that Turles' subordinates were no match for Raditz, who was more than capable of dispatching them alone. Foolish wretch, do you think victory is assured? Allow me to show you something interesting. Turles' eyes glinted coldly, and an ominous smile crept across his face as he tossed a seed to the ground. Boom. As the seed struck the earth, it rapidly erupted into a towering tree. The spirit fruit tree, Bardock murmured, recalling a similar sight from Goku's past experiences. This was an extraordinary tree, capable of instant growth given the right soil. The spirit fruit tree possessed a peculiar nature, drawing nutrients from the planet to bear spirit fruits. These fruits were incredibly powerful, granting a substantial boost in combat strength to those who consumed them. As anticipated, the spirit fruit tree was fervently absorbing nutrients from all directions, causing the surrounding flora to wither instantaneously. You, of all people, are aware of the spirit fruit tree. Darius was momentarily taken aback. He had chanced upon the seeds of this tree, yet the cosmos offered few suitable locations for its cultivation. His journey to Earth was motivated by the planet's perfect environment for the spirit fruit tree. However, he had not expected that Bardock would also possess knowledge of it. But what difference does it make? You cannot alter the outcome. Darius smirked ominously as he plucked several spirit fruits from a nearby branch and devoured them in just 2 or 3 bites. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Darius, and a whirlwind of potent energy swept through the area. Chapter 13. A vast disparity. Boom. 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 A purple flame soared skyward, accompanied by an overwhelming, suffocating presence. What a fearsome adversary. Goku and the others were left in awe. Darius' aura had surged dramatically compared to moments before. Bardock, do you see this? This is the power of the spirit fruit. My combat strength now exceeds 100,000, Darius boasted arrogantly. Now, how will you respond? Oh, 100,000. Is that truly impressive? In the face of Darius' terrifying might, Bardock remained unfazed, as if he did not regard Darius as a threat at all. This was due to his absolute confidence. His usual strength already matched 100,000, and should he activate the King's fist, defeating Darius would be a mere formality. Such a sharp-tongued fellow. Bardock's demeanor irked Darius immensely, prompting him to roar in fury as he charged at Bardock, his hands shimmering with purple light. An invisible yet formidable force sent Bardock soaring into the sky. Whoosh! Darius vanished from sight, only to reappear directly above Bardock. His fists clenched tightly as he struck down upon Bardock's head. The immense force propelled Bardock crashing to the ground, creating a vast crater and sending dust swirling into the air. Trash is simply trash, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. Darius stood with his arms akimbo, staring expressionlessly downwards. To him, Bardock seemed woefully inadequate, with no chance of survival. Yet in the next moment, Darius's expression shifted. A brilliant white light illuminated the scene, dispersing the dust, revealing Bardock slowly floating into the air. Apart from a bit of dust upon him, he appeared entirely unscathed. "You're unharmed?" Darius's pupils constricted, disbelief washing over him. "How can this be possible?" "Humph, relying on external means to forcibly elevate your strength. This is not the power you have cultivated. How could it possibly harm me?" Bardock replied coldly. "The Saiyans are a warrior race. Only through relentless combat and diligent training can one attain true strength. Your underhanded methods are nothing but a disgrace." Whoosh! Bardock vanished, moving with astonishing speed, instantly appearing behind Darius, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon him. The sky reverberated with sonic booms as Darius found himself overwhelmed, unable to retaliate, enduring the relentless assault. As Bardock stated, Dale's strength is merely an enhancement derived from external sources, lacking the essence of true power within himself, thus failing to manifest its full potential. In contrast, Bardock embodies a relentless spirit, having diligently honed his abilities step by step, resulting in a significant disparity between them. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Raditz exhibits unparalleled bravery, effortlessly overcoming 5 adversaries and growing stronger with each encounter, ultimately vanquishing Dale's subordinates. "Goku, your brother and father are extraordinarily powerful. We are leagues apart." Krillin pondered deeply, acknowledging the Saiyans' extraordinary prowess, feeling the stark difference. "Truly, they are remarkable. I must continue my arduous training." Goku, too, felt a surge of determination, vowing to train harder in an effort to surpass his father and brother. "Kakarot, can you hear me?" At that moment, a voice resonated in Goku's mind. "Father? I hear you. What is it?" It was indeed Bardock, though Goku was unaware of the purpose of Bardock's communication at that moment. "Quickly gather your spirit bomb and destroy that tree," Bardock instructed. "That is the tree of might. Ordinary methods cannot obliterate it. Only the spirit bomb can eradicate it entirely." He recalled how Goku, in a previous encounter with Dales, had exhausted all means yet failed to damage the tree of might, ultimately relying on the spirit bomb for purification. Now he urged Goku to apply the same tactic. Unfortunately, mastering the spirit bomb demands exceptional purity of heart, a quality that only Goku possesses, rendering Bardock unable to learn it himself. "I understand, father." Goku discerned the gravity of the situation, gritting his teeth to rise, and with Gohan's assistance, consumed a Sensabine, instantly revitalizing himself. After explaining to the others, Goku began to gather energy. "Damn it, I will not lose. I absolutely will not lose." Dales, overwhelmed and disoriented by the assault, had evidently lost his sanity. In a frenzy, he consumed the Tree of Might, his power escalating yet at a diminishing rate compared to the initial surge. "It seems you have yet to realize that continuous consumption of the Tree of Might yields diminishing returns," Bardock remarked, gripping Dales by the throat. "Ultimately, trickery is still trickery. Now I shall show you what true strength is." With a thunderous roar, Bardock emitted a crimson aura, unleashing a terrifying presence that instilled fear in Dales. To instill complete dread, Bardock activated the five-fold Kaioken, although it was not his ultimate limit. Yet, with the five-fold Kaioken, Bardock's battle power soared to 500,000, placing him in an entirely different realm from Dales. "This power, how are you?" Dales stammered, rendered speechless by Bardock's overwhelming might. He now recognized himself as akin to a mere jester. No matter how brilliant one's strategies may be, in the face of absolute strength, all is rendered trivial. "Prepare to meet your end." Bardock, uninterested in further discourse, concentrated energy into his palm and unleashed a devastating wave directly at Dales. A blinding white light surged into the sky, and after a harrowing scream, the presence of Dales vanished without a trace. His very form reduced to dust scattered across the cosmos. Above loomed Dale's spacecraft, a remarkable vessel not to be squandered. Bardock reverted to his normal state and gazed upward at the spacecraft suspended in the heavens, with Piccolo deceased and the Dragon Balls of Earth rendered non-existent. Resurrecting Piccolo necessitated a journey to Namek, Thus, the spacecraft's significance was paramount. Bardock estimated that the speed of Dale's spacecraft far surpassed that of Bulma's creations. With this thought in mind, he soared towards the spacecraft, only to discover it was utterly deserted. It seemed Dale's had not fared well, surrounded only by a motley crew of lackeys. Bardock scoffed at the sight but proceeded to the control panel, guiding the spacecraft down to the ground. Meanwhile, Goku had successfully gathered enough energy for a spirit bomb and purified the Tree of Might. Peace had once again returned to Earth. The gathered crowd encircled Bardock, each person filled with admiration. Without him, Earth would likely have faced dire peril. The only discontented figure among them was Vegeta. His eyes burned with fury, and the pain he felt seemed momentarily forgotten. Today marked the most humiliating moment of his life. The proud prince of Vegeta, a prodigy among warriors, had been bested by a lowly fighter like Goku. To add insult to injury, even Raditz, once his subordinate, no longer paled in comparison to him. More astonishing was the overwhelming power exhibited by Kakarot's son, leaving him astounded. As for Bardock, he was a figure of unattainable prowess for Vegeta. With all these humiliations weighing upon him, Vegeta contemplated the destruction of Earth in his rage. Chapter 14. Hope on Namek. Gohan, hand me 2 senzu beans, Bardock requested, receiving 2 beans from Gohan and immediately offering one to Nappa. The miraculous effects of the senzu bean left Nappa in disbelief, instantly restoring him to full strength. However, his situation was somewhat awkward. Krillin and the others were not particularly fond of him, forcing him to linger by Raditz's side. Among the group, he only recognized Raditz. But after this encounter, he dared not act arrogantly in Raditz's presence. Similarly, he held no illusions about his elder brother, Vegeta, whose brawn overshadowed his intellect. Nappa found Vegeta's demeanor entirely normal, as it epitomized the brutal Saiyan ethos. Vegeta, how about a senzu bean? You could be restored in an instant, Bardock suggested, approaching Vegeta without any intention of belittling him. In his heart, Bardock harbored no animosity towards Vegeta. Get lost. I don't need such things, Vegeta retorted. He had witnessed the miraculous power of the senzu beans, yet his pride forbade him from accepting gifts from others, especially from one who had defeated him. It felt to him as if they were pitying him. Oh, what a shame. Bardock had anticipated this, chuckling as he remarked, I had intended to take you to a remarkable place here on Earth. There exists a woman named Bulma who has invented a gravity chamber, allowing one to train and rapidly enhance their strength. Kakarot and I shall be heading there shortly. It is truly unfortunate if you choose not to join us. Bardock had a firm grasp of Vegeta's temperament. What? A gravity chamber? Upon hearing of a means to swiftly augment his power, Vegeta was indeed intrigued. He had already been surpassed by Bardock and his companions, and the thought of them training further was unacceptable. He could not allow himself to be left even further behind. Vegeta, feigning indifference, declared, Humph, you shall not surpass me. I will train relentlessly, transcending the limits of a Saiyan, and ultimately, I will defeat you and Kakarot. Very well. I shall await your ascension, Bardock replied with a smile, tossing a senzu bean to Vegeta. Now follow me. With that, he soared towards Goku. Kakarot, take us to Bulma. I have matters to discuss with her, Bardock instructed briskly. Raditz, take this spaceship and follow closely behind us. We shall need it for our journey to Namek. Namek? Isn't that the homeland of Piccolo? Goku pondered, confused about Bardock's intentions. Kakarot, you truly are naive, Raditz scolded. Father's meaning is quite clear. Since Piccolo is a Namekian, there must surely be Dragon Balls on Namek as well. If we travel there and locate them, Piccolo can be revived. Ah, is that the plan you speak of, Grandpa? Gohan exclaimed, surprised and delighted. Indeed, Raditz speaks the truth, Bardock said, ruffling Gohan's hair with a grin. The Dragon Balls on Namek possess greater power than those on Earth, capable of granting 3 wishes, albeit only reviving one individual at a time, unlike Earth's dragon, who can resurrect multiple people at once. How remarkable! The dragon of Piccolo's homeland is truly impressive, exclaimed Goku and others familiar with the dragon. Vegeta and Nappa remained silent. Nappa appeared rather dull, while Vegeta's eyes gleamed with a hint of cunning, as if formulating a plan of his own. However, I must convey some troubling news. Bardock's expression grew serious as he stated, Our expedition to Namek carries a significant probability of encountering Frieza. With our current strength, we are not even a match for a mere fraction of his power. What? Frieza? Upon hearing this, Vegeta and Nappa's expressions shifted dramatically. They were acutely aware of Frieza's terrifying reputation, yet none knew the true extent of his strength. Vegeta, in his naivety, still believed Frieza to be only slightly stronger than Captain Ginyu. Father, is Frieza truly that formidable? Goku's face also darkened, for Bardock had mentioned Frieza's terrifying nature more than once. At present, the combined strength of all of us does not even amount to a third of his power. Bardock refrained from fully disclosing the extent of Frieza's terror, not wishing to demoralize the group. Due to the staggering combat power of 120 million, it appears to Goku and his companions as an astronomical figure at this stage. Moreover, the impending threat of Golden Frieza and the instantaneous annihilation by Black Frieza looms over them. Frieza truly embodies the title of the Emperor of the Universe. Hey Bardock, take me to that place you mentioned. I must begin my training immediately. Vegeta could hardly contain his impatience upon hearing that Frieza might appear on Namek, wishing to avoid wasting time on Earth. Very well, then let us head to Bulma's residence. Bardock, wise and astute, easily perceived Vegeta's subtle intentions, yet chose not to confront him, knowing full well that Vegeta was unlikely to succeed. With great fanfare, Goku and Bardock arrived at Bulma's home. Fortunately, her abode was spacious enough to accommodate the vast spaceship, or else they would have been at a loss for where to place it. Bardock explained the situation to Bulma, who was taken aback by the multitude of events that had transpired. Is that so? No problem, Uncle Bardock. I can have everything ready by tomorrow, she assured, confidently patting her chest. However, I must admit, I am quite intrigued by that spaceship. I wish to study it thoroughly and perhaps enhance it for you. Being a brilliant inventor, Bulma's curiosity was piqued at the prospect of working on the spacecraft. Thank you for your assistance, Bardock replied, casting a glance at Vegeta before leaning closer to Bulma and whispering, and please keep an eye on these two Saiyans, especially the shorter one. No need to indulge him with kindness. I will arrange for Raditz to stay here, so there is no need to worry about them causing trouble. Understood, Bulma replied playfully, winking at Vegeta and suddenly realizing that the diminutive Saiyan had a certain coolness about him. All right then, we shall meet again tomorrow. Bardock left Raditz behind and returned to the Capsule Corp with Goku and Gohan. They had been training for a year, and it was time for Gohan to visit home. Krillin and the others chose not to leave Bulma's house, concerned that Vegeta might engage in some mischief, so they stayed just in case. Besides, Bulma's home was ample enough to accommodate them all. Now, gentlemen, follow me, and allow me to treat you well, Bulma smiled, beckoning to Vegeta and Nappa, swaying her hips playfully as she walked ahead, laughing with Krillin and the others along the way. That insufferable woman doesn't regard me at all, Vegeta seethed internally, though he refrained from acting out, feeling a profound sense of disrespect from Bulma. Vegeta, let us go, we indeed need to rest, Nappa advised from the side. Humph. Vegeta merely snorted in dissatisfaction, having vowed to train fiercely and, when the time was right, to stealthily make his way to Namek. Frieza shall not lay his hands on the Dragon Balls. Chapter 15. The tragedy of Vegeta in the distant interstellar cosmos. A colossal spaceship traversed the frigid void of space. Within the main chamber of the spacecraft, a diminutive figure with a long tail gazed into the inky abyss of the universe. This individual was none other than Frieza, the tyrant who had dominated the cosmos for years. Have we yet to ascertain Vegeta's whereabouts? Frieza wore his signature sinister smile, instilling an unsettling chill in those around him. My lord, one of his fully armed subordinates stammered, not long ago, the detection signals of Vegeta and Nappa appeared on Earth, but they have since vanished. The subordinate's voice trembled. After all, serving under Frieza was akin to dancing with a tiger, and the tyrant's cruelty was well known, leaving no room for careless speech. Earth? Where's that? Frieza inquired, perplexed, having never heard of such a place. It is a backward planet in Sector 35, the subordinate reported honestly. Humph. What schemes is Vegeta concocting to venture into such a remote area? Frieza remarked with displeasure. Nevertheless, it matters little. These wild monkeys are deceitful. I had generously granted them a chance at survival, yet it appears they are incorrigible. Relay the order. Upon sighting Vegeta, he is to be executed without mercy. Frieza was acutely aware of Vegeta's fade of compliance, while secretly causing him trouble. Yes, my lord. The subordinate paused, then added, Your Majesty. The Intelligence Department has confirmed the existence of Dragon Balls on Namek. Oh, how splendid. Frieza's expression shifted, his tone infused with excitement. It is said that the Dragon Balls can grant any wish. I never imagined it to be true. Excellent. Set course for Namek at maximum speed. Frieza's heart raced at the prospect of obtaining the Dragon Balls, for with them in his grasp, he could fulfill his desires. Even the formidable god of destruction, Beerus, might one day be vanquished. In that moment, Frieza's ambitions were laid bare. Unbeknownst to Bardock, Frieza was already en route to Namek. He and Goku had returned to the idyllic Baozi Mountain. After a year, the environment had transformed dramatically, with two magnificent villas standing tall as the most notable features. Surrounding areas had been transformed by Chi-Chi into a swimming pool, a library, and a sprawling vegetable garden. Chi-Chi, our home has changed so much, Goku exclaimed, momentarily awestruck by the grand villas and surrounding structures. Hee, we owe much of this to my father, Chi-Chi replied, smiling with satisfaction as she admired her handiwork. Now we reside in a grand house, and that couple down the mountain must be utterly envious of me. Over the past year, Chi-Chi had flourished, not only constructing the grand villa, but also acquiring the latest model of hover car, leaving the couple who once mocked her in deep envy. Of course, she had not forgotten Bardock's counsel and arranged for an additional villa to be built beside their home. She held Bardock in high esteem and gratitude. Without him, her life would still be fraught with hardship. Now, life had improved, and with substantial savings at her disposal, she could afford to live comfortably without the need to work. Thus, Chi-Chi no longer urged Goku to find employment, nor did she hinder his training. Bardock paid little heed to these matters. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chi-Chi, he departed alone. Karentai? Oh, is that Goku's father? He looks just like him. The cat sage scrutinized Bardock before him and realized that he bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, albeit with a distinct aura that set them apart. Cat sage, I wonder if you have any surplus senzu beans available? Bardock inquired directly, as he was preparing for his journey to Namek, where the mystical beans were indispensable. I regret to inform you that the last few senzu beans have just been given to you, the cat sage replied, stroking his beard. The new batch will not be ready for another month. A month, you say? Bardock nodded in acknowledgement. This time frame would allow him to reach Namek before Frieza. After expressing his gratitude to the cat sage, Bardock returned to the Capsule Corporation, needing to rest well before embarking on rigorous training in the gravity room the next day. Time flew by, and before long, it was the following day. Bulma's home was bustling with excitement, as all the Dragon Ball warriors gathered, including Bardock and Goku's family, eagerly awaiting the gravity room. Everyone, look over here. This is the gravity room I customized for you overnight, Bulma announced, guiding them. There are 10 rooms in total, each equipped with gravity devices capable of adjusting up to 150 times normal gravity. In contrast to the original story, Bulma had constructed 10 gravity rooms, each spacious enough to accommodate a dozen or even 20 individuals at once. Dad, this is fantastic. We can train together, Gohan exclaimed, his spirits soaring. The current Gohan's disposition differed greatly from the original. He was fervently passionate about becoming stronger, while still dedicating time to his studies. Keep it up, Gohan, Goku said, ruffling his son's hair with a proud glimmer in his eyes. Don't bother me. I want a room to myself, Vegeta declared, unable to contain his impatience, as he swiftly claimed one of the rooms. The others could only feel a mixture of frustration and resignation at his domineering behavior. Ultimately, the Earth Warriors shared one room. Goku and his sons trained together, Raditz and Nappa occupied another, while Bardock preferred solitude for his training. Everyone, let us give it our all. The senzu beans will be ready in a month, and then we can set off for Namek, Bardock stated before entering the gravity room alone. Damn it. I will surpass Bardock and Kakarot, Vegeta proclaimed, surveying his surroundings before striding to the control panel. Upon noticing the displayed number 1, he immediately cranked the gravity to its maximum. He was determined to endure the harshest training. A mere 150 times gravity was nothing to him. However, in the next moment, Vegeta faced utter calamity. The immense gravity bore down on him like a meteor, and despite exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to rise. His insides felt as if they were distorting, and blood began to seep from his ears and nose. Damn it! Vegeta's expression turned pale with fear. He felt as though death was imminent. Fortunately, he was near the control panel, and, with tremendous effort against the crushing force, he managed to turn off the gravity switch. In an instant, the oppressive weight vanished. Gasping for breath, Vegeta experienced a wave of terror. Had he delayed by another 20 seconds, he would have been crushed to a pulp beneath the weight of gravity. Having witnessed the formidable power of extreme gravity, Vegeta dared not act recklessly. After recuperating, he adjusted the gravity to a level suitable for himself and immersed himself in relentless training. Chapter 16. A surge in power. Let us commence with 50 times the gravity. Bardock remained alone in the gravity chamber, unhesitant as he activated the 50-fold gravity. Based on his assessment of his own strength, he believed he could only endure such intensity. Indeed, under the 50-fold gravity, Bardock found each step an arduous endeavor. Even the simplest motion of raising his hand became exceedingly challenging. However, he did not waver, instead relying solely on the resilience of his physical form. His approach differed from others. While they cultivated their energy, he chose to strengthen his body. He believed that enhancing his physique first would yield better results when subsequently training his energy. As expected, relying solely on his body to withstand such intensity proved overwhelmingly demanding. Bardock felt as though his bones were being crushed, yet he remained undeterred, resolutely enduring the pressure and executing basic movements. Actions that appeared effortless to the average observer were monumental challenges for Bardock, with beads of sweat continuously streaming down his forehead. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The fruits of Bardock's labor during this month were nothing short of extraordinary. He had become entirely adept at maneuvering under the extreme gravity, and the fortitude of his physique had undergone a qualitative transformation. His current physical strength far surpassed that of Goku and others. For instance, in the original story, Goku in his Super Saiyan Blue form was pierced by a bullet. But Bardock, even in a relaxed state, could withstand any bullet without faltering. As for his energy strength, Bardock had not neglected that either. This complementary training method yielded immense benefits, albeit at a cost that others could scarcely fathom. Consequently, his battle power had soared to an astonishing 500,000. Such a terrifying rate of improvement was a feat only a Saiyan could achieve. Yet, he pondered, this was still insufficient. With such power, even when utilizing the 20 times Kaioken, he would barely reach half of Frieza's strength. Standing aboard the spaceship, Bardock appeared burdened with heavy thoughts. Behind him stood Goku, Raditz, Gohan, and Bra. As for Krillin and the others, aware of their limitations, they refrained from joining, fearing they would hinder rather than help. Interestingly, Vegeta had departed Earth a week prior, stealthily taking with him Bulma's newly developed spaceship, an act that certainly incensed Bulma. "Father, what troubles you? Your expression seems rather grim." Goku observed Bardock's unusual demeanor and approached him with concern. Through diligent training, Goku had experienced a transformative surge in power, with his battle strength soaring to 300,000, significantly surpassing his capability upon first arriving on Namek. "It's nothing, merely some thoughts weighing on my mind," Bardock replied, withholding his inner turmoil from Goku. Suddenly, the spaceship began to shake violently, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. "Bruh, what is happening?" Bardock's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily inquired of Nappa, who was piloting the spaceship. "Damn it, we are under attack." Nappa tirelessly maneuvered the spacecraft, striving to maintain its stability while swiftly activating the ship's protective systems. "What? Out of the blue, how could someone assault us? Have we encountered space pirates?" Bardock was equally perplexed. They were adrift in the vast cosmos. Who would be so idle as to launch an attack? "Space pirate Dallas, you have been surrounded by the Galactic Patrol. Surrender immediately." At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed within the spaceship. "Galactic Patrol? What on earth is that?" Neither Goku nor Gohan had ever heard of the Galactic Patrol. "Ah, I see, it is the Galactic Patrol," Bardock remarked with a wry smile. "Indeed, we are currently aboard Dallas's wretched spacecraft, so the Galactic Patrol must have mistaken us for him." It was worth noting that Bardock had previously had some rapport with the Galactic Patrol, which now proved to be fortuitous. "Nappa, establish a connection with their signal." "I wish to converse with them," Bardock commanded. "All right." Nappa, uncertain of Bardock's intentions, nonetheless complied and continued piloting the spacecraft. "Galactic Patrol, you are mistaken, we are not Dallas." Upon establishing the connection, Bardock spoke. "May I inquire if Gak is present?" "He is my friend." Upon hearing this, the Galactic Patrol officers paused momentarily, and then another voice responded, "Your voice sounds familiar. Who are you, and how do you know me?" At this, Bardock's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. "Gak. It has been a long time. I am Bardock." "What, Mr. Bardock? You are not dead?" Gak's tone brimmed with astonishment. "It is a long story. I have survived a calamity, hence I am still alive," Bardock replied with a smile. "By the way, what brings you to this area? Are you in pursuit of Dallas? If so, you may return. I have already taken care of him. Oh, so you are the one who dealt with Dallas. That explains why his spaceship is in your possession. Gak seemed somewhat taken aback. Originally, we came here to apprehend a wanted race, only to discover Dallas's ship. It appears we have made a blunder. A wanted race? What transgressions have they committed? Bardock inquired. Gak's tone grew serious as he replied. They belong to a very malevolent race, known as the Daitongmu. This group is engaged in a wicked experiment, and upon receiving intelligence, we, the Galactic Patrol, rushed here to bring them to justice. The Daitongmu? Bardock pondered, realizing he had never heard of them before, and then asked, are they particularly powerful? Their combat prowess is not exceptionally high, yet they possess some peculiar techniques that make them quite troublesome to deal with. Gak continued, suddenly filled with excitement. By the way, Bardock, since you are here, could you assist me in dealing with the Daitongmu? With your presence, our chances of success are significantly heightened. Gak was clearly calculating. He was well aware of Bardock's formidable capabilities, and with his aid, subduing the Daitongmu would be a matter of ease. At that moment, I could return to headquarters to bask in my glory, which was simply delightful. Bardock was momentarily taken aback by this thought, for he was on his way to planet Namek and had no time for such trivialities. Yet, deep within, he couldn't suppress his desire to encounter the Namekian people. After all, he was a Saiyan, and the warrior spirit within him was ever restless. Very well, for your sake, I shall assist you this once, Bardock declared. Open the hatch of your ship. I shall proceed there now. Thank you so much, Jack exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Chapter 17. The Mysterious Tribe. Father, you agreed to this? How will you reach planet Namek if you leave now? Raditz questioned, bewildered, harboring no fondness for the Galactic Patrol. It's merely a small task. Once I resolve this matter, they will escort me to planet Namek, so do not worry, Bardock replied with a smile. You all may go ahead. Listen closely. If Frieza is indeed on planet Namek, under no circumstances should you engage him before my arrival. Father, I wish to accompany you. I too am curious to see how formidable the Namekians truly are. Goku, much like his father, was exhilarated at the prospect of battle. No need for that. You should proceed to planet Namek. Gohan still requires your care. Bardock firmly declined Goku's request. After bidding farewell to everyone, Bardock opened the hatch of the spaceship and, without hesitation, flew towards Jack's vessel. Though Saiyans cannot survive in the vacuum of space, they can manage brief excursions. Upon reaching Jack's ship, Bardock noticed that, in addition to Jack, there were several Galactic Patrol members aboard. However, their power levels were rather meager, barely surpassing 5,000. Bardock, it has been ages. You look just as you did before, Jack remarked, unable to hide his astonishment. Bardock appeared unchanged from 20 years prior, prompting Jack to internally lament that Saiyans never seem to age. Enough chatter, we must hasten to the Namekian planet, Bardock stated directly. Furthermore, after resolving this matter, you are to take me to planet Namek. You wish to go to planet Namek? That is not an issue. After traversing the cosmos for an extended period, Bardock and his companions descended upon a breathtakingly beautiful planet. This celestial body resembled a paradise, adorned with towering mountains and flowing streams, teeming with countless enchanting landscapes and flora. The most striking feature was a magnificent palace suspended in the very center of the planet, shrouded in thick mist, reminiscent of a heavenly abode. Such an ethereal place was difficult to associate with malevolence. Interesting, this planet harbors numerous formidable presences, Bardock mused, sensing the energies around him. One particular aura was exceptionally immense and steeped in wickedness. If solely relying on Jack and his companions, they would surely perish here. According to the clues, the Namekian tribe resided within that palace. Jack took out a telescope to gaze upon the structure. Jack, you all wait here. Your opponents are not to be underestimated. At this moment, Bardock remarked, I sense a multitude of formidable beings within. Given your current combat prowess, venturing forth would only lead to your demise. Allow me to undertake this task. What? His words irked the other Galactic Patrol members. Did he not regard them with due respect? Silence. We shall heed Bardock's counsel. Jace interjected, hastily covering his teammates' mouths. He was acutely aware of the Saiyans' notorious ferocity. They were not to be trifled with. Moreover, from his understanding of Bardock, he knew the latter was not being sarcastic, but was genuinely warning them of impending peril. Bardock, we entrust this to you. Please exercise caution. Jace spoke earnestly, as he wished for Bardock's safety above all else. Rest assured, I shall return shortly, Bardock replied with a smile, then soared into the air, heading directly toward the palace. Have you identified a suitable location for cultivating the divine tree? Inside the palace, an elderly man with white hair stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his eyes were gray and adorned with peculiar patterns. Not only this elder, but all individuals within the palace shared similar traits. Regardless of gender, their skin was as pale as snow, with two horns protruding from their foreheads, and their eyes were vibrant and diverse in color. Before this peculiar assembly stood a colossal stone statue. Elder, we have confirmed that in Region 35, there exists a place known as Earth, which is highly conducive to the growth of the divine tree, a diminutive man reported. Excellent. As long as the divine tree flourishes, we shall continue to refine our elixirs. The elder nodded in satisfaction. Thus, this time, Ishiki and Kaguya shall embark for Earth. Understood, Elder, Ishiki replied with a faint smile. In contrast, Kaguya's expression remained stoic, though internally she was seething with frustration. Within their clan, the hierarchy was distinctly delineated. Those of lower status were expected to unconditionally obey the commands of their superiors. She was but a humble servant, utterly powerless to resist the higher-ups' directives. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated from above. So you are the so-called Datong Mu clan? How audacious to set your sights on Earth. Truly a death wish. A towering figure floated in the air, casting a disdainful gaze upon them. Who goes there? The members of the Datong Mu clan were taken aback. Who was this man, and how had he appeared before them without a sound? I am but a scion, Bardock replied impassively. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the immense stone statue. The overwhelming aura he sensed emanated from this statue, which presented a paradox. How could a mere statue exude such energy if it were inanimate? Scion, you mean the warrior race of Saiyans? The faces of the Datong Mu clan shifted in color, realizing they were confronted by Saiyans, known for their valor and unparalleled brutality. We, the Datong Mu clan, have no quarrel with your kind. What do you intend to achieve? The elder of the Datong Mu clan spoke sternly. Moreover, your race has long been on the brink of extinction. I advise you to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. The elder had no desire to provoke these ferocious beings. Enough of the chatter. I am merely granting a favor to a friend by sending you all to the galactic prison. Bardock ceased his prattle and, in a flash, charged downward. This is utterly preposterous. Seize him. The elder's fury ignited instantly. Though the Datong clan preferred to remain low-key, they were not to be trifled with. Kaguya, you shall engage. The higher-ups of the Datong, maintaining their dignified stance, refrained from intervening, instead sending forth Kaguya, the lowest in rank, to confront the adversary. That wretched scoundrel. Kaguya, filled with indignation yet powerless, grimaced as she advanced toward Bardock, her pale hands suddenly radiating a brilliant white light. 80 divine void strikes. The sky was filled with immense shadows of fists, all hurtling toward Bardock. Women should not meddle. Step aside. Unperturbed by the onslaught of fists, Bardock stood firm, astonishingly absorbing the blows with his bare body, the ferocity of his aura shattering every fist shadow. In the next moment, Bardock was upon Kaguya, delivering a forceful palm strike that sent her flying. To Bardock, Kaguya appeared feeble, even weaker than the previous Vegeta. Faced with such weakness, particularly in a woman, Bardock felt no compulsion to deliver a lethal blow. Kaguya was struck with unprecedented force, crashing to the ground. In that moment, she was struck with terror. This man was overwhelmingly powerful, and their entire clan would not stand a chance against him. With this realization, Kaguya devised a plan and feigned death upon the ground. Chapter 18. The God of Datong Yuo. You possess some skill. Allow me, Jinx, to test you. Witnessing Bardock's effortless defeat of Kaguya, a stout figure stepped forward. A flicker of red light emanated from his hand as a crimson scythe materialized, aimed directly at Bardock with a fierce swing. A mere parlor trick. Bardock dismissed the attack, extending a single finger to effortlessly block Jinx's scythe. As Jinx's face contorted in shock, Bardock merely tightened his grip, shattering the scythe to pieces. Jinx stumbled back. But the next moment, a blur appeared, and Bardock's massive fist came crashing down. Jinx's large frame crumbled to dust, as if it were mere tofu. What? This scion is so formidable. The remaining members of the Datong clan displayed faces of terror. Could scions truly possess such strength? In just a brief encounter, they had lost 2 clan members. You lot, attack together, eliminate this damned scion. The elder bellowed in wrath. Their clan was already sparse. and losing 2 members at once was a significant blow. Golden Wheel Explosion. The remaining Daetongmu members finally took the situation seriously, with one named Shirin launching an all-out assault. A colossal beam, resembling a crescent moon, descended with terrifying might, seemingly capable of cleaving anything in its path. Chi Elemental Slash. Unfazed by the oncoming crescent beam, Bardock remained composed, unleashing his own Chi Elemental Slash. The disparity in their sizes was monumental, yet astonishingly. The Chi Elemental Slash sliced through the Golden Wheel Rebirth explosion with ease. Not only that, the energy blade maintained its momentum, slicing diagonally towards the head of the attendant. His pupils constricted sharply as he hastily evaded, but the proximity was too great. Although he narrowly missed a fatal blow, one of the horns atop his head was severed. Impressive reflexes, yet the force was lacking. Bardock was somewhat taken aback. This fellow named Sharon displayed commendable speed, managing to dodge at such a close range. However, at that moment, Bardock suddenly felt his body become sluggish, his forward motion abruptly halted. What is this? Upon looking down, he discovered that his hands and feet were ensnared by numerous black rods. It was these very rods that shackled his movements. Humph. Under the secret arts of our Daetongmu clan, you are rendered immobile. Submit to your demise. At that moment, a diminutive man with a sinister grin leapt forth, his eyes bulging with veins, exuding a terrifying aura. Tao Shi, splendid work, eliminate him. The elder couldn't help but applaud the scene. I shall reduce him to mere fragments. Tao Shi raised one hand, a pulsating red light emanating from his palm as a colossal energy sphere rapidly took form, hurtling towards Bardock. Do they truly believe they can vanquish me with such feeble attempts? Bardock's gaze grew colder. He clenched his fist and unleashed a torrent of dense white energy. The formidable force instantly shattered the rods impeding him, and as the massive energy sphere approached, Bardock surged forward rather than retreating. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he effortlessly kicked the energy sphere high into the air. Their strength barely surpassed 30,000. He had no desire to squander time on them. You are all woefully inadequate. Bardock resolved to conclude this swiftly, gathering blue energy in his hands as his aura ascended. The Kamehameha wave, a dazzling blue light, surged forth, obliterating the palace's ornate structures into mere ash. It's over. Damn it, he is too powerful. The members of the Otsutsuki clan turned ashen. Realizing Bardock's strength existed in an entirely different realm, they had no chance to retaliate. Cursed fate, they still had numerous plans unfulfilled. Would they truly perish here? Insolence. Just as the Kamehameha wave was about to engulf the multitude of Otsutsuki, a voice filled with authority suddenly reverberated. Moreover, a colossal energy surged forth, counteracting the Kamehameha's power. Bardock narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the massive stone statue. That voice had emanated from it. Yes, our ancestor has intervened. The ancestor shall vanquish this scion. The Daetongmu clan erupted in excitement. They had long forgotten the last time their ancestor had taken action. Yet, this did not diminish the invincible image of the Daetongmu progenitor in their hearts. Buzzing, the statue radiated several beams of red light, enveloping the surviving members of the Daetongmu clan. Those encased in the crimson glow soon realized in horror that their bodies were fracturing, rapidly transforming into radiant red pills. These pills coalesced into streaks of light, all merging into the statue. A thunderous roar resonated through the heavens, causing the entire palace to tremble violently. The outer layer of the stone statue began to shed continuously, enveloped in a sea of crimson light, as a terrifying aura seemed to awaken. Such a dreadful presence. This creature was absorbing its own kin as nourishment. Bardock hastily soared into the distance, realizing that the formidable energy he had sensed earlier indeed originated from this very statue, the so-called ancestor of the Daetongmu clan. At that moment, Kaguya, who had been lying still on the ground, suddenly rose with a look of sheer terror. She gazed at the glowing statue, then glanced at the palace, which was on the brink of collapse. A splendid opportunity. Kaguya's eyes sparkled as she darted through the palace, hastily collecting all the treasures of the Daetongmu clan, finally arriving before a vibrant array of multicolored lights emanating from a teleportation circle. Traitor, meet your demise. Just then, a beam of overwhelming red energy shot towards Kaguya. This is bad. Her complexion turned pale. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped into the teleportation circle, the very means by which the Daetongmu clan traveled to other realms. The red light pierced through, but was a moment too late, as Kagaya's form had already begun to dissipate. Before vanishing, she cast a profound glance at Bardock, silently warning herself not to provoke the Saiyans. Bardock, however, remained oblivious to Kagaya's escape, for before him stood a middle-aged man clad in white robes, with a single horn protruding from his head and skin as pallid as a corpse. "Are you the leader of the Daetongmu clan?" Bardock's expression grew grave as he sensed danger emanating from this man. "Saiyans, such an ancient race." The man spoke coldly. "I am the god of Daetongmu, and today, I shall send you to the underworld." Chapter 19. A bitter struggle. The god of Daetongmu? You dare to claim such a title? Bardock scoffed disdainfully. Though the Daetongmu before him was powerful, he had not yet reached the heights of Frieza. At this level, how could one presume to be a god? Not to mention the gods of destruction. Even this fellow would not surpass the Kaishin. Truly, a frog at the bottom of a well. Your words anger me. The god of Daetongmu retorted, incensed by Bardock's insolence. This mere Saiyan was utterly unaware of his own terror. His eyes transformed into a shade of gray, adorned with intricate patterns. The god of Daetongmu glared, and a sphere of inky black flames materialized around Bardock. The sudden emergence of the black flames caused Bardock considerable discomfort. He immediately erupted with rage, attempting to dispel the flames. Futile effort. These are the flames of Amaterasu, which will not extinguish until the enemy is reduced to ashes, the god of Daetongmu stated, his hands clasped behind his back, bearing an air of detachment. Akin to a deity descending from the heavens, his presence magnified. Bardock made several attempts, discovering that the flames were indeed indomitable and possessed a terrifying potency. With his physical resilience, he could barely withstand the searing heat. Had he not enveloped his skin with energy, he would have likely been reduced to cinders by now. In that case, I shall unleash my full power. I refuse to believe your flames are so formidable. A tremendous force erupted from Bardock, shaking the earth and scattering the surrounding clouds with its sheer might. As he unleashed his energy, the so-called eternal flame of Amaterasu was instantaneously disrupted. How amusing. It seems the god of Daetongmu possesses a sense of humor, Bardock thought, a smirk gracing his visage. The god of Daetongmu, taken aback, found his countenance darkening as he fell silent, his eyes beginning to whirl. Suddenly, a colossal meteor plummeted from the heavens. This is the celestial obstacle star. How will you respond? What manner of sorcery is this? Such an enormous meteor appearing from thin air? Bardock gritted his teeth and caught the descending meteor. However, having endured training under 150 times the gravity, coupled with his enhanced physique, the meteor's weight remained within his capacity to bear. Nevertheless, he found himself intrigued by this god of Daetongmu, whose peculiar techniques piqued his curiosity. Through keen observation, he discerned that this must be a manifestation of the opponent's ocular abilities, an ability he had never encountered before. This Saiyan possesses such formidable physical strength? The god of Daetongmu furrowed his brow, his eyes rotating once more as a second meteor descended. The weight of these two meteors was overwhelming, causing even Bardock to struggle, his feet sinking deeply into the ground. At this level, you cannot hope to defeat me. Bardock's energy ignited in crimson, roaring Kaioken. Unleashing the Kaioken, Bardock's might surged, and he astonishingly lifted both massive meteors. What is this technique? Why has your power suddenly skyrocketed? The god of Daetongmu began to lose his composure. You wouldn't comprehend even if I told you. Prepare yourself. Bardock's gaze sharpened as he unleashed a barrage of violent energy blasts towards the god of Daetongmu. The prince's combat style was activated. Yet, to Bardock's astonishment, his energy blasts failed to inflict any damage, instead being wholly absorbed by the opponent's extraordinary ability. You can absorb others' energy? Bardock too felt the pressure mount. As it appeared, the divine being's eyes were akin to a cheat code, continuously manifesting bizarre techniques, now even capable of absorbing energy. This is the ultimate reincarnation eye. I can not only absorb your energy, but also do this. The god of Daetongmu's eyes gleamed. The energy blasts Bardock had previously unleashed were suddenly redirected from the divine being's eyes, their power significantly amplified. Bardock's body was bombarded by the returning energy blasts. His battle attire shredded, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Cursed be this troublesome opponent. Bardock, now battered and bruised, recognized the severity of his injuries. If that is the case, then let strength prevail. A seasoned warrior, Bardock resolved that since energy attacks were being absorbed, He would resort to martial arts to determine the victor. Surely, the opponent could not absorb physical strikes. With a flash of red light, Bardock darted towards the god of Datong-mu, delivering a powerful punch. In the midst of this clash, the space before the god of Datong-mu twisted, and in an instant, his figure appeared behind Bardock. Countless silver spears pierced towards Bardock's back. Sensing the imminent danger behind him, Bardock soared into the vast sky without a glance back. The spears pursued him relentlessly, as if they were guided missiles, trailing his every movement. Cursed be this predicament. I must devise a strategy, for the opponent's ocular abilities are exceedingly peculiar. As he flew, Bardock contemplated his options when a sudden realization struck him. The eyes. If his eyes serve as his herald, then their weakness must also lie within the eyes. With this epiphany, Bardock swiftly devised a plan, his form flickering in the air as he drew closer to the great divine tree. Do you intend to evade with a burst of speed at the last moment, hoping to ensnare me? The great divine tree, unfazed, chuckled. Your calculations are commendable, but alas, futile. The ultimate reincarnation eye of the great divine tree radiated with brilliance, a formidable shield materializing before him. Your predictions are mistaken, Bardock scoffed, unleashing a powerful shout. Solar fist. A blinding light illuminated the surroundings, causing a noticeable shift in the great divine tree's demeanor. What is this radiance? The dazzling brilliance compelled the great divine tree to shut his eyes, and with that, the countless spears and the protective shield vanished. You are finished. Seizing this opportune moment, Bardock activated the five-fold King's fist and launched a ferocious assault upon the great divine tree. A series of explosive sounds resonated in the air as Bardock's relentless strikes battered the great divine tree, the overwhelming force rending the earth asunder, transforming the once serene environment into utter chaos. The great divine tree, caught in a disadvantageous position, was driven deep into the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, tainting his once pristine garments. With a furious roar, he cried out, and as the light of the solar fist faded, the reincarnation eye reopened, and his form vanished in an instant. Bardock's punch met only empty air, instantly realizing the peculiar ability of that eye. Chapter 20. 20-fold King's Fist Curse Scion. You have successfully enraged me. The great divine tree howled, raising his head to the heavens, producing several fiery red fruits from seemingly nowhere and devouring them in haste. A more terrifying aura emanated from within him, and his appearance morphed drastically. His once slender physique swelled, his formerly serene visage contorted into something monstrous and ghastly. In an instant, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. The once clear sky darkened, and lightning flashed ominously, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. What? He is transformed? Bardock's complexion turned pale, the aura now radiating from the great divine tree was several tiers stronger than before, presenting a formidable challenge. Those fruits he consumed. Could they be the elixirs spoken of by the elders? Bardock recalled the elder's words regarding those potions, realizing their effects surpassed even those of the spirit fruit tree. This battle prowess has escalated several-fold. With a hearty laugh, the god of Datong-mu, transformed after consuming the elixir, appeared to have lost all semblance of reason. His once intricately patterned eyes now gleamed a blood-red hue. Suddenly, a piercing sound shattered the air as the god of Datong-mu surged forward, a streak of light racing towards Bardock. His speed exponentially increased. How swift! Bardock's expression shifted drastically. The god of Datong-mu's velocity was so astonishing that even in the state of five-fold Kaioken, he could barely discern his movements. With a thunderous roar, Bardock was propelled like a cannonball, shattering several towering mountains in his wake. Blood spewed from his mouth as the earlier strike inflicted grievous harm upon him. Yet the god of Datong-mu offered no respite, instantly closing the gap of thousands of meters and materializing behind Bardock. With fists clenched tightly, the god of Datong-mu launched a fierce blow to Bardock's nape. Not a chance. Bardock, quick-witted, sensed the imminent danger and swiftly dodged to the side, retaliating with a powerful punch aimed at the god of Datong-mu. The clash of their fierce battle resumed, both warriors engaging in the most primal form of combat, neither yielding nor retreating. Their immense energies collided, obliterating everything in the vicinity. What a terrifying being. What level of battle is this? In the great distance, Gak and his companions trembled, witnessing a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, struggling to fathom such overwhelming power. We must retreat quickly, lest we be caught in the crossfire. Gak urged his team to distance themselves from the battlefield, secretly relieved they had Bardock on their side. Otherwise, facing such a monster would surely lead to their annihilation. It appeared that after transforming, the god of Daetongmu could not utilize his peculiar abilities. During their skirmish, Bardock discerned that the god of Daetongmu had not activated his ultimate reincarnation eye. Could it be that the loss of reason rendered him incapable of using it? This presented a prime opportunity. To be frank, the powers of the god of Daetongmu's ultimate reincarnation eye were exceedingly troublesome. To test his hypothesis, Bardock escalated his energy, activating the tenfold Kaioken. His battle power surged to an impressive 5 million. Thunder Cannon. Seizing an opening, Bardock distanced himself from the god of Daetongmu. Lightning coalescing in his palm, an energy orb infused with thunderbolts surged toward the god of Daetongmu. This was Bardock's signature move, employed against Frieza 2 decades prior. As the thunder cannon hurtled forward, the god of Daetongmu's eyes blazed with crimson light, and a massive energy tree materialized, colliding with Bardock's attack. In that moment, the world dimmed. The ferocity of their energies was so profound that it affected the very fabric of reality. Torrential rain began to pour, and relentless lightning descended from the heavens. Damn it, this fiend shows no intent to evade. Bardock gritted his teeth. Despite activating the tenfold Kaioken, in terms of sheer power, the god of Daetongmu still surpassed him. The situation escalated to a boiling point, with both warriors exchanging fierce blows, neither willing to concede an inch. As time progressed, the energy sphere of the god of wood had overpowered the lightning cannon and was rapidly descending upon Bardock. Should this attack connect, Bardock would undoubtedly face a grave threat to his life. I shall not allow you to prevail. In this moment of crisis, Bardock maximized his energy and, gritting his teeth, roared, 20-fold Kaioken. With the activation of the 20-fold Kaioken, the previously unfavorable situation was instantaneously reversed. Bardock's lightning cannon completely engulfed the god of wood's assault and struck him in an instant. The god of wood let out a piercing scream, his form consumed by a cataclysmic explosion. Finally, it was done. Bardock, utterly drained, reverted to his normal state and collapsed to the ground. The 20-fold Kaioken had pushed him to his limits. He was left with barely any energy, unable to even rise, and severely wounded. He desperately needed healing. How careless of me. I should have brought senza beans. Bardock lay sprawled on the ground, unable to stand for the time being. He gazed up at the thunderous sky and, suddenly, his pupils dilated in shock, for he beheld a figure hovering in the sky. How is this possible? Bardock was astonished, for the god of wood was not dead. However, the god of wood was in a dire state, his body battered, one eye destroyed, and reduced to half a form. Yet, even in such a wretched condition, the god of wood remained ferociously aggressive, his lone remaining eye fixed intently on Bardock, before he charged downwards with reckless abandon. This is bad. Bardock's expression changed dramatically. He wished to evade, but it was futile. He lacked the strength even to stand. The god of wood's attack was straightforward and brutal, descending like a hammer directly onto Bardock's abdomen. Already gravely injured, Bardock now faced an even greater calamity. Like a primal beast, the god of wood, despite his mutilated state, continued to rain blows upon Bardock, seemingly unwilling to cease until his foe lay lifeless. Bardock was utterly on the defensive, his bones fracturing under the relentless assault, the excruciating pain forcing him to cry out. Yet, even in the face of such dire circumstances, Bardock's heart held a steadfast conviction. I cannot perish. How can I die here? I still have to reach Namek. I have yet to defeat Frieza. I have not united all the Saiyans. There are countless tasks left undone. I absolutely cannot fall at the hands of this wretch. In that moment, a brilliant golden light surged skyward. The god of wood, who had been mercilessly pounding Bardock, was abruptly cast aside by this overwhelming aura. Chapter 21. The Mach Super Saiyan, a golden beam shot into the heavens. What is this? Bardock slowly rose from the ground, astonished as he gazed at his hands, feeling a boundless power surging forth. In that instant, Bardock felt as though with a mere gesture, he could obliterate the world. A Super Saiyan? No, the Super Saiyan is not limited to such a degree, Bardock murmured, acutely aware that his hair had not transformed into gold. This was the form of a pseudo-Super Saiyan. At that moment, Bardock recalled witnessing a similar transformation during Goku's life experiences. It was when Goku faced off against Frieza, a time when he, in the depths of despair, had ascended to the state of a pseudo-Super Saiyan. though the power of this pseudo-Super Saiyan could not be compared to that of a true Super Saiyan. It was more than sufficient for Bardock at this juncture. You are doomed, God of the Great Wood. Bardock's lips curled into a confident smile, his gaze now brimming with lethal intent. In this transformed state, his strength surpassed that of a 20-fold Kaioken. Moreover, the God of the Great Wood was already at his wit's end. It was time for Bardock to seize the opportunity for a comeback. The God of the Great Wood, having lost all rationality, was devoid of fear. With a furious roar, he raised his remaining right fist and hurled it towards Bardock. Unfortunately for him, Bardock had transcended the god's capabilities at this moment. He seized the god's fist and, without a moment's hesitation, hurled him skyward. Kamehameha. Bardock unleashed the full force of his attack, executing it with no hesitation, for he sensed that this state could not be sustained for long. A swift resolution was imperative. The full-powered Kamehameha engulfed the god of the Great Wood, obliterating him with overwhelming force. His energy dissipated. Victory was finally within reach. As Bardock relaxed, he reverted to his normal state, utterly exhausted, plummeting from the sky. His injuries were severe, and without a sense of being, it would take him weeks to recover. Hurry, he's fading fast. Get him to the medical pod. Gak, appearing just in time, urged his companions to assist Bardock into the spaceship. Gak, remember to take me to Namek, Bardock uttered before losing consciousness. Even in such a dire state, he was still fixated on Namek. Gak muttered a few words of concern but acted swiftly. The group quickly placed Bardock into the medical pod and piloted the spaceship towards Namek. Time passed swiftly, and 10 days flew by. A spaceship descended upon the verdant soil of Namek. Unlike Earth, Namek was awash in a lush green hue, with even the sky and oceans reflecting a vibrant emerald, providing a refreshing sense of clarity. Is this the homeland of Uncle Piccolo? It's truly beautiful. Gohan, experiencing another planet for the first time, was filled with curiosity. I sensed several powerful auras. These must belong to the Namekians. Goku, not indulging in the scenic beauty, closed his eyes to keenly perceive the flow of energy. He detected numerous auras akin to Piccolo's scattered throughout the area, their intensities varying but easily distinguishable. At that moment, Goku abruptly opened his eyes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just moments ago, he sensed an utterly malevolent presence, a terrifying aura that, despite the distance, instilled dread. Damn it, Frieza has truly arrived. Nappa and Raditz wore grim expressions, while Goku remained oblivious. Though they were acutely aware of the source of this terrifying energy, it was Frieza. To their astonishment, Frieza had indeed come to Namek. Was this the essence of Frieza? It was overwhelmingly formidable. Goku clenched his fists, feeling a mix of fear and exhilaration. Ah, that Vegeta's energy. Who is he battling? Suddenly, Goku detected Vegeta's presence and, invigorated, declared, "He's nearby. Let us go find him." Without hesitation, he soared towards the direction of Vegeta's energy, with Raditz and the others closely following. Vegeta, what an unfortunate encounter to find yourself here. In an open area, a purple-skinned, arrogantly smug alien mocked Vegeta. He had received orders from Frieza to seek the Dragon Balls and fortuitously crossed paths with Vegeta. The command from King Frieza was clear: eliminate Vegeta on sight. He had always found him displeasing, and now he could finally dispose of him openly. Oh, it's Chui? Vegeta raised an eyebrow, his gaze dripping with disdain. Unlucky, you say? That statement is rather perplexing. Having endured a fierce battle with Goku, nearly meeting his end before being resurrected, and undergoing intense training in the gravity chamber, Vegeta's power had surged to 300,000, a stark contrast to his former self on Earth. Now encountering Chui, his heart brimmed with murderous intent. You wild monkey. King Frieza has decreed that you be torn to shreds. Chui clenched his fists, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I shall bring your head back. King Frieza will surely reward me. Oh, is that so? Then come and try? Vegeta, unfazed by Frieza's intentions, provocatively beckoned Chui, exuding an air of brazen arrogance. Damn it. Still so infuriating. Die. Chui could no longer contain himself and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts directed at Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted, sending clouds of dust into the air. Humph, just a mere wild monkey. Chui's words faltered as he found himself frozen in disbelief. For Vegeta stood there, unharmed and unfazed. Chui, have you not eaten? Is this all you can muster? Vegeta dusted himself off, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Allow me to teach you how to harness energy. With his fingers splayed, he unleashed a wave of yellow energy in an instant. No, don't, Chui screamed, but the disparity between them was insurmountable. With a casual strike, Vegeta obliterated him on the spot. Several energies are approaching. It's Kakarot and those bothersome companions of his. Vegeta suddenly turned to the sky, and indeed, he saw Goku and his group arriving, his expression darkening. He had only just arrived on Namek and had hoped to gain the upper hand by departing early. However, he did not anticipate that the spacecraft engineered by Bulma would be so sluggish, and now, he found himself overtaken by Kakarot and his companions. Chapter 22, Arrival at Namek. Hey Vegeta, I thought you had absconded with the spaceship, but it seems you have also arrived on Namek. Goku greeted him, seemingly oblivious to Vegeta's displeasure. Where I go is none of your concern. Just hurry and get lost, Vegeta retorted coldly, crossing his arms and avoiding Goku's gaze. Come on, Vegeta. You must be searching for the Dragon Balls, right? Why don't we join forces? With our Dragon Ball radar, locating them would be a breeze, Goku suggested with a grin. What? Dragon Ball radar? Such a thing exists? Vegeta's expression shifted, intrigued by the revelation of this device. However, the thought of teaming up with Goku was unappealing to him. Yet, Goku's reasoning held merit. Using the radar would indeed expedite their search compared to his aimless endeavors. Vegeta, you must sense Frieza's energy as well. His objective is undoubtedly the Dragon Balls, Raditz interjected. We possess the Dragon Ball radar, which grants us an advantage. If Frieza acquires the Dragon Balls, you know the ramifications. Raditz is correct, we must unite. Even if we cannot obtain the Dragon Balls, we cannot allow Frieza to succeed, Nappa added, reasoning with Vegeta, who had once been his superior. Just don't hinder me, Vegeta thought, feeling a flicker of uncertainty. Indeed, Frieza's strength was formidable, and should he obtain the Dragon Balls, the prospect of defeating him would be utterly hopeless. Now that's more like it. Let me see where the Dragon Balls are located, Goku said, retrieving the Dragon Ball radar. It displayed 7 luminous points, 5 of which were clustered together, while the other 2 were scattered in the vicinity, one alarmingly close to their position. The 5 points indicated the presence of 5 Dragon Balls gathered in one location. Goku's intellect kicked into gear as he deduced. These must be the Dragon Balls Frieza has located. The other 2 are dispersed elsewhere, indicating that Frieza has not yet found them all. We still have hope. Kakarot. Let's proceed to the nearest Dragon Ball location, Raditz declared, no longer wasting words, and soared towards the radar's indicated spot, with Goku and the others swiftly following. In a small village, the once serene settlement had transformed into a scene of horror, strewn with the lifeless bodies of Namekians, both young and old, all devoid of breath. The village was left with only an elderly man and a small Namekian child. Before them stood 2 men, one with pink skin, adorned with warts and a fierce countenance, and the other, a strikingly handsome man with green skin, exuding elegance. These 2 were Frieza's right-hand men, Dodoria and Zarbon. Dondi, you must leave quickly, the elder urged, shielding the child behind him. Mu elder, I won't go. I cannot abandon you. Dondi trembled, terrified, clinging to Mu elder's side, yet refusing to flee alone. Old man, quickly reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, or not only shall you perish, but the child behind you will also meet his demise. Dodoria's demeanor was arrogant, devoid of any compassion. The Dragon Balls are meant for the righteous. You are all villains, and even in death, I shall not surrender them to you. Despite his profound fear, Elder Mu would never capitulate to malevolent forces. Is that so? How unfortunate. Dodoria shrugged and chuckled, saying, Little brat, don't blame me. Blame this old man. In a swift motion, Dodoria lunged towards Elder Mu, kicking him aside, then seized Dandy by the neck with one hand, lifting him into the air as if he were a mere chick. Dandy struggled with his short legs, but alas, he could not escape. Die, little brat. Dodoria's grip tightened, intent on suffocating the child. Stop. At that moment, a youthful voice rang out, and a figure dashed forward, delivering a fierce kick to Dodoria's face. Bang! Dodoria let out a wail, his corpulent body flying backward like a cannonball. Who is it? Sabor, who had been watching from the sidelines, was momentarily stunned, then looked up to the sky, where he spotted 4 men and a child. 3 of them were familiar to him. Vegeta? Nappa? Raditz? What a surprise to see you. As for Goku and Gohan, he did not recognize them. Are you all right? Gohan rushed to Elder Mu and Dandy after landing. having been the one to save Dandy moments earlier. And no, thank you, Dandy stammered, but the warmth in Gohan's innocent gaze brought him solace. Damn it, who kicked me? Dodoria fumed as he returned, rubbing his swollen cheek. Hey Dodoria, look, it's Lord Vegeta. Sabor snapped back to reality, pointing at Vegeta, his handsome face laden with mockery. In the past, Vegeta and his crew were the ones he despised most, and he had always sought to undermine them. Oh, it truly is Vegeta. Long time no see. Dodoria grinned, adding, you ambushed me just now, didn't you? You've grown bold in just a few days. Humph. You're not worth the effort for a sneak attack from Lord Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed, gesturing towards Gohan in the distance. It was that little brat who did it. Dodoria, you're becoming increasingly pathetic, getting ambushed by a child. How embarrassing. Ha. Nappa chimed in, laughing heartily as he clutched his stomach. He had long harbored disdain for Dodoria, and now he relished the opportunity to mock him. What? A little brat? Dodoria's face turned red with rage as he glared at Gohan, seething. Who are you, little brat? Tired of living? Dodoria, mind your tone. He is my nephew. Raditz stepped forward, coldly stating, I don't know if he is tired of living, but I do know that your days are numbered. Raditz harbored extreme disdain for Dodoria and Sabor, viewing them as nothing more than sycophants. Oh, Raditz, how dare you speak to me with such disrespect? Dodoria exclaimed, his eyes widening. It seems I have not played with you for quite some time. After all, you are nothing but wild monkeys, and ignorance is truly terrifying. Hey, Vegeta, leave these two to me. Do not interfere. Raditz clenched his fists. An expression of ferocity etched across his face. At last, he could personally deal with these two. Suit yourself. I find it beneath me to engage with trash. Vegeta observed coldly, his sights set on Frieza. The others were mere insects in his eyes. Hey, Zabo, did you hear that? Raditz wants to take on both of us. Is today April Fool's Day? Dodoria laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. Then you can entertain Raditz. Consider it a show. Zabo turned gracefully and took a seat to the side. To him, both Vegeta and Raditz were nothing more than worthless beings. A single hand from him could crush them. However, no sooner had they spoken, a shadow flashed before Zabo like a specter. Chapter 23, The Might of Raditz. What? So fast? Zabo barely settled into his seat when he was struck with a tremendous force, sending him plummeting into the distant lake. Dodoria rubbed his eyes vigorously, feeling as though he had not even seen how Raditz moved. It was as if Zabo had been struck out of thin air. No wonder he is my brother. Goku stood with his hands on his hips, brimming with fighting spirit, for he understood how formidable Raditz truly was, a strength akin to his own. TCH. Vegeta scoffed. Yet inwardly he could not help but ponder how Raditz, once a lazy individual, had grown so powerful. What's the matter, Lord Dodoria? Weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Why have you stopped? Raditz taunted, utterly unfazed by Dodoria's grim expression. Do you think speed alone is sufficient? Foolish child. Dodoria bellowed as he charged at Raditz. Though his physique was stout, his speed was not to be underestimated, launching a fierce attack on Raditz. Too slow, too slow. Your movements are like those of a turtle. In the face of Dodoria's assault, Raditz appeared to be in complete control. He chose not to counterattack, evading Dodoria's every strike as if toying with him. Under the immense force of 150 times gravity, his strength now rivaled that of Goku, boasting a battle power of 300,000, while Dodoria barely exceeded 40,000, hardly a match. You infuriate me. Dodoria became increasingly frantic, unable to keep pace with Raditz's movements, his every attack missing its mark. Bam! After toying with him for a while, Raditz delivered a punch directly to Dodoria's face. Wow! A single punch, merely an ordinary blow. And Dodoria crumpled as if struck by a meteorite, instantly drained of energy, kneeling on the ground, clutching his face. One punch was all it took to render Dodoria incapable of further combat. But this was not the end. Raditz had no intention of letting Dodoria off so easily. He mounted Dodoria and unleashed a barrage of punches, behaving like a street thug. Raditz expertly controlled his strength, refraining from using energy, relying solely on the force of his fists, eager to vent the pent-up frustration from years of being bullied by Dodoria. In the distance, Dandy, protected by Gohan and Goku, widened his eyes in astonishment as the very demon that had ravaged their village was now being utterly vanquished. Salvation was at hand. Namek was indeed saved. Fear not, dear elder. With us around, you shall not suffer any harm, Goku declared with a warm smile. Young ones, I am deeply grateful. Namek is presently facing calamity, and I sincerely apologize for not being able to offer you hospitality, Elder Mu expressed, his face a mask of regret. I can sense that you are free of malevolence. Except for the short one over there. Vegeta, overhearing this remark, was visibly incensed, nearly losing his composure to retaliate, while Goku could only offer an awkward smile. Raditz, I shall see you dead. Raditz unleashed a fierce assault on Dodoria, only to be met with a thunderous roar from afar, accompanied by an overwhelming presence that charged toward him. Just in time, Raditz thought, having sensed Saibo's approach. He pivoted swiftly, delivering a powerful punch that collided with Saibo's fist. The resulting explosion of energy caused the ground to tremble beneath them. In a fit of rage, Saibo struck back, but found himself hurled backward, blood spilling from his mouth. A wave of disbelief washed over him. When had Raditz become so formidable? This power seemed to rival that of Captain Jinyu. Since you are so eager for death, I shall grant your wish. Raditz, his expression devoid of emotion, radiated a white aura as he swiftly closed the distance to Saibo. Grasping Saibo's head, he pressed it against a towering peak, charging forward with unrelenting force. The sheer momentum carved a deep trench into the ground. With a sickening thud, Saibo's once handsome visage was now marred with blood, lifted effortlessly by Raditz. You often claim that we Saiyans are inferior creatures, do you not? Raditz taunted, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Saibo. What has become of you now, O noble Saibo? Reduced to being chased and beaten by what you deem to be a lowly beast? Raditz reveled in the moment. The once haughty Saibo now stood before him, diminished to less than an insect. Yet, Saibo seethed with fury, unable to move an inch, as Raditz loomed like an insurmountable mountain. Desperation set in. He had no choice but to resort to that technique, lest he truly perish at Raditz's hands. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped Saibo, his energy surging dramatically. What is happening? Raditz murmured, momentarily taken aback, loosening his grip as curiosity replaced his aggression. In the blink of an eye, Saibo was enveloped in a brilliant glow. When the light faded, an unsightly monster stood before Raditz. Ah, so you possess the ability to transform, Raditz exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. The energy emanating from Saibo was indeed far greater than before. Cursed wild monkey, you have forced me to this point. Very well. Transformed and bloodthirsty, Saibo wasted no time. He raised his muscular arm and swung it at Raditz. Yet, to his utter horror, Raditz merely used a single finger to block his punch. How is this possible? Saibo's expression resembled that of a ghost, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, You cannot be that powerful. It is impossible. I apologize, but had it been in the past, seeing your transformation would have stripped me of all courage to fight. Raditz's tone was cold as he replied, Unfortunately, I am no longer the same as before. You have danced long enough. It is time for you to perish. With fingers splayed, Raditz unleashed a violet energy blast directed at Saibo. No, Saibo cried out in despair. But it was futile. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Under the onslaught of the purple energy, Saibo was utterly obliterated. Thus, one of Frieza's arms lay dead, while the other was rendered useless. Wonderful, thank you. With the crisis averted, Dandy and Elder Mu expressed their elation. Gohan and Dandy had grown familiar. As he grasped Dandy's hand, cheering incessantly, Young men, you are not Namekians. I surmise your purpose here is also the Dragon Balls? At that moment, Elder Mu interjected. Chapter 24. The arrival of the mysterious strongman indeed, for our comrade has perished. He was, like you, a Namekian. Goku, without reservation, recounted Piccolo's origins and the invasion by Frieza. Upon hearing this, both Elder Mu and Dandy were taken aback. It turned out that this individual named Piccolo was of their own kin, which explained the calamity that befell Namek. How could they not be targeted by such a terrifying cosmic emperor? I understand now. Evil has descended, and the darkest hour for Namek has arrived, Elder Mu said gravely. Yet, fortunately, amidst the darkness, there is a glimmer of hope. You possess goodness within you. I shall now entrust the Dragon Balls to you. With a knowing glance, Elder Mu signaled to Dandy, who promptly dashed to the remaining structure and retrieved a colossal Dragon Ball. Is this the genuine Dragon Ball? It is enormous, Goku exclaimed in astonishment, for the Dragon Balls of Namek were considerably larger than those of Earth. Raditz and the others were also taken aback, marveling at this orb that resembled a glass sphere, questioning if it truly had the power to grant any wish. There is another Dragon Ball with the Grand Elder. I shall lead you to his residence, Elder Mu declared. The Grand Elder is the creator of the Dragon Balls. If he were to perish, the Dragon Balls would vanish as well, so we must ensure his safety. How foolish. Just then, Vegeta seemed to recall something, and with a swift stride, he confronted Dodoria, glaring at the scouter on his face. In a fit of rage, Vegeta delivered a punch that shattered Dodoria's head. Hey, Vegeta, he has already lost the will to fight. Was it necessary to kill him? Goku, with a heart softened by compassion, felt displeased by Vegeta's ruthlessness, believing that the foe posed no further threat and that lethal force was unwarranted. Foolish creature. Vegeta, consumed by rage, exclaimed vehemently, Dodoria is still equipped with a scouter, the latest model no less. Our recent conversation has undoubtedly been transmitted to Frieza. How infuriating. Vegeta lamented his oversight of such a crucial detail. Now Frieza was aware of the Dragon Ball's whereabouts. If Frieza were to gather all the Dragon Balls, the consequences would be dire. Hurry, we must return the Dragon Balls to the spaceship. In a moment of clarity, Vegeta proposed. Frieza cannot sense energy, nor does he possess a Dragon Ball radar. As long as we conceal this Dragon Ball well, Frieza will never succeed in collecting them all. It must be said that despite his brutal and cold-hearted nature, Vegeta's intellect was undeniably sharp. Indeed, Vegeta, you truly are astute to have considered this, Goku remarked, slapping his forehead in agreement with Vegeta's plan. They realized that confronting Frieza directly was a futile endeavor. Let us accompany Dend and the others to the Grand Elder. Raditz suggested thoughtfully. Nappa, you must take the Dragon Ball back to the spaceship and ensure it is hidden securely. Understood, Nappa nodded solemnly. Recognizing that Gohan was still a child and should not bear the responsibility of safeguarding the Dragon Ball, given that he possessed the lowest fighting power among them, it was rational for him to undertake this task. Nappa, you must conceal your energy. We cannot allow Frieza's minions to detect you. Goku handed the Dragon Ball to Nappa, his expression unusually grave. Nappa nodded resolutely, clutching the Dragon Ball, and soared toward the spaceship's landing site. Meanwhile, Goku and the others, accompanied by Elder Mutant and Dend, proceeded toward the Grand Elder's residence. Inside Frieza's spaceship, he mused to himself, having turned off the scouter. So, it appears that when the creator of the Dragon Balls perishes, the Dragon Balls themselves also vanish. In light of this, the Grand Elder cannot be allowed to die just yet. Furthermore, it seems that Vegeta and his cohort have allied with the Earthlings. Additionally, the strength of these Saiyan monkeys appears to have increased significantly, having even defeated Dodoria and Zarbon. It is high time to deploy the Ginyu Force. Gazing out the window, Frieza continued his soliloquy. First, I shall acquire the Dragon Balls from Vegeta and his companions. There is no immediate rush to visit the Grand Elder. I shall personally attend to the Grand Elder in due time, and then the 7 Dragon Balls will be gathered. This clearly illustrated Frieza's overwhelming arrogance. Had he intervened personally, the Dragon Balls would have already been united. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of Namek, a small spacecraft touched down upon the surface. The hatch opened, and a tall figure emerged from within. This individual had green skin, a face marked by cunning, and 2 antennae adorning his forehead, resembling the Namekians. The only distinction was that this person bore the signs of age. Namek, my homeland. Who would have thought that one day I, King Slug, would return? Indeed, this individual was none other than the super genius of Namek, King Slug, who had been sent away from Namek during his childhood. Unlike the peace-loving Namekians, Slag is an exceedingly malevolent individual, akin to the notorious King Piccolo of yore. Most crucially, Slag possesses immense strength, having single-handedly ruled an entire planet. However, despite his formidable power, he remains powerless against the relentless march of time. As age and frailty set in, Slag finds himself restless, unwilling to relinquish the hard-won dominion he has established. He has yet to conquer the entire universe. How could he simply succumb to death? Thus, Slag recalls his homeland, Namek. He remembers that Namek is home to the Dragon Balls, yet he had never secured their precise coordinates, dismissing their significance. Now, faced with the specter of mortality, Slag expends considerable resources to finally ascertain the location of Namek. He boards the swiftest spacecraft and, at long last, arrives at Namek. Upon confronting his former homeland, Slag has no desire to admire its beauty. His sole focus is to obtain the Dragon Balls and achieve eternal life. What is that figure? As Slag descends from the spacecraft, he catches sight of a silhouette darting across the sky, clutching an object. He decides to inquire about the situation. With a sinister grin, Slag vanishes from his position, instantly pursuing the figure in the sky. Who are you? A Namekian? Do not obstruct my path. The individual, Dabba, glances at the suddenly materialized figure, annoyance evident in his tone. I have urgent matters to attend to. Kindly step aside. Hey, what is your name? You are not a Namekian, Slag commands imperiously. And what is that you are holding? Is it a Dragon Ball? Chapter 25. Unleashing Potential. I see. A Saiyan. Is it? Inside Goku and his companion spacecraft, Dabba lies on the floor, his abdomen pierced, blood pooling around him, his life force extinguished. Clearly, Slag has slain Dabba. The situation is more intricate than I had anticipated. Slag sits in a chair, brow furrowed, murmuring to himself. I did not expect Frieza to arrive as well. This complicates matters. Aware of the fearsome reputation of the cosmic tyrant Frieza, Slag knows he faces a formidable foe, one he lacks confidence in defeating. Best to remain hidden. After all, I possess a Dragon Ball, and Frieza cannot assemble the rest just yet. I shall observe the unfolding events. Slag swiftly devises a plan. He glances at Dabba's lifeless body and the spacecraft, smirking as he raises his hand to unleash an energy wave that obliterates the spacecraft, before vanishing with the Dragon Ball in hand. Everyone, this is the residence of the Grand Elder. At this moment, Goku and his companions remain unaware of Dabba's demise. They have arrived at a high mountain on Namek, where a solitary small house stands, and before it stands a solemn Namekian. Naru, these young individuals wish to meet the Grand Elder. I kindly request you convey this message. Elder Mu speaks courteously, for Naru is the Grand Elder's guardian, the mightiest warrior among the Namekians. I apologize, but the Grand Elder's health is increasingly frail. He cannot be disturbed any further. Naru resolutely rejected, his gaze vigilant as he scrutinized Goku and the others. With Namek in peril, any outsider could potentially be an enemy. Naru, they are good people, Dandy interjected. Tugging at Naru's hand with an innocent tone, they saved me and the Elder. However, Naru was not unreasonable and found himself in a quandary. Naru, let them in. A frail, aged voice emanated from within the dwelling. Yes, Elder. Upon hearing this, Naru turned aside, gesturing for Goku and his companions to enter. As they stepped inside, they discovered the room was small, and an elderly man with a weary visage and a corpulent frame sat in a chair. The Elder, Mu, and Dandy showed utmost respect. Saiyans, I am already aware of your intentions. The Elder spoke slowly. Namek is currently facing a crisis. Malevolent forces are stirring. What we need now are not elders, but valiant warriors. He continued, moreover, your companion has met his demise, and that boy, Shrag, has returned to Namek. Despite his frail condition, the Elder was well informed about the happenings on Namek, including Shrag's arrival. Yet, he felt utterly powerless in this situation, with the only glimmer of hope resting upon the few Saiyans before him. What? Nappa is dead? Goku and the others were taken aback by this revelation. They quickly sensed around them and confirmed that Nappa's energy had indeed vanished. This is disastrous. That fool Nappa couldn't even handle a trivial task. Now the Dragon Balls are at risk of being seized. Vegeta exclaimed, panic rising within him. The Dragon Balls were in Nappa's possession, and with him gone, it was certain that Shrag would snatch them away. Damn it, I must retrieve the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, ever the hothead, was ready to rush off in pursuit of Shrag. Wait, Saiyans. With your current strength, seeking out Shrag would be tantamount to courting death, the Elder interjected, halting Vegeta. Shrag is a prodigious talent of our Namek, yet his heart is steeped in malevolence. His combat prowess rivals that of Frieza. What? The Elder's words left not only Vegeta but also Mu and Dandy in a state of shock. When did such a formidable individual emerge on Namek? Such extraordinary power was unprecedented. Regardless, the Dragon Balls must not fall into the hands of others. True to his nature, Vegeta remained undeterred by the Elder's warning and insisted on pursuing Shrag. Vegeta, I shall accompany you. A Saiyan never retreats. Goku and Raditz declared in unison, their hearts brimming with fighting spirit. Truly, they were a warrior race. The Elder sighed and said, very well, since you are undaunted by evil, I shall lend you my support. Come to my side, and I can awaken your latent potential. Elder, you mustn't. Doing so would only exacerbate your frail condition, Naru interjected, concerned for the Elder's well-being. I have already stated, Namek does not require an Elder at this moment. It requires righteous warriors. The Elder smiled and remarked, moreover, my time is limited, so I need not concern myself. Pray tell, can you truly unleash potential? Should I discover that you are deceiving me, I shall not spare you." Vegeta, intrigued, was the first to leap forth and declare, "Rest assured, that Namekian does not lie." The elder, unfazed by Vegeta's demeanor, gently placed his hand upon the latter's head with a smile. Vegeta snorted dismissively, yet he too anticipated whether this elder truly possessed such extraordinary capabilities. "Ah, truly remarkable. Your potential is boundless," the elder exclaimed in astonishment. "With my current abilities, I can only awaken a fraction of your potential." No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta's eyes widened, and a formidable energy surged forth from within him, causing his combat power to soar from 300,000 to an astonishing 1,000,000. It was evident that the elder's frail age limited his capacity. Had he been younger, he might have unlocked even greater potential. How impressive! Goku, Raditz, and Gohan gazed in awe, astonished that a mere touch upon the head could propel Vegeta's strength to such staggering heights. This cannot possibly be a dream. Vegeta laughed heartily, intoxicated by his newfound might. What are Slag and Frieza to me now? They are no match. All right, I shall give it a try as well. Goku could no longer contain his excitement and hurried to the elder's side. Incredible. Your potential is even greater, and your heart is pure and unblemished, the elder mused while stroking Goku's head. It is hard to fathom that amidst the bloodthirsty Saiyans, there exists one such as you. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Goku, who gazed in disbelief at his hands. At that moment, he experienced a qualitative leap, achieving a combat power that also reached 1,000,000. Next came Raditz and Gohan. As Goku's brother, Raditz's potential was equally formidable. Upon awakening, his strength rose to 1,000,000 as well. Gohan's enhancement, while comparatively modest, reached 500,000. This did not indicate that Gohan's potential was low. Rather, it was the highest among all present. However, when it was Gohan's turn, the elder could only awaken a minuscule amount before he was drained. "My dear friends, the fate of Namek rests upon your shoulders," the elder said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his breathing becoming erratic. It was evident that his efforts to awaken the potential of Goku and the others had taken a toll on his vitality. The elder was now teetering on the brink of death. "Gohan, please provide us with some senzu beans. You stay here to safeguard the elder," Goku instructed as he took the beans from Gohan, his fighting spirit ignited. "We shall confront Slag and avenge Nappa. Let us go." Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta soared into the sky, their fierce auras trailing behind them as they vanished into the horizon. Chapter 26. The God of War Slag. The trio of Goku raced back to the area where their spaceship had originally landed. Gazing upon the scattered metallic debris, Raditz could not contain his anger. "This Slag is truly despicable. Not only did he kill Nappa, but he also destroyed our spaceship. How infuriating. Without the spaceship, we cannot return to Earth." Wukong struck the ground with a powerful fist. Vegeta remained silent, attentively sensing the fluctuations of energy in the vicinity. Despite the destruction of the spacecraft, he still possessed another, a vessel he had pilfered from Bulma, freshly constructed. Thus, he harbored no concerns about his return. His singular focus was to vanquish Shrag and avenge Nappa, subsequently reclaiming the Dragon Balls. Unbeknownst to him, the once inconsequential Nappa had gained a measure of significance in his heart. At that moment, Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes and swiftly turned towards the northwest. Although Shrag had concealed himself adeptly, his mastery over energy was evidently lacking, allowing Vegeta to effortlessly detect the fluctuations. Vegeta, along with Wukong and Raditz, hastily pursued him. "Let us leave the Dragon Balls here for now and seek an opportunity to obtain Frieza's Dragon Balls later." Shrag, burying the Dragon Balls in the ground, smirked malevolently. "As long as I can restore my youth, I shall not fear even Frieza. Shrag, prepare to meet your demise." Just as Shrag was caught off guard, a furious roar echoed from above, accompanied by an overwhelming aura rapidly approaching. It was Vegeta, Wukong, and Raditz. Boom! As Shrag raised his head in astonishment, he was struck squarely in the cheek by a punch from Vegeta, sending him skidding across the ground and crashing through several mountains. "Who dares to ambush me?" Though he had been hit head-on, Shrag remained unscathed, his face contorted with rage as he glared at the trio of Saiyans from afar. "Saiyans, are you the companions of that giant?" This individual exuded a heavy aura of malevolence, reminiscent of the former King Piccolo. Wukong's expression turned grave as he sensed the pure evil emanating from Shrag, an evil he had once encountered in King Piccolo. You dare to steal my Dragon Balls, Namekian? You are courting death. Vegeta's fury reached its zenith as he roared, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. In the next moment, Vegeta vanished from his position, reappearing before Shrag, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that surged violently towards him. A mere Saiyan dares to provoke the demon race. Shrag's expression was one of disdain. He effortlessly deflected Vegeta's attacks with a single hand. What? Vegeta was taken aback. How could this be? Although he had not exerted his full strength, the opponent had neutralized his assault with such ease. It appeared that the Grand Elder had not exaggerated. This Shrag indeed possessed formidable abilities. Die Saiyan. Shrag was not one to be trifled with. His eyes gleamed as he unleashed two beams of crimson light, moving with blinding speed. Vegeta dodged. Just as Vegeta was about to be struck, Wukong appeared in front of him, pushing him aside. Boom, boom, boom. The red beams sliced through the ground, carving out two enormous chasms and even splitting the sea in two. With a mere flick, Shrag altered the landscape. Such was the terrifying power he wielded. Kakarot, do not interfere. Vegeta seethed with anger at Goku's meddling, yet a lingering dread gnawed at him. Had that recent attack found its mark, he would have faced severe injury, if not death. He had foolishly believed that after enhancing his strength, he could effortlessly vanquish Shrag, but now he realized the naivety of his assumptions. Shrag was not an adversary to be underestimated. Caution was paramount. Goku's fighting spirit surged, and he swiftly darted toward Shrag, unleashing a flurry of rapid, fierce strikes. Despite Goku's relentless onslaught, Shrag expertly evaded each attack, demonstrating a tranquil composure. No matter the angle from which Goku attacked, Shrag effortlessly sidestepped his blows. Kakarot, I shall assist you. Raditz, standing nearby, joined the fray, and the two brothers launched a coordinated assault against Shrag, their fierce energies reverberating through the air. True to their Saiyan heritage, they were each valiant and relentless. Yet, Shrag maintained his calm demeanor amidst the brothers' combined assault, even mocking them with the words, "Your strength is utterly insufficient. You cannot even tickle me." With a sudden movement, Shrag extended his arms, easily catching both Goku's and Raditz's punches. He yanked them together with force, causing them to collide, before casually discarding them aside as if they were mere refuse. Though aged and not at his peak power, Shrag was far from a match for the current abilities of Goku and Raditz. Gallic Gun. A purple energy blast surged from behind, striking Shrag squarely in the back. The violent explosion birthed a colossal mushroom cloud, enveloping the ground in thick smoke and debris. Your opponent is none other than me. Vegeta grinned wickedly, convinced that Shrag could not emerge unscathed from his full-force attack. However, as the smoke cleared, Vegeta was left utterly astonished. Shrag, despite his tattered clothing, bore no injuries whatsoever. Is this creature a monster? He seethed in disbelief. Goku and Raditz shared in the shock. Had they been in Shrag's position, they would not have dared to withstand such a blow, yet he remained unscathed. Was there truly such a vast chasm between their strengths? When did the Saiyans resort to ambush tactics? Shrag dusted off his attire, his gaze growing cold as he declared, "Let me impart to you a taste of fear." In an instant, he vanished from view, only to reappear before Vegeta, unleashing a green energy wave from his mouth. The tremendous blast engulfed Vegeta, its overwhelming force obliterating everything in its path. "Vegeta!" Goku and Raditz shouted, hastening toward him. "Damn that fiend!" Vegeta lay on the ground, bloodied and breathless, his energy plummeting to its nadir. In just a single strike, he had been rendered incapable of fighting. "Vegeta, quickly, consume a Senzu bean. After that, you can recover." Goku hastily placed a Senzu bean in Vegeta's mouth. Having experienced the miraculous effects of the beans before, Vegeta summoned his remaining strength to swallow it. In the blink of an eye, the almost lifeless Vegeta was revitalized, fully restored. "That accursed wretch, I will slay you," he vowed. Vegeta, consumed by fury, felt the sting of humiliation as a mere single strike had felled him, a proud prince of the Saiyans. How could he face the world with such disgrace? He resolved to make Slag pay dearly. Chapter 27. Alliance Brother. Our adversary is too formidable. We cannot prevail in solitary combat, Goku declared with an expression of grave seriousness. We must unite our strengths. Although Goku preferred to confront foes independently, the dire circumstances compelled him. Slag's might was overwhelming, and if they continued to fight alone, They risked their very lives. This creature had yet to unleash its true power. It was indeed a monstrosity. With a fierce roar, Raditz activated the Kaioken and charged at Slag. Goku, refusing to be outdone, similarly unleashed the Kaioken to confront their foe. What is that phenomenon? It allows for instantaneous recovery? Slag's eyes reflected astonishment, but there was no time for contemplation as Goku and his companions closed in on him. The trio, Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz, launched an all-out assault on Slag. The intense clashes of energy reverberated through the sky, and the power of Goku and Raditz, enhanced by the Kaioken, was significantly greater than before. Vegeta, ever the opportunist, flitted around the periphery of the battlefield, further unsettling Slag. What sorcery is this? Their combat prowess has surged dramatically. Slag assumed a defensive stance, bracing against the onslaught of Goku and his brother, though a tempest of unease brewed within him, for he found himself at a disadvantage. You insignificant pests. Do not become too complacent. Frustration mounting, Slag emanated a blinding aura, forcefully repelling Goku and his companions. His arms elongated instantaneously, ensnaring Vegeta, who had been a thorn in his side, and he slammed him down with tremendous force. Blood spewed from Vegeta's mouth as he gasped in pain. Be cautious. His body can morph at will, Goku warned, well-versed in the combat style of the Namekian. Electric wave. A violet shockwave surged toward Slag's arm, and Raditz seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful strike. Slag winced in pain, compelled to release Vegeta and retract his arm. However, this only served to enrage Slag further. With his fingers splayed, he unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate energy blasts toward Goku and his allies. The air was filled with the chaotic dance of energy orbs, and Goku and his companions evaded Slag's relentless attacks with agility. Spirit Bomb. Gritting his teeth, Goku unleashed a formidable Spirit Bomb, dispersing the multitude of energy projectiles in the sky. You have revealed a vulnerability. Slag appeared behind Goku without warning, causing Goku's face to pale as he instinctively turned to deliver a punch. Despite Goku's swift reaction, Slag effortlessly evaded the strike and landed a devastating blow to Goku's abdomen. Ugh! The impact sent Goku plummeting to the ground like a cannonball, but Slag's arm extended once more, capturing Goku and pulling him back with relentless force. With a resounding thud, Goku was toyed with by Shrag, enduring a relentless barrage of punches in the blink of an eye, receiving over 100 blows. Severely injured, Goku could no longer maintain the Kaioken and plummeted to the ground. Damn it, I will make you pay. Raditz, witnessing Goku's dire state, erupted in fury, his entire being radiating a terrifying aura as he charged at Shrag. Vegeta mirrored his sentiments, and together they launched a fierce assault on Shrag. Get out of my way. Yet Shrag had lost any interest in playing with them. Like a child grasping at chicks, he seized both warriors, slamming them to the ground with unrelenting ferocity. The sickening sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed through the air as Raditz and Vegeta found themselves helplessly pinned down, unable to retaliate against the monstrous Shrag. In mere moments, they lay on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness, devoid of any will to fight. Damn it, there's no other choice. I must unleash my true power. Seizing the moment, Goku swallowed a senzu bean, his grievous injuries miraculously mending in an instant. Kaioken times 20. His roar reverberated through the skies, a blinding red light shooting upwards. Goku's aura surged, his muscles bulging, and with the aid of the Kaioken, his power skyrocketed to an astounding 10 million. What? The sheer magnitude of Goku's strength altered the very fabric of reality, leaving Shrag in stunned disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. What on earth is happening? Why has his power surged so dramatically? Die? In the state of Kaioken times 20, Goku's speed became astonishing, and before Shrag could even comprehend, Goku appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. This is for your earlier blows. Gritting his teeth, sweat poured from Goku's body. The Kaioken times 20 was his utmost limit, the excruciating burden inflicting relentless pain, compelling Goku to conclude the battle swiftly. Shrag was sent soaring into the sky from the force of the strike, blood seeping from his mouth. A tempest of emotions surged within him. Goku's combat prowess was now nearly on par with his own. When did the Saiyans become so formidable? But before he could ponder further, an icy chill enveloped him as Goku closed the distance in an instant, delivering a crushing blow to the back of Shrag's head. Shrag plummeted once more, yet Goku offered him no respite, teleporting in front of him and delivering another kick, sending Shrag skyward again. However, Goku was not unscathed. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth, the burden of the Kaioken times 20 far exceeding his expectations. With determination, Goku mustered his strength, directing a full-force Kamehameha at the airborne Shrag. The immense blue energy wave contained a cataclysmic force, scattering the clouds above, causing nearby lakes to boil violently and erupt in water spouts reaching for the sky. Such was the overwhelming power of the Kamehameha under the Kaioken times 20. Kakarot, I shall assist you. Raditz suddenly materialized before Goku, having consumed his last combat Sensabine, his strength fully restored. He roared as he unleashed his full power towards the heavens, his entire being engulfed in a radiant crimson glow, employing the 20-fold Kaioken, much like Goku. The Kamehameha wave intertwined with Raditz's energy blast, ultimately merging into an even more formidable assault. The azure-purple wave, imbued with tremendous might, surged forth in the blink of an eye, crashing before Shrag. Sensing the impending danger, Shrag's expression shifted dramatically. He had initially intended to conserve energy for his confrontation with Frieza, but now he realized that such caution was futile. Do you truly believe this will defeat me? Such naivety, Shrag bellowed, as he rapidly coalesced a massive sphere of energy in his hand and hurled it downward. The two forces collided instantaneously. Chapter 28. Annihilation. A violent tremor reverberated across the entirety of Namek. Whether it was the remaining Namekians or Frieza's minions, all felt the overwhelming energy saturating the planet. What is happening? Who is engaged in combat? Frieza, aboard his spacecraft, soared into the sky, gazing at the kaleidoscopic horizon, his serpentine eyes narrowing. Is it Vegeta's group? No. They shouldn't possess the capability to create such a disturbance. Frieza muttered to himself, or perhaps, an unforeseen situation has arisen? Activating his scouter, he indeed detected several powerful energy signatures, alongside a few slightly weaker auras not far from the battlefield. Daring to perform tricks beneath my very nose. Who possesses such audacity? A sinister grin crept across Frieza's lips as he turned to Captain Jinyu, instructing, I need you to investigate who is battling there. If you encounter Vegeta's group, eliminate them on the spot. The Jinyu force had just arrived on Namek. Understood, Lord Frieza, Jinyu replied without further ado, vanishing into the sky with his team in a flash of light. Frieza, staring at the horizon, felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding that something dire was about to unfold. At the Grand Elder's residence, several powerful energies were approaching. Who could it be? Gohan, initially focused on the battle involving Goku, suddenly straightened, his gaze fixed on the distance. He sensed 5 auras racing toward them, although, in Gohan's current perception, their strength seemed rather insignificant. Naru, child, you must immediately retrieve your friends, the Grand Elder spoke. Frieza's subordinates are heading that way, and they are severely injured. If they are discovered, the consequences could be dire. As the Grand Elder, he was acutely aware of every stir on the planet. What? Gohan's expression shifted, and he quickly attuned himself to Goku and the others' auras, confirming the Grand Elder's words. Their energies were indeed at a dangerously low ebb. Without hesitation, he propelled himself towards Goku with all his might. Grand Elder, this is an exceptional circumstance. If I leave, I fear Nara may hesitate, worried that my absence will put you in peril. It matters not. If I perish, the Dragon Balls will vanish. As of now, I am the safest, the Grand Elder asserted with clarity, unperturbed by his own fate. Then I shall take my leave. As Nailu pondered deeply, he realized that indeed, Frieza would never act against the Grand Elder before obtaining all the Dragon Balls. Furthermore, as a person of righteousness, had it not been for his obligation to protect the Grand Elder, he would have already launched an assault. He swiftly followed Gohan. You wretched ants. Did you think your attacks could defeat me? Slag, battered and bruised, was in a dire state. His right arm had been severed in the recent confrontation. However, like all Namekians, he possessed the ability to heal, and with a mighty roar, his lost limb regenerated. Yet, this came at a cost. His energy had dwindled to a mere fraction, rendering him incapable of exhibiting even 1/10 of his usual combat prowess. As for Goku and his companions below, they had succumbed to severe injuries and unconsciousness from the earlier explosion. At this moment, any one of them could easily bring about their demise. I shall send you to the underworld, you detestable Saiyans. The hatred within Slag was palpable. He had initially planned to lurk in the shadows to orchestrate chaos, but now, having been drained by Goku and his friends, he was gravely injured and unable to recover in a timely manner. His resentment towards Goku and his allies surged. Drawing upon the remnants of his energy, Slag conjured a sphere of power, his gaze radiating intense malice. Just as he prepared to unleash this lethal strike upon Goku's group, his expression abruptly shifted. Who was approaching? 1, 2, no, 7. Slag's countenance darkened. He sensed several energy signatures drawing near, and their presence was alarmingly close. Had he been uninjured, these energies would have seemed as insignificant as ants, but the situation had changed. With his current state of diminished strength, should they be foes, he feared for his very life. Ever the cunning and cautious Slag would not recklessly expose himself to danger out of mere frustration. Next time, I shall eliminate you, he resolved, deciding swiftly to abandon the battlefield without even retrieving the hidden Dragon Balls. As Slag departed, Gohan and Nailu arrived at the scene. Father, Uncle Vegeta. Gohan's eyes fell upon the unconscious forms of Goku and the others, and he quickly descended, relieved to find them merely in a state of unconsciousness. Uncle Nailu, we must leave at once. Gohan hoisted Goku onto his back, urging Nailu to hurry. Wait a moment, there are Dragon Balls concealed here. Nailu approached a hidden corner, retrieving the Dragon Balls from their secretive location and tossed one to Gohan. Ah, this is the Dragon Ball given to us by Elder Mu. It was indeed taken by Slag. Gohan accepted the Dragon Ball, gazing at the stars etched upon it, realization dawning upon him. Let us depart. Nailu picked up Raditz and Vegeta, ready to leave this place. However, at that moment, 5 shadowy figures suddenly materialized before them. These 5 were none other than the Ginyu Force, striking a comically grotesque pose. Who are you? Are you Frieza's subordinates? Gohan had no time to admire the Ginyu Force's antics, though he secretly found their pose rather impressive. Ah, behold, the Namekian. Is that not Vegeta and Raditz? Captain Ginyu, hands on hips, exclaimed, Oh dear, little one, is that a Dragon Ball in your possession? How splendid. Ha ha. To his surprise, while merely seeking information, he stumbled upon Vegeta's whereabouts and, more importantly, discovered a Dragon Ball. This was a splendid opportunity. Upon his return, Frieza would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. Hand over the Dragon Ball, and I may consider granting you a swift end, boasted Bardock. A mere child, he could extinguish with a mere breath. You lot better scram. Gohan, filled with urgency, unleashed a terrifying aura from within. He was desperate to carry Goku away and had no time to engage in banter with the Ginyu Force. Thus, Gohan unleashed his full power, a vibrant orange light coalescing in his hands. Special Beam Cannon. Without a moment's hesitation, Gohan directed the full force of his attack. The powerful energy beam surged toward the entire Ginyu Force like a laser. What? Get out of the way. The Ginyu Force, sensing the overwhelming energy, was struck with fear. Regrettably, they had underestimated their opponent, leaving them no time to evade. With a resounding explosion, the entire Ginyu Force was obliterated into nothingness. Alas, they had barely made their entrance before meeting their demise. Gohan's combat prowess far exceeded theirs. Dispatching the Ginyu Force was as effortless as drinking water. Without hesitation, Gohan grasped the Dragon Ball and swiftly departed, carrying Goku on his back. Chapter 29. Luring the snake out of its hole. Dondi, hurry and assist them with healing. In the Grand Elder's chamber, Gohan and Nail had safely returned Goku and his companions. The Grand Elder immediately instructed Dondi to employ magic for their recovery. Yes, Dondi responded, his expression grave. He closed his eyes, palms glowing with a verdant light. Shortly thereafter, Goku and the others were restored to their former selves. That despicable slug. I shall take vengeance upon him. Vegeta, ever reckless, bellowed upon regaining consciousness, eager to confront Slug. This defeat was utterly humiliating. To have allied with Kakarot was a disgrace. And now, to be unable to best even a Namekian was an indelible stain on his life. However, before Vegeta could act on his impulse, Goku intervened, incredulously examining his own hands. What is happening? Why has my power surged so dramatically? Goku was astonished. Upon recovering, his strength had increased several-fold. Humph, Kakarot. We Saiyans are a warrior race, Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms. Whenever a Saiyan is on the brink of death, should they manage to recover, their battle power can increase significantly. Indeed, the greater the injuries sustained, the stronger the increase in power, Raditz added at that moment. I believe that with our current strength, should we encounter Slug again, we shall not suffer defeat. Goku clenched his fists, a surge of fighting spirit igniting within him. This was the first time he faced such a formidable opponent as Slug. Saiyans, do not act recklessly. At this moment, the Grand Elder spoke. The current situation is quite delicate. Frieza is already stirring with intent, and Slug is also lurking with keen interest. If we act recklessly, they may join forces to eliminate you first. The Grand Elder, wise beyond his years, had a firm grasp on the intricacies of the situation. Vegeta curled his lip. He was no fool and understood the Elder's implication. The plan was simply to wait for Slug and Frieza to engage each other in battle. Then they could act from the shadows. Grand Elder, I comprehend your intent, but how can we provoke them into fighting? Raditz posed the crucial question. Slug and Frieza bore no personal grudge against each other. Even if they crossed paths, a fierce confrontation was not guaranteed. While the Grand Elder may not possess formidable combat prowess, his intellect was unparalleled. After all, age brings wisdom. What do you mean by Dragon Ball? The inquiry elicited murmurs of confusion among those present, as they struggled to decipher the Elder's words. Do you not possess a Dragon Ball? The Grand Elder continued. Present it to Slug. Then, one of you should approach Frieza and inform him of Slug possessing the Dragon Ball. This will entice Frieza to confront Slug in pursuit of the Dragon Ball, allowing you to remain hidden, poised to act when the moment is ripe. However, this plan hinges on your confidence in your own speed. The Grand Elder's strategy to lure the snake from its hole was deceptively simple, given Frieza's nature. He would undoubtedly take the bait. Wow, Grandpa, you're so clever, Goku exclaimed, though he struggled to fully grasp the intricacies of the plan, yet found it impressive nonetheless. Humph, let me go. Your speed pales in comparison to mine. Vegeta, ever competitive, was determined to outshine Goku and his brother. Is this truly feasible, Vegeta? Raditz had initially intended to draw Frieza out himself, only to have Vegeta leap at the opportunity first. Just watch. I am more acquainted with Frieza than any of you. I am the most suitable for this task. Vegeta turned away from Goku and addressed Gohan. Little brat, hand over the Dragon Ball. I shall return it to Slug immediately. Gohan hesitated, uncertain of Vegeta's trustworthiness, but after receiving a nod of approval from Goku, he reluctantly relinquished the Dragon Ball to Vegeta. Hold on. It's best to wait at least an hour before proceeding, the Grand Elder interjected once more. Slug has just engaged in a fierce battle with you, and he is not at full strength. If you lure Frieza now, Slug may be swiftly defeated. It would be prudent to wait until he has recovered. This will also deplete Frieza's energy, thus increasing your chances of success. This fellow is truly astute. Raditz and Vegeta exchanged knowing glances at the Grand Elder. Though outwardly amiable, his intellect was remarkably sharp, considering every angle. Only Goku, in his blissful ignorance, remained perplexed. An hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. In a dim, damp cave, Slug finally regained his strength. After all, the inhabitants of Namek possess remarkable self-healing abilities. As long as there is breath within them, they can recover from injuries autonomously. Of course, this pales in comparison to the near immortality exhibited by Majin Buu. I have now fully recuperated and must seek retribution against those wild monkeys. Slug, wearing a cruel smile, remarked, however, I must first return to check on the Dragon Ball I had concealed. As Slug stepped outside the cave, he was astonished to find the Dragon Ball he had previously hidden now lying before him. What is this? Why is my Dragon Ball here? Slug hastily picked it up, his gaze suspiciously scanning the surroundings as he shouted, Who is lurking about? Show yourself. He surmised that someone had deliberately placed the Dragon Ball there, but he could not fathom who it might be. Unfortunately, no one responded to his frantic calls. You shall pay for this. In a distant corner, Vegeta wore a cold smirk, then turned away, propelling himself towards Frieza's location. To avoid alerting Slug, he concealed his energy, opting to run rather than fly, thus evading detection. What is happening? Even the signals from the Ginyu Force have vanished completely. Frieza's expression darkened ominously, a wave of brutal killing intent emanating from him. An hour had passed, and the Ginyu Force had yet to return with a report indicating their total annihilation. Frieza speculated. What audacity! They completely disregard my authority as Lord Frieza. Frieza, come out at once. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed outside the spaceship. Vegeta. Chapter 30. Watching the tiger fight from the mountain. Upon hearing the voice outside the ship, Frieza was taken aback. In the next instant, he burst through the top of the spaceship, hovering midair. Indeed, it was you stirring up trouble, Vegeta. Frieza had already suspected Vegeta and his cohort, and upon seeing him, his suspicions were confirmed. Ha ha, Lord Frieza. It's been a while, Vegeta said ominously. Did you eliminate the Ginyu Force? Instead of attacking immediately, Frieza began to question him. The Ginyu Force? How amusing. Those incompetents are not worthy of my effort. Vegeta, having gleaned from Gohan that the Ginyu Force had once been present, was unfazed by Frieza's reaction. It seems your strength has grown during our time apart, to the point where you could defeat the Ginyu Force. Frieza clapped his hands, praising, I always believed you had potential. It is a pity you were so disobedient. Now that you present yourself before me, do you believe you can conquer me? I will claim your life eventually, but not today. With that, Vegeta erupted with energy and departed at the swiftest pace. Trying to flee? How naive. Witnessing Vegeta attempt to escape after merely exchanging words, Frieza was indignant. He even forgot his personal spacecraft, directly channeling his energy to pursue Vegeta. The two individuals soared through the air with the ferocity of a tempest, leaving a trail of shattered stones in their wake. How has this fellow's speed increased so dramatically? Frieza's expression reflected his astonishment. After pursuing for some time, he realized that in this form, he was unable to catch up to Vegeta, who was steadily pulling away. This revelation left him utterly shocked. Despite currently being in his weakest form, boasting a battle power of 530,000, he found himself outpaced by Vegeta. When did Vegeta become so formidable? After a considerable time in flight, Vegeta suddenly halted and shouted, Shrag, come forth and meet your demise. Raising his hand, he unleashed a powerful energy wave directed downward, resulting in a violent explosion that sent plumes of dust swirling into the air. Now is the moment. I must make my escape. Seizing this opportunity, Vegeta swiftly descended, concealing his energy and hiding in a corner where he would not be discovered. In this secluded spot, Goku, Raditz, and Gohan had long awaited the opportunity to execute their plan. Impressive work, Vegeta, Goku remarked, giving him a thumbs up. If it had been him, he would have likely engaged Frieza upon encountering him. Shoo, keep quiet and suppress your energy. Frieza is coming, Raditz urged, lowering his own energy to its minimum while signaling for silence. Goku and the others also subdued their auras, their focus intensely directed ahead. Vegeta, how dare you come here to seek death? Shrag emerged from the cave, his demeanor radiating fury. This pompous fool, instead of hiding, had the audacity to provoke him, as if he were not capable of ending his life. Who are you? Where is Vegeta? Frieza, approaching from afar, noticed Vegeta's absence and instead saw a Namekian. Coldly, he inquired, are you a Namekian? Oh, I see you possess Dragon Balls. What a formidable aura. Shrag's eyes widened in shock as he stammered. Why, you are Frieza? Though he had never encountered Frieza before, he could sense the lurking terror within him. In the vast cosmos, only the infamous Frieza could exude such overwhelming power. Oh, you are familiar with my illustrious name? How delightful, Frieza replied as he descended from the sky. You are not like the other Namekians. Who, pray tell, are you? Haha, who hasn't heard of the name of the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza? Shrag spoke lightly, yet his heart was filled with trepidation. I am Shrag of the Demon Clan. Shrag, you are the leader of the recently rising Shrag Legion? Frieza expressed mild surprise. I have heard you have been quite active lately, recruiting troops and even poaching some of my men. I had planned to meet you after acquiring the Dragon Balls, but it seems fate has brought us together here. Frieza was well aware of this burgeoning faction. I have no inclination to converse with you at present. I am intent on eliminating that scoundrel Vegeta. Shrag had no desire to engage in battle with Frieza at that moment and feigned an intention to leave. He resolved to fight only after regaining his strength. Yet, regrettably for him, Frieza had no intention of allowing Shrag to depart and immediately blocked his path. Frieza, what does this mean now? Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Shrag's gaze was icy, and he wondered what was amiss today. Why did everyone he encountered show such blatant disrespect? It seemed we had all fallen into Vegeta's cunning trap. Frieza was no fool. On the contrary, he was exceedingly astute. With a moment's reflection, he realized that Vegeta had intentionally lured him here to incite a confrontation with Shrag. However, Frieza remained unconcerned, for in the face of overwhelming power, all schemes and plots were mere illusions. Moreover, Shrag was audaciously brazen on Frieza's territory, and he had already intended to deal with him. Most importantly, Shrag possessed a Dragon Ball. Given this, Shrag would not leave Namek alive today. On the contrary, Frieza felt inclined to thank Vegeta had he not drawn him out. Locating the Dragon Ball would have proven quite a challenge. Shrag, I now present you with two choices. First, bring your legion to join my Frieza force. Frieza said with a broad smile. Second, surrender the Dragon Ball, and I shall grant you a swift end. Choose wisely. Ha ha ha, join you? Become your subordinate? What a jest. Shrag scoffed in fury. I, the illustrious King Shrag, have always had others serve beneath me. You desire the Dragon Ball? Then come and take it over my dead body. With that, Shrag forcefully hurled the Dragon Ball to the ground, his tone dripping with arrogance. Though he was typically cautious, that did not imply he was timid. With Frieza practically standing over him, he could not afford to show weakness. Such cowardice would only invite ridicule. Besides, he had confidence in his own abilities. While the universe whispered that Frieza was the mightiest, Shrag was no pushover. If it came to it, he would fight to the bitter end. Ah, you possess spirit. It is no wonder your rise has been so rapid, Frieza remarked, clapping his hands with a tone that was both admiring and regretful. What a pity that a talent like you would not recognize the opportunity before you. In that case, I shall have to send you on your way. Frieza slowly ascended into the sky, and Shrag, unwilling to back down, flew up to meet him, their eyes locking in a fierce gaze. The battle between these two titans was about to commence. Chapter 31. Frieza's terrifying power indeed. You possess courage. In my current form, I doubt I could best you. Frieza crossed his arms, a cold smirk on his face. Let me show you what true terror looks like. Shrag had risen rapidly, and his strength was undoubtedly exceptional. In his weakest form, he could not prevail. Thus, Frieza had no intention of toying with him. He immediately activated his final transformation. With a dazzling flash of light, Frieza's ultimate form was revealed before Shrag. What? Such overwhelming energy! Goku and the others, hidden in the distance, gasped in astonishment. Though the scene lacked earth-shattering spectacle, Frieza's aura at this moment sent chills down their spines. Despite the distance, they could distinctly feel the oppressive force emanating from Frieza. Was this the extent of Frieza's power? I am still far from his level. A single bead of sweat trickled down Goku's forehead, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and disbelief. He had anticipated that after narrowly escaping death, his power would be akin to that of Frieza. However, he was astounded to find the disparity between them akin to that of an ant compared to an elephant. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, realized that after witnessing Frieza's ultimate form, he had grossly underestimated him. A wave of resentment surged within him. So this is your true form. How will you respond? Frieza spread his arms wide, his tail lightly tapping the ground, a mocking smile gracing his face. Shrag remained silent, his heart weighed down by the overwhelming might of Frieza, far surpassing his own. Even if he regained his youth, victory was an impossibility. Once naively believing that the title of Universal Emperor was mere bluster, he now recognized the folly of his previous ignorance. Aren't you going to make a move? You might not get another chance, Frieza remarked nonchalantly, clearly dismissing Shrag's presence. You underestimate me. Shrag, incensed, unleashed his full power, a torrent of flame erupting from his mouth. The fierce inferno seemed capable of incinerating the very air itself. Starting off with your utmost effort? How intriguing, Frieza remarked with a smile, casually raising his right hand to effortlessly block Shrag's fiery onslaught. With a mere squeeze, he extinguished the flames as if they were nothing more than a flickering candle. In a flash, Shrag vanished, reappearing behind Frieza, delivering a powerful kick aimed at him. Though Frieza remained unmoved, his tail, as if possessing a will of its own, coiled around Shrag's legs, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact sent shockwaves through the earth, creating a deep crater. Frieza descended gracefully, looking down at the disheveled Shrag, taunting, "What's wrong? Is a simple strike enough to leave you helpless?" Enraged by the humiliation, Shrag gathered energy once more, forming a massive energy ball. Foolish jester, Frieza scoffed, denying Shrag the opportunity to retaliate. He pressed his palm against the energy ball, disregarding the chaotic power it contained, forcing it back down Shrag's throat. With wide eyes, Shrag experienced the explosion of the energy ball within him, the violent blast tearing his mouth open and sending him hurtling backward. How formidable Frieza appeared, rendering Shrag akin to a mere child, utterly defenseless. Goku couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the same Shrag who once annihilated us? How has he been so thoroughly outclassed?" Vegeta and Raditz were equally shaken, their hearts trembling at the sight of such an overwhelming Frieza. Could they truly contend with such a formidable foe? Gohan. Can you hear me? Gohan. In the midst of his astonishment, Gohan suddenly felt a familiar voice resonate within him. Piccolo, Uncle Piccolo? Where are you? What is happening? Gohan was quite familiar with that voice, for it belonged to Piccolo. He hurriedly glanced around, but could not spot Piccolo's figure. I am with Lord Kai, communicating with you telepathically through him. Since Piccolo's demise, he had been training under Lord Kai, a deliberate decision on the part of the Kai. Piccolo had gained a thorough understanding of the situation on Namek through Lord Kai. Is that so, Uncle Piccolo? Is there something you wish to discuss at this moment? Gohan, being astute, sensed that Piccolo must have urgent matters to address. Indeed, I am well aware of the circumstances on Namek, Piccolo succinctly stated. Listen, Frieza and Slug are currently engaged in battle, and his spaceship is undoubtedly vulnerable. Conceal your energy and retrieve Slug's Dragon Ball. Then immediately go to the Elder to claim the last Dragon Ball. After acquiring both, you must hasten to Frieza's ship, where there are 5 Dragon Balls. This way, we shall gather all the Dragon Balls. But what do we do once we have all the Dragon Balls? Gohan understood Piccolo's intention. It was simply to seize all the Dragon Balls while Frieza was preoccupied. The Dragon of Namek could grant 3 wishes, the first being my resurrection. Piccolo quickly added, as for the other 2 wishes, we shall decide later. Hurry, Slug will not withstand defeat for long. I understand. Gohan nodded solemnly, and promptly conveyed Piccolo's plan to Goku and the others. Why must it be you? Can't I go instead? Vegeta protested, clearly displeased. This was a golden opportunity for wishes. How could they let Gohan make those trivial requests? Vegeta, even if you went, it would be futile. You do not know the method to summon the dragon, Goku interjected swiftly. Besides, the 3 of us together can at least stall Frieza if he reacts. What? You need to summon the dragon? Vegeta fell silent, for he indeed did not know how to summon the dragon. Despite his reluctance, he had to abandon the thought. He realized that given the current situation, neither Goku nor Raditz would allow him the chance to make a wish. All right, whatever wishes you have. We will discuss them after we defeat Frieza, Goku declared firmly, patting Gohan on the shoulder. Gohan, it is up to you to ensure Piccolo's resurrection. You must accomplish this before Frieza notices. I have faith in you. I understand, Father. I will not let you down. Gohan's gaze was resolute as he stealthily glanced towards the tumultuous battlefield in the distance. He then suppressed his energy to the lowest level and swiftly approached the location of the Dragon Balls. The process was remarkably smooth. Neither Frieza nor Slug paid attention to the Dragon Balls lying on the ground, as they were engrossed in their fierce battle. After obtaining the Dragon Balls, Gohan hesitated not for a moment and leaped into the lake, heading towards the Elder's direction beneath the water's surface. The lad is quite cunning. He understands that if he were to fly, he would undoubtedly be detected immediately. Thus, it is far more prudent to swim directly across the lake. Chapter 32. The newborn Piccolo at the edge of a lake on Namek. Gohan emerged, drenched. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared towards the Elder, recounting the entire sequence of events. The Elder, showing no signs of reluctance, handed the last Dragon Ball to Gohan. Thank you, Elder. I must take my leave now. Farewell. Gohan, clutching 2 Dragon Balls, prepared to depart in haste. Gohan, wait a moment, the Elder interjected. I will send Dandy to accompany you. To make a wish, one must speak the language of Namek. Hurry, I cannot hold on for much longer. The Elder's complexion was exceedingly pale, each word a struggle, clearly indicating that his life was nearing its end. I understand. Gohan's expression turned grave as he requested Dandy to climb onto his back, then propelled himself with all his strength towards Frieza's spaceship. With astonishing speed, Gohan quickly arrived above Frieza's vessel. The 5 Dragon Balls lay within, the interior occupied by individuals whose energy levels were weak. Gohan placed Dandy on the ground, observing the markers on the Dragon radar before dashing into the spacecraft. Inside the ship, the personnel were caught off guard by Gohan's sudden assault, losing consciousness in an instant. Unbeknownst to Gohan, one soldier managed to relay the information to Frieza before succumbing. Dandy, I now entrust this task to you. Gohan swiftly arranged all the Dragon Balls on the ground and signaled Dandy to summon the Eternal Dragon. I understand. Aware of the urgency, Dandy quickly spread his arms and, utilizing the Namekian language, began to call forth the dragon. In an instant, the sky darkened, and a golden light shot into the heavens as the colossal dragon materialized. Is this the Eternal Dragon of Namek? It is far larger than that of Earth. Gohan stood astonished, recognizing that the Namekian dragon, in both size and presence, far surpassed its earthly counterpart. Truly, it was the authentic Eternal Dragon. Speak your 3 wishes. I can fulfill any desire you may have. The dragon's deep voice resonated through the sky, Please resurrect a Namekian named Piccolo. Dandy made the first wish as instructed by Gohan. Simultaneously, on King Kai's planet, Piccolo, who had been observing Namek, felt the halo above his head vanish. Excellent, I have returned. Piccolo smiled contentedly and then instructed Gohan, now? Use the second wish to transport me to Namek. What? After an intense battle, the disparity in combat power became evident. Slug was being thoroughly dominated by Frieza, having no opportunity to retaliate. However, amidst the struggle, Frieza's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. He glanced up at the darkened sky, then turned to behold the immense dragon in the distance, his mind momentarily blank with disbelief. How outrageous! To seize my Dragon Balls while I am absent. Frieza was seething with rage. His scouter had just received a signal from his subordinates, reporting that a child had infiltrated the spacecraft and made off with all the Dragon Balls. Coupled with the dimly lit sky and the massive Shenron, even Frieza, in his foolishness, understood that someone had seized the opportunity to steal his Dragon Balls in his absence. Damn little brat. Frieza's fury reached its zenith as he unleashed a devastating energy wave that obliterated Shrag, then surged forward at breakneck speed toward the spaceship. The terrifying force of his energy shattered the surrounding mountains. Oh no, Frieza has realized what's happening. We must stop him. Goku, who had been observing the battle, immediately activated his Kaioken at 20 times its normal power, transforming into a streak of crimson light as he raced after Frieza, with Raditz and Vegeta close behind. Vegeta? Raditz? That individual looks remarkably familiar. Sensing the commotion behind him, Frieza glanced back, his fury intensifying. At that moment, he comprehended the treachery. It was that bastard Vegeta who had deliberately lured him here to battle Shrek, only to seize the opportunity to pilfer his Dragon Balls. Don't think you can escape. Goku shouted, unleashing a fully powered 20 times Kamehameha towards Frieza. He did not harbor any illusions of defeating Frieza. His sole aim was to buy Gohan some time. With a resounding explosion, Raditz and Vegeta also unleashed their ultimate techniques. Faced with the full force of their combined assault, even Frieza was compelled to halt. A swarm of ants. Frieza's veins bulged, his body radiating a purple glow as he formed a circular barrier around himself, then promptly turned to charge. The supernova attack. A bizarre purple light akin to a rampaging bull shattered Goku and his companion's assault, continuing unabated toward them. What? Goku and the others were taken aback, their hearts sinking. The combined might of their attack had been effortlessly crushed by Frieza. What terrifying power did he possess? Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as Frieza was upon them with alarming speed, leaving them no chance to evade. With a deafening crash, Goku and his companions plummeted to the ground. Frieza's wrathful strike was no jest, leaving Goku and Raditz reverting to their normal states. Frieza cast a cold glance at the trio before charging once more toward the spaceship. I shall spare your lives for now, but I will deal with these 3 Saiyan monkeys later. Stop. Don't think you can get away. Despite their injuries, Goku and his companions were undeterred, erupting with energy as they pursued Frieza. However, given their current state and the vast disparity in strength, they were utterly unable to intercept him. Is this Namek? Indeed, there is a familiar essence that resonates within my soul. Piccolo appeared in a distant part of Namek, where his spirit found an unusual tranquility, accompanied by a profound sense of belonging. This is my homeland, Namek. Yet, there was no time for reflection. He needed to hurry to Gohan's side. With his eyes closed, Piccolo murmured, I can sense Gohan's energy, as well as that of old son, Raditz, and that fellow Vegeta. Furthermore, there is an overwhelmingly terrifying energy moving at high speed. It must be Frieza. Gohan, wait for me. Just as Piccolo prepared to take flight, a faint voice suddenly echoed. Wait. Chapter 33. The arrival of Bardock. Who is it? Startled, Piccolo looked around and discovered the source of the voice beneath a pile of rubble. He cleared the stones away to reveal a bloodied Namekian whose aura had diminished to a mere whisper. Schlag, is that you? Piccolo gasped, recognizing him instantly, having learned all about the Namekian situation through King Kai. It seemed Schlag had fallen to Frieza, teetering on the brink of death. You actually know me? Schlag weakly stammered, please, don't go. For the sake of our shared heritage as Namekians, help me take revenge. Regret washed over Schlag. He had overestimated his own strength while grossly underestimating Frieza. Before such a formidable foe, he had stood no chance, leading him to this dire predicament. Yet, he was unwilling to accept defeat, vowing that Frieza would pay a price, even if it cost him his life. Help you take revenge? Don't be ridiculous. As a Namekian, you disregarded your kin's survival. Why would I assist someone like you? Besides, I cannot even defeat Frieza, Piccolo replied without hesitation. I can offer you immense power if you agree to my terms. You may stand a chance against Frieza. In his desperation, Schlag spoke earnestly, fully aware that a dying man often speaks with sincerity. Why should I trust you? Piccolo retorted, skeptical of Schlag's words. I'm on the verge of death. What purpose would it serve me to deceive you? Schlag implored. If you don't believe me, you can kill me now, but then you will lose the opportunity to gain great strength. At these words, Piccolo fell silent. Indeed, given Schlag's current state, what motive would he have to lie? If he were truthful, this could be a fortuitous opportunity. Piccolo recognized his own limitations. He was far too weak to confront Frieza. What must I do? Piccolo inquired after a moment of contemplation, realizing that if Schlag spoke the truth, this transaction could yield great rewards. After all, he would eventually have to face Frieza regardless. You only need to place your hand upon me. Quickly, I fear my time is running out. Schlag spoke hurriedly, sensing his impending demise. If I find you deceiving me, I will kill you immediately, Piccolo warned coldly, placing his hand on Schlag while maintaining a vigilant demeanor, wary of any trickery. Such a cautious fellow. Now, I will merge with you. Remember to avenge me, Schlag said with a self-deprecating smile, and then he transformed into energy, merging entirely with Piccolo. Boom. In that instant, Piccolo's energy surged dramatically, an overwhelming force erupting from within him. Its combat power reached an astonishing 60 million in a remarkably short time. However, at that moment, Piccolo let out a painful cry, for his body was now inundated with a copious amount of malevolence. This was the inherent malevolence of Schlag. And at this juncture, the two were merging, with Schlag's wicked essence infiltrating Piccolo's very being. Piccolo felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate everything and continue his reign over the universe. He aspired to reclaim his throne as the king of the demon race. What a jest! I shall not yield. Yet, Piccolo's resolve was unwavering. Despite the sinister influence gnawing at his mind, he steadfastly maintained his composure, fiercely resisting the malevolence with indomitable will. Memories of his time with Gohan flooded his mind, alongside thoughts of his old rival, Goku, and the innocent Namekians who had met tragic fates. Begone! Piccolo bellowed, his form radiating boundless white light, as tendrils of black smoke billowed from him, only to dissipate in the next moment. Schlag's dark energy was forcefully subdued by Piccolo. Damn you, Schlag, Piccolo cursed inwardly, realizing that had his will not been resolute, he might have been consumed by the malevolence and reverted to the former Piccolo, the Demon King. However, he had no time for such thoughts. He transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Gohan, wait for me. Now, speak your third wish. The visage of the dragon of Namek suddenly flickered uncertainly, for the Grand Elder's lifespan was drawing to a close. Gohan, hurry, make your wish. The dragon is about to vanish. Dandy urged, tears streaming down his face. As a Namekian, he understood the dragon's current state all too well. Gohan exclaimed in shock, unable to decide on a wish, and finding himself unable to contact Piccolo. In his moment of helplessness, he resolved to wish for Dend to resurrect Nail, as he couldn't think of any other wish in that fleeting moment. With tears in his eyes, Dend uttered their final wish in the Namekian tongue. Wait, my wish is, Frieza's voice suddenly echoed from the distance. I understand. But at that moment, the dragon's eyes flashed red, and then its form vanished entirely. The sky returned to clarity, and the 7 Dragon Balls reverted to stones, scattering in all directions. Mu, from now on, you shall be the Grand Elder of Namek. The Grand Elder smiled contentedly, uttering his final words before peacefully passing away. Farewell, Grand Elder. Mu and Nail bid farewell to this great figure with the utmost reverence of Namekian tradition. On a desolate expanse of land on Namek, a spaceship descended. Bardock, this is Namek, Gak waved from the ship. Thank you for helping me deal with the Daikin tribe. Until we meet again. By the way, be cautious on your return. This area has been experiencing frequent black hole occurrences lately. Alright, see you next time. Bardock waved back as he bid farewell to Gak. After several days, his injuries had healed, and he successfully reached Namek. However, he did not dwell on Gak's warning about the black holes. After parting ways with Gak and his companions, Bardock gazed at the scene before him. After the battle with the god of wood from Datong, I have recovered from the brink of death. My strength now enhanced by the Kaioken tenfold, is sufficient to rival Frieza. Bardock clenched his fists, confidence radiating from his countenance. His combat power had soared to 4 million, and if he unleashed his full potential, he could indeed contend with Frieza. Moreover, with Goku and the others by his side, defeating Frieza was not an impossibility. He sensed it, the presence of Frieza, along with Kakarot, Raditz, Gohan, and Vegeta. Bardock closed his eyes, concentrating intently, his brows furrowed. This formidable energy, could it be Piccolo? What was amiss? Why did his aura feel so different, and yet so immense? Moreover, Ba's energy had vanished. Had something transpired that he was unaware of? Slowly, Bardock ascended into the air, his gaze fixed on a certain direction, before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from sight, his speed nothing short of divine. Chapter 34. Frieza in peak condition. Excellent, splendid. Frieza's expression was grim, his gaze locked onto Gohan, an ominous aura emanating from him like a geyser. You little brat. If I don't tear you to pieces today, my wrath shall remain unquenched. With a thunderous roar, Frieza unleashed a violent surge of energy, obliterating everything in his vicinity. Gohan, taken aback, swiftly clutched the panicked dandy and took flight. In the spot where he had just stood, the ground was instantly flattened, along with Frieza's original spacecraft. Reduced to nothing in the blink of an eye. It was evident how incensed Frieza was at that moment. Goku, came the distant call. As a red light streaked across the sky, positioning itself before Gohan, its expression grave as it regarded Frieza. Gohan, quickly, take Dandy and leave. Raditz interjected, positioning himself firmly in front of Gohan, urging him to escape. Although Gohan's combat power had significantly increased, facing such a level of battle posed a danger even as a spectator, let alone for the defenseless Dandy. Father, uncle, please be careful, Gohan implored. Aware that Dandy was now a liability, and he turned to make his exit. You will not escape. Suddenly, Frieza materialized before Gohan, his voice dripping with malice as he grasped Gohan's throat. What? Goku and Raditz were astonished at Frieza's speed, having not perceived how he had moved. Release Gohan. They roared, their anger palpable, yet they hesitated to act. At this proximity, Frieza could easily snap Gohan's neck with a mere flick of his wrist. How brazen of you! While I was away, you dared to steal my Dragon Balls. You shall not die easily. Frieza's grip tightened ominously. Gohan gasped for breath under the immense pressure. But even so, he clung desperately to Dandy. Dandy, shielded by Gohan, wept, his eyes shut tight, overwhelmed by guilt. It was all his fault. Had he not been so inept, Gohan would not have been burdened by him. In the midst of this crisis, a streak of light flashed, and a figure cloaked in white suddenly appeared, delivering a powerful kick that sent Frieza flying. Frieza was hurled through the air, crashing into a mountain. Gohan, are you alright? My apologies for arriving late. A familiar voice reached Gohan's ears. His eyes widened in recognition, and with an excited tone, he exclaimed, Uncle Piccolo. It was indeed Piccolo. Now is the time to find a secure place to hide, Piccolo instructed, turning his back to Gohan. Leave Frieza to me. Yes, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan replied, filled with joy as he hurriedly carried Dandy away. This person was the Namekian Gohan had spoken of on Earth. Dandy blinked and suddenly shouted, Go for it. Please defeat Frieza and avenge the Namekians. Piccolo glanced at Dandy, a faint smile gracing his lips. Piccolo, how did you get here? I thought you, Goku interjected, moving closer to Piccolo with excitement. You're incredible. Your energy has grown so much, and it feels different than before. Damn it, what is up with this Namekian? Why has he changed so drastically since we were on Earth? Vegeta seethed, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. The energy emanating from Piccolo far surpassed his own, fueling his rage. By comparison, he now felt like the weakest. Although Goku and Raditz matched his fighting prowess, their mastery of the Kaioken technique meant they could easily surpass him in a full-powered assault. Now, even Piccolo had far surpassed him, and how could he not be furious? It was I who instructed Gohan to use the second wish to transport me here, Piccolo stated, removing his cloak and hat, his expression serious. As for my circumstances, it's a long story. For now, we must address the situation at hand. Boom. No sooner had Piccolo finished speaking than Frieza emerged from the rubble, dusting himself off. Goku and Raditz prepared for battle. A Namekian? I never anticipated there could be such a formidable warrior among your kind, Frieza remarked coldly. Isn't it better to enjoy your last moments rather than seek death? Humph. You slaughtered my homeland, Namek, and killed countless innocent beings, Piccolo retorted with fierce determination. Today, I shall stain your hands with the blood of Namek. I must say, the Namekian possesses a rather humorous disposition. Frieza chuckled mockingly, but his demeanor quickly turned icy. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. Today, both Saiyans and Namekians shall meet their end here. Boom. A purple aura erupted from Frieza, and he struck first, waving his arm as massive boulders began to swirl around him. Are you ready? Let us go. Goku and Raditz activated the Kaioken, charging forward and scattering the oncoming boulders. Piccolo advanced as well, shattering the stones with powerful punches and kicks. Vegeta, in a more violent fashion, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, obliterating all the boulders in his path. You have been deceived. Frieza's sinister laughter echoed as he materialized above Goku, Raditz, and Piccolo, casting a circle of orange spheres around them. Enveloped within this sphere, Goku struggled desperately, yet found himself utterly unable to escape. Thud, thud, thud. Frieza had no time for games. He violently kicked the sphere through the air, the sound reverberating like thunder. Go! With a powerful kick, Frieza sent Goku and the others plummeting like meteors. Boom! Upon crashing to the ground, the sphere triggered a cataclysmic explosion, obliterating vast expanses of mountains and oceans in an instant, a colossal mushroom cloud rising dramatically into the sky. This was the extent of Frieza's power. Even a casual strike possessed the force to annihilate planets. You have grown careless, Frieza. At that moment, Vegeta surged forward, delivering a full-force punch that sent Frieza hurtling away. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta relentlessly pursued, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Frieza. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike echoed with a visceral impact. Vegeta reveled in the exhilaration of this moment, a scene he had only envisioned in dreams. Today, he finally had the chance to unleash his fury upon Frieza. Vegeta, have you had enough? Isn't it satisfying? Just as Vegeta basked in his triumph, Frieza suddenly seized his fist. To Vegeta's shock and fury, Frieza appeared completely unscathed despite enduring his full-throttle assault. You still fail to comprehend the disparity in power. It is indeed tragic. Frieza raised his hand and delivered a crushing blow to Vegeta's abdomen. Gasping, Vegeta's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutching his belly as he plummeted from the sky. A single punch had inflicted grave injury upon him, highlighting an insurmountable chasm in strength. Vegeta, Raditz's voice called from behind, flames of red energy engulfing him as he launched a powerful kick at Frieza. Raditz, I never realized you had such potential, but alas, you still lack intelligence. Frieza swiftly grabbed Raditz's leg, though his arm trembled, clearly astonished that Raditz's kick nearly evaded his grasp. Frieza was taken aback. Raditz had once been a mere warrior with a power level below 2,000. Why had his strength surged so dramatically in such a short span? The current Raditz was far superior to Vegeta. Explosive impact. In a flash, Raditz responded, unleashing a devastating attack. A massive purple energy sphere struck Frieza, enveloping him in a thick cloud of smoke. Vegeta, are you alright? Goku flew to Vegeta's side, unable to contain his concern. No, I do not require your assistance. Vegeta retorted, his demeanor cold as he shakily rose to his feet, his energy significantly diminished. That is well, you manage it yourself. I must go assist my brother. Upon seeing that Vegeta was not severely harmed, Goku revealed a smile and soared into the sky once more. At this moment, Piccolo also returned, and the three formed an encircling stance around Frieza. You just inflicted pain upon me. As the smoke cleared, Frieza's figure emerged, caressing his injured face. He laughed in anger. From the moment of my birth until now, I have never been harmed. Excellent. Saiyans must not be spared. Let us settle this once and for all. Goku, Piccolo, and Raditz erupted with fury, their terrifying auras relentlessly bombarding Frieza. This spectacle incensed Vegeta below, yet having been struck down in an instant, he found it exceedingly difficult to even rise, leaving him to seethe impotently from beneath. Settle it once and for all. Frieza sneered coldly. I regret to inform you that in my eyes, you are but mere ants. What talk is there of a decisive battle? His gaze then fixed on Raditz, chillingly declaring, you were the one who inflicted pain upon me. Now it is your turn. Whoosh. The sound of air being sliced echoed as Frieza appeared before Raditz, delivering an elbow strike that sent him flying. Brother! Raditz cried out. Goku and Piccolo reacted swiftly, rushing toward Frieza, Yet they were met with two energy blades slicing through the air like swords. The colossal energy blades skimmed the ground, veering towards Piccolo and Goku, who dared not confront them head-on and could only evade to the side. Boom! The enormous energy blades resembled swords capable of cleaving the heavens, and the vast planet Namek was cut asunder, revealing a massive fissure that spanned a significant portion of the planet. Goku and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Merely a moment's flick of Frieza's finger had nearly bisected the entire planet. Frieza was indeed terrifying. A cacophony of screams echoed as Raditz was seized by Frieza's foot, hurled to and fro violently against the ground, as immense cracks spread across the surface, causing the very ground to sink into oblivion. Spirit Bomb. In such dire moments, Goku naturally held nothing back and unleashed a spirit bomb aimed squarely at Frieza. Upon seeing this technique, Frieza's wicked smile emerged as he seized Raditz and flung him towards the oncoming spirit bomb. Despicable! Goku gasped in shock, having to redirect the spirit bomb to avoid Raditz being obliterated. Old son, I have him. Quickly unleashed the Kamehameha. Piccolo's anxious voice rang out. It turned out Piccolo had leveraged his reach to firmly grasp Frieza. Well done! Goku couldn't help but exclaim. Without hesitation, he gathered all his energy and shouted, 20 times Kaioken, Kamehameha, whoosh. However, before Goku could launch his attack, Frieza had already freed himself from Piccolo's grasp and with a swift strike severed Piccolo's arm, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Goku, slapping him down to the ground. In less than a second, Frieza had dismantled the combined assault of the two. Do you see the disparity in power? Even if the three of you unite, what difference does it make? Frieza remarked, arms crossed, sneering. Ants are ultimately ants. Even when united, they remain refuse. With great effort, Goku struggled to rise from the ground. Although he had suffered no significant injuries, the energy within him was almost entirely depleted. The strain of the 20-fold Kaioken was not to be trifled with. Raditz, in a more dire state, retained some fighting spirit but was far from his prime. Conversely, Piccolo, though in the best condition among them, bore a heavy heart. For, as Frieza had stated, even in unison, they could not hope to triumph over him. What is it? Have you reached your limits? Frieza sneered. If so, it is time for me to bid you farewell. Slowly ascending into the sky, he pointed a finger upward, and a massive, crimson energy sphere materialized instantaneously. Behold, this is the technique I once used to obliterate planet Vegeta, Frieza cackled maniacally. Now, I shall employ the same planet-destroying ball to send you on your way. This is what I call a fitting conclusion. This was dire. Frieza was not jesting. Goku, swaying slightly, managed a rueful smile, yet his gaze was resolute. Old man, do you still have any strength left? Piccolo inquired. Understanding the unspoken message between old rivals, it was time for a final stand. If they could not withstand this energy sphere, the entirety of Namek would be reduced to ashes. Raditz, struggling against his grievous wounds, approached Goku and declared, very well, we shall fight to the bitter end. If we must perish, let it be alongside Namek. The fire of battle ignited within Goku's heart, and, drawing upon an unknown reserve of strength, he unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken once more, directing his mightiest Kamehameha towards Frieza. Special Beam Cannon. Explosive Wave. 3 distinct attacks, each radiating a different hue, spiraled upward towards Frieza. Still clinging to feudal resistance. How foolish, Frieza remarked, shaking his head before gently pressing his finger downward. The colossal energy sphere, imbued with the essence of annihilation, collided with the trio's combined assaults. The entire Namek trembled, the sky transforming into a blood-red hue, as the overwhelming energy shockwave manifested cosmic phenomena. Yet, despite their alliance, their weakened states rendered them incapable of overcoming Frieza's might. The sphere of destruction relentlessly pushed down against their attacks, poised to engulf them in mere moments. What if I were to join in? Chapter 36. You're still alive? A wave of boundless lightning surged forth, merging with Goku and the others' attacks, persistently countering Frieza's obliteration sphere. At that moment, a towering figure materialized before Goku. Dad, old man, Bardock. The sight of this figure's silhouette filled Goku, his brother, and Raditz with astonishment and joy, for Bardock had arrived at this critical juncture. My apologies for the delay. Unforeseen circumstances arose, Bardock replied, turning to them. Now, take Vegeta and retreat to safety. He is in no condition to fight. I understand. At this moment, Nappa, revived by the Dragon Balls, was also present at the scene. This was fortuitously due to Bardock, who, while hurrying over, happened to sense Nappa's energy and decided to join him. Along the way, Nappa recounted the events on Namek to Bardock, which took Bardock by surprise. He had not anticipated that rogue, slug, would also arrive on Namek. And the entire trajectory of events had diverged from the original. This prompted Bardock to ponder whether his own actions might have caused such alterations in the historical timeline. However, now was not the time for deep reflections. After watching Nappa take Vegeta away, Bardock's expression grew grave as he declared, "We cannot allow that energy sphere to descend, otherwise we shall all perish. Everyone, exert your utmost strength." With those words, he activated the 20x Kaioken technique, elevating his combat power to 80 million, a level nearly rivaling that of Frieza at this moment. With Bardock's involvement, Goku and the others were invigorated, unleashing their full powers, and even Gohan, who had merely been spectating, could not resist joining the fray. "Good, Gohan, you've grown stronger," Bardock exclaimed, a smile adorning his face. "Let us attack together." As they all shouted in unison, the previously dire situation was instantaneously reversed. Multicolored energy waves pressed back against Frieza's planet-destroying blast, swiftly pushing it toward Frieza himself. "What? You, Bardock, you are still alive?" Frieza was utterly astonished, unable to believe that the one who had defied him 20 years ago had survived. "Huh, if you were still alive, how could I possibly fall so easily?" Bardock roared, prepared to experience the might of the Saiyans. "Die, Frieza!" The overwhelming energy sphere engulfed Frieza and propelled him into outer space, where it detonated. The entire sky was enveloped in blinding light. "Phew, it's finally done," Goku said, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, instantly reverting to his normal state. He was utterly spent, unable to even fly. Raditz and Piccolo, having similarly exhausted themselves, lay beside Goku, gasping for breath. Frieza's energy had dissipated. It seemed that even he could not withstand such an assault. Bardock carefully sensed the surroundings and confirmed that Frieza's energy was indeed gone. This signified the resolution of past grievances, though it was somewhat regrettable that he could not witness Kakarot's transformation into a Super Saiyan. "Grandpa," Gohan leaped onto Bardock's shoulder, wrapping his arms around Bardock's neck with a smile. "Gohan, you've grown quite a lot," Bardock remarked, affectionately ruffling Gohan's hair, silently acknowledging the remarkable speed of his development. "Dad, you've become incredibly powerful. The strength you unleashed just now left us far behind," Goku said in admiration, having sensed Bardock's 20x Kaioken energy surge, which surpassed his own current power. This realization ignited within him the understanding that his training was insufficient, and he needed to train harder to eventually surpass his father. "You truly are a monster." Despite his reluctance, Piccolo had to concede that even after assimilating Slug, his power was merely on par with Goku and Raditz, still somewhat inferior to Bardock. "Piccolo, your transformation is truly remarkable. Do enlighten us on how you have become so formidable." Bardock expressed his curiosity regarding Piccolo's journey. Within a mere year, his battle power had surged from under 20,000 to an astounding 60 million. Who would believe such a tale? Goku and others were equally intrigued by Piccolo's experience. Even the gravely injured Vegeta could not resist inching closer. Piccolo recounted his training in the other world after his demise, and how he had traveled to Namek via the Dragon Balls, ultimately assimilating Slug. "Oh, so that is the reason for your strength," Goku mused, astonished by the revelation of Slug's assimilation, as Gohan and Din cheered for Piccolo. However, a deep resentment brewed within Vegeta. He felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Amongst them, he ranked lowest in power, an intolerable reality for the proud Saiyan. He resolved to engage in grueling training, vowing to become a Super Saiyan. Once he attained that form, he would trample over Bardock and all Namekians beneath his feet. As laughter and merriment filled the air, a chilling beam descended from the heavens with unparalleled speed, catching everyone off guard. Even Bardock remained oblivious. The purple ray pierced Raditz's chest, striking precisely at the heart. "Father!" Raditz's pupils dilated as he gazed incredulously at his own chest, collapsing in an instant. "Oh ho ho! Let me see whom I have struck." A sinister chuckle echoed. "Ah, it appears to be Raditz. Ha ha ha! Frieza?" The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that Frieza had survived such a devastating onslaught. "Brother! Uncle! Raditz!" Bardock and his grandson seethed with rage as they beheld Raditz, now devoid of life. Bardock was particularly affected, memories of Raditz's birth flooding his mind, each moment vividly resurfacing. An inferno of fury surged from the depths of his soul, as if a binding force within him had been shattered. Simultaneously, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, silver bolts cascading down as if heralding the apocalypse. Frieza! Bardock roared like a beast, a golden aura erupting skyward. Chapter 37. Absolute domination. His golden hair danced in the wind, green eyes glinting with an insatiable ferocity. As his golden aura blazed like an inferno, the earth-shattering might envelop the surroundings, sending those nearby flying. What? What is this? Frieza, momentarily unsettled, exclaimed in astonishment. You have transformed? I thought Saiyans could only become great apes. It is not merely Frieza who is perplexed. Even Goku and his companions find themselves bewildered by the current situation. However, one certainty prevails. At this very moment, Bardock has undergone a remarkable transformation. His combat prowess now vastly surpassing what it was just moments ago. The Super Saiyan, Vegeta, narrowed his eyes, his face etched with terror, as he exclaimed. There is no doubt about it. This is the legendary Super Saiyan. What? A Super Saiyan? Bardock, equally astonished, is well aware of the lore surrounding Super Saiyans, being a Saiyan of the Saiyan lineage. Yet, he never imagined he would witness the legendary Super Saiyan with his own eyes. What is a Super Saiyan? Goku and Piccolo inquired, their curiosity piqued. The Super Saiyan is a transformation of the Saiyan race, amplifying one's power to 50 times that of their normal state. Before Vegeta could respond, Bardock interjected, Frieza, that rascal, is no match for me alone. Consumed by overwhelming rage, he has ascended to the status of Super Saiyan, his heart filled with bloodlust and exhilaration. Nevertheless, his resolve remains unwavering, as he suppresses the primal urge for violence. At this moment, his combat strength has soared to a staggering 200 million, far exceeding Frieza's capabilities. Damn it! Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his teeth nearly shattering from the strain. Why? Bardock was merely a low-class warrior. How could he become a Super Saiyan? I am Prince Vegeta. The title of Super Saiyan ought to belong to me. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, the reality remains unchanged. A Super Saiyan? I thought it was merely a fanciful myth, but it appears to be true. Frieza's expression fluctuated between dread and disbelief. His ancestors had left a cautionary tale warning against opposing a Super Saiyan. His relentless pursuit of the Saiyan race stemmed from this very lore, yet he never anticipated the existence of a genuine Super Saiyan. With a mere lift of his foot, Bardock materialized beside Frieza. Frieza, though you annihilated planet Vegeta, I know you were merely following orders, Bardock whispered into Frieza's ear. I do not hold that against you. Without you, the Saiyans would have met their end eventually. However, what I cannot forgive is your treatment of us as mere dogs, enslaved. From Goku's past memories, he had long understood that Frieza was merely acting on the orders of the god of destruction, Beerus, to obliterate planet Vegeta. In truth, he also recognized that, given the Saiyans' history, their demise was merely a matter of time, even without Frieza's intervention. What? Who are you? What do you know? Even the imperious Frieza found himself flustered. Despite his dominion over the cosmos, he was but a subordinate, often executing the commands of greater powers to destroy planets. How could Bardock possibly be privy to such clandestine matters? What manner of being is he? I possess knowledge far beyond your comprehension, Bardock replied coldly. Now, it is time to seek justice for the Saiyans you have enslaved and for my son, Raditz. With a resounding impact, Bardock's elbow struck Frieza's waist, sending him hurtling through the air with immense force. Frieza's eyes widened as he coughed up blood, barely stabilizing himself before Bardock relentlessly pursued him, unleashing a barrage of ferocious attacks. The sound of blows echoed as Frieza was mercilessly pummeled, sent crashing from the heavens to the earth, and then into the ocean, transforming the entire Namekian landscape into their battlefield. Under Bardock's overwhelming dominance, Frieza found himself utterly powerless, his body riddled with wounds. How formidable! Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Frieza appeared as vulnerable as a child. Goku and his companions watched in astonishment. The once commanding Frieza was now utterly disoriented. Is this truly the might of a Super Saiyan? Ah, the fierce conflict continued in the skies. It was more akin to a relentless beating. Bardock seized Frieza by his tail, spinning him around before hurling him to the ground. What's wrong? Have you reached your limits? Unleash your full power. Bardock loomed over Frieza like a deity, his golden aura still radiating with intensity. In stark contrast, Frieza was visibly weakened and severely injured. If not for the robust constitution of the Frost Demons, he would have already succumbed. How infuriating! A mere Scion monkey has forced me to this extent. Frieza roared in frustration, clenching his fists as his energy surged once more, arcs of lightning flickering around him. Ah, so you intend to reveal your full strength? How amusing, Bardock remarked, showing no concern and refraining from interrupting. He wanted Frieza to grasp the true extent of their disparity. This fool still has the capacity to increase his energy. Goku's expression turned grave as he noted, that scoundrel was merely toying with us earlier. Now he is truly unleashing his power. The others nodded in agreement. Full power. Ah! Frieza bellowed, a tremendous roar resonating as his muscles swelled dramatically, the culmination of his full strength. Now it is your turn. Frieza sneered, instantaneously appearing before Bardock and delivering a powerful punch. Bam! In the face of Frieza's punch, Bardock stood his ground, unwavering and unyielding. Frieza unleashed a torrent of strikes upon Bardock, yet curiously, Bardock remained steadfast, not retreating even an inch. What? How is this possible? Frieza questioned his own existence, retreating in disbelief. He had unleashed his full power, yet this scion before him appeared utterly unscathed. Is this all your strength? I am sorely disappointed. Bardock shook his head. His physical prowess was already formidable, and upon becoming a super scion, that strength had ascended further. He stood there, unguarded, rendering Frieza's attacks ineffective. In a fit of rage and humiliation, Frieza's fingers unleashed a barrage of purple energy beams. Chapter 38. The Dust Settles. A flurry of violet rays shot towards Bardock at lightning speed. To the astonishment of all, Bardock effortlessly repelled Frieza's onslaught with merely a single finger. How extraordinary! Frieza's defeat appeared inevitable, as Goku and his companions felt an exhilarating surge of hope. The disparity between the two opponents was insurmountable. Impossible. How could I, Frieza, be defeated? Frieza was deeply shaken, realizing he was rendered helpless. Neither physical nor magical attacks had any effect on Bardock. How could he continue? Frieza, you have already lost. Go to the depths of hell and repent to those innocent souls. Bardock had no desire to prolong the battle, for Frieza was already at his last gasp. Further combat seemed futile. It was time to send him on his way. I have lost. Upon hearing this, Frieza's lips twitched, and he erupted in fury. I, Frieza, the mighty king, shall never be defeated. You shall accompany this planet in its demise. In a fit of madness, Frieza resolved to take everyone down with him. He knew that Saiyans could not survive in the cosmos, but he could. If he obliterated this planet, the detestable Saiyans would perish in the void. A colossal energy sphere rapidly coalesced, and without further ado, Frieza unleashed it upon the ground. Once this energy sphere struck the surface, not even the mightiest Super Saiyan would survive. What? This fiend intends to destroy the planet. How despicable! Goku and the others were filled with dread. Yet they found themselves powerless to intervene, as this energy sphere contained Frieza's full power, far beyond their capacity to withstand. Dandy, in despair, closed his eyes. You truly remain as treacherous as ever. However, Bardock would not permit Frieza to have his way. He had anticipated Frieza's desperate measures. In a flash, Bardock descended to the earth, his right hand crackling with lightning as a wave of electric energy surged upward. Thunder Cannon. The massive lightning shockwave cleaved through the air, forcefully redirecting Frieza's planetary destruction back toward him, swiftly returning to confront Frieza. Curse it! Frieza's eyes reddened with rage, but it was futile. His form was engulfed by the tremendous shockwave, propelling him into the vastness of space. A cataclysmic explosion reverberated throughout the heavens, enveloping the sky in a blinding white light. The essence of Frieza had utterly dissipated. Thus, the once mighty cosmic emperor met his end. We did it! Goku and the others cheered, for this time, Frieza was truly vanquished. Wonderful! Dandy and Gohan clasped hands in jubilation, celebrating that this malevolent Frieza had finally received his due retribution. The slain Namekians could finally rest in peace. With Frieza's essence extinguished, the long-standing enmity could finally be laid to rest. Bardock took a moment to sense the situation, confirming that Frieza was indeed irretrievably gone. He exhaled in relief, and the golden aura surrounding him faded, returning him to his normal state. The journey to Namek has proven immensely fruitful. Not only did we vanquish Frieza and save Namek from annihilation, but I also transcended to become a Super Saiyan. Although Raditz has fallen, it matters not. A composed Bardock reflected. Piccolo has been revived, and the Dragon Balls of Earth have awakened once more. In due time, those who perished on Namek, including Raditz, shall be resurrected. Father, Grandpa, Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo approached. Thank you for saving Namek, Dandy expressed with sincere gratitude. It was but a trifling effort. Bardock replied with a smile, then turned to Piccolo, saying, Piccolo, please contact King Kai and have him inform the Guardian of Earth to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those slain by Frieza's minions. I understand, Piccolo. A being of remarkable intellect, grasped Bardock's intentions. He established contact with King Kai through a unique method, relaying the situation. Naturally, King Kai would not refuse such a minor request. Bardock's defeat of Frieza had eliminated a significant menace in his jurisdiction, and he was grateful beyond measure. At that moment, King Kai connected with the recently revived Guardian. Without hesitation, the Guardian instructed Mr. Popo to summon the Eternal Dragon and make the wish. The previously lifeless Namek was instantly infused with vitality, as all the Namekians who had been slain were resurrected, Raditz included, though the Grand Elder, having died of natural causes, was not among them. Wait, wasn't I dead? Raditz exclaimed as he suddenly sat up, a look of bewilderment on his face. He recalled being ambushed and killed by Frieza. How was he alive now? Haha, brother, you were revived by the dragon. Goku exclaimed with excitement, draping an arm over Raditz's shoulder. You missed it. Father became a Super Saiyan and defeated Frieza. It was incredible. What? A Super Saiyan? Is that true? Raditz stared in astonishment at Bardock, his father, who had achieved the legendary transformation. I'm glad you're well, Bardock replied with a smile. This is merely the beginning. There are many beings in the universe far stronger than Frieza. I've simply gotten ahead of you. With your current strength, becoming a Super Saiyan is merely a matter of time. His words were not mere bravado, for Raditz, Goku, and Vegeta now possessed combat powers exceeding 3 million. They merely required the right opportunity to break through. Bardock, do not become complacent, Vegeta interjected, clearly displeased with Bardock's statement. I, too, shall become a Super Saiyan before Kakarot and Raditz, and I will defeat you all one by one. I look forward to your challenge, Vegeta, Bardock replied calmly. However, now is not the time for such discussions. You have all sustained considerable injuries. It would be prudent to allow Dandy to tend to your wounds. Yes, I will treat you all right away, Dandy replied obediently, attending to each individual's injuries. Now, it is time for us to take our leave. Hey, Vegeta. Bring out the spaceship you stole from Bulma, Goku said. Our spaceship was destroyed by Frieza. We can only use yours. Vegeta scoffed, but eventually produced the spacecraft. Wait, everyone. Elder Mu and Nail interjected. You have saved Namek. You are all esteemed guests of our planet. Elder Mu declared solemnly, from now on, Namek welcomes you at any time. You possess great strength. Will you not stay? Nail inquired, gazing at Piccolo, recognizing his might as a fellow warrior of Namek. He hoped Piccolo would remain to help protect their home. No, the life on Namek does not suit me, Piccolo replied with a slight smirk. However, I promise that should Namek face any peril, I will be there without delay. Very well, I too shall strive to train and safeguard Namek, Nail said. And they exchanged a knowing smile, their understanding unspoken. Is it time to part ways, Gohan? Dandy's eyes brimmed with tears. Gohan had been his savior and cherished friend. The thought of separation was painful. Dandy, we will surely meet again, Gohan reassured him, grasping Dandy's hand earnestly. If you ever have the chance to visit Earth, I will show you a wonderful time. It is far more exciting than Namek. Really? Then let us make a promise. Dandy's eyes sparkled with hope, enchanted by the thought of Earth. Agreed. After bidding farewell to everyone, Bardock and the other warriors boarded the spaceship. As they departed, the Namekians waved goodbye, and the spacecraft shot off into the cosmos like a streak of light. Chapter 39. The terrifying black hole in a secluded space of the universe. A woman radiating divine light sat cross-legged. With her ice-blue long hair and a flowing white gown, a luminous halo encircled her head. Surrounding her were flickering points of light like sprites, and at the center stood a massive pendulum clock. Unlike ordinary clocks, this one was filled with countless glowing points. And peculiarly, the clock's hands moved with excruciating slowness. Another failure? The woman opened her eyes, which seemed to conceal the essence of time and space. As her eyes fluttered open, The surrounding points of light shattered into fragments. In the vast universe, a spacecraft was in motion. Dad, what is a Super Saiyan like? I've never seen one. Can you transform just once for me? Raditz clamored, his curiosity about the Super Saiyan overwhelming him. Little brat, do you think I'm a deity? I have merely just entered this realm, Bardock retorted with irritation. I have yet to master it. It's not something I can simply do at will. In the original story, Goku also took considerable effort to familiarize himself with the transformation after becoming a Super Saiyan, and Bardock had only just broken through. How could he transform on command? Raditz felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing Kakarot boast about being an invincible Super Saiyan. He genuinely yearned to witness it firsthand. Vegeta sat alone in the corner, desiring to inquire about the transformation into a Super Saiyan, yet his pride held him back, leaving him to ponder in solitude. Piccolo was also lost in contemplation, his training methods differing from those of the Saiyans. As for Gohan, he hurriedly completed his homework, fearing that upon returning to Earth, his mother would discover his unfinished assignments and deny him the opportunity to train. Influenced by Bardock, Gohan's aspiration to become a scholar had significantly waned. Now, his primary focus was on training to surpass his grandfather, relegating academics to a secondary concern as long as he kept up. Suddenly, amidst their individual reflections, the spaceship began to shake violently. Hey Nap, what is going on? Can't you even pilot a spaceship after dying once? Vegeta snapped, taking out his frustrations on Nab. It's not my fault. Nab replied, bewildered. I don't know what is happening. There's a powerful energy outside pulling the ship, and the defense systems can't withstand it. What? Is that even possible? Bardock rushed to the control panel, urging, show us what's outside. We haven't encountered space pirates, have we? His words were not unfounded. The cosmos was rife with space marauders, like the notorious Dales. I'm not sure. Let us assess the situation, Nab said, quickly activating the ship's sensors, projecting a vast image within the vessel. As they beheld the projection, everyone, Bardock included, gasped in astonishment. A black hole. Except for Goku, who remained oblivious, the others were struck with shock. What terrible luck to encounter a black hole. Damn it. Cursed be that jinx, Bardock thought, anxiety bubbling within him. The power of a black hole was no trifling matter, even as a Super Saiyan. If he were to be pulled into its grasp, he would surely meet his demise. Yet they were unable to survive in the vacuum of space. This was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Nab, activate the propulsion system immediately. If we get sucked into that black hole, we're all doomed. Vegeta's expression darkened. He had yet to become a Super Saiyan and could not afford to perish in a black hole. He knew the ship possessed an acceleration system and hoped it would prove effective. Nab wasted no time, hastily engaging the propulsion device, and the spaceship expelled a plume of fire, attempting to surge forward. However, against the black hole's pull, the ship advanced less than 100 meters before being violently drawn back. Damn it! The propulsion system is useless. This is infuriating. Nab roared, feeling utterly powerless. No matter how advanced the technology, it would yield to a black hole. Are we truly destined to perish here? Goku was equally frantic. He feared death not, but to meet his end in such a manner felt unbearably suffocating. Bardock's expression shifted continuously as he glanced at Goku, then at Raditz, finally fixing his gaze on Gohan. As if making a momentous decision, Bardock took a deep breath and said solemnly, Nappa, open the ship's hatch. Huh, Bardock, what do you intend to do? Nappa gazed at Bardock incredulously, unaware of his intentions. Bardock. Piccolo seemed to grasp Bardock's plan and seized him firmly. Piccolo, this is the only way, Bardock replied without elaboration, forcefully pushing Nappa aside and pressing the hatch's opening button. A surge of energy erupted, pushing everyone back as he propelled himself into the vastness of space. Dad. At that moment, even Goku, though slow-witted, understood Bardock's intentions. He couldn't help but roar, attempting to rush out to stop Bardock. Yet it was too late. Bardock unleashed a ki blast, sending Goku crashing back into the ship while he soared toward the black hole. Kakarot, you are the hope of the Saiyans. Even if I perish, you must not. Bardock's gaze was resolute. In this critical moment, his hair turned golden, and his entire being ignited with a golden aura. Get back. He formed an energy shield around himself. Despite the terrifying gravitational pull, his expression remained unwavering. He turned and fired a Kamehameha wave at the spaceship. The blue Kamehameha sliced through the pitch-black cosmos, striking the ship and forcefully propelling it away from the black hole's grasp. Bardock controlled his power perfectly, ensuring the ship remained intact. "Kakarot, farewell," he shouted, just as his body was completely engulfed by the black hole. "Dad, old man, Grandpa." Witnessing Bardock being swallowed by the black hole, Goku, Raditz, and Gohan pounded the floor in despair. Bardock had chosen to risk his life to save them. Bardock, too, left Piccolo in silence, filled with respect for Bardock, but also an overwhelming sense of loss. "What are you all so mournful about? Earth still has the Dragon Balls, doesn't he?" The only one remaining composed was Vegeta, crossing his arms as he remarked, "Even if Bardock is truly dead, we can revive him by returning to Earth and using the Dragon Balls, you foolish imbeciles." "Right. How could I forget?" Although Vegeta's words were harsh, Goku's eyes lit up. Indeed, how had he overlooked such a crucial detail? Instantly, the sorrowful atmosphere dissipated. "All right, full speed ahead to Earth." Goku clenched his fists, vowing to summon the Eternal Dragon and resurrect Bardock upon their return. Chapter 40. Comprehending Instant Transmission. What is this? After being sucked into the black hole, Bardock did not experience the anticipated sensation of his body being torn apart. He widened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, and discovered he was in a silvery, tunnel-like space. This tunnel-like realm was filled with fragmented points of light, which seemed to flow backward incessantly. What is happening? Is this what it's like inside a black hole? This was a situation Bardock had never encountered before. He had no idea what was transpiring. However, it seemed his life was spared for the moment. But what did this all signify? My body lies immobile. In this tunnel, where does it lead? Bardock finds himself unable to move, forced to watch the surrounding scenery recede before his eyes. With no other recourse, he closes his eyes to meditate. Since his body is unresponsive and the end remains uncertain, he decides to strengthen his mental fortitude through meditation. True to his pure Saiyan lineage, he does not neglect his training even in such dire circumstances. Bardock's mind incessantly recalls the sensation of transforming into a Super Saiyan and his battles against Frieza, reliving those feelings repeatedly as his body intermittently shimmers with golden light. His hair oscillates between black and yellow. Although his body remains still, his energy persists. Initially, it took Bardock considerable time to achieve transformation, but as time progressed, the duration required diminished significantly. Ultimately, he could transform into a Super Saiyan at merely a thought. Splendid. He has finally attained mastery over this ability. Bardock halts his meditation, uncertain of how much time has passed, yet he is confident that he can transform at will. Simultaneously, his combat prowess has notably improved. With a mere flicker of thought, he instantly becomes a Super Saiyan. Suddenly, an anomaly occurs. The fragmented points of light scattered throughout the spatial tunnel seem to be drawn to him, surging into Bardock's body. What? Bardock gasps in shock, hastily trying to expel these luminous points. However, it proves futile. Once these points enter his being, they blend seamlessly into his flesh. Bardock swiftly probes his body with his energy, wary of any malevolent entity that might have infiltrated him. Yet, to his bewilderment, his body remains intact, devoid of any abnormalities. Nevertheless, Bardock maintains his vigilance, cautiously examining every inch within. What is this? Why does my energy now bear a resemblance to the aura emitted by Jebit during his instantaneous movement? At this moment, Bardock realizes something is amiss. He discovers a subtle alteration in his energy, one that he finds strangely familiar, as it mirrors the aberrant aura associated with Jebit's teleportation technique. Of course, this does not imply their energies are identical. Could it be? A flicker of speculation ignites within Bardock, and to verify his hypothesis, he closes his eyes once more to scrutinize the situation within his body. After an indeterminate passage of time, a circular archway radiating white light materializes before Bardock. Oh, I can move. His eyes brighten. He is unsure how long he has lingered in the tunnel, fearing he may never see the end. Yet, with the emergence of this archway, could it signify a means of escape? Without hesitation, Bardock plunges through the arch, and in the next moment, he finds himself standing upon solid ground. With Bardock's departure, the mysterious spatial tunnel vanishes without a trace. Where am I? Bardock surveyed his surroundings, finding himself amidst a desolate ruin. The area was littered with crumbling edifices, and the ground was strewn with the remnants of various destroyed vehicles. More importantly, there was not a single soul in sight. To describe the atmosphere as lifeless would be an understatement. How does this place resemble Earth so closely? Furrowing his brow, Bardock concentrated intently, Murmuring to himself, I detect the faintest traces of humanity, yet they are exceedingly scarce. What has transpired here? Despite the weak signals, Bardock could still sense the presence of humans, albeit fewer than 1,000. In pursuit of clarity, he ascended into the sky, heading towards the source of the human essence. With each passing moment, a profound heaviness weighed upon his heart. This locale bore no distinction from a city of the dead. There were no signs of life, only the remnants of ravaged structures. Not a single animal, let alone a person, could be found. Suddenly, a particular aura caught his attention. Bardock halted, turning towards the northwest, his eyes widening in shock. This energy, could it be Gohan? How is it possible? Has Gohan's power surged to such heights? Not only Gohan, but he also sensed another, slightly weaker presence, along with Bulma's signature energy. Bardock's astonishment grew, while Gohan had indeed become stronger. It was unimaginable that he could rival Bardock's own might. Just then, an idea sparked in his mind, prompting him to test a theory. Slowly closing his eyes, he vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he found himself on a distant hillside. Indeed, my hypothesis was correct. Those fragments of light represented the energy of time and space. A glimmer of determination ignited in Bardock's eyes. What he had just executed was instantaneous movement. Unlike the teleportation of the Ardetra, his technique mirrored that of Jebet, allowing him to arrive at any location without the need to sense energy signatures, a stark contrast to the limitations of the Ardetra's method, which could not traverse to areas devoid of life force. Once he recognized that his essence resonated with that of Jebet's teleportation, a vague understanding began to form within him. Eventually, after assimilating the energy of those fragmented lights, he comprehended the art of instantaneous movement, although he had been unable to experiment with it in the tunnel space. Successfully employing it now affirmed his suspicions. Those luminous fragments indeed contained the energies of time and space. However, he remained oblivious to the origins of this time-space energy or its peculiar manifestation within that strange tunnel. Yet, now was not the time for such contemplations. He needed to ascertain the current situation. Father, is that really you? A voice filled with astonishment reached Bardock's ears. Chapter 41. The future world. Bardock stood in stunned silence. Before him stood a one-armed young man, unmistakably an adult version of Gohan, alongside a boy with blue hair, who bore a resemblance to Vegeta. Overwhelmed, Bardock exclaimed, "Gohan? Trunks, so it is that I have unexpectedly arrived in a future world." Upon encountering the young Trunks, he immediately comprehended the nature of his surroundings. This is indeed Earth, albeit a different realm within the multiverse. In this timeline, Goku met his demise due to heart disease, while Vegeta and the other Dragon Ball warriors fell victim to the androids 17 and 18. Only Gohan and Trunks remain. "You are not my father," Gohan exclaimed, his eyes widening with disbelief. "Though your appearance mirrors that of my father, your essence is entirely dissimilar. Moreover, my father lacked a tail. Who are you truly?" At the sight of Bardock, future Gohan instinctively believed he was gazing upon Son Goku. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were not the same person. Their essences diverged too greatly. Goku was innocent and cheerful, while Bardock exuded maturity and composure. The most apparent distinction was that Goku bore no tail. Young Trunks, filled with curiosity, pondered aloud. This person possesses a tail. Could he be a Saiyan? "Gohan, you may find this hard to believe, but I am not Kakarot," Bardock clarified. "I am Bardock, Kakarot's father, making me your grandfather." Wait. The revelation left Gohan and Trunks utterly astonished. However, Gohan hesitated. Recalling how Uncle Vegeta had once mentioned Bardock's death long ago, he found it difficult to accept such an implausible truth. "Do not rush. Allow me to explain," Bardock urged. He proceeded to narrate his origins from a bygone era and how a temporal anomaly had fortuitously transported him to this future world, sharing the details with Gohan. Gohan and Trunks remained in stunned silence, slowly processing the astonishing information. "So that's why you resemble my father so closely," Gohan remarked, taking a deep breath. "I never imagined that multiple timelines exist, each with a history that diverges from our own." In his future timeline, Bardock had long since perished, and Frieza was vanquished by Goku. Indeed, the universe is vast beyond comprehension, harboring innumerable timelines, with each trajectory of history uniquely distinct, Bardock elucidated. He had been unaware of these matters, but had gleaned many secrets through Kakarot's memories. He even foresaw that future Gohan would soon fall to the androids. However, having arrived in this timeline, he would not allow Gohan to fight alone, for future Gohan was, in essence, his grandson. Androids are merely a trivial challenge, Bardock reassured. Grandfather. Gohan's voice trembled, overwhelmed with emotion. After enduring the loss of all his kin and friends, encountering a blood relative was a rare joy, filling Gohan's heart with elation. At last, he was not alone. Bardock nodded, then turned his gaze towards the empty sleeve of Gohan's attire. Is your injury a result of the androids? Indeed. Gohan replied gravely. The androids possess formidable strength. In one-on-one encounters, I am not afraid of them. Yet, facing two at once, I can barely hold my ground. Gohan, you have fought alone for so many years. It has been a difficult burden to bear. Bardock gently patted Gohan's shoulder, offering solace. But do not worry now. I shall stand with you to vanquish the androids. A mere assemblage of scrap metal dares to act with impunity. Although he had only recently ascended to the level of Super Saiyan, his battle prowess surpassed that of Gohan at present, coupled with his mastery of instant transmission. Defeating one of the androids should pose no significant challenge. Uncle, do not underestimate the androids. They are indeed formidable, possessing boundless stamina, and are quite troublesome, Trunks interjected. Unable to suppress his concern, he sensed that Bardock was somewhat underestimating their adversaries. Ha ha ha. Trunks, you bear no resemblance to your father, Vegeta, Bardock laughed heartily. Though your father is reckless, he never shies away from a formidable foe. Such is the pride of a Saiyan, to fight to the bitter end, regardless of the enemy's strength. The pure-blooded Saiyans and their hybrid counterparts differ greatly. In the future world, Gohan and Trunks often lack the ferocity needed when faced with insurmountable foes. Conversely, pure-blooded Saiyans like Goku and Vegeta respond to powerful enemies with exhilaration rather than trepidation. Trunks fell silent, for he had barely known his father before Vegeta's demise, leaving him oblivious to his father's true nature. Fear not, with me here. The future shall not be shrouded in darkness, Bardock declared. But let us set aside such matters for now. Could you take me somewhere to eat? I am quite famished. Indeed, he was genuinely hungry, having not consumed anything since the fierce battle against Frieza on Namek, followed by his ordeal through the temporal black hole. Haha, Grandpa. Your words echo those of Dad, Gohan chuckled, a smile returning to his face at the familiar sentiment. Initially, he had intended to confront the androids alone, but Bardock's arrival had dispelled that notion. Perhaps, in alliance with his grandfather, they could indeed defeat those two fiends. With renewed hope, Gohan led Bardock to Bulma's residence in West City. In the future, Bulma had matured, and upon learning that Bardock was from the past and Gohan's grandfather, she was taken aback. The temporal black hole had sparked a revelation in her mind. She was engaged in a secret research endeavor but had encountered a bottleneck. Listening to Bardock's tale, many of her uncertainties were resolved. Mr. Bardock, come, there is an abundance of food here, Bulma exclaimed, retrieving a plethora of provisions from her capsule. Before dashing off to resume her research, confident that she would soon invent a revolutionary machine. Bulma, wait. Bardock suddenly called out. What is it, Mr. Bardock? Bulma paused. Curiosity piqued as she glanced back at him. I wish to inquire if there are still spacecraft available. Spacecraft? Both Bulma and the perplexed Gohan and Trunks exchanged glances, unsure of Bardock's intentions behind the question. At present, there are none available. However, should you require a spaceship, given the resources at my disposal, it would take approximately 2 months to construct. Bulma felt a twinge of regret, as the devastation wrought by the androids had left many areas of the future world in ruins, resulting in a severe scarcity of scientific materials. Were the materials complete? With the advanced technology of Bulma in the future world, a spaceship could be fashioned in a mere day. 2 months? That is acceptable. Bardock mused for a moment before saying, I would appreciate your assistance in manufacturing a spaceship. Grandfather, what do you need a spaceship for at this time? Are you planning to venture into space? Gohan inquired curiously. Indeed, I aim to resurrect the Dragon Balls, Bardock declared, which elicited gasps of astonishment from Gohan and the others. In this era, with Piccolo deceased, the Dragon Balls had vanished alongside him. Bardock's assertion of reviving the Dragon Balls seemed implausible. True, while the Guardian perished with Piccolo, it does not imply the Dragon Balls are rendered useless, Bardock clarified. We merely need to travel to Namek and locate a Namekian to serve as the new Guardian on Earth, thereby restoring the Dragon Balls to their former function. This strategy was inspired by the methods employed by Goku in the main timeline. Is that feasible? Gohan asked, astonished yet perplexed. But who should we seek? We can't just pick any Namekian at random. Moreover, the former Namek was destroyed by Frieza, and we have no knowledge of the whereabouts of the new Namek. Oh, that is a simple matter. After I handle the androids, I will inquire with King Kai about the coordinates of the new Namek, Bardock replied nonchalantly. As for the selection of the new Guardian, I already have someone in mind, someone you are quite familiar with. Familiar? Gohan paused, then suddenly seemed to recall something. Exclaiming, Grandfather, could it be Dend? He was indeed most acquainted with Dend from Namek. Precisely, it is Dend, Bardock affirmed with a nod. Though he may not be a fighter, he is a brilliant Namekian. Trust me, he is the ideal candidate for the role of Guardian. Wonderful. If the Dragon Balls can truly be revived, then there is hope for the entire world. Gohan clenched his fists, believing that with the Dragon Balls, the world that now felt so alien could be transformed. The only sorrow was that those who had perished over a year ago could not be brought back to life. But how can we contact this King Kai you mentioned? Bulma posed the pivotal question. She had heard Goku speak of King Kai before and understood that he was a deity even more exalted than the Guardian. But what method could they use to reach him? Do not worry. I have a plan, Bardock responded with a smile. For now, let us fill our bellies and then confront the androids. In truth, a spaceship was entirely unnecessary, if Bardock truly wished. He could utilize instant transmission to arrive at the new Namek directly. However, he did not intend to do so, for if he resolved every matter himself, the younger generation would lack the motivation to strive forward. Moreover, considering that he does not belong to this timeline, assisting Gohan in defeating the androids is already a favor due to Gohan being his beloved grandson. As for the trivial matters, it is best to leave those to the younger generation. Upon witnessing Bardock's confident demeanor, Bulma felt a momentary daze. This expression was all too familiar to her. It was as if she were gazing upon Goku from days gone by. This inexplicably brought her a sense of reassurance, and she smiled softly before retreating into her laboratory. Bardock, however, paid no heed to such matters, voraciously devouring his meal, as if to surpass even Goku's notorious appetite. Gohan and Trunks merely observed in silence, their hearts a mixture of anxiety and excitement, utterly devoid of any desire to eat. All right, I'm full now. After satisfying his hunger, Bardock stood and inquired, Gohan, do you know the whereabouts of the androids? Let us proceed to eliminate those two scrap heaps. I know. Although the androids emitted no energy, Gohan was constantly attuned to their movements, naturally aware of their location. Gohan, Uncle Bardock, I wish to accompany you. As Gohan and Bardock prepared for battle, Trunks expressed his desire to join them. Trunks, your strength is still insufficient. Accompanying us would be perilous. Gohan furrowed his brow, aware that battles at the Super Saiyan level were cataclysmic, and even watching from the sidelines could be dangerous for Trunks. No, I must witness you vanquish the androids with mine own eyes. Yet Trunks was quite stubborn, reminiscent of Vegeta in that regard. Let him come, Gohan. Bardock patted Trunks on the back, chuckling, I shall ensure the boy remains unharmed, and this battle will be beneficial for him as well. Trunks, observe closely and learn well. Do not tarnish your father's name. Yes, Trunks exclaimed loudly, his expression brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, on Earth in the past, a year had elapsed since Bardock's triumph over Frieza, and the Dragon Balls were once again available for use. What wishes do you hold? I can fulfill one of your desires. The colossal Shenron coiled majestically in the sky, its crimson eyes fixated below. Shenron, I beseech you to resurrect a Saiyan named Bardock. Goku shouted, flanked by Gohan, Piccolo, and Raditz. As for Vegeta and Nappa, they had immersed themselves in training within the gravity chamber since their return from Namek. Interestingly, Vegeta and Nappa had taken to residing at Bulma's home as if they were unwelcome guests, making it impossible for her to evict them. This situation left Bulma considerably frustrated, yet for reasons unknown, she refrained from driving Vegeta away. Goku, with an expression of exhilaration, gazed at Shenron, unable to forget Bardock's selfless act of saving them. Now that the Dragon Balls were once more within reach, he hastily summoned them. The wish was straightforward. Shenron's eyes glimmered with a red light, but after a moment, it spoke. I'm sorry, your wish cannot be granted. The Saiyan Bardock is not deceased. Please make another wish. What? Father is not dead. Goku and the others exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the situation. How could he have survived being drawn into a black hole? However, this revelation brought a profound sense of relief to Goku and his companions. Although their wishes could not be fulfilled, They at least knew that Bardock was alive. This knowledge was worth more than anything else. Yet, Bardock remained absent from Earth. A question that Piccolo posed at that moment. Indeed, Goku exclaimed, slapping his forehead, if Bardock is alive, why has he not returned to Earth even after a year? Could he be facing some adversities? Dragon, reveal to us Bardock's current whereabouts, Raditz implored the dragon. I regret to inform you that my abilities do not extend to probing the realms beyond time and space, the dragon replied, displaying a hint of helplessness. It seemed that every wish they made was beyond the dragon's capacity to fulfill. What does that even mean? Does it imply that Bardock is not in this world? Piccolo frowned, struggling to comprehend the dragon's words despite his intelligence. Indeed, this individual cannot be located within this time frame, the dragon affirmed. Do you have any other wishes? No, that's sufficient for now, dragon, Piccolo responded, and the dragon dissipated into 7 beams of light. Since even the dragon could not ascertain Bardock's location, there was no point in wasting their wishes. Chapter 43, A Year's Transformation. Piccolo, what exactly is happening? Goku, bewildered by the dragon's message, turned to Piccolo for clarification. I am not entirely certain either, Piccolo replied solemnly. However, one thing is clear. Bardock is currently not on Earth, nor is he even within this universe. If he were still in this universe, even if he were far away, the dragon would have been able to detect him. The fact that the dragon is unaware suggests that Bardock has ventured to an unknown realm. Is that so? Goku expressed his disappointment, saying, I wonder when Dad will return. It's been so long since we sparred. Upon learning that Bardock was alive, Goku's worries had eased, and he was now eager to showcase his strength to Bardock. It is noteworthy that Goku had already ascended to the level of Super Saiyan. This journey began shortly after their return to Earth, when Frieza's brother, Cooler, launched an assault. Faced with Cooler, who possessed 4 transformations, Goku was at a loss despite putting forth his utmost effort. Cooler, however, foolishly targeted Gohan and nearly inflicted fatal harm upon him. This provoked Goku's wrath, leading him to break through his limits and successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. Ultimately, he decisively vanquished Cooler. I too wish to face off against Dad so he can witness my current prowess, Raditz lamented, sharing in Goku's disappointment. Not only Goku but Raditz was also the second to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation after Goku. This narrative is rather intriguing. Upon returning to Earth, Raditz chose not to remain but instead wandered the universe, clearing out Frieza's remnants. During this period, Goku was instrumental in aiding his brother. They coincidentally passed by planet Adatila, where they mastered the technique of instant transmission. On one occasion, Raditz and Goku encountered King Cold, Frieza, and Cooler's father. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their animosity is palpable. Bardock had slain Frieza, and Goku had defeated Cooler. The hatred between them was immense. Upon their first encounter, the King of the Kurds immediately declared war. The ensuing battle was extraordinarily fierce. The King of the Kurds possessed a transformation capability akin to that of Gula, boasting 4 stages, surpassing even Frieza. His power far exceeded that of both Frieza and Gula. Even when Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, he still proved no match for the King of the Kurds. In a moment of peril, Raditz, fueled by his frustration over his own weakness, managed to awaken his Super Saiyan form. Only when these 2 Super Saiyans united their strength were they able to vanquish the King of the Kurds. Following this victory, Raditz aggressively assimilated the king's forces. However, these matters held little interest for Goku, who subsequently ventured into space less frequently. Kakarot, I must return to the Saiyan Alliance, Raditz declared. Frieza's minions have largely been dealt with, but Gula's remnants continue to wreak havoc. I must return to oversee the Saiyan Alliance. The mere mention of Gula's remaining forces made Raditz grit his teeth in frustration. These scoundrels were exceedingly cunning, engaging in guerrilla warfare that inflicted significant losses upon his Saiyan Alliance. He resolved to return to the headquarters, determined to eradicate Gula's influence once and for all. Uncle, I want to go with you, Gohan chimed in eagerly. Over the past year, he had frequently accompanied Raditz in battles across the universe. Fortunately, he had not neglected his studies. Despite being not yet 8 years old, he had already completed university-level courses, proving to be a prodigy. Thanks to this extraordinary academic aptitude, Chi-Chi did not impose too many restrictions on him. Currently, she was preoccupied with running a culinary restaurant, leaving her little time to oversee Goku and Gohan. Interestingly, due to a partnership with Bulma's Capsule Corporation, Chi-Chi's restaurant had become the most renowned on Earth, with no fewer than 100 franchises, firmly establishing her as a wealthy entrepreneur. "All right, just inform your mother," Raditz said, affectionately ruffling Gohan's hair, clearly pleased with his nephew. Not only did Gohan possess immense potential, but he also excelled in both martial and academic pursuits, making him a model genius among the younger generation of the Saiyan Alliance. As for Piccolo, he spent less time with Gohan now, but their bond remained unshaken. He still preferred solitary training, occasionally sparring with Goku, and through this balance of work and rest, Piccolo's combat prowess continued to soar. "Come on, Piccolo, let us also train," Goku suggested, watching as Gohan followed Raditz away. He said nothing, knowing that with Raditz present, Gohan would receive excellent guidance. He couldn't be happier. Damn Kakarot and Raditz. On Bulma's balcony, Vegeta gripped the railing tightly, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Goku and Raditz had already surged ahead of him by leaps and bounds. Although his base power had increased significantly, he remained unable to breach the barrier of the Super Saiyan transformation. This gnawed at him relentlessly. Each night, he dreamt of Goku and Raditz ascending to Super Saiyan forms. "Hey, Bulma, hurry and give me a spaceship. I too wish to train in the cosmos." Vegeta, unable to endure any longer, found himself left far behind. Coupled with his current stagnation, the training in the gravity chamber yielded minimal benefits. He was in dire need of an opportunity to break through. Bulma, supporting her waist, approached Vegeta. Her belly was prominently rounded, a clear indication of her pregnancy. "Vegeta, the child is about to be born. Are you really planning to train in the universe now?" Understanding Vegeta's sentiments, Bulma comforted him. "Would you like to take Nappa with you?" She anticipated that her child would arrive in a month or two, a fact even Goku and the others were unaware of. Deep down, she hoped that Vegeta could be by her side when the baby came. Upon hearing her words, Vegeta fell silent. Unbeknownst to him, after living on Earth for a year, much of his previous hostility had dissipated. The Vegeta who had just arrived on Earth would have never agreed to such a thing. "Rest assured, I will return in time," Vegeta finally conceded. "You should avoid unnecessary outings during this time. As for Nappa, it's best to leave him out of it. He currently has no time for training." Everyone was astonished when Nappa's current situation was mentioned. He had unexpectedly transformed into a globally renowned action star. One day, while walking down the street, a talent scout approached Nappa, inviting him to star in a film. Initially hesitant, curiosity got the better of him, and he ended up filming an action movie. To everyone's surprise, Nappa exhibited remarkable acting talent, effortlessly performing a range of complex stunts without a body double. Since then, he skyrocketed to fame, with directors clamoring to cast him, and his pace skyrocketing as well. Nappa himself relished the attention, discovering a newfound enjoyment in being in the limelight. Nonetheless, despite his newfound stardom, he did not neglect his training, always managing to carve out time to hone his skills. "Keep pushing, Vegeta. If Goku and his brother can become Super Saiyans, I believe you can too," Bulma encouraged him with a smile. "Humph," Vegeta scoffed, accepting the capsule Bulma handed him. As he turned away, a faint smile graced his lips. Chapter 44. Is this what you call androids? In a desolate wasteland strewn with debris and rubble, a golden-haired girl was unleashing her fury upon a still-standing building. The blonde girl possessed a strikingly beautiful face, yet at that moment, it contorted in rage as she relentlessly fired energy blasts. Behind her, a boy clad in a red scarf propped his chin on his hand, observing her. He was handsome, with long hair parted in the middle, enhancing his charming demeanor. These two were the future androids 17 and 18, modified by Dr. Gero. "Hey 18, is it really necessary to be this angry over losing at a video game?" 17 remarked with a shrug, an expression of helplessness on his face. "I don't care. I need to vent. Where are all the humans? Where did they go?" 18 bit her teeth in frustration. "Humans have nearly all been extinguished by us," 17 replied. On the 17th, one remarked, Had I known, I would not have acted so swiftly. With all the lives extinguished, we are left with naught to entertain ourselves. Is that so? If there is nothing to play with, I shall engage you," came the response. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from the heavens. Bardock, arms crossed, descended slowly, his expression exuding an aura of authority without a hint of anger. Beside him stood Gohan and Trunks, both on high alert. Son Goku. Upon seeing Bardock, both 17 and 18 were taken aback. But wait, wasn't Son Goku supposed to have perished from a heart ailment? How then does he suddenly reappear? Bardock replied coolly. I am not Son Goku, yet he is my son. Is it merely you two scrap metal who call yourselves androids? Your abilities are lacking. Yet your arrogance is quite pronounced. His dismissive tone implied that he regarded them with disdain. Gohan, overhearing, felt a bead of sweat form. His grandfather was rather formidable. Meanwhile, Trunks gazed in awe, marveling at Bardock's commanding presence. Oh, the father of Son Goku? 17 scrutinized Bardock and 18, intrigued, remarked, You bear an uncanny resemblance. Yet your essence is entirely distinct. Fascinating. You say we are scrap metal? 18, already irritable, was further incensed by Bardock's words and coldly retorted, Our skills may be underestimated, but you shall serve as a fitting outlet for my frustrations. With a sudden motion, 18 charged at Bardock, her presence fierce and resolute. Grandfather, be cautious. Gohan urged Bardock as he transformed into his Super Saiyan form. Trunks, witnessing the onset of battle, instinctively retreated to a safe distance. A woman dares to be audacious? Begone. Bardock, unfazed by 18's gender, clenched his fists and launched a rapid punch towards her. With a resounding impact, 18, caught off guard and overly presumptuous, was struck solidly by Bardock's blow, her body hurtling backwards and shattering several already dilapidated buildings. 17, observing from the sidelines, narrowed his eyes, astonished at Bardock's prowess. He had not anticipated this self-proclaimed father of Son Goku to possess such capability to injure 18. Interesting, 17 clapped his hands in applause to have sent 18 flying. You possess some skill. Allow me to join the fray. Bardock cast a sidelong glance at 17, aware that this android's strength surpassed that of 18's. Hold on, 17. I shall handle this one. I am truly incensed. 18 charged back again, her hair disheveled, her denim jacket tattered. Your opponent is me, Gohan declared. A golden light flashing as he positioned himself before 18, his emerald eyes filled with lethal intent. Son Gohan, you truly have a short memory, 18 scoffed. Disdain evident in her voice. How many times have you been bested by us? A cornered dog dares to challenge me? Is that so? Should it not be for your combined efforts, I would dispatch you as easily as one would a mere dog, Gohan retorted, his words ringing true, in a one-on-one encounter. He harbored no fear of 18. You seek death. Android 18 was evidently provoked by Gohan's words, her form flickering and vanishing from sight. Gohan, unwilling to be outdone, similarly accelerated, engaging in an intense aerial battle with Android 18. The clash of their energies erupted in the sky. Now it's your turn. Make your move, scrap metal. Bardock, brimming with arrogance, disregarded the grim expression on Android 17's face as he beckoned him with a casual gesture. You are exceedingly arrogant. Yet those who are most arrogant tend to meet their demise swiftly. Android 17's expression turned increasingly frigid. With a subtle lift of his foot, he instantaneously appeared before Bardock, unleashing a sweeping kick. Bardock's combat style diverged from Goku's. He eschewed hesitation and immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. Boom! In the face of Android 17's fierce kick, he merely raised his arm, effortlessly blocking the strike. Humph! Android 17 scoffed, executing 2 somersaults in the air before retaliating with an energy blast aimed at Bardock. Confronted with the incoming ki blast, Bardock swatted it away with a single palm. However, Android 17, leveraging his boundless energy, unleashed a barrage of ki blasts. In an instant, the sky was filled with a dense array of energy projectiles. Infinite energy certainly breeds audacity. Bardock sighed in admiration, yet he would not remain idle. With a brilliant golden aura, he transformed into a streak of golden light, forcefully breaking through the barrage of ki blasts, akin to an unstoppable rampaging dragon. What? Android 17's expression shifted, realizing that this Saiyan had forcibly breached his offensive. More alarmingly, Bardock had forsaken defense entirely, rendering his attacks ineffective. What kind of physical prowess is this? Yet, he had no time to ponder, for Bardock had already closed the distance, launching a powerful punch. Boom! Unable to evade, Android 17 braced himself and countered with his own fist. Their fists collided against each other's faces, unleashing a massive burst of energy that created a white energy circle. Haven't you eaten? Is that all the strength you possess? Bardock absorbed Android 17's punch with little consequence. Given his current physical resilience, 17's physical assault was insufficient to breach his defenses. However, Android 17 was not as robust. After receiving Bardock's blow, Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. "Don't get too cocky," Android 17 roared, charging forward to grapple with Bardock. Unfazed, Bardock met him head-on as they exchanged blows, fists against fists, feet against feet. The combat was devoid of any frills. It was raw and brutal. Their figures flickered across the sky, the tremendous energies causing the ground to tremble incessantly. The intensity of their battle surpassed even that of Gohan and Android 18. Chapter 45. A powerful kill. How impressive. Uncle Bardock is truly formidable. From a precarious building, Trunks felt a surge of excitement, clenching his fists as he exclaimed, "Android 17 is clearly at a disadvantage, while Uncle Bardock grows ever stronger, even surpassing Brother Gohan." Despite his youth, Trunks possessed a mature intellect. As he observed the battle intently, he was immensely enlightened, daring not to divert his focus from the two fierce confrontations. Bardock and Android 17 were embroiled in a fierce battle, while Gohan was equally relentless in his own confrontation. Gohan's strength was on par with that of Android 17. And now, facing the comparatively weaker Android 18, he had completely seized control of the combat's rhythm. In light of Gohan's ferocious assault, Android 18 appeared somewhat beleaguered. Unlike the Gohan of the past, the Gohan from this future world boasted considerable combat experience, effortlessly exploiting openings to launch counterattacks. In contrast, Android 18's skills seemed lacking. Despite her boundless energy, her fighting techniques were indeed subpar, and once Gohan closed in, she could do little more than defend against his relentless blows. Frustratingly, Android 18 raised her hands in front of her, yet Gohan's iron fists descended with a seemingly reckless ferocity, forcing her to retreat step by step. Just as Gohan prepared to deliver a final, decisive blow, a green energy sphere hurtled towards him, striking him squarely. Gohan had no time to react, and the explosion sent him flying, blood spilling from his mouth. This unexpected turn granted Android 18 a moment to recuperate. She quickly glanced up to find that it was Android 17, noticing her precarious situation, who had intervened to assist her. In the face of adversity, how could one afford to be distracted? Bardock regarded Android 17 with incredulity. To divide one's focus in a duel against an equally matched opponent was tantamount to courting disaster. Unlike Goku, Bardock seized the opportunity, driving his knee forcefully into Android 17's abdomen. The impact seemed to puncture through, leaving 17 doubled over in agony. Yet Bardock was relentless. He delivered a swift kick to 17's chin, sending him soaring into the sky. In an instant, a golden aura flared, and Bardock was upon 17's back, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent him careening like a ragdoll. As Bardock reveled in his offensive, a sudden shriek pierced the air from below, and a deluge of pink energy beams surged upward. Upon closer inspection, Bardock realized it was Android 18 coming to the rescue. With no time to evade, he was engulfed by the onslaught of pink rays, resulting in a tremendous explosion. This disruption afforded Android 17 a brief respite, glaring in horror at the unfolding scene. He found this Saiyan utterly terrifying. Bardock fought with a reckless abandon, displaying no regard for self-preservation, leaving him vulnerable to attacks. Yet the predicament lay in the fact that Bardock's physique seemed as resilient as steel. His assaults bore little fruit. Had they succeeded? Android 17 and 18 watched the explosion's aftermath. Having unleashed Android 18's full power, they anticipated some effect. However, as the smoke cleared, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Aside from his tattered battle attire, Bardock bore no significant injuries. Truly, the artificial beings were formidable. Even at full strength, Bardock felt the sting of pain. Observing the lingering smoke and trembling hands, he understood all too well. In a contest of comparable power, if the opponent did not exert their utmost, they stood no chance of breaching his defenses. For instance, on the 18th, her full-force strike was sufficiently powerful to inflict noticeable pain upon him. Yet it was evident that her strength was insufficient to cause any real injury. How infuriating, this monster! The expression on 18's face was exceedingly grim as she gritted her teeth and bellowed, "Let us together vanquish him, 17. However, before she could finish her sentence, a robust fist collided with her, sending her flying with a single blow. "Your opponent is me. Do not even think of teaming up again." Gohan's figure slowly ascended from the ground. Having been ambushed by 17 moments prior, he bore visible wounds, yet fortunately, they were not severe. "Son Gohan." 18's fury ignited, and after steadying herself, she charged towards Gohan. conjuring numerous pink energy spheres in her hands. The energy spheres whistled through the air, transforming mid-flight into a form reminiscent of a ki attack. This move again. Gohan was well acquainted with this technique, having suffered greatly from it in the past. However, unencumbered by 17 this time, Gohan found it considerably easier. His body suddenly split into multiple afterimages, causing all of 18's attacks to strike only his illusions. Oh, the multi-phantom fist? Bardock, observing from the air, subtly shifted his gaze, clearly recognizing Gohan's technique. He smiled slightly and chose to disregard it, given Gohan's prowess. Defeating 18 would pose no challenge. For now, it was prudent to deal with 17 first. All right, scrap metal, it's time for you to take your leave. Bardock suddenly erupted with energy, his right hand crackling with lightning as a massive energy sphere formed instantaneously. The lightning cannon, shimmering with waves of thunder, surged through the heavens. Ruthlessly barreling towards 17, the violent energy fluctuations scattering the clouds above. Faced with this overwhelming shockwave, 17's expression changed drastically. He sensed the looming threat of death and dared not underestimate it, activating his protective shield immediately. This shield was 17's trump card, capable of withstanding any assault. With a resounding crash, akin to a meteor striking the earth, Bardock's lightning cannon collided with 17's protective barrier, yet it held firm. The tempest of lightning failing to breach the shield. Did he believe that encasing himself in a shell would ensure his safety? Bardock was not surprised. He was well aware of 17's capabilities. He gradually brought his palms together, channeling all his energy to the maximum, his golden aura swelling dramatically. Kamehameha. Bardock unleashed his full-powered Kamehameha, the two energies converging, resulting in an overwhelming surge of power that shook the very ground beneath them, sending violent gusts of wind radiating outward. Even Trunks, observing from a distance, was caught off guard by this force. What? 17's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw his activated shield beginning to shatter. Bardock's energy was far too immense, exceeding the shield's capacity. With a sharp, ear-splitting crack, 17's protective barrier shattered instantaneously. No, the raging energy engulfed 17. And after a brilliant flash, he was left with nothing but remnants. 17. 18 was left dumbfounded at the sight of 17's demise. Even Gohan appeared momentarily stunned. Gohan, what are you doing? Hurry up and finish this, stop dawdling. Bardock urged Gohan, remarking on his indecisiveness. Chapter 46. It is time for you to depart. Gohan regained his composure, redirecting his gaze towards Android 18, his tone imbued with lethal intent. Android, your kind has plunged our world into chaos, resulting in the demise of countless innocents on Earth. Now, venture to the depths of hell to atone for your sins against them. A formidable aura ascended from Gohan as he pressed his remaining arm against his forehead. The special beam cannon erupted forth, an echo of Piccolo's ultimate technique. As he silently vowed, Uncle Piccolo, I have avenged you. No, Android 18, having lost all will to fight following the death of Android 17, could not even activate her shield in time. The special beam cannon pierced through her body, crimson blood gushing forth. A gaping wound marred her abdomen, and her eyes instantly dulled, life extinguished as her form burst in the air. The malevolent androids 17 and 18 finally paid the ultimate price for their heinous actions. Well done, Gohan. Bardock smiled with satisfaction before descending to his normal state. Grandfather, thank you, Gohan said, his eyes glistening with emotion. Without you, I cannot fathom when this hellish era would ever see peace. Silly child, do not speak such words. Bardock patted Gohan's shoulder. Brother Gohan, Uncle Bardock, at that moment. Trunks flew over, his face alight with admiration. Uncle, you are incredible. You effortlessly took down Android 17. The young Trunks had come to idolize Bardock. Haha. It was nothing remarkable, merely a matter of convenience. Bardock laughed heartily, ruffling Trunks' hair. Now let us return. I shall teach you the path to becoming a Super Saiyan. As for what follows, I shall leave it to the people of your time to handle. Yes, grandfather. We will restore this world to its former glory. Gohan nodded vigorously. Bardock had already alleviated his greatest burden. Concerning the subsequent rebuilding and development of the city, he felt too ashamed to trouble Bardock further. As for Trunks, the prospect of learning to transform into a Super Saiyan filled him with immense joy. Meanwhile, on a distant planet in the past world, Vegeta stood alone atop a mountain peak, his body smeared with blood. Above him, meteors rained down incessantly. Kakarot, Raditz, Bardock, I shall not lag behind you, Vegeta shouted, smashing each meteor with his fists, declaring, I will become a Super Saiyan. After shattering numerous meteors, an enormous one approached, striking Vegeta and sending him deep into the earth. His injuries worsened, yet he stood resolute, bolstered by indomitable will. Memories of his time on Earth flooded back. First, being intimidated by Bardock's strength. Then being defeated by the low-class warrior Kakarot. On Namek, he was battered by Zarbon, and faced Frieza. He was obliterated in a single blow. What troubled him even more was that he had been saved by the very subordinate warrior he held in disdain. This accumulation of emotions filled Vegeta's heart with an unprecedented fury. I refused to believe it. I refused to accept defeat. His seething anger seemed to shatter the shackles binding his spirit, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, piercing the heavens. Vegeta felt an invigorating surge of energy unlike any he had ever experienced. With a mighty roar, golden light erupted into the sky. His hair transformed to a radiant gold, engulfed in a blaze of fiery brilliance. I have succeeded. As he reveled in the transformation of his body, especially the unparalleled strength coursing through him, he burst into joyous laughter. He had awaited this moment for an eternity. Finally, he had broken through, no longer oppressed by those inferior warriors. However, in the next moment, Vegeta collapsed to the ground, drained from exertion. In the future world, 6 months had passed since the defeat of the androids. During this time, Gohan had journeyed to Namek aboard a spaceship, successfully bringing Din back to Earth to become the new Guardian. With Din descending to this role, the Dragon Balls regained their power, and he even enhanced Shenron, allowing the Dragon Balls to grant 3 wishes, akin to Purunga. Under the influence of the Dragon Balls, the cities devastated by the androids were restored, and those who had perished were resurrected, although those who had died over a year before could not be revived. Although Earth's population had been halved, the outcome was favorable, and the previously hellish future world experienced peace once more. Trunks, your excessive movements are too numerous. They will expose you to vulnerabilities. On an open expanse, Bardock was training Trunks and Gohan. I apologize, Master. After 6 months of rigorous training and Bardock's meticulous guidance, Trunks had ascended to Super Saiyan, his power soaring, yet his combat techniques remained lacking, requiring further refinement. Gohan, you remain as you always were. Your fighting style is too monotonous. You must learn to adapt. Bardock intercepted Gohan's punch, sending him flying with a swift kick. I still cannot defeat Grandpa. Gohan, having reverted to his normal state, lay exhausted on the grass, drenched in sweat. During this half-year, not only had Trunks made significant progress, but Gohan had also improved considerably, sensing that he was on the verge of surpassing the limits of Super Saiyan. Indeed, the master is extraordinary, Trunks panted, clearly fatigued. Both of you possess remarkable potential. It is only a matter of time before you surpass me, Bardock smiled. Over the past 6 months, although he had primarily focused on training Trunks, he had not neglected his own training. He was on the cusp of advancing to Super Saiyan Grade 2, merely awaiting the right opportunity to break through. Simultaneously, he had mastered instant transmission and developed a devastating new technique. He even attempted to combine the Kaioken with his Super Saiyan form, but regrettably, all attempts ended in failure. The burden of the Kaioken technique on the body is inherently immense, and when combined with the strain of the Super Saiyan transformation, it can indeed overwhelm the physical form. It is no wonder that in the original narrative, Goku never employed the Kaioken while in his Super Saiyan state. How I long to return to my original world. Bardock felt a sense of urgency within, for he had been in this realm for a considerable duration. Yet, he remained oblivious to the means of returning, surely. He could not simply traverse the cosmos in search of a black hole. Just as Bardock found himself in despair, a radiant beam of divine light descended from the heavens. A figure, enveloped in sacred luminescence, gracefully floated down from the celestial expanse. It is time for you to depart from this timeline. Chapter 47. Lunas, a halo of holy light encircled her, complemented by a flowing gown of pristine white, her long black hair billowing in the wind, and her exquisitely beautiful visage captivating all. In her right hand, she wielded a silver divine staff. Without a doubt, she was the epitome of perfection. Who are you? Bardock and his companions gasped, their expressions shifting dramatically as they regarded the astonishingly beautiful woman with utmost caution. Who could this woman be? They sensed no aura emanating from her. Bardock's face registered shock as he pondered. Could it be that she is beyond the realm of normal perception? Trunks and Gohan stood on high alert, believing yet another adversary had materialized. The woman, radiant with divine light, surveyed the trio before finally fixing her gaze upon Bardock. Her tone icy as she declared, "Otherworldly being, it is time for you to accompany me." "Wait, who exactly are you?" Bardock inquired gravely. "Are you a deity?" In that moment, Bardock's thoughts drifted to the high-ranking gods, like the destroyers, whose presence was imperceptible to mortals. What? A deity? Gohan and Trunks' pupils constricted. The concept of a god was not foreign to Gohan, as Earth housed celestial beings and higher deities known as Kaishins. Could it be that this woman was akin to a Kaishin? "You possess considerable knowledge," the woman, resembling an iceberg in her demeanor, replied coldly. "I am Lunas, the Kaishin of time." Lunas? The Kaishin of time? This term was quite unfamiliar to Bardock. As far as he was aware, the universe was home to only Kaishins, destroyers, angels, and the supreme Xeno. When had a Kaishin of time emerged? "To the being from another dimension, I owe you an apology," Lunas continued. "Due to my momentary lapse, I inadvertently pulled you from your timeline into this one." "It was you," Bardock realized with sudden clarity. "So, the black hole I encountered was your doing?" However, he did not harbor any hostility, as he sensed no malice from Lunas, and her words suggested that it was not an intentional act. "At that time, I had inadvertently created a rift, scattering fragments of time into your universe. Forming a temporal tunnel," Lunas explained. "From you, I can sense the energy of the time fragments. You have absorbed them?" It dawned on him that those luminous particles were indeed fragments of time. Bardock nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I have also grasped the art of instantaneous movement." "Instantaneous movement, you say?" Lunas scrutinized Bardock from head to toe, nodding in acknowledgement. "You have indeed mastered the rudimentary level of instantaneous movement. As a mortal, possessing a divine skill is quite remarkable. However, the instantaneous movement she referred to was not the inferior imitation practiced by the Ardetra people." "Rudimentary instantaneous movement? What does that mean?" Bardock frowned, realizing from Lunas's implication that there existed a more advanced form of this skill. "Your power is insufficient. Knowing too much will do you no good." Lunas did not respond directly, but continued, "I must take you away. For my oversight has brought you to this timeline and inadvertently altered its historical trajectory. You can no longer remain here." As the Kaishin of time, her duty was to oversee all timelines within the universe. Should a significant disruption occur, she would intervene to restore order. Bardock gazed steadily at Lunas, and after a lengthy pause, said, "I will accompany you, but may I request a moment to bid farewell?" "That is permissible." Ordinarily, Bardock had committed a grave offense by traversing time, warranting immediate expulsion and imprisonment in the time prison. Yet, due to her mistake, Lunas refrained from punishing him. "Gohan, Trunks, you have seen it. I must depart from this timeline," Bardock announced to the still shocked duo. "Grandpa, Master." Gohan and Trunks were filled with sorrow. Yet they understood that Bardock could not remain in this world indefinitely, for he was not of this realm. Their hearts ached with profound reluctance. Gohan felt particularly bereft, as this was his last remaining family member. Trunks, equally distressed, lamented the departure of his mentor who had guided him so thoroughly. "How have I taught you?" Bardock's expression turned stern. "You must be strong. Saiyans do not shed tears. Listen, your current strength is still woefully inadequate. There are many formidable foes in the universe. Even in my absence, you must not neglect your training. Furthermore, should you encounter an insurmountable opponent, seek refuge in the hyperbolic time chamber at the lookout. It will expedite your growth and power. Lastly, please convey my farewell to Bulma." Bardock waved his hand and stood before Lunas. Without further ado, she summoned a kaleidoscope of radiant colors that soared into the sky. "Grandpa, please send my regards to Mom and Dad in the past." Gohan and Trunks waved their hands in farewell. Bardock smiled with satisfaction, and then he vanished alongside Lunas. "Brother Gohan, Master has truly left," Trunks said, his spirits significantly dampened, as though he had lost a dear family member. "Come now, Trunks, Grandpa is right. We must be strong," Gohan reassured him as he patted Trunks on the shoulder. "This timeline does not belong to Grandpa. Only through our relentless efforts to grow stronger can we protect our home. Perhaps one day, we shall reunite with him." Unbeknownst to Gohan, the words he uttered would soon materialize into reality. In a realm of cosmic solitude, a shimmering silver light flickered, revealing the figures of Bardock and Lunas. "Where are we?" Bardock gazed around, and discovered he was within a grand palace, directly before which stood a colossal pendulum clock. The energy here was identical to that of the temporal fragments encountered previously. Bardock's mind trembled. This place was suffused with the energies of time and space. "This is where I reside, known as the realm of time," Lunas remarked, her gaze fixed upon the great clock. "Do you see the pendulum before you? Do you comprehend its significance?" "I am uncertain. Is there an explanation?" Bardock returned his attention to the massive clock. "That is the clock of time and space. All dimensions of the universe can be observed through it." With a gentle wave of her scepter, Lunas conjured vivid projections upon the clock's surface. Chapter 48, The Apprentice of the God of Time. Bardock, a scion born on planet Vegeta in Universe 7, had been saved by the God of Time 20 years prior. Lunas continued, "However, in other timelines, you have perished at the hands of the cosmic tyrant Frieza. Moreover, you possess a unique ability to traverse time and foresee the future. In alternate realities, you have even journeyed to an era long past, transforming into a super scion to vanquish the ancestors of the Frieza clan." Bardock's heart stirred as he beheld the myriad projections, each a testament to experiences he endured in other timelines. He had foreseen Goku's victory over Frieza and had traversed further back in time to achieve remarkable feats. The events he witnessed evoked a profound sense of wonder within him. The power of time and space is indeed unfathomable. What, then, is the magnitude of the power held by the God of Time, who governs the entirety of the universe's temporal and spatial realms? "So, what are you trying to convey?" Bardock was perplexed by Lunas's intentions. She had brought him to her palace only to engage in a series of cryptic dialogues. "You may not realize it, but due to the temporal fragments, you now exude a divine aura." Lunas observed Bardock intently and added, "Particularly because you possess a natural talent for the path of time and space. I wish to cultivate you into the new God of Time." "What? You wish for me to become the God of Time?" Bardock furrowed his brow, hesitant to acquiesce, and queried, "Are you not fulfilling that role adequately? Why would you want me to assume such a position? What is your purpose?" "Because the seal of the temporal rift is gradually weakening." Lunas remained unperturbed and patiently explained, "Should the entities from within the rift emerge, not only your universe, but the other 12 universes shall cease to exist. My purpose is simple. I require assistance. For my singular strength is insufficient to prevent that ancient and formidable power from breaking free." "A temporal rift? An ancient power?" Bardock seemed to have heard certain cosmic secrets and continued to inquire. "What exactly is sealed within the rift in space-time that you speak of? Even if you cannot resolve it, surely there are the destroyer gods, the angelic beings, and the supreme Omni King? I truly cannot fathom what role I could possibly play." He spoke truthfully. Compared to those formidable deities, he was but a mere insect, incapable of influencing matters of such a dimensional scale. "Oh, you are indeed remarkable. Even the Omni King and the angels are aware of you," Linares remarked with a hint of surprise. "My duty is to maintain the temporal balance of the entire realm. Thus, unlike other deities, I do not fall under the jurisdiction of the Omni King. Both of us have our respective responsibilities. My affairs do not concern him, and conversely, I do not meddle in his. As for the intricate details, your current strength is too insufficient to comprehend them. Ponder over it. If, as you say, the power within the rift were to break free and affect the entire realm," Bardock mused for a long while, "would the Omni King truly allow the annihilation of all living beings across 12 universes? To him, the 12 universes were overseen by the Omni King. If there were any danger, he surely would not stand idly by." "You are mistaken. Do not gauge the thoughts of the supreme deity with human reasoning." Linares shook her head. "What you do not understand is that the duty of the Omni King is to eliminate. Even if all the universes were to be destroyed, it would be of little consequence in his eyes. With destruction comes creation. Even if all universes cease to exist, other forces would inevitably give rise to new ones. This is the cycle of the grand cosmos." "Ah, I see." Bardock nodded in understanding. It was akin to how the god of destruction governs destruction, while the Kaishin oversees creation. He refrained from judging the Omni King's actions as either callous or ruthless, for as Linares stated, one must not speculate on the intentions of deities through a human lens, given the differing heights of existence. What appeared to be cold-blooded cruelty from a human perspective was merely a process of cosmic succession from the viewpoint of a deity. Yet another question arises. If that is the case, why do you seek to prevent the rift in space-time? Bardock posed the crucial question. "As you mentioned, Even if all our universes were obliterated, wouldn't the other deities create new ones? Why then, do you concern yourself with this trivial matter? Because this situation is unlike any other, Linares replied gravely. As for the reasons, you are not yet qualified to know. Nevertheless, I can assure you that if that power were to escape, all beings across the universes would perish. In this entire realm, apart from a few like myself and the Omni King, no one would survive, and there would be no opportunity for the creation of new universes. Linares' words plunged Bardock into deep contemplation. He did not doubt that Linares was deceiving him, for there was no need to. She existed in an entirely different dimension, and there was no benefit in misleading a mere underling like him. However, should it be true, as Lunas has stated, it would undoubtedly herald an unprecedented catastrophe. By that time, even the Super Dragon Balls may prove futile. Very well, I shall acquiesce, Bardock declared. But let me make it clear that I have no inclination towards a constrained existence. Should I become the god of time, yet lose my freedom, I would rather meet my demise. Ah, you truly are an intriguing individual, Lunas remarked, a rare smile gracing her lips. Rest assured, I shall impose no restrictions upon your liberty. You may pursue whatever endeavors you desire. However, your current strength is insufficient. You must first commence your journey as an apprentice god of time. Once you master the intricacies of time and space, you shall officially ascend to the role of the god of time. Bardock's lips twitched at her words. How mercilessly she spoke, consistently emphasizing his weakness. Such remarks were quite hurtful. This is the time-space ring. Take it, Lunas said, tossing a silver ring towards Bardock. This serves as your identification as an apprentice god of time. To perfectly master time and space, you must continually traverse different dimensions and ponder their mysteries. However, I must caution you, do not interfere with the historical trajectories of other dimensions, for such actions could disrupt the laws of time and space and accelerate the deterioration of temporal rifts. Now it became clear to Bardock why Lunas had sent him back from the future world. It was for this very reason. No wonder there existed a codified law among the deities. Manipulating time is a grave offense. The root of the issue lay here. Chapter 49. Return to the original timespace. As Bardock donned the silver timespace ring, he immediately radiated a silvery holy light, although it quickly flickered away. Congratulations. You have become an apprentice god of time, Lunas said. You now possess a semblance of divine essence, transcending the realm of mortals. Yet, this is merely the beginning. You must diligently cultivate your abilities and endeavor to grasp the laws of time and space. My Lady Lunas, what exactly are these laws you frequently mention? Bardock inquired, utterly perplexed by the notion of laws, which sounded rather impressive. The so-called laws are the primordial energies of the universe, Lunas elucidated. For instance, the creation laws of the gods of time, the destruction laws of the gods of destruction, and the power laws of the angelic race, among others. Does that imply that instantaneous movement is also a facet of the laws of time and space? Bardock, displaying remarkable intelligence, quickly grasped the implications. Indeed, your cognitive agility is commendable, Lunas nodded. Instantaneous movement is an expression of the laws of time and space. The ability you currently possess is merely the initial stage of this art. True mastery of instantaneous movement enables one to traverse space and navigate time, allowing for free passage to both the past and the future. Is it truly that formidable? Bardock raised an eyebrow, astonished to learn that his current ability was merely in its infancy. It was evident that he needed further training. He cast another glance at Lunas, the god of time, who could effortlessly traverse dimensions. Undoubtedly, she had already mastered the ultimate form of instantaneous movement. Very well, should you have any uncertainties in the future, you may reach out to me through the time-space ring, Lunas instructed. Now, I shall return you to Universe 7. With a graceful wave of her staff, a radiant five-colored light enveloped Bardock, making him vanish. In the 7th universe, at the quaint Bowsy Mountain on Earth, a sense of ennui enveloped Goku. Dressed in a humble farmer's attire, he tossed aside his hoe and reclined on the ground, hands resting behind his head. The weight of boredom pressed upon him. Raditz was preoccupied with matters of the Saiyan alliance. Gohan was assisting him. Piccolo was engrossed in solitary training, and Vegeta was as elusive as ever. Goku yearned for a worthy opponent to spar with, feeling as if his body was rusting from inactivity. Hey, Kakarot, long time no see. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Goku's ears. He sprang to his feet, astonished, as Bardock materialized before him. Father! Goku exclaimed, his excitement palpable. You're back. Where have you been all this time? It was no surprise that Goku was bewildered. 2 years had elapsed since Bardock's mysterious disappearance, and he had presumed it would be an eternity before his father returned. This is a long story. How has everyone been recently? We shall discuss that shortly. Goku, his fists clenched in anticipation, smiled brightly. Father, it's been ages since we last sparred. 2 years apart must have made you even stronger. His words were not mere flattery. Bardock had appeared before him without a sound, a testament to the strength he had gained. Ha ha ha, you're still the same. Bardock chuckled heartily. But let us hold off for a moment. Call everyone over. I want to truly enjoy this battle with you. Although Goku felt a twinge of disappointment, he quickly regained his enthusiasm, placing a finger to his forehead and closing his eyes. Found them. It's brother and Gohan's energy. In an instant, Goku vanished from Bardock's sight. Oh, it seems that many things have diverged in this timeline. Yet Kakarot has still mastered instant transmission, Bardock mused, slightly astonished. He had expected this timeline to veer significantly due to his influence, but the overarching course remained largely unchanged. Sensing the flow of time returning to normalcy, he closed his eyes to attune himself to the temporal currents. Possessing fragments of Linares' time, he could perceive the current trajectory of time and space, albeit only faintly, as his strength was still insufficient, far from the divine realm. Suddenly, a multitude of figures materialized before Bardock. The Dragon Ball warriors had arrived, including Krillin and Bulma among them. It appeared that Goku had effortlessly transported everyone to Bowsy Mountain. Hello, everyone. It's been a while. Bardock greeted the familiar faces with a smile. The others reciprocated with warm greetings, especially Gohan, who leaped onto Bardock's shoulder, his excitement palpable. Gohan, you've grown considerably stronger, Bardock noted, his expression shifting slightly as he sensed the immense power emanating from his son. In comparison to his time on Namek, there has been a remarkable enhancement. It is estimated that soon, Gohan will become the youngest Super Saiyan. Not at all. I still fall short compared to my grandfather. At this moment, Gohan appeared somewhat bashful. If beings from across the universe were to witness Gohan's demeanor now, they would surely be taken aback. Is this truly the invincible Saiyan prodigy? Hey, Bardock, you vanished for 2 years. Where have you been? Vegeta couldn't help but interject. I have grown significantly stronger. I challenge you, and this time, I shall undoubtedly defeat you. He had completely mastered the Super Saiyan transformation, his power having undergone a profound metamorphosis. He exuded confidence, believing that he could finally vanquish Bardock and redeem himself. You haven't changed a bit, Vegeta, Bardock chuckled, but let's postpone the fighting for a moment. He strode directly to Bulma, gazing at the infant cradled in her arms, and smiled. Congratulations, Bulma. You have given birth to an extraordinary son. This child is named Trunks. Is he not? At this moment, he felt a stir within, for compared to the original timeline, Trunks had remarkably been born a year earlier. Indeed, the intricacies of time and space are enigmatic, with each timeline unfolding in its unique manner. Hey, Uncle Bardock, how do you know this child's name? Bulma couldn't contain her surprise, and the others looked on in astonishment at Bardock. They had only recently learned of Bulma's child. Yet how did Bardock know? Moreover, he accurately pronounced the child's name. This is the reason I gathered everyone here, but we shall discuss these matters later. Bardock's figure slowly ascended into the air, stating, Come on, Vegeta, let me see how much you have progressed. Chapter 50, an easy victory, all right. I have awaited this day for a long time. Vegeta instantly felt invigorated. Heaven knows how arduous the wait had been. Now, he could finally defeat Bardock and reclaim his title as the strongest Saiyan. Wait a moment, Vegeta. I was the one who challenged Dad first. Goku protested, raising his voice in objection. Humph, Kakarot, you can merely observe from the sidelines. You have no chance to intervene. Vegeta rushed towards Bardock, eager to ensure Goku did not steal his spotlight. When he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he had immediately sought to battle Goku. Yet the encounter ended in a stalemate, which left Vegeta quite displeased. Thus, he dedicated himself to even more rigorous training, determined to defeat Goku and his entire family. A tie was utterly unacceptable. After training so diligently, he could not believe he would be unable to best Bardock. Oh, Vegeta, your strength has increased considerably. Bardock squinted slightly as he faced the oncoming Vegeta. The aura emanating from Vegeta was several times stronger than during their time on Namek. Given this fellow's innate talent, he must have mastered the Super Saiyan transformation by now. With a swift motion, Bardock caught Vegeta's punch with one hand, the force generating a resounding sonic boom. Vegeta furrowed his brow. Although this punch was merely a test and not delivered with full strength, Bardock had effortlessly intercepted it with one hand. It seemed that this rascal had not been idle during the past 2 years. Vegeta let out a piercing roar, unleashing a formidable and dominating aura that forcefully repelled Bardock. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from his position, reappearing directly in front of Bardock, his fists moving with the ferocity of a machine gun. The relentless barrage of attacks rained down upon Bardock, resonating with a series of explosive sounds that filled the sky. Vegeta had grown significantly stronger since their last encounter, and Goku's face radiated excitement, his eyes brimming with intense combat spirit. Uncle Vegeta is truly extraordinary, managing to suppress Grandpa Bardock, Gohan thought, his eyes wide with astonishment as he witnessed Bardock in a position of disadvantage for the first time. Gohan, you are mistaken. If you observe closely, Bardock's energy remains steady. Without even a hint of chaos, Piccolo remarked, his expression grave. In contrast, while Vegeta's assault is fierce, it fails to inflict any damage. He has always been the most composed among the Dragon Ball warriors. Father has become even more unfathomable. Raditz's gaze was fixed on Bardock. Recognizing that in the 2 years they had been apart, Bardock had grown even more formidable. These Saiyans are truly monsters. We are left in their dust, Krillin sighed. Acknowledging that despite his years of training, the gap between him and the Saiyans was insurmountable. Tien and the others shared his sentiment, lamenting the overwhelming strength of the Saiyan bloodline. You mean to say you are completely unscathed? Vegeta, momentarily withdrawing from his offensive, took a step back, his expression darkening. What kind of physical resilience is this? To withstand my ferocious assault without a scratch. How has he trained? Bardock, calm and composed, responded, Vegeta, cease your hiding. Let me see your true power. His strength in his normal state, combined with his constant physical training, made it no simple task to harm him. All right, let us not frighten Bardock. Vegeta clenched his fists and roared, his fierce aura erupting as golden flames enveloped him, his hair transforming to a brilliant gold. Oh, Vegeta is getting serious now, Goku observed, hands on his hips, sensing that in his normal state, Vegeta was not Bardock's match. Prepare to perish, Vegeta bellowed, moving like lightning with incredible speed, closing the distance to Bardock in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's strength had significantly increased compared to the original timeline. Bardock pondered privately, realizing that facing him in a normal state would yield a substantial disparity. His own hair instantly turned golden, waves of golden energy surged forth, and a potent force field unexpectedly sent Vegeta flying. What? Vegeta's pupils constricted in disbelief. How is this possible? To be repelled solely by his aura? What kind of power is this? Goku and the others were equally astonished, as Bardock's energy had now surpassed Vegeta's considerably. The disparity between the two Super Saiyans was becoming increasingly evident. Strangely, within Bardock's aura, there lay a hint of an unusual energy. What could it mean? Only Piccolo's eyes gleamed with insight as he keenly detected a trace of energy unlike any other, though faint. He was still able to recognize its presence. The battle commenced, and Vegeta remained unfazed by Bardock, charging forward with unyielding determination and unleashing a powerful punch. Just as Bardock prepared to retaliate, Vegeta feigned an attack, and in an instant, his form vanished, only for a ki blast to ignite behind Bardock. The explosion of energy engulfed Bardock. However, to everyone's astonishment, Vegeta had struck merely an illusion of Bardock, while the true warrior materialized elsewhere. After-image technique? Such an antiquated move, Vegeta scoffed, recognizing the technique Bardock employed. Old yet effective, Bardock retorted, now it's my turn. In a blink, his presence silently dissipated from the spot. What? Vegeta exclaimed, taken aback as he realized he could no longer sense Bardock's energy. This technique was reminiscent of the one he had previously encountered from Kakarot. Instant transmission. Goku and Raditz were equally astounded, recognizing Bardock's formidable ability. Down you go, Vegeta. Bardock reappeared above Vegeta, delivering a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. He expertly tempered his strength, ensuring Vegeta was incapacitated without inflicting significant harm. Damn it! Vegeta reverted to his normal state, gritting his teeth as fury filled his heart. He could scarcely believe he had been bested without landing a single blow against Bardock. The disparity in their capabilities was glaringly evident from Bardock's earlier assault, which clearly did not reflect his full power. "Father, I'm coming." After Vegeta's defeat, Goku could no longer contain himself and transformed into a Super Saiyan to confront Bardock. The two golden auras clashed in the air. With the father and son engaging in a fierce exchange of techniques, their battle intensity surpassing that of Vegeta's. Regrettably, Goku's prowess was on par with Vegeta's. And even his trump card, instant transmission, proved futile against Bardock. Regardless of whether he initiated or countered, Bardock easily countered Goku's movements. His instant transmission was intertwined with temporal laws, rendering it far superior to Goku's imperfect version. Eventually, Raditz joined the fray, and the brothers united against Bardock. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Bardock effortlessly triumphed over both sons. Chapter 51. The Might of the Saiyan Alliance. Though they were all Super Saiyans, Goku and his companions still resided in the first stage, while Bardock had one foot firmly planted in the second stage. Coupled with the inherent disparity in their base powers, even a combined effort from Goku and the others could not match Bardock's strength. The only hope lay in one of them breaking through to the second stage of Super Saiyan. "Father, our training is insufficient. We cannot prevail against you," Goku remarked with a self-deprecating smile. "Your instant transmission is remarkable. It feels entirely different from ours." "Indeed, old man. Where did you learn your instant transmission? How is it that you execute it without a trace of energy?" Raditz echoed the same curiosity. "Is there truly a hierarchy among instant transmissions?" "My mastery of instantaneous movement is a complex subject, one I shall elaborate on at a later time," Bardock remarked as he returned to his usual demeanor. "However, I can unequivocally inform you that the form of instantaneous movement you have learned from the Yadatralians is fundamentally flawed. To put it simply, it is defective. For instance, your ability to teleport necessitates the presence of energy, which inherently limits your capacity to traverse locations devoid of life force. My technique, in contrast, does not rely on sensing energy. I can reach any destination without such constraints. Do you comprehend the distinction?" "Ah, I see. I never realized that Father's instantaneous movement was superior to ours," Goku exclaimed, astonished. It became evident that his own method was indeed less convenient than Bardock's. No wonder their instantaneous movement had been so easily unraveled by their father. This was the reason behind it, Raditz pondered. "Curse it. This wretched instantaneous movement is indeed a rather formidable skill. I must master it as well." Vegeta seethed quietly, feeling disadvantaged by his inability to teleport. It was akin to how Goku and Raditz could utilize the King Kai Fist. Without the enhancement of Super Saiyan, they could easily overpower him in their base forms. It was not that his base strength was inferior to Goku's, but rather that he lacked the augmentation of the King Kai Fist. He resolved to acquire the technique himself, determined that even if he could not surpass Bardock, he would not allow Kakarot to eclipse him. Vegeta's familiar obstinacy resurfaced, prompting Bulma to lightly rub her forehead. As Bardock's wife, she was well aware of Vegeta's thoughts. "By the way, where is Chi-Chi? I haven't seen her around," Bardock inquired, scanning the area and noting the absence of his daughter-in-law, which struck him as peculiar. "Ah, she is likely still in a meeting," Bulma replied with a light chuckle. "Uncle Bardock, you may not know, but Chi-Chi is now the chairwoman of several publicly listed companies. She is perpetually occupied with an endless array of responsibilities." "What? Is it true? Chi-Chi, that girl, has become a formidable businesswoman?" Bardock gasped, utterly bewildered. Was this the same woman who once solely focused on homemaking? It was astonishing to witness her transformation into a successful entrepreneur. "During your absence these past 2 years, everyone has undergone significant changes," Bulma continued, her enthusiasm unabated. "For example, Nappa has ascended to the status of a world-renowned star. There are queues forming across the universe for anyone hoping to cast him as a leading man. However, his temper is notorious. No one in the entertainment industry dares to provoke him. It is said that once, when a paparazzo attempted to capture his image, Nappa retaliated fiercely, resulting in a sensational news story." Bulma elaborated on the current circumstances of their acquaintances, filling Bardock with a mixture of amusement and astonishment. He could hardly believe that the once brash and rude Nappa had transformed from an invader into a celebrated superstar. Furthermore, Krillin had taken on the role of a police officer, earning the title of God of the Police. With a flawless case-solving record that had made him a household name in the community, Yamcha has become a wandering minstrel. while Tianjin Fan and Dumpling have established a martial arts dojo, aspiring to promote the techniques of the Turtle School and Crane School. It can be said that each individual's life trajectory diverges significantly from that of the main timeline. Raditz, what is this Scion alliance of yours? Do share, Bardock inquired, intrigued by Raditz's creation of the Scion alliance. Oh, it's nothing much. I merely gathered the scattered Scions from years past, Raditz chuckled, scratching his head. In addition, I have incorporated Frieza's followers, annihilated the forces of that scoundrel Gula, and recruited soldiers under King Cold's command. Oh, you've accomplished all this? Bardock expressed his surprise. Little did he know that during his absence over the past 2 years, Gula from the Frost Demon clan and King Cold had met their demise at the hands of Goku and Raditz, and their forces had been assimilated by Raditz. Even more gratifying for Bardock was that Raditz had successfully reunited the scattered Scions who had once evaded disaster. This was something he had long wished to achieve, and it appeared that Raditz was quite invested in the endeavor. Grandfather, you may not be aware, but our Scion alliance has now supplanted Frieza's empire in the universe, Gohan, the most knowledgeable about the Scion alliance, exclaimed with excitement. Moreover, we have forged a partnership with the Galactic Patrol. Our Scion alliance stands as a force for justice, and the cosmic bandit factions flee from us as if they were mice confronted by a cat. Oh, you have even allied with the Galactic Patrol? Bardock was genuinely astonished. Yet he felt immense pride. After spending years on Earth, the once ruthless Raditz had undergone a remarkable transformation. Notably, Raditz had steered the Scion alliance onto a righteous path, unlike during the reign of King Vegeta, when misdeeds were rampant. This is indeed a positive development. Raditz, managing such a vast alliance single-handedly must be quite taxing for you, Bardock said, patting Raditz on the shoulder, unable to fathom the effort Raditz had invested in the Scion alliance. Initially, the pressure was overwhelming. A myriad of troublesome matters arose. Raditz remarked nonchalantly, if it weren't for Gohan's constant support, I would likely have been overwhelmed. Father, you have no idea. Gohan is a pillar among the younger Scions. Despite being the youngest, his combat prowess is unparalleled. None of the adult Scions can rival him. This boy has spent years battling across the cosmos. Gohan's name is known far and wide among the various factions. Chapter 52, The Threat of the Androids. Oh, Gohan, you have changed so much, Bardock said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seemed that Gohan had taken after him, transforming into a warrior of remarkable ferocity. From Raditz's words, it was evident that Gohan frequently engaged in battles throughout the universe. Otherwise, how could he have gained such renown? Nevertheless, this was a good thing. Scions should engage in relentless combat, for it is only through such strife that they grow stronger. Gohan, wasn't your aspiration to become a scholar? At this moment, Bulma exclaimed, sensing a certain unfamiliarity in Gohan. Was this still the obedient and adorable Gohan she once knew? Why did he now sound as if he were part of a criminal syndicate? Aunt Bulma, pursuing scholarship does not conflict with combat. Gohan scratched his head and replied, my aspiration remains to become a scholar, yet I yearn even more to be a formidable protector of my family and friends. Well said, my grandson. How commendable. Bardock chuckled with satisfaction, pleased to see Gohan finally progressing in the direction he had hoped for. With such a mindset, Gohan would no longer neglect his martial prowess in favor of academia. By the way, Dad, you haven't mentioned where you've been these past 2 years. At that moment, Goku chimed in, we sought the dragon, but even he could not discern your whereabouts. Where on earth have you been? Upon uttering these words, all eyes turned to Bardock, their curiosity piqued by this question. You may find it hard to believe, Bardock admitted without reservation, but I traveled to the future. The future? The group was bewildered by this revelation. Let me elaborate. Bardock proceeded to recount his journey to the future, omitting the details of his apprenticeship under the supreme Kai of time and the presence of Lunas, as the time was not yet right for Goku and the others to know. It was truly astonishing to discover that multiple timelines existed within the universe. Piccolo's face turned pale as he realized. No wonder even the dragon could not uncover this. You ventured into an alternate timeline. Goku and the others were equally astonished, especially when they learned of the brutal realities of the future, where Gohan and Trunks fought valiantly to defend the Earth. How disheartening. To think that the future me would succumb to illness, Goku lamented, filled with regret. He would rather perish at the hands of a formidable foe than meet such a pitiful demise. Gohan's mind was a tumult of emotions. In the future, he would be the last remaining warrior, utterly alone without any family by his side. He could only imagine the profound helplessness that such solitude would bring. In comparison, he felt immensely fortunate now, surrounded by his parents, uncle, grandfather, and a multitude of friends. Trunks, you are truly pitiful in the future. Bulma's maternal instincts surged as she tenderly caressed the swaddled infant Trunks, her eyes brimming with compassion. At such a tender age, he should be growing up carefree. Yet, her future son bore an unbearable weight of despair. Hey, Bardock, where are the androids now? I want to take them down, Vegeta fumed, gripping Bardock's clothing in anger. To think that in the future, he would perish at the hands of two mere machines was preposterous. What was even more unbearable for him was the plight of future Trunks and Bulma. He could scarcely fathom how a mother and her orphaned son could survive in such a hellish future. Although Bardock had resolved the crisis of the future, Vegeta remained consumed by rage, itching to eliminate those androids from this timeline. Vegeta, there's no need to be angry. Bardock pushed Vegeta's hand away and remarked, each timeline possesses its own distinct individuals and events. The androids 17 and 18 of the future world have committed numerous heinous acts. However, their counterparts in this timeline may not necessarily be as malevolent. Furthermore, they have yet to engage in any egregious behavior. Should they transgress in the future, I would fully support your right to confront them. Moreover, I must point out that, based on my knowledge, you currently stand no chance against those two androids. If the androids in this timeline possess abilities equivalent to those in the primary timeline, then, at this stage, you, Vegeta, are still somewhat inferior. You might manage to defeat Android 18, but you would undoubtedly falter against 17. What do you mean? Are you underestimating me? Vegeta retorted, visibly incensed. I do not underestimate you. Rather, you could afford to be patient, Bardock replied. According to the timelines of other dimensions, Dr. Gero will unleash the androids in 6 months. At that point, you will discern whether my words hold any truth. Dr. Gero? Vegeta's uncle, Bardock, inquired. Are you referring to that mad scientist? Before Vegeta could respond, Bulma exclaimed in shock. Bardock nodded and stated, indeed, Dr. Gero is the individual you are familiar with. His obsession with human modification led him to transform himself into an android for the sake of extensive research. Bulma was taken aback, realizing that the scientist, whose technological prowess surpassed even her father's, had succumbed to such madness. But what is his objective? Goku, now serious, interjected, what does Dr. Gero intend to achieve by creating so many androids? Bardock turned his gaze towards Goku and replied, this matter is significantly relevant to you, Kakarot. Huh? Relevant to me? But I don't even know him. Goku replied, bewildered, as he struggled to recall any connection to the man. Indeed, Dr. Gero was originally the chief scientist of the Red Ribbon Army, Bardock explained. Although you eradicated the Red Ribbon Army during your childhood, Dr. Gero managed to escape. His creation of the androids is driven by a desire for revenge against you. What? The Red Ribbon Army? Bardock's revelation astonished Goku, Krillin, and Bulma, as they realized they had the most encounters with the organization. Goku, in fact, had single-handedly dismantled the Red Ribbon Army in his youth, leaving them stunned that one had eluded capture. However, I must inform you that Dr. Gero and the androids are not the true threat. Bardock's voice grew somber. The real danger lies in Dr. Gero's ultimate android, Cell. Cell? Indeed, Cell's power surpasses your wildest imaginations, Bardock continued, meeting their puzzled gazes with conviction. Cell is the culmination of Dr. Gero's life's work. Although he may currently be in his juvenile stage, should he attain his perfect form, even I would struggle to contend with him. According to Bardock's understanding, the Cell from the main timeline stealthily attacked and killed Trunks from a distant future, seizing the time machine and traveling to the past to absorb androids 17 and 18, thereby achieving his perfect form. In his perfected state, Cell's power is nearly on par with that of a Super Saiyan 2, not to mention the even stronger Lightning Cell. Currently, his strength pales in comparison to that of Perfect Cell. Yet, Bardock is curious. Having altered the future, will Cell still emerge? If so, by what means will he attain his perfect form? Given the formidable nature of the Cell you describe, why not take this opportunity to seek him out and eliminate him? Krillin suggested, his mind racing with a rather unconventional idea. We could kill him before he achieves perfection, or even take out Dr. Gero now, preventing those androids from activating. Indeed, Krillin, your mind is sharp, Bulma praised as she playfully patted his bald head. Even if we cannot locate him, We could always call upon the dragon to preemptively avert the threat. Silence, Bulma. Vegeta barked, his voice laced with irritation. Should you dare to engage in such trivial pursuits, do not expect my mercy. That's right. Bulma, I too wish to witness just how powerful Cell becomes in his perfect form. Goku chimed in, his spirit invigorated. To eliminate the developing Cell now seems a great waste. Additionally, I am keen to discover the true strength of the androids. Hearing their conversation, the Dragon Ball warriors fell silent, realizing that the old habits of the Saiyans had resurfaced. Piccolo chuckled resignedly. These Saiyans truly were barbaric beings who thrived on combat. Bardock and Goku exchanged knowing glances, sharing a quiet smile. Though Bardock possessed a more mature mindset than Goku, he remained, at heart, a pure-blooded Saiyan. Deep down, he too yearned to engage with perfect Cell. Only through relentless battles with formidable foes would one's strength flourish. If he truly wished to avert such events, Bardock had countless methods at his disposal. Indeed, if he desired, even Majin Buu would never escape confinement. Yet he refrained from such actions, for they would lack the thrill of challenge. Perhaps this is the unique, peculiar mindset of the Saiyans. Androids, Cell, there is no way I will be bested by them. Vegeta's frustration mounted, and he ascended into the air, vowing silently to enter seclusion and transcend the limits of Super Saiyan. Subsequently, the group departed with heavy hearts, each warrior determined to train diligently upon their return, preparing for the impending war. Father, would you like to visit the Saiyan Alliance? Raditz inquired as the others began to leave. He wished Bardock to witness the fruits of his labor over the years. Certainly. I too am eager to see how many Saiyans remain today. Without needing Raditz's encouragement, Bardock was inclined to visit the Saiyan Alliance. His greatest aspiration was to unite all surviving Saiyans. I'll join you, as I find myself rather bored, Goku said with a smile, recalling how long it had been since he last visited the Saiyan Alliance. Very well, let us set forth. Bardock and his companions instantaneously transported to the headquarters of the Saiyan Alliance. In a dimly lit underground chamber somewhere on Earth, an elderly man with white hair and a beard was staring with frenzied fascination at the creature within the incubation chamber. Beside him stood another man of similar age, though his skin was a striking blue, clearly indicating that he was not of earthly origin. Dr. Gero, is this the ultimate android cell that you have developed? Inquired the blue-skinned elder, his gaze fixed upon the being within the incubator. Indeed, Dr. Mew, Dr. Gero replied with pride. This is my creation, composed of countless collected cells. Within cells being reside the genetic materials of Saiyans such as Goku, as well as those of formidable entities like the cosmic tyrant Frieza. If Cell achieves his perfect form, his power will be unrivaled throughout the universe. However, alas. Oh, Dr. Gero, what seems to be the problem? Dr. Mew observed Gero's troubled demeanor, puzzled by his melancholy. It was through a chance encounter that Dr. Mew had met Dr. Gero, and after a stimulating conversation, he discovered Gero's remarkable scientific prowess. The two mad scientists found a kindred spirit in one another and joined forces from that moment forth. Regrettably, Cell requires two crucial energy cores to attain his perfect form. A look of distress crossed Dr. Gero's face. What energy cores? Can't we simply replace what is missing? Dr. Mew queried, bewildered. Therein lies my dilemma, Dr. Gero lamented. The missing energy cores originate from androids 17 and 18. For Cell to transform into his perfect form, he must absorb both of them. Isn't that straightforward? Just dismantle those two androids' energy cores and integrate them into Cell, and the issue is resolved, Dr. Mew remarked, still puzzled as to why such a simple matter caused distress. However, I believe that Android 17 possesses potential that far surpasses Cell, Dr. Gero stated. Yet, 17 retains human emotions, which, theoretically, means he is not in a perfect state. If we could eradicate 17's human emotions, he would become a warrior far more terrifying than Cell. Dr. Gero's ambitions were grand. He sought to master both Android 17 and Cell's perfect form. However, if Cell were to absorb 17 now, his strength would be significantly diminished, rendering it unworthy. I understand your point, Dr. Gero, Dr. Mew chuckled. You need not worry. Once Cell's growth phase has concluded, you may confidently allow him to absorb androids 17 and 18. How so? Do you possess a solution? Dr. Gero asked, astonished by Dr. Mew's confidence. I may not have a solution, but follow me. I shall show you something, Doctor. Mew beckoned, leading Dr. Gero to another laboratory. He opened 2 energy chambers within the lab and smiled. Behold, what do you see? Androids 17 and 18? How is this possible? Dr. Gero's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the 2 bodies lying within the energy chambers. This is my rendition of androids 17 and 18, developed in accordance with your research principles. Dr. Meow proclaimed with great satisfaction. No, they should be referred to as Hell 17 and 18. Hell 17 and 18? Indeed, after my modifications, their capabilities far surpass those of your androids. Dr. Meow chuckled ominously. However, due to the absence of energy cores, they do not possess infinite energy. Yet, they are entirely obedient to commands. You are truly a genius, Dr. Meow. Dr. Gro remarked in admiration. So what is your plan? Quite simple, Dr. Meow replied. I wish to ascertain the true strength of Cell's ultimate form. However, Cell is still in its juvenile stage and requires time to evolve. During this interval, we shall develop a means to eradicate the human emotions of 17. Once everything is prepared, Cell can absorb them. But Dr. Meow, the time required is extensive. I fear that Goku and the others will become even more powerful. Dr. Gro expressed his concerns. His investigations revealed that Goku and his companions were rapidly increasing in strength. If this trend continued, it was likely that Cell would not be able to contend with them. Your concerns are not unfounded, Dr. Meow replied solemnly. The growth rate of these Saiyans is alarmingly swift. We must devise a strategy to eliminate them. The longer we wait, the more troublesome it becomes. Perhaps I should deploy 13, 14, and 15 to deal with these Saiyans, Dr. Gro suggested ruthlessly. Though they may not be as formidable as 17 and 18. They are not significantly weaker and should be capable of handling the Saiyans. Very well, let them take the lead. If necessary, I shall unleash Hell 17 and 18, Dr. Meow concurred. Let us exert ourselves during this time to achieve our aspirations at the earliest. Excellent. May our collaboration be fruitful. At the Saiyan Alliance headquarters, Bardock marveled at Raditz's choice of planet Bigao as their base of operations. As he gazed at the towering edifices of the Saiyan Alliance, he felt a peculiar sensation. This planet Bigao was a technologically advanced world, previously ruled by Cooler in the main timeline, who became Metal Cooler through its acquisition. Yet, in this timeline, it had fallen under Raditz's dominion, leaving the unfortunate Cooler with no opportunity for resurgence. As Bardock strolled and observed, he sensed numerous potent energies around him. Although their battle powers were below 50,000, the overall strength of the Saiyan Alliance was considerably superior to that of the former Frieza force. What astonished him further was the presence of various extraterrestrial races within the Saiyan Alliance. These individuals were not adorned in Saiyan Alliance attire. Rather, they appeared to be tourists. Raditz, what is the situation with these individuals? Bardock inquired, gesturing towards the aliens meandering on the streets. Oh, they are visitors from across the universe, Raditz explained. Our Saiyan Alliance is multifaceted. We offer hotels, tourist attractions, and more. As long as they refrain from causing trouble, they are welcome to conduct business or enjoy their leisure here. Good heavens, did you conceive all of this? Bardock replied, astonished. Is this truly a power? It sounds more like a tourist destination. Certainly not. I lack such intellect. Raditz chuckled awkwardly, stating that these ideas were all suggested by Bulma. Thanks to her insights, the economic strength of our Saiyan Alliance has significantly flourished. As the daughter of Earth's wealthiest individual, Bulma is quite adept in the realm of business, seamlessly transferring her commercial acumen to our operations. Remarkably, under Bulma's guidance, the economic stature of the Saiyan Alliance has ascended several tiers. Otherwise, how could those cosmic marauders continuously set their sights on us? Fortunately, the Saiyan Alliance possesses formidable strength. Otherwise, we would have long been consumed by those intergalactic brigands. Now, the entire universe recognizes the Saiyan Alliance as a lucrative target, with countless beings dreaming of acquiring a permanent residency certificate from our alliance. This was a notion that Bardock had not anticipated. Raditz, how many Saiyans are currently within the alliance? Bardock inquired at that moment. The total number of Saiyans stands at 1,000, Raditz replied candidly. 1,000, you say? Bardock nodded subtly. Although this figure is rather modest, it represents a significant improvement for a race that has faced near extinction. Commander, Commander. As they walked along, everyone they passed respectfully greeted Raditz, each salutation imbued with genuine reverence. Oh, Raditz, it appears your reputation is quite esteemed. But why do they refer to you as Commander? Bardock expressed satisfaction at this development. Typically, I am responsible for the training of our warriors, Raditz explained. Currently, the Saiyan Alliance has yet to appoint a leader. Therefore, I oversee the training of the soldiers, with Gohan primarily assisting me. Occasionally, he aids the Galactic Patrol in apprehending certain intergalactic fugitives. The Saiyan Alliance maintains amicable relations with various cosmic factions, and the Galactic Patrol has publicly declared its enduring alliance with us on multiple occasions. Issues that the Galactic Patrol cannot resolve are often handled by the Saiyan Alliance, with Gohan playing a significant role in these endeavors. Regardless of how notorious a fugitive may be, Gohan strikes with unyielding force. The name of Gohan from the Saiyan Alliance sends tremors through any faction that hears it. I see, Bardock nodded. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, are those Namekians?" And there seemed to be quite a few of them. He observed several Namekians, who appeared remarkably familiar with the area, suggesting they had come to conduct business. "Grandfather, you may not be aware," Gohan interjected, "but the agricultural techniques and medical expertise of the Namekians are remarkably advanced. Due to our favorable relations with their planet, Uncle has hired a Namekian as our chief medical officer. Father, it is true, we have formed an alliance with the Namekians, allowing them to travel freely within the Saiyan Alliance, engage in commerce, and even reside permanently," Raditz added. "The Saiyan Alliance also offers protection to the Namekians. Essentially, we are bound together." These ideas, in fact, originated from Gohan, as he is, after all, the most culturally enlightened individual within the entire Saiyan Alliance. The Namekians have always shared a commendable rapport with the Saiyans, and with their unique agricultural techniques and extraordinary medical capabilities, Raditz hastily decided to forge an alliance with them. The current Saiyan Union has already dismantled their medical machines, for no contraption, regardless of its sophistication, could rival the healing prowess of the Namekians. Indeed, all of your efforts have been commendable. Bardock nodded with satisfaction, feeling utterly oblivious to these matters, relying solely on Raditz and others for their development. "Excuse me, Mr. Bardock? Are you truly Mr. Bardock?" Chapter 55. The search for Broly, a diminutive youth, resembling Vegeta to some extent, approached. Tabul. Bardock was taken aback. Wasn't he this the younger brother of Vegeta? What was he doing here? After a moment's contemplation, Bardock recalled that Tabul had been exiled to another planet due to his inferior strength during his childhood. "Mr. Bardock, you are truly alive. This is wonderful." Tabul, despite having only met Bardock a few times in his youth, held a vivid impression of him. He had heard tales of Bardock's valiant stand against Frieza, only to ultimately fail, leading to the destruction of planet Vegeta. Although he had later learned from Raditz that Bardock had survived, witnessing him in the flesh was still beyond belief. "Tabul, it is commendable that you have managed to endure in such a harsh environment." Bardock sensed Tabul's energy, discovering that his combat power had surpassed 500,000. Though not quite as formidable as Gohan, he had far exceeded his father, King Vegeta. Indeed, King Vegeta had been a fool, exiling potential Saiyans based solely on their lower battle power, oblivious to the fact that such metrics do not define true strength. "Hello, Gohan. Mr. Goku, you are here as well." Tabul greeted Gohan and Goku with remarkable politeness, indicating a strong bond between them. "Haha, Tabul, it has been a while. Your strength has increased significantly," Goku remarked cheerfully, playfully punching Tabul's shoulder. He held a favorable impression of Vegeta's brother, as Tabul's demeanor was in stark contrast to that of Vegeta. "Not at all. I still fall short compared to Gohan." Tabul scratched his head and smiled. "I owe my progress to Master Raditz's teachings. Otherwise, I would likely still be fleeing from Frieza's remnants." "You should find some time to visit Earth," Raditz interjected. "Bulma has given birth to a son. As the uncle, it is your duty to meet your nephew." "What? Bulma has had a child?" Tabul exclaimed in astonishment. "That is splendid news. In the blink of an eye, my brother has become a father." "Very well, I shall return to Earth with Gyuri on a future occasion." Gyuri, as mentioned by Tabul, is his wife, an extraterrestrial with a distinctly alien appearance. "Raditz, so Vegeta's brother has become your pupil?" Bardock found the situation amusing and remarked. "Did Vegeta not attempt to attack you?" "Ha ha. When Vegeta first learned of this, he was utterly furious and adamant about opposing it." At this moment, Yukong chuckled. "That fellow even had a scuffle with my brother, but ended up getting thoroughly beaten, which made him obedient." "Haha, splendid. This is quite like Vegeta." Bardock smiled, then recalled a particular Saiyan, unable to resist inquiring, "By the way, Have you managed to locate all the scattered Saiyans? Is there one named Broly among them? He was acutely aware of how terrifying this individual, born on the same day as Wukong, could be, a legendary Super Saiyan, a matter not to be taken lightly. However, he pondered the disposition of this Broly in this particular timeline. If it were the Broly from Kakarot's original timeline, he could potentially befriend him. If it were the bloodthirsty and brutal Broly, that would pose quite a challenge. The Broly from the main timeline, although a legendary Super Saiyan, possessed a rather innocent nature and had no penchant for battle. In that timeline, Broly even became friends with Wukong and Vegeta, training on the planet of the god of destruction, Beerus. If it were the merciless Broly, however, forming a friendship would be utterly impossible. Broly? Who is that? Wukong and Gohan were oblivious to Broly's identity, their expressions reflecting confusion. Dad, are you referring to Paragus' son, the one born on the same day as Kakarot? Raditz suddenly recalled something. Though he had never met Broly, he knew of his existence. Indeed, but judging by your expressions, it seems you have not found him, Bardock remarked. Since he is not here, there is no need to dwell on it. I shall personally seek him out later. Broly, being a Saiyan, intrigued Bardock, who wished to discern whether this Broly mirrored the personality of the main timeline or that of another. Dad, what is so special about this Broly that you must go yourself? Raditz, unlike the simple-minded Wukong, detected nuances in Bardock's words, sensing that this Broly was indeed exceptional. What you may not know is that when Broly was born, his power level already exceeded 10,000, Bardock reminisced. At that time, King Vegeta, fearing that Broly would pose a threat, sought to eliminate him. It was only through my intercession, alongside Paragus, that the king relented. What? A mere infant with a power level of 10,000. Upon hearing this, Wukong and the others were astounded. According to their knowledge, adult Saiyans possessed merely a few thousand in power, and that was among the elite warriors. Yet now, a newborn had a power level of 10,000. How terrifying was such potential? Indeed, not only that, Bardock continued slowly, Broly is also a legendary Super Saiyan, distinctly different from us, ordinary Super Saiyans. The legendary Super Saiyan? Is that true? While Wukong and Gohan might have lacked full comprehension, Raditz and Tabor understood the gravity of those words. A Super Saiyan that appears once every millennium is a being of extraordinary constitution, a stark contrast to our kind, who attain power through rigorous training. Bardock solemnly stated, the legendary Super Saiyan possesses not only an infinitely enhanced strength, but also formidable defensive capabilities. Most terrifying of all is their ability to grow stronger with the passage of time, even without training. However, the legendary Super Saiyan is not without its flaws. When transformed, they may succumb to rage and lose their reason. In such moments of utter madness, the legendary Super Saiyan becomes most fearsome. Goku and the others felt a surge of excitement within, particularly Goku, who was nearly unable to contain his eagerness. This individual named Broly sounds exceptionally powerful. The legendary Super Saiyan must indeed be a formidable adversary. Father, why don't we seek out Broly together? Goku could hardly restrain his enthusiasm, longing for a confrontation with Broly. No, Broly is far too dangerous. If his temperament differs from what I am familiar with, it would spell trouble, Bardock decisively rejected. Let me scout ahead. If this Broly is the one I know, I will bring him back, and then you can fight to your heart's content. Bardock was all too aware of Goku's intentions. The pretense of seeking Broly was merely a guise for the desire to battle. All right, but you must return quickly with him. Goku's heart raced with excitement. Broly was indeed formidable enough to instill fear in his own father. Very well, I'll make a trip to King Kai's planet. You all return to Earth and await my news. Chapter 56, Planet Wampa. King Kai, it has been quite a while. How have you been? On King Kai's planet. The North Kai was reclining in his chair, when suddenly Bardock's figure appeared before him, startling him so much that he tumbled from his seat. Bardock, how did you get here? King Kai exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. You disappeared for 2 years, and I nearly thought you had perished. In truth, King Kai had been monitoring Bardock and the Dragon Ball warriors, but 2 years ago, Bardock was engulfed in a time-space black hole, rendering him unaware of Bardock's fate. Thus, his astonishment at Bardock's sudden appearance was entirely justified. I learned instant transmission, Bardock chuckled. I came to visit and also to ask you a few questions. Oh, that ring of yours is quite remarkable. King Kai, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a magnifying glass and scrutinized Bardock closely, exclaiming, what is it with you? Why do you exude an aura of divinity? Being a deity himself, King Kai could sense divine energy, although his lower rank prevented him from comprehending the higher divine essences that Bardock possessed. Well, that's a long story, and I'll tell you later, Bardock replied, wishing to divert the topic. I came to ask for your assistance. Oh, you are already a Super Saiyan. What could possibly challenge you? The King of the Worlds was somewhat perplexed. Bardock's prowess had far surpassed his own, so what assistance could he possibly offer? Bardock candidly replied, my lord. You possess the ability to probe the conditions within the galaxy, do you not? Please assist me in locating a Saiyan named Broly and ascertain his current whereabouts. Although Bardock could teleport to any location, he was unaware of the specific planet where Broly resided, and he was not a true deity capable of exploring every corner of the universe. Oh, so you wish for me to help you find someone? This is quite simple. The King of the Worlds did not decline, his antennae quivering in excitement. Ah, I have located him. The Broly you mentioned is currently on a planet called Vampa. However, that place is quite distant and the environment is rather harsh. Vampa, you say? I shall go there at once. Bardock placed his hand on the king's back and smiled. Thank you, my lord. I shall visit you again when time permits. In an instant, his form vanished from sight. What has this lad experienced? The king murmured to himself, noting the stark differences between Bardock's teleportation and that of the Ardetrians. At that moment, on Vampa, a robust man clad in Saiyan battle attire, his lower half adorned with purple tights, gazed vacantly at the sky. Behind him stood an elderly man with graying whiskers. These two were none other than Broly and his father, Paragus. Broly, your friend Baya has passed away. Do not grieve too deeply, Paragus said gently, patting his son's shoulder. Ever since they had been exiled here by King Vegeta, the two had relied on one another for many years. Baya, a native beast of Vampa, had been Broly's childhood companion, but had recently succumbed to the end of his lifespan. In memory of his dear friend, Broly had fashioned a skirt from Baya's pelts, draping it around his waist. Suddenly, an enigmatic figure appeared silently before them. Paragus, it has been 20 years. How have you fared? Bardock observed the now-aged Paragus, noticing the significant changes from his previous memories. Broly, sensing the presence of a stranger, rose instantly, his gaze fixed on Bardock with vigilance, his aura emanating a formidable ferocity reminiscent of a primordial beast. How impressive, Bardock thought, feeling the overwhelming pressure from Broly's mere presence. Truly the legendary Super Saiyan. Bardock. Paragus initially believed an alien had arrived, but upon recognizing Bardock's face, he quickly restrained Broly, his voice filled with astonishment. Am I mistaken? You truly are Bardock? I thought you had perished 20 years ago. In the past, Paragus had held a high-ranking position on planet Vegeta, akin to a military strategist. The closest relationship he had on planet Vegeta was with Bardock. When he had departed, he had heard rumors of Bardock's demise at the hands of Frieza, which had saddened him for quite some time. It's a long story. I survived that battle. Bardock chuckled. So this is your child Broly? The first time I met him, he was but an infant, and now he has grown so much. Broly, quickly, call Uncle Bardock, Paragus urged excitedly. He is your father's closest companion, not an adversary. It is no wonder Paragus was so animated. After all, having a dear friend still alive brings immense joy. Uncle Bardock, Broly obediently murmured, then fell silent. Clearly, his prolonged solitude had rendered him unfamiliar with conversing with strangers. A smile graced Bardock's face, relieved that this Broly was of the main timeline's disposition. Had it been the brutal Broly, he likely would have unleashed his fury by now. Bardock, please tell me what has transpired, Paragus implored, gripping Bardock's hand with fervor. I have lived here for 20 years, utterly oblivious to the outside world. Is King Vegeta still alive? His heart brimmed with resentment towards King Vegeta. For if it weren't for him, they would not be enduring such a wretched existence. Paragus, before we proceed, I must ask you something, Bardock said gravely. If you had the chance to leave this planet, what would you do? Would you seek revenge on King Vegeta? Despite being his close friend, Bardock could not dismiss the possibility that 2 decades might have warped Paragus's character, transforming him into the vengeful figure from the main timeline who exploited his own child for retribution. If that were the case, even their friendship would not deter Bardock from intervening. If I could leave here, I would undoubtedly take vengeance on King Vegeta, Paragus replied, perceiving Bardock's seriousness. King Vegeta is the reason my son and I are displaced. This grudge is inescapable. I understand, Bardock nodded, pressing on with his inquiry. But what if King Vegeta is already deceased? Would you then seek revenge on his son Vegeta, or perhaps on other Saiyans? What are you saying, Bardock? Paragus inquired, puzzled. One must bear their own burdens. It is King Vegeta who wronged us, not anyone else. Although Vegeta is his son, our grievances do not involve him. Bardock sighed in relief. Thankfully, this timeline's Paragus did not exhibit the psychological distortions of others. He remained the clear-minded individual he had always been. With this understanding, many unnecessary troubles could be avoided. Chapter 57 Training Broly. So much had transpired over these 20 years. Bardock recounted the events following his resurrection, sharing with Paragus everything, save for the intricacies of time and space. Paragus's expression grew complex as he sighed, such as the cycle of cause and effect. King Vegeta's actions left us destitute. Yet he has been reduced to cosmic dust along with planet Vegeta. In that moment, he had relinquished his hatred, for King Vegeta had been gone for so long that seeking vengeance was futile. The only regret lingered in the inability to have personally exacted retribution upon King Vegeta. Bardock, you are truly remarkable. Not only have you attained the legendary status of a Super Saiyan, but you have also vanquished the demon Frieza. Paragus exclaimed. Your two sons are equally exceptional. Both have become Super Saiyans and established the Saiyan Alliance, gathering all the scattered Saiyans together. It is truly impressive. His tone was laced with envy, as Bardock's sons excelled in ways that Broly could not compare. I have long wished to seek you out, but various matters have continuously delayed me, Bardock expressed with a hint of regret. After defeating Frieza, I mastered instant transmission and, upon discovering your location, came hastily to find you, fearing that you might have passed away. This was not mere pretense. He genuinely yearned to reunite with Paragus and Broly. Yet the urgency of the Frieza situation had precluded him from doing so, especially as he previously lacked the ability to travel instantaneously. We are good friends. I know your character well enough to never hold any grievances against you, Paragus replied. Yet, it is indeed impressive that you have acquired such an extraordinary technique as instant transmission. Oh, it was merely coincidence. Bardock waved his hand dismissively. If we are to speak of true excellence, it is your son Broly who is truly remarkable. Huh, Broly? Upon hearing this, both Paragus and the previously silent Broly turned to Bardock, bewildered by his statement. Broly, may I inquire if you can transform into a Super Saiyan? Bardock questioned, uncertain of Broly's current abilities as the narrative diverged significantly from the original timeline. A Super Saiyan? Broly tilted his head, murmuring, what is that? Come now, Bardock. Don't jest. Broly, aside from his considerable strength, does not possess any other abilities. Paragus shook his head in disbelief. How could he possibly be a Super Saiyan? I see. Bardock nodded in understanding. What you may not know is that Broly is not only a Super Saiyan, but he is also the legendary Super Saiyan, a phenomenon that occurs once every 1,000 years. You must comprehend the implications of my words. What? Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. Paragus was astounded, pointing at Broly. Surely, that is just a myth? Not a myth, it is a reality, Bardock asserted. Otherwise, how could Broly have possessed a battle power of 10,000 at birth? Only a legendary Super Saiyan could possibly harbor such terrifying potential. Paragus inhaled sharply, finally grasping why King Vegeta sought to eradicate Broly with such formidable strength as an infant. What would he become as he matured? The legendary Super Saiyan was not to be trifled with. However, Broly remained oblivious, unable to comprehend the exchange between the two. Paragus, during your years together, has Broly ever lost control? Bardock inquired. You know, in a moment of irrationality. Now that you mention it, there has indeed been an instance. Paragus smacked his thigh and remarked, just recently, this child's pet, no, his friend, passed away, and Broly fell into a state of uncontrollable rage due to overwhelming sorrow. At that moment, he nearly killed me. Even now, the memory sends shivers down my spine. Broly in that frenzied state was terrifying, rendering me unable to approach him. Had he not fainted from grief, I would likely have been crushed. Bardock spoke slowly. The legendary Super Saiyan, though immensely powerful, possesses a significant flaw. He is prone to berserk rages. When emotions spiral out of control, it can lead to catastrophic consequences. Is that the reason? Paragus replied, fortunately. Broly is unlike other Saiyans. He does not relish combat. It seems I must keep a closer watch on him to prevent any conflicts, for another outburst would be troublesome. You make a valid point, yet this is not a viable long-term solution. Bardock interjected with a differing opinion. Broly is still young. He cannot remain here indefinitely. He deserves a future of his own and should grow up normally, just like everyone else. Preventing him from engaging in battle is not feasible. Every pure-blooded Saiyan yearns for combat, and Broly is no exception. However, with proper training and emotional regulation, we need not fear his transformation into a berserker. Bardock was aware that in the primary timeline, Broly had been diligently working on controlling his emotions and had made commendable progress. Believing that if it could be achieved in the primary timeline, it could surely be accomplished in this one, he noted that Broly had begun his training much earlier here. He was resolute that success was attainable. Hearing this, Broly lowered his head. Although he did not enjoy fighting, he harbored an innate desire for battle, which he suppressed remarkably well. Furthermore, Paragus frequently admonished him to avoid rivalry with others, which over time deepened Broly's internal struggle. Observing Broly's expression, Paragus recognized Bardock's insight. Broly's reticence and aversion to combat were merely facets of his personality, yet the Saiyans' inherent warrior spirit remained unalterable. It appeared that he truly did not understand Broly as well as he thought. Very well, I shall personally train Broly to help him better manage his berserk tendencies. Bardock then stated, Paragus, I shall first escort you to the Saiyan Alliance. Is your mind still sharp? Can you still devise strategies as you once did? Although Paragus's combat prowess may be lacking, his intelligence is remarkable, consistently yielding unexpected plans, complemented by his advanced technological acumen. Such talent could undoubtedly bring immense benefits to the Saiyan Alliance. Chapter 58. The power of the Great Ape. Bardock utilized instant transmission to take Paragus away from planet Vampa. He located Raditz and briefed him on Paragus's exceptional capabilities. Upon hearing of Paragus's talents, Raditz immediately agreed and personally appointed him as the chief military strategist of the Alliance. Due to the absence of a true leader within the Saiyan Alliance, Raditz initially intended for Vegeta to assume this role. However, Vegeta's singular focus on becoming stronger rendered him uninterested, and Goku was even less suited for such a position. Thus, the actual authority of the Alliance rested with Raditz. Bardock, thank you for granting me a new lease on life, Paragus expressed, tears streaming down his face with gratitude. I shall dedicate myself to assisting Raditz. As for Broly, I leave him in your capable hands. Deep down, Paragus was most concerned about Broly, especially after learning that he was the legendary Super Saiyan. His anxiety intensified as he feared that one day Broly might completely lose control and transform into a destructive monster. Yet, he felt powerless and could only place his hopes in Bardock. Rest assured, I shall guide him well, Bardock reassured, giving Paragus a thumbs up before vanishing in an instant. On planet Vampa, Bardock urged Broly to fill his stomach before training. He retrieved a plethora of food from the multifunctional capsule, smiling as he said, since your birth, you have never enjoyed a proper meal. Now, indulge yourself. Thank you, uncle. Broly's eyes sparkled with delight as the aroma of the delicious food tantalized his senses. Eagerly, he devoured a roasted pig, the ferocity of his appetite reflecting his Saiyan nature. After this ravenous feast, Broly experienced an unprecedented sense of happiness. On planet Vampa, food was scarce, and he had never tasted such exquisite dishes before, which fostered a deep fondness for Bardock in his heart. Now that you are well fed, it is time to commence training, Bardock announced, rising to his feet. Come, Broly, feel free to attack me. He needed to ascertain the extent of Broly's current abilities to devise an effective training regimen. But Dad doesn't allow me to fight. Broly hesitated, fidgeting. And, Uncle, you're a good person. I don't want to hurt you. Having had no contact with outsiders for 20 years, Broly's heart remained as innocent and pure as a child's. He reciprocated kindness simply and directly. That's all right. Go ahead and strike. You wish to grow stronger, don't you? So you can protect your father, right? Bardock said, somewhat exasperated by Broly's overly simplistic nature. Then, you must be careful, Uncle. Broly hesitated again, but when he heard the prospect of becoming stronger to protect his father, a fire ignited within him. He yearned to grow more powerful and avoid the painful scenes of separation and loss he had previously endured. Broly rose to his feet, his robust physique charging forward as he threw a straightforward punch at Bardock. It was simple and direct, devoid of technique, yet the force was terrifying, creating a powerful shockwave as it cut through the air. Boom! Broly's fist struck Bardock, sending him staggering back several meters from the primal ferocity of the blow. What incredible physical strength, Bardock thought, his eyes widening in astonishment. With my current level of defense, Broly could inflict pain with just one punch. Even Kakarot in his prime would struggle against this. I can hardly fathom the power he would unleash at full strength. Are you alright, uncle? Broly found himself in a state of confusion, gripped by an overwhelming fear of inadvertently harming Bardock. Yet, simultaneously, an inexplicable surge of restlessness coursed through him, igniting a palpable excitement within his body. Fear not, for your uncle is quite resilient. Proceed, Bardock declared nonchalantly, thumping his chest twice. All right, here I come, Broly exclaimed. His once clear gaze now tinged with fervor as he charged at Bardock once more. His strength and speed have noticeably increased, Bardock mused, furrowing his brow before engaging in a flurry of blows with Broly. The resounding echoes of their punches filled the air, the scene heavily skewed in Bardock's favor. In the face of Bardock's extensive combat experience and skill, Broly found himself utterly overwhelmed. This kid fights purely on instinct. His techniques are akin to those of a child, Bardock observed, contemplating the myriad of deficiencies in Broly's fighting style. Not only does he lack any combat skills, but he also cannot control his energy and is even incapable of basic flight. Bardock sighed inwardly. Broly was merely a powerful child, indicating that training from the very beginning was essential. However, at that moment, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Broly, sending Bardock hurtling backward, crashing into a mountain peak with no means of defense. What? Bardock's pupils constricted as he realized Broly was undergoing a transformation. His already robust muscles expanded. His pupils turned golden, his black hair stood erect, and a green aura enveloped him. Is this the power of the great ape? Bardock gasped in astonishment. For Broly's energy level now rivaled that of his own tenfold Kaioken. Bardock marveled at the remarkable speed of Broly's progress. Indeed, he was the legendary Super Saiyan, advancing at an astonishing rate. Before Bardock could react, Broly surged toward him, his massive form moving like a blur. The difference in speed compared to before was staggering. Wah! Broly, now driven by primal instincts, unleashed a colossal green energy wave. Bardock, refusing to underestimate the threat, activated his tenfold Kaioken and retaliated with a powerful punch. A tremendous force sent Broly's energy wave spiraling away, crashing into a distant lake and obliterating it entirely. Yet, Broly, akin to a furious beast, continued to rain down punches upon Bardock. This kid is indeed terrifying. He learns and adapts rapidly in battle, even acclimating to the great ape power, Bardock realized. Seizing Broly's arm, Bardock executed a shoulder throw, sending him flying. However, Bardock was taken aback, for Broly's strength was continuously escalating through their combat, seemingly without limit. This unreasonable method of enhancement appeared unique to Broly alone. He hasn't reached his limit yet. I must draw forth all of his latent potential. Resolute. Bardock's crimson aura surged dramatically as he decisively initiated the 20-fold Kaioken. In this state, Broly found himself once again at a disadvantage, being mercilessly pummeled. However, Bardock maintained a firm control, ensuring that Broly would not sustain any severe injuries. Despite appearing battered and bruised, his wounds were merely superficial. Bardock dared only to push Broly to this extent. The thought of allowing Broly to transform into a Super Saiyan was beyond his current courage. As he could still suppress Broly, the prospect of Broly achieving Super Saiyan status was daunting, for the power unleashed would far surpass his own, making it uncertain whether he would even survive the encounter, let alone bring Broly back to his senses. Chapter 59. The second level of Super Saiyan. The feral roars reverberated throughout the planet Vampa, as Broly's fleeting silhouette darted through the air with unparalleled speed. Confronted with Broly's frenzied onslaught, Bardock could only resort to passive defense. Each punch and kick that struck him sent waves of pain coursing through his body. With time, Broly's assault grew increasingly ferocious, his innate physical prowess gradually manifesting its advantages. It became evident that he could no longer withstand the Kaioken state. Bardock felt both exhilarated and astonished. His current strength now surpassed that which he had possessed when he first transformed into a Super Saiyan on Namek. Yet, even in this state, he was firmly subdued by Broly's mighty great ape form, making it difficult to fathom the terror that awaited should Broly ascend to Super Saiyan. Realizing the urgency, Bardock withdrew from the Kaioken state, his fists clenched tightly as he unleashed a fierce roar, golden light radiating around him. With a resounding boom, Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, an intense aura resembling flames emanating from him. Faced with this formidable presence, Even Broly could not help but widen his eyes, being thrust back several hundred meters. At this moment, Broly had not yet completely lost control. He retained a fragment of rationality, though his heart was engulfed by an overwhelming desire for battle. His simple mind struggled to comprehend how Bardock's hair had changed color, but the oppressive force surrounding him was unmistakably real. Broly, behold, this is the Super Saiyan. Bardock's gaze sharpened, and in a heartbeat, he appeared before Broly, delivering a spinning kick that sent Broly hurtling away. Bardock's speed was blinding. Broly barely had time to react before being launched several kilometers away, his massive form crashing through mountains. Even the ironclad Broly found it difficult to endure the impact of Bardock's kick, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Yet, this was swiftly followed by an insatiable surge of battle spirit within him. His form transformed once more, the aura around him shifting to a golden-green hue, his dark pupils vanishing, and a cataclysmic energy radiating from Broly. What? A hypothetical Super Saiyan? Bardock exclaimed in horror, realizing that in mere moments, Broly had not only harnessed the power of the great ape, but had also transformed into a hypothetical Super Saiyan. Fortunately, the current timeline is still early, and Broly possesses a relatively low base power. Had it been the Broly from the primary timeline, Bardock would have been utterly annihilated by now. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bardock swiftly teleported in front of Broly, unleashing a full-powered Kamehameha that struck Broly directly. He did not fear for Broly's life. If a legendary warrior could be easily dispatched, it would indeed diminish his worth. The azure shockwave sliced through the heavens, soaring into the cosmos. To Bardock's astonishment, a massive hand emerged from the Kamehameha and seized his head. What? Bardock let out a bitter laugh, for despite enduring his full-force attack, Broly remained unscathed and was able to retaliate instantaneously. With a thunderous roar, Broly delivered a punch to Bardock's chin, sending him hurtling into the sky. That was not the end. Broly conjured a green energy wave in his hand. With a swift motion, he unleashed it, causing countless green energy beams to erupt forth. The sky was filled with green rays, all striking Bardock as his anguished screams echoed through the air. Yet Broly, like a feral beast, surged towards Bardock in the sky, grasping his head and forcefully driving him into the ground. The ferocity of his strength pressed Bardock deep into the earth. Broly, suspended in the air, seemed to unleash an uncontrollable torrent of power. The green radiance enveloped the entire planet, mercilessly ravaging mountains and oceans alike. As the very ground quaked and magma erupted from beneath, it was a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Clearly, Broly's strength was overwhelming. The planet Wampa could not withstand such an extraordinary force. This impudent child was teetering on the edge of a berserk state. If this continued, Wampa would be reduced to ashes. Bardock, dazed, ascended from the depths of the earth, his body stained with blood. It had been a long time since he had sustained such severe injuries, especially since his battle with the god of the great tree. His power now far surpassed mine. In this form, I could not suppress him. At that moment, an unexpected tranquility washed over Bardock. Despite his grievous wounds, an odd sensation surged within him, as his energy began to swell rather than diminish. His cells seemed to awaken, a torrent of power coursing through his entire being. This sensation ignited a spark in Bardock's eyes. He recognized it as the feeling he once experienced upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, this time, the sensation lacked the bloodthirsty exhilaration of his initial transformation. The moment had arrived. He clenched his fists tightly. A golden aura surged upwards, his muscles began to swell, and his once flowing golden hair stood erect, transforming from a flame-like blaze to a jet-like eruption. Is this the second level of Super Saiyan? Indeed. It is vastly superior to the ordinary Super Saiyan form. Bardock closed his eyes, attuning himself to the power within. He was already on the brink of a breakthrough, and the exhilarating battle with Broly propelled him past his limitations. All right, Broly, the training must come to an end. Bardock's gaze sharpened as he executed an instantaneous movement, reappearing behind Broly in the blink of an eye. Broly swiftly turned, seizing Bardock's arms with an overwhelming grip, his immense strength refusing to relent. Break free. Feeling the crushing force of Broly's hands, Bardock remained unfazed. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a formidable energy, violently shaking off Broly's grasp. At that moment, Bardock's strength surpassed Broly's, albeit temporarily, as Broly's power would inevitably grow with each confrontation. Thus, Bardock resolved to conclude their sparring, restoring Broly's rationality. The solution was simple: incapacitate Broly, either through a knockout or worse. However, he had no intention of killing him. Merely rendering him unconscious would suffice for Broly to return to his senses. To subdue Broly in his current state through sheer force was unwise, yet Bardock was undeterred. He opened his arms wide and bellowed, "Solar flare." A blinding white light illuminated the surroundings. Unfamiliar with such a technique, Broly instinctively shielded his eyes. This was precisely the moment Bardock had awaited. He teleported behind Broly and delivered a powerful chop to his neck. The neck, a vulnerable point in the human body, was no exception, even for Broly, especially under Bardock's full force. With that strike, the fiery aura surrounding Broly dissipated, and his formidable presence vanished, causing him to collapse to the ground with a thud. Chapter 60. 6 months later, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the Dragon Ball warriors each followed their own paths. Raditz, tasked with managing the Saiyan alliance, seldom returned to Earth. Fortunately, with Paragus' assistance, Raditz found himself with more time to train. Despite his age, Paragus' mind remained sharp, and his many plans and strategies proved invaluable to the Saiyan alliance. In this new hierarchy, Paragus held a position of significant influence, akin to a right-hand man. He relished this lifestyle, reminiscent of his younger days. Thanks to Paragus' support, Gohan returned to Earth to resume his life. Presently, the Saiyan alliance's influence spanned the entirety of the North Galaxy, instilling a sense of security that deterred any factions or cosmic marauders from causing unrest within their domain. Thus, the North Galaxy thrived in a state of absolute peace. Goku maintained his routine, engaging in agricultural work each day while dedicating the remainder of his time to training. Vegeta, on the other hand, adopted a reclusive lifestyle, focusing solely on training, with meals and sleep occupying the rest of his time. As for Bardock, he was continuously busy, living in the spotlight, yet never neglecting his training. He stood merely a step away from achieving Super Saiyan status. Throughout these 6 months, Bardock dedicated himself to training Broly. Since the last great battle, Bardock has successfully transcended to the second level of Super Saiyan. Now, after 6 months have passed, he has ascended even further, achieving the third level of Super Saiyan. However, this transformation comes with significant drawbacks, which is why Bardock refrains from utilizing it. He is currently striving to progress towards the full power of Super Saiyan. Yet he still lacks the finesse to fully master this state, as he cannot maintain the Super Saiyan form at all times. He understands that true mastery will only come when he can sustain this form in his daily life. As for Broly, the past 6 months could be described as extraordinary. His normal strength is now on par with Bardock's. He has learned to control and perceive his energy and has even mastered the art of flight. What were once rudimentary combat skills have now transformed him into a seasoned warrior, thanks in large part to Bardock's meticulous guidance. On a peak of Mount Planet Vegeta, Bardock gazes into the vastness of the cosmic night sky, suddenly feeling a twinge of solitude. His thoughts drift to his wife, Jine, and he is overwhelmed with regret and sorrow over her death. He once contemplated using the Dragon Balls to revive her, but upon reflection, he realized that she had been gone for over 20 years. Neither the Dragon Balls of Earth nor those of Namek could bring her back to life. The only potential means of resurrection might lie with the Super Dragon Balls, yet they are not easily found, and Bardock, at present, is ill-equipped to pursue them. Moreover, seeking the Super Dragon Balls might attract the attention of the higher deities of the universe, and Bardock prefers to avoid such encounters until he has gained sufficient strength. "Master, what are you pondering?" Broly inquires, sitting beside Bardock. Presently, aside from his inability to transform into a Super Saiyan, Broly has learned to control his raging emotions while in his great ape form. He holds Bardock in high esteem, feeling immense gratitude for his teachings. Thanks to Bardock's guidance, he has become somewhat more open, and in his heart, Bardock holds as much significance as his own father. "Nothing much, just reminiscing about the past," Bardock replies. "Broly, we have spent a considerable amount of time on this planet. It is time to take you to another location for training." "Another location for training?" Broly asks, puzzled. "Indeed," Bardock affirms with a nod. "Although you have gradually learned to control your rage under my tutelage, this is still insufficient. You will inevitably lose control when you transform into a Super Saiyan, so I intend to introduce you to a professional for further training." Broly's propensity for rage stems primarily from his mental state, a matter Bardock does not fully understand, thus necessitating the expertise of a specialist. He has already determined whom to consult. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Broly responds without hesitation, for to him, being with Bardock is what truly matters, regardless of the location. Very well, allow me to introduce you to your father, Bardock said, rising from his seat. It has been half a year since you last met. He will surely be delighted by the changes he sees in you. He calculated the time and surmised that the androids were likely to make their appearance soon, necessitating his return to Earth. Bardock escorted Broly to the Saiyan Alliance. After such a prolonged separation, the father and son exchanged warm pleasantries. Witnessing Broly's newfound cheerful disposition, Paragus felt a wave of relief wash over him and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Bardock. Paragus, I intend to bring Broly to Earth for a new life, and I would like to hear your thoughts on this matter. After all, Broly was Paragus's son, and it was only fitting to consider the feelings of others. Not a problem at all. I am well aware of my limitations and my inability to guide Broly adequately. Paragus agreed without hesitation, saying, with you mentoring him, I feel entirely at ease. Go ahead, but do visit this old man when you have the opportunity. Father, why not join me in what Master described as life on Earth? Broly suggested at that moment. I shall refrain from going. You have grown and must carve out your own path, free from your father's shadow. Paragus affectionately ruffled Broly's hair, smiling as he continued. Moreover, I have grown accustomed to life in the Alliance and find joy here. You need not worry about me. Very well then. Broly, upon hearing Paragus's words, felt a twinge of regret but accepted the situation. All right, we must take our leave. After bidding farewell to Paragus, Bardock and Broly set forth for Earth. Earth, the heavenly temple. The temple remained as tranquil and harmonious as ever, with Mr. Popo diligently cleaning the premises while the old Kai continued to observe the happenings below. How curious. I have been feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding lately. The old Kai furrowed his brow deeply, muttering to himself. Could there be a significant event about to transpire in the lower realms? Just as the old Kai pondered this, two figures appeared out of thin air. Ah, Bardock. What brings you here? The old Kai turned around and was taken aback to see Bardock, his tone tinged with surprise. And who might this be? Gazing at the imposing form of Broly, the old Kai's expression grew somber, for he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from him. This is Broly. Yes, another Saiyan. Bardock replied with a smile. He is essentially my apprentice. May I inquire if Mr. Popo is present? Your apprentice? No wonder he exudes such a formidable presence. The old Kai nodded, intrigued. What is it that you seek from Mr. Popo? Indeed, I wish for Broly to train in the temple, Bardock explained. His circumstances are rather unique. To put it simply, he tends to lose control during battles. I would like to request your assistance in guiding him through his mental conditioning. Mr. Popo had previously instructed Goku in matters of mental training, yielding excellent results, making him an ideal candidate for Broly's guidance. In truth, the ultimate mentor for mental fortitude would undoubtedly be Whis. However, at this stage, Bardock could not access Whis and had to settle for the next best option. Oh, I see. This is merely a minor matter. The heavenly god readily acquiesced. Setting aside Bardock's formidable prowess, it was undeniable that Bardock and his companions had repeatedly salvaged Earth, making refusal impossible. Immediately, the heavenly god summoned Mr. Popo and conveyed the situation regarding Broly. Is that so? Then please accompany me, Mr. Popo responded, maintaining his inscrutable demeanor that revealed no trace of emotion. Broly, you shall reside here from now on, Bardock said, patting Broly's shoulder. Mr. Popo and the heavenly god are kind souls. They will guide you diligently. I, too, will live on Earth, so do not fret about my absence. One crucial thing to remember. Until you have completely mastered your power, you must refrain from engaging in combat. Understood? I understand, Master. I will not fight, Broly replied, displaying remarkable obedience. His disposition had never inclined towards conflict, and now, with the awareness of his own circumstances, he was even less inclined to fight, fearing the potential chaos of losing control. Very well, you shall remain here. I must return home for a rest. Bardock waved goodbye to Broly and soared towards the direction of the Capsule Corporation. Ah, Chi-Chi, it is indeed a challenge to see you. Upon returning to the Capsule Corporation, Bardock was pleasantly surprised to encounter Chi-Chi. She had transformed significantly. Her hair was elegantly styled, her face adorned with subtle makeup, and she donned a sophisticated business suit that bespoke considerable expense. Her entire demeanor radiated a refined confidence, reminiscent of a formidable businesswoman. My apologies, father-in-law. I was unable to meet you during your last visit, Chi-Chi expressed regretfully, explaining her absence due to the demands of her company. Not at all. By the way, where is Kakarot? Why is he not at home? Bardock inquired, waving dismissively. Goku has gone out. Goten is preparing to enter middle school. And I've asked him to accompany Goten to his enrollment. Chi-Chi replied with a smile. Goten was now 12 years old, indeed at the age for middle school. And despite his extraordinary academic talents, he still attended school. Really? Can Kakarot handle that? Bardock chuckled, then sensed Goku's energy before bidding Chi-Chi farewell and vanishing from sight. Chi-Chi had grown accustomed to Bardock's sudden departures. Her business had now reached a stable point, allowing her more leisure time. Goten, haven't you already mastered your college coursework? Why continue with your studies? Goku said leisurely on a bustling street. Dad, while you may be correct, I'm still a child, and naturally, I must attend school. Goten replied. Although he relished combat and exhibited fierce determination, this did not equate to abandoning his education. Suddenly, a figure materialized before them. Oh, Dad, you're back? Goku exclaimed, startled, then unable to contain his joy, added, I heard from my brother that you were searching for Broly. Did you find him? Is he formidable? Goten, equally delighted, called out to his grandfather while secretly astonished, for Bardock's aura was even more profound than it had been 6 months prior. I found him. He is currently training in the Heavenly Temple. Bardock remarked, Kakarot, I am aware of your thoughts, but now is not the time to confront Broly. He has yet to fully master his power. What a pity. I was eager to engage him in battle, Goku lamented. For the past 6 months, he had frequently contemplated the prospect of clashing with the legendary Super Saiyan, and now that opportunity had vanished, leaving him with a profound sense of regret. Just then, a sudden explosion reverberated through the streets, prompting the surrounding crowd to scream and scatter in panic. The once vibrant thoroughfare descended into chaos. What is happening? Bardock furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with Goku, both swiftly ascending towards the source of the explosion, with Gohan closely trailing behind them. At the heart of the bustling city, vehicles lay overturned, and the street was riddled with potholes, while numerous injured civilians lay scattered about. Meanwhile, 3 individuals clad in peculiar attire stood off to the side. Leading them was a man donning a flat cap, accompanied by a short figure wearing a hat and clutching an unknown bottle, along with a muscular giant sporting a long braid. Could they be responsible? Goku pondered, floating in midair with a perplexed expression. Strange, I cannot sense their energy. Grandpa, could they be? Gohan began, his face stern with realization. They are androids. Bardock interjected, somewhat taken aback. They are androids 13, 14, and 15, created by Dr. Gero. His astonishment stemmed from the fact that these androids were entirely different from those in the primary timeline. According to the timeline of the main universe, Dr. Gero and Android 19 should have made their appearance first to trouble Goku. Yet now it was Android 13 and his companions who had emerged. He sensed an unsettling distortion in the flow of time and space. Bardock closed his eyes to attune his senses, having developed the ability to perceive the temporal currents of the world through relentless training. However, his range of perception remained limited, unlike the higher deities who could sense the entire universe. Although the development of each timeline varied, any disruption in the flow of time and space necessitated rectification. If left unchecked, the immediate effects might be negligible, but over time, unforeseen consequences could arise. Identifying the targets, Goku and Gohan. Android 15 fixed his gaze upon Goku and Gohan in the sky, discarding what appeared to be a gasoline-like beverage, and then unleashed several energy blasts towards them. The energy blasts soared from the ground, rapidly approaching Goku and Gohan, with Bardock also within the range of attack. Maintaining a stoic expression, Bardock effortlessly swatted the energy blasts away. Among the 3 androids in the primary timeline, the most formidable was Android 13. Yet he was no match for Goku in his Super Saiyan form. As for androids 14 and 15, they were merely marginally stronger than Vegeta and Trunks in their ordinary states. The threat they posed was minimal. The only concern was Super Android 13. Hey, you lot. If you seek vengeance, direct it at me, Goku declared loudly. Do not harm the innocent. In the vast expanse of the sky, 3 artificial beings encircled Sun Wukong. With a sinister grin, number 13 proclaimed, Warrior race of the Saiyans, today marks your demise. You wish to engage in battle? Follow me. Wukong glanced at the terrified crowd below. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light and soared away. A confrontation in the bustling city would undoubtedly endanger innocence. Gohan and Bardock followed closely behind. It matters not where the fight occurs. Your fate remains the same, number 13 remarked, unfazed by Wukong's actions as the three androids pursued him into the sky. After traversing a considerable distance and distancing themselves from the crowded streets, Wukong and his companions arrived at a desolate ice field. The frigid temperature and absence of life rendered this location ideal for combat. This shall suffice, Wukong declared, descending cautiously while keeping a vigilant eye on the androids. Gohan prepared for battle, while Bardock, relaxed, perched upon a block of ice, choosing to observe rather than intervene. These adversaries posed little challenge for Wukong and his allies. Bardock would refrain from engaging unless absolutely necessary, as he held no interest in confronting the feeble. Suddenly, two figures appeared on the icy terrain. Vegeta and Piccolo, what brings you here? Wukong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Kakarot, do not presume to steal the spotlight, Vegeta retorted, arms crossed, his voice cold. Are these the fabled 17 and 18? Indeed, they are androids devoid of energy signatures. Piccolo and Vegeta had sensed Wukong's energy fluctuations and, connecting the dots, hastened to investigate. Wait, they do not seem to be 17 and 18, Piccolo observed, his cape billowing in the wind, a serious expression on his face. Bardock once mentioned that 17 and 18 were a boy and a girl. It is evident these beings are not them. Through years of arduous training, Piccolo had attained formidable strength, rendering Wukong and Vegeta, in their non-Super Saiyan forms, no match for him. Indeed, Piccolo's intellect is commendable, Bardock interjected. They are not 17 and 18. These three misfits are 13, 14, and 15. Before Bardock could finish, a crimson energy sphere hurtled toward them. Who dares to call us misfits? Number 13 glared icily, his heart brimming with malice. This being, remarkably similar to Son Wukong, lacked any data in their database. Yet his arrogance was palpable. Clearly, Dr. Gero's investigative efforts had been inadequate. Bardock effortlessly swatted the energy blast aside, taunting, I am Bardock, the father of Son Wukong. I advise you to remain focused, lest you find your lives forfeit. Son Wukong's father. Number 13 expressed surprise, but before he could react, a powerful punch struck him squarely in the cheek. He was sent hurtling backward, skidding along the ground, his cap flying off into the distance. You truly underestimate me. The great Vegeta, he declared, clenching his fists, a signature confident smile gracing his lips. Hey, Vegeta, do not steal my opponent. He has come for me, and it is none of your concern. Upon witnessing Vegeta's disregard for martial decorum, Goku's displeasure became evident. Get out of my way. It's always you who steals the spotlight. This time, it's my turn. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Goku before rushing to attack the three androids, as if fearing that Goku might overshadow him once again. How infuriating that Vegeta doesn't leave a single opportunity for me. Goku was filled with vexation. Yet he refrained from obstructing Vegeta, curious to observe how much progress Vegeta had made over the past 6 months. Oh well, let him be, Piccolo remarked with a resigned smile, patting Goku on the shoulder. Ever since Vegeta became a Super Saiyan, he hasn't won a single battle. He must have been harboring a lot of frustration. Let him vent it this time. Indeed, on Namek, Vegeta had either been thoroughly beaten by Frieza or swiftly dispatched with a single blow. After finally attaining the Super Saiyan form, he still found himself evenly matched with Goku, having never won a single fight. Consequently, his assault was more ferocious than ever before. Taking on 3 opponents, he forced them to retreat, his immense aura shattering the surrounding glaciers. What is happening? The data is incorrect. Vegeta's power exceeds the recorded levels. As he defended against Vegeta's onslaught, Android 13 was internally astonished. According to the data, Vegeta should not possess such formidable strength. While he could withstand Vegeta's fierce attacks, Androids 14 and 15 were less fortunate. Their power was inferior to that of 13, and against the current Vegeta, each punch and kick he delivered was imbued with tremendous force, making it exceedingly difficult for 14 and 15 to even defend themselves. That Vegeta has significantly increased his strength, Bardock noted to himself. Vegeta's power was now on the brink of surpassing the limits of Super Saiyan. With a flurry of energy blasts erupting from his hands, Vegeta unleashed his full might. While 13 managed to evade with agility, 14 and 15 fared poorly, suffering a relentless barrage that caused parts to fall from their bodies. This was merely the manifestation of Vegeta's base strength. Hey, your 2 worthless companions are finished, Vegeta declared with utmost arrogance. Hurry and summon androids 17 and 18. You are outmatched. What? 17 and 18. At the mention of these names, 13's expression darkened. He was aware that their power surpassed his, but he had never considered himself weak. It was merely that Dr. Gero favored them. He despised it when others brought up those two in his presence. You are courting death. 13 seethed with rage, tearing off his clothing and charging at Vegeta like a cannonball. His speed dramatically increased. Bang! Chapter 63. Super 13 Vegeta was struck head-on by 13, causing blood to spurt from his nose as he was sent flying into the icy river. Swoosh! In a fit of fury, 13 dove into the water, disregarding the extreme cold, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up to Vegeta. He seized Vegeta's foot and hurled him violently onto the rocks beneath the icy river. With a grunt, Vegeta was momentarily disoriented, gritting his teeth as he retaliated with a powerful energy blast. Number 13, taken aback, swiftly dodged to the side, giving Vegeta the opportunity to kick him onto the water's surface before swiftly following suit. While the Saiyans were undeniably formidable, they still possessed certain physical limitations, such as their inability to survive in the cosmos or engage in prolonged battles underwater. You have some skill, Vegeta remarked, wiping the blood from his nose. His gaze suddenly fierce. In this form, it seems I cannot easily kill you. Very well, let me show you what true terror is. With a mighty roar, Vegeta emanated a golden light that illuminated the vast, icy expanse, his overwhelming aura shattering the glaciers around him. What? What is this? Number 13 gaped, bewildered by Vegeta's transformation into golden hair. This is the Super Saiyan. Vegeta surged downward, his intense energy stirring the air, moving with such speed that he was nearly invisible. In an instant, Number 13 found himself bombarded by a flurry of punches, his body crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. His right arm lay broken, exposing the mechanical components within. Clearly, in the face of the Super Saiyan, Number 13 was no match. You are finished. Vegeta slowly approached Number 13, his palm pressed against him, speaking coldly. Go back and tell that Dr. Gero to be more cunning. I'll kill him every time I see him. Do you think you've won? Suddenly, Number 13 went berserk, using all his strength to push Vegeta away, before erupting with a red glow. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred as the scattered parts of androids 14 and 15 rapidly flew towards Number 13, merging seamlessly with him. Boom! A flash of red light enveloped him, transforming his physique from lean to muscular, his shirt bursting from the expansion of his muscles, his skin turning blue, and his hair standing on end, exuding an imposing presence. What? This guy absorbed those two androids. Vegeta instinctively shielded his eyes, feeling a profound shock. Although he could not sense the aura of Super 13, he was acutely aware of the looming threat, a sixth sense inherent to Super Saiyans. Meanwhile, in Dr. Gero's laboratory, the battle between Vegeta and Super 13 unfolded on a massive screen. What is happening? Aren't Saiyans only capable of transforming into great apes? Dr. Gero, pale and astonished, exclaimed, just a single individual has pushed 13 to this extent. His investigations into Goku and the other Dragon Ball warriors had only progressed to the arrival of Vegeta and Nappa on Earth. He remained oblivious to the battles on Namek. Thus, he was unaware of the existence of the Super Saiyan. Dr. Gero, though your scientific prowess is commendable, your intelligence gathering leaves much to be desired. Dr. Mew, stroking his beard, remarked, this is a transformation of the Saiyans known as the Super Saiyan, which can also be understood as a cellular evolution. Although Dr. Mew was deeply engrossed in scientific research, he was far more cunning and meticulous than Dr. Glow. He had thoroughly investigated the Saiyans' background long ago. Super Saiyan. Dr. Glow exclaimed in astonishment. It seems I have severely underestimated them. At this rate, it is likely that Goku can also transform into a Super Saiyan, which diminishes Super 13's chances of victory. Let us observe for now. I have already dispatched Hell 17, Dr. Mew calculated with shrewdness. Should Super 13 falter, Hell 17 will intervene to rescue him. Oh, Dr. Mew, I am grateful for your presence. In terms of strategy, I truly cannot compare to you. Dr. Glow felt a genuine appreciation for Dr. Mew, as they shared a common goal, and Dr. Mew had aided him significantly in many matters. Die Vegeta. Unlike the primary timeline, Super 13 was not solely focused on combat and destruction. He retained his intellect. His form flickered through the air with astounding speed, far surpassing that of Vegeta. A fist, as large as a basketball, struck violently against Vegeta's arm. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock as he felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, involuntarily letting out a cry as his body was propelled far away like a cannonball. Upon witnessing this, Goku swiftly utilized instant transmission to reach Vegeta's side, catching him as he was sent flying. "Damn it, Kakarot. Stay out of this. I want to kill that guy." Vegeta struggled free from Goku's grasp. His face twisted in fury. Without hesitation, he summoned a radiant golden aura, transforming into a brilliant flash as he charged towards Super 13. "Vegeta, no? You cannot match his power alone," Goku exclaimed anxiously, realizing that Super 13's strength far exceeded Vegeta's. Engaging him solo would be tantamount to courting death. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and rushed forward to support Vegeta. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Gohan joined the fray, bolstering their ranks. Two Super Saiyans, one comparable to a Super Saiyan, and a hybrid Saiyan with extraordinary talent constituted an impressively formidable ensemble. Even Super 13 would not dare to underestimate them. A flurry of energy blasts filled the air as Piccolo unleashed a barrage of energy attacks, his power seemingly limitless. Yet, none of his blasts found their mark. This understandably frustrated Vegeta, who bellowed, "Hey, Piccolo, are you short-sighted? Your aim is atrocious. Have you been training with dogs?" No sooner had he spoken than Super 13 struck him with a backhand, sending him plummeting into a frozen river. Gohan observed Piccolo and recognized that he was not merely firing aimlessly. The two had developed a deep understanding, able to communicate their intentions with just a glance. Gohan utilized his speed to continuously disrupt Super 13, fully aware that he could not match the brute strength of Super 13. Thus, he resolved to play a supportive role instead. Faced with Gohan's incessant harassment and Goku's ferocious assaults, Super Android 13 found himself in a most disheveled state. He yearned to disregard Goku and first deal with the bothersome Gohan, who was akin to a pesky fly, but Goku afforded him no such opportunity. The moment he became distracted, he was met with a relentless barrage. "Old son, Gohan, get out of the way." At that moment, Piccolo suddenly shouted a warning to Goku and Gohan from below. Chapter 64. Hell's Android 17. The sky was densely populated with countless energy orbs, each diminutive in size but overwhelming in number, all launched by Piccolo moments prior. Converge. Piccolo observed that Goku and Gohan had retreated to a safe distance and bellowed, crossing his arms firmly. In an instant, the multitude of energy orbs seemed to possess a consciousness of their own. Previously scattered, they now converged upon Super Android 13's form. With a resounding boom, a colossal explosion reverberated through the heavens, causing the surroundings to tremble violently. "You truly are remarkable, Piccolo," Goku commended, giving a thumbs up. Though this maneuver appeared chaotic, Piccolo had expertly sealed off all escape routes for Super Android 13. Without instantaneous movement, there was no hope of evasion. This is a new technique I've recently developed," Piccolo replied, slightly breathless from the significant energy expenditure required for the maneuver. "TCH, flashy nonsense." Vegeta scoffed as he emerged from the water, casting a disdainful glance at Piccolo. "Did we succeed?" Gohan's gaze was fixed intently on the site of the explosion, wondering if such an assault would be fatal. Suddenly, a towering shadow materialized behind Gohan. "Watch out!" Piccolo and Goku exclaimed in alarm, but it was too late. Super Android 13 delivered a heavy punch to Gohan's back, sending him soaring into the air with a powerful kick. "Little brat, die?" Super Android 13's chest glowed ominously as a massive red energy sphere rapidly formed, hurtling towards Gohan with a deafening roar. His enmity towards Gohan was palpable, for the boy's earlier sneak attacks had left him thoroughly disheveled and humiliated. At last, he had seized an opportunity. Damn it! Piccolo was filled with urgency, attempting to reach Gohan at maximum speed. Goku prepared to teleport, but was a fraction too late, for Bardock had moved. He instantaneously teleported in front of Gohan, transforming into a Super Saiyan and effortlessly crushed Super Android 13's attack with a single hand. What? Not only was Super Android 13 taken aback, but Goku and the others stood frozen in disbelief. The intensity of that energy sphere had been utterly terrifying. Goku questioned whether he could have withstood it. Yet Bardock, with merely one hand, had obliterated the energy blast. What extraordinary power was this? Damn Bardock, his strength has evidently surpassed that of a Super Saiyan. What a wretched being. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. Bardock's aura now eclipsed his own, indicating that the opponent had transcended the limits of Super Saiyan once more. Gohan, you must refrain from intervening. This level of combat is far beyond your capabilities. Bardock caught Gohan and swiftly brought him to the ground. Although Gohan had made significant progress in strength, he had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Thus, he was not equipped to engage in such a battle at this moment. Thank you, Grandpa, for saving me, Gohan murmured, his energy faint, clearly having sustained severe injuries. After all, he had endured a full force attack from Super 13 and had remarkably survived. It's all right. Here, take this Zen bean, and you will recover, Bardock said, producing a Zen bean for Gohan, who immediately regained his vitality. Kakarot, Vegeta, Piccolo, Bardock announced, hurry up and deal with this fellow, or I will take matters into my own hands. What? That cannot be allowed. Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in alarm, fearing that if Bardock intervened, there would be no chance for them to shine. In a moment of desperation, Goku and Vegeta unleashed their full power, two beams of golden light radiating like the sun. At that instant, they pushed their energy to its peak, and Piccolo, not to be outdone, released his energy as well. The Kamehameha, Final Flash, and Special Beam Cannon erupted forth, three waves of varying colors roaring like enraged dragons, shaking the very fabric of the cosmos. What? Faced with the trio's full-throttle assault, a look of fear crossed Super 13's face as he sensed a lethal threat. He attempted to evade, but the distance was too close to escape. Super 13 hastily conjured a protective shield, yet it shattered within mere seconds. In that moment, panic seized Super 13, but it was futile. His massive form was engulfed by the three shockwaves. Following a cataclysmic explosion, Super 13 lay on the ground, shrouded in black smoke, motionless, as fiery mechanical parts scattered around him. However, the slight rise and fall of his chest indicated that he was not yet completely defeated. Still alive, Vegeta flew forward. His voice icy, allow me, Prince Vegeta, to put an end to you. He gathered energy for a finishing blow aimed at Super 13. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. A lithe figure appeared like a specter, swiftly kicking Vegeta aside. Simultaneously, this person hoisted Super 13 and cast a cold glance at Goku and the others. Who is that? Goku and Piccolo stood alert, confronted by a young man clad in brown clothing, his hair flowing elegantly. Number 17, Bardock, who had been watching from a distance, suddenly stood and quickly approached Goku and the others. The appearance of this young man unmistakably resembled number 17, albeit with a discernible difference. His eyes bore no emotion, resembling a merciless machine. This left Bardock perplexed, questioning why only number 17 had appeared, and where was number 18? Damn it, I will kill you. The ambushed Vegeta charged back in fury, his heart ablaze with rage. What was happening today? Was ambush the new trend? In a fit of anger, Vegeta disregarded all caution and unleashed a final flash aimed directly at number 17. However, the being known as Hell 17 displayed no concern, with a single hand extended. A formidable force emanated from his palm, instantly absorbing Vegeta's ultimate attack. Goku, Vegeta, my objective today does not involve you, Hell 17 declared. Cherish the remaining days, for soon I, Hell 17, shall personally bring about your demise. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly departed, carrying Super Android 13. Trying to flee? Leave none behind. Bardock would not permit Hell 17 to escape, having noticed temporal threads entwined around him. This signified that this individual was the catalyst for the disturbances in time and space. Given this revelation, Bardock was resolute in his pursuit. With a clenched fist, he charged towards Hell 17's rear and delivered a powerful blow. Yet, astonishingly, Hell 17 countered with a punch of his own, matching Bardock's strike. Surprisingly, Bardock was forced back, while Hell 17 merely swayed slightly before vanishing into thin air. Chapter 65. The King's Commission. Father, are you all right? Goku exclaimed, swiftly extending his arms to catch Bardock as he fell to the ground. Vegeta and Piccolo hurried to his side. I am fine, Bardock replied, shaking his head, his gaze heavy with concern. The being who claimed to be Hell 17 was evidently not the 17 he knew. The original 17 lacked such overwhelming power, yet this Hell 17 was extraordinarily formidable. Though they had exchanged only a single blow, Bardock could distinctly sense that Hell 17's strength rivaled that of a fully powered Super Saiyan. What could have transpired? Was the Dr. Gero of this timeline truly that powerful? Bardock was engulfed in confusion, as the events unfolding before him diverged significantly from what he had previously understood. To unravel these mysteries, locating Dr. Gero was imperative. Bardock, was that the 17 you spoke of? Vegeta inquired, visibly irate. He had just heard the individual refer to himself as Hell 17. It can be said, yet it cannot, Bardock responded. This 17 is unlike what I know and also differs from the 17 of the future. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that history has diverged? Piccolo, astute as ever, quickly grasped Bardock's implications. That is a fair interpretation, Bardock nodded gravely. The 17 I know was an android modified from a human, retaining traces of human emotion. However, that Hell 17 bore no semblance of joy, anger, or sorrow. He was like a machine devoid of feelings. Most critically, Hell 17 possesses overwhelming strength. Even if we combined our efforts, we might not be able to vanquish him. Though Bardock approached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan power, he had not yet attained it, and as for Goku and the others, they were even further from that threshold. Defeating Android 17 presents a challenge for Bardock in his current state, yet with relentless effort, it may not be impossible. However, eliminating the adversary entirely seems unfeasible. Such formidable power. Goku and Vegeta gazed in astonishment, having witnessed Bardock's might firsthand. Yet, this remarkably strong Bardock proclaimed that even in unison, victory was uncertain. Are the androids truly that exaggerated? The situation has become quite peculiar. We should return and deliberate further. Bardock stated, our immediate objective is to enable you to transcend the limits of Super Saiyan, after which we shall locate Dr. Gero, and all matters shall become clear. Transcending the limits of Super Saiyan? This statement immediately piqued the interest of Vegeta and Goku. They had reached a plateau and had been striving to break through to the next level, but such an achievement was not easily attained. Bardock, where will we find the time to train? Vegeta scoffed. Those androids could appear at any moment. Do not fret. I will take you to a remarkable place where training for a single day equates to a year of training outside. Bardock had already devised a strategy. It was high time for Goku and the others to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Are you referring to the hyperbolic time chamber, father? Goku exclaimed, instantly comprehending the implication. Indeed, you trained there as a child. You should be aware of its efficacy. Bardock nodded in affirmation. Hey Kakarot, what is this hyperbolic time chamber about? Vegeta inquired impatiently. If he could train there for just one day, he would undoubtedly surpass Super Saiyan and exact revenge on the androids for past grievances. It is a space where the flow of time differs from that of the outside world, Piccolo interjected. The environment is quite harsh, but if one can endure, their power will increase significantly. However, each individual may only enter twice in their lifetime. I could only last a month when I was young. Ha ha ha, Goku chuckled. Shaking his head, Bardock reassured them, you need not worry about the androids. Focus on your training. Should they act recklessly, I can handle them. He did not wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber just yet. He intended to fully master Super Saiyan's maximum power before utilizing it to achieve Super Saiyan 2. Very well, then let us head to the temple, Goku declared, brimming with enthusiasm as he activated instant transmission. Meanwhile, on a distant planet in the cosmos, a massacre was unfolding. A monstrous creature, resembling an insect, was rampaging, turning the entire planet into a desolate wasteland. I have absorbed all the life forms on this planet. Significantly enhancing my power, the creature clenched its fists, a sinister smile adorning its face. Yet, it is still insufficient. My current strength should be adequate to defeat androids 17 and 18, but with Goku and others also in the mix, it would be prudent to absorb more life forms. With a flourish, the wings upon its back unfurled, transforming into a streak of light soaring into the sky, as the creature effortlessly navigated through the cosmos. The Saiyan Alliance, under the guidance of Raditz, is currently training soldiers. With the assistance of Paragus, he no longer needs to manage trivial matters daily, allowing him ample time to cultivate and hone the skills of his troops. It is precisely due to Raditz's mentorship that the overall strength of the Saiyan soldiers has surged remarkably. Particularly noteworthy is the Saiyan Guard, led by Tabor, whose members each possess a battle power exceeding 100,000. This formidable scale far surpasses that of the former Frieza force. Raditz, do you hear me? This is King Kai, echoed a voice deep within Raditz's mind. Oh, King Kai? Raditz exclaimed, swiftly halting the soldiers' training and stepping aside to inquire further. In Sector 57, A monstrous entity is rampaging indiscriminately, slaughtering living beings. King Kai's voice conveyed a grave urgency. It is advancing towards other planets. You must act quickly to stop it, or countless lives will be lost. King Kai, capable of surveying all star systems in the North Galaxy, had observed that whenever this monster arrived at a planet, all life forms perished. Thus, he promptly notified Raditz. As for Bardock, King Kai chose not to disturb him, already aware of the situation on Earth, and entrusted Raditz with confronting the beast. Such a situation? Raditz seethed with anger, affirming, "Rest assured, my lord. Anyone daring to cause chaos in my territory shall be sent to the depths of hell." Without delay, Raditz briefed Paragus and commenced his search for the creature's energy signature. Upon locating it, Raditz's expression grew serious as he mused. Such an intense aura of malevolence and bloodlust. When did such a being emerge in the universe? Humph, encountering me, Raditz, will be your misfortune. Locking onto the monster's energy, he pressed his finger to his brow and, in an instant, vanished from his location. Chapter 66, The Betrayal of Dr. Gero. In Dr. Gero's laboratory, Hell 17 placed the gravely injured Super 13 on the ground, then silently stood in the corner. Beside Hell 17 stood a strikingly beautiful girl, an embodiment of Dr. Gero's creation, Hell 18, whose strength was comparable to that of Hell 17. Dr. Gero, what do you intend to do with Super 13? Dr. Mew inquired, her eyes glimmering as she gazed at the near-lifeless Super 13. Let me examine him, Dr. Gero replied, crouching down to inspect Super 13's body. His brow furrowed deeper as he stated, the majority of the components have been destroyed, but fortunately, the core chip remains intact and can be repaired. Super 13 was his prized creation, and he was unwilling to see it perish so easily. Dr. Gero, I recall you once mentioned that Super 13's chip can absorb other androids. Is that correct? Dr. Mew suddenly interjected. Ah, yes, but why do you bring this up now? Dr. Gero was perplexed by Dr. Mew's sudden inquiry. Rather than repairing this scrap metal, it would be more prudent to dismantle Super 13's chip and install it within Hell 17 and 18, Dr. Mew suggested ominously. No, Dr. Gero has yet to complete his statement. A delicate hand pierced through his chest. He did not perish immediately, his eyes widening as he beheld the ambush from Android 18 lurking behind him. Dr. Mew. Dr. Gero's face was a mask of terror as he gazed at Dr. Mew. Both hellish androids obeyed only his commands. Was Dr. Mew truly intent on ending his life? Enough of this charade. It is time to conclude the game we have played for so long. Dr. Mew approached Dr. Gero with a sinister smile, uttering, "Did you genuinely believe I would collaborate with you? Do not be so naive. My ambition is to conquer the entire universe, far beyond merely vanquishing Son Goku. Furthermore, I must extend my gratitude. Without your technology, I could never have created the hellish androids, and now, you hold no value. Curse you, you scoundrel." Dr. Gero glared furiously, realizing he had been deceived. All talk of shared goals and brotherhood had been but a ruse. He had been foolish. Yet, he had no time for regret. For Android 17, swiftly severed Drive Gero's head with a kick, crushing it underfoot. History is often astonishingly similar. The Dr. Gero of the main timeline perished at the hands of his creation, Android 17, while in this timeline, Dr. Gero met the same fate, albeit at the hands of a more advanced version of Android 17. Doctor, what is our next step? Shall we proceed to eliminate Son Goku and his companions? Android 17 inquired respectfully from the side. Lacking the spectrum of human emotions, both androids executed Dr. Mew's commands without question. Do not be hasty. The Saiyans are not to be feared, Dr. Mew replied, picking up 3 remote controls from the table. These 2 should serve as the activation devices for Androids 16, 17, and 18. The perpetual energy cores within them are crucial components that you lack. Doctor, do you intend for us to absorb Dr. Gero's androids? Android 18 interjected. Although devoid of emotions, they were otherwise indistinguishable from humans in terms of cognition, their intellect surpassing even the finest minds. This exemplified Dr. Mew's astonishing prowess. The androids he created were nothing short of perfection. Ah, not just yet. I shall first transfer the chip from Super 13 to you, Dr. Mew remarked with a sinister grin. As for Dr. Gero's 3 androids, I have grander designs. Doctor, what do you plan to do? The 2 androids were perplexed by Dr. Mew's scheme. Isn't Dr. Gero always boasting about the strength of the perfect cell? Dr. Mew stroked his beard. I will retain these 2 androids, allowing Cell to absorb them at his leisure. If my calculations are correct, after absorbing Super 13, your power will increase significantly, and when you subsequently absorb the perfect cell, you shall become an unstoppable force. Despite his cunning and treachery, Dr. Mew's hubris would lead him to folly. He would eventually come to regret the arrogance he displayed this day. On Earth, in the sacred temple, Broly was training alongside Mr. Popo when suddenly, he opened his eyes. The master has arrived, accompanied by several other formidable presences. Broly stood up and, with a hint of apology, addressed Mr. Popo, saying, "Mr. Popo, may I have a moment to meet the master?" Although they had only recently parted ways, Broly's immediate cessation of training upon Bardock's arrival revealed the extent of his reliance on him. "Go ahead, but afterward, you must clear your mind and focus on your training." Mr. Popo did not hinder him, as the training had only just begun, and a brief pause was of little consequence. "Thank you, Mr. Popo," Broly expressed his gratitude politely. And in the next instant, he appeared outside the temple. "Oh, Broly, weren't you training with Mr. Popo? What brings you out here so suddenly?" Bardock's gaze shifted, noting how attached this young man was to him. "Is this the legendary Super Saiyan?" Goku, Vegeta, and the others watched Broly with keen interest. This towering figure was indeed a rare Super Saiyan. Truly extraordinary. Unlike Piccolo, they shared the same Saiyan bloodline, and the instinctive recognition was undeniable. The overwhelming presence he exuded was palpable, and within him lay an ominous energy capable of catastrophic destruction. He was undoubtedly an unprecedented adversary. Broly noticed Goku and the others, but merely offered a courteous greeting, remembering Bardock's frequent lessons on politeness. "Allow me to introduce you," Bardock began. "This is Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Broly, these are my son Kakarot, my grandson Gohan, and this is Vegeta and Piccolo. Wow, you are the legendary Super Saiyan. Could you transform for us to see?" Goku asked, filled with curiosity to witness this phenomenon firsthand. Vegeta, too, was intrigued, but his demeanor prevented him from being as familiar as Goku with everyone. "I am very sorry, but I cannot transform into a Super Saiyan," Broly replied shyly, feeling a natural fondness for Goku and Gohan due to their connection as Bardock's family. "My master once told me that if I transformed into a Super Saiyan, I would lose control, so I have never done so. I hope I do not disappoint you." "Goodness, he is so polite, unlike the brash Vegeta," Goku exclaimed, astonished. "Is this really a Saiyan? Can a Saiyan be so courteous?" "Hey Kakarot, if you have nothing to say, then remain silent," Vegeta retorted, visibly irritated. Why did this fool drag him into the conversation? Yet, deep down, he found himself somewhat fond of Broly. One could see from his innocent eyes that he was not a malevolent being. Piccolo and Gohan exchanged discreet nods, acknowledging that despite being the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly possessed a commendable character. He was indeed someone of great potential. Chapter 67. The Clash of Raditz and Cell Bardock. "Did you rush to the temple due to the situation with the androids?" The Elder Kai inquired, leaning on his staff. He was aware of the events unfolding in the lower realm, but felt powerless to avert the impending disaster. "Indeed, I would like to borrow the Room of Spirit and Time," Bardock remarked. "There has been a slight change of plans. I wish for you all to enter and cultivate. Otherwise, you shall not be prepared for what lies ahead." The Supreme Kai nodded in understanding, saying, "You are all the saviors of Earth. I cannot provide too much assistance. Please focus on your training to grow stronger." "Thank you," Bardock said, turning to the group. "Who among you wishes to enter first?" "I shall go in first." Vegeta pushed past Goku and could not restrain himself, declaring, "Just allow me one day's training, and all these androids will be nothing but mere trifles. I alone will be able to handle them." "Is that so? You seem quite confident," Bardock chuckled. "Very well, you may enter first." "Humph, Kakarot. What a pity it is that you shan't have the opportunity to fight this time," Vegeta provocatively remarked to Goku before following the Supreme Kai into the temple. "All right, let us wait here," Bardock instructed. "After Vegeta enters, Kakarot, you can enter with Gohan, or the three of you may go in together." "No, I would prefer to enter first," Piccolo interjected. "Let Goku and Gohan enter together. My training methods differ from theirs, and entering together may yield adverse effects." "Very well. We shall wait here for Vegeta to emerge," Bardock said to the Supreme Kai. "Please keep a vigilant watch on the androids. Should they make any movements, inform me immediately." "Understood," the Supreme Kai replied. On a distant planet within the cosmos, Cell pondered, "It seems that absorbing these cosmic beings has yielded minimal enhancement for me. It is time to journey to Earth." After absorbing the last of the life forms on the planet, he found his combat power had not significantly increased. To achieve further advancement, he must absorb androids 17 and 18. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him. "Who is it?" Cell exclaimed in shock, raising his head. Upon recognizing the newcomer, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. "Raditz? I thought you were dead." Cell's heart raced with astonishment. According to his knowledge, Raditz had perished alongside Goku on Earth. How could this individual possibly be here now? More importantly, the aura emanating from him was overwhelmingly powerful. Raditz had traced Cell's energy signature and instantly teleported to the planet. Previously, the distance had obscured his perception, but now, in close proximity, he found it hard to believe. The creature before him bore not only his own energy, but also that of Bardock, Goku, and other Dragon Ball warriors. What is this? Why does one being possess such a plethora of mixed energies? Who are you? Why do you slaughter innocent beings? Raditz demanded, fixing his gaze on Cell. And why do you carry our energy? What manner of monster are you? A monster? You are mistaken. I am not a monster, Cell replied with a sinister smile. I am the android Cell. Raditz, I am quite curious. Didn't you perish? An android? Are you the 17th that my father spoke of? Raditz's pupils constricted. His father had previously mentioned the existence of androids, and having been away from Earth for so long, he instinctively believed that this creature was android 17. 17? No. Cell shook his head and declared, number 17 and number 18 are merely a part of my being. They shall ultimately be assimilated by me. As for you, with a swift motion, Cell appeared before Raditz, his tail slicing through the air like a razor aimed at Raditz's chest. Clearly, Cell intended to absorb Raditz as well. Get lost, Raditz retorted, not one to be easily subdued. Grasping Cell's tail with force, he hurled him against a nearby rock. However, this level of assault proved insignificant to Cell, who deftly executed a series of backflips to create distance, his expression turning grave. What was the matter with Raditz? Not only was he quick to react, but his strength was also formidable, starkly contrasting the information he possessed. From whence do you come, and what is your purpose? Raditz assumed a combat stance, his mind resolutely focused, for Cell indeed posed a formidable threat. Oof, how laughable. Why should I divulge anything to you? Cell's wings unfurled behind him, propelling him with astonishing speed across several kilometers in the blink of an eye. It seems you are unwilling to converse amiably. Thus, I shall send you to hell. A crimson glow enveloped Raditz as he activated the Kaioken, engaging Cell in a fierce battle with overwhelming power. The entire planet became their arena, as they fought from the heavens to the earth and back, neither yielding an inch to the other. They exchanged blows at breakneck speeds, each strike producing a thunderous cacophony. What? How can this guy also use Kaioken? Cell grew increasingly alarmed, for Raditz's strength far exceeded his expectations. Despite expending half of his power, he found himself evenly matched with Raditz, a stark deviation from the historical accounts he knew. Just how many lives had Cell extinguished? The aura of malice surrounding him was nearly palpable. Raditz, continuously maneuvering with rapidity, found himself astonished. Boom. After an intense exchange, their fists collided with tremendous force, shaking the very ground beneath them. Damn it, Cell panted slightly. If he truly wished to eliminate Raditz, he could do so with full effort. Yet, he did not desire to linger in confrontation, his inherently suspicious nature fearing unforeseen complications. The priority was to rid himself of Raditz and expedite his transformation into perfection. I expected more from you. Turns out you are nothing special, Raditz coldly remarked. No matter how many insects you absorb, it won't change the fact that you are worthless. Now, allow me to see you off. With a resounding crash, a golden aura illuminated the entire planet as Raditz transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden locks billowing in the wind, truly embodying the classic trope of transformation to Super Saiyan 3. What? A powerful gust met Cell head-on, forcing him to stumble backward. A tempest brewed within him. How could this be? Raditz's power had surged significantly since their earlier confrontation. What was happening? Why was Raditz able to transform into a Super Saiyan? Cell's eyes darted about, clearly concocting some scheme. The explosive impact Raditz, unwilling to engage in trivial banter with Cell, concentrated his energy into a massive wave of purple light. You wish to kill me? It won't be so simple. However, at that moment, Cell suddenly ascended into the sky, rapidly channeling a Kamehameha. Remarkably, he did not aim it at Raditz, but rather directed it towards the planet itself. Chapter 68. The awakening of the artificial trio what? This fiend intends to obliterate the planet. Raditz's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Cell's ruthless determination to destroy the world without hesitation. Although he yearned to intervene, time was not on his side, as Cell's Kamehameha was already descending towards the ground. Damn it! Raditz cursed under his breath, swiftly placing his finger to his forehead, causing his body to vanish in an instant. Despite being a Super Saiyan, he knew he could not survive in the cosmos. It was prudent to retreat for now. As for Cell, he was no longer a concern. Another one of those peculiar techniques? Cell pondered, observing Raditz's silent disappearance with curiosity, intrigued by this mysterious ability that allowed him to vanish without a trace. Yet, this worked to Cell's advantage. He could now leave this place. Once he returned to Earth and absorbed androids 17 and 18, he would eliminate Raditz. With a blinding flash of light, the planet was reduced to ashes. Thanks to Frieza's cells within him, Cell could endure in the vacuum of space and propelled himself towards Earth, making every effort to conceal his energy to the lowest possible level. King Kai, I have fought that being known as Cell, Raditz instantaneously teleported back to the Saiyan Alliance, urgently contacting King Kai. However, that creature is exceedingly cunning. He has destroyed the entire planet, and I suspect it is beyond salvation. Fool, that was merely a ruse. He does not truly wish to annihilate the planet, but seeks to evade your pursuit, King Kai replied gravely. He possesses Frieza's cells, allowing him to traverse the cosmos with impunity. You must relay this information to Bardock quickly. Cell is heading towards Earth. What? Raditz furrowed his brow, immediately attempting to sense Cell's energy, but found it utterly elusive. Curse him. He has concealed his energy. Raditz cursed again, abandoning further conversation and hastily making his way to Earth. Cell was undoubtedly a dangerous adversary, cunning and formidable. Precautions were imperative. Earth, Dr. Gero's laboratory. It seems in a few days, Hell's androids 17 and 18 will fully absorb Super Android 13. Dr. Mew stood before the two incubation chambers, observing Hell's androids 17 and 18. Transplanting the core chip of Super Android 13 was not an instantaneous task, but it would not take long either. When completed, the power of Hell's androids 17 and 18 would be dramatically enhanced. Now was the opportune moment to unleash Gero's creations. Dr. Mew was a rather sinister and cautious individual. His two loyal guards were currently undergoing modifications, leaving him unprotected. For the sake of safety, he intended to release the original versions of number 17 and others, thereby restraining Sun Wukong and his companions and granting himself ample time. As for the fate of number 17 and the others, he was indifferent. Their survival would be ideal, but their demise would merely result in the loss of two perpetual energy generators. Regardless, with his intellect and technological prowess, creating perpetual energy generators posed no challenge. Merely a matter of time. Dr. Meow casually selected an unoccupied road, discarding the incubation pods containing number 17 and the others, and after activating the switch, departed alone. Once the activation device was engaged, the doors of the three incubation pods opened automatically, allowing the original versions of number 17, 18, and 16 to emerge. How did we end up on the road? Where's that old man? Dr. Gero. Number 17 surveyed the surroundings in confusion, unable to locate the elderly scientist. Forget about that old man. We'll just kill him if we see him, number 18 declared, evidently harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Dr. Gero. She curiously examined the silent number 16, prodding his arm and inquiring, "Hey, why are you purely mechanical? That model seems quite outdated. Which number are you?" "I am number 16. Number 16, with his red hair and robust physique, gazed only at the surrounding flora, seemingly disinterested in conversation. "Oh, so you're number 16. Number 17 remarked. "Dr. Gero created you to eliminate Sun Wukong as well, didn't he? He and number 18 were modified for that purpose. My target is indeed Sun Wukong," number 16 acknowledged with a nod, "but I have no interest in killing." This exchange reveals that while Dr. Gero's androids possess formidable strength, none obey commands, rendering them less effective than Dr. Meow's hellish creations. "Is that so?" Number 18 said with a hint of boredom. "So where do we go now?" "Sun Wukong has a grudge against Gero, not us. Why should we heed that old fool? Since we have nowhere else to go, let us seek out Sun Wukong," number 17 suggested with a grin. "I'm curious to see just how powerful he is. As for killing him, I have no interest. But how do we find him?" Number 18 pondered, realizing they lacked the ability to sense energy. How will we know when? Let us head into town and find a car. Cruising around would be exhilarating. Number 17 replied, clearly still holding on to his youthful spirit. Ugh, you're such a hassle. Number 18 rolled her eyes, yet she offered no rebuttal. Lazily following number 17 and calling back to number 16, we're leaving, number 16. Number 16, with a serene expression, continued to observe the plants around him, reluctant to shift his gaze, before ultimately trailing behind number 18. In the Temple of the Gods, Piccolo sat in quiet meditation, while Goku and Gohan engaged in sparring to pass the time. Bardock focused on mastering control over time and space. His current ability to perceive the flow of time limited to a small vicinity, prompting him to train incessantly. However, unlike enhancing strength, mastering time and space was not a matter of mere practice. It required talent and insight, which could not be rushed. Suddenly, a figure materialized out of thin air. Father, something is amiss, Raditz hastily informed Bardock. What is it? What has happened? Bardock opened his eyes, gazing at Raditz with a puzzled expression. Even Piccolo and Goku, who were training nearby, paused to listen. Lord King Kai sought my assistance moments ago, stating that a monster is rampaging across the North Galaxy, slaughtering innocent lives. Raditz stated gravely. That creature is named Cell. I had an encounter with him, but he is exceedingly cunning and managed to slip away. According to Lord King Kai, he is now en route to Earth, and I was instructed to inform you. Chapter 69. The arrival of future Trunks. What? Cell has appeared? Raditz's words prompted Bardock to spring to his feet. How is that possible? Shouldn't Cell be in a much more distant future, returning to the present to absorb the humans of Earth? Why has he ventured into the universe? Bardock promptly closed his eyes to sense the flow of time and space, only to discover that it had become even more chaotic than before. Clearly, it was the actions of Cell and the android 17 that had disturbed the normal course of time. Unable to sense any energy, Bardock noted how cautious Cell was, cleverly concealing his presence. Bardock understood that Cell had hidden his energy because, at this stage, he had yet to absorb androids 17 and 18, remaining in his first form, which lacked the power to act brazenly. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. He is deliberately hiding, making it difficult for us to find him. Bardock contemplated for a moment. However, he is indeed a menace. If we do discover his whereabouts, we must eliminate him immediately, while keeping a close watch on androids 17 and 18. His objective is to absorb them to achieve his perfect form. Though he harbored a desire to confront the perfect form of Cell, Bardock would not allow Cell to wreak havoc unchecked. Should they cross paths, he would show no mercy. This distinction highlighted the difference between Bardock and Goku. While Goku's intentions were often ambiguous, Vegeta's nature would undoubtedly lead him to reckless actions. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Piccolo interjected, I believe we should inform Krillin and the others to assist in locating Dr. Gero. As the androids do not emit energy, they cannot be sensed. We must conduct a thorough search. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Bardock concurred with Piccolo's assessment. He then turned to Goku and instructed, Kakarot, you must notify Krillin and the others. However, remember this. If they encounter Dr. Gero, they must immediately release their energy and avoid engaging in battle. Although their strength far surpasses that of the main timeline, they are still no match for the androids. Understood, Goku replied, a sense of regret washing over him. He genuinely wished to test his strength against the perfect form of Cell, yet he recognized the urgency of the situation and quickly vanished using instant transmission. Raditz, you have arrived at a fortuitous moment. There exists an exceptional training location known as the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, Bardock revealed to Raditz. Here, a single day of training equates to an entire year outside. Your progress has stagnated, and you have been surpassed by Kakarot. As his eldest son, Bardock naturally wished for Raditz to keep pace. Such a place exists? Raditz was instantly intrigued. To be honest, for the sake of the Saiyan Alliance's development, he had not practiced diligently for quite some time, resulting in a considerable decline in his abilities. Now that the Saiyan Alliance was well on its way, there was no need for him to monitor it constantly. It was the perfect opportunity for him to train earnestly. Suddenly, a phone rang. Gohan paused, retrieving his phone from his pocket. Upon answering, he heard Bulma's voice on the line. Hello, is this Gohan? Is Uncle Bardock or Vegeta with you? Hearing the slight urgency in Bulma's tone, Gohan quickly replied, Grandpa is here with me, but Uncle Vegeta is currently in training and won't be out until tomorrow. Is something wrong? Bulma conveyed something on the other end that left Gohan looking utterly astonished. Gohan, what's the matter? Piccolo couldn't help but inquire once Gohan hung up. Grandpa, something has happened, Gohan said, still visibly shocked. Someone went to Aunt Bulma's house. His name is Trunks, the same as Aunt Bulma's child. And he seems to have something important to discuss with you. He even referred to you as master. Gohan had begun to suspect that this was the future Trunks his grandfather had mentioned. What? Trunks? Bardock frowned at the mention of the name. Why would Trunks come from the future to seek him out? Logically, the androids in the future had already been eliminated, leaving Trunks no reason to return to the present. Or was there something unforeseen that had transpired? Raditz, Piccolo, you two continue to monitor the androids' movements at the temple, Bardock commanded swiftly. Future Trunks may be facing some trouble. I need to go and assess the situation. Future Trunks? Raditz and Piccolo were aware that Bardock had previously visited the future, so they were not particularly surprised by the mention of Trunks. Bardock, you should hurry to see what is happening. Piccolo and I will keep an eye on the androids. They won't pose a problem, Raditz assured, realizing the gravity of the situation. All right, Gohan, let us go. Meanwhile, at Bulma's home in West City, she exclaimed, wow. I didn't expect my son to grow up so handsome. She twirled around with young Trunks in her arms, increasingly satisfied with how he had turned out. Her son had grown into such a charming young man, exuding a mature and composed aura. Dr. Brief and Bulma's mother were equally amazed. Was this truly their grandson grown up? Trunks felt a bit bashful under their scrutiny, especially when compared to the younger and more beautiful Bulma of his own time. Oh. Baby Trunks, still an infant, waved his chubby little hands at his older counterpart, seemingly yearning for a hug. Trunks, Baby Trunks wants you to hold him, Bulma said, momentarily at a loss for how to address them. Okay. Older Trunks quickly scooped Baby Trunks into his arms, and a smile spread across his face as he gazed at the cherubic infant. This little Trunks in this timeline was undoubtedly far happier than he had been. At that moment, Bardock and Gohan appeared before them. Trunks, what is happening? Bardock immediately spotted the older Trunks, who was significantly taller and much sturdier than 3 years ago, when he was still a child. Not only had his physique transformed, but Trunks' energy was also far more potent than it had been 3 years prior. Although it did not quite rival the current Goku and Vegeta, it was certainly not far off. Is this truly the future Trunks? Gohan gazed with curiosity, having long wished to meet the future version of Trunks and himself ever since hearing about the events of the future. Bardock's expression was one of excitement as he turned to the still young Gohan, his eyes reflecting a mixture of complexity and astonishment. Is this how Gohan looked as a child? Such a powerful aura. Indeed, he is Gohan, possessing such strength at such a young age. Trunks, do tell, how did you return from the future? Did you encounter Cell? Bardock pondered, unable to grasp the reason for Trunks' return, his thoughts inevitably drawn to Cell. Chapter 70. That demon named Broly Master. You are aware of Cell? This revelation left Trunks momentarily taken aback, surprised that Cell existed in this timeline as well. With a grim expression, Trunks gritted his teeth and said, that fiend Cell took advantage of my absence with Gohan and stole the time machine Mom had been returning to this era. Understanding dawned on Bardock. It appeared that this timeline Cell was not from a more distant future like the one in the primary timeline, but rather from a future within this timeline. However, Bardock then questioned, wait a moment, if Cell stole the time machine, how did you arrive here? As far as he knew, Bulma in the future had only invented one time machine. How could Trunks have returned? Master, the situation is as follows, Trunks explained slowly. After defeating the androids, humanity's development returned to normal, and resources were no longer scarce. Mom actually invented 2 time machines. I used the other one to come back to the present. Bulma's eyes widened in exaggerated astonishment as she proudly placed her hands on her hips, declaring, so the future me is that remarkable, capable of creating a time machine. Ha. How foolish. Yet Bardock suddenly adopted a grave demeanor, reprimanding, you are unaware of many things. Do you understand that carelessly traversing time is a grave offense? Even deities cannot manipulate time. Previously, he had been oblivious to the intricacies of time and space, but as a trainee of the god of time, his understanding had deepened considerably. For instance, in the primary timeline, Trunks' time travel allowed Goku, who would have otherwise succumbed to heart disease, to survive, resulting in vastly different developments in the 2 timelines. He was uncertain if the primary timeline had a god of time, but this timeline certainly did. Lunaris was the high deity governing time and space. Who knew if she would bring trouble to Trunks for such actions? Bardock's serious demeanor left everyone momentarily stunned, as they seldom witnessed him in such a solemn state. Trunks, biting his lip, wore an expression of misplaced guilt, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Ah well, since I'm already here, Bardock sighed, ultimately unable to chastise Goku, and said, just this once. In the future, you must never recklessly traverse time and space again, for the consequences can be dire. Do you understand? Fortunately, Goku bore no traces of temporal disturbance, indicating that his arrival did not disrupt the flow of time. I understand, Master, Goku replied, his heart lightened by Bardock's lack of reproach. Nevertheless, he firmly resolved to refrain from using the time machine unless absolutely necessary. Now, tell me, your return to the present must not solely be due to Cell, correct? Bardock, ever astute, surmised that Trunks' urgent desire to see him was not merely linked to Cell. In the future, with Goku and Gohan, two Super Saiyans united, Cell was not yet formidable enough to corner them. Therefore, there must be another reason. Indeed, Cell is but a minor episode. There exists a far more powerful and terrifying enemy, Trunks stated with a serious expression. Since the defeat of the androids, Earth has enjoyed a rare peace. But it was short-lived. Recently, a demon arrived on our planet, another Saiyan, but his strength is terrifying. Gohan and I could not triumph even when we joined forces. This demon embodies destruction, slaughtering countless humans. Were it not for Gohan's resistance, humanity on Earth would have faced annihilation. At this point, Trunks felt a deep sorrow. The peace had lasted less than 3 years, and now a foe more fearsome than the androids loomed on the horizon. Why was his world plagued by such calamity? He envied his counterpart in this timeline, who at least had parents and friends, and did not have to confront such nightmarish beings alone. What? A Saiyan? Which Saiyan possesses such might? Bardock exclaimed. You and Gohan are already Super Saiyans. How could there be a Saiyan capable of defeating you? Gohan, equally astonished, pondered if such a terrifying Saiyan truly existed in the future. Indeed, this individual is a Saiyan, and he can transform into a Super Saiyan as well. Trunks gritted his teeth. His name is Broly. Broly. The name sent shockwaves through Gohan and Bardock, especially Bardock, who recognized the Broly Trunks referred to, the one known for his notoriously vicious nature. It was no wonder Gohan and Goku had struggled, for he was a legendary Super Saiyan. Not even 10 of them could stand a chance. Gohan opened his mouth, wishing to speak to Goku, yet remained silent in the end. For within the Earth's sanctuary, there was indeed a Broly, but that Broly was gentle and courteous, entirely different from the one Goku described. Gohan is currently facing Broly alone to buy me time. Goku clenched his fists in anger. That demon acts without reason. The future world suffers tremendous losses. Fear not, Trunks, as long as the Dragon Balls remain. Those who have perished can be revived. After a moment of contemplation, Bardock remarked, with just the two of you, you are indeed no match for Broly, as he is the legendary Super Saiyan. However, do not fear, for I shall accompany you back to the future, although I will need to recruit a couple more allies. He was now exceedingly close to achieving full Super Saiyan power, yet it would be insufficient. In his estimation, to vanquish Broly, one would need to attain at least Super Saiyan 2. Nevertheless, he had his own plans. Though currently unable to triumph, he had yet to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. He believed that with training in the chamber upon his arrival in the future, he could reach Super Saiyan 2. To ensure success, he intended to take Goku along, while Vegeta, still engrossed in his training, would have to be left behind. I want to go too, Gohan declared, his voice unwavering, his clear eyes fixed intently on Bardock. He understood his own limitations, but was resolute in his desire to assist his future self, insisting he must accompany them. Bardock, observing Gohan, could somewhat fathom the boy's intentions. Very well, but you must exercise caution. Broly is not to be trifled with. Ultimately, Bardock agreed to allow Gohan to join, recognizing that Gohan could not remain under his protection indefinitely and required proper challenges to grow. In truth, he had considered directly bringing Broly from the temple with him. The thought of a clash between two Super Saiyans was exhilarating. However, that notion quickly faded, as the current Broly remained unstable, and any unforeseen complications could prove troublesome. Chapter 71. Father and son reunited in the temple. Bardock brought Trunks and explained the situation regarding Broly from the future to Piccolo and the others. It was Trunks' first encounter with the Dragon Ball warriors, and his heart brimmed with hope and excitement. With these esteemed fighters present, they would surely be able to defeat Broly. After informing Krillin and the others about the search for Dr. Gero, Goku hastened back. The prospect of battling Broly in the future filled him with exhilaration, especially the anticipation of meeting future Gohan. He yearned to witness firsthand how high Gohan could ascend in a future devoid of his presence. By the way, where's my father? Vegeta? I don't see him, Trunks asked, his confusion evident as he scanned the surroundings. Vegeta is currently training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo replied. He won't emerge until tomorrow. We cannot wait for him. We must set off at once. Bardock too was eager to engage in battle with the future Broly to discern the differences in their powers. Master, Trunks interjected suddenly. Could we wait for my father to come out before we go? Bardock frowned, asking why. You must understand that in the future, Gohan is left to fight alone. Delaying our departure could put him in peril. Master, you are unaware that when I arrived here, Broly was being held at bay by my brother Gohan. Dai shook his head and said, Brother Gohan possesses the ability of instantaneous movement. If he wishes to escape, Broly is powerless against him. I must wait for father to emerge, as mother surely longs to see him once more. He had engaged in numerous skirmishes with Broly alongside future Gohan. Although that brute was ferocious, he lacked intelligence, and they always resorted to guerrilla tactics against him. Thanks to future Gohan mastering instantaneous movement, they managed to evade danger each time. Otherwise, they would have perished countless times already. I see. So Gohan has also learned instantaneous movement? Bardock nodded. If that is indeed the case, Gohan is not in any peril. After all, with instantaneous movement, Broly cannot contend with him. Given this, they decided to wait for Vegeta, ensuring that future Bulma would have no regrets in her heart. Gohan has even mastered instantaneous movement, Goku said with a satisfied smile. The difficulty of mastering instantaneous movement was considerable. He had dedicated much effort to acquire it, and it was surprising that future Gohan had also succeeded. Then let us return to West City. You must wish to reunite with your family, Bardock said with a smile, and he, along with Trunks, made their way back to Bulma's home, with Goku and Gohan accompanying them. Raditz and Piccolo remained at the temple, as they did not plan to venture into the future. If everyone rushed there, no one would be left to stop Cell and the androids. That night, Bulma's home was bustling with joy as she hosted a grand celebration in honor of Trunks' return. Everyone welcomed him warmly, and the cozy atmosphere deeply touched Trunks. Trunks, do you plan to take the time machine back tomorrow? Bulma suddenly inquired at the dinner table. Of course. How else would we return? Dai responded, puzzled by Bulma's seemingly foolish question. However, Bulma's expression turned grave as she continued, I just examined it, and there is insufficient fuel for the time machine. What? Bulma's words struck Dai like a bolt from the blue. Indeed, he had rushed here, only thinking of returning to the past without considering the fuel required for the journey back. Now that they were low on fuel, it posed a significant problem. How could this be? Goku and the others were equally astonished. Without fuel, they could not reach the future. Do not fret about this. Bardock interjected as the group found themselves at a loss. A time machine is not necessary. I can take you to the future. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Without a time machine, how can one traverse to the future? In truth, there is something I have yet to disclose. Bardock pointed to a silver ring on his finger and explained, this is known as a time-space ring. It allows one to traverse through time and space. The time-space ring can be used an infinite number of times, provided it does not alter history. The time-space ring. Goku and the others exclaimed in astonishment, having thought the ring was merely ornamental. They were taken aback to learn that such a small object could facilitate time travel. Master, is what you say truly authentic? Trunks could hardly contain his excitement as he inquired, Master, how did you acquire such a thing? Not only Trunks, but Goku and others were equally intrigued. That's something you needn't concern yourselves with. I can simply take you to the future, Bardock replied, withholding the revelation of his identity as a trainee Kaishin. Eventually, they would learn the truth, but the immediate priority was to confront Broly in the future. As Bardock remained tight-lipped, the others had no recourse. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was noon the following day when Bardock and the Dragon Ball warriors gathered at the sacred world of the Kais. With a creak, the door of the hyperbolic time chamber swung open, revealing the robust figure of Vegeta. This guy has become incredibly powerful, Goku thought, his expression serious as he sensed Vegeta's energy, which was markedly different from just a day prior. He was nearing full Super Saiyan power, truly the pride of the Saiyans. Bardock nodded to himself. Vegeta's aura was now hardly inferior to that of Goku emerging from the time chamber in the main timeline. Where are the androids? I'm ready to take them down. Vegeta's newfound strength filled him with confidence. He yearned to confront the androids immediately. Wait, Vegeta, take a look at this, Bulma interjected. You two resemble each other quite a bit. What? Father and son? Vegeta exclaimed, turning to glance at future Trunks, his pupils narrowing in realization. You mean to say this is Trunks? Indeed, this child is the Trunks from the future, Bulma confirmed, smiling. Trunks, you haven't met your father in your timeline, have you? How does it feel to see him for the first time? Chapter 72. A Journey to the Future. This is my father? His energy is even stronger than Gohan's. Trunks thought, his gaze fixed on Vegeta after emerging from the time chamber. It was his first encounter with his father, and he matched his mother's descriptions perfectly, powerful and proud. Faced with the future version of his son, Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. Expressing emotions was not his forte. The two stood in silence, exchanging glances, neither willing to speak. Clearing his throat to break the awkward tension, Bardock spoke first. Vegeta, circumstances have changed. We must set aside the androids for now. Trunks' world is in peril. In peril? Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting he returned from the future seeking help? That could be one way to interpret it, Bardock replied, suddenly feeling an ominous sense of foreboding. As expected, Vegeta's temper flared upon hearing this, and he chastised Trunks without mercy. How could you dare return? Saiyans do not fear formidable foes, nor do they retreat. You have brought shame upon the Saiyan race. Hey, Vegeta! Bulma quickly intervened, sensing his anger. Goku and the others refrained from interjecting, knowing this was Vegeta imparting a lesson to his son. I am not a coward, Trunks retorted. Trunks' face flushed with urgency as he earnestly stated, we have been entangled with that fiend for quite some time. I have hovered on the brink of death several times. It was my mother who suggested I return to seek Uncle Goku in the future, and she is also eager to meet you. He was not attempting to evade responsibility. Indeed, he had not initially considered returning for aid. It was Bulma who had recommended he journey back to find Goku and Vegeta. In this moment of crisis, Bulma instinctively thought of Goku and Vegeta first. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Vegeta's demeanor softened considerably. If his son were to display such weakness, he would be reluctant to assist. Then lead the way swiftly. I must see who possesses such audacity. Vegeta, brimming with fighting spirit, was eager to validate his own strength in the future, to resolve the troubles there before returning to vanquish those wretched robots. Bulma smiled, knowing that Vegeta truly cared for their son, and upon hearing that her future self wished to see him, she immediately agreed to travel to the future. This indicated that she held the most significant place in Vegeta's heart. Since everyone is prepared, let us depart now. At this moment, Bardock cautioned Raditz and Piccolo, Raditz, you must remain vigilant regarding the androids. Moreover, do not forget about that creature cell. If he is spotted, eliminate him immediately. Also, should any uncontrollable events occur before our return, you may call upon Broly. I have already spoken to him, but unless absolutely necessary, do not let Broly intervene, understood? Currently, Raditz and Piccolo could suppress Cell's first form, but they would be no match for his second form or perfect form, not to mention the enigmatic Hell 17. That individual was particularly concerning for Bardock. Thus, he had spoken to Broly beforehand, and naturally, Broly agreed to Bardock's instructions. I understand. You should hurry. The sooner you go, the sooner you return. Piccolo nodded solemnly, adding, also, please send my regards to future Gohan. Do not worry, father. With Piccolo and me here, all will be well. Raditz assured from the side. Very well. It's good that you both have a sense of responsibility, Bardock remarked. Now let us set off. He had already inquired about the usage of the time ring with Linares the previous day. Linares had merely warned Trunks not to recklessly traverse time. With a hum, a silvery radiance emanated from the time ring, conjuring a silver vortex of time and space. We shall proceed. Bardock was the first to enter, followed by the others who stepped into the time vortex in succession. Mother, I am departing. Please take care of yourself. Trunks grasped Bulma's hand, his eyes filled with reluctance. Trunks, live well. I am proud of you, Bulma said, tears welling in her eyes. You must take care of yourself as well, and send my regards to my future self. Yes. Trunks nodded earnestly before stepping into the time vortex. All right. I too must enter for my training. After witnessing everyone depart, Raditz stretched and said, Piccolo, I shall rely on you from here on. Rest assured, the future world unfolds upon a desolate prairie where two figures race at breakneck speed. One, battered and bruised, moves with remarkable swiftness, while the other relentlessly pursues, intermittently unleashing waves of energy. These two are none other than future Gohan and Broly. Damn it, my stamina is nearly depleted. Future Gohan grits his teeth, disregarding his injuries as he strives to lead Broly away from the city. Leveraging the advantage of instant transmission, he has been embroiled in battle with Broly for an extended period, and now his energy is dwindling, his aura significantly weakened. In stark contrast, Broly exhibits no signs of fatigue. Rather, he grows increasingly ferocious, his colossal muscles in no way impeding his speed. Uncertain of Trunks' success in the past, Gohan wonders when Trunks will bring Goku and the others. He can only do his utmost to buy time. Just as exhaustion threatens to overwhelm him, a sudden glimmer ignites in his eyes. That's Trunks' energy, along with several other powerful signatures. Gohan gasps in astonishment. Yes, it's Grandpa and Dad's energy. Trunks has truly returned from the past with them. In that moment, a surge of exhilaration and hope floods Gohan. After 3 long years, he will finally reunite with his grandfather and his long-lost father. With this thought, Gohan halts his flight, turns to unleash a powerful magical flash at Broly, then swiftly locks onto Trunks' energy, instantly vanishing from the spot. Once again, Broly witnesses Gohan's inexplicable disappearance, his fury mounting. Each time, Gohan has eluded him with this very tactic. Otherwise, Broly could easily crush him with a mere swipe. Damn it! A cataclysmic green light erupts from Broly, leveling everything in his vicinity. Chapter 73. Vegeta meets future Bulma. Is this the future? Goku and the others, visiting for the first time, gaze around in curiosity. Though the present landscape of the future is a stark contrast to the flourishing world of the past, marred by devastation. Where's that guy Broly? I will take him down right now. Vegeta can no longer contain himself and immediately sets out to locate Broly. At that moment, a bloodied figure materializes out of thin air. Hope and light have truly arrived. Future Gohan smiles upon seeing these familiar faces, but in the next instant, darkness envelopes him, and he collapses to the ground. Hey Gohan! Bardock, quick on his feet, catches Gohan just in time. Ah, so this is what Gohan looks like as an adult. Goku, seeing future Gohan for the first time, is filled with surprise and curiosity. Young Gohan widens his eyes. Is this what I will become in the future? Gohan, brother. Din rushes to future Gohan's side, his heart heavy with empathy, knowing the immense suffering Gohan must have faced alone against Broly. Don't worry, he merely fainted from exhaustion. Bardock reassures, we arrived in haste and forgot to bring Senzu beans. Trunks, I will take Gohan to the temple to let Dend heal him. You all go ahead to meet Bulma, and we will devise our next steps upon my return. Huh, Dend. Upon hearing this, Gohan was momentarily taken aback and inquired, Grandpa, are you referring to Dandy from Namek? Is he also on Earth? Indeed, Bardock replied, lifting Gohan effortlessly. The deities of this timeline, along with Piccolo, have perished. Thus, I have summoned Dandy to assume the role of the new deity. Is that even possible? Gohan pondered, yearning to meet Dandy, yet he soon dismissed the thought, realizing he was not of this world. Bardock, without further ado, swiftly transported Gohan to the sacred realm. Meanwhile, Goku and the others, under Trunks' guidance, made their way to Bulma's residence. Bardock, uncle? It has been ages. Dandy exclaimed upon seeing Bardock in the sacred realm, his face lighting up with surprise. Having spent time in the future, he was well acquainted with Bardock. However, upon noticing Gohan's grievous injuries, he exclaimed in alarm, Uncle, what has happened to Gohan? Has he been injured again due to his clash with Broly? It was evident that Dandy had been closely following the events surrounding Broly, and judging by his tone, Gohan's injuries were not an isolated incident. Yes, please attend to Gohan's wounds immediately, Bardock urged. Without hesitation, Dandy commenced the treatment. In West City, at Bulma's home, Trunks announced, Mom, I'm back, even before his arrival was noted. In comparison to 3 years prior, Bulma's home had transformed into a semblance of its former self. Upon hearing his voice, Bulma rushed out, only to be met with tears in her eyes as she choked out, Vegeta, my dear. The man she had longed for day and night stood before her once more. The man who had faced countless perils, always standing guard against her dangers, had returned. Bulma, Vegeta said, observing the lines etched on her face, his heart a tumult of emotions. We are here now, You need not worry any longer. Goku interjected, by the way. You look considerably aged in the future. I can hardly recognize you. With a resounding slap, Goku received a light reprimand from Bulma, who laughed through her tears. You remain exactly the same, not a bit changed. Clearly, the reunion with Vegeta and Goku stirred profound excitement within Bulma, rekindling a sense of security she had long missed. Aunt Bulma, it is a pleasure to meet you. Though this greeting feels somewhat inappropriate, Gohan stammered, caught off guard, offering a sheepish smile. Oh my Gohan. Your current demeanor truly evokes nostalgia, Bulma said, affectionately ruffling Gohan's hair. His youthful essence brought forth a flood of memories, and a sweet smile graced her lips. Bulma, you have endured much, Vegeta remarked, grappling with how to interact with the future version of Bulma, as she was both his wife and yet not. Bulma's gaze fell once more upon Vegeta. His familiar yet foreign visage caused her emotions to unravel. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she enveloped Vegeta in a tight embrace, weeping openly in his arms. Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him momentarily speechless. Especially in front of Kakarot, being embraced by Bulma left him feeling quite embarrassed. Yet upon hearing Bulma's cries, he found himself unable to push her away. All right, Bulma, we have arrived. Broly is now in our hands. In that moment, Goku exhibited his mature side, gently patting Bulma's shoulder in a comforting manner. Meanwhile, Trunks observed the scene with a myriad of complex emotions. His mother had always remarked on his father's pride as a warrior, but he never anticipated that his father could display such tenderness. Just then, the figures of Bardock and Gohan appeared. It's been a while, Bulma, Bardock greeted, noting Bulma weeping in Vegeta's embrace. Uncle Bardock, it's been too long. Bulma responded warmly after regaining her composure from her tears. Gohan's eyes glistened with tears as he gazed upon the familiar figure, unable to resist rushing forward to embrace Goku. Gohan, you have suffered, Goku said, holding Gohan tightly. Father is here. You are no longer fighting alone. The young Gohan gazed at his future self, momentarily unsure of how to greet him. Gohan looked at his younger self and, with a determined expression, extended his hand, saying, Hello, younger me. It's a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing this, young Gohan smiled and replied, I look forward to your guidance in the future. The past and future Gohan exchanged smiles, their hands clasped, as unspoken understanding enveloped them. Gohan, what happened to your hand? Goku then noticed Gohan's missing arm and couldn't help but inquire. I lost it during my battle with the androids, Gohan explained, glancing at his empty sleeve. I see. Goku nodded, his expression turning serious. Where is Broly now? We must confront him at once. Chapter 74, The Fray Transcends. I just led him to a remote area in the east, Gohan replied, his demeanor becoming grave at the mention of Broly. I sensed your energy and instantly teleported back. As I estimate, he should still be nearby. Indeed, even from a great distance, Goku could still perceive Broly's overwhelming energy. By the way, did Broly come to Earth alone? Bardock suddenly recalled Paragus and asked, did his father, Paragus, not accompany him? Broly was indeed brought here by that scoundrel, Paragus. Gohan could not contain his anger as he spoke. That man claimed he would seek vengeance against Uncle Vegeta, but in this timeline, Uncle Vegeta has already passed away. Thus, they redirected their targets to Trunks and me. During one of our battles with Broly, he suddenly went berserk and killed Paragus himself. Oh, it seems that whether in the primary timeline or this one, Paragus meets his end at the hands of his own son, Bardock remarked, nodding in acknowledgement. Fortunately, in my timeline, Paragus is an honorable man. Otherwise, he too would likely have faced a similar fate at Broly's hands. Enough of this idle chatter. I am determined to vanquish Broly at once. Vegeta could no longer contain himself. Bulma's anguished cries had profoundly affected him. He could not fathom how Bulma had endured the future. His singular thought was to eliminate Broly and provide Bulma with a sense of catharsis. With the support of his comrades, victory was assured. Gohan's spirit brimmed with determination as he and Bardock pinpointed Broly's location, vanishing in an instant. Everyone, we must persevere. Bulma silently prayed. In the desolate grasslands, Broly was engulfed in a furious rage, transforming the verdant expanse into a scorched wasteland, emanating an aura of terror. Suddenly, figures materialized from thin air. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta immediately spotted Broly. In his fury, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Broly with a thunderous roar. Although Broly was in a state of madness, he sensed a formidable energy approaching. As he turned, Vegeta's fist collided squarely with his cheek. The earth-shattering impact reverberated through the heavens, yet astonishingly, Broly remained unscathed, his formidable defense rendering him impervious. What? Vegeta's pupils constricted as he leapt into the air, delivering a sweeping kick to Broly's neck. The blow landed, but Broly merely tilted his head, unfazed. This extraordinary defensive capability was not easily breached. How remarkable! Vegeta's attacks seemed utterly futile. From a distance, Goku was both astonished and exhilarated. Since emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta had become far stronger than he was now. Yet, against Broly, he could barely land a blow. Truthfully, a sense of fear began to creep into Goku's heart. Kakarot? At that moment, Broly's peripheral vision caught sight of Goku and Bardock. Instantly, memories of his childhood surged forth, filled with Goku's piercing cries. Kakarot! Broly bellowed, swatting Vegeta aside with a single motion. And his immense form surged towards Goku with inexorable force. This is it! Goku shouted in exhilaration, transforming into a Super Saiyan, advancing rather than retreating and colliding with Broly. The clash echoed across the land, yet Goku was sent hurtling backward. It was evident that Goku's strength was no match for Broly's. Broly is indeed a monstrous foe. Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan too. He could not afford to hold back against the legendary Super Saiyan. Grandpa, we will assist you. The two Gohans joined the fray. And Trunks, not to be outdone, also transformed into a Super Saiyan and launched an assault on Broly. A deluge of energy blasts filled the air, as the two Gohans and Bardock unleashed a relentless barrage upon Broly. Two Super Saiyans, and one who was on the verge of becoming a Super Saiyan. Under such an onslaught, anyone else would have been reduced to mere remnants. Nevertheless, Broly, with his extraordinary defensive capabilities, managed to withstand all attacks solely with his physical form. Aside from a slight coating of dust, he remained unscathed. The monstrous sight left Gohan, filled with trepidation, grappling with the unknown terror of Broly, having never encountered him before. Now, he could somewhat comprehend the challenges that his future self would face. Get lost. Broly, now enraged, unleashed a torrent of green light that radiated outward, resulting in a series of violent explosions that sent Gohan and his companions hurtling away. Broly, do not get complacent. At that moment, Bardock had arrived before Broly, delivering a powerful punch that struck Broly squarely on the chin. The impact sent Broly's massive form flying. In contrast to Goku and the others, Bardock possessed significantly greater physical strength, which was the reason behind his relentless training. Faced with Broly, he was the only one able to land a hit. Kakarot. Broly's physical prowess was inhuman. Although he was knocked back by the punch, he quickly regained his composure, his enormous hand generating a shockwave aimed at Bardock. What a swift response. The green shockwave propelled Bardock backward, but he gritted his teeth and, summoning his strength, pushed the shockwave upward into the sky. Final flash. A roar erupted as Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan Stage 2, unleashing a purple shockwave that collided with Broly. After training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta's power was second only to Bardock among those present. He had surpassed the limits of a Super Saiyan, and this full-force attack had the potential to obliterate the Earth. Yet, despite the terrifying force of the attack, Broly absorbed it, bracing himself against the shockwave and seizing Vegeta by the head with one hand. With a thunderous crash, Broly slammed Vegeta's head into a rock, instantly reducing it to dust. Vegeta, struck hard, coughed up blood as he plummeted to the ground. Simultaneously, Gohan and Goku utilized instant transmission to appear before Broly, blue energy waves coalescing in their hands. Kamehameha. Chapter 75, Super Saiyan Son Gohan. The Kamehameha unleashed by the father-son duo was colossal, brimming with overwhelming energy. The blinding blue light illuminated the scene as Broly was launched into the air, engulfed by a tempest of energy and dust. Did we succeed? Gohan and Goku panted, the previous Kamehameha having drained much of their energy. This formidable attack should have inflicted some damage on Broly, right? However, as the dust settled, a chilling realization dawned upon everyone, except Bardock. Broly remained completely unscathed. His aura still surging, growing ever more powerful. Is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? Wukong wore a bitter smile, for it was the first time he encountered such a monstrous opponent. Despite exerting his utmost effort, he could barely inflict harm on even a single strand of the foe's hair. The expressions of Dagwahan and the others were equally grim, particularly Dagwahan, who felt an overwhelming dread within. For at this moment, Broly's aura had surged beyond its previous limits, seemingly without end. This was Broly, the terrifying legend of the Super Saiyan. Bardock's countenance was grave as he remarked, "This individual possesses not only formidable defense and swift speed, but also an ability to elevate his strength infinitely during combat. If we do not resolve this swiftly, we shall be the ones facing death." No one doubted Bardock's assertion, for they had witnessed Broly's prowess firsthand. Damn it! Vegeta struggled to rise from the rubble, having reverted to his base form. His battle attire lay in tatters, his body marred with blood. A tumult of resentment and fury swelled within him. He had once surpassed the limits of a Super Saiyan, standing proudly above all. Yet now, in Broly's presence, he felt as powerless as a child. A disparity far too painful for Vegeta to bear. "I will see you dead." Vegeta's latent power surged forth, transforming him into a Super Saiyan second grade once more. Although he could ascend to the third grade, he refrained from doing so, aware of its evident drawbacks. A blinding golden aura radiated from him, peaking in intensity. With arms outstretched and veins bulging on his forehead, the energy surrounding him intensified. "Hey, Vegeta, if you continue to fight like this, the Earth will be obliterated," Wukong exclaimed. Taken aback, what was Vegeta intending? An assault of such magnitude would surely devastate the planet. "Fear not, Kakarot," Bardock reassured. "Vegeta will manage his strength." Final flash. Vegeta roared, unleashing a colossal energy wave. Even Broly instinctively sensed the impending danger, responding with a furious roar as he summoned his own power, enveloping himself in a greenish-gold barrier. The clash of energies caused the very earth to tremble, its violent shockwaves rippling across the globe. Wukong and the others hastily retreated, their gazes fixed with rapt attention. "Now you must perish." Vegeta gasped, utterly drained, panting heavily. He refused to believe that Broly could remain unscathed from such an assault. Yet unexpectedly, Broly's maniacal laughter echoed. His barrier had shattered, but his body bore no injuries, and he laughed with reckless abandon, dismissing Vegeta entirely. "Monster!" Vegeta fell limply to the ground, forcing a smile despite the absurdity he felt within. Was there truly such a vast chasm between the legendary Super Saiyan and an ordinary one? Monster? No. Broly tilted his head and declared, "I am a demon." With escalating fervor, Broly charged forward, colliding with Wukong's face with his hardened skull in a savage assault. With a sudden strike, Broly sent Wukong flying, yet he continued his relentless charge, swiftly approaching Trunks and Bardock. His two powerful arms resembled the most formidable of weapons. As he forcefully pressed both Trunks and Bardock into the ground, the immense force created a deep crater in the earth. After subduing Trunks and Bardock, Broly's figure flickered and appeared before Gohan and Goten. "Prepare to perish," Broly sneered, a cruel smile etched upon his face, as his fists, as large as basketballs, ruthlessly descended upon Goten. Goten, feeling a chilling dread, realized it was too late to evade. The distance was far too close. Just as Goten was about to endure a devastating blow, Gohan's body intervened, shielding him. Broly's iron fist mercilessly pierced through Gohan's abdomen. What? Goten was momentarily stunned, witnessing his future self sacrifice himself in this dire moment. "Hurry, escape." Gohan clutched Broly's fist tightly, blood gushing from his grievously wounded abdomen. From a distance, Bardock and Wukong observed the unfolding chaos, their fury igniting instantly. The father and son duo teleported to Gohan's side, simultaneously striking Broly to force him back and supporting Gohan. "Gohan, hold on. I will take you to Dandy." Bardock sensed Gohan's life force rapidly dwindling, disregarding everything else, and immediately teleported them away. Broly was overwhelmingly powerful. With their current strength, it would be akin to seeking death, so retreating was the wisest course of action. "You fiend." Wukong's heart burned with rage, an even greater aura erupting from his being. In his fury, Wukong transcended the limits of a Super Saiyan, transforming into a Super Saiyan at its second stage. He tore off his martial arts uniform, revealing his chiseled muscles, and re-engaged in battle with Broly. The explosive power of Wukong, now in his battle-worn state, forced Broly to stagger back repeatedly. Trunks, witnessing this, joined the fray, while Vegeta had already succumbed to exhaustion. "I will not let you escape. I will ensure your demise." Scenes of Gohan's selfless act replayed in Goten's mind, and an explosive energy surged forth, shattering the restraints within his body. Ah! Goten roared skyward, golden light erupting, his hair transforming into a brilliant gold, emanating an unparalleled aura that resonated throughout the realms. It is well known that Gohan, when fueled by rage, possesses terrifying strength. At this very moment, Gohan, driven by extreme fury, shattered the confines of his physical limitations, ascending to Super Saiyan. Furthermore, his power surged uncontrollably. His hair stood even more erect, and an aura akin to a gushing spring enveloped him, while arcs of lightning danced around his form. Broly, meet your end. Chapter 76. The fleeting Super Saiyan 2. The golden figure appeared to transcend space itself. Gohan charged forth like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, the fierce gust of energy sending Wukong and Trunks flying. His still youthful fists now harbored the devastating force capable of annihilating worlds. With a sudden impact, Broly staggered, but he was unable to react in time as Gohan's devastating punch struck him squarely in the abdomen. In his erupted state, Gohan's power was astonishingly formidable, surpassing even that of the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Blood spewed from Broly's mouth as he was propelled away like a cannonball, the force of Gohan's punch shattering mountain peaks in its wake. However, following this mighty blow, Gohan's overwhelming strength swiftly dissipated. The crackling lightning surrounding him faded, and he instantly reverted to his normal state, collapsing to the ground with a thud. This fleeting surge of power had drained Gohan of his energy and stamina. Remarkable. What has happened to this child? Goku exclaimed, astonished. The energy Gohan had unleashed had far exceeded that of Bardock, and it even hinted at a power beyond Broly. How could this little one possess such might? Vegeta was equally taken aback, questioning whether such power was fitting for a boy under 10. In that moment, he found himself begrudgingly admiring Gohan. Reflecting inwardly, he realized that he had never possessed such strength at Gohan's age. Trunks, too, was astounded. The past version of Gohan had been so powerful that he could barely keep pace. Everyone, stop dawdling. Broly is still alive. He has not perished. Goku snapped back to reality, shouting, "We must retreat and regroup once we have healed." He hurriedly scooped up Gohan and used instant transmission to escape with Dend and Vegeta. Though he was a warrior at heart, he was not foolish. Even if Broly was injured, they could not hope to defeat him in their current state. Retreating was the only viable option. Kakarot. Broly's furious roar echoed through the valley. In the sacred realm, Bardock arrived with the severely injured Gohan, and without hesitation, Dend commenced healing him. At that moment, Goku and the others appeared. Vegeta, having exhausted himself, collapsed unconscious upon landing. Only Goku and Trunks remained somewhat intact, though they bore various injuries. Kakarot, what is the situation? What about Broly? Bardock inquired urgently upon seeing Goku and the others return. Broly was wounded by Gohan, Goku replied, still in disbelief. This child unleashed an unprecedented amount of power. It was truly remarkable. Oh, Gohan. Bardock's gaze shifted to the unconscious boy, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. From Goku's words, it seemed that Gohan, propelled by sheer rage, had shattered his limits and ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Bardock marveled at the extraordinary potential of this Saiyan. Indeed, Gohan's fury had rendered him an unstoppable force. However, that strength had been momentary, a fleeting burst driven by anger. Gohan still had much to learn before he could fully master Super Saiyan 2. What should we do now, father? Goku asked solemnly. Broly's strength is overwhelming. Even if we were to face him again, the outcome would likely be the same. You are correct, Bardock agreed. Thus, I plan to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Since neither you nor Gohan has been inside before, you can both join me. He had long desired to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for cultivation, yet various distractions had delayed him. Now, with urgency at hand, it was indeed time to step inside. All right, I shall devote myself to rigorous training this time. I shall not falter again, Goku proclaimed with fervor. Are you referring to the hyperbolic time chamber? Date interjected. But with so many of us here, it would take several days for everyone to complete a single round. There is only one chamber, and with 6 of us, each would utilize 6 days for just a day of training. Surely, we cannot all train together? Not to mention, Vegeta would certainly object. You need not worry about that. Dandy replied. There are actually 3 chambers available for use, allowing all of you to train freely. Since becoming a deity, Dandy had not been idle. He had not only enhanced the dragon, but had also constructed 2 additional chambers. This clearly demonstrated his suitability for divinity. Oh, 3 chambers? That simplifies matters, Bardock remarked, casting a surprised glance at Dandy. Indeed, choosing you as the deity was the most prudent decision. Dandy smiled shyly, then continued to attend to Gohan and the others. Shortly thereafter, both Gohan and little Gohan, as well as Vegeta, regained consciousness. Bardock organized the accommodations. Goku and the 2 Gohans would share one room, while Trunks and Vegeta would occupy another, leaving him alone in a separate chamber. Vegeta was initially reluctant. He preferred solitude in his training. However, after Tao insisted on accompanying him, Vegeta begrudgingly acquiesced. Only future Gohan smiled knowingly. He understood Tao well, recognizing that beneath the pretense of training together, Tao simply sought more time in Vegeta's company. Well then, let us proceed, Bardock announced to the group before entering the hyperbolic time chamber alone. In the past world, Krillin stood before a grand villa, pressing the doorbell. Moments later, a tall and imposing figure emerged. Ah, Krillin, what brings you here? Nappa exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Aren't you a police officer now? What leisure do you have to visit me? It has been quite a while, Nappa, Krillin replied with a smile. It's truly challenging to catch you. You're either filming or training whenever I seek you out. Ha ha ha, what can I say? Being a global superstar comes with its demands, Nappa boasted. By the way, do you have something to discuss? Feel free to let me know. I promise to assist you. Boss, we need to prepare for an awards ceremony this afternoon. We should get moving, a beautiful young assistant whispered next to Nappa, evidently a member of his staff. Quickly, get out of my sight. Nappa snapped, glaring at her. Did you not see I was conversing with my brother? What nonsense awards ceremony? Tell the organizers I have no time. Let them deal with it. The assistant shrank back, her expression filled with dismay, too intimidated to respond. Although this job offered a lucrative salary, dealing with such a temperamental boss was no easy task. His explosive outbursts were a constant threat. You remain unchanged, Krillin. Your lips twitching. This straightforward man. How could he dare to yell at such a beautiful young lady? Yet, he is well aware of Nappa's temperament, which is notorious. The news has circulated wildly, reporting how many directors and stars have fallen victim to Nappa's wrath. This fellow has earned a reputation as a tyrant within the entertainment industry. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. I have come to seek your assistance because Goku has requested our help in locating a certain individual named Dr. Gero. That man is an android. Oh, an android? Nappa ceased his playful demeanor, nodding in agreement as he assured. All right. I shall promptly cancel all my engagements and immediately track down that foolish Dr. Gero. With that, Nappa swiftly shed his suit, changing into his battle attire, disregarding the astonished assistant beside him, and soared into the sky. It had been quite some time since he donned this combat uniform. Can he really fly? The assistant stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this, Krillin hastily sped away in his police car. Beep, beep, beep. Not long after Krillin's departure, his phone rang. Officer Krillin, we have received reports from the public stating that several individuals have stolen their vehicle, located on the highway in the eastern region. Upon connecting the call, he listened to his subordinate's report. Not a problem. I will apprehend those rascals right away. Without a second thought about the unfolding incident, Krillin accelerated his police car at full speed. Pull over. Upon arriving at the scene, Krillin indeed spotted a recently stolen van nearby. He raised his megaphone and shouted loudly. Hey, there's a police officer. Android 17, driving the van, glanced in the rearview mirror and chuckled. Oh, look at that. It's just a little bald guy. Ugh, how bothersome. These humans truly lack awareness. Android 18, clad in a fresh outfit, yanked open the car door and floated into the air, charging towards Krillin's police vehicle. What? Krillin, witnessing a stunning blonde beauty soaring through the air, slammed on the brakes. Boom. However, Android 18 effortlessly smashed the police car into pieces and swiftly returned to the van, the entire incident unfolding in less than 5 seconds. Damn it, they attacked an officer. Incensed by Android 18's actions, Krillin erupted with a white aura, moving at high speed to block the van with one hand. The speeding vehicle came to a halt before him. Oh, this little bald fellow is no ordinary person. Intrigued, Android 17 opened the car door and stepped out, grinning. Officer, would you consider this to be excessive use of force? Android 18, equally amused, followed suit. Such a charming girl. Upon seeing Android 18, Krillin was momentarily awestruck, his face flushing. However, he quickly shook off the distraction and asserted, You have stolen a citizen's vehicle. What are your names? I intend to arrest you. Hey, let me have a closer look at Krillin, Android 17 remarked, turning to Android 18. Isn't this the Krillin mentioned in the files? Goku's fellow disciple? Oh, indeed it is. Android 18 recognized Krillin with surprise. In the vehicle, number 16 observed silently, utterly disinterested in the unfolding events. Number 18 paused momentarily, taken aback by the name she had just heard for the first time. However, terror swiftly washed over her face as she stammered, You are the android spoken of by Goku? She recalled Goku mentioning that Dr. Gero's creations were indeed number 17 and number 18. Oh dear, how unfortunate to encounter them here. It's over. Ah, you are aware of us. Number 18 approached Krillin with a measured grace, inquiring, What is it? Do you intend to eliminate us? Krillin instinctively stepped back, fumbling over his words. A soft chuckle escaped number 18 as she witnessed Krillin's flustered demeanor. Finding the little bald man rather endearing, she leaned in and bestowed a gentle kiss upon him before turning away with a casual wave, saying, Farewell, little bald head. Number 17, too, offered a slight smile, refraining from attacking Krillin, and continued driving away in his van. Stunned, Krillin stood frozen, his face as red as an apple, replaying number 18's earlier gesture in his mind. No, this wasn't the time for such thoughts. He needed to summon Piccolo and Nappa promptly. Glaring at the van that was fading from view, he gritted his teeth and unleashed his energy to its fullest extent. He was acutely aware that he stood no chance against the androids and needed to summon assistance quickly. As Krillin's energy surged, the Dragon Ball warriors sensed it, with Nappa being the first to soar towards him. Meanwhile, far away in the temple, Piccolo suddenly opened his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped down and sped towards Krillin's location. In a future world, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Bardock maintained his Super Saiyan form, simultaneously honing his physical prowess while perfecting the full power of the Super Saiyan transformation. After a considerable period of training, he had gained complete control over the full power of the Super Saiyan. At this moment, he had reached a level comparable to Goku during the Cell games of the primary timeline, though he still lagged a step behind attaining Super Saiyan 2. Do not underestimate this step. Goku and Vegeta in the primary timeline had exerted tremendous effort to break through to Super Saiyan 2, unlike individuals such as Gohan, who seemed to possess extraordinary capabilities. Bardock had hit a bottleneck. He paused, contemplating. Continuing to train further would yield little significance, while there is still time. I must delve into the understanding of temporal power. Since acquiring the temporal shards from Linares, he had consistently pursued the cultivation of temporal power. However, the difficulty of mastering such power was immense. Over the years, Bardock had grasped only the most superficial aspects, if that. Currently, within the hyperbolic time chamber, he found an optimal environment for training, owing to the unique flow of time that differed from the outside world, which greatly benefited his cultivation of temporal power. The temporal currents within the chamber intertwined, yet remained orderly. Bardock attuned himself to the fluctuations of time and space, and a thought began to form in his mind. This place could be considered an alternate dimension. If the exit were to be destroyed, there would be no means of escape. Bardock pondered silently. Take, for instance, the Majin Buu from the primary timeline. It is capable of creating a breach through sheer brute force, indicating that escaping from the dimensional realm necessitates at least the strength of a Super Saiyan 3. Even instantaneous movement would prove futile. However, if I could master the temporal and spatial aspects of the dimensional realm, then my instantaneous movement might evolve further. With a piercing gaze, Bardock felt increasingly confident that his conjecture was correct. He closed his eyes once more, deeply engrossed in contemplating the power of time and space, leaving no detail overlooked. This was an exceedingly tedious and protracted endeavor. Chapter 78. The Unprovoked Assault of Android 17. Hey, Krillin, what is going on? Have you located Dr. Gero? Ba Tian. And Piccolo hastily arrived at Krillin's location. No, it's not Dr. Gero, Krillin replied candidly. It's Androids 17 and 18. They've stolen a vehicle from a civilian. And I came here after receiving the report. What? 17 and 18? Piccolo's expression darkened as he tapped his arm repeatedly. Strange, why are there two 17s? This doesn't align with the history Bardock mentioned. Two 17s? What is happening? Upon hearing this, the Dragon Ball warriors gasped in astonishment. Previously, we had engaged in battle with several androids, Piccolo recalled. Just as we were about to eliminate Android 13, another android appeared, claiming to be Hell's Android 17. I still vividly remember that creature's expression. It was a merciless killing machine. Hell's Android 17. Krillin and the others were momentarily bewildered. Could it be that Dr. Gero created 2/17? Piccolo, I believe the one I encountered is not that Hell's Android 17, Krillin stated. After they noticed me, they showed no intention of killing. And judging by their demeanor, they seemed less interested in seeking vengeance on Goku, and more like they were enjoying a leisurely outing. Oh, is that so? Piccolo's expression shifted slightly as he nodded. Then it's confirmed. There are indeed 2 Androids 17. This complicates matters. One android is already quite troublesome, let alone 2. Hey, Piccolo, why don't we seek out the androids Krillin just encountered? Boss suggested. From Krillin's description, they don't seem to be bloodthirsty. Perhaps we can glean information about Gero's hideout from them. You make a valid point. Let us proceed. Piccolo concurred, stating, allow me to handle the conversation. Let us not rush into conflict with them. Piccolo has always been the voice of reason, and no one dared to oppose his words. Once the Dragon Ball warriors reached a consensus, they swiftly made their way toward the direction of androids 17 and 18. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a shadow lingered behind, stealthily trailing their movements. Indeed, android 17 had not ventured far. They had just arrived in a small town in their van. At that moment, android 16 suddenly opened his eyes and declared, 17, stop the vehicle. Several powerful energy signatures are approaching. Within him resides a detection device, enabling him to sense the proximity of living beings. Oh, number 17 raised an eyebrow, parked the vehicle, and then alighted, surveying his surroundings. As anticipated, several figures descended from the sky. I wondered who it could be, and lo and behold, it was you again, little bald head. Number 17 chuckled, hands on hips, exclaiming, oh, quite a crowd we have here. Even Piccolo is present. Possessing comprehensive knowledge regarding the Dragon Ball warriors, he instantly recognized those gathered. Number 18 and number 16 also emerged from the vehicle. What? Who is that person? The unfamiliar countenance of number 16 caused Piccolo's pupils to constrict. Could it be yet another android? Damn it, what do you want? Number 18, growing impatient, remarked, I still need to purchase new clothes. If there's nothing urgent, kindly vacate the area. Wait, I wish to inquire about something. Piccolo stated solemnly, are you Android 17 or Hell 17? He needed to ascertain which version of 17 stood before him. Hell 17? The words of Piccolo astonished number 17 and his companions. Even the typically composed number 16 exhibited signs of unease. Number 17 hurriedly inquired, what do you mean by that? What is Hell 17? Aren't you an android? Why do you not even recognize your own comrade? Piccolo expressed his confusion. Comrade, what are you talking about? Number 17, increasingly perplexed, replied, my companions are only 18 and 16. I have no knowledge of this Hell 17 you speak of. It dawned on Piccolo that this tall individual was indeed number 16. He glanced at number 16 again and resumed questioning. That's peculiar. Not long ago, we encountered someone who looked exactly like you, claiming to be Hell 17. I presumed you were aware of it. What? Such a thing occurred? The 3 androids were genuinely taken aback. Where did this Hell 17 emerge from? It seemed evident that, aside from Dr. Gero, another entity was lurking in the shadows. Number 16 remarked, now that I think about it, there was something amiss when we first activated. Why were we found by the roadside instead of at the laboratory? Clearly, someone discarded you by the roadside, which explains why your activation location was not at the laboratory. Piccolo rationally analyzed. It is an unseen individual who released you. What? Piccolo and number 16's deductions left everyone astounded, particularly for the 2 androids. Their minds were tumultuous with questions. Who could this person be? Why were they released? What could their intentions possibly be? All these enigmas could only be unraveled by locating Dr. Gero. Piccolo inquired, can you reveal to me the location of Gero's laboratory? Reveal the whereabouts of that old coot. Gero? Number 17 suddenly scoffed, coldly retorting, this is a matter among androids. What right does an outsider have to meddle? It would be wise for you to leave before I am compelled to take action. Newly activated, number 17 retained a youthful disposition and an inflated sense of self-worth, having yet to encounter many challenges, thus rendering him rather arrogant at this moment. In his view, the matters between the androids were none of the outsider's concern, nor was it their place to interfere. The irritable Piccolo expressed his displeasure, exclaiming, you have yet to encounter Hell's Android 17. That fellow possesses formidable power. The immediate priority is to locate Gero. Do you claim that Hell's Android 17 is formidable? 17 suddenly clenched his fist, narrowing his eyes, his tone chillingly cold. Are you suggesting that I am inferior to that impostor? Very well, you have successfully provoked my ire. If I refrained from troubling you, yet you still chose to intervene. Today I shall demonstrate the strength of Android 17. Unorthodox in his approach, 17 wasted no time in engaging. He lightly leaped, landing atop Piccolo. His elbow aimed squarely at Piccolo's head. Damn it, another reckless individual, Piccolo muttered under his breath, swiftly dodging to the side. Krillin and the others hurriedly retreated, fully aware that this level of combat was beyond their capability to intervene. Chapter 79. The Advantage of Infinite Energy. Piccolo, I shall assist you. As Dabra observed the clash between Piccolo and 17, he soared into the sky, eager to offer aid. Yet, a striking figure intercepted him. Her piercing gaze fixed coldly upon Dabra. Neither of you can interfere in this duel, Android 18 stated icily. 17 abhors any intrusion in his affairs. Should anyone dare to interfere, I shall take action. Despite the brewing tension, 18 and 17 had no intention of delivering lethal blows. They merely sought to teach these earthlings a lesson. Damn it! Teen gritted his teeth, yet he too refrained from reckless actions. Krillin, however, found himself entranced by 18's presence. You think you can stop me, you vile woman? Dabra's temper flared as he swung his fist toward 18, embodying sheer obstinacy. With a mere finger, 18 effortlessly blocked Dabra's punch. Dabra, taken aback, realized this seemingly frail woman possessed considerable prowess. Recognizing the depth of her abilities, he immediately cast aside his underestimation. His muscles surging as golden energy erupted around him. He had recently achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan, now the only bald Super Saiyan in existence. Upon transforming, Dabra's appearance remained largely unchanged, save for his beard, which had turned golden. What have you done? Why do you seem different? 18's beautiful eyes flickered with intrigue. Has this giant transformed? Humph, allow me to showcase the might of a Super Saiyan. Dabra snorted coldly, his muscular form akin to an impenetrable fortress as he charged at 18 without an ounce of restraint. 18 returned a cold huff, her delicate frame swiftly retreating as the two engaged in battle on the ground. Meanwhile, in the skies, an intense exchange unfolded between 17 and Piccolo. Their confrontation was devoid of any embellishments, embodying the essence of true warriors. You strike me, I strike back. Both parties stood firm, relentlessly clashing, as the heavens echoed with the sounds of their fierce battle. After assimilating with Slag, Bick has tirelessly honed his abilities over the past 3 years, rendering him significantly stronger than in the main timeline. Nevertheless, the prowess of Android 17 remains superior, and coupled with his boundless energy, Bick soon finds himself at a disadvantage. As the battle intensifies, Android 17 relentlessly pursues Bick, landing blow after blow, leaving Bick in a state of utter disarray, forced to adopt a defensive stance. 17. We have no reason to engage in combat, Bick exclaims, shielding his head with his hands. Our immediate priority is to locate Dr. Gero. We must remain calm. However, Android 17 remains undeterred, elegantly executing a spinning kick that sends Bick plummeting from the sky, immediately following up with a powerful energy wave. The energy wave strikes Bick with devastating force, creating a massive crater in the ground and sending a violent gust of wind that forces Krillin and the others to stagger backward. How do you like my strength? Android 17 hovers in the air, arms akimbo, exuding an air of calm confidence. Drip, drip, blood trickles from Bick's arm, his right hand severed by the earlier assault. In the distance, Krillin and the others are filled with anxiety, but the disparity in strength renders them powerless to intervene. Foolish being, Bick roars, his severed arm regenerating with astonishing speed. With a swift motion, he extends his arm, grasping Android 17's legs and yanking him down to the ground. The violent collision causes 17 to feel a twinge of pain. He is not entirely mechanical and can indeed experience discomfort. You've ignited my fury. Android 17, now enraged, charges along Bick's arm and delivers a powerful punch to his chest. The impact leaves Bick momentarily dazed, and seizing this opportunity, Android 17 unleashes a flurry of ferocious punches, dominating the battlefield. Within less than a minute, Bick, battered and bruised, collapses to the ground, stripped of his ability to fight. Did you see that? With just a fraction of my seriousness, you were unable to withstand my onslaught, Android 17 smirks, relishing the moment, for he despises being underestimated. Yet, he refrains from delivering a fatal blow, having never entertained the thought of taking a life. With Bick incapacitated, he concludes the encounter. Meanwhile, the situation on the other side is equally grim. Though Nappa possesses great strength, he pales in comparison to Android 18 in terms of agility. Each of his attacks is effortlessly evaded by her, as she toys with him mercilessly. As the battle drags on, Android 18's infinite stamina begins to wear down Nappa, whose golden aura has faded, leaving him panting as he struggles to support himself on the ground. Damn it, that wretched woman. Nappa fumes, feeling utterly humiliated. His once proud strength seems futile, as a Super Saiyan finds himself outmatched and exhausted by a mere woman. How could he possibly maintain his dignity after this? Big guy, it appears you have lost, Android 18 teases, flipping her hair with a smile gracing her exquisite features. It is dire, Piccolo and Nappa are in peril, and we must hasten to their aid. Finally, Tien Shinhan could no longer restrain himself and, with a fierce shout, charged towards Android 18, followed closely by the other warriors. Yet, Krillin remained rooted to the spot, not out of cowardice, but because he could not bring himself to strike that charming girl. Still daring to approach? Such a fool. Android 18 scoffed, raising an eyebrow as she seized Nappa and hurled him forcefully towards Tien Shinhan and the others. The Dragon Ball warriors were sent flying, struck down by Nappa's body, landing in a disheveled heap. Observing this, Android 17 kicked Piccolo aside and calmly remarked, "You are no match for us. You should leave now." With that, he departed in his small vehicle, leaving no room for argument. Android 18 leaned out of the car window, waving at Krillin and saying, "Goodbye, little bald head." The Dragon Ball warriors felt a deep sense of humiliation, yet there was little they could do. Even the mightiest among them, Piccolo and Nappa, had been easily vanquished. Strangely, these androids seemed different from the malevolent beings described by Bardock. Krillin pondered, realizing that 17 and 18 could have easily annihilated them all, yet they refrained from doing so, contradicting Bardock's claims of their brutal and bloodthirsty nature. "We should return to the temple. Both Nappa and Piccolo are gravely injured." Krillin and the others helped Nappa and Piccolo to their feet, and together they flew towards the temple. Meanwhile, concealed within an unremarkable patch of grass, a green-skinned monster observed this entire scene, its eyes darting with shock and confusion. Chapter 80, Super Piccolo in a Future World, within the hyperbolic time chamber. Bardock floated in midair, his eyes tightly shut as invisible threads of energy swirled around him, his golden hair moving without wind. He had maintained his Super Saiyan form for over a month now. Mastering the full power of Super Saiyan, his combat prowess surpassed that of Goku during the same timeline, even rivaling that of Perfect Cell. However, he found himself unable to break through to Super Saiyan 2, lacking a pivotal opportunity. He had initially thought to achieve this breakthrough within the time chamber, yet he had underestimated the difficulty. Attaining Super Saiyan 2 was no trivial feat, as not everyone possesses Gohan's innate talent. Uncertain how much time had passed, Bardock abruptly opened his eyes, and in the next moment, his figure materialized in the outside world, only to return to the time chamber once more. Filled with excitement, he clenched his fists and declared, "After extensive training, I have successfully grasped a portion of time-space power, enhancing my instant transmission beyond previous limits." During this time, he devoted himself entirely to comprehending the forces of time and space, finally reaping some rewards. His understanding of the fluctuations of time and space had undergone a qualitative transformation. Moreover, he had successfully upgraded his instant transmission, enabling him to traverse interdimensional spaces without relying solely on brute strength. In the primary timeline, only beings of Majin Buu's caliber could create a rift into another dimension. Now, Bardock, harnessing the full power of a Super Saiyan, is capable of such feats, exemplifying the formidable nature of the power of time and space. However, he has only grasped a mere fraction of this vast and infinite force. The journey to master it entirely remains long and arduous. Estimating the passage of time, Bardock realized it was nearly time to depart. He was unwilling to squander a moment, seizing the opportunity to hone some extraordinary techniques. Once more, his entire being radiated with golden light as the energy in his palms coalesced, the shimmering silhouette of a lightsaber flickering in his grasp. In the past world, within the goddess temple, frustration mounted as both Dubra and Piccolo had consumed the Senza beans, restoring their bodies. Piccolo struck the ground with a heavy fist, astonished by 17's obstinacy and the overwhelming strength of the opponent. The other Dragon Ball warriors bore somber expressions, silence enveloping them. Piccolo, do not lose heart, Krillin spoke first, offering reassurance. Tomorrow, Raditz will emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber, and surely, he will have a solution. Their hopes now rested solely on Raditz. I fear time may run out. Piccolo clenched his teeth. Let us not forget, there is also Cell lurking in the shadows, with the intent to absorb 17 and 18. The mention of Cell caused alarm among the group. Indeed, in their preoccupation with the androids, they had neglected the threat posed by Cell. Now, uncertainty loomed over whether he had already arrived on Earth, compelling Piccolo to remain ever vigilant. Resolute, he approached the god, locking eyes with him, both silent in understanding. What have you concluded? Piccolo inquired. I have no objections, the god affirmed, determination etched upon his face. Earth is in peril, and with Bardock and the others absent, you alone can safeguard it. What are you discussing? Krillin and the others were bewildered, unable to grasp the implications of their exchange. Your decision is wise, Piccolo smiled, reflecting on his past animosity towards the god, which had long since faded with the passage of time. Tears welled in Mr. Popo's eyes, understanding the goddess' intentions and feeling a profound sense of loss. Do not worry, my spirit will forever reside with the temple, the god replied with a gentle smile. You and I are one. Earth does not require a deity, only a powerful Namekian warrior. With that, he regarded Piccolo and nodded solemnly. Without hesitation, Piccolo emanated a brilliant white light as the goddess form gradually dissipated, merging swiftly into Piccolo's being. With a blinding flash, the goddess' presence vanished, leaving only Piccolo standing firm. Mr. Popo discreetly wiped away his tears, having shared years of companionship with the god, and the impending separation weighed heavily on his heart. Mr. Popo, there is no need for sorrow. Piccolo suddenly turned, offering a smile. The god is within me, and I am the god. Piccolo, a formidable force, left the Dragon Ball warriors utterly astounded, for the aura he emanated at that moment was a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. It was extraordinary, surpassing even that of a Super Saiyan. Stay here, Piccolo declared as he approached the edge of the temple, not glancing back. I shall put an end to those foolish androids. With a swift motion, Piccolo's body, enveloped in a colossal energy, vanished into the horizon. In the future world, at the sacred temple, Dandy anxiously waited at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, frequently glancing at the clock. Sure enough, when the hour hand struck a whole number, one of the doors creaked open. Two robust figures stepped out. Trunks, Mr. Vegeta. Dandy could not contain his excitement. At that moment, the father-son duo had undergone significant transformations, particularly Trunks, who had matured considerably, his physique now more robust, and his formerly short hair transformed into a striking long mane. Have Master and Gohan not emerged yet? Trunks inquired, casting a glance at the other two rooms. Just as he finished speaking, another door swung open. Goku and his sons emerged from within. What is the meaning of this? Trunks and Vegeta furrowed their brows, intently scrutinizing Goku and his sons. Their attire was tattered, yet they maintained their Super Saiyan forms, devoid of the usual ferocity associated with battle. Instead, they appeared calm and composed, as if in a tranquil daily life. That Kakarot intends to sustain his Super Saiyan form in a relaxed state, thus conserving energy for combat. What a rascal, Vegeta gritted his teeth. His experience far surpassed Trunks, and he immediately discerned Goku's situation. Although this realization irked him, he could not deny Goku's innate talent for training. Despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, Goku always found innovative ways to improve. In contrast, Vegeta had focused solely on enhancing his strength. During his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, his progress had been minimal, as he had immersed himself in rigorous training without contemplating how to advance further. Consequently, there existed a notable disparity between his power and that of Goku. Chapter 81. A Surge in Strength. Gohan. Uncle Goku, you Trunks exclaimed, astonished, for he sensed a lack of the characteristic ferocity of a Super Saiyan in Goku and his sons. Is this still considered a Super Saiyan? Trunks, you have grown stronger, Gohan remarked, patting Trunks on the shoulder with a tone of genuine pride. After a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, under Goku's guidance, he had reached full Super Saiyan power, on par with Goku himself. Little Gohan, however, had achieved even more remarkable feats. in a remarkably short time. He first mastered the Super Saiyan form, then swiftly advanced to Super Saiyan 1's second level, ultimately surpassing expectations by perfectly mastering full Super Saiyan power. It could be said that the young Gohan now possessed a combat prowess and energy that slightly eclipsed Goku's, making him comparable to Bardock. The only areas where he lagged behind were in battle experience and techniques. Wherever this may be, it is indeed the fruit of cultivation alongside my father. Trunks scratched the back of his head, feeling a touch embarrassed. His current strength was significantly greater than that of the primary timeline. Should he encounter the android 17 siblings again, he could effortlessly obliterate them alone. Humph. Vegeta turned his back and scoffed. Initially, he had no desire to train with Trunks. However, considering that this was his son and the future was fraught with challenges, it was imperative to impart some skills to him. By the way, where is Dad? Goku glanced around, noticing that Bardock had yet to appear. The others shared a look of confusion. Logically, a considerable amount of time had passed. So why was he still absent? Mr. Bobo pointed towards the area outside the temple, indicating that Bardock had indeed emerged. Huh, when did he come out? I didn't see him, Goku exclaimed in surprise, rushing outside to find Bardock standing there. Ah, Kakarot, you all have emerged, Bardock turned and remarked. Oh, your energies have noticeably strengthened. Bardock still maintained his Super Saiyan form, having sustained this state for quite some time. Dad, it seems we were on the same wavelength. Goku smiled upon seeing Bardock. Damn it, are they both freaks? This always happens, Vegeta thought, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Grandpa, how did you manage to come out? The time chamber's door never opened, Goten asked, curious. Oh, I used instant transmission, Bardock replied candidly. After spending a year inside, I grasped a more profound level of instant transmission. I can now traverse dimensions with ease. Impressive, a higher level of instant transmission. Goku gasped in disbelief. Can it really be enhanced? Dad, please teach me how to improve. I want to learn too. Goten nodded enthusiastically, eager to master such a remarkable technique. I'm afraid I cannot teach you this, Bardock shrugged. It involves time and space. You must explore and comprehend it for yourselves. Well, then I suppose I won't be able to learn it, Goku replied, somewhat disappointed. All right, since everyone is out, let us indulge in a hearty meal, Bardock suggested. Once we are well fed, we shall seek out Broly for a match. This time, we will ensure he is put in his place. Yes, I've been starving, Goku exclaimed, saliva nearly escaping his mouth as he eagerly called for food. Very well, I happen to have plenty of provisions. Today, we shall feast, Goten declared excitedly, retrieving several multifunctional capsules from which a mountain of delectable dishes emerged. Trunks and Goten quickly set the table, and before long, a bountiful spread was laid before them. In matters of food, Goku had no regard for etiquette. He lifted a bowl of noodles and gulped it down in one go. The others followed suit, diving into the feast with fervor. Even Vegeta was not an exception. Meanwhile, in Dr. Gero's laboratory, Dr. Mio was perusing books while occasionally checking on the situation with Hell's Android 17. The degree of fusion is an impressive 99%. It is likely that they will emerge in less than 10 minutes. Dr. Meow stroked his beard and remarked with a smile, even the core chip of Super No. 13 has been flawlessly integrated into number 18. I am truly a genius. Just as Dr. Meow was indulging in self-praise, a series of alarm sounds suddenly erupted from a massive screen before him. Who has entered this area? Dr. Meow squinted at the screen, observing 3 individuals. His tone tinged with surprise. Oh, it's these 3 rascals again? What brings them back? What is the matter with these androids? Have they discovered their own existence? At that moment, a tremendous vibration resonated from the entrance, and the iron door of the research facility was shattered. The trio, designated as number 17, stepped inside slowly, retracting their hands. Upon seeing that the person before them was not Dr. Gero, but rather an unfamiliar old man, the 3 androids were taken aback. Old man, who are you? Where is Dr. Gero? Number 17 inquired. Number 18 and number 16 glared at Dr. Meow with hostility. You mentioned Dr. Gero? He has been eliminated by my Hell number 17, Dr. Meow said, his eyes glinting coldly. As for who I am, you may refer to me as Dr. Meow. What? You killed Gero? The pupils of the 3 androids constricted. They were not particularly concerned about Dr. Gero's fate, but were astonished to hear of Hell number 17. It turned out that Piccolo had not deceived them. There truly was another number 17. Are you saying that the Hell androids are of your creation? Number 16 stepped forward. his tone decidedly unfriendly. Although he cherished nature, he loathed malevolence even more. You are the purely mechanical android, number 16, are you not? Doctor. Meow replied without even glancing at number 16. So what if I created them? In comparison to you, they are the epitome of perfection. What did you say? This remark greatly displeased number 17 and his sister, who felt insulted by the old man's disdain. Is my meaning not clear? Dr. Meow scoffed. I thank you for granting me ample time. As you stand now, you are no match for the Hell androids. It would be wise to surrender the perpetual energy reactor. It was you who activated us. Number 17 realized, his anger boiling over. You decrepit old fool. How dare you covet what belongs to me? I shall send you straight to hell. In a sudden burst of fury, number 17 surged forth, his body transforming into a blur as he charged at Dr. Meow. Chapter 82. The War of Broly. Just as number 17 prepared to strike down Dr. Meow, two resounding crashes echoed. Behind Dr. Meow, two energy pods exploded, and two figures emerged from the flames. Upon seeing their faces, number 17 and his sister, along with number 16, were left in disbelief. The two figures before them, aside from their differing attire, bore an uncanny resemblance to themselves. However, the expressions of the two were cold and devoid of any emotion. Is this what you refer to as the Hell androids? Number 17's forehead throbbed with veins, unable to fathom that a counterfeit of himself had come into existence. Well, my creation is quite perfect, isn't it? Dr. Meow crossed his arms and sneered. You are of no value to us now. Obediently become sustenance for the hellish androids. As if his words were a decree, the hellish androids sprang into action, swiftly expelling the siblings, number 17, from the research facility in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, they pursued. Witnessing this, number 16 hurriedly followed to assist. In a future world, Goku, having indulged himself, wiped his mouth with satisfaction and stretched lazily, proclaiming, Everyone, are you ready? We are about to embark on a grand endeavor. Absolutely, exclaimed Goten and Trunks, their spirits soaring. The 6 Super Saiyans joined forces, resolute in their belief that they could prevail against Broly. Let us reclaim our honor. Bardock, attuned to Broly's energy signature, swiftly led the group to vanish from their location. In the next instant, the Saiyan warriors found themselves amidst a dense forest. Before them stood a somewhat emaciated figure, voraciously consuming a fierce tiger. This individual was none other than Broly in his normal state. Though a legendary Super Saiyan, he was still human, capable of feeling hunger, fatigue, and the need for rest. How revolting. Eating it raw without cooking, Goku thought, feeling a wave of nausea. Broly resembled a savage. At the very least, he should have cooked the meat first. Suddenly, sensing something, Broly abruptly turned, locking eyes with Bardock and the others. The faces of Bardock and Goku were etched in his memory forever. Kakarot, Broly muttered, discarding the tiger and slowly advancing towards them, continuously whispering the name Kakarot. With each step, the atmosphere shifted and ripples of green energy emanated outward. With a thunderous roar, akin to an explosion, Broly's form swelled, his muscles becoming grotesquely exaggerated. Golden-green flames enveloped his body, and his hair stood on end like a porcupine. In an instant, he transformed into his legendary Super Saiyan form. His energy surged, even more formidable than during their last encounter. Bardock narrowed his eyes, recognizing the truth of the fabled Super Saiyan. Each battle only heightened their prowess. Everyone, be cautious. Do not hold back. Unleash your full power at once. Goku maximized his energy, his body taut, aware that any hint of relaxation could spell disaster. Previously, Goku's fighting style involved gauging his opponent before gradually escalating his strength. However, this adversary was different, devoid of rationality. He could easily inflict severe damage if Goku did not commence with all his might. Vegeta and the others shifted into combat mode, their 6 auras gleaming with golden light. Today, I shall let your blood splatter like ants, Broly declared, extending his finger to unleash a green energy blast. Bardock and the others swiftly leapt into the air as the energy beam swept through the primordial forest, reducing it to ruins. Spread out. He is coming for us, Bardock commanded with a cool head. Without needing to be told, Goku and Vegeta had already dispersed their positions. Broly surged upward from the ground, while Gohan and Trunks relentlessly unleashed energy blasts at him. Humph, mere trifles, Broly scoffed, showing no inclination to evade as he effortlessly deflected all the energy spheres with a single hand. Seizing the moment, Vegeta launched a fierce punch directly at Broly's head. Yet, despite the tremendous force, it merely momentarily impeded Broly's advance. With a swift motion, Broly's massive hand reached out, akin to an eagle snatching a chick, and he grasped Vegeta, discarding him like refuse into the distance. At that moment, Goku and Gohan darted forward to confront Broly, executing simultaneous kicks. The combined force of the two Super Saiyans propelled Broly's colossal frame downward, but he quickly regained his footing. Suddenly, Bardock and young Gohan appeared behind Broly, both unleashing powerful punches in unison. The forceful strikes staggered Broly momentarily. Dark Flash, Energy Cannon. Two shockwaves surged from afar, striking Broly head-on, the overwhelming energy pushing him back. It was Trunks and Gohan making their move. After a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, each fighter had significantly enhanced their strength and developed a remarkable synergy. However, to their astonishment, despite their united assault, Broly found himself merely pushed back, suffering no substantial harm. The sheer resilience of his physique sent shivers down the spines of Goku and the others. This being's current power surpassed even that of Perfect Cell. Emotionless, Bardock speculated inwardly. Even Perfect Cell would not withstand such an onslaught. By this measure, Broly's strength undoubtedly reached the level of Super Saiyan 2. Nevertheless, Bardock remained undeterred, his form flashing through the air with unparalleled speed. "Allow me to demonstrate my new technique," Bardock proclaimed as he raised his hand, unleashing several energy waves that detonated mid-air, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Taking advantage of the moment, Bardock maneuvered behind Broly, his hand shimmering with golden light as he forged a golden energy sword. The sound of the blade was piercing as Bardock aimed a horizontal slash at Broly's waist, leaving a gash several centimeters long. Chapter 83. The materialization of Chi. Bardock floated proudly in midair, the golden sword gleaming in his grasp. This was the fruit of his intense training in the hyperbolic time chamber, having emulated the techniques of Vegeta and Zamasu, a masterful application of energy materialization. This technique relied heavily on surprise, yet it also demanded a significant expenditure of energy. What is this technique? Goku and his companions widened their eyes, for it was their first encounter with such a technique. Trunks, filled with admiration, thought to himself how his master always managed to devise formidable and extraordinary moves. Suddenly, the wrathful roar of Broly reverberated through the air. He felt a searing pain in his back and fixed his fierce gaze upon Bardock. Despite sustaining some injuries, Broly remained unfazed. With a powerful push of his legs, he surged forward like a rocket, targeting Bardock with relentless intent. "Come at me," Bardock exclaimed, his brow furrowing as his fighting spirit ignited. He advanced rather than retreating, swinging his energy sword downwards. However, this time Broly was prepared. He slightly sidestepped the attack and simultaneously concentrated an energy sphere in his palm, releasing it forcefully against Bardock's abdomen. The multiple phantom fist unleashed a torrent of energy that struck Bardock's midsection. Reacting swiftly, Bardock transformed into several afterimages, evading Broly's onslaught. A fierce melee ensued between the two in midair. Observing this, Goku and the others quickly joined the fray, with 4 Super Saiyans unleashing their full power and 2 nearing their maximum as well. Together, they encircled Broly, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Curse them, why are they so formidable? The androids 17 and 18 found themselves in a precarious situation, being relentlessly pursued and attacked by Hell 17 alone. Despite their combined efforts, they were being overwhelmed. Although they temporarily withstood the onslaught due to their infinite energy, their defeat was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Hell 18 faced off against 16. But the situation was equally dire. Though 16 held a slight edge in strength over the 17 siblings, it was not substantial enough. Confronted by the Hell 18, whose power rivaled that of a Super Saiyan at full capacity, he suffered a catastrophic blow that obliterated half of his head. This adversary was merciless, employing lethal force at every turn. Android 17 executed several backflips to create distance, his expression grim. Hell 18 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts as if they were free of consequence. Yet, Hell 17 spread his arms wide, absorbing all of 18's attacks into his body. "Haha, have you witnessed the might of Hell's androids?" Dr. Mew, who had followed closely, boasted with arrogance. "The androids created by Dr. Gero are failures. My Hell androids are the epitome of perfection. Damn it." 17 gritted his teeth, initially intending to release an energy blast. However, realizing his opponent could absorb it, he chose to engage in close combat. Regrettably, the disparity in power was insurmountable. Within mere moments, he was sent flying by a single punch from Hell 17. Upon witnessing this, 18 rushed forward to assist, but Hell 17 appeared like a specter, delivering a kick that sent her crashing to the ground. Hell 17, emboldened by his success, closed in on 17, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Each strike felt as though it bore the weight of mountains, leaving 17 in agony. 17, 18, 16 cried out in alarm at this scene. In his heart, he regarded the 17 siblings as friends, and he could not stand idly by while they were in peril. An explosion erupted as Android 16 had a portion of its arm dismantled, revealing a barrel akin to a machine gun. Beams of light, sharp and precise like lasers, shot forth from its arm. The intensity of the beams did not faze Android 18, who effortlessly evaded them with graceful movements. She seized Android 16 by the neck, her formidable strength rendering it immobile. In the distance, Piccolo soared through the sky at remarkable speed. He had been searching for androids 17 and 18 for quite some time, yet their whereabouts remained elusive, causing him considerable frustration. The artificial beings were devoid of any scent, compelling him to conduct a thorough search. Suddenly, he heard the unmistakable sound of explosions nearby, and his senses sharpened. He accelerated, streaking through the sky like a comet. As he neared his destination, Piccolo narrowed his eyes, for he beheld the beleaguered androids and the formidable androids 17 and 18. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed 2 crimson beams from his eyes, a technique reminiscent of the mighty demon King Piccolo. Android 17, who had been mercilessly attacking 18, sensed the impending danger and swiftly turned around, but it was too late. He was struck by the beams and sent flying. Piccolo glided past him, delivering a powerful kick that sent Android 18 soaring into the distance. Piccolo, the 3 androids, momentarily stunned, were taken aback by the unexpected intervention of Piccolo at such a critical juncture. "What are you still doing here? Hurry and leave," Piccolo shouted at the androids. His gaze fixed upon Dr. Mew as he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you Dr. Gero?" "Oh, it is the Demon King Piccolo, Doctor." Mew replied with a hint of surprise. "I am not Dr. Gero. I am Dr. Mew. That fool Gero has already met his demise at my hands." "What? This old man killed Gero?" Piccolo was taken aback. He asked in a low voice, "Were those 2 androids you created as well?" While Piccolo conversed with Dr. Mew, Android 18 supported androids 17 and 16, hastily retreating. Compared to the others, she had sustained minimal injuries. Dr. Mew glanced at the fleeing androids without concern and stated, "Indeed, they are my most exquisite creations." The hellish androids returned, standing guard like sentinels beside Dr. Mew. "So what is your ultimate aim?" Piccolo pressed, attempting to buy time. "Are you also a member of the Red Ribbon Army, seeking vengeance against Goku?" "The Red Ribbon Army? Who do you think you are looking down upon?" Dr. Mew sneered. "As for avenging Goku, spare me the jest. I am destined to conquer the universe, and I would not waste my time on a few insignificant monkeys." Such audacious claims. Piccolo remained unfazed by Dr. Mew's arrogance. His gaze swept across the horizon and noticed that androids 17 and 18 were gradually distancing themselves. A sense of relief washed over him. At least the androids could escape, regardless of the lurking threat posed by Cell or Dr. Mew. Their objectives seemed to revolve around those 2 androids. Thus, he could not allow any harm to befall them, for that would spell disaster. "Enough, Piccolo. Your questions have come to an end." Dr. Meow pointed at Bick and laughed heartily, commanding, "Hell's androids, eliminate Bick." With impassive expressions, 2 hellish androids charged towards Bick. Chapter 84. The transformation of Bardock. In a distant corner of Earth, a creature, resembling an insect with a verdant hue, descended. At last, he had arrived on Earth. Sheru opened his eyes, acutely sensing the situation around him. Fearful of an ambush by Raditz, his inherent caution prevented him from making such a mistake. Oh! In the far-off east, a formidable energy signature emanated. Sheru turned towards the source, musing, "It is Bick's energy. Strange. I cannot sense the presence of Son Goku and the others. Could it be that they are not on Earth at this moment?" Moreover, he could not detect Raditz's energy either, indicating that he had not followed him to Earth. After a moment of contemplation, Sheru swiftly flew towards Bick's location. Since he could not perceive Raditz or Son Goku's energies, his task became considerably simpler. First, He would subdue Bick and ascertain the whereabouts of androids 17 and 18 from him. In the future world, Bardock and his companions were oblivious to the turmoil engulfing Earth in their time. They were currently embroiled in a fierce battle with Broly. Goku unleashed a flurry of energy slashes, while Bardock wielded his lightsaber to launch continuous attacks. Meanwhile, Vegeta and his son, along with the two Gohans, employed various techniques to disrupt Broly's movements. In this collaborative effort, Bardock and Goku acted as the primary offensive force, while the weaker Vegeta and his son provided support. The two Gohans were ready to either back up or output as needed. With such harmonious coordination, even the legendary Super Saiyan found himself beleaguered. Broly bore numerous wounds, most of which were inflicted by Bardock's unexpected lightsaber strikes. In a fit of primal rage, Broly howled at the sky, his beastly eyes fixated on Vegeta and Trunks. Their incessant interference, though not damaging, was profoundly aggravating. With a thunderous roar, Broly unleashed a powerful sound wave that sent Goku and Bardock hurtling away. He swung his arms, effortlessly smashing both Gohans into the ground. With a swift charge, he appeared before Trunks in the blink of an eye. In response to Trunks' terrified expression, he delivered a devastating punch. Trunks experienced an unprecedented blow, his face contorted as blood erupted from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, instantly reverting from Super Saiyan to his normal state. Vegeta, witnessing this scene, was instantly consumed by fury. His aura swelled as he raced towards Broly, conjuring a massive energy sphere in his hand. Die! Vegeta shouted in a fit of rage as he hurled the energy blast. However, Broly remained unfazed. He brazenly shattered the energy sphere with his bare body, driving a heavy knee into Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta's midsection felt as though it might be pierced through, a violent force erupting from his back, leveling a canyon behind him. Once again, a decisive strike incapacitated Vegeta. Bardock swiftly approached Vegeta and Trunks, only to discover their severe injuries. They had succumbed to unconsciousness, with Trunks in a particularly critical state, on the verge of death. Without hesitation, he executed instant transmission, transporting them to the temple before returning to the battlefield. Since the Senzu beans at Korin's place were not yet ripe, Vegeta and Trunks were no longer able to participate in the fight. "Father, we cannot delay any longer," Goku gasped, his gaze fixed on the rampaging Broly. "His energy is escalating. If we do not resolve this swiftly, we shall lose our chance." His stamina was dwindling, and if this continued, they would surely be overwhelmed. "I understand," Bardock nodded solemnly. "You three listen closely. I will seek an opportunity to immobilize him. When the moment is right, unleash your attacks with all your might." "Grandpa, it's too dangerous for you to go alone," Gohan interjected anxiously. "No, I have a plan to hold him off," Bardock replied. "Do not concern yourselves with me. Raise your energy to its maximum and prepare the Kamehameha." Though he had a method to restrain Broly, the risk was considerable, and he was reluctant to take such a gamble unless absolutely necessary. However, there was no other choice. Further delay would only allow Broly to grow stronger. "Do not worry, Gohan," Goku reassured, patting his son's shoulder with a smile. "Have faith in your father. We will save your world. Now, let us unleash our full power with the Kamehameha." Goku's unwavering optimism and relentless spirit calmed the previously anxious Gohan. "Very well," Gohan replied, his eyes steely, glancing at Goten. "Are you ready, little Goten?" "Always ready." Goten responded brightly. "Let him feel our might." Goku and his sons shouted in unison, three golden auras breaking through the clouds, their unparalleled energy shaking the very earth. In that moment, their power reached its zenith. "All right, I will join as well," Bardock declared, his fighting spirit ignited as he dove from the sky, the powerful air currents swirling into tornadoes around him. To restrain Broly, he would need to harness the strength of Super Saiyan Grade 3. Bardock contemplated his strategy, considering, however, this transformation has a flaw in speed. If I can transition to Super Saiyan Grade 3 the moment I attack, combined with my physical strength, I might manage to temporarily restrain him. Though this plan was devised on the spot and untested, he had no choice but to take the risk. In his frenzied state, Broly had lost all reason, driven solely by a bloodthirsty instinct to obliterate everything in his path. He charged at Bardock, his hands reaching out, intent on crushing him with a single grip. Success is imperative. Bardock emitted a long howl as he stood barely a centimeter away from Broly. In that moment, his muscles surged dramatically and his hair stood on end, resembling a hedgehog. At this critical juncture, Bardock flawlessly executed the transition between full-power Super Saiyan and the third stage of Super Saiyan 1, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. In the primary timeline, Trunks had previously utilized this technique during a spar with Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, leveraging the element of surprise created by the instantaneous switch. Now, Bardock employed the same tactic. Given their proximity, the shortcomings of the third stage of Super Saiyan did not hinder Bardock. His palm pressed firmly against Broly's as he gripped tightly, momentarily restraining Broly with his formidable strength. Chapter 85. The Kamehameha Across Time and Space Awe. Broly twisted his body, desperately attempting to break free from the confinement. However, the power of the third stage of Super Saiyan was comparable to that of Super Saiyan 2. Combined with Bardock's physical strength, Broly found himself immobilized for the time being. Now, in the distance, Goku's eyes gleamed at this sight. He roared, unleashing a Kamehameha, while two Gohans simultaneously joined in. The three Kamehameha waves coalesced into a colossal energy wave, obscuring half the sky. All right, I must retreat. Sensing the immense energy surging behind him, Bardock released his grip on Broly and, in an instant, transformed into full-power Super Saiyan. As the Kamehameha was about to strike him, he immediately executed instant transmission to escape. Bardock's maneuver had dire consequences for Broly, as the overwhelming Kamehameha engulfed him. Oh, Broly's body instinctively sensed the peril of death. In that fleeting moment, he activated a protective shield to fend off the Kamehameha. Yet, the sheer might of three full-power Kamehamehas was astonishing, and Broly's shield barely held against the onslaught. Moreover, Bardock appeared beside Goku and the others, adopting the same stance to unleash his full-strength Kamehameha. Boom! The already colossal Kamehameha expanded even further. Crack! With this, Broly's protective barrier shattered completely. Feeling the ultimate threat of death, Broly raised his immense hands to block the Kamehameha, letting out a series of agonized roars. Gohan, you have yet to unleash your full potential. Bardock bellowed. Do not hold back. Unleash your latent power. Upon hearing this, both Gohans paused momentarily, but in the next instant, they ignited their full power, their energy exceeding all limits. Oh, Broly's energy surged once more, as he, with sheer force, began to push back the Kamehameha with his bare hands. Damn it! Goku was drenched in sweat, his energy rapidly depleting. Maintaining such a powerful Kamehameha demanded an outrageous amount of energy. Bardock was no better off, yet he refused to surrender, persisting in amplifying his output. Gohan, unwilling to succumb, fiercely unleashed his energy, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "The Earth has finally found peace. How can you dare to destroy it again?" Memories of the past flooded his mind. His loved ones perished, androids wreaking havoc, and he alone standing against the world. That overwhelming sense of isolation resurfaced within him. In this moment, he thought of his parents, reminiscing about friends long gone, their smiling faces flickering through his consciousness. Suddenly, a thunderous revelation surged through Gohan's mind. As if a bolt of lightning had struck the future, an unprecedented, formidable aura emanated from him, the golden light radiating with newfound brilliance, surrounded by crackling arcs of electricity. His hair stood defiantly, save for a single lock that hung down, while his green eyes gleamed with an intensified ferocity. What? This child, Gohan, has shattered his limits. Transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, Bardock marveled at Gohan's transformation, astonished by the revelation. It was unexpected that the future Gohan would be the first to achieve this form. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. Gohan's potential in the future timeline was remarkable, hindered only by a lack of guidance, which had stunted his growth. However, the circumstances had changed. Fueled by an unwavering determination to protect the Earth, he had transcended his physical boundaries. Though anger is a potent catalyst for a Saiyans ascension, it is not the sole avenue. This mirrored Gohan's previous encounters. Goku, equally astounded, recognized this explosive power, reminiscent of a prior eruption from young Gohan. The sheer strength radiating from him sparkled in his eyes, the overwhelming force igniting a tempest within his heart. Die, Broly. The Super Saiyan 2 Gohan displayed a power that was nothing short of cataclysmic, unleashing the full extent of his energy. With the Kamehameha bolstered by his might, its intensity reached unprecedented levels. Broly stood no chance, instantly engulfed by the onslaught. Aya! Kakarot! Broly's anguished cries echoed as the Kamehameha propelled him into the depths of space, culminating in a cataclysmic plunge into the sun. The sun's searing heat, combined with the explosive force of the Kamehameha, rendered Broly defenseless, dissolving him before he could activate his protective shield. Thus, the legendary Super Saiyan met his demise, his essence extinguished entirely. Bardock sensed the complete absence of Broly's energy and breathed a sigh of relief, his form returning to normal as he descended from the skies. Though he had sustained no significant injuries in this battle, the toll on his energy was immense. Goku, too, bore the marks of battle. His martial arts GI lay in tatters, his body marred by wounds. Grandpa, young Gohan swiftly descended, catching Bardock in his arms. Father, Gohan supported Goku. Concern etched across his face as he inquired, "Are you all right, Dad?" "Ha ha ha, I'm fine," Goku replied, shaking his head with a smile. "Gohan, you are truly remarkable in this form. You have surpassed me entirely." "Oh no, I still have a long way to go compared to you, Dad," Gohan said, somewhat bashfully scratching his head. "Gohan, there is no need for humility. You are now the strongest in this timeline." At this moment, Bardock rose and declared, "Your potential is undeniably remarkable. It is merely due to the absence of guidance that you have languished for so many years. Your current form transcends that of a Super Saiyan, which may be referred to as a Super Saiyan 2. This is no exaggeration. In the absence of Majin Buu, Super Saiyan 2 stands as the mightiest in this universe, not counting the higher deities." Goku and his son, Gohan, were astounded by this revelation, particularly the young Gohan, who recalled having achieved this form himself, albeit for a fleeting moment. Now, however, he felt he had grasped a semblance of understanding. "Very well. We must return to the temple and ascertain the condition of Vegeta and the others." Bardock, remembering that Vegeta and Trunks had sustained severe injuries, hastily led Goku and the others away. Upon their arrival at the temple, they found that Vegeta and Trunks had just been healed by Dend. "And Broly? I shall eliminate that fiend." Vegeta, under the impression that Bardock and his companions had faced defeat once more, vented his frustration. "Haha, Vegeta. You won't even have the opportunity to exact your vengeance," Goku remarked, patting the now normal Gohan on the back. "Thanks to this child, we managed to defeat Broly." "What? That boy is so powerful?" Vegeta questioned incredulously. How could this be? He had been utterly powerless against Broly. How could Gohan possess such formidable ability? Bardock then recounted the detailed events of the battle to Vegeta. Instantly, Vegeta fell into a state of introspection, his emotions a tangled web. Super Saiyan 2, once again. He found himself outstripped, and by none other than Kakarot's son. This struck a severe blow to his pride. "Gohan, you are truly incredible," Trunks exclaimed in admiration. Following a moment of celebration, the group departed the temple, heading towards Bulma's residence, for it was time for their return to their original world. Chapter 86. Cell of the main timeline. Uncertain of Vegeta and son Goku's status, Bulma sat alone in the courtyard, gazing at the sky. Her heart brimmed with unease as she fervently prayed for Goku and the others. Suddenly, Bardock and his companions appeared beside Bulma without warning. "You've returned." Bulma quickly stood and inquired, "How did it go? Were you injured? Did you win the battle?" Her primary concern lay with their safety, the outcome of the skirmish being a secondary thought. Goku remained silent, merely smiling and giving Bulma a thumbs up. "Wonderful." As a close companion of Goku, Bulma instinctively understood the significance of this gesture and could not help but rejoice. At that moment, Vegeta abruptly called out to Bulma. "Huh, what is it, Vegeta?" Bulma blinked, unsure of what he intended to convey. "We are about to return," Vegeta stated. "From now on, take good care of yourself." He was not one to express his emotions readily, and for him to utter such words marked a significant advancement. "Are we leaving?" At the sound of this, tears welled up in Bulma's eyes. Indeed, Vegeta ultimately does not belong to this realm. He must inevitably depart. However, despite her profound reluctance, Bulma, being Bulma, quickly adjusted her demeanor and forced a smile, saying, "Thank you, Vegeta. These past few days have been the happiest of my life. Before we part ways, may we take a photograph together as a keepsake?" She wished to eternally preserve this moment, for it would become her most cherished memory. Together, they posed for several group photographs. After the last shot, Vegeta turned to Trunks and said, "From now on, take good care of your mother, and do not neglect your training for the sake of peace. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand, Father," Trunks replied solemnly, nodding. "Dad, the time I've spent with you has brought me immense joy. I will forever remember it." Though their interactions within the room of spirit and time were limited during the year of training, the companionship was undeniably real. especially when Broly had severely injured him. Vegeta's furious demeanor was genuine. This, perhaps, is the essence of paternal love. Dad, Grandpa. Gohan looked at Goku and the others, wanting to express something but unsure of what to say. Gohan, you have become quite powerful, Goku remarked, patting Gohan on the shoulder. You are now capable of safeguarding the Earth, and I feel immense pride. Gohan, your potential is vast, Bardock added. Remember to maintain an unyielding spirit. Your future accomplishments will surely exceed this. Dad, Grandpa. Gohan's voice trembled. He truly did not want to part ways. Yet all good things must come to an end. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward and embraced Goku. Goku returned the embrace with utmost sincerity, as did Bardock. After sharing heartfelt embraces with his father and grandfather, Gohan turned to Goten, extending his hand and saying, "From now on, take good care of Mom. We cannot allow the past to repeat itself. All right, I will strive to do my best." The two versions of Gohan held hands in that moment. Well, we must be on our way. Wait, Sun Quan, Bulma interjected, pulling out a vial of medicine. This is a remedy for heart disease. You perished from it in the future. Although we do not know if history will repeat itself, it is better to be safe than sorry. Thank you, Bulma. Goku, ever straightforward, consumed the medicine on the spot. Thus, he would not succumb to heart disease. Bardock summoned a temporal vortex using a time ring, waved farewell to Bulma and the others, saying, "Goodbye, everyone." Goku and the others waved back as they stepped into the swirling portal. At that moment, they were unaware of the cataclysmic events unfolding on Earth. Damn it. These two are far stronger than androids 17 and 18. The fierce battle had commenced, with Hell's androids 17 and 18 launching a joint assault on Piccolo. Despite Piccolo having fused once more with Kami, his power was nearing that of a Super Saiyan at full strength. However, androids 17 and 18, having absorbed the power of Super 13, have attained an epic level of strength. Individually, they may not be able to defeat the current Piccolo, but when united, Piccolo stands only as a defender. How has this fellow become so formidable in just one day? Having distanced himself from the battlefield, Android 17 was astonished by Piccolo's performance. Just the day before, he had effortlessly dominated Piccolo. How could such a transformation occur in a mere 24 hours? Enough of this chatter. We must depart swiftly, urged Android 18 as she supported her brother. Yet, at that moment, a sinister voice echoed from behind a rock. A creature, green and insect-like, suddenly emerged, obstructing their path. It was none other than Cell. Meanwhile, in the distance, another Cell witnessed this scene, his eyes wide with confusion and disbelief. What is happening? Why does there appear to be another Cell? He had just arrived on Earth from the cosmos, tracking Piccolo's energy signature. Instead of finding Piccolo, he had stumbled upon another Cell, along with androids 17 and 18. Initially, he had intended to absorb the two androids, but upon seeing this other Cell, his inherently cautious nature compelled him to remain hidden and observe. Who are you, monster? The sudden appearance of Cell startled the siblings, and even Android 16 wore a serious expression. They had never encountered such a creature, and how did it know their names? Allow me to introduce myself, Cell grinned ominously. My name is Cell, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. Cell, the ultimate android? Androids 17 and 18 were unaware of this. You are the final android that the doctor secretly researched? However, Android 16 seemed to possess some knowledge and incredulously remarked, "Impossible. The current Cell is still in its juvenile form. How could you have matured so rapidly?" "Oh, you are a purely mechanical android? I didn't expect you to know so much," Cell replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, I am Cell, but I am not the Cell of this timeline. Not of this timeline." "What do you mean?" Android 16 inquired, perplexed by Cell's words. "In simple terms, I hail from a far distant future," Cell explained. "In my timeline, that fellow Trunks killed both of you, preventing me from becoming my complete form. Therefore, I ambushed Trunks, seized his time machine, but during the journey, it malfunctioned, inadvertently bringing me to this timeline. Regardless, the outcome remains unchanged." "What? This fellow is from an even more distant future?" The future timeline Cell, observing from the shadows, kept his eyes darting. He understood the implications of the other Cell's words. Just like himself, he came from a future where Gohan had not perished. The same future timeline that Bardock and his companions had previously visited. Before us stands this Cell, hailing from a future where Trunks vanquished the androids. A future even more distant than the one we currently inhabit, thus representing a third timeline. However, it would be inaccurate to label it as a third timeline. Rather, this is the Cell of the primary timeline, who, due to a malfunction in the time machine, failed to materialize in the main continuum and instead arrived in this alternate reality. This anomaly has consequently led to the existence of two cells. Chapter 87. Perfect form. Although the events unfolding here are rife with unexpected twists, the outcome remains unchanged. Cell strides toward Android 17 with a sinister grin, proclaiming, "You two have exhausted your fighting capabilities. It is time for you to willingly become a part of me." He is eager to absorb these two, particularly with Piccolo lurking nearby, along with two hellish androids. Who knows what mischief they may concoct? Who would willingly become a part of you, monster? Android 17, despite his grievous injuries, raises his hand to unleash a barrage of energy blasts. Yet, these attacks prove ineffectual against Cell, who, even after absorbing only a fraction of Earth's populace, has significantly augmented his power. Faced with an injured Android 17, he finds the challenge trivial. To avert any further complications, Cell unleashes his full might. In a flash, he delivers a crushing blow to Android 17, followed by a key wave that sends Androids 18 and 16 reeling. The force of Cell's strike leaves 17 doubled over in agony on the ground. Observing this, Cell's tail expands rapidly, engulfing Android 17 entirely. With a resounding explosion of light, Cell's energy surges dramatically. His form transforms, shedding the visage of an unsightly monster as he successfully evolves into his second stage. What an overwhelming energy! Who could it be? In the distance, Piccolo battles the hellish androids when he suddenly senses a formidable surge of power nearby. Although this energy does not surpass his own, it instills a sense of foreboding within him. Gritting his teeth, he expels the hellish androids and swiftly ascends above androids 18 and 16. Who is this monster? Piccolo, witnessing Cell in his second form, is struck with awe. Unacquainted with Cell, he perceives only a palpable aura of malice and resentment emanating from him. This creature has claimed countless lives. Suddenly, a realization dawns upon Piccolo, draining the color from his face as he exclaims, "Cell?" His worst fears have materialized. He has erred gravely, too preoccupied with skirmishing the hellish androids to notice the lurking threat of Cell. The absence of Android 17, now overshadowed by the presence of Cell, signifies that he has already been absorbed. Piccolo. This is dire. Cell grimaces at the sight of Piccolo's arrival, his expression akin to one who has ingested something foul. He has yet to attain his perfect form. If Piccolo sets his sights on him, he could very well meet his downfall. At this moment, the hellish androids and Dr. Gero hastened to the scene. Dr. Gero was equally astonished upon seeing Cell, exclaiming, "What is happening? Is that Cell? Was he not still in the incubation chamber?" Despite his exceptional intellect, he was momentarily bewildered. "Piccolo, eliminate him." The 18th, sensing a glimmer of hope, shouted urgently at Piccolo, "This creature has come from the future. He has absorbed 17. We cannot allow this monster to achieve his perfect form." From the future? This revelation enlightened both Piccolo and Dr. Gero, for it became evident that this Cell was not of their timeline. Dr. Gero's eyes darted as he concocted a nefarious plan, swiftly issuing orders. Hell's androids, impede Piccolo. Allow Cell to attain his perfect form, then retreat promptly. His reaction was swift. He intended to let Cell reach perfection, inciting a fierce clash between Cell and Piccolo, while he reaped the benefits from the shadows. Moreover, with Goku and the others yet to arrive, his cautious nature compelled him to bide his time. However, Dr. Gero severely underestimated the prowess of perfect Cell, believing that he would merely be on par with the hellish androids. Understood. The hellish android, expressionless, charged at Piccolo. Together, they sent Piccolo hurtling away, relentlessly assaulting him without affording him a moment to regroup. "Do you not desire to become perfect?" Dr. Gero remarked. "I shall hold Piccolo at bay. Do hurry. What schemes does this fellow have?" Cell pondered, bewildered by Dr. Gero's unexpected assistance. It seemed the opportune moment to eliminate him. Yet here he was aiding him. This was intriguing. Nevertheless, Cell would not squander this chance. He struck the 18th down with a powerful blow, subsequently replicating the act, absorbing the struggling 18th into his being. An explosive radiance emanated from Cell, a formidable force generating a palpable energy field, the terrifying aura causing the very earth to tremble. This is dire. Piccolo, grappling with his adversary, sensed the annihilating presence and felt a chill run through him. It's over. Cell has become perfect. Damn you, Dr. Gero. In that moment, Piccolo harbored a deep-seated hatred for Dr. Gero. Had it not been for his meddling, Cell would never have achieved perfection. In the sacred world of the Kais, Broly was engrossed in his training when he suddenly sensed a powerful aura emanating from a distant location. His brow furrowed slightly. Yet he remained still. Bardock had repeatedly cautioned him against intervening unless absolutely necessary. Beside him, Mr. Popo felt the tremors of the earth and glanced at Broly. About to speak when, in the next instant, he turned his gaze towards the hyperbolic time chamber. A robust figure emerged from within, with flowing golden hair, a muscular physique, and an undeniably resolute visage. It was Raditz, the one who had transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Excellent, Raditz has emerged. As Bobo beheld Raditz, his heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally found solace. He hurriedly approached Raditz and urged, Raditz, you must swiftly go to Piccolo. A grave situation has arisen. If you delay, Piccolo may meet his demise. What has transpired? Raditz, still unaware of the chaos that had unfolded outside, had spent a year training in the hyperbolic time chamber and had achieved full power as a Super Saiyan. This version of Raditz in this timeline was far more gifted than his counterpart in the main timeline. Mr. Bobo relayed all the happenings on Earth with remarkable clarity, making it hard to fathom how Bobo, rarely leaving his abode, possessed such comprehensive knowledge of the events on Earth. Chapter 88. Raditz battles Perfect Cell. Look at the havoc you have wrought. Piccolo, battered and bruised, his arms hanging limply, found his energy nearly depleted. The two hellish androids, expressionless, remained unfazed. Retreat. As Cell transformed into his perfect form, Dr. Gero signaled for the hellish androids to withdraw. He was eager to observe just how formidable Cell had become after absorbing androids 17 and 18. The two androids, akin to the most loyal of sentinels, shielded Dr. Gero as they departed. Despite Piccolo's reluctance, he could only watch helplessly as they left with a flourish, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. His current state rendered him incapable of confronting the perfected Cell. As Cell continued to evolve, once the overwhelming aura dissipated, his perfect form was fully realized. Compared to his second form, Perfect Cell's visage was more handsome, and his physique slightly smaller, yet the intensity of his energy was incomparably greater. Is this truly perfection? Cell mused silently, gazing at his hands and feeling the boundless power coursing within him. He swung his fists in a display of strength, oblivious to the presence of Android 16 and Piccolo nearby. Perfect form. This is what it means to be perfect. Hidden in the shadows, future Cell gazed with envy, for this was the form he had longed for. Yet now, it had become the adornment of another. A deep sense of regret enveloped him. He had faltered at a crucial moment. Had he mustered the courage to step forward earlier, perhaps he would now be the one in this perfected state. Piccolo. Cell directed his gaze skyward, addressing Piccolo with a nonchalant tone. You are no longer worthy to be my adversary. Where are Goku and the others? Having attained his perfect form, he was eager to find a worthy opponent to test his newfound strength. Suddenly, a shadow materialized before Piccolo. Raditz? Upon seeing the golden-haired man before him, Piccolo's eyes widened in astonishment. You emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber? Indeed, Mr. Bobo has informed me of the situation, Raditz replied, his focus unwavering as he fixed his gaze on Cell. So this is the perfected Cell? Truly formidable. Even in his full power as a Super Saiyan, Raditz could feel Cell's aura surpassing his own, and truthfully, his chances of victory seemed slim. Yet, Raditz was undeterred, with Bardock and the others absent from Earth. He was the only one capable of standing against Cell. Even in the face of defeat, he would never retreat. Raditz? Cell remarked, somewhat surprised. Did you not perish long ago? How is it that you are here? His heart was filled with astonishment, for in the annals of history he knew Raditz had long since perished. Yet now, not only was he alive and well, but his energy was also remarkably potent, which left him utterly astounded. Huh? What does this mean? At this moment, Raditz appeared somewhat bewildered, retorting, Did we not engage in combat previously? Have you forgotten after achieving your perfect form? Engage in combat. The moment those words escaped his lips, they genuinely confounded Cell. When had he ever fought Raditz during their first encounter? Raditz. This is not the Cell you are familiar with, Piccolo interjected. This Cell has come from a much more distant future. Upon saying this, Piccolo's eyes widened in realization. Wait a moment, if that is the case, does it imply that there is another Cell? This revelation deepened the green hue of his visage. If one Cell posed such a challenge, How would they contend with another? What? Not only Raditz, but Cell was equally taken aback. It turned out he was not the sole arrival in this timeline. Another Cell had also come and had previously clashed with Raditz. So, where was this other Cell now? Why had he not made an appearance? These myriad questions left Cell perplexed, yet he was merely surprised and did not dwell on it too heavily. After all, he had already attained his perfect form. He was now an invincible entity. Raditz's expression grew grave. The Cell who would obliterate planets without hesitation was not the one before him. Logically, that creature should have arrived on Earth long ago. Why had he not yet shown himself? Could it be that he was orchestrating some sort of scheme? Concealed in the shadows, Cell dared not make a sound, fearing detection by the two. Currently, he was merely in his first form, entirely vulnerable to either Raditz or the perfect Cell, who could extinguish him with a mere finger. You are fortunate to be the first to experience my might, declared the perfect Cell, spreading his arms with a grin. Now allow me to demonstrate. Boom. Before Cell could finish his sentence, Raditz had already delivered a powerful punch. The sheer force sent Cell hurtling through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Raditz pursued relentlessly, his iron fists swinging at tremendous speed, unleashing a torrent of terrifying power upon Cell. Cell found himself in a state of utter domination. Piccolo, observing from the sidelines, narrowed his eyes in astonishment at Raditz's combat prowess. After spending a year training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Raditz had undergone a remarkable transformation, his strength now surpassing that of Piccolo. As for Android 16, he lay helplessly on a boulder, yet his gaze remained fixed on the battle, silently cheering Raditz on. Boom. Following a barrage of attacks, Raditz unleashed a shockwave from his hands, propelling Cell into the air. His long hair billowed in the wind, and his gaze was as piercing as lightning. Indeed, your strength is formidable. After enduring Raditz's relentless assault, Cell bore some injuries, yet his energy remained undiminished. Wiping the blood from his lips, Cell's expression turned serious as he proclaimed, "Let me show you the power of my perfect form." With a mere lift of his foot, Cell vanished and reappeared before Raditz in the blink of an eye. Raditz's expression shifted slightly, his body transforming into an afterimage as he disappeared. In the spot where he vanished, Cell's fist pierced through the air. Oh, quite swift. Cell remained unfazed, a smile perpetually gracing his visage as his form transformed into an afterimage and vanished. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. A series of high-velocity sounds erupted as the two engaged in a contest of speed amidst the sky. Neither party yielded. To the onlooker, only two shadows flickered incessantly. This fellow, his speed is extraordinary. Raditz, in a state of growing trepidation, executed rapid movements, realizing that he was, in sheer velocity, at a disadvantage. In stark contrast, Cell appeared utterly relaxed, clearly at ease. TCH, if that's the case after a round of speed exchanges, Raditz swiftly distanced himself, golden energy flaring around him. With both hands extended, a barrage of densely packed energy blasts surged towards Cell. Is this your game? Cell, still smiling, replied, I'll play along to the end. Chapter 89. Defeat with a thunderous shout. Cell 2 erupted with golden energy. He unleashed energy blasts with one hand, creating a storm of projectiles that seemingly obscured the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The two clashed in midair, neither yielding an inch. Clouds of dust swirled like a tornado, and the ground trembled beneath them. Each combatant wielded their power with precision, ensuring that their struggle would not inadvertently annihilate the Earth. After all, at their level, a careless move could indeed spell doom for the planet. Incredible, Raditz can contend on equal footing with the fully realized Cell. Number 16 had approached Piccolo at some point. Utterly astonished. No, you are mistaken. Piccolo glanced at number 16, his tone gravely serious. Do not be deceived by the seemingly stalemated situation. Raditz has already expended a significant amount of energy. Conversely, while Cell has also consumed some energy, it is minimal, and it appears that Cell is merely toying with him, not exerting his full strength. His combat experience is remarkably seasoned, and he comprehends the battlefield with clarity. This realization instilled a sense of dread regarding Cell's might. Though Raditz is formidable, he still falls short in comparison to Cell. It seems that defeat is merely a matter of time. Old son, Bardock, Gohan, please return quickly. Piccolo's heart raced with urgency. If things continued this way, Raditz would surely meet his demise. Ah! Raditz's energy surged to its peak as he roared and unleashed a continuous wave of energy blasts. Yet Cell was equally relentless, and the two clashed, each testing who would falter first. TCH. Raditz sensed the energy within him rapidly depleting and cursed under his breath, then vanished without a sound, reappearing behind Cell in the next instant. What? Cell was taken aback, and before he could react, Raditz executed a side kick that sent Cell flying. What kind of technique is this? How could I not even perceive your movements? Cell exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. I've just remembered, you also appeared silently moments ago. How do you accomplish this? How I do it is of no concern to you. Raditz's expression was icy as he scoffed. Our battle is far from over. He charged forward, delivering a powerful blow that caught Cell off guard, slamming him to the ground. The impact sent searing pain coursing through Cell's body. Seizing the moment, Raditz relentlessly pursued, executing a series of rapid descents. Do not get too complacent, Cell growled, swiftly turning to unleash a punch at Raditz. In response, Raditz retaliated with a punch of his own, resulting in a violent clash between them. With a resounding crash, waves of white energy rippled outward as their fists collided, causing the ground beneath them to cave in dramatically. A roar erupted from Raditz as he thrust both hands forward, transforming his fists into palms to firmly grasp Cell's fist. The golden aura flared even more fiercely, and massive stones around them began to float and shatter. As expected of Goku's brother, you possess considerable strength to compel me to utilize 70% of my power. Cell's energy continued to surge, and the two remained locked in a stalemate, relying solely on raw power. To be honest, Cell held a certain respect for Raditz. It was remarkable that a mere Saiyan could match 70% of his strength. Meanwhile, in the heavenly temple, Popo stood at the edge with his hands clasped behind him, seemingly lost in thought. Yet he absorbed every detail of the battle between Raditz and Cell in his mind. This is not sufficient, he contemplated. Despite Raditz's considerable enhancement, there remains a gap between him and Cell. Mr. Popo thought silently, if this continues, once Cell becomes serious, Raditz will be defeated in mere moments. It seems I must send Broly. Otherwise, both Piccolo and Raditz are doomed. Mr. Popo entered a chamber within the temple, where Broly was engaged in deep meditation. Sensing someone's presence, Broly slowly opened his eyes to see Mr. Popo, resembling an Indian sage. Mr. Popo, what brings you here? Is something the matter? Under normal circumstances, Mr. Popo would not disturb him during his training, but his unexpected entrance indicated urgency. Broly, halt your training for now, Mr. Popo stated with a stoic expression. Raditz and Piccolo are in peril, and at this moment, you are the only one capable of saving them. You must go at once. What? Broly replied, somewhat taken aback, yet hesitatingly continued, but I am not fully in control of my emotions right now. I fear. His implication was clear. He doubted his ability to restrain himself if he engaged in battle. Do not worry. You simply need to rescue them, Mr. Popo reassured him, displaying confidence in Broly. Trust yourself and remember what I have taught you. My master has said that I should only intervene in dire circumstances, Broly responded, nodding as he rose. If that is the case, then I shall go. He exited the room, sensing the energies of Piccolo and Raditz, and swiftly transformed into a streak of light, racing away at a breathtaking speed. Broly, this is a test for you, Mr. Popo mused, watching Broly vanish into the horizon. Bardock and the others should be returning soon. Now it is time to see how you perform. 70% power? Are you jesting? Raditz felt a chill run down his spine. Was Cell truly boasting? He had exerted all of his strength, while his opponent only utilized 70%. This must be a jest. Allow me to demonstrate a fraction more of my power. While engaged in a clash of might, Cell suddenly intensified his strength, hoisting Raditz high above, his feet pressing against Raditz's abdomen. With a forceful thrust, Raditz was sent hurtling through the air, plummeting into the ocean. The sheer impact split the sea asunder. Raditz's eyes widened in shock as he expelled a torrent of blood, a searing pain radiating from his stomach. However, before Raditz could even touch the ground, Cell had traversed the distance, appearing almost like a shadow behind him. With a rapid succession of death beams, Cell's fingers unleashed several violet rays of energy, a technique once wielded by Frieza. Due to the Frieza cells within him, Cell had mastered this deadly move. The beams pierced through Raditz's limbs, creating a multitude of bloody holes. He was gravely wounded, collapsing to the ground. Blood oozed from his body, and his once flowing golden hair reverted to its natural black. The prospect of maintaining his Super Saiyan form was impossible. Even standing was beyond his capabilities. Do you see now? Should I choose to be serious, defeating you is hardly a challenge, Cell declared, placing a foot upon Raditz's abdomen. Chapter 90. Broly battles Cell. Seeing Raditz incapacitated, Piccolo was taken aback. Despite his own injuries, he staggered forward. Humph. An ant should not meddle, Cell remarked, casually waving a hand. A fierce gust of wind sent Piccolo tumbling away. Damn you. Raditz gritted his teeth, yearning to rise once more. But Cell's foot felt like a mountain pressing down upon him, rendering him immobile. This was truly perilous. Not only was he unable to save Piccolo, but he found himself in grave danger. Where was Goku? Why had he not yet arrived? Cell, arms crossed and looking down from his elevated position, mused. A battle with Goku should prove quite entertaining. Does he intend to watch his brother meet an untimely end? Rumors had it that Goku was not only powerful but also a seasoned warrior, and Cell was eager to test his mettle against him. As for his defeated foes, he had already lost interest. Suddenly, a ferocious aura surged rapidly closer. The approach of this energy invigorated both Piccolo and Raditz. Despite having encountered it only once, the raw, primal essence was vividly etched in their memories. In an instant, a towering silhouette descended from the heavens. Indeed, it was Broly. Piccolo's eyes lit up from a distance. He had not anticipated Broly's arrival, likely summoned by Mr. Popo to intervene. That individual, often seemingly indifferent, had been quietly observing the unfolding events. Oh, this presence. Cell scrutinized Broly, saying, I have not seen you before. Are you a Saiyan? He immediately noticed Broly's tail, a distinctive feature of the Saiyans. This piqued his curiosity, when had another Saiyan emerged that he was unaware of. This realm was indeed intriguing, constantly presenting unexpected occurrences. I am Broly, he stated, his expression stoic and his tone indifferent. Release Raditz. I have no desire to engage in combat. Oh, such audacity, said Cell, momentarily taken aback and finding humor in the situation. He shrugged dismissively and replied, You wish to rescue your kin? We shall see how capable you truly are. Was this towering figure delusional? Did he expect to simply demand the release of Raditz? Did he think Cell regarded him as insignificant? Unable to evade confrontation, Broly sighed inwardly. He truly wished to avoid conflict, yet the circumstances dictated that action was necessary if he were to save Raditz. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, a tempest swirled at his feet, waves of energy emanating from him. A brilliant white aura erupted, overwhelming the atmosphere with an astonishing intensity. Broly unleashed his power, confronted with this ferocity at close range. Cell's previously mocking expression gradually turned serious. The energy emanating from Broly was formidable, and he sensed a terrifying power within him yet to be unleashed. This individual, named Broly, potentially surpassed Raditz in strength. Very well, you may prove to be a worthy opponent, Cell acknowledged, lightly kicking Raditz back towards Broly. I will return him to you, but whether you can leave alive depends on your prowess. Raditz lay weak, his limbs pierced and immobile. Rest assured, I will carry you away, Broly said with a gentle smile, lifting Raditz effortlessly. In an instant, he appeared before Piccolo and said, Please look after Raditz. I must confront that individual. Be cautious, Piccolo warned, his expression grave, yet curiosity lingered within him. The legendary Super Saiyan versus Cell promised to be a titanic clash. With a swift motion, Broly soared into the air, locking his gaze on Cell, an undercurrent of battle fervor igniting within him. You little brat, your gaze disturbs me, Cell remarked, taking the initiative. With the speed of lightning, he charged directly at Broly. The impact of Cell's hardened headbutt forced Broly to stagger back slightly, igniting his fighting spirit. With a mighty roar, he lunged at Cell with his powerful arms. Cell was sent spiraling downwards, but quickly regained his composure, unfurling his wings to ascend once more, engaging Broly in fierce combat. A cacophony of strikes echoed through the air. In his normal state, Broly was not Cell's match, especially with the latter's astonishing speed, leaving him in a position to absorb blows. Yet, Broly's extraordinary physique rendered him nearly indestructible. Cell's attacks merely inflicted pain without causing true harm. Conversely, Broly's energy was steadily escalating. What is happening? Cell pondered, increasingly alarmed. Although he had yet to unleash his full power, the intensity of his strikes would have incapacitated others. Furthermore, during the onslaught, Broly's aura continuously intensified, leaving Cell in disbelief. With a ferocious roar, Broly instantaneously transformed into his great ape form, his muscles bulging and his energy reaching unprecedented heights. He unleashed a powerful force that sent Cell reeling, forcefully pinning him against a massive boulder. In this state, Broly had gained complete control over his emotions, his fighting spirit ignited, exuding an aura of fierce determination. "Don't get too cocky," Cell retorted, kicking Broly away and deftly regaining his footing in a nimble motion. With his finger pressed against his forehead, he concentrated his energy into a singular point. "TCH, that stance," Piccolo muttered inwardly, recognizing it as Cell's signature move, the special beam cannon. With a whoosh, a spiraling energy blast surged towards Broly. In response, Broly leapt into the air, countering with a green shockwave. Unfazed, Cell effortlessly deflected the attack, and in an instant, four Cell duplicates materialized. This time, it was Tien's four-way split technique. Piccolo watched in rapt attention, his heart racing for Broly. Cell possessed the cells of all their comrades. He was capable of wielding their techniques. The four cells surrounded Broly, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. Under such concentrated assault, Broly could only cross his arms to shield his head. Although the boy's strength was formidable, his combat skills left much to be desired. Cell analyzed this disparity as he fought. Unlike the seasoned Piccolo, Broly's fighting techniques were learned from Bardock, and his practical opponents had always been Bardock himself. Although his skills had significantly improved since their inception, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed against the experienced Cell. Chapter 91. Cell's full power. Maintain your composure. Do not lose control. Broly, while enduring the blows, kept his mind clear. The tempestuous consciousness within him was well regulated. Yet, mere defense would not suffice to defeat Cell. "I must summon more power." Broly spread his arms wide, unleashing a brilliant flare of green light. This immense force shattered Cell's four duplicates entirely. "Stop this at once. If you continue, you will perish," Broly urged, genuinely concerned that he might inadvertently cause Cell's demise. "What? Me perish?" Cell cackled as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "I have achieved my perfect form. No one in this world can defeat me." With that resolve, Cell intended to teach this insolent boy a lesson. He spread his fingers wide, unleashing a torrent of transparent energy. With a thunderous blast, Broly was caught off guard and sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Cell advanced, launching a flurry of punches like a tempest. Broly found himself disoriented from the assault, yet a spark of anger ignited within him. His energy surged, creating a palpable tension in the atmosphere. "Get lost!" Broly erupted once more, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that indiscriminately rained down upon the ground. The earth trembled under the sheer force, resulting in the catastrophic collapse of countless peaks, while violent winds swept through the area. Even the spectators, Piccolo and Android 16, found themselves caught in the chaos, prompting Piccolo to urgently assist 16 in retreating from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the future version of Cell, lurking in the shadows, had already distanced himself considerably. Fear gripped his heart. This creature named Broly was utterly monstrous, growing stronger without reason. He pondered whether his alternate self could withstand such a beast. At Dr. Gero's laboratory, Dr. Mew and the two Hell androids had returned. Observing the colossal projector showcasing the fierce confrontation between Cell and Broly, Dr. Mew was taken aback by Broly's formidable prowess, exclaiming that his genetic lineage might surpass even that of Goku and his companions. However, the full-powered Cell was unexpectedly formidable. He inquired of the androids, "If you were to face Cell, could you emerge victorious?" The androids' combat capabilities were insufficient for such a high-level analysis. "We would be annihilated," Android 17 from Hell replied bluntly, acknowledging their current strength was comparable to Piccolo's, or even weaker than a fully powered Raditz. Such power rendered them incapable of standing against Cell, even in unison. "What, Doctor?" Mew was struck by a pang of regret upon hearing the Hell android's assessment. Had he known the full power of Cell was so overwhelming, he would have dispatched the androids to eliminate him earlier. However, it was too late for second thoughts. "I must complete that final research," he declared resolutely, striding swiftly toward the laboratory. As Broly's aura gradually stabilized, a plume of white smoke enveloped him, his chest heaving with exertion. Yet, his presence remained as terrifying as a wild beast. Cell emerged from the rubble, his expression grave. The earlier eruption from Broly had inflicted some damage upon him, rendering the situation absurd. This Saiyan had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet was already so formidable. What would happen when he did? In that moment, Cell's resolve hardened. He no longer wished to toy with Broly and was determined to eliminate him swiftly. Cell's form radiated golden light, causing the surrounding area to tremble violently. With the very fabric of reality displaying ominous phenomena, tempests roared and tsunamis surged. A suffocating aura erupted from Cell. So powerful, Piccolo gasped in disbelief, stammering, "Is this Cell's full strength?" Even the wounded Raditz could not help but lift his gaze. It became evident that Cell had indeed fought at only 70% of his capacity until now. This was the true extent of his power. Meanwhile, the future version of Cell, hidden in the shadows, burned with fervor. This was the genuine power of his complete form, exquisite beyond measure. Feeling Cell's overwhelming presence, Broly refused to be outdone, summoning forth a terrifying force of his own. His aura transformed into a golden hue, his pupils vanished, and his muscles swelled further. The pseudo-Super Saiyan state unleashed a torrent of bloodthirsty rage from Broly's heart, yet he exerted tremendous effort to restrain himself from succumbing to a berserk fury. This was the pinnacle of his capability. Any further augmentation of his power would render him uncontrollable. Could he truly elevate his strength further? Cell was left in a state of bewilderment. Was this individual a monster? His power seemed inexhaustible, and he could enhance it even amidst battle. Was he truly a Saiyan? With a thunderous stomp of his right foot, Broly propelled himself forward like a sharpened blade, his speed surpassing even that of the great ape. So swift. Cell marveled at Broly's velocity, but he was not to be underestimated. He swiftly ascended to the heavens, his right hand aiming directly at Broly. Die! A golden energy wave descended with a resounding crash. Broly's eyes widened. He sensed the energy contained within the wave. Yet, he did not flinch in the slightest. Thrusting his hands forward to intercept Cell's assault with nothing but his bare palms. This fellow was not only fast, but possessed an astonishing physical strength. At that moment, the Saiyan genes within Cell began to surge, igniting his fervor and instilling a fierce determination within him. In a flash, he left a blur in the air, charging at Broly with the force of a tempest. Cell unleashed a punch aimed at Broly's head. Broly remained unyielding, responding with a punch of his own. However, the anticipated clash of fists did not occur. Cell feigned a strike, swiftly maneuvering behind Broly before making contact. Spirit Slash. Cell rapidly condensed his energy into a Spirit Slash, targeting Broly's waist. But the slash met only with Broly's afterimage. His true form had already positioned itself behind Cell. With colossal arms, Broly ensnared Cell. What? The immense force continuously bore down on Cell, rendering him momentarily unable to escape. Broly maintained the pressure, relentlessly compressing Cell's frame. Only brute strength. You can leave. Cell, seasoned in battle experience, relentlessly drove his elbows backward. Broly felt a sharp pang of pain, forced to release his grip. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Cell's counterattack arrived with blinding speed. He bent low and unleashed a tremendous punch. With all his might, Cell's blow struck Broly, causing even him to spew forth blood. However, Broly remained steadfast, not retreating an inch. Let me see just how resilient your body truly is. Cell pressed forward, pummeling Broly as if he were a mere punching bag. Broly, wide open, endured unimaginable blows. Chapter 92. The true transmission of power with relentless fury. Cell unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Broly. Broly was forced back, momentarily unable to retaliate. This was dire. Broly's technical prowess was insufficient. He found himself too reactive. Piccolo gritted his teeth, immediately discerning the core issue. Broly's strength was formidable, yet he faltered in technique. At this moment, Piccolo suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Broly's energy has not only failed to diminish, but has instead grown increasingly potent." Indeed, as Piccolo noted, despite enduring such an intense assault, Broly's power surged rather than waned, a phenomenon that defied all logic. "I told you to stop." At this juncture, an overwhelming fury erupted within Broly. His ferocious, untamed aura transformed the very atmosphere around him. Cell was pushed back hundreds of meters by this force. A powerful energy field radiated from Broly, casting golden-green light in all directions. Broly's form also underwent a transformation. His hair stood on end, and his already exaggerated muscles swelled further, making him resemble a humanoid behemoth. The sky was bathed in brilliant golden-green light, with streams of magma erupting from the ground, creating a cataclysmic scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. In the divine temple, Mr. Popo quietly mused to himself, "Is it truly insufficient? This child, continuously attacked, can no longer suppress the turmoil and rage within him. Coupled with the emotions he has long restrained, they now surge forth, enabling him to transcend his limits and transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Mr. Popo's eyes flickered, lost in thought. What? How can this be? Cell gaped in disbelief at Broly's imposing figure and the awe-inspiring energy he emanated, feeling a twinge of fear. At this moment, Broly's aura evidently surpassed his own, a reality that was hard to fathom. How could merely becoming a Super Saiyan allow him to surpass a fully realized form? In his transformed state, Broly seemed to have lost all reason. He advanced toward Cell, each step causing the earth to tremble. I refuse to believe you are that powerful, Cell roared. His face twisted in fury as he launched himself forward, aiming a punch directly at Broly's heart, determined to slay this monster with one blow. However, when Cell's fist struck Broly, it felt as though he had hit the hardest metal. Broly remained unfazed, while Cell was thrown back by the force of his own strike. What terrifying physical strength! Cell thought in horror, astonished at Broly's formidable defense. Undeterred, he attacked again, throwing punches, kicks, and slaps, each strike creating a tremendous commotion. Unfortunately, none of it had any effect. No matter how he assaulted Broly, the latter's advance remained unimpeded. Broly's physical prowess had evidently surpassed Bardock by a significant margin. In that moment, Broly emerged as the mightiest warrior. As he realized that physical attacks were futile, Cell quickly maximized his energy, resorting to Frieza's techniques. A flurry of purple energy beams danced wildly. However, Broly stood his ground, impervious to these piercing attacks. At that moment, Broly was close to Cell, and with a swift motion, he reached out and effortlessly lifted Cell as if he were a mere chick. Broly extended his palm and instantaneously unleashed a shockwave. The force sent Cell flying, leaving him battered and bruised. However, Broly swiftly seized Cell by the ankle and forcefully slammed him to the ground. With a resounding thud, Broly mounted Cell, delivering powerful blows with his massive fists. Each strike carried immense power, and in the blink of an eye, Cell's once handsome visage was reduced to a bloodied mess. How formidable! Is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? Piccolo marveled, recognizing how this savage and domineering fighting style perfectly embodied the legendary Super Saiyan. Just moments ago, Cell had been utterly invincible, effortlessly defeating the full-powered Saiyan Raditz. Yet now, before Broly, he was akin to a child facing an adult, being thoroughly overpowered. Android 16, too, was astonished. How ironic it was that Dr. Gero's painstakingly created ultimate android was being treated like a mere dog by a Saiyan. This scene was not only unsettling for them, but also for the hidden future Cell and Dr. Mew's cohorts, who were left in a state of shock. From where did this monster emerge? The ground trembled, and debris flew about as the brutal beating continued. Cell had been thoroughly decimated by Broly, his once boundless energy now alarmingly unstable. Perfect Cell had been utterly defeated by Broly in his transformed state. Piccolo, can you make him stop? If this continues, Cell will perish, urged Android 16, suddenly speaking up. 17 and 18 are still within Cell. If he dies, they will too. At this moment, 16's loyalty and compassion shone through, as he still thought of his comrades. You differ from the other androids. You possess a greater sense of humanity, Piccolo remarked, casting a deep gaze at 16. Despite being an artificial being, he had committed no significant wrongdoing. Please, 16 implored sincerely. Hey, Broly, stop. Hold on. Piccolo slowly approached Broly, momentarily forgetting Bardock's warning about Broly losing control and becoming irrational. In a state of extreme exhilaration, Broly, perceiving the approaching figure, locked his beast-like gaze onto Piccolo and instinctively unleashed an energy blast. What? Piccolo was taken aback. How could he attack his ally? He exerted all his strength to narrowly evade Broly's assault. Broly then kicked Cell away, sending him flying, and charged towards Piccolo. Meanwhile, Cell, having been sent far off, plummeted into a forest, utterly drained and unable to think, as he teetered on the brink of death. Suddenly, a shadow emerged, swiftly seizing Perfect Cell and concealing its energy signature, using the forest terrain to make a hasty retreat. Broly, akin to a frenzied beast, ran with unparalleled speed. Catching up to Piccolo in the blink of an eye, he roared and hurled a punch at Piccolo, the colossal force seemingly draining the energy from the surrounding environment. Such formidable power, if it were to fall upon Piccolo, would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Yet, at this critical juncture, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping Broly. Under this radiant glow, Broly's aura swiftly diminished, and in the blink of an eye, he reverted to his normal state, collapsing into unconsciousness. Chapter 93. The Return of the Warriors. What transpired? Broly's sudden reversion to his normal state left Piccolo utterly bewildered. He had anticipated that Broly would strike him down with a single blow, but then a mysterious white light descended from the sky, causing Broly to inexplicably faint. What sort of technique is this? Who could possibly wield such power? Who could effortlessly subdue the legendary Super Saiyan with a mere gesture? These questions swirled in Piccolo's mind, leaving him in a state of confusion. He realized he had greatly underestimated Earth. This planet harbored more than just formidable warriors like themselves. Perhaps there existed a hidden master of unparalleled skill. However, Piccolo's immediate concern was to transport Raditz and Broly back. As for Cell, he was no longer a priority for him. Given that Broly had sustained severe injuries and was on the brink of death, he would likely not pose a threat in the near future. At that moment, Krillin and Tien, along with others, arrived from the temple. "What brings you here?" Piccolo inquired, somewhat surprised. "Mr. Popo sent us," Krillin replied. "The battle between you and Cell was too fierce for us to intervene. Mr. Popo informed us that you reached a conclusion and asked us to see if we could assist." "Popo, you say? That old rascal has orchestrated this quite well." Having fused with the Supreme Kai, Piccolo possessed the memories of the Kai. Yet, he was still uncertain about the origins of Mr. Popo. Before he ascended to the role of the Supreme Kai, Mr. Popo had already resided in the temple for a considerable time, imparting his wisdom to the Supreme Kai. He had never pondered this deeply before, but now Piccolo found Mr. Popo to be rather enigmatic. "You have arrived just in time," Piccolo said as he helped Raditz to his feet. "We need someone to carry Raditz and Broly back to the temple. Raditz is gravely injured." "I'll carry you, Raditz," Nappa volunteered, effortlessly lifting Raditz onto his back. They were both Saiyans and former comrades, and their bond had grown strong during their time on Earth. "Thank you," Raditz uttered weakly, and in the next moment, he succumbed to unconsciousness from blood loss. Without further ado, Nappa took flight towards the temple with Raditz in tow. Tien, meanwhile, shouldered Broly, as Piccolo was not yet incapacitated to the point of being unable to fly. "You are an ally of Android 18, aren't you?" Krillin remarked, directing his gaze towards Android 16. "I'll take you to Bulma. She may have a way to repair you." Krillin was already aware that Cell had absorbed Android 18, and for reasons unknown, a surge of anger and sorrow filled him upon receiving the news. If not for his own limitations, he would have longed to confront Cell directly. "Thank you," Android 16 responded, remaining as stoic as ever, even in the face of death, his expression unyielding. Klin, bearing the number 16, ventured towards the direction of the West Capital. In the Temple of the Gods, Mr. Bobo maintained his usual expression, standing at the edge of the temple, lost in thought. "Oh, have you returned?" Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to the sky. As he did so, a vortex of time and space manifested above him. For figures leaped down from the swirling portal, unmistakably Bardock and his companions. "Welcome back," Mr. Bobo greeted them with a smile, seemingly having anticipated their return at this moment. "Oh, Mr. Bobo," Bardock replied with a nod, inquiring, "How has the Earth fared during our absence?" "I believe it is best if they tell you themselves, Mr. Bobo gestured behind him, where Piccolo and the others were gradually returning. "Oh, Piccolo." Bardock's gaze sharpened as he looked at Piccolo, then at Raditz, quickly asking, "What happened to Raditz? How did he sustain such severe injuries? Who did this? And what of Broly? What transpired?" A surge of anger welled up within him. Who was responsible for Raditz's condition? Moreover, why was Broly unconscious? "Brother, are you all right?" Goku and Gohan exclaimed in shock, hastily catching Raditz. Discovering that he was merely unconscious and in no mortal danger. "Gohan, go below and fetch some senzu beans from Master Karen," Goku commanded decisively, urging Gohan to retrieve the healing beans. "No need. Allow me to heal him," Mr. Bobo interjected, blocking Gohan's path as he crouched down. His dark hands glimmered with a white light, and moments later, Raditz's wounds healed instantaneously, and he awakened. "Bobo, I had no idea you possessed such abilities," Piccolo remarked in astonishment, having never witnessed Bobo's healing prowess before. "God, or rather, let me call you Piccolo," Bobo said. "You are also quite injured. Allow me to assist you." With the same technique, Bobo restored Piccolo to his former state. After accomplishing this, Bobo lifted Broly, informing everyone that he would carry him into the temple. Upon awakening, Raditz suddenly sat up, gazing at Bardock and the others, exclaiming, "Father? Kakarot? Gohan, you've returned?" "Raditz, what on earth happened?" Bardock asked solemnly. "Why are you in such a disheveled state?" "Allow me to recount the events," Piccolo interjected, detailing the entire situation. "What? Cell has actually attained his perfect form?" Bardock was taken aback. From Piccolo's words, it seemed this cell hailed from a much more distant future. Did this imply that this cell was the same as the one from the main timeline? If so, would the main timeline still experience the Cell games? Would history unfold as it originally did? Moreover, how was Dr. Mu involved in this matter? Bardock was familiar with Dr. Mu, having encountered him in Kakarot's various life experiences across different timelines. This individual had been responsible for the creation of Super 17. Yet, it was unexpected that in this timeline, Dr. Mu appeared so much earlier and was entangled with Dr. Gero. However, Dr. Mu is an ambitious individual, and Bardock feels no exception towards his act of murdering Dr. Goro. After all, neither of them are virtuous characters. Their demise is inconsequential. With this, many of Bardock's confusions have been elucidated. He had long pondered the identity of the being responsible for the creation of the hellish androids, only to discover that it was indeed Dr. Mu orchestrating the chaos. Subsequently, upon learning that Broly had engaged in a fierce battle with Cell, transforming into his legendary Super Saiyan form and nearly annihilating Cell in the process, Bardock couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This version of Broly possesses a foundational strength that surpasses that of the brutal Broly from before. Even he might find himself outmatched by Broly's legendary form. Although Perfect Cell is formidable, he could never compete with the legendary Super Saiyan. Perhaps only the Lightning Cell could pose a challenge. Chapter 94. The Rise of Future Cell, by the way, who subdued Broly after his rampage. Bardock suddenly recalled this pivotal question. The legendary Super Saiyan, without a doubt, is the mightiest on this earth. Who then managed to restrain him? Who possesses such extraordinary prowess? I have no idea. Piccolo shook his head and replied, "When Broly was about to kill me, a beam of light suddenly appeared, enveloping Broly. After which he reverted to his original state and fainted." "What? A sudden beam of light?" Bardock furrowed his brow, firmly disbelieving that the light emerged from thin air. Undoubtedly, someone intervened secretly to subdue Broly. Yet, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not fathom who could wield such immense power. Vegeta listened in silence. His curiosity piqued. He had already learned of Broly's existence from Goku. This Broly is unlike the one he had previously encountered. This version possesses a gentle disposition and a disinclination for combat. However, from the dialogue between Piccolo and Bardock, it seems this Broly thoroughly dominated Perfect Cell, indicating considerable strength. I must seek an opportunity to challenge him. "Hey, Piccolo, you seem somewhat different," Goku remarked after greeting Tien and the others, suddenly astonished. "Your energy feels incredibly strong. Nearly on par with Vegeta. TCH, that bastard." Vegeta clenched his fists, wishing to deliver a punch to that fool. Why bring him into this conversation? "That's because I have rejoined with the Supreme Kai," Piccolo responded nonchalantly, then shifted his gaze to Gohan, narrowing his pupils slightly. "Gohan, it's been a few days. You've matured significantly. The boyishness on your face has completely vanished, and your power has become unfathomable." It would be a lie to say Piccolo wasn't astonished. For Gohan's energy was indeed deeper and more profound than his own. How did this child cultivate such immense strength? At this moment, Gohan maintained his Super Saiyan form, a sight Piccolo had never witnessed before. "Piccolo, you may not be aware," Bardock said, patting Piccolo on the shoulder with pride. "This child, Gohan, is now the strongest among us. He has surpassed both me and Kakarot." This was no mere boast. Indeed, Gohan's energy was the highest among them. Even in a contest of sheer power, he could not rival Gohan, let alone Goku and Vegeta. In this timeline, Gohan, in his Super Saiyan full power form, surpasses his counterpart from the main timeline. Should a confrontation arise, the fully powered Cell would likely find himself no match for Gohan at this moment. Of course, Broly, the beast, must not be counted in this equation. "Oh, Grandpa, please do not flatter me," Gohan said, his cheeks slightly flushed with shyness. "I still have a long way to go. How could I possibly surpass you and Father?" He did not believe he had exceeded Bardock and Goku. In his heart, they were towering mountains, insurmountable in stature. "Raditz, you have grown stronger as well, now perfectly mastering the Super Saiyan form," Bardock remarked, nodding with satisfaction at Raditz. Presently, Raditz's power is on par with Goku's. The three of them share a similar level of strength. Although due to differing foundational powers, Bardock stands slightly above Goku and Raditz. But not by a significant margin. Haha, it has been ages since I last fought with my brother, Goku chuckled, embracing Raditz. Once this matter is resolved, we shall have a proper bout. TCH, who is afraid? Raditz replied with a smile, his heart brimming with anticipation. Indeed, it had been quite some time since he had sparred with Bardock and Goku. Amidst their jovial banter, only Vegeta remained discontent, feeling once again left behind. On a nearby beach, the fully powered Cell lay gasping for breath. Beside him was the Cell from the future. After being sent flying by Broly, it was the future Cell who had rescued him. You are the fully powered Cell and still alive. He gazed in horror at the other version of himself. This creature bore the likeness of his first form. Could he be the alternate self who had faced Raditz? Had he come to his rescue? No need to be astonished. I am you, and you are me. The future Cell smirked. We merely hail from different timelines. What do you intend to do? The fully powered Cell weakly protested. Oh, I have no grand intentions. I simply wish to borrow your body. The future Cell's eyes burned with intensity as his tail expanded, targeting the fully powered Cell. You. The fully powered Cell's eyes widened with realization. He understood the future Cell's intentions. Become a part of me. The future Cell cackled wickedly as his tail, like a gaping maw, engulfed the fully powered Cell. I will not submit, was all the fully powered Cell could manage to scream before he fell silent. He had traversed from a distant future to this world, enduring countless hardships to achieve his full form. He had anticipated showcasing his might, only to be nearly defeated by Broly and now reduced to mere sustenance for another. The most tragic fate belonged to the fully powered Cell. With a thunderous roar, the future Cell spread his arms wide, erupting into exuberant laughter. A cacophony of thunderous sounds resonated from within the future Cell, sending tremors through the very fabric of existence. The sky darkened as bolts of lightning struck wildly. Cell's form began to transform, evolving into his perfect state. Yet this was not the end. A golden aura erupted around him, with dense lightning swirling at his sides. This appearance showcased his overwhelming dominance. His power had undergone a monumental transformation. Ha! I am invincible. This strength surpasses even that of my perfect form. Cell marveled at his hands, feeling the explosive power surging within him, his mind unable to remain calm. At this moment, his strength far exceeded that of his perfect state. Even if he were to face that monster named Broly, he felt confident in his ability to contend with him. The Heavenly Temple? What? This aura? How terrifying! The Dragon Ball warriors were struck by the sudden emergence of this presence. Despite the distance, the chilling aura was unmistakably palpable. Who possesses such formidable energy? Raditz exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is this the Cell from Trunks' timeline? Bardock's expression shifted, particularly as he sensed the intensity of this aura, which rivaled that of Broly from the future world. This indicated that Cell had indeed transformed into Lightning Cell. This is troublesome. The strength of Lightning Cell is indisputable. Even if we all band together, we stand no chance unless Gohan, or perhaps myself, or even Goku, manages to break through to Super Saiyan 2. Then we might have a glimmer of hope. However, he was perplexed as to how the future Cell had managed to achieve this lightning form. Damn it! This vile creature is too insidious. Piccolo appeared to connect the dots, exclaiming in horror, I understand now. No wonder this Cell has remained hidden. He has been lurking in the shadows. He must have witnessed our battle with the perfect Cell and seized the opportunity to absorb him when we were absent. What a despicable fiend. Piccolo's astute mind quickly unraveled the sequence of events, and even he had to admire the future Cell's patience. This treacherous and ruthless being was far more challenging to confront than the arrogant perfect Cell. The expressions of the Dragon Ball warriors darkened, and even Goku clenched his fists in frustration. You all stay here. I need to confirm some details, Bardock informed the group before instantly vanishing from sight. Dad, I'm coming too, Goku exclaimed, startled, as he thought Bardock intended to confront Cell alone. Just as he was about to use instant transmission, Piccolo intervened. Hold on, Goku. Bardock doesn't mean to engage Cell in battle. We should wait for his return to strategize. Goku pondered for a moment and agreed, realizing that Bardock was not the impulsive type. As the dark clouds dispersed and the lightning faded, Cell nodded in satisfaction, reveling in the power he now possessed. What should I do next? Cheru found himself in a quandary, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Eradicating all of humanity? How utterly dull. Conquering the universe? That lacks any semblance of challenge. I might as well seek out Sun Wukong and his companions. At this moment, only Sun Wukong piques my interest. In the future, Sheru absorbed the complete form of himself, perfectly inheriting the arrogance of his full form. No, it should be referred to as the influence of the Saiyan bloodline. With his current power, annihilating the Dragon Ball warriors would be a trivial task, yet he refrained from doing so, insisting on relishing the thrill of battle. In a flash, a shadow silently materialized before Sheru. Bardock. Sheru's heart raced at the sudden appearance of Bardock. This technique again? What is it even called? Why does it come and go without a trace? He could not even sense a hint of energy. You are Sheru, who has stolen the time machine and returned from Trunks' world. Bardock narrowed his eyes, for he detected the dense strands of temporal energy emanating from the lightning-infused Sheru. These strands of time and space were invisible to ordinary people and even to lesser deities. Only those who had encountered the power of time and space, or gods themselves, could perceive them. Those ensnared by these strands were beings that could disrupt the normal flow of time. Thus, with Sheru surrounded by such numerous strands of time, it indicated that his existence had severely impacted the temporal flow of this realm. In other words, this being must perish, otherwise, it would yield some dreadful consequences. Bardock, the father of Son Goku? Sheru crossed his arms and spoke with a tone of arrogance. Are you eager to engage in battle with me now? He sensed a vast energy emanating from Bardock, one that surpassed even Raditz. Even the unabsorbed complete form of Sheru would likely not stand a chance against Bardock. Such an opponent was enough to ignite his interest. Why do you possess my energy? Bardock inquired, his brow furrowed. Moreover, how do you know of my existence? Logically, in your timeline, I should not exist. In both the primary timeline and Trunks' future timeline, he had long perished along with planet Vegeta. Even Dr. Gero, however audacious he might be, could not possibly have his cells. Yet now, Sheru's body contained his cells, for the aura he exuded was unmistakable. I can only tell you that I am uncertain, Sheru replied. Since I became aware, your data and genes have existed within me. Is that so? Bardock's thoughts raced as he speculated. If that is the case, it must be due to the chaotic flow of time, which justifies the inexplicable situation given the numerous strands of time surrounding this fellow. Well then, shall we engage in battle now? Sheru declared fiercely. I am eager to test the extent of my strength, and you make for a worthy opponent. Now is not the appropriate time, Bardock chuckled. There is no need for haste. I am not yet your match, but there will be someone capable of defeating you. Oh, are you suggesting that there exists someone in this world who can overcome me? Sheru seemed to hear an uproarious joke, unable to contain his laughter as he remarked. The Saiyans truly possess a sense of humor. Very well, I shall grant you a few more days to catch your breath. In 7 days, I will host the Sheru Games in the form of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. Whether it be Son Goku or anyone else, all are welcome to participate. I hope the individual you mentioned will make his appearance. Furthermore, I offer a friendly warning. Should I emerge victorious, the entire planet shall cease to exist. Is this how the Sheru Games unfold in this timeline? Bardock chuckled and replied, Indeed, we shall accompany you to the very end. With that, Bardock vanished once more. Sheru had grown accustomed to the elusive abilities of these individuals. He soared into the distance, determined to find a suitable location to construct an arena. And he also needed to arrange a global broadcast to ensure that the world was aware of Sheru's formidable power. In a chamber of the temple, Broly. It is time to awaken. Bobo gently placed Broly on a bed and patted his head. Mr. Bobo. Broly slowly opened his eyes, greeted by Bobo's iconic Indian visage. What am I doing here? Broly shook his head in confusion. Wasn't I fighting Sheru? How did I end up in the temple? And what about Raditz? Is he safe? As he spoke, he attempted to rush out of the room, fearing that if he delayed, Raditz might meet a dire fate. It is all well now. Broly's eagerness was palpable, yet Bobo restrained him with a single hand, stating, Your training is still lacking. You nearly harmed Piccolo. A radiant light flickered in Bobo's hand, and suddenly, a fragment of memory resurfaced in Broly's mind. Chapter 96. Guiding Broly. This memory revealed the moment Broly lost control. Witnessing himself nearly kill Piccolo filled him with profound remorse. I lost control again and almost harmed Piccolo. Bowing his head, Broly murmured, I cannot engage in combat with others anymore. It could lead to catastrophic consequences. He was frightened, terrified that another bout could result in irrevocable mistakes. You need not bear such guilt. This is not your fault, Bobo gently advised. Your bloodline is unique, but as long as you adhere to my training methods, you will not lose control again. However, you must not succumb to despair or fear of battle, for such emotions can give rise to inner demons. If that occurs, you will never gain mastery over yourself. You wish to lead a normal life, do you not? You do not wish to disappoint Bardock's expectations, do you? If you are still a Saiyan, you must bravely confront yourself and conquer your inner fears and anxieties. Bobo's words struck Broly like a thunderclap, illuminating his previously despondent spirit. Indeed, if he chose to evade due to fear, he would remain stagnant, ultimately betraying his master's nurturing. Thank you, Mr. Bobo, for awakening me. Broly's eyes sparkled with determination as he stated earnestly, I will strive to train diligently and will not let my master down. Bobo gazed at Broly with an expression of reassurance. A piece of news ignited global turmoil. A creature known as Cell forcefully invaded a television station and publicly announced the commencement of the Cell Games in 7 days before the entire nation. To make matters worse, Cell brutally executed several staff members of the television station in front of a national audience. The gruesome scene was broadcast live to the world, instilling a sense of panic worldwide. Everyone realized this was not a film, but a horrifying reality. Households hastily packed their belongings, desperate to flee. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that no matter where they escaped, the outcome would be the same. In an instant, the world was engulfed in unending terror. Meanwhile, criminals seized the opportunity to wreak havoc, leaving police stations across the globe overwhelmed. Officer Krillin barely had a moment to eat, constantly either apprehending thieves or en route to do so. Concurrently, the nation dispatched its most elite forces to eliminate Cell. However, their efforts were as futile as throwing an egg against a stone. No matter how advanced the weaponry or valiant the soldiers, they all fell before Cell, leaving no survivors. Witnessing Cell's ferocity, the uniquely shaped king decisively ordered the cessation of military deployments, fearing only further innocent casualties. The world had descended into darkness, and it seemed that only the boy who had once defeated King Piccolo could thwart Cell. The king sat in his office, his brow furrowed with concern, reminiscing about the young hero from years past. At Capsule Corp, Goku's family, including Bardock and Chi-Chi, gathered around the television, their expressions grim except for Bardock. The news reported the latest death toll and the riots erupting across the globe. Chi-Chi, you should refrain from going to the company for now. It's unsafe outside, Goku urged, cautioning her to remain indoors. I understand. I've already given all the employees time off. Chi-Chi nodded before turning to Gohan. Gohan, you should also skip school and stay home. The mention of school left Gohan feeling somewhat helpless, as he had hardly attended. He had only shown up on the first day and had since been absent, leading his classmates to forget about his existence. Fortunately, Chi-Chi was a top-tier heiress with connections to the principal. Otherwise, Gohan would have surely been expelled due to his attendance record. Bardock, have you found any leads on Dr. Mew and the hellish androids? Bardock inquired, recalling the sinister doctor. Mew and the androids. The hellish androids, linked to the fabric of time, were also targets Bardock needed to eliminate. However, the androids emitted no energy, and due to the temporal threads, even the Kais could not assist in locating them. Not even the Eternal Dragon could help. In truth, he sought Luna's assistance, for she was the god of time, wielding dominion over the laws of time and space. Locating Dr. Mew would merely require a flicker of thought. However, he hesitated to disturb Luna, doubting that she would deign to address such a trifling matter. Thus, he could only rely on the Dragon Ball warriors to conduct a thorough search for Dr. Mew's whereabouts. Piccolo managed to uncover the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory. Raditz's expression darkened as he remarked, but that rascal, Dr. Mew, is quite cunning. By the time we reached the lab, it was already deserted. Furthermore, according to Piccolo, the infant cell has been stolen by someone. Oh, stolen? Who would dare to pilfer such a thing? Bardock's gaze flickered, and suddenly a certain individual crossed his mind. If it were this genius, it would indeed be plausible. This individual was a perpetual threat. Once found, he ought to be eliminated without hesitation, Bardock asserted resolutely. Grandfather, are we truly going to do nothing? Gohan interjected. The Cell Games are merely days away. Should we not be training? They had been leisurely wandering for the past few days, enjoying themselves. Yet could they truly confront Cell without proper preparation? There's no need for concern, Gohan, Goku replied. Master Roshi once said that one must eat well, sleep well, and train well, Relentless training yields no fruit, and one must learn to balance work and rest. Goku exhibited a level of philosophical insight that distinguished him from Vegeta. Kakarot is right, Bardock added. Our strength has reached a plateau. Even if we entered the hyperbolic time chamber, it would only burden our bodies further. It would be wiser to rest and recuperate before facing Cell. He spoke the truth. He, Goku, Raditz, and Gohan had already attained full-powered Super Saiyan status, and any further progression would require a breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2. Yet, such a transformation was no trivial feat, particularly for him at this moment. After all, not everyone possessed Gohan's extraordinary potential. Still, he pondered who might achieve the Super Saiyan 2 transformation first during the Cell games. Would it be Gohan again, or perhaps Goku would surpass him? He could not be certain. It might even be he or Raditz who advanced to Super Saiyan 2 first. Chapter 97. World Champion Satan. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. On this day, Bardock and the others gathered at Bulma's home, with all the Dragon Ball warriors present, including our wandering minstrel, Yamcha. Everyone, give it your all. The safety of Earth depends on you, the elderly Master Roshi stated earnestly. Do not worry, Master Roshi. We will emerge victorious, just as we always have, Krillin replied, his spirit ignited with determination. He understood that he could not stand against Cell, yet he was resolute in his decision to fight. He sought to rescue Android 18, willing to risk his life in the endeavor. This confrontation would determine the fate of Earth. Tien solemnly declared, I recognize our limitations, yet as martial artists, we cannot afford to falter. This embodies the spirit of a true warrior. Indeed, in the end, death is the inevitable conclusion, and it matters little whether one participates or not. Though Yamcha's demeanor may be timid and rather unseemly, in moments of crisis, he exhibits an unwavering courage in the face of mortality. These individuals, despite their lackluster combat prowess, possess commendable spirit. Vegeta, who has rarely regarded Earthlings with respect, finds his perception altered by their unexpected valor. May I join as well? At this moment, Number 16 from the crowd suddenly interjected. After being brought back by Krillin, Bulma had fully repaired him, and since then, he had remained at their side. Do not jest. Your strength pales in comparison to Cell's, and you would merely be a spectator, Vegeta scoffed, harboring no fondness for androids, and thus offering 16 little warmth. In recent days, Vegeta had been striving to emulate the full power of Super Saiyan as demonstrated by Goku and the others. Yet, true to his nature, Vegeta persevered through considerable challenges, ultimately mastering the full power of Super Saiyan. His strength now nearly matched that of Goku and his companions. Let him go, Bardock remarked at this juncture. Number 16 is not a villain. He merely cares for his comrades. Number 16 cast a surprised glance at Bardock, Goku's father, whose sharp insight had surprisingly discerned his sentiments. Do as you wish. I shall defeat Cell regardless, and you shall not have the chance to participate, Vegeta declared with a haughty tone. Very well, let us depart. Goku exclaimed with renewed vigor, and the Dragon Ball warriors echoed his enthusiasm. A multitude of warriors transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the horizon. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and other relatives silently offered their prayers for the warriors. On a vast, desolate plain, Cell stood upon a colossal yet rudimentary arena, currently in a meditative state. He had been stationed there for a week. Aside from the first 2 days when numerous armies sought their demise, no one dared approach thereafter. At last, the time for battle had arrived. Suddenly, sounds approached from the distance. Hovering vehicles sped forth, carrying several television elites wielding cameras. They had come to broadcast the Cell games live, comprised of the industry's finest professionals. Concurrently, a luxurious private jet descended from the sky. A figure leapt from the aircraft and landed gracefully on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our broadcast. An enthusiastic, bespectacled man exclaimed, microphone in hand. We will be providing live coverage of the Cell games. Look, our hero Mr. Satan has arrived at the venue. The cameras had already focused on Satan, who sported a head of curly hair, clad in a black martial arts uniform, flamboyantly draped in a cloak, with a world championship belt hanging from his waist. Viewers at home erupted in cheers, fervently chanting Satan's name. He struck poses in front of the camera, while his hapless disciples fawned over him with exaggerated praise. Sheru remained in a state of tranquil meditation, casting not even a glance at the jester like Satan. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and gazed upward towards the heavens. There, He beheld several streaks of light swiftly traversing the sky, among which 5 bore golden hair, while others sported uniquely distinctive appearances. Indeed, it was the warriors from Dragon Ball who had arrived at the scene. At last, they have come. Sheru observed the Dragon Ball warriors with an air of composure. Did you all see that? Following Mr. Satan, another group has arrived. The host adjusted his glasses, exclaiming in astonishment, "Look! One of them is none other than the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Son Goku. And there is the esteemed director of the Tien Shinhan Martial Arts Academy, Tien Shinhan. Remarkable. And that gentleman is our renowned action star, Mr. Nappa." The host's excitement grew with each word. "Oh, is that the gentleman over there?" Goku, Krillin, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and others who had participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament were momentarily taken aback by the host's recognition. "Isn't that the familiar face of the host from the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Krillin waved at the host. The host, now even more animated, was well aware of the capabilities of Goku and his companions. This Shara challenge was undoubtedly the pinnacle of martial arts contests. As for Mr. Satan, the host, to be frank, had no desire to acknowledge this charlatan unless it was for professional obligation. Viewers in front of their televisions were equally astonished. While Goku might not be widely recognized, Tien Shinhan and Nappa were household names. The Tien Shinhan Martial Arts Academy was currently the most popular dojo, and it was widely known that its head, Tien Shinhan, was a master of immense skill. As for Nappa, he was an action star whose fame rivaled that of Satan. What? How can Tien Shinhan and Nappa be here as well? Satan trembled at the sight of Tien Shinhan and Nappa. He had previously clashed with them, particularly recalling the humiliation of being defeated by Tien Shinhan with a mere finger during an attempt to challenge the dojo. Thankfully, no one was aware of that incident. Otherwise, he would have become a figure of ridicule. It was the young boy, the one who had once vanquished the Demon King Piccolo, who had appeared. Meanwhile, the king, attentively watching from his television, was overwhelmed with indescribable excitement upon seeing Goku. That person bears an uncanny resemblance to the boy. Are they brothers? The king also recognized Bardock and Gohan, murmuring to himself, and this child resembles the boy as well. He must certainly be his offspring. A sense of calm washed over him. With this group present, they were safer than any army or secret weapon. Chapter 98. Goku's debut at last. You have arrived. Sheru spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping over the Dragon Ball warriors as he continued. Now that everyone is here, the Shara game shall officially commence. Who among you shall take the first step? Hey. How dare you lot unilaterally decide the order of appearance without consulting me, Mr. Satan? At this moment, Satan, in a fit of arrogance, strode onto the stage and proclaimed shamelessly, "I, Satan, am the world champion of combat, and it is only fitting that I take the stage. You amateurs can merely watch from the sidelines." What a commanding presence he exuded, causing the audience to erupt in cheers once more. The Dragon Ball warriors exchanged incredulous glances, questioning how someone so foolish could exist in this world. How infuriating. That wretched Satan had long been a source of irritation. Unable to contain himself, Nappa muttered angrily, "Just watch, I'll break his legs." He rolled up his sleeves and approached the ring, shoving Satan off the stage, leading to a heated argument between the two not far away. "Oh no, this is bad," the host cried out. Mr. Satan is quarreling with Nappa, who is notorious in the entertainment industry for his tyrannical nature. Will they actually come to blows? The surrounding staff rushed to intervene, realizing that both men were formidable figures that could not be offended. This farcical scene left the audience in shock, yet none dared to criticize Nappa, for his impressive track record in combat was well known. Every celebrity around the globe had likely felt his wrath. Even if Mr. Satan were to be beaten, they would perceive it as merely routine. He was, indeed, a living legend. While the commotion carried a light-hearted air, the atmosphere in the main arena was anything but. Faced with Cell's provocation, the Dragon Ball warriors maintained solemn expressions. "Very well, I shall lead the charge," Goku suddenly declared. Stretching his limbs, he leaped confidently to land squarely before Cell. What? The Dragon Ball warriors were astonished, never imagining Goku would choose to take the lead. Only Bardock smiled knowingly, recognizing that the unfolding events mirrored those of their original timeline. Very well, Kakarot had been waiting for his moment. Let him seize the opportunity to fight. Vegeta, however, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, having intended to be the first to step forward, only to be overshadowed by Goku. Goku is it? Cell remarked, somewhat surprised. Are you certain you wish to go first? An opponent like you is best saved for last. Indeed, I shall take the first turn. Goku continued his warm-up routine, grinning as he spoke. Cell, I hear you hail from Trunks' timeline and have previously battled my brother, even absorbing another version of yourself from a different dimension. I am thrilled, for this is my first encounter with such an adversary. I've heard you possess all of our signature moves. Humph. I am not the same as before, Cell retorted, casting a taunting glance at Raditz. What say you, Raditz? Care for another round? This time, luck may not be on your side. Mind your own business. Ensure that you don't fall victim to my foolish brother, Raditz coldly replied, feeling slighted. Goku, what is wrong with calling him a fool? He is, after all, my brother, Raditz quipped, his sharp tongue ready for a retort. With a dismissive smirk, Cell replied. Come on, son Goku, your name is legendary. Let me see just how skilled you truly are. Very well, I shall not hold back. With a smile etched upon his face, Goku ceased his chatter, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. Simultaneously, Cell too disappeared. Had they truly vanished? The host of the live broadcast rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How could two living beings simply cease to exist? As the battle commenced, Babidi, uninterested in Din's plight, delivered a swift kick to his rear before returning to his position among the Dragon Ball warriors, his gaze fixed upon the heavens. A cacophony of fierce combat resonated through the atmosphere as two dark figures darted across the sky, their speed unfathomable to the ordinary eye. Goku's form flickered incessantly, yet Cell was equally adept, always managing to outpace Goku at every turn. Seems he surpasses me in speed, Goku muttered through clenched teeth. After another swift flicker, he launched a punch behind him. In a split second, Cell appeared precisely at the point of impact. With a resounding clap, Cell firmly caught Goku's fist. Their eyes locked in a fierce stare. Truly, Goku was formidable. In terms of technique, even Raditz could not hold a candle to him. Cell felt a surge of exhilaration. This evenly matched duel was the battle he had longed for. Defeating his opponent in one swift move would have been far too mundane. This Cell possessed a fighting prowess that could rival even Broly from the future. Goku's expression turned grave. In that brief exchange, he had discerned Cell's formidable strength. He was undoubtedly a challenging adversary. All right, Goku, your warm-up is complete. Unleash your full power, Cell stated with a calm demeanor. Very well, as you wish, Goku replied, crossing his arms as a golden aura erupted violently. The sheer force of his energy trembled the earth, sending debris floating into the air. With a mighty shout, Goku unleashed a radiant explosion of golden light that enveloped the surroundings. Is this the true extent of Kakarot's power? Vegeta mused, his expression darkening. He too had mastered the full power form, yet in terms of energy intensity, he still lagged behind Goku. This realization gnawed at him. Kakarot had evidently improved since his battle with Broly. Bardock nodded in satisfaction. Not just him, but Gohan and the others were equally awestruck by Goku's might. Meanwhile, ordinary onlookers like Din were left agape. What is this golden-haired warrior? Why does he radiate such brilliance? They wondered in astonishment. It must be an illusion. Surely, it is an illusion. Indeed, Goku's combat prowess now approached that of his complete form. Cell, too, was taken aback. Had he not absorbed the perfect form of himself, he might have struggled against Goku. It seemed he too must summon a fraction of his own strength. With a surge of energy, Cell elevated his power to match Goku's level. In an instant, he initiated an offensive, appearing before Goku with a swift strike aimed at him. Goku remained composed, deftly evading Cell's attack by sidestepping, then driving his feet forcefully into Cell's body. The impact was tremendous, propelling Cell into the air. Chapter 99. The high-stakes battle with a powerful kick. Goku sent Cell hurtling through the air as if he were a cannonball. Come at me, Cell exclaimed, brimming with fighting spirit. As Goku charged forward with ferocity, Cell retaliated with a mighty punch aimed directly at him. Goku deftly sidestepped the blow, maneuvering behind Cell to deliver a heavy right hook to his back. Ugh! Even Cell, formidable as he was, felt the impact of Goku's extraordinary strength. His expression twisted in pain as he swiftly countered with a fierce punch, bringing both hands together to deliver a crushing blow that sent Goku crashing to the ground. Though Goku fell rapidly, he quickly adjusted his position and landed solidly on the arena floor. Nonetheless, Cell's strike had taken its toll, causing a surge of energy to swell within him. Suddenly, Goku raised an eyebrow and executed a backward leap, swiftly vacating his original position just as Cell's fist struck where he had been standing. Quick reflexes, Cell remarked, impressed. The spectacle of such a high-level battle captivated the Dragon Ball warriors, while ordinary onlookers like Mr. Satan were left utterly astounded. Is this truly something humans can achieve? Mr. Satan felt a chill run down his spine. These fighters were beyond monstrous. Very well, then, let us see how you fare against this, Cell said with a smile, conjuring two disc-like orbs of energy in his hands. Energy Blade. Goku and Krillin were taken aback, recognizing the formidable technique. With a swift whoosh, the energy blades sliced through the air. Goku, understanding the technique's potency, soared into the sky, but the blades relentlessly pursued him. Despite his aerial maneuvers, Goku found it challenging to evade the tracking energy blades, as Cell expertly controlled them from below, demonstrating precision akin to that of manipulating energy blasts. Yamcha gritted his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, Goku ceased his flight and charged downward towards Cell. Humph, do you think you can ensnare me with your speed? Cell discerned Goku's intent instantly, smirking as he formed another energy blade to strike at him. Yet Goku, renowned for his unparalleled adaptability, evaded the three energy blades that whistled past him, leaving only an afterimage in their wake. His true self stood on the arena, smiling at Cell. Is that the Phantom Fist? A classic move, but executed quite well, Cell remarked, offering unexpected praise. Now, how will you handle this? Cell launched another attack, his form shifting to create illusions, and in the next instant, 8 versions of Cell materialized. Damn it, the multi-body technique. Tien recognized the maneuver. Outside the arena, Mr. Satan rubbed his eyes repeatedly, desperately trying to convince himself it was just an illusion. You should be familiar with this technique, Cell taunted with a smirk. This is the multi-body, or rather, now it should be called the 8-body technique. Humph, bring it on. Goku responded with unwavering confidence, as the 8 cells surrounded him from all directions. Yet, with his vast experience, Goku maintained his composure, skillfully showcasing his defensive techniques even amidst the relentless onslaught. As the martial prowess proved ineffective, the 8-cell beings suddenly dispersed, each pair occupying the 4 corners of the arena. In perfect unison, they pressed their fingers to their foreheads. Is this move mine? Piccolo scoffed. This cell truly was vexatious. Upon witnessing this initiating gesture, Goku immediately comprehended Cell's intent and soared into the sky without a moment's hesitation. 8 beams of energy shot forth, but they missed their target as the 8 cells ascended in pursuit of Goku. Just as planned, Goku smirked, abruptly reversing course in mid-flight. A flurry of strikes ensued, and the 8 cells plummeted back to the arena, only to merge into one once more. Impressive, exclaimed the commentator, snapping back to reality, microphone in hand, as he excitedly addressed the camera. To our global audience, the former champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Son Goku, no, the Savior Son Goku, has demonstrated extraordinary skill. Let us behold the grace of our Savior. The commentator, a true professional, elevated Goku to the pinnacle of admiration. In that moment, all eyes shifted from the Cell game to Goku. The formidable warriors who had once participated in the tournament, especially those who had battled Goku, regarded him with newfound respect. Who would have imagined that the once innocent little boy had evolved into an unparalleled master of martial arts? From this moment forth, the name of martial arts master Son Goku began to resonate throughout the earth. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan had been effectively forgotten. Every spectator, whether a commoner or a martial arts adept, erupted in cheers for Goku. At the same time, in the peaceful confines of Mount Payos, Chi-Chi and the Ox King were equally exhilarated. The figure on the television screen was not only her husband, but also her son-in-law, fighting valiantly for the earth. In that moment, both father and daughter felt an immense sense of pride. Simultaneously, in the divine realm, a diminutive Namekian, clutching a staff and with eyes tightly shut, observed intently. Beside him stood the Indian-looking Bobo. This Namekian was Dend. On the eve of the Cell Games, Goku had heeded Bardock's counsel and brought Dend back from the Saiyan Alliance to serve as the new guardian of Earth. Dend, the chief healer of the Saiyan Alliance, had been dispatched to Earth without hesitation to ensure the Dragon Balls remained functional, especially since Piccolo and the Guardian had fused. Should he perish, the Dragon Balls would cease to exist. Thus, for the sake of additional security, it was only natural for Den to assume the role of Guardian. Everything remained consistent with the primary timeline. The previous Guardian often observed the lower realm in a similar manner. Mr. Bobo remarked, "You are a prodigy of the Dragon Clan. As long as your mind is unified, nothing that transpires in the lower realm will escape your notice." With his eyes closed and a tranquil mind, Din gradually began to perceive the events unfolding below, particularly the fierce battle taking place in the Cell games. The sounds of intense combat reverberated throughout the vast arena, where two shadowy figures engaged in a fierce chase. The velocity of Goku and Cell has reached its zenith, rendering them mere shadows darting across the battlefield. Even Krillin and his companions are becoming increasingly disoriented, struggling to keep pace with the astonishing speed. This intense clash evokes a sense of trepidation among the Earthlings, while the Saiyans, including Vegeta, are equally awestruck. The intricate techniques of Goku and the ferocious assaults from Cell leave them in a state of astonishment. Only Bardock and Gohan remain relatively impassive. Bardock perceives Goku's performance as exceptional, yet recognizes that Cell is not exerting his full power. He is merely toying with his opponent. After all, Lightning Cell's prowess is on par with Super Saiyan 2, and should he choose to, he could easily defeat Goku in a mere 2 moves. Gohan, on the other hand, observes the fierce battle but finds it rather mundane, unable to comprehend the astonishment of those around him. He keenly senses that his father has not yet reached his limit, indicating that Goku is fighting with a mindset of sparring. Chapter 100. Instant Transmission Kamehameha. Thus, the second round commences. Cell is enveloped in a golden aura, thoroughly pleased with himself. Goku indeed proves to be an excellent adversary, and Cell has no desire to conclude the battle prematurely. However, you should refrain from employing others' techniques, Goku asserts while stretching his legs. Utilizing borrowed moves will not suffice against me. Oh, is that so? Cell retorts with a sinister grin. Then what if I were to use your technique? As soon as the words leave his lips, Cell adopts a classic stance, gathering a sphere of blue energy in his palm. What? The Kamehameha? Goku exclaims, momentarily taken aback before shouting, "You fool! Do you intend to obliterate the Earth?" With Cell's battle prowess, unleashing a Kamehameha would instantly shatter the planet. However, Cell disregards the warning and unleashes the Kamehameha directly at Goku. This bastard. Gritting his teeth, Goku leaps high into the sky. Just as Cell's Kamehameha is about to strike the ground, it abruptly alters its trajectory, pursuing Goku in midair. Sensing the overwhelming energy below, Goku's expression sharpens. Just as the attack is about to connect, he vanishes in an instant. In the next moment, Goku silently reappears behind Cell, delivering a swift side kick that sends Cell flying, caught off guard. Though Cell is propelled backward, he skillfully lands on his feet after a somersault. Again with that move. What is the name of this technique? Cell muses, recalling the instant transmission with intrigue. This is instant transmission, Goku replies, his expression tense. Had he not possessed this ability, he would have surely been struck. Instant transmission, Cell exclaims, astonished. Such a formidable skill indeed poses a challenge. His high combat intelligence recognizes that instant transmission can yield unexpected advantages in battle. Cell, I must ask you, Goku states solemnly. If I had not ascended into the sky just now, would you have annihilated the Earth along with me? I knew you would take to the skies, Cell responds. Cheru spoke softly. I have never contemplated the annihilation of Earth. I merely seek a battle of equal prowess. Furthermore, this arena undeniably hampers our performance. Let us eradicate it. Gradually ascending into the sky, Cheru waved his hand dismissively at the arena beneath him. A powerful surge of energy instantly reduced the colossal platform to dust. To the eyes of the Dragon Ball warriors, as well as Cheru himself, the so-called rules of combat were rendered utterly meaningless. Now, the entirety of the Earth was our battlefield. With a smile, Cheru declared, thus, the true battle commences. He leapt into the sky and launched a ferocious barrage of energy blasts at Goku. The energy orbs surged forth like lasers, relentlessly targeting Goku. The latter, unwilling to be complacent, darted across the terrain, narrowly evading Cheru's onslaught. The ground trembled as Cheru's attacks stirred up vast clouds of dust. Yet he expertly controlled his power to avoid widespread devastation. This spectacle of combat left all spectators before their screens in awe. Was this truly a battle of humanity? Cheru unleashed a frenzied assault, but Goku quickly devised a counter-strategy. Elevating his energy to its zenith, he engaged Cheru in a fierce exchange of energy waves. The chaos intensified, and the land was engulfed in thick dust. However, in the next moment, a figure shimmering with golden light soared into the heavens. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Goku. The Kamehameha. Goku exuded an astonishing aura as he aimed his palm at Cheru on the ground. You intend to launch a Kamehameha from that position? Sharu, taken aback, stammered, do you wish to obliterate the Earth as well? The Dragon Ball warriors were equally astonished by Goku's maneuver, with only Bardock displaying a hint of a smile. Undeterred, Goku pushed his energy to its peak, and suddenly, his form vanished from the sky. Perish! Goku reappeared, now directly before Sharu, and unleashed his full-powered Kamehameha to Sharu's face. The violent energy erupted instantaneously, engulfing Sharu in a brilliant blue radiance. It was instant transmission. Vegeta realized with clarity. He had initially thought Goku had lost his senses, only to discover it was a combination of instant transmission and the Kamehameha. This fellow truly possesses an endless array of techniques. Undoubtedly, Goku had secured an advantage. Krillin and the other Earthlings could not contain their cheers, yet Piccolo and the others wore expressions devoid of joy. They understood all too well that Sharu would not be so easily vanquished. As anticipated, when the dust settled, Sharu's figure gradually emerged before the onlookers. At that moment, Sharu appeared disheveled, one of his arms obliterated by Goku's attack. What? Is this the extent of the damage I can inflict? Goku gasped for breath, a strained smile adorning his face. He had expended a considerable amount of energy, having unleashed his full might, yet the Kamehameha, which had struck at close range, had merely severed Sharu's arm. It seemed that even with the strength of Super Saiyan 2, Sharu's defensive capabilities were not as formidable as Broly's. Bardock privately reflected that had it been Broly facing Goku's strike, it would undoubtedly have failed to breach Broly's defenses. An impressive attack indeed. Suddenly, from the severed arm of Cell, a new limb sprouted instantaneously, a manifestation of the Namekian bloodline inherited from Piccolo. With a blend of instant transmission and the Kamehameha, Cell remarked. Such a combination technique, if wielded by another, would have likely resulted in immediate defeat. However, allow me to offer a friendly warning. I shall not fall for the same trick a second time. While his energy had diminished somewhat, it was of little consequence. Is that so? Goku began to respond, but was interrupted by a voice. Kakarot, step back. You have done your utmost. Bardock suddenly floated over and declared, if this continues, you shall not stand a chance. Let me face Cell for a few exchanges. He intended to test whether he could break through to Super Saiyan 2 amidst the fierce battle. For the Saiyans, combat has always been the driving force for advancement. Grandpa? Father? The prospect of Bardock's participation startled Gohan and Raditz, while the other Dragon Ball warriors furrowed their brows. Are you taking over, Dad? Goku expressed some regret, saying, I haven't had enough fighting yet. Although he still possessed combat power, he respected Bardock's wishes and said nothing further. Goku lowered his energy and soared back to the gathering of warriors. Seeing this, Krillin promptly handed Goku a senzu bean. Goku graciously accepted and consumed it, instantly replenishing his energy to its normal state. Chapter 101. Spiral Meteor Cannon. Is Grandpa about to enter the fray? Chi-Chi exclaimed from in front of the television, surprised that Bardock would make his appearance so soon. Not just her, but audiences worldwide were taken aback. Their astonishment lay in the identity of this man, strikingly similar to Son Goku. Moreover, all of them sported golden hair. Is it now fashionable to dye one's hair gold? Mr. Satan was utterly terrified, his worldview shattered. At that moment, even in his ignorance, he comprehended that he was merely a frog in a well. Any one of these individuals could easily overpower him. Bardock, is it your turn to take over? Cell did not oppose but rather inquired. You once mentioned that someone capable of defeating me would appear. Who might that be? Raditz? His strength is on par with Goku's, or perhaps Vegeta? That seems even less likely. Cell's remarks stirred ire within Raditz and Vegeta. What does this guy mean? Does he look down upon them? Don't be hasty. He has already arrived, Bardock stated, fixing his gaze on Cell. However, before that, I would like to exchange a few blows with you. Are you afraid? Humph, what a charade, Cell scoffed dismissively. I, Cell, am invincible in this world. There is no one who can defeat me, and I am quite curious about the exceptional traits of Goku's father. His arrogance blinded him to the fear he had previously experienced at the hands of Broly. Then let us see. Bardock laughed freely, and without further ado, unleashed a golden aura, releasing a terrifying energy. As this formidable aura emerged, the surrounding sands and stones began to whirl, forming multiple tornadoes. Even the warriors observing from a distance found themselves staggered by this overwhelming force. The entity before them, with a presence surpassing that of Sun Wukong, caused Cell's smile to gradually fade, compelling him to regard Bardock with newfound seriousness. This opponent would prove to be even stronger than Sun Wukong. With a resounding roar, Bardock surged forward, propelled by an immense momentum towards Cell. "Come at me." Cell, invigorated by the challenge, charged ahead as well, and in the blink of an eye, they collided with a thunderous crash. The two golden auras clashed, erupting in a brilliant explosion of light, sending Bardock hurtling backwards while Cell merely retreated a couple of steps. The disparity between them was unmistakably clear. However, Bardock was not significantly hindered. He regained his balance and charged at Cell once more. His iron fist seemed to siphon the energy from the very air around them, mercilessly aiming a punch at Cell. With a raised eyebrow, Cell deftly sidestepped the blow. The missed punch created a gaping chasm in the ground, a testament to its power. Seizing the opportunity, Cell clasped his hands together and aimed a devastating strike at Bardock's head. Yet, Bardock reacted swiftly, evading the attack without even glancing back, and immediately retaliated with a sweeping kick. Cell, undeterred, extended his hands, attempting to grasp Bardock's leg as it swung towards him. But Bardock twisted away just in time. Escaping Cell's grasp, the two warriors quickly retreated and then collided again, engaging in a ferocious hand-to-hand combat on the ground. With a series of resounding impacts, they exchanged blows, eschewing any form of defense, embodying the essence of true warriors in their relentless confrontation. The energy released from their clashes reduced the surroundings to mere dust, causing the earth to tremble violently, reminiscent of a cataclysmic earthquake. The vehicles of the broadcasting teams, whether planes or luxury cars, were obliterated into nothingness by this immense energy. The ordinary onlookers, including Satan, huddled on the ground, trembling in fear. Fortunately, the cameras were not focused on Satan, or else this world champion's reputation would have been irrevocably tarnished. Yet, at this stage of battle, the cameras were utterly incapable of capturing the reality of the situation. The air was thick with dust and debris, and the speed of the combatants surpassed the capacity of the cameras to follow. This resulted in the hotline of various television stations being inundated with frantic calls from the public. The Dragon Ball warriors wore solemn expressions, holding their breaths in apprehension, fearful of missing this momentous clash. "Truly remarkable. My father is capable of battling Cell to such an extent," Goku reflected, filled with admiration. He too could engage in combat of such intensity, but certainly not with the same ease as Bardock. However, it was evident that Cell was still holding back. Piccolo took on the role of commentator, gravely noting, "It is clear that Cell has yet to unleash his full power." Upon hearing this, the weight of a great stone seemed to settle upon everyone's hearts. They were not blind. It was evident that Cell retained much of his strength. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the arena quieted as Bardock and Cell's fists collided against each other's faces, both warriors being forced to take steps back. Bardock's face was smeared with blood, his breath a bit erratic. In stark contrast, Cell, despite enduring two fierce battles, remained as steadfast as a mountain. The disparity between the two was unmistakable. "Indeed, you surpass even Sun Wukong in prowess." Cell wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and chuckled. "What do you think? Care for a Senza bean before we continue? Your energy has diminished considerably." "Huh, I appreciate your concern," Bardock replied, spitting out a mouthful of blood with a smile. "Let us continue. This minor disadvantage poses no fear." Though his words were light-hearted, a heavy weight lingered in his heart. He estimated that Cell was currently only utilizing half of his true power. The chasm between Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 1 was indeed vast. Despite being a mere step away from Super Saiyan 2, the difference felt as immense as that between heaven and earth. Just look at how Gohan, in the main timeline, easily subdued fully powered Cell, swiftly pushing him back with mere punches. If the lightning-fast Cell wished to, he could finish Bardock with a single blow. Yet, despite the overwhelming pressure, he found motivation within it. Through the intensity of battle, he sensed his physical constraints loosening. More fighting was necessary. Perhaps only by confronting dire circumstances could he find the means to transcend to Super Saiyan 2. If fate allowed, he yearned to personally defeat Cell. With this thought igniting his fighting spirit, Bardock elevated his energy to its zenith, his hands radiating a brilliant golden light that spun ceaselessly. What is he planning? Cell narrowed his eyes, uncertain of Bardock's intended technique. Kamehameha? It didn't seem likely. Spirit Bomb? Not quite. Cell, prepare to experience my self-created ultimate technique, Bardock proclaimed as the golden light in his palms spun faster. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a spiral shockwave. The immense recoil sending him staggering back over 100 meters, smoke billowing from his hands. Spiral Meteor Cannon. This was Bardock's self-invented lethal technique. A powerful attack combining the Kamehameha and the Spirit Bomb. It possessed the penetrating power of the Spirit Bomb while also delivering sustained output akin to the Kamehameha. He had poured considerable effort into developing this technique, but as with all things, there were trade-offs. Its devastating power came at a significant cost to his energy. This was the first time Bardock had employed this technique in battle against an opponent. What? Such formidable power! The Spiral Meteor Cannon was not only tremendously powerful, but also incredibly swift. Cell found himself unable to evade it in time. In a moment of desperation, Cell activated a colossal protective shield. Zzz. The Spiral Meteor Cannon collided with Cell's shield, its overwhelming penetrative force akin to a power drill, relentlessly assaulting the barrier. Under the violent energy's friction, electricity crackled and surged. Father, what is this technique? Impressive. Wukong was left dumbfounded. As an expert, he immediately discerned the terrifying nature of this technique, though he had never witnessed Bardock employ it before. The other warriors were equally astonished. This formidable move was a first for them. With a crack, Cell's protective shield was ultimately shattered, yet simultaneously, the Spiral Meteor Cannon was obliterated alongside it. What do you call that? Cell exclaimed, astonished. To think it could even break my shield, it is simply inconceivable. He felt a pang of fear. Had they been on equal footing, the power of that attack could have completely annihilated him. This is my original technique, the Spiral Meteor Cannon, Bardock panted. A smile gracing his lips. Though it seems it was of little use against you. In truth, he was quite pleased with this outcome, for Cell far surpassed him. Yet he still managed to shatter Cell's shield. This was indeed a devastating move capable of slaying foes beyond 1's level. Your original Spiral Meteor Cannon? Cell marveled genuinely. It is truly unbelievable. I must concede, you are indeed a formidable adversary. Enough of the pleasantries, let us continue, Bardock declared. Eager to engage without further delay, he charged directly at Cell, raising his hand to launch a ki blade towards him. Cell scoffed, countering with his own ki blade. The two energies collided, neutralizing each other. In that instant, Bardock teleported above Cell, extending his arms beside his temples, and shouted, Solar Fist. A blinding light erupted, catching Cell off guard and momentarily robbing him of his sight. Seizing this golden opportunity, Bardock concentrated energy into a golden lightsaber. With a resounding clash, Bardock swung the lightsaber fiercely, cleaving Cell in half. This is bad. Cell gasped, eyes wide in shock. Although bisected, he had not perished. Splendid. Wukong could not help but cheer, recalling how Bardock had once left a deep, bone-exposing wound on Broly with this very technique. However, Cell's physique was not as resilient as Broly's, resulting in his body being severed into two distinct segments. Vegeta, witnessing the spectacle, felt a twinge of envy. That Bardock, truly a master of diverse techniques. Cell, cease your pretense of death. I know you can regenerate, Bardock said, devoid of any joy. He could have severed Cell's head in a single stroke, yet recognized it would serve no purpose, as the main timeline's Wukong had already obliterated Cell's upper half, allowing him to regenerate regardless. As expected, Cell's body began to writhe, his lower half reconnecting with the upper. Using a ki blade, Cell was once again taken aback, exclaiming, Your mastery over ki is astonishing. If it were not for my self-healing abilities, I would have surely perished at your hands. At this juncture, Cell felt a surge of irritation. Bardock was far too cunning, lacking the straightforwardness of Sun Wukong. Perhaps you should elevate your power a bit more, under equal combat prowess. You cannot defeat me. Bardock's lightsaber shimmered ominously, resembling the scythe of death. Arrogant fool, Cell retorted with a cold snort, vanishing from sight and reappearing behind Bardock. Launching a knife hand strike aimed at Bardock's head, he sought to return the favor in kind. However, Bardock would not allow him to succeed. With a swift motion, he countered with a sword strike, but Cell was already prepared, launching a ki blast with his other hand. Bardock furrowed his brow, forced to redirect his attack towards the ki blast. Yet, this maneuver left him vulnerable to Cell's knife hand strike, the immense force propelling Bardock backward, causing him to spit blood midair. With wings unfurled, Cell pursued Bardock, his right fist clenched tightly, intending to deliver a devastating blow. Bardock sensed the increase in Cell's power. Recognizing that he could not afford to engage head-on in this predicament, Raditz grew anxious, aware that Cell's strength had risen significantly above Bardock's. A direct confrontation would surely lead to disaster. "Do not worry, brother. Father has a strategy," Goku remarked, recalling a technique Bardock had employed during his battle with Broly. Gohan, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. With a resounding clash, the fists of Cell and Bardock collided, producing a thunderous roar. In an instant, Bardock transformed into the muscular form of Super Saiyan 1, third grade. This sudden surge of power caught Cell off guard, his body akin to being struck by a meteor, sending him careening into a mountainside. After successfully landing his strike, Bardock swiftly reverted to his previous form. What? Bardock's prowess astonished Vegeta, who had not witnessed such a transformation technique due to his injuries sustained in battle with Broly. Now, seeing Bardock's display, he was struck with awe. Bardock's innate talent rivaled Goku's. He grasped the principle of the transformation with a mere glance. The muscular form boasted tremendous power, albeit at the cost of speed. Yet, Bardock managed to switch to the muscular form at the moment of attack, allowing for an explosive release of strength, only to revert immediately after landing the blow. This effectively compensated for the shortcomings of the muscular form. Even the proud Vegeta found himself impressed, realizing he had been so consumed with training that he had never studied such a technique. As debris flew, Cell shook off the rubble that had covered him, his expression now one of fury. Once again, he had been bested, the force of Bardock's punch having injured him, a reality he struggled to accept. With a playful demeanor now replaced by seriousness, Cell began to focus. Chapter 103. Torturous beating. A cascade of golden light surged towards the heavens, as Cell's energy dramatically escalated once more. Feeling the sting of humiliation, Cell finally began to take the fight seriously, his aura now eclipsing that of a Super Saiyan. Dense bolts of lightning erupted around him, and golden flames erupted violently. This adversary is now earnest, Bardock thought, his expression grave as he observed Cell transform into Lightning Cell. The intensity of Cell's aura was so fierce that it stung Bardock's cheeks. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the scene, rivaling even the formidable Broly from the future. Goku and the others who had battled Broly before felt an overwhelming heaviness in their hearts. At this moment, the serious demeanor of Cell indicated a significant elevation in power. Even Goku would stand no chance against Cell in this form. Die! Cell bellowed, transforming into a streak of lightning that raced across the earth, leaving chaos in its wake. Bardock was taken aback by the astounding speed of Cell. Even he found it impossible to keep pace. In a flash, Cell unleashed a merciless punch towards Bardock, sending him hurtling several dozen feet away, blood erupting from his mouth. A single strike had inflicted considerable injury upon Bardock. Yet, Cell pursued relentlessly, swiftly catching up to Bardock's airborne form. He seized Bardock by the throat and slammed him into the ground, creating a deep crater. Despite the excruciating pain, Bardock endured, transforming his energy sword into a shockwave and directing it at Cell's face. However, it proved futile. Cell absorbed the impact and retaliated with a heavy punch to Bardock's abdomen, sending him flying once more. Cell followed closely, striking Bardock repeatedly, as if he were a mere ball. Under such immense pressure, Bardock's energy surged rather than diminished. His bones trembled, and sparks of electricity danced across his skin. This realization ignited a spark of hope within Bardock's eyes. Was this all Cell was capable of? Come on. Hit me harder, Bardock taunted, craving even greater pressure, believing that only in the face of true despair could he undergo transformation. Has father lost his mind? Provoking Cell like that could cost him his life, Raditz exclaimed, unable to contain his anxiety, itching to intervene. Goku and the others were both anxious and puzzled, struggling to comprehend Bardock's uncharacteristic provocation of Cell. "Aunt, you have enraged me," Cell roared, infuriated by Bardock's defiance. With this thought, he unleashed even greater force, a power as imposing as a mountain, causing Bardock to bleed profusely. He appeared utterly disheveled, his golden hair reverted to black, his body on the brink of collapse. Yet, within him, the spirit of battle soared to unprecedented heights. Just a little more, just a little more. Bardock's heart cried out. His actions were a gamble with death, for a single misstep could lead to his demise. However, in his quest to break through to Super Saiyan 2, Bardock saw no other path. Stop! But suddenly, a twist of fate occurred. A small figure, radiating golden light, shot forth like lightning, delivering a powerful kick to Cell's face. Caught off guard, Cell was sent flying a considerable distance. Gohan! Goku and the others gasped in astonishment. "Grandpa, are you all right?" Gohan rushed to Bardock's side, lifting him with genuine concern in his voice. In Gohan's heart, Bardock holds an esteemed position, comparable to that of Goku and Piccolo. Witnessing Bardock endure such brutal punishment, Gohan could no longer contain his frustration. Bardock, bloodied and battered, could only manage a pained smile. "Child, what trouble have you stirred?" he thought. Feeling just a moment away from a breakthrough, now cruelly interrupted, the sensation of advancement vanishing from within him. This meant that his earlier suffering was in vain. Despite his disappointment, he harbored no resentment towards Gohan. After all, the boy was merely concerned for him. "Grandfather, I will fetch some Senzu beans for you." Gohan hurriedly flew to Krillin's side, retrieved the beans, and swiftly returned to Bardock. Just as he intended to hand the beans to Bardock, a purple beam suddenly shot in from the distance. The beam struck the pouch containing the Senzu beans with unerring precision, reducing them to mere powder. "What?" Gohan stared in shock at the obliterated beans. The crowd gasped once more, turning their gazes toward the approaching figure. Cell advanced step by step, his cheeks stained with blood, his countenance grim. "You little brat, did you dare to ambush me?" Cell, infuriated, could hardly contain his rage at Gohan's underhanded tactics. Warriors around them, witnessing the scene, swiftly descended, forming a protective barrier around Gohan. Although Gohan was indeed the strongest among them, he was still a child facing Cell, prompting their instinctive urge to shield him. Warmth enveloped Gohan's heart. In truth, he did not require their protection. "Everyone, stand down." Bardock managed to rise, his voice weak. "Let Gohan fight. He can defeat Cell." Having been interrupted in his breakthrough, Bardock now placed his hopes upon Gohan. "What?" Upon hearing this, Piccolo, Gohan's father, was immediately displeased, exclaiming, "Bardock, are you out of your mind? Gohan is only 9 years old. Though he is strong now, he cannot possibly win against you or Goku. Do you wish for your grandson to perish?" "Bardock, I understand your sentiments, but please, do not rush," Piccolo interjected, his tone urgent. "You may not realize, but when Gohan is angered, he unleashes boundless power. Just like during his battle with Broly, his fury propelled him to ascend to Super Saiyan 2. This much I believe Kakarot knows best." Indeed, although it was but a fleeting moment, his strength was formidable, Goku chimed in, smacking his forehead. "Moreover, future Gohan has already achieved the Super Saiyan 2 level, a power that is truly extraordinary. If Gohan can once again reach that state, Cell will stand no chance." The memory of future Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2 was vivid in their minds. Vegeta nodded in strong agreement, recalling Gohan's overwhelming power in moments of rage. "Gohan, is that truly the case?" Piccolo and the others gazed at Gohan in disbelief, questioning whether this child, still under 10, had indeed surpassed both his father and grandfather. Chapter 104. Cell's Reckless Demise. Gohan, do you have confidence in defeating Cell? At this moment, Wukong crouched down and encouraged, "Only you can defeat Cell now. How do you feel? Is the pressure overwhelming?" "I am not under much pressure, father. Rest assured, I will protect everyone," Gohan replied with unwavering determination. "I will undoubtedly transform into a Super Saiyan 2 and vanquish Cell." Having transformed once before and witnessed Gohan's transformation in the future, he believed he could achieve it again. "Very well, the fate of Earth rests in your hands." Wukong supported Bardock and then slowly ascended to the mountain peak, leaving the battlefield to Gohan. Although the others were anxious, they had no choice but to place their hopes on Gohan. Piccolo's emotions were particularly complex. In what should have been a carefree age, he now bore the weight of protecting Earth. He was frustrated by his own weakness. If it were possible, he truly wished to take Gohan's place in the battle. Such was the love from a father. Vegeta found it absurd that a group of adults were at a loss against such a monster, leaving a mere child to resolve the crisis. He felt utterly useless in this battle. Were they out of their minds, sending a child to face that terrifying creature? Though Mr. Satan often put on a brave front, he felt a strong sense of justice and immediately stood up for Gohan. The host scoffed, "What are you yelling about? If you have the ability, why don't you step up?" However, these thoughts remained unvoiced. How could they think of sending that child out? Wasn't that tantamount to sending him to his death? Viewers across the nation erupted in anger, deeming Wukong's group excessively unreasonable. What were Wukong and his father-in-law doing? Gohan was still just a child. Chi-Chi clutched the television in anxiety, unaware of Gohan's true strength. As a mother, her only concern was for her child's safety. "Chi-Chi, do not panic," the Ox King quickly reassured her. Wukong and your father-in-law would not let Gohan die. The fact that they have allowed him to fight means he has already surpassed them. You must have faith in your son. The Ox King remained wise and perceptive. Yet, while Chi-Chi found some comfort in his words, her heart still trembled with fear. Meanwhile, in Mr. Satan's home, a young girl with twin ponytails was also glued to the television, captivated by Gohan's mature and resolute face. Her heart brimmed with curiosity. This young man, of a similar age to her own, how did he possess the courage to confront the monstrous Cell? Cell, the one I spoke of who can defeat you, stands right before you, Bardock declared. Your time of death has come. Oh, is son Gohan the person you mentioned? Cell paused, scoffing. This little brat? Don't make me laugh. I could squash him with a single finger. He thought Bardock must be out of his mind. Although this boy had ambushed him earlier, he did not believe Gohan could defeat him. I can, Gohan stated calmly. Cell was taken aback again, scratching his ear in uncertainty. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. I said I can kill you. When Gohan uttered those words, he unmistakably exuded an aura of lethal intent. His character diverged significantly from that of the Gohan in the main timeline. Although he possessed an inherently kind heart, it was contingent upon whom he was dealing with. Having endured countless battles from a young age, he had forged an illustrious reputation throughout the cosmos. The number of villains who had perished at his hands was incalculable, and he had long since acclimated to the act of killing. To describe Gohan as resolute in his decisions regarding combat would be an understatement. Ahaha. You truly crack me up, laughed Cell, clutching his stomach. These Saiyans are indeed a humorous lot. Before he could finish his sentence, a devastating punch connected with his face. The sheer force sent him hurtling through the air, his body enveloped in a cloud of dust before crashing violently against a massive boulder, which was instantly reduced to powder. Gohan slowly retracted his fist and, with an impassive expression, stated, "You talk too much." This display of power left the global audience in utter shock. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly young boy possessed such formidable prowess? Even the little girl from the Satan family watched with wide, sparkling eyes, realizing that this boy was no ordinary child, but rather a concealed master. The host, brimming with excitement, proclaimed that this individual named Son Gohan must surely be the son of Son Goku. Truly, like father, like son. Satan's mouth hung agape, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Who could explain what had transpired? Why was this boy, seemingly the same age as his daughter, so extraordinarily powerful? At that moment, Satan felt that his identity as the world champion appeared laughably insignificant. You little brat, you're courting death, Cell said as he rose from the ground, radiating an aura of extreme coldness. This brat had once again launched a surprise attack. In an instant, Cell dashed forward, his towering frame leaping into the air as he unleashed a powerful punch. Gohan, aware of the imminent danger posed by Cell's lethal strike, retreated swiftly, narrowly avoiding the blow. Yet Cell was relentless, raining down a barrage of punches upon Gohan. However, Gohan's agility allowed him to evade Cell's onslaught for a brief period. Having observed the fighting style of Cell through his encounters with Goku and Bardock, Gohan had gained valuable insights into his tactics. The Dragon Ball warriors watching this perilous confrontation felt their hearts race with anxiety for Gohan. Although he held a slight advantage in the situation, everyone knew it was merely a temporary phenomenon. Die! Cell exclaimed, and indeed, the disparity in power could not be bridged by speed alone. No matter how swift Gohan was, he could not match Cell's pace. As Cell accelerated, Gohan found himself unable to keep up, his small frame ensnared tightly by Cell's grasp. You little brat, quite nimble, aren't you? Cell sneered. You thought you could defeat me after ambushing me twice. How naive. Don't blame me. Direct your ire towards your foolish family. With a vicious grip, Cell tightened his hold, causing Gohan's bones to tremble violently, as if they might shatter at any moment. The immense force bearing down upon him was unbearable, and Gohan could not help but cry out in agony. Son Wukong, will you not come to rescue your child? Shara scoffed at the Dragon Ball warriors, his voice echoing with derision. Bardock, your grandson is on the brink of death, and you remain unmoved? Chapter 105. The Awakening of Hope, how infuriating. Wukong, Bardock, your decisions are utterly misguided. Piccolo, unable to contain his rage any longer, tore off his cloak and charged forward, fearing that Gohan might perish before his very eyes. Piccolo, do you dare to intervene? Such arrogance. Sharu regarded him with utter disdain. To him, Piccolo was no more significant than an insect. With a swift motion, he crushed Piccolo beneath his foot, applying tremendous pressure to his waist. The sheer might of Cheru forced Piccolo to cough up blood. I cannot hold back any longer. Raditz, Bardock's brother, also joined the fray, roaring as he lunged at Cheru. The remaining Dragon Ball warriors disregarded their safety and rushed to assist, hoping to overwhelm Cheru. Fools, go perish. Yet, Cheru's strength was overwhelming, despite their combined efforts. A mere burst of his energy sent the Dragon Ball warriors flying, Raditz included. Only Vegeta, Wukong, and Bardock refrained from engaging. Unlike the others, they had witnessed the true power of Super Saiyan 2 and were awaiting the moment Gohan would awaken. Cheru, continue down this path of self-destruction. And soon you shall taste death, Bardock mused silently. After repelling the warriors, Cheru continued to squeeze Gohan while mercilessly trampling Piccolo. The echoes of Piccolo's anguished cries filled the air. Just a few strikes had left him gravely injured. Stop! Stop this! Gohan cried out in excruciating pain, his eyes widening at Piccolo's plight. Stop? Ha ha ha! I shall first slay Piccolo, and then I will dispose of you, little brat. Cheru was not one to show mercy. He ignored Gohan's pleas and continued his assault on Piccolo. The other Dragon Ball warriors struggled to rise once more, determined to save Piccolo. Frustrated, Cheru unleashed his full power, releasing an energy so powerful that it shook the very earth. With a thunderous roar, akin to a storm, all warriors were sent reeling, each sustaining severe injuries, unable to rise again. Gohan and Piccolo, Raditz's faces were etched with disbelief. They had not anticipated Cheru's seriousness and the terror it brought. His mere display of power had left them gravely wounded. It was understandable, for Cheru possessed the strength of Super Saiyan 2 and was in a state of full power. They were fortunate to have survived the initial onslaught. Piccolo's cries were fading, his voice diminishing as it seemed he could no longer endure. I command you to cease, you wretched fiend. The plight of the Dragon Ball warriors and Piccolo's suffering deeply affected Gohan, and a tremendous surge of energy coursed through him. With a primal scream, Gohan unleashed a golden radiance that burst through the clouds. The force of his newfound power sent Cheru hurtling hundreds of meters away, affecting not just him but also Wukong and their companions. Ordinary people like Satan felt the impending doom as the filming equipment of the broadcast team shattered, with some being propelled into the sky. It was Wukong who intervened, rescuing the ordinary citizens from disaster. With a chuckle, Gohan had successfully relocated Goku and the others to a secure position before swiftly returning, his tone imbued with astonishment and relief. Gohan's current aura surpassed that of future Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form. Bardock, with keen insight, remarked, in this timeline, Gohan's baseline strength exceeds that of future Gohan and the Gohan of the main timeline. Thus his transformation yields different results. In this timeline, when Gohan harnesses his full power in Super Saiyan 1, his strength already eclipses that of Perfect Cell, significantly surpassing the main timeline's version. Naturally, Gohan in Super Saiyan 2 form would also be superior to his counterpart in the primary timeline, representing an enhanced iteration of Super Saiyan 2. It is not solely Gohan. Even Goku and the other warriors possess strengths exceeding those in the main timeline. He could not help but applaud Cell's choice of adversary, rather than challenging Gohan. He chose Piccolo, seemingly intent on facilitating Gohan's breakthrough. What a benevolent soul. This young warrior's energy had already surpassed that of Cell. Vegeta felt a chill run down his spine, compared to the explosive Super Saiyan 2 transformation during the battle with Broly in the future. Gohan's current energy was even more formidable. Cell was surely doomed. What? This guy is transformed? Cell ascended into the sky, his expression one of disbelief. The explosive energy emanating from Gohan enveloped him like a chilling abyss. The intensity of this energy was beyond his comprehension. Gohan's appearance had transformed. His muscles were larger than ever. His hair stood completely erect save for a single lock falling forward, and his gaze was fierce and merciless, with dense lightning crackling around him, exuding an undeniable pressure. Gohan merely cast a cold glance at Cell before lifting the injured Piccolo. In an instant, Gohan appeared beside the Dragon Ball warriors with Piccolo in his arms. Before anyone could utter a word, Gohan returned to his original position. His speed was beyond human capability. Gee Gohan, Piccolo gasped weakly, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Gohan. Was this the reason Bardock and old Goku placed their trust in Gohan? Super Saiyan 2 was indeed terrifying. Piccolo, you are gravely injured. I will take you back to the lookout so Den can heal you. Raditz knelt, cradling Piccolo while supporting Bardock with his other hand, saying, "Father, you should come too. Corinne's sins of beans have all been given to us. Let Den treat you as well." Bardock's condition was hardly better than Piccolo's. In a flash, Raditz utilized instant transmission to carry them away. Cell, oblivious to Raditz's subtle maneuver, focused entirely on Gohan. He slowly descended from the air, standing before Gohan with an unprecedented seriousness, stating, "Son Gohan, have you reached my level? Reached your level?" Gohan retorted coldly, "No, I have surpassed you. You will die?" After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Gohan's demeanor grew increasingly ruthless and arrogant, particularly the palpable aura of killing intent that sent shivers down spines. "Surpass me? I will die?" As Sheru heard this remark, veins protruded from his forehead, and a surge of inexplicable rage welled up within him. He roared, "Is it merely a slight enhancement of power that leads you to believe you can defeat me?" Clenching his fists, arcs of lightning crackled at his fingertips as he unleashed a devastating blow towards Gohan at an astonishing speed. A terrifying force surged towards Gohan. With an impassive expression, Gohan extended his right hand and effortlessly blocked Sheru's ferocious punch with just one hand. Observe closely. This is the true might of a fist. In an instant, Gohan vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Sheru. He retaliated with a punch, channeling the energy of the surroundings into that single strike. Chapter 106, The Universe's Mightiest. Son Gohan, alarmed by the immense power contained in Gohan's punch, Sheru's eyes widened in shock. At such close range, evasion was no longer an option. He could only brace himself with both hands. With a thunderous impact, Gohan's punch struck Sheru, unleashing a wave of golden energy that rapidly spread outward, sending debris flying in every direction. Although Sheru managed to block Gohan's punch, he found himself uncontrollably staggering backward. Behind him lay a colossal fissure, over several thousand meters in diameter, from which wisps of white smoke billowed forth. A single punch had shattered the landscape. The warriors, including Goku, stared in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground as they beheld the vast chasm stretching endlessly before them. The sheer power of the punch's wind was unfathomable. One could only imagine the fate that awaited anyone struck by such a blow. Would they be reduced to mere fragments? Sheru knelt on the ground, blood uncontrollably gushing from his mouth. Although he had managed to block the punch, he was far from unscathed. The overwhelming force left him feeling as though he might disintegrate. Gazing at the horrifying fissure behind him, he stood in stunned silence. "What has happened? You falter after a single blow. Truly pathetic." Gohan looked down upon Sheru, his gaze akin to that of one surveying an ant. This predicament primarily arose because Sheru was not at full strength. Having engaged in 2 intense battles with Bardock and Goku prior, he was not physically injured, but his energy reserves were significantly depleted. In contrast, Gohan was in peak condition as a Super Saiyan 2, his battle prowess surpassing that of Sheru, thus leading to this outcome. Ironically, in the primary timeline, it was the fully powered lightning Sheru who battled a half-exhausted Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Now the roles had reversed. Moreover, Gohan's explosive punch had inflicted damage on Sheru, further diminishing his energy levels. How infuriating! Sheru's face contorted in rage as he unleashed his full power, electric energy crackling around him as he charged at Gohan once more. Sheru's assault was ferociously relentless. Had it been any other warrior, they would have surely met their demise. Yet, Gohan remained unyielding, not retreating even an inch, skillfully evading all of Sheru's onslaught. Not a single strike managed to land on him. How is this possible? Why can I not hit you? Sheru's frustration mounted as he stared at the cold, unyielding expression of Gohan across from him, suddenly feeling as though he were at a complete loss. It should not be so. Everyone stands on equal footing, so why do his attacks fail? Your speed is far too sluggish. Gohan, seemingly capable of shifting through dimensions, instantaneously appeared before Cell and delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed loudly, and the force was tremendous, sending Cell's body skidding across the ground, sparking as it scraped the surface. At that moment, Raditz, along with the revived Piccolo and Bardock, returned to the battlefield. How is the situation? Piccolo inquired urgently. Bardock remained silent, his gaze fixed on the rift extending toward the horizon, his expression betraying astonishment. Cell was clearly at a disadvantage. Goku, hands on his hips, chuckled. This boy Gohan is truly formidable. Both his speed and strength have surpassed Cell's. What? Piccolo gasped, quickly redirecting his attention to the battle ahead. Meanwhile, Bardock mused to himself. Gohan, empowered by rage, is indeed unreasonable. I fear that even in my Super Saiyan 2 form, I would not be a match for Gohan at this moment. Of course, this overwhelming situation hinges on the fact that Cell is not at his peak. Were he at full strength, Gohan would not be so effortlessly dominant. It is Cell's own arrogance that led him to engage Bardock and his son at equal energy levels, depleting his own power in the process. What is wrong, Cell? Is your strength truly so limited? The scene unfolded almost entirely in Gohan's favor as he relentlessly pummeled Cell. Those small fists concealed immense power that Cell could not withstand. Gohan struck Cell down from the ground into the depths below, thousands of meters deep. Standing above, Gohan extended his hands downward, unleashing a thunderous shockwave filled with electricity. A golden beam of energy erupted from the depths, launching Cell into the sky. Upon closer inspection, Cell was riddled with wounds, one leg entirely obliterated, his appearance tragically disfigured. I will not lose. I am invincible. I cannot be defeated. Cell, consumed by rage and humiliation, returned to his original form, his expression twisted into a terrifying visage. You wretches, may you and the earth disintegrate into cosmic dust. Unhinged, Cell revealed his true malicious nature, gathering a blue radiance in his hands, and in the next instant, struck fiercely at the ground. A colossal blue shockwave tore through the sky, bathing the entire expanse in azure light. Raditz felt a sense of déjà vu. During his first encounter with Cell, that fiend had immediately detonated the planet without hesitation. Such an adversary is the most fearsome. The other warriors were filled with anxiety, yet Bardock remained remarkably composed. He understood Gohan's character. Unlike the recklessness of the main timeline, Gohan would not allow Cell to take them both down. Even if Gohan were to act recklessly, he would never grant Cell the opportunity for self-detonation. Nor would he stand idly by while Goku sacrificed himself. You wish to perish together? You are deluding yourself. Gohan's right hand concentrated a Kamehameha wave, a radiance more brilliant than before, ascending against the tide. The Kamehameha surged forth, powerfully breaking through Cell's attack, the massive, robust shockwave striking Cell without mercy. The entire sky was enveloped in radiant light, piercing the eyes of all who beheld it, as a colossal mushroom cloud gradually ascended. When the smoke cleared, everyone was confronted with the ghastly sight of Cell. Half of his body lay shattered, purple blood incessantly dripping from the air. Had he been in his perfect form, Gohan's strike would have reduced him to naught but dust. Ah, how grotesque you appear now, Gohan remarked with a cold smirk. What did you say? Cell was taken aback. This little brat had dared to mock him repeatedly, pushing him to the brink of rage. His body began to restore itself, yet simultaneously, Cell's energy had significantly dwindled. Unlike Majin Buu, he lacked a unique constitution. Each time he regenerated, he expended considerable energy. Now, his energy was nearly depleted, and should he be shattered once more, he feared he would never recover. Nevertheless, in a fit of indignation, Cell disregarded everything else and focused solely on annihilating Gohan with a single blow. With that thought, he launched himself downward, aiming a powerful punch at Gohan's head. Daring to strike back even at death's door? Gohan scoffed, leaping into the air and delivering a fierce uppercut that connected with Cell's jaw. This was not the end. He followed up with another heavy punch directed at Cell's abdomen. With a sickening thud, Cell collapsed to his knees, his insides churning violently, as if something within him was on the verge of bursting forth. Suddenly, Cell opened his mouth wide, expelling two figures, androids 17 and 18. To everyone's astonishment, Cell did not revert to his second form as in the main timeline. He remained in his perfect state, albeit stripped of his Super Saiyan 2 power. Chapter 107. Cell's demise is that androids 17 and 18? Piccolo and the others gasped in surprise. Particularly, 16's eyes gleamed with hope. His purpose in participating in the Cell games was to devise a means to rescue his comrades. Just as he prepared to rush in and save the sibling duo, a swift figure darted ahead of him. Krillin, disregarding his own safety, summoned all his strength to rush towards Android 18, lifting her without hesitation and soaring back into the sky. The grace of his movements was heart-wrenching in its familiarity. Krillin. Bardock observed this scene with a smirk. It seemed that no matter the timeline, Krillin and Android 18 were destined to be together. Seeing Krillin only rescue 18 and leave 17 behind, 16 said nothing, instead flying towards the battlefield to retrieve 17, delivering a parting shot at Cell as he left. In the midst of chaos, Cell was sent tumbling twice by 16's blast. It was evident that this usually silent giant harbored a grudge. Hey Krillin, why did you carry that android back? The oblivious Goku failed to grasp the nuances of romantic entanglements and merely questioned Krillin's concern for the woman. Shut up and mind your own business. Krillin's face flushed with embarrassment. With a hearty laugh, Ba approached Klin, playfully patting him on the shoulder. You must have your eye on that lovely lady, he chuckled. But can you truly handle someone so formidable? Despite his burly appearance, Ba had navigated the entertainment industry for long enough to recognize the intentions behind Klin's demeanor. It was amusing to discover that Ba was also quite the connoisseur in this realm. At this juncture, Yamcha, the expert, couldn't resist interjecting. Klin, if you fancy this woman, your future days will likely be quite challenging. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? I merely wish to save her. Klin exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. What do you mean by liking her, woman? Do not tarnish my reputation with baseless accusations. His flustered retorts only added to the jovial atmosphere around them. In stark contrast, the battlefield exuded a somber tension. Cell's aura had stabilized, yet he breathed heavily, his countenance marked by terror. How could this be? His power had diminished significantly, now merely at the level of his perfect form. It was evident that he could not contend with Gohan, let alone Goku. A deep dread settled within Cell. He realized he had underestimated the situation. Had he known Gohan was this formidable, he should have eliminated everyone from the start. Gohan, your time is up, Gohan declared disdainfully. In his current state, Cell was no match for a single strike. Gohan advanced toward Cell, electric energy crackling around him, an oppressive aura weighing down upon his foe. Cell felt a chilling sensation enveloping him, a relentless reminder of his impending doom. Damn it, I am invincible. Cell bellowed defiantly, you have forced my hand. If I must perish, I will take you all with me. A chaotic, tumultuous energy erupted from within him, his body swelling rapidly. Are you contemplating self-destruction? Gohan raised an eyebrow, suddenly apprehensive. I shall not allow you to succeed. The intensity of such an explosion could very well overwhelm him, even if he survived. The earth would be obliterated. He could not permit such calamity to unfold. However, before Gohan could act, a colossal hand pierced through Cell's head. Struggling, Cell turned to see his assailant, releasing a cry of despair. I will not accept this. The previous blow had obliterated the core component within his head. Two shadowy figures emerged, one of which held Cell's shattered head in a single hand. With a casual squeeze, Cell's head was crushed. The other figure unleashed a devastating energy wave, obliterating Cell's body entirely. A pink beam of energy surged forth from Cell's remnants. This once mighty Cell, who had toiled extensively to achieve his perfect form, met his demise at the hands of those he had scorned. Androids from hell. Upon spotting the two figures, Piccolo's pupils constricted in shock. Those two have slain Cell. Indeed, it was Dr. Gero's hellish androids, Android 17 and Android 18, who had delivered the fatal blow to Cell. Not only was Bardock astonished, but he also nearly forgot about this individual. This person possessed a denser weave of the temporal spatial threads than Cell. Bardock's pupils constricted as he thought. This being must not exist. Otherwise, the threads of time and space will become increasingly entangled. If all these threads converge upon a single individual, it signifies that this person is severely disrupting the normal flow of time and space, ultimately leading to consequences that may awaken ancient entities sealed within the rifts of time and space. Then it would truly be an uncontrollable situation. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to fight? Gohan regarded the two androids with indifference. You all must perish, declared Hell's Android 17 coldly, while Android 18 maintained a stoic expression. Gohan, you should step back, Bardock said as he instantaneously appeared before Gohan. Allow me to handle these two. As the newly appointed apprentice of the God of Time, it was his duty to rectify the anomalies within time and space. Grandfather, it really isn't necessary. Gohan hesitated, puzzled. They are not particularly strong. I can defeat them on my own. Take a moment to rest. These two are somewhat exceptional, Bardock responded slowly. Very well, I leave them to you, grandfather. Despite his ferocity towards adversaries, Gohan was a dutiful grandson in the presence of family and friends. He took a deep breath, reverting from Super Saiyan 2 to his normal state, causing the tempestuous aura to dissipate. You two worthless scrap. Your existence has already impacted the fabric of time. So you may as well perish, Bardock stated coolly. Show me your strength, Hell's androids. The two androids did not utter a word, Instead, they attacked Bardock from either side. With a resounding impact, they struck simultaneously, landing blows on Bardock. However, to everyone's surprise, their attacks failed to inflict any harm upon him. Instead, they were repelled by a powerful backlash. At that moment, the advantages of his formidable physique became evident. These two Hell androids, whose power approached that of a fully powered Super Saiyan, could potentially contend with Perfect Cell if they combined their efforts. Yet, despite their strength, they could not breach Bardock's defenses. Unlike Broly and Lightning Cell, whose combat prowess surpassed Bardock's by a significant margin, it was in the presence of such adversaries that Bardock's physical might was not fully realized. Nevertheless, against opponents of comparable levels, breaching his defenses proved exceedingly difficult. Even Goku and Vegeta would struggle. Chapter 108. The fusion of Hell. A cacophony of combat erupted as the two Hell androids launched a relentless assault on Bardock, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. What is wrong with those two? Are they here to amuse us? Goku exclaimed, scratching his head in bewilderment. Their power is even weaker than Vegeta's. How could they possibly be a match for my father? Hey Kakarot, what do you mean by that? Vegeta, not at all pleased with Goku's remark, seized Goku's attire and scolded him furiously. Do you wish to fight? Ah, my apologies, my apologies. I misspoke. Goku quickly waved his hands in a gesture of contrition, realizing his blunder. With a scoff, Bardock expressed his disdain for Vegeta's unrelenting animosity towards Goku. Is there any coherence in your words? He questioned, frustration evident in his tone. Are you even capable of handling this? After enduring a prolonged bout with the two androids, he found himself disheartened by their lack of progress. Suddenly, a crackling surge of electricity illuminated the air as the two androids combined their strength to unleash a merciless energy blast directed at Bardock. Has your master sent you to your doom? He retorted, shattering the energy blast with a single punch. Raising his voice, he called out, Hey, Dr. Mew. I know you're watching. Your androids are utterly incompetent. At this rate, I will have to deal with them myself. Don't get too cocky. I've been observing your battle with Cell the entire time. The voice of Dr. Mew echoed from within Hell's Android 17. Do you really think I would be foolish enough to send them out without assurance of their capability? Meanwhile, in a dimly lit basement, Dr. Mew gazed intently at a crystal ball before him. Who is this man? Inquired a shadowy figure cloaked in darkness beside him. He looks exactly like Son Goku. Master Dracula. This man is a Saiyan. He is Goku's father, Bardock. Dr. Mew responded, a tremor of fear in his voice as he addressed his enigmatic superior. The identity and power of this Dracula were beyond his comprehension, and all his machinations were orchestrated by this formidable figure. I see. Goku's father, you say? Dracula remarked, fixating on the time-space ring adorning Bardock's hand. A cruel smile crept across his lips as he continued. He possesses some strength, but it seems the current Hell androids may not be his match. Allow me to enhance the challenge. With that, he unleashed a beam of dark energy that surged out of the basement. Boom. The Hell androids found themselves under a relentless assault from Bardock, who, despite facing two adversaries, overwhelmed them with his might. Yet their expressions remained eerily stoic, as if they were impervious to pain. Can someone explain what purpose these two serve? Bardock queried, scratching his bald head in confusion. Why does it feel like they've come to offer themselves for punishment? Do not underestimate them. Dr. Mew is exceedingly cunning. Who knows what other tricks he has up his sleeve? Piccolo cautioned, ever the pragmatist. Although he was baffled by the situation, he deemed it wise to remain vigilant. Just as Bardock was reveling in his triumph, a dark light suddenly descended from above. It struck Android 17, unleashing a chilling and malevolent aura. What is this? Bardock exclaimed, his body propelled backward by the force, crashing against a rock. His eyes widened with astonishment as he sensed the sinister energy, exclaiming, how wicked this power is. Ha ha, Bardock. You were so boastful, weren't you? Now witness my trump card. Dr. Mew's voice boomed through Android 17, his tone dripping with arrogance. Activate Hell Fusion Mode. Understood. The two Hell androids aligned themselves side by side, simultaneously radiating dark energy. A blinding light erupted as their bodies gradually merged into one. As two bodies merged into one, an overwhelming force erupted, surpassing even the might of the lightning-wielding Cell. A torrent of black light surged forth, annihilating everything it touched into mere dust. The Dragon Ball warriors, filled with trepidation, hastily evaded the onslaught of dark energy. However, the ordinary humans, including Mr. Satan, lacked such agility. They stood frozen in fear, watching helplessly as beams of black light descended upon them. In a flash, Gohan appeared before them, swiftly relocating them to a safer distance, urging, "You must leave at once. This place is far too perilous." "Leave? What nonsense! I am the world champion. I cannot simply abandon the fight," Mr. Satan retorted, feigning composure as he looked at Gohan. "Then remain here and do not move, lest you risk injury," Gohan sighed, perplexed by Mr. Satan's stubbornness. Did he truly not grasp the gravity of the situation? Nonetheless, Gohan could assist no further and, with a swift motion, returned to the battlefield. "Has he fused?" Bardock observed intently, recalling Goku's experiences with Super 17. The current scenario bore a striking resemblance to that encounter. If these two androids, upon fusion, possessed strength akin to Super 17, their group would stand no chance and could only await their demise. Once the black light dissipated, a figure hovered in midair. The fused android exhibited subtle changes in appearance. While it retained the visage of Android 17, its hair had transformed to a golden hue, and its stature had notably increased, clad in leather attire, with an expression of cold indifference. "What? They fused?" Goku rubbed his eyes, unable to contain his incredulity, exclaiming, "Is this being a man or a woman now?" Regardless of its gender, one thing was certain. That being's power has surpassed Cell S. Vegeta spoke suddenly, a hint of fear in his voice. Gohan's expression mirrored that of Vegeta's. The fused android now matched him in strength. "Bardock, did you witness that? This is the latest fusion model I have been researching, Doctor." Mew's arrogant voice echoed once more, declaring, "The power of Ultimate 17 now eclipses that of Cell. Prepare to experience the taste of death. Ultimate 17, eliminate them all." "Understood." The amalgamated voice of Ultimate 17 responded, as black energy enveloped it, raising a hand to unleash a dark energy blast towards Bardock. "What?" Bardock was taken aback by the sheer malevolence of the energy blast. In an instant, he teleported behind Ultimate 17, swiftly condensing a light sword to strike. However, Ultimate 17 seemed to sense the attack, turning without hesitation to effortlessly seize Bardock's hand, retaliating with a kick that sent Bardock crashing to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Chapter 109. A desperate struggle. Seeing Bardock in peril, Gohan's fury ignited, transforming him into Super Saiyan 2 as he rushed forward. Goku and the other warriors swiftly followed to lend their aid. Ultimate 17's gaze was as piercing as a serpent's, coldly surveying the Dragon Ball warriors as it slowly ascended into the sky. With a downward thrust of his hands, a terrifying barrage of black beams, reminiscent of lasers, rapidly descended. These ominous rays, not only swift in their approach but also immensely powerful, ignited the ground in a fiery inferno. Save for Gohan, all the warriors lay incapacitated, each suffering grave injuries. Even Goku and Vegeta were not exempt from this devastation. Unlike Cell, the Ultimate Android 17 was not inclined towards self-destruction. Each of his strikes was delivered with lethal intent. The presence of dark energy within him was perplexing. Piccolo felt a tumult of emotions. Having merged with the Supreme Kai and once being part of the demon race, he was well acquainted with dark energy. From the earlier assault of the Ultimate Android 17, he discerned the presence of pure, unadulterated dark energy. How could this be? Were they not machines? Why did they harbor such malevolent energy within? "You bastard!" Gohan, witnessing the dire state of his comrades, could no longer restrain himself and unleashed an energy blast towards the Ultimate Android 17. However, the android merely opened his palm and, to Gohan's astonishment, absorbed the entirety of his energy blast. "Gohan, cease your energy waves. This fiend can absorb energy." Bardock, rising from the ground, spoke gravely. "You must protect Piccolo and the others. This being is unlike Cell. He is a remorseless killing machine." "But, Grandpa, his power is too overwhelming," Gohan protested, still unable to comprehend why his grandfather forbade him from intervening. Bardock sighed. "You must understand, during my battle with Cell, I was on the brink of breaking through to Super Saiyan 2, but your arrival interrupted that transcendent moment. I seek to reclaim that power now. Should I fail, you may step in, but if I succeed, together our combined strength should be sufficient to vanquish him." Indeed, the Ultimate Android 17's power surpassed Gohan's, yet only slightly, and not to an insurmountable degree. If Bardock could break through, the two Super Saiyan 2s together could potentially defeat this android. So that is how it is. Gohan realized, feeling remorseful. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I didn't mean to hinder your progress. Never mind. Hurry and ensure their safety, Bardock insisted, waving his hand. This fiend possesses no rationality. Who knows if he might suddenly turn his wrath upon others. For precaution, you must keep a close watch on them. I understand, Grandpa. Gohan nodded solemnly before darting towards the injured warriors. Oh, Bardock, do you intend to face him alone? Dr. Mew's mocking voice echoed once more, deriding. Saiyans are truly brawny yet simple-minded monkeys, unable to grasp the disparity in strength. Humph, you would do well to pray that you never cross my path. For if I encounter you, I shall eliminate you without hesitation, Bardock retorted disdainfully. How infuriating, still defiant even in the face of impending doom. Dr. Meow was evidently infuriated. Shouting in a fit of rage, number 17, incapacitate him and bring him back. I want him dead. I want him dead. Understand? The formidable ultimate number 17 flicked his golden locks and declared, embrace your demise, Bardock. He spun and dove downwards, his golden hair swirling around him, as black malevolent energy transformed into a scythe that struck fiercely towards Bardock. Bardock felt a jolt of terror. What kind of technique was this? Could this be wielded by a mere automaton? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. He swiftly conjured a lightsaber and slashed upwards. The golden lightsaber clashed against the black scythe. With a swift, piercing sound, the golden blade shattered, sending Bardock hurtling backwards like a cannonball. The disparity in power was insurmountable. No matter how exquisite the technique or how refined the skill, it proved futile. The scythe in ultimate number 17's grasp vanished, and he dismantled half of his arm, revealing not flesh and blood within, but a formidable cannon barrel. The death cannon gathered a dark red luminescence, coalescing into a colossal shockwave that surged towards Bardock. Everything in its path was reduced to ashes. Be careful, Dad. Don't take it head-on, Raditz and Goku exclaimed in unison, both acutely aware of the destructive force behind the energy blast. A sense of impending doom enveloped Bardock. At that moment, every hair on his body stood on end. If struck by this assault, he would be utterly obliterated. Yet, simultaneously, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, growing increasingly intense, as if it were on the verge of erupting from his very being. It was coming. That feeling of breakthrough was imminent. Bardock's gaze sharpened. He understood that in this moment of dire straits, the potential within him was awakening, but he needed just a bit more pressure. Saiyans, in moments of life and death, transcended their limits to create miracles. This was exemplified by Goku and Vegeta during the Tournament of Power in the main timeline. Enough of this. I will gamble everything. Bardock gritted his teeth, golden radiance exploding forth as he maximized his energy, his muscles tensing in preparation. He intended to forcibly shatter his own limits through this technique. It was a perilous gamble, for a single misstep could lead to his demise. Yet, Bardock found himself with no alternatives. To fight might yield success, but to refrain assuredly guaranteed failure. Why does he insist on taking it head-on? He could easily evade with instant transmission. Goku exclaimed in astonishment, utterly perplexed by Bardock's decision. He was not alone. The other warriors shared his bewilderment, for Bardock was typically rational and composed. Why was he being so obstinate now? With a thunderous roar, a massive energy sphere collided with Bardock, the overwhelming force instantly shattering his battle attire while his feet sank deeper into the ground. Damn it! Bardock's body was racked with pain, a sensation of tearing coursing through him. His eyes bloodshot, and fissures appeared on his arms, blood oozing from the cracks. Yet Bardock clenched his jaw resolutely, his energy continuing to blaze and release, his heart steadfast in its conviction. He would succeed. He absolutely could not give up. The latent power within him surged with increasing intensity, crackling with tendrils of lightning that danced around his form. The boundary has been shattered. Charge! A thunderous roar erupted from Bardock, as golden divine light illuminated the ground. Chapter 110. The Alliance of Two Super Saiyans. The relentless energy cannon of Ultimate 17 bore down, unleashing a colossal mushroom cloud that ascended into the sky, causing the very earth to tremble. A vast inferno engulfed the land, and an immense pit blazed with flames. Ha ha ha, Bardock, you fool, it's the end for you now. Dr. Mew's maniacal laughter echoed from within Ultimate 17. He deemed Bardock utterly irrational. Given the opportunity to evade, he chose instead to play the hero and face it head-on. And now he was surely doomed. Father, Raditz and Goku stood in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before them. Their father had fallen, unable to withstand the onslaught. The other warriors displayed expressions of profound sorrow. How could this be? Even Bardock had been effortlessly slain. Yet, Gohan bore a look of elation, exclaiming, "Grandpa is not dead." Look! At Gohan's words, everyone paused, quickly turning their gaze to the battlefield. Indeed, from the depths of that vast pit, a golden figure, enveloped in lightning, emerged step by step from the sea of flames. His hair stood on end, his muscles more pronounced than ever, and a fierce aura erupted from him, accompanied by the crackling of electricity. Father's energy is incredible now, Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Just like Gohan, he has become a Super Saiyan 2. He has transcended to the level of Super Saiyan 2. He felt a profound admiration and shock, realizing his father had managed to break through in such a life-and-death situation. Vegeta, teeth nearly grinding to dust, seethed with frustration. One Gohan was already beyond his reach, and now Bardock had followed suit, attaining the realm of Super Saiyan 2. His pride suffered a crushing blow. Is this what Super Saiyan 2 truly is? The difference from Super Saiyan 1 is indeed vast. Bardock, feeling the tumultuous power coursing through him, thought in awe, "My strength has now reached the level of Lightning Cell. If I were to face my former self, I could likely defeat him in a single blow." Though he had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2, in pure strength, he still fell slightly short of Gohan. However, Gohan was an exception. At full power in the Super Saiyan phase, he surpassed Bardock, especially with the added intensity fueled by rage, rendering Bardock's Super Saiyan 2 currently inferior. Nonetheless, the difference was minimal. Transformation? Ultimate 17 displayed no change in expression upon witnessing Bardock's current form. He was an emotionless killing machine, impervious to fear. Just moments ago, he had nearly been vanquished by this very foe. It had been a close call. Bardock clenched his fists, his fighting spirit surging as he grinned ferociously. Now, it is my turn to strike back. With a swift step, Bardock traversed an immeasurable distance, appearing before Ultimate 17. Before the latter could react, Bardock's fist, infused with electric energy, struck heavily against Ultimate 17. The force of this punch is capable of penetrating the very core of the earth. Even the formidable Ultimate 17 is sent hurtling backward, swiftly propelled to the opposite side of the globe. Such immense power emanates from but a single strike. Bardock follows closely behind, resembling a golden lightning bolt as he traverses half the earth at an astonishing velocity. Upon witnessing the two depart from the vicinity, Goku and his companions quickly react, employing instant transmission to keep pace. This leaves only Mr. Satan and a few ordinary individuals in the area who had already succumbed to unconsciousness during the cataclysmic explosion. Upon awakening, Mr. Satan, much like his counterpart in the main timeline, claims sole credit for the events that transpired. Although the host remains skeptical, the absence of Goku and the others renders him oblivious to the truth, allowing Mr. Satan to bask in his self-proclaimed glory. Unbeknownst to Bardock, who is currently engaged in a fierce melee within a volcanic region against Ultimate 17. The two combatants are moving at such incredible speeds that they become nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye, each punch resonating with a thunderous impact. The sheer force of their clash causes numerous volcanoes to erupt, spewing forth molten lava. Nevertheless, this does not impede their battle. They continue to fight deep within the volcano itself, with violent energy collisions reducing towering mountains to rubble. The power of Super Saiyan 2 is truly awe-inspiring, matching that of the android in equal measure. Goku watches with fervor, itching to join the fray himself. He resolves to double his training efforts, aspiring to reach the level of Super Saiyan 2 at the earliest opportunity. He is not alone in this determination. Vegeta and the other pure-blooded Saiyans share the same sentiment. While his grandfather is indeed formidable, the strength of Ultimate 17 remains a step beyond his own. Gohan, with a serious expression, states, "If this continues, my grandfather may soon find himself overwhelmed." Among those present, his strength and judgment of the battle are the most astute. "Gohan, it's time for you to intervene and assist Bardock in vanquishing that foe," suggests Krillin, who cradles the unconscious 18 in his arms. Such dedication to 18 underscores his genuine concern for her well-being. "Very well," Gohan responds without hesitation, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and charging towards Ultimate 17. Initially, Ultimate 17 was evenly matched with Bardock, but Gohan delivers a swift kick, sending him crashing onto a small island. The tremendous force of the impact shatters the island completely. I'm here to help you, Grandpa. Gohan laughs at Bardock. Excellent. Let us together vanquish this adversary, Bardock agrees, unperturbed by notions of fairness. Unlike Goku, who adheres to principles of justice, Bardock shows no mercy to his enemies, embodying a brutal pragmatism. This reality is vividly illustrated in Goku's own demeanor in the main timeline. With a resounding crash, Ultimate 17 breaches the ocean's surface, hurtling towards the duo of grandfather and grandson. Gohan, fueled with determination, is the first to strike. Engaging in combat with Ultimate 17, while Bardock brandishes his energy sword, unleashing a dazzling array of sword light. Though Ultimate 17's strength surpasses that of Gohan, it is not by a significant margin. Now, with two Super Saiyan 2 warriors joining forces, Ultimate 17 quickly finds himself at a disadvantage. His attire is tattered by Bardock's energy sword, and his body is marred by Gohan's relentless strikes. Damn it, you two scoundrels, how dare you conspire against me, shamelessly? Dr. Mew's frantic voice echoes. Huh, call it what you will, this decrepit scrap of metal is due for retirement, Bardock retorts. Lightning crackling around him as he concentrates all his strength into his fists. Ultimate 17 can absorb energy, rendering energy blasts ineffective. Thus, only physical attacks can potentially vanquish him. Gohan, unleash your full power. Let us, grandfather and grandson, strike together. Bardock exclaims, his fists brimming with tremendous power, akin to an enraged dragon charging towards Ultimate 17. All right, count me in. Gohan, equally fervent, channels all his strength into his fists, joining Bardock in a dual assault on Ultimate 17 from both sides. Instinctively, Ultimate 17 seeks to evade, yet before he can react, Bardock teleports behind him, sealing off his escape. Perish. Chapter 111. Concerning the Demon Clan, the earth-shattering collision of their fists reverberates through the skies. With no means of avoidance, Ultimate 17's head is pierced by Bardock, while Gohan shatters his body into fragments. Debris rains down in a chaotic storm. Thus, Ultimate 17 meets his demise at the hands of the two Super Saiyan 2s. Yet, a glimmering chip fortuitously soars towards 17, cradled in 16's arms. The chip embeds itself in 17's forehead, and in an instant, it integrates into his very being. The chaotic time and space swiftly revert to normalcy. Bardock senses the restoration of time and space, realizing that with Ultimate 17's defeat, the entire realm resumes its proper flow. Grandfather, we have successfully eradicated Cell and Ultimate 17. Gohan, reverting to his normal state, extends his fist towards Bardock. Bardock smiles, their fists gently colliding, and they share a moment of camaraderie. Dad, Gohan. Goku and his companions soar from the distance, Goku exuberantly proclaiming, "You were incredible. The power of Super Saiyan 2 is extraordinary." Humph. Vegeta, arms crossed, exhibits his displeasure. This scene is all too familiar. Once again, they all stood on equal footing, just as they did on Namek, yet he finds himself perpetually surpassed. What a tragic fate. Now is not the time to relax, Piccolo interjects. Though we have vanquished Cell and Ultimate 17, do not forget about Dr. Mew. That fiend is exceedingly treacherous. Until we eliminate him, he will remain a threat. Moreover, I suspect he is connected to the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan? Piccolo, what do you mean by that? Bardock inquires, his brow furrowed. Could it be the dark energy that descended upon Ultimate 17? I sense it too. It is indeed a malevolent force, Bardock acknowledges. His understanding of the Demon Clan is limited, as even in the primary timeline of Kakaroto's life, he has encountered little regarding them. The only connection he knows of is the Demon King, Dabura. However, the prowess of Dabura appears somewhat lacking, merely on par with the complete form of Cell, and even failing to reach the level of the Lightning Cell. As for the Demon Realm and Majin Buu, he is uncertain whether they belong to the demonic race. Now that Dr. Mew has entangled himself with the Demon Clan, this individual must not be spared. Indeed, the demon race I refer to is the genuine one. Piccolo's expression turned grave. If Dr. Mew harbors connections to the Demon Clan, the entire universe may face calamity. He possesses the memories and knowledge of the Supreme Kai. Thus, he is privy to many secrets unknown to ordinary beings, though he has never encountered the true demon race. It is said that within their ranks lies a demon god, yet accounts of this deity are exceedingly scarce. Let us proceed step by step regarding these matters. Bardock suggested. For now, we should return to the temple. The immediate crisis is averted, but there are still loose ends to address. The warriors vanished from the scene. However, after their departure, a black light engulfed a transparent soul and disappeared without a trace. It was unexpected that these Saiyans were so formidable. Even the fused Hell android was defeated. Dr. Mew sat despondently in his chair, feeling a significant pang of regret. The Hell android was a creation into which he had poured countless efforts, and now to see it eliminated thus provoked immense frustration within him. I never anticipated that two robots could stir up any considerable trouble, Dracula remarked indifferently. Although they possess the ability to think and have their own ideas, they remain, after all, mere machines, and their inability to prevail is to be expected. My lord, what shall we do now? Dr. Mew was at a loss, as he no longer had any formidable warriors at his disposal. What do you see here? Dracula waved his hand, and a green soul floated before him. Upon seeing this soul, Dr. Mew was momentarily stunned, then questioned in confusion, My lord, is this soul not? Indeed, although we have suffered a setback this time, it is not without gain, Dracula stated. At the very least, I have discovered that Bardock is linked to the Supreme Kai of Time. The Supreme Kai of Time, the one whom Dr. Mew seems to know much about, yet he dares not voice it, for it would anger Dracula. Precisely, it is that woman, Lyneth. She nearly uprooted our entire clan. Dracula's tone turned frigid, exuding a palpable aura of menace. The plan must not falter. We must continuously gather the souls of powerful beings, so that my father can break free from his seal. Recently, on a certain planet, I stumbled upon an intriguing object that we can utilize to further our grand scheme for the demon clan. A boisterous laughter echoed in the basement. As Dracula waved his hand, and in a flash of darkness, he vanished alongside Dr. Mew. In the Temple of the Gods. Upon returning to the temple, Dandy attended to their wounds one by one. Krillin, having remained unscathed throughout, gently set down Android 18, his gaze filled with tenderness. Krillin, what do you intend to do with this android? Bardock, noticing Krillin, smiled and inquired. How shall I dispose of her? The inquiry left Klin somewhat at a loss for words. He stammered for a moment before stating, They are not bad people. Let them go. He expressed gratitude for the rescue of number 17 and number 18. At that moment, number 16 remarked, Without your intervention, they would have faced dire consequences. Due to the disparity in timelines, this version of number 16 had not perished at the hands of Cell. It's a minor issue, Bardock interjected. But what are your plans henceforth? I am uncertain, replied number 16. I do not relish combat. I merely wish to coexist harmoniously with nature. A glimmer of affection for the natural world shone in his eyes. If that is the case, Bardock pondered for a moment before suggesting, I have a splendid location in mind for you, one that is devoid of conflict and intimately connected with nature. What do you think? Bardock, are you referring to Namek? Piccolo, displaying remarkable insight, immediately deduced the destination Bardock had in mind. Indeed, given number 16's disposition, Namek would be a perfect fit for him, Bardock continued. Moreover, with his strength, he could safeguard Namek from malevolent incidents akin to those instigated by Frieza. That sounds rather agreeable, Piccolo concurred. As Bardock had noted, number 16's presence on Namek would undoubtedly ensure the planet's protection. Nearby, Dandy nodded in agreement. Namek, you say? A glimmer of hope flickered in number 16's eyes. Just then, number 17, lying flat on the ground, suddenly regained consciousness. He gazed bewilderedly at his unfamiliar surroundings, his mind momentarily struggling to comprehend the situation. What transpired? Wasn't I absorbed by that fiend, Cell? How did I end up in this place? Number 17, are you alright? Number 16 inquired with genuine concern upon noticing 17's awakening. I am fine. Where's this place? Number 17 gradually composed himself, eyeing the Dragon Ball warriors with a hint of wariness. There is no need for fear. They are all good people, number 16 reassured him. You and number 18 were absorbed by Cell, but Goku and his companions defeated Cell and rescued both of you. Oh, is that so? Number 17 paused, then approached the Dragon Ball warriors, expressing, Thank you for your assistance. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Though somewhat brash, number 17 was not malevolent. He understood the distinction between friend and foe, and he recognized those who had come to his aid as benefactors. It was nothing, merely a small act of kindness. Bardock waved his hand dismissively, not taking it to heart. One could only wonder if this number 17 would mirror the one from the primary timeline, possessing immense potential. The number 17 from the primary timeline had proven to be exceptionally formidable, a true powerhouse. Strange, I feel rather peculiar, number 17 mused, clenching his fist. It seems as though my body is infused with an unprecedented strength. What do you mean by that? His revelation left the others momentarily perplexed, unable to grasp the full extent of his words. I cannot quite articulate it, but I sense my power has significantly intensified. On the 17th, he was unsure of the circumstances, yet he felt an overwhelming strength within him. If he were to encounter Cell again, he believed he could defeat him with a single punch. It seemed that the core chip of Ultimate 17 had fused with his being. At that moment, Android 16 spoke up, his tone somber. You may not have noticed, but when you vanquished Ultimate 17, a glowing chip integrated into 17's body. I refrained from mentioning it, as I too struggled to comprehend its significance. Now it is evident that the power of Ultimate 17 has become 17's own, which explains his newfound strength. Really? Such a thing happened? Bardock and the others were taken aback, realizing they had overlooked this crucial detail. In retrospect, it appeared that Dr. Mew's painstaking creation had ultimately become a mere adornment for 17. This is the consequence of wrongdoing, Goku remarked with a chuckle. Dr. Mew killed Dr. Gero, and now his Ultimate 17 has merged with 17, truly a cycle of cause and effect. The group found this irony striking. It underscored the notion that one cannot engage in malevolence without facing eventual retribution. Hey, Android, you claim to be stronger now, but I doubt you can surpass me. At this moment, Vegeta interjected, eager for a chance to showcase his prowess. He had been a mere bystander during the battles against Cell and the demise of Ultimate 17, and he could not allow himself to fade into obscurity. Are you certain? 17 was also curious to test his newfound strength, but hesitated to voice it. Enough chatter. Let's engage. Vegeta struck a pose, his golden aura flaring dramatically. Very well, I shall not hold back. With a swift motion, 17 launched a punch at Vegeta. The latter was caught off guard, swiftly losing his combat ability from a single blow. What? The onlookers could barely follow 17's movements, even the strongest. Gohan and Bardock struggled to keep pace, while Vegeta lay incapacitated. What kind of power is this? Even perfect Cell could not achieve such prowess. Wait, Vegeta couldn't withstand a single punch? Goku, intrigued, shouted, let me give it a try. He hurled a punch at 17, but the latter merely tilted his head, countering with another strike. Goku clutched his abdomen in pain, instantly reverting from Super Saiyan to his base form. Another punch landed, leaving Goku utterly defenseless. Is he really that formidable? The Dragon Ball warriors widened their eyes in disbelief. Could even Goku not endure a single blow? All right, I shall also attempt it. Bardock, equally curious, transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and unleashed 80% of his power against 17. Yet, 17 merely blocked the attack with a single finger and retaliated with another punch. Bardock felt the force of 17's fist, vast as the cosmos, pushing him back a considerable distance until he braced himself against the ground. Though he was a Super Saiyan 2, he did not lose his combat ability from one strike. However, his mind was tumultuous with astonishment. Is this truly possible? This guy's power has clearly reached the level of Super Saiyan 3. Bardock was utterly astonished. No wonder Goku and Vegeta were swiftly defeated. Before him stood Android 17, who, in terms of power, had already attained the Super Saiyan 3 level. Even he, Bardock, would find himself unable to withstand more than a few exchanges against the current Android 17. This realization left him in awe. The notion of fusion seemed utterly absurd. Originally, 17's strength was merely superior to that of a typical Super Saiyan. Yet after merging with the Ultimate 17, he had leapt several tiers to reach the Super Saiyan 3 level. Bardock found himself both amused and perplexed. For this individual had seemingly defied fate and acquired formidable power without any effort. Undoubtedly, the present Android 17 was the strongest, even surpassing Broly. Is he really that powerful? Gohan gasped, unable to believe that even his grandfather was not a match. Why do I get the impression that you all aren't even trying? Android 17 remarked, somewhat confused, still unaware of the true extent of his terrifying power. All right, enough of this nonsense. We must return to the matter at hand, Piccolo interjected. We should summon the Eternal Dragon, especially since that version of Cell from a distant future has absorbed many people on Earth. We need to revive them. Not to mention those from the universe who fell victim to future Cell, Raditz added. Very well, Piccolo nodded, signaling Dandy to summon the eternal dragon. Dandy understood and hastily called forth the dragon. I can grant 3 of your wishes. Feel free to state them. The familiar voice of the dragon resonated from the skies. Due to Dandy's enhancement, the Dragon Balls could now fulfill 3 wishes. What is this? Android 18 awoke, noticing Android 17, 16, and the Dragon Team. Upon seeing the colossal dragon in the sky, she was taken aback. What kind of creature is that? Ah, you're awake, Krillin exclaimed. Noticing the movement behind him and realizing 18 had regained consciousness, his face lighting up with joy. Android 18 merely nodded, ignoring Krillin as her gaze remained fixed on the dragon. Eternal Dragon, please resurrect the Earthlings and universe beings slain by Cell, Dandy proclaimed, extending his arms. That is quite simple. The dragon's eyes glimmered with red light, and it soon declared, the first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. Chapter 113. Peace descends for the second wish. Restore the planets destroyed by Cell. Piccolo articulated thoughtfully, considering the destruction caused during future Cell's battle with Raditz. Certainly. The red light flickered once more as the dragon continued. The second wish has been granted. Please state your third wish. The third wish. Dandy found himself in a quandary, looking to Piccolo for assistance. Piccolo, at that moment, was at a loss for what wish to make. Krillin and Bardock's eyes suddenly lit up, and Bardock leaned closer to Krillin, whispering a few words. Upon hearing Bardock's suggestion, Krillin's breath quickened as he urgently inquired, is that really possible? Don't deceive me. Rest assured, do you think I am that kind of person? Bardock coaxed. Hurry, this is a splendid opportunity to shine. He could only assist Krillin up to this point. Whether he could secure Android 18 depended solely on his own fortune. I understand, Krillin said, taking a deep breath and casting a covert glance at Android 18 before calling out loudly to Shenron. Shenron, could you possibly deactivate the explosive devices implanted in Android 17 and 18? Krillin. His words drew the attention of those present, especially the siblings. Android 17 and 18, who gazed at him in confusion. How did this little bald head know about the explosive devices within them? These were installed by Dr. Gero for his convenience in controlling them, and it seemed implausible that Krillin could be privy to such a secret. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Shenron transformed into a beam of light and dissipated, and the dim sky regained its clarity. Hey, Krillin, why did you suddenly make that wish? Goku inquired, bewildered. You seem to be acting quite strangely. Shut up. You wouldn't understand, Krillin retorted brusquely, unwilling to admit that he had made that wish to win Android 18's favor. Why are you doing this? We don't even know each other. Why help us? Android 18 stepped forward, questioning him. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Android 17's displeasure with her demeanor was evident as he raised his fist and exclaimed, when that bastard Cell expelled you. It was my good friend Krillin who risked his life to save you. Now he even wishes to deactivate the bomb for you, and instead of gratitude, you speak to him so arrogantly? How utterly absurd. Such a thing happened. Android 18's heart trembled as she widened her eyes at Krillin, unaware of the extent to which this little bald head had gone for her sake. Oh, Krillin, could it be that you've taken a liking to Android 18? Android 17 teased, noticing Krillin's flushed face as he lowered his head. No good deed goes unpunished. Confess your true intentions. No, it's not like that, Krillin stammered, waving his hands in denial. I merely thought you were a good match, so I wanted to assist. It's not what you think. Unbeknownst to him, Android 17 and 18 were siblings. Oh, a good match, you say? Android 17 chuckled lightly, then fell silent. Stop babbling nonsense, you octopus head. Android 18, having discerned Krillin's feelings, shouted at him, 17 is my twin brother. And don't think that just because you saved me, I will be with you. Don't even dream of it. With that, she pushed through the crowd, her cheeks flushed as she sprinted towards the edge of the temple. Just as she contemplated flying away, a sudden pang of guilt struck her for Krillin. Turning her head, the gentle breeze tousled her golden locks as she spoke, her tone laden with complexity. Until we meet again. And with that, she leaped down. Farewell, kindred spirits. Thank you all. Observing Android 18 running off, Android 17 expressed his gratitude to the others before hastily pursuing her. You insufferable brat. If you take one more step, I swear I'll knock you out. Nappa cursed vehemently. Who do you think you are? My brother's affection for you is an honor. How dare you treat him this way? Forget about it. Do you dare to say that in front of her? At this moment, Vegeta could not help but undermine Nappa. Nappa was instantly rendered speechless. He merely indulged in some verbal bravado, realizing he was no match for Android 18. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Only Krillin felt disheartened, thinking that 18 would surely despise him now, and that he would never find a wife. Don't be so discouraged, Krillin, Yamcha, the charming playboy, consoled. Did you not hear her say until we meet again? That implies there is still a chance for you. Perhaps in front of so many people. She felt shy about a sudden confession. I understand women best. Really? Krillin exclaimed, as if he had found a beacon of hope, eagerly shaking Yamcha's arm. Come on. We are brothers. Would I deceive you? Yamcha said mysteriously. When I have some time, I'll teach you a few tricks to win over the ladies. And I assure you, success will be at your fingertips. Krillin, feeling rejuvenated, gave Yamcha a hearty pat on the back. Bardock, uninterested in their playful banter, approached Android 16 and inquired, when do you plan to go to Namek? I can transport you there with instant transmission. Let us go now, 16 replied peacefully. Please tell 17 and 18 not to come looking for me. His greatest desire was to live in tranquility, and he was eager to fulfill this wish. All right, let us set off, Bardock said, grasping 16's shoulder and using instant transmission to bring him to Namek. After greeting Elder Muri, who welcomed him without hesitation, Bardock departed. Upon returning to the temple, he found that Tien and the others had already left. Well, we should head back as well, Goku said cheerfully. To celebrate peace. Let us have a big feast at my place tonight. I'll have Chi-Chi prepare a grand party. Vegeta, you should come with Bulma too. Goku had certainly prospered. His home was now affluent enough to host gatherings, finally free from the need to mooch off Bulma. Humph, I'm going to train. I have no interest, Vegeta scoffed, giving no regard to Goku and flying off alone. He was determined to train diligently, aspiring to break through to Super Saiyan 2, with no time to waste on trivial festivities. This guy never changes, Goku remarked, unable to suppress his frustration. Let it be, Vegeta must be in a foul mood. Let us not bother him. Bardock stretched and chuckled. I'm hungry as well. Let us hurry back. Overall, the outcome of the Cell Games was quite favorable. At least Goku had not perished, and he and Gohan had successfully ascended to Super Saiyan 2, which indeed warranted celebration. As for the future, they would take it one step at a time. Chapter 114. A visit to Lunas at Goku's home in Mount Payos. Chi-Chi had organized an extravagant party to celebrate the arrival of peace. The dining table was laden with a variety of sumptuous dishes, accompanied by an assortment of exquisite beverages. In preparation for this grand soiree, Kiki thoughtfully recruited numerous employees from her company to assist her. Fortunately, her family's vast enterprise allowed her to manage such an extensive gathering. Otherwise, it would have been beyond her solitary capabilities to arrange all these provisions. Goku and the Saiyans indulged heartily, while the Earthlings, including Krillin, reveled in song and dance. To further elevate the ambience, the boisterous Baba even summoned several top-tier divas to perform exuberantly. When the tyrant of the entertainment industry spoke, these songstresses dared not refuse, fearing the consequences of defiance. Broly, too, was pulled into the festivities by Bardock, and though he was not yet well acquainted with the warriors, Mr. Popo, Master Karen, and Yachirobe were also graciously invited by Goku. With the exception of Vegeta, everyone was in high spirits. At Goku's residence, a massive television broadcasted Mr. Satan's ostentatious display before the camera, adorned in gold and silver. His signature championship belt gleamed conspicuously as he perched upon a parade float, basking in the adulation of the nation. The unsuspecting Earthlings believed Satan had vanquished Cell, hailing him as their savior. This fellow certainly knew how to take credit, Krillin remarked, exasperated by the sheer foolishness of such a character. Goku and his companions, however, were indifferent to Satan's antics, having never sought after such ephemeral accolades. Perhaps, they mused, Satan's fortuitous luck might one day prove beneficial to them. Bardock was acutely aware of Satan's remarkable fortune. In the primary timeline, without Satan's intervention, Goku and his allies would have been unable to defeat Majin Buu. Yet, Krillin and the other warriors remained skeptical of Bardock's claims, questioning what Satan could possibly contribute besides boasting and seeking praise. The celebration continued until the early hours, with all attendees thoroughly intoxicated. Even Goku, who typically abstained from alcohol, partook in considerable libations. Only Bardock retained his clarity once the guests departed. He discreetly ventured into the kitchen to pack an abundance of delicacies into an oversized container. Ah, Lord Lunas has likely never tasted Earth's culinary delights, Bardock chuckled to himself. Subsequently utilizing his time-space ring to traverse to the realm of time and space. It had been a while since he last visited Lunas, and he harbored certain inquiries he wished to discuss with her. What brings you here? Lunas maintained her characteristic regal aloofness, her divine halo shimmering brilliantly, her exquisite visage revealing no trace of emotion. She appeared somewhat surprised by Bardock's arrival. Lord Lunas, please, take a seat, Bardock urged, unfazed. These dishes were prepared by my daughter-in-law. I am certain you have never encountered such cuisine. We deities have no need for sustenance, Lunas replied, observing the array of delectable offerings in the container, inhaling their tantalizing aroma, and feeling an unexpected desire to sample them. This astonished her. Her steadfast resolve had seemingly wavered at the prospect of mere earthly fare. Is it truly that delicious? Come now, it won't hurt to try. You might just find yourself enamored with it, Bardock encouraged. Bardock picked up a pair of chopsticks, deftly lifting a piece of tuna sushi, which he consumed in one delightful bite, accompanied by a melodic expression of appreciation. What is this delectable dish? Luna could no longer contain her curiosity. She gracefully seated herself and picked up a piece of grilled squid, pondering aloud. It resembles charred coal. Can it truly be delicious? This is grilled squid. And it is indeed quite scrumptious, Bardock thought to himself, stifling a chuckle. It was evident that gourmet food held an irresistible allure for these exalted deities. Whether one was a god of destruction or an angel, none could resist the power of culinary delights. Even Luna, one of the supreme gods, was no exception. With a hint of skepticism, she placed the squid in her mouth and chewed slowly. The moment she swallowed, her eyes widened in astonishment. It was indeed delectable, a flavor she had never experienced in her long existence. Unable to resist, she eagerly reached for more, savoring each bite. The food here was a medley of unique flavors, each more delightful than the last. It seems I must return to Earth to procure some of this, she mused. Bardock, it has been some time since we last met, and your strength has certainly improved, though you remain rather weak, Luna remarked as she continued to eat. However, your potential is commendable in such a short span. You have harnessed some temporal powers and even elevated your teleportation skills to the second level. Quite impressive. She could easily discern the disparity in their strengths. Luna, please refrain from constantly comparing me to you, Bardock replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation, then turned serious. Actually, I have a few inquiries I wish to discuss with you. Oh, have you encountered some troubles? Luna glanced up at Bardock, her demeanor cool and composed. Not exactly a problem, merely a personal matter, Bardock began. I would like to know if a person who has been deceased for over 20 years can be resurrected using the Super Dragon Balls. The Super Dragon Balls? Luna frowned. I am surprised you are even aware of Lord Salama's Super Dragon Balls. While the Eternal Dragon possesses unparalleled creative power, if that person's soul has already reincarnated, the hope of revival is rather bleak. Is that so? Bardock's heart sank at the thought. Jian had been gone for so many years. She had likely already been reborn as someone else. Who is this person you speak of? Is she significant? Luna inquired. She is my wife, Bardock revealed, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. His family was harmonious now, yet there remained a void without Gnei. He longed for her to witness the growth of Raditz and Kakarot. She would surely be delighted to see her sons flourish. Ah, your wife, Luna nodded, continuing. You need not complicate matters so. If you master the complete laws of time and space, you can merely reverse time to before your wife's death. Is that truly possible? Bardock's heart raced with astonishment. The complete laws of time and space were indeed formidable. Could they allow him to turn back the clock 20 years? Even Whis, an angel of his caliber, could only rewind time by 3 minutes. Lady Luna, can you accomplish such a feat? Bardock's face lit with hope as he gazed at her expectantly. Chapter 115. The Dragon God Salama Lunas, as the supreme deity of the realm of time, stands at the same exalted level as the Omni King, having undoubtedly mastered the intricate laws of time and space. Indeed, I possess the capability, Lunas openly declared. However, I am currently unable to do so. I previously informed you that the rift in time and space is in a state of anomaly. My powers must be continuously employed to mend this rift. Should I attempt to reverse time, the cosmic flow of time and space would become even more chaotic. You should comprehend the potential consequences. Bardock, not one to be easily fooled, instantly grasped Lunas's implications. If she were to reverse time, it would wreak havoc on the current temporal flow, likely accelerating the collapse of the rift. Such an outcome would hasten the release of ancient beings trapped within. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bardock sighed. It seemed impossible to rely on Lunas for assistance. Yet, all hope was not lost. He resolved to seek an opportunity to consult with the king of the underworld. If Janae's soul had not reincarnated, he could easily revive her without the aid of the eternal dragon. However, if her soul had indeed been reborn, he would strive to gather the Super Dragon Balls. Although Lunas claimed that the eternal dragon would be ineffective, he would not lose heart without first attempting it. Even if these methods proved futile, he would diligently train to master the complete laws of time and space. With this determination, Bardock felt an invigorating surge of motivation. Have you encountered the Dark Demon Clan? Lunas scrutinized Bardock, sensing remnants of their essence lingering about him. The Dark Demon Clan? Bardock's expression shifted slightly as he nodded. I cannot say for certain. The situation was as follows. He proceeded to recount the details of the Ultimate Android 17 incident. It appeared that the minions of the Dark Demon realm had not learned from their past mistakes. Lunas maintained a stoic demeanor, her tone suggesting a profound disdain for the Dark Demon Clan. Lord Lunas, what exactly is the Dark Demon Clan? Are they formidable? Bardock inquired, his curiosity piqued. To me, they are easily extinguished, Lunas replied nonchalantly. However, to you, they represent a catastrophe of monumental proportions. Truly? Bardock raised an eyebrow, realizing the Dark Demon Clan was indeed formidable. Long ago, before humanity's inception, Lunas began, a demon known as Degumara emerged from the Dark Demon Clan. His strength was considerable, yet his arrogance led him to instigate numerous conflicts throughout the cosmos, even daring to aspire to supplant the Omni King. And what transpired thereafter? Bardock asked, intrigued. He held a certain admiration for this demon. After all, attempting to dethrone the Omni King was an audacious endeavor. Eventually, I grew weary of that pest and sealed Degumara within the Dark Demon realm, subsequently eradicating the Dark Demon Clan, Lunas recounted dismissively. I had not anticipated that. After so many years, they would once again emerge to cause turmoil. Impressive and formidable, Bardock remarked, giving Lunas an approving thumbs up. This woman was indeed fierce and succinct. A powerful clan, obliterated at her whim. However, one must ponder, why did you not eliminate Degumara at that time? Bardock found it peculiar. If Lunas possessed the power to annihilate the Dark Demon race, why not also vanquish the Demon God, instead of opting for imprisonment? What is the distinction between killing and sealing? Lunas, with an air of majesty, declared, the crimes he has committed are far too great. To slay him would be to grant him a favor. Subjecting him to the endless solitude of time is the most fitting punishment. Moreover, sealing and killing are not dissimilar. Should he dare to emerge, I shall strike him down once more. Impressive indeed. Look at the aura of the supreme deity. To her, the demon god is no more than an insect, emerging only to be dispatched repeatedly. You are truly formidable, my esteemed sister, Bardock mused internally. Is there any further inquiry? Lunas appeared sated, gently wiping her mouth. I am curious about the dragon god, Salama. Bardock was exceedingly intrigued. This deity is the creator of the Super Dragon Balls. Yet records of Salama are exceedingly scant across all timelines. You little one, why are you so curious about the matters of the supreme deities? Lunas gazed at Bardock with a hint of peculiarity, yet responded patiently. Lord Salama is the progenitor of the dragon race, his creative principles unparalleled. In terms of profound understanding, Lord Salama surpasses me. However, he sustained grave injuries during the ancient battle and currently lies in a state of slumber. While in this slumber, Lord Salama created the Super Dragon Balls and bequeathed his bloodline legacy. The Super Shinran inherited a significant portion of Lord Salama's creative principles. However, there exists a decree among deities that prohibits the use of Super Dragon Balls. Do you understand why? After pondering for a considerable time, Bardock replied, I comprehend. Since the Super Dragon Balls are derived from Lord Salama, each usage delays his awakening. This revelation about the secrets of ancient deities was unprecedented for him. It is no wonder that in the primary timeline, those exalted deities seldom employ the Super Dragon Balls. He also recalled the Namekians, who possess the ability to create Dragon Balls. They must surely be descendants of the Dragon God's bloodline. However, compared to the Super Dragon Balls, the Namekians likely inherited only a meager fraction of that power. Thus, does this imply that the Dragon God Salama is an ancestor of that Piccolo fellow? Bardock had not anticipated this layer of background for Piccolo. You are indeed correct. During the ancient super battle, the dragon god Salama sustained the gravest injuries. Lunas's eyes reflected memories as she spoke. In that battle, I, alongside Lord Salama and Lord Zeno, united to seal that dreadful ancient entity within the rift of time and space. The anomalies within the rift primarily stem from the absence of Lord Salama's power. Thus, you chose me, did you not? Bardock finally grasped Lunas's reasoning for selecting him. It was due to the uncertainty surrounding when the ancient entity she spoke of might break free from its seal. Lunas, what manner of being necessitated the combined efforts of you three supreme deities? Bardock felt a profound shock. What kind of being possessed such formidable power that it required the combined efforts of the three supreme deities of the universe to defeat? I am uncertain. All I know is that before the universe was born, when chaos reigned between heaven and earth, even the Grand King had yet to come into existence, and that ancient entity had already been there. Lunas shook her head, clearly as perplexed as Bardock regarding the origins of that ancient existence. Had it existed for a time surpassing that of the Grand King? Bardock's heart trembled. From Lunas's words, he understood that the Grand King represented the will of the universe, and this being had outlived him. How many years must that entail? This was truly a living fossil. Chapter 116. The era of martial arts. You need not bear excessive pressure, Lunas observed, noticing the change in Bardock's expression. In the short term, that ancient being will not break free from its seal. You have ample time to cultivate. I understand. I shall diligently train and strive to master the complete laws of time and space as soon as possible, Bardock declared resolutely. Subsequently, Bardock inquired Lunas about various aspects of cultivation, such as the power of laws and the realms of deities, among others. This exchange proved to be immensely beneficial for Bardock. You should return to savor your final moments of familial warmth, Lunas suddenly remarked. I have specifically created a trial mode for you. According to the time measurement on your Earth, 1 year from now, you shall undergo rigorous training. The duration will depend on your progress. Oh, a training mode? Upon hearing this, Bardock was not frightened. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. A training regimen devised by one of the three supreme deities of the vast universe could not be trivial. As for the time it would consume, he was indifferent. Indeed, there can be no gain without effort, for every endeavor possesses duality. Now, be on your way, Lunas commanded. Yet as Bardock prepared to depart, she raised her hand and shot a beam of light into his body. Meeting Bardock's puzzled gaze, Lunas spoke coolly, as the apprentice king of time. Although you have transcended the mortal realm, you cannot yet survive in the cosmic expanse. I have just fortified your body. You can now exist in the universe, and your lifespan has significantly increased. Consider this a reward for your invitation to dine. Without waiting for Bardock's reaction, Lunas gracefully waved her hand, and he was instantly whisked back to Bowsy Mountain. Shortly after Bardock's departure, a graceful figure clad in Saiyan battle attire appeared before Lunas, her tone laced with complexity. Sister Lunas, why did you conceal the truth from Bardock? Why deceive him into thinking the Super Dragon Balls are futile? Because it will provide him with greater motivation to train, Lunas replied. Until he reaches the level of an angel, I will not disclose your presence here. Which is why I told him a lie. Even if he were to gather the Super Dragon Balls now, it would be of no use. You are with me, and the Super Dragon cannot be found. I see. Sister, your intentions are truly thoughtful. I shall wait a while longer then. On a desolate planet, Dracula guided Dr. Mew towards a dilapidated research facility. The research institute had become overrun with weeds, and various instruments lay in disrepair. However, at its center, a machine emitted a green glow, within which a young organism floated silently. My lord, what is this? Dr. Meow inquired with intrigue, circling the creature with keen observation. He sensed an aura of malevolence and resentment emanating from it. This was a being created by the Zephyr people, harnessing the collective strength of their entire race. Dracula smirked wickedly, recounting, once, the Zephyr were ruthlessly invaded by the Saiyans, leading to the demise of their entire clan, yet they left behind this entity. It is filled with animosity toward the Saiyans. Can you imagine what it would do if it were to come into existence? It would surely devise every conceivable method to eradicate the Saiyans. Dr. Meow clapped in approval, yet soon voiced his concern. But my lord, will this creature obey our commands? Moreover, it is still an embryo, and will require considerable time to mature. That is a simple matter, Dracula replied. I shall erase its original soul and replace it with my own mental influence. A beam of black light shot from Dracula's hand, causing the embryonic being to tremble. The original soul of the creature was obliterated, supplanted by Dracula's mental essence. Now, it is up to you to nurture this creature, Dracula instructed as he turned. I must journey to the northern galaxy to meet with Tao. She has discovered a powerful entity that is currently sealed away. It may pose some trouble for the Saiyans. With that, he dissipated into a plume of black smoke. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. During this year, the Earth underwent monumental changes, not due to an invasion by foes, but rather a fervent wave of martial arts cultivation swept across the planet. Following the battle with Cell, humanity recognized the importance of martial prowess. Faced with a monstrosity like Cell, technological weaponry proved ineffective, compelling the people of Earth to pursue martial arts for their survival. The king fervently promoted martial arts, leading to an explosion of popularity in dojos worldwide. Notably, the Tianjin Fan Martial Arts Dojo in Satan City became a revered sanctuary, where Earthlings clamored to learn. The dojo's head was none other than the world-renowned master, and aspiring students flocked to him in droves. This inundation kept Tianjin Fan exceedingly busy, prompting him to establish numerous criteria, admitting only those with innate martial talent. Amusingly, Satan had also come to realize that his rudimentary skills were inadequate. Thus, he discreetly sought to become a disciple of Tianjin Fan. Despite his age, Satan possessed commendable martial talent. However, his erratic personality hindered his progress. Satan, are you trying to be lazy again? Have you completed today's training? In a private chamber of the Tianjin Fan dojo, Tianjin Fan sternly reprimanded Satan. Well, there are still some tasks unfinished, Satan replied, retracting his neck, feeling quite apprehensive. Tianjin Fan was notorious for his strictness, and Satan harbored a deep respect for him. After months of training, you still cannot muster any energy. It truly exasperates me. Tianjin Han sighed and pointed at a nearby little girl, saying, "Look at your daughter. She has already mastered the martial arts, surpassing you. At this rate, you will soon find yourself unable to best even her." "Ha ha, of course my daughter, Biddy Lee, is more formidable than I am," Satan replied, his thick skin rendering him indifferent to his daughter's prowess. "You should be more diligent in your cultivation as you age," Tianjin Han remarked helplessly. "But alas, I have no time to chastise you today. I must take my leave. You're on your own." With that, Tianjin Han departed the martial arts hall with Dumpling in tow. On the streets, one could observe Earthlings leisurely flying through the skies, while the number of cars on the road had notably diminished. Even more striking were the two statues in the heart of the city. One statue depicted Satan, while the other astonishingly represented Goku. The king had commissioned the statue to honor the great martial arts master, Sun Wukong, allowing the world to pay homage to him. Many aspired to take Sun Wukong as their teacher, yet his reclusive nature kept his whereabouts a mystery, or else he might have been overwhelmed by their incessant requests. As Tianjin Han gazed at Goku's statue, a smile crept across his lips. "I never imagined Goku would become a celebrity. Indeed, but with Goku's character, he is ill-suited to be a mentor," Dumpling chuckled. "Come on, Ation, let us set off. Krillin's wedding is to commence this evening." "Haha, I never would have expected that Krillin would also be getting married. Let us go." Chapter 117. Krillin's wedding on an island. Bulma and the others were bustling with activity. The island was quite large, and not only the women but also Bardock, Goku, and other Dragon Ball warriors had gathered to assist in preparing the wedding venue. Today marked the marriage of Krillin and Android 18. As a good friend, Goku had arrived early to help with various tasks. A year had passed, and the fighters had made significant progress in their abilities, yet the Saiyans still struggled to transcend Super Saiyan 2. Goku was perilously close to achieving it. The only thing lacking was a breakthrough opportunity. The same held true for Vegeta and Raditz. "Hey, Vegeta, lend a hand instead of just eating," Goku exclaimed, hands on his hips, clearly displeased with Vegeta's gluttony. Spare me your chatter. I'm hungry." "Leave me be," Vegeta retorted, showing no regard for Goku's discontent. As a Dragon Ball warrior, Krillin naturally extended an invitation to Vegeta for the wedding. It was quite rare for Vegeta to attend such an event. Not only Vegeta, but Krillin had also invited Broly, who had been training in the temple. After a year of rigorous training, Broly had significantly improved his control over his rage. He could now manage his berserk state flawlessly in Super Saiyan form, thanks in part to Boppo's meticulous guidance. "Hey Kakarot, how is Chi-Chi? She must be close to giving birth by now," Raditz inquired, unable to contain his curiosity upon seeing Goku. Indeed. The doctor mentioned that the due date is just a few days away, Wukong said with a beaming smile. Oh, that means I shall have another nephew, ha ha ha. Raditz was in high spirits. Raditz, what is so amusing? Bardock couldn't help but scold him, saying, look at Kakarot, a father of two, and then look at you. Still single at your age, isn't that rather shameful? Although Saiyans experienced an extended adolescence, Bardock was quite discontent with Raditz, who seemed to wander aimlessly every day without a thought of settling down with a partner. Here we go again, old man, it's all about fate, Raditz thought. Feeling overwhelmed, and hurriedly scampered away, muttering, marriage is such a hassle, it restricts your freedom. Who enjoys being tied down? That troublesome boy, he truly gives one a headache. Bardock grumbled, appearing both frustrated and disappointed. This scene elicited quiet laughter from the other warriors. In battle, Raditz exuded an imposing aura. But in the presence of his father Bardock, he was no different from an ordinary person. After toiling for most of the day, the wedding venue was finally prepared. Make way, make way. At that moment, Nappa strode in with a bevy of handsome men and beautiful women, boldly addressing Krillin. Krillin, what do you think? I've brought all these hot celebrities to support you. What a good brother I am. The stars behind him wore expressions of discontent. You are indeed generous. But we were forcibly dragged here. If we hadn't come, we would have faced repercussions. It's fine for you to joke, but you must offer some compensation. We cannot be your free labor every time. These celebrities were quite unfortunate, living under Nappa's shadow. Although they enjoyed abundant resources and were shielded from bullying due to their association with him, Nappa was not the easiest to please. Ha, Nappa, you remain unchanged. Today, Krillin donned a formal white suit, abandoning his bald appearance for a neat, short hairstyle. Krillin, I wish you a joyous marriage. This is my gift for you and number 18. At that moment, Yamcha also arrived on the scene, producing a gleaming diamond ring. Yamcha had undergone significant transformation over the past year. Once a wandering singer, he was discovered by a record company agent while performing on the street and was signed at a handsome price. Since then, Yamcha had skyrocketed to fame, his album becoming a sensational hit, and within a year, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the music industry. Due to his close relationship with Nappa, the duo had become a powerhouse in the entertainment world, commanding respect from even the youngest stars. However, compared to the tempestuous Nappa, Yamcha was considerably more affable. Adored by countless female fans and affectionately dubbed the playboy of the music scene by the media. Nonetheless, this did not alter Yamcha's flirtatious nature. He changed girlfriends daily. Thank you, Yamcha. Your new song is delightful. Number 18 loves it, Krillin said, accepting the ring, feeling an indescribable sense of gratitude. He had never imagined that one day he would be marrying the most significant person in his life at such a grand wedding. Once upon a time, he greatly envied the romantic fortunes of Wukong and Yamcha. However, he no longer found himself in solitude. Krillin, he exclaimed, as Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi stepped forward, presenting a gift. This is a small token from Jiaozi and me. We wish for you and Android 18 to enjoy a long and blissful life together, blessed with children. They had indeed achieved remarkable success. Their martial arts dojo was now renowned worldwide, and their fortunes had multiplied, no longer the destitute figures they once were. Tianjin Fan, your dojo is now the most prestigious martial arts hall in the world, Krillin said with a hearty laugh. Master Mateto speaks of you with immense pride. Tianjin Fan humbly downplayed the compliment before he and Jiaozi made their way into the wedding venue. Following Tianjin Fan, the remaining guests began to arrive. To everyone's surprise, the host of the ceremony was none other than the MC from the World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin had leveraged his police connections to secure this professional host, who had known him since childhood, making him the perfect choice for the occasion. The host felt immensely honored, never imagining he would one day preside over such a prestigious wedding. After the host delivered an impassioned opening statement, the wedding march resonated throughout the venue. Yamcha led a group of celebrities, personally performing renowned pieces for Krillin, elevating the atmosphere to a euphoric peak. Bulma watched with envy, yearning for such a romantic wedding. However, upon glancing at Vegeta, she felt deflated, resigning herself to the fact that it was futile to hope for anything more from him. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and a brilliant spotlight illuminated the entrance. A striking figure, cradling a bouquet of flowers, gracefully approached. Beside her was the dapper Android 17, whose handsome demeanor was accentuated by his formal attire, captivating even the female stars present. Who is that? He is incredibly handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Next to 17 stood the towering android 16, a loyal companion to 18, who had come to celebrate the wedding. Krillin had personally requested Goku to bring 16 back from Namek for this special occasion. Upon hearing of 18's wedding, 16 returned without hesitation. Today, 18 donned a pristine white wedding gown, her exquisite figure made even more enchanting by the attire. Furthermore, her slightly rounded abdomen revealed that she was expecting. 17 and 16 clapped enthusiastically, offering their heartfelt congratulations to Krillin and 18. After exchanging rings, a radiant smile broke across 18's cool visage. She had never imagined that one day she would partake in the joys of marriage and motherhood like any ordinary girl. In that moment, she no longer felt like a monster. She had a husband, an unborn child, the strongest brother on earth, and reliable companions. She, at that moment, was the happiest woman in the world. Chapter 118, The Galactic Martial Arts Tournament. The grand wedding of Krillin and Android 18 concluded splendidly, as friends and family gradually departed. Only the Dragon Ball warriors remained gathered. Goku, I truly appreciate your assistance, Krillin said, lifting his head to address him. I will repay the money I borrowed from you promptly. He had borrowed a substantial sum from Goku for this wedding, not only for the house, but also for various expenses. Fortunately, Goku, with his considerable wealth, lent him the money without hesitation. Do we really need to say such things, Krillin? Goku chuckled nonchalantly. I wasn't quite sure what gift to give you, so consider this my present. If you ever find yourself in need, don't hesitate to reach out. Chi-Chi has plenty of money. Krillin was deeply moved by these words. No matter the time or circumstance, Goku would always be the first to lend a helping hand in his moments of trouble. This exemplified the essence of true friendship. Hey Bardock, did you hear that? Goku, can you hear me? At that moment, a voice suddenly reached Bardock and Goku's ears. Huh, King Kai? Both father and son exclaimed in unison. Recognizing the voice of the North Kai, do you have a moment? Hurry over to King Kai's planet. The Kai's voice sounded somewhat urgent. The Grand Kai is preparing to host a galaxy martial arts tournament, and he has requested each of the 4 Kais to send their strongest warriors from their respective galaxies. You need to come and support me. I cannot afford to lose face in front of that West Kai. Oh, a galaxy martial arts tournament? Bardock and Goku exchanged a glance, both sensing a shared excitement. Especially Goku, who had not faced off against formidable opponents in quite some time. Having spent so long training alone, he felt as though his body was beginning to rust. The prospect of battling against cosmic elites was irresistible. Goku eagerly proclaimed, rest assured. King Kai, I will definitely participate. Each galaxy is to send 5 representatives. Discuss among yourselves who will compete. The Kai's voice brimmed with pride. It would be ideal for all Saiyans to participate. In every previous galaxy martial arts tournament, my North Galaxy has finished last. This time, I intend to redeem myself. Don't worry, King Kai, I will take care of everything, Goku confidently asserted before informing the others about the tournament. I'm sorry, Goku, but 18 and I just got married. And there are many matters to attend to, Krillin said apologetically. 18's gaze was also wary, fearing that Goku might drag Krillin into the fray. I understand, I completely understand. Goku responded, having no intention of insisting on Krillin's participation. Sorry, Goku, we can't go either. Tien and the other Dragon Ball warriors also expressed their inability to compete. The Earth was currently experiencing a renaissance in martial arts, and Tien simply could not spare the time. Humph, sounds quite interesting. Count me in, Vegeta volunteered with confidence. I haven't had a good workout in ages. A galaxy martial arts tournament, you say? The champion will undoubtedly be me, Prince Vegeta. Kakarot. I want to join and watch as well, Bardock stated, stepping forward. It has been far too long since I ventured outside. Over the past year, Bardock had primarily focused on solitary training, though his progress had been minimal, as he endeavors not only to strengthen his physique, but also to hone his mastery over the temporal and spatial forces. It is only natural that his progress in cultivation would slow. His current journey serves merely as a respite for his mind. With the trials set by Lunas approaching swiftly, it is anticipated that he will soon be departing for a considerable duration. Thus, he wishes to take this opportunity to unwind before immersing himself once more in rigorous training. Since you all are going, I shall join as well, Raditz declared. After all, idleness begets idleness, and the Saiyan Alliance does not require my presence. The Saiyan Alliance has long since established itself as the preeminent power in the Northern Galaxy. operating smoothly until circumstances arise that necessitate the intervention of Raditz and his fellow leaders. Consequently, Raditz has been residing on Earth for the past year, with ample free time at his disposal. Gohan, Android 17, what do you think? Goku said, cracking his knuckles with a grin. With your participation, the competition is bound to be exhilarating. Presently, the pinnacle of combat strength on Earth belongs to Android 17. Goku had previously challenged him several times, only to be bested in a single move each time, leading Goku to refrain from further sparring. What he had encountered was not a friendly match, but rather a thorough thrashing. Next in strength beneath 17 were Bardock and Gohan, though Broly remains an outlier, as he is simply a monstrous force. Both Goku and Vegeta had sparred with Broly, even teaming up against him, only to face a grim reality. I'm sorry, Dad, but I may not be able to go, Gohan said apologetically, despite feeling tempted. My mother is preparing to give birth, and I wish to be by her side. Gohan is renowned for his filial piety, contrasting sharply with Goku's more carefree demeanor. In terms of family responsibilities, Vegeta surpasses Goku significantly, as he dutifully fulfills Bulma's demands, even if he grumbles about it. Very well, I entrust your mother to you. Upon my return, I shall immediately make amends, Goku responded, not pressuring Gohan further. Perhaps in his innocent heart, he perceives childbirth as devoid of peril, finding more amusement in battles against formidable opponents. Bardock shook his head, pondering that while his youngest son possesses many admirable qualities, he lacks an understanding of familial bonds and the intricacies of a woman's heart. Son Goku, I regret to inform you that I too am unable to attend. Android 17 stated bluntly. If I leave, there will be no one to oversee the animals on the island. Ever since the Cell Games, 17 has taken on the role of a forest warden on a small island, tasked with managing the forest and safeguarding the creatures from hunters who would disrupt the ecological balance. Why is everyone so busy? Goku sighed, feeling disheartened. It seemed that aside from his fellow Saiyans, everyone else had their own responsibilities to attend to. The Earth Warriors couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Brother, do you think we are all like you Saiyans, free from the burden of work? Bardock suggested. How about we bring Broly along as well? This young man has devoted considerable time to his training. It would be beneficial for him to witness the spectacle. It is essential to take breaks from one's rigorous regimen within the temple every now and then. Bardock's sentiments resonated with truth. It is indeed time for him to indulge in a well-deserved relaxation. Mr. Popo did not object, stating, Broly, you may accompany us. Understood, Master Popo, Broly replied politely, feeling a surge of excitement within. After all, he was a Saiyan, and his inherent warrior spirit was undeniable. Very well, let us, the Saiyans, meet the masters of the universe. Chapter 119. The Planet of the Grand Kai. Greetings, Lord Kai. We have arrived. The group teleported to the Kai's planet, and Bardock remarked with a grin, to support you, we 5 Saiyans have come forth. How does that sound? The Kai was momentarily taken aback. But then his spirits soared as he exclaimed, with the 5 of you here, I am certain I can deliver a resounding blow to West Kai. The Kai instantly felt rejuvenated, for these 5 were indeed the pinnacle of martial prowess in the North Galaxy, with their presence. Vanquishing the other galaxies would be a mere formality. Listen closely, I am staking my entire fortune on your victory, the Kai urged earnestly. There is a formidable expert in the West Galaxy. You must exercise caution. Furthermore, should you triumph in the Galaxy Martial Arts Championship, you will receive guidance from the Grand Kai and be able to train on the Grand Kai's planet. The Grand Kai? Is he not the same old man as the Turtle Hermit? Bardock thought to himself, his lips twitching. In the main timeline, the Grand Kai was merely an old fool with little capability. It was uncertain whether this timeline's Grand Kai would possess a similarly unreliable temperament. However, Goku and the others remained oblivious to the Grand Kai's true nature. Upon hearing that they would receive guidance from him after winning, their spirits were ignited with fervor. The Grand Kai sounds truly impressive. Time is of the essence. Follow me, and I shall lead you to the Grand Kai's planet. The Kai seemed eager to depart at once, guiding Goku and the others away from the Kai's planet towards their destination. In truth, the planets of the 4 great Kais were distributed across the 4 cardinal directions of the Netherworld, yet they did not belong to the Netherworld itself. Rather, they constituted independent spaces. The Grand Kai's planet, however, occupied a position above the 4 great Kai planets and was also an independent realm. Interestingly, The Grand Kai's planet could accommodate both the deceased and the living, much like the Kaishin realm. It was noted that in the main timeline, Goku had once sensed Gohan's energy in the underworld and had instantaneously transported to the Kaishin realm. Thus, both the Kai's planet and the Grand Kai's planet, as well as the Kaishin realm, were exceptional and could not be comprehended by conventional standards. Before long, the group arrived at the Grand Kai's planet. Its size was not significant, yet it was already teeming with top martial artists from across the universe. However, all these individuals bore halos, clearly indicating they were not living beings. Goku and his companions were the only living souls present. As they made their entrance, they immediately drew the attention of other experts. For Goku and his companions were not the deceased, and two among them bore fierce visages, unmistakably not to be trifled with. What an immense aura. Goku suddenly noticed a particularly pronounced energy among the crowd. He was not alone. Others took note as well. Oh, is this the famed rib rice? Bardock squinted his eyes, fixated on the rib rice before him. The creature had a sausage-like mouth and green skin, dressed in a manner reminiscent of Piccolo. No, it would be more accurate to say that aside from its mouth, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Piccolo in every other aspect. This individual truly resembled Piccolo. Raditz, with a grave expression, remarked, however, this one's combat power surpasses that of Piccolo. Vegeta scoffed, is that all? It's hardly impressive. Goku was brimming with excitement. Being part of such a gathering of formidable fighters at the martial arts tournament made this trip worthwhile. Seemingly sensing the gaze of Goku and the others, Rib Rice turned to look at them. Upon doing so, his pupils involuntarily contracted. He detected a formidable aura emanating from Goku's group, particularly from the one bearing a scar on his face and a tail protruding from his backside, whose presence was overwhelmingly intimidating. This individual would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable adversary. Rib Rice cast a deep glance at Bardock, realizing that this martial arts tournament would likely not be as easily won as in previous years. Ah, is that not the North Kai? At that moment, a diminutive figure staggered over, a mocking smile plastered on his face as he derisively taunted. What? Is this your representative from the galaxy? They don't seem impressive at all. Historically, the North Galaxy had always languished at the bottom of the martial arts tournaments, with the North Kai himself becoming the laughingstock among the other Kais. This time would likely be no exception. Who invited this little gourd? Best be on your way. Vegeta, unyielding in his demeanor, shot a cold glance at the West Kai. Taken aback by Vegeta's fierce gaze, the West Kai quickly realized his blunder and, with a flushed face, blustered, "Do you even know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Hey, North Kai, are your galaxy's representatives always this rude?" Rib Rice's expression darkened. He was a person of considerable decorum, and Vegeta's tone irked him. The North Kai stifled a chuckle, contemplating that Vegeta had indeed chosen the right moment to arrive, as this fellow did not care for anyone's status and would unleash a verbal assault regardless. "West Kai, you are in for a rough time this tournament," the North Kai declared, standing tall with pride. "Do not forget our wager, huh?" Infuriated, the West Kai fumed and turned to Rib Rice, instructing, "Make sure to teach those North Galaxy fighters a harsh lesson during the competition." Rib Rice was his trump card, having secured victory in every previous tournament. This time would be no different. Rib Rice chuckled wryly. "You make it sound easy, but those individuals, while arrogant, possess strength far beyond those of past tournaments." The group arrived at a colossal arena. The stage of this martial arts tournament resembled that of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, surrounded by spectators from across the universe. At the highest point of the audience stand sat the four great Kais, with the Grand Kai positioned centrally. The Grand Kai, with graying hair and wearing sunglasses, exuded an aura akin to that of a reclusive sage. What is this? Is this old man truly the Grand Kai? He appears rather unimpressive. Goku seems somewhat disillusioned, as the Grand Kai does not align with his preconceived notion of a transcendent sage. Is this really a deity residing at the pinnacle of the galaxy? Fool, mind your demeanor. The North Kai, overhearing Goku's words, could not restrain himself from leaping from his seat, delivering a reprimanding tap to Goku, and whispered, "Do not underestimate the Grand Kai. He is remarkably powerful. In his prime, he vanquished the notorious space pirate leader, Bojack." However, the North Kai's words seemed to lack conviction, as Vegeta and the other Saiyans were unconvinced of the Grand Kai's might. They could not perceive the immense energy emanating from him. Only Bardock's expression showed signs of intrigue. The Bojack of this timeline was indeed defeated by the Grand Kai, yet, Upon reflection, it is mentioned in the primary timeline that Bojack was sealed away by the combined efforts of 4 Kais. But what level of power did these 4 Kais possess? How could they possibly seal someone comparable to the fully realized Cell? Surely, it was the Grand Kai who subdued Bojack. Chapter 120. The Treatment of Higher Deityism? That ring. As the Grand Kai leisurely sat upon the high platform, his gaze suddenly caught the silver ring in Bardock's hand, which struck him as oddly familiar, as if he had seen it before. After pondering for a moment, the Grand Kai's expression shifted dramatically. He finally recalled the significance of the silver ring. He abruptly rose to his feet, astonishing the other Kais with his sudden movement, and leapt from the platform, hurriedly approaching Bardock with utmost reverence. The Grand Kai knelt before Bardock, pressing his forehead to the ground, and spoke with unparalleled respect. Lord Kaishin of Time, I was unaware of your presence and beg your forgiveness for my inadequate welcome. His heart raced wildly. How could the esteemed Kaishin of Time grace this humble place with his presence? Having lived for many, many years, he had certainly heard tales of such exalted deities. The Kaishin, for instance, was his direct superior. Not to mention the Kaishin of Time, a unique higher deity whose status was vastly superior to that of an ordinary Kaishin. A Grand Kai like him would naturally have no interaction with beings of such supreme stature, having only encountered the Time Ring in ancient texts. He mistakenly believed Bardock to be the Kaishin of Time. What? The Kaishin of Time? The Grand Kai's words sent shockwaves through the crowd, especially Goku and his companions, who gazed at Bardock in utter disbelief. They were unaware of what a Kaishin entailed, but the name suggested a rank higher than that of the Grand Kai. Father, when did you become the Kaishin of Time? Raditz inquired hastily. Goku and the others were filled with curiosity, oblivious to Bardock's newfound identity. The 4 Kais were equally taken aback, with the North Kai particularly astonished that a Saiyan he once trained had now attained such a remarkable status. The West Kai, too, felt a chill run down his spine, as he had only recently contemplated sending Raboku to discipline the troublemakers of the North Galaxy. Who would have imagined that the other party was the Kaishin? This was utterly absurd. The West Kai trembled with fear, feeling a wave of misfortune wash over him. Great Kaishin, you have misunderstood. I am not the Kaishin of Time. Bardock sighed helplessly and decided to reveal his identity, stating, the Kaishin of Time is a divinely exalted being. I am merely an apprentice Kaishin of Time, not the true Kaishin of Time. An apprentice Kaishin? Bardock's words left everyone in a state of realization. Nevertheless, this did not deter the great Kai from expressing his reverence. He bowed deeply and respectfully proclaimed, even as an apprentice Kaishin of Time, you are still a noble Kaishin, and you all, do not hesitate to pay your respects. Although Bardock was merely an apprentice, as long as he did not meet an untimely end or commit a grave error, his promotion to full Kaishin was inevitable. Such distinguished individuals must never be offended. Greetings, my lord. The 3 Kais hastily knelt in reverence, while the West Kai felt a sense of indignation. However, he was left with no choice. With their leader bowing, his own defiance would be tantamount to insubordination. The North Kai hesitated, still struggling to adjust to Bardock's newfound status. There is no need for such formalities, my dear Kai. Bardock quickly supported the North Kai, smiling. We are old friends. There is no need for such rituals. What was is still the same. This is an order, understand? And the same goes for you all. I am not fond of such customs. Bardock despised these formalities, not viewing himself as superior. Haha, you remain just as you were. The North Kai breathed a sigh of relief, and then, without a care, remarked, no wonder I sense something different about your aura. It turns out you have become the apprentice Kaishin of Time. This statement sent chills down the spines of the Great Kai and others. The Great Kai incessantly signaled the North Kai to temper his words. While Bardock might not mind, they dared not speak so freely. Dad, please tell us what happened. Goku exclaimed, filled with curiosity about how Bardock had become the Kaishin of Time. Broly, though confused about the situation, was undeterred in his admiration. A master is a master, shining brightly wherever he may be. Not only was he powerful, but now he had also ascended to divinity. It was truly remarkable. I will explain later. For now, let us commence the martial arts tournament. Bardock gestured toward the participants, smiling. The masters from other galaxies can hardly wait. My lord, given your esteemed status, it would be unnecessary for you to partake in such trivial contests. The Great Kai bowed and said, it would be unfair to the other contestants. You should take my seat and observe the matches. Due to his status, the Great Kai dared not occupy a high position, and with everyone aware of Bardock's identity, none would dare challenge him. Bardock's lips twitched. How had he become Old Man? Nonetheless, the Great Kai was correct. If he participated as a contestant, it would indeed be unfair to the others. Observing the talented warriors gazing at him with awe, he realized that if he took to the stage, no one would have the courage to engage. Moreover, his prowess far surpasses that of these individuals. Even in battle, it would merely be a matter of overwhelming dominance, rendering it rather uninteresting. I may choose not to partake in the competition, yet I shall return to my designated position. Bardock, disliking the sensation of being observed, hurriedly remarked, "You may continue to oversee matters. Do not concern yourself with me. This is an order, do you understand?" The Great King hesitated momentarily, yet could not withstand the pressure of Bardock's status, reluctantly acquiescing. "Very well, we shall extend our hospitality to you after the tournament." The Great King, along with the 4 other kings, returned to their original positions and proclaimed the official commencement of the Galactic Martial Arts Tournament. "Daddy, hurry, tell us more," Goku exclaimed, his impatience palpable. Although there was a tinge of regret regarding Bardock's absence from the competition, it was ultimately a blessing. Otherwise, with his father's formidable strength, they would hardly have had the opportunity to showcase their abilities. Bardock did not conceal the events that transpired after encountering Lunars, recounting them openly. "Extraordinary, a supreme deity?" Goku expressed astonishment, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Lunars must be incredibly powerful. I truly wish to engage her in combat." Raditz and Vegeta regarded Goku as though he were a fool. "That is a supreme deity. Is she someone you could challenge?" "Utterly nonsensical. Refrain from entertaining such foolish thoughts," Bardock admonished. "Lady Lunars is a supreme deity. With merely a thought, she could eliminate you. Do not indulge in unrealistic aspirations." Goku sheepishly scratched his head, aware he was merely jesting, fully cognizant of his own limitations. "Esteemed martial artists from across the galaxy, please maintain silence." At that moment, a referee resembling a mushroom bellowed. "The rules for this martial arts tournament remain unchanged from previous years. Killing one's opponent is strictly prohibited. Although we are all deceased, falling off the stage or touching anything outside its bounds will result in disqualification. The victorious contender shall receive direct guidance from the Great King himself. Prepare accordingly." The martial experts from all galaxies eagerly rubbed their hands together, having awaited this moment for an extended period. Chapter 121. A gathering of experts with Bardock abstaining from participation. The North Galaxy now comprises only Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, and Broly. The 4 of them stood upon the arena, representing the North Galaxy, while 3 other teams of competitors surrounded them, each representing the remaining galaxies. Bardock, observing the other 3 galaxies' contestants from the stands, felt a slight jolt of surprise. For apart from the skeletal figure from the West Galaxy, the other 2 galaxies also harbored formidable warriors. In the East Galaxy, 2 particularly formidable presences stood out. One donned a black martial arts uniform, with flowing long hair, eyes closed, wielding a longsword. "Brother, may I inquire about the origins of this handsome individual?" Bardock could not resist asking a nearby octopus-like being. In response to the Great King, the octopus man replied with a measure of reverence. "This is the Shura Sword Saint, Kyoshi, from the East Galaxy. In life, he suffered from a severe lung ailment, yet his swordsmanship is exceptionally gifted. It is said that to rescue his beloved, he ventured alone into the Shura realm, slaying countless Shura with his own strength, even sacrificing his own eyesight in the process. However, since that great battle, this fellow, despite having revived his beloved, succumbed to illness and tragically passed away. After his demise, he has been diligently cultivating on the Supreme Kai's planet. One would never expect him to be such a romantic at heart." Bardock silently nodded, sensing the formidable sword intent emanating from the Sword Saint of Shura. This time, it seemed that Kakarot and his companions would face a formidable challenge. He felt a sense of anticipation. For the martial arts tournament in the main timeline lacked many skilled combatants. Yet this alternate timeline was completely distinct, teeming with exceptional fighters. Aside from the rib rice dish, which was similar to that in the main timeline, none of the other individuals bore resemblance to those from his own reality. And who was that girl behind him? Bardock pointed toward a petite girl standing behind Jingy. Dressed in a white martial arts uniform, a magnificent eagle perched upon her shoulder, she appeared both charming and delightful. This was the Sword Saint's junior disciple, the goddess of eagles, Little Lu. The octopus man gazed at her with admiration, exclaiming, "The little Lu is a girl. Her strength is remarkable. Oh, is she truly that formidable?" Bardock mused, taken aback by the unexpected prowess of this seemingly delicate young girl. While Bardock conversed, the matches had already commenced. The format of this martial arts tournament differed from the renowned tournament of the world's strongest. Here, it followed a one-on-one elimination system, with the champion being the fighter from the galaxy that lasts the longest. The first match featured the Southern Galaxy against the Western Galaxy, though it was rather uneventful, as both competitors were relatively weak. The second and third matches followed suit, with participants exhibiting a wide disparity in strength. The Southern Galaxy, unfortunately, faced misfortune, as their fighters lost all 3 rounds. Goku and his companions found the spectacle exceedingly dull, as these contestants paled in comparison to their own abilities. As the fourth match commenced, the announcer declared, from the Northern Galaxy, Raditz versus Little Lu from the Eastern Galaxy. "Oh, is it finally my turn?" Raditz initially felt a rush of excitement, but upon seeing his opponent was merely a little girl, his expression faltered. "What is this nonsense? Why is my opponent a girl?" he exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, Raditz, you must show some mercy." Vegeta could not help but chuckle. "Brother, don't take it too seriously, don't hurt the little girl." Goku added softly, for Little Lu's fragile appearance evoked compassion. "Be quiet," Raditz thought, exasperated by his unfortunate fate. "Sister, be cautious. Your opponent is not to be underestimated." Although the sword Saint Jing-E was blind, his perception remained remarkably sharp. He sensed a terrifying aura emanating from Raditz, recognizing him as a formidable adversary. "Do not worry, senior brother. I will give it my all," Little Lu replied cheerfully, bouncing with confidence, while the eagle on her shoulder flapped its wings. "Hey everyone, look! The goddess of eagles has taken the stage. So adorable." The audience members were nearly drooling, for on the Supreme Kai's planet, Little Lu was undoubtedly the most cherished. "It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Little Lu," she greeted politely from the arena. Raditz remained silent, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment that left him at a loss for how to proceed. As the match commenced, the referee signaled the start. At that moment, Xiao Lu's gaze sharpened, and the eagle perched upon her shoulder suddenly opened its beak to emit a fierce roar, unleashing an invisible sound wave directed at Raditz. Caught off guard, he felt as though his body had become immobilized, particularly his ears, which throbbed with discomfort. "That beast can actually disrupt my energy," Raditz marveled, taken aback by the eagle's unique ability. "Thank you, Xiao. Xiao Lu patted her eagle, then swiftly drew a short sword. Her petite form remarkably agile as she darted towards Raditz in the blink of an eye, aiming a strike at his arm. Adhering to the rules of the match, she refrained from targeting any vital areas. How swift! Raditz was astonished by Xiao Lu's speed and quickly tapped into his energy, breaking free from the eagle's interference before nimbly dodging to the left. The timing of his evasion was impeccable, although Xiao Lu's dagger missed its mark. A few strands of Raditz's hair fluttered to the ground. "Oh," he reacted so quickly? Xiao Lu's small face registered surprise. This long-haired man possessed some skill, managing to nullify Xiao Ha's disruption with such ease. "Hey, referee, I wish to file a complaint," Raditz shouted towards the official. "This is cheating. How can it be one-on-one with a pet involved? I protest." "Protest denied," the referee replied impassively. "The rules do not prohibit pets, so please refrain from disturbing the professional officiating." Raditz's expression soured, as if he had just tasted something foul. What kind of referee is this, speaking so arrogantly? In that moment of distraction, Xiao Lu's assault was already upon him. Her pet, Xiao Ha, soared into the sky as she seized the opportunity, launching a powerful kick towards Raditz with her small legs. "Wait, hold on." Raditz was startled as Xiao Lu's kick swept him off his feet, sending him flying. Bang, bang, bang. Seizing this precious opportunity, Xiao Lu unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks upon Raditz. Despite her appearance as a small girl, she fought fiercely, leaving Raditz momentarily disoriented. "Wow, this little girl is formidable," Goku exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Her energy now rivals that of the previous Android 17. Goku referred to the Android 17 prior to the absorption of Ultimate 17. Vegeta and the others were equally astonished. Indeed, the universe was teeming with hidden talents, and even a small girl could possess battle prowess that rivaled that of a Super Saiyan. One must never underestimate anyone. Chapter 122. I forfeit. Xiao Lu had grown stronger than before. The rib rice of the West Galaxy wore a grave expression. He had defeated Xiao Lu in the previous tournament. But she was nowhere near as powerful then as she was now. However, Raditz was no simple opponent either. He had not been fighting seriously, and clearly had yet to unleash his full strength. Rib Rice's gaze remained fixed on Raditz. Enough, you little brat. In the arena, Raditz suddenly let out a long howl, unleashing a terrifying wave of power. Originally, Raditz had been pressing little Lu under immense pressure, but in an instant, she was sent flying by a surge of power. I truly underestimated you, Raditz remarked, wiping the blood from his lips. You should surrender quickly. I have no desire to fight a woman. Despite his ferocity, he couldn't bring himself to battle little Lu and only wished for her swift capitulation. Humph. You must be out of your mind, little Lu retorted, pouting with displeasure. You think I will concede just because you say so? Gathering her strength, she conjured a massive energy orb. With a whoosh, numerous rays erupted from the orb, inundating the air and heading straight for Raditz. Sensing the intensity of little Lu's attack, Raditz activated his Kaioken technique, transforming into a blazing red light as he charged forward. His speed was astonishing, despite the density of little Lu's offensive. He maneuvered through it with ease, reaching her in the blink of an eye. While little Lu exhibited considerable prowess, her strength barely matched that of an average Super Saiyan, perhaps even falling short of a Super Saiyan Grade 2. Such a level posed no threat to Raditz. He extended his palm, aiming for little Lu's delicate neck. Not a chance, she exclaimed, fiercely swinging her short blade, unleashing a formidable wave of cutting energy towards Raditz. Oh, Raditz was taken aback by the display, hastily retreating to evade the strike. The immense wave of energy surged forth, effortlessly slicing through a floating boulder resembling a meteor. With 3 swift strikes, the illusion shattered. At that moment, 3 dazzling waves of energy surged towards Raditz again, moving with such swiftness that it seemed as though they transcended space itself. This was the divine technique of little Lu, and the announcer, evidently an ardent admirer, excitedly proclaimed, "This move is incredibly powerful. Many formidable competitors have fallen to its might." How frustrating. I can't even conserve my energy, Raditz sighed inwardly, facing the 3 terrifying energy waves. He truly did not wish to take a small girl seriously. However, he had no choice. This young prodigy possessed a measure of skill that made it difficult for him to prevail in a typical scenario. With a resounding explosion, golden light erupted into the sky, transforming Raditz's hair into a brilliant gold as a terrifying, awe-inspiring aura emanated from him. Before little Lu's attack could reach him, it was obliterated by the force of his newfound power. Compared to a year ago, Raditz had significantly improved. He had now achieved the perfected Super Saiyan Level 1. Merely a step away from Super Saiyan Level 2. Wait, he transformed? Little Lu's eyes widened in astonishment, rendering her utterly adorable. What is happening? Why has he turned into a golden-haired warrior? Not only little Lu, but the others were equally taken aback, particularly Goku and Krillin, who were deeply moved. After his transformation, Raditz not only appeared different, but also experienced a qualitative leap in combat power. What kind of race is this? How does he possess such terrifying abilities? Pondered King Kai, stroking his beard. But aren't Saiyans supposed to only transform into gorillas? How can he achieve this form? As an ancient figure, King Kai was well aware of the Saiyan race. Great King Kai, this is a transformation known as Super Saiyan, came the explanation. The Northern Realm King, brimming with pride, proclaimed, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, my combat power is 50 times the norm. 50 times. Such a statement left the other 3 realm kings utterly astonished. Merely changing form to amplify one's power by such a degree was undeniably akin to cheating. The overwhelming energy emanating from the Super Saiyan was palpable, and the little girl, Xiao Lu, wore a serious expression, her hands tightly gripping her short blade. This being's aura had already surpassed that of Brother Jing Yi, presenting a formidable challenge. Judge, I forfeit. At that moment, Raditz reverted to his normal state and boldly declared to the referee. He could easily overpower Xiao Lu, yet he found no satisfaction in bullying a young girl. Forfeiting seemed the more honorable choice. What? A forfeit? The referee and the other spectators were left in a state of bewilderment. What could have prompted such a sudden decision? Hey, what do you mean by that? Do you look down on me? Xiao Lu exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation, feeling belittled. Go away, you little brat. Stop causing trouble. Raditz waved his hand dismissively, stating, who would take a child seriously? Hurry home for your milk. Did you just call me a little brat? Xiao Lu's cheeks turned crimson with anger. I detest being called that. You long-haired monster, are simply insufferable. With that, she darted behind Raditz and playfully kicked him in the rear, sticking out her tongue before scampering off. Wait, what? Raditz was taken aback. What was wrong with this little girl? She truly needed a lesson. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself thinking Xiao Lu was rather endearing. Hee, long-haired monster, you crack me up. Goku chuckled from the sidelines, amused as it was his first time hearing someone refer to Raditz in such a manner. Even Broly couldn't suppress his laughter. Who would have imagined the typically imposing Raditz would find himself in such a predicament? Bardock chuckled as well, understanding Raditz's decision to forfeit. His eldest son was quite proud, somewhat reminiscent of Vegeta in that regard. Brother, that guy is so annoying. You must teach him a lesson for me. Xiao Lu's face was still flushed with indignation as she pouted at Jing-E. Jing-E appeared momentarily flustered. Oh dear sister. You hold your brother in too high a regard. Is that fellow truly so easy to deal with? Following Raditz, the next round of matches commenced once more. This time, the Southern Galaxy faced off against the Western Galaxy, where the competitors from the Western Galaxy evidently possessed superior strength, leading to the swift elimination of the Southern Galaxy's contestant. The Southern Realm King, witnessing only one participant remaining, was visibly infuriated. This is it. The quality of this martial arts tournament is exceedingly high. I fear our galaxy may be the first to be eliminated. Come on, Zack. You're our last hope in the Southern Galaxy. The Southern Realm King shouted, her voice resonating with such intensity it seemed capable of shattering eardrums. The three Realm Kings instinctively covered their ears, her volume as formidable as ever. Next up in the tournament was Zack from the Southern Galaxy, set to battle Broly from the Northern Galaxy. Oh, Broly, it's your turn. Goku lightly tapped Broly on the shoulder and whispered, just don't exert too much force. Maintain control. I understand. Broly nodded slowly as he stepped onto the arena, his formidable muscles instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him. Look, the frozen lion of the Southern Galaxy, Zack, has taken the stage. Indeed, Zack is renowned as the mightiest of the Southern Galaxy. His physique is akin to that of a humanoid tank. The spectators murmured among themselves, clearly aware of Zack's fame in the Southern Galaxy. Look at Broly, he appears rather dull-witted. Indeed, although he possesses an impressive build, he is certain to be pummeled by Zack. The crowd regarded Broly with scorn, this towering figure evidently being more show than substance. Outside the arena, Bardock chuckled at the whispers. These ignorant fools will soon comprehend the terror that is Broly. You are destined for defeat. I shall strike you down with my fists. Zack, a colossal figure nearing 4 meters in height, possessed the head of a lion and a physique of immense proportions, with fists as large as sledgehammers. Should such fists land upon a human, they would either perish or be rendered incapacitated. Please be gentle, Broly said, clasping his hands together and bowing deeply. Under the tutelage of Bardock and Bopo, Broly had become the most courteous of Saiyans. Good lad, prepare yourself. Zack wasted no time, charging forward to deliver a thunderous punch toward Broly. The resulting roar echoed throughout the arena, unleashing a wave of energy. Yet, in the face of Zack's powerful blow, Broly remained completely still, his innocent gaze fixed upon him. Broly, being of the legendary Saiyan lineage, boasted unparalleled defensive capabilities, aside from Bardock. Even Goku could not hope to shake him. How is this possible? Zack's eyes widened in disbelief, though he had not exerted his full strength. Even a mere skeletal meal would hesitate to take such a hit. Yet, the Broly before him had withstood his punch without so much as a scratch. It seems I underestimated you. Zack dismissed his earlier contempt, a formidable aura suddenly emanating from him. His fist coalesced with icy energy, the frigid aura sending shivers through the weaker spectators. Here it comes, the frozen Lion King punch. Those with discernment among the audience gasped in recognition of Zack's technique. I do not believe you can withstand this. Zack bellowed, a radiant blue light erupting forth. The bone-chilling cold enveloped Broly, seemingly encasing him in ice. Upon witnessing the effectiveness of his attack, joy flashed in Zack's eyes as he prepared to act. The next moment, a primal energy erupted from Broly, shattering the icy prison that had encased him. What? How can this be? Zack involuntarily stumbled back 2 steps. Was this creature a monster? Why had his assault proven utterly ineffective? Unwilling to accept defeat, he launched another attack on Broly. This time, he unleashed his full power. His fists seemed like tools capable of cleaving mountains, yet Broly's body resembled an impenetrable fortress. Each of Zack's strikes left his arms numb. In stark contrast, Broly did not shift even an inch. Broly remains as formidable as ever. Goku, filled with fervor, recalled their past sparring sessions, each time resulting in his utter defeat. In terms of raw ability, Broly even surpassed Bardock. The performance of Broly did not surprise Vegeta and the others in the slightest. Descend, Broly bellowed, swiftly sending Zack flying with nothing but his aura. In an instant, he appeared behind Zack, seizing his foot and hurling his massive form off the stage. North Galaxy's Broly emerges victorious. The referee rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that Zack, who once consistently ranked among the top 3, was so swiftly defeated? Where had the North Kai procured such formidable fighters? The North Kai stood tall and proud in the stands, feeling a surge of vindication. Zack returned to the South Galaxy's area, utterly dejected. He had never before encountered a monster that bested him so thoroughly in physical prowess. The pace of the subsequent battles quickened, with Goku and the others taking to the arena one after another, effortlessly sweeping aside their opponents. The South Galaxy had been eliminated. The East Galaxy was left with only one representative, the Shura Sword Saint, while the West Galaxy still had Raboku. In contrast, the North Galaxy, aside from the automatically forfeiting Raditz, had not lost a single contender. The overwhelming strength of the North Galaxy garnered the admiration of all. Raboku, keep fighting. We cannot allow the North Galaxy to win. The West Kai seemed to forget about Bardock, shouting through a megaphone. The East Kai shared a similar sentiment. With only one fighter remaining, another loss would be a monumental embarrassment. Next, the East Galaxy's Shura Sword Saint was set to face off against North Galaxy's Vegeta. Oh, it seems my time to shine has arrived, Vegeta mused, clenching his fist with a smile. I hope this fellow is not too weak. He leaped onto the stage. Go, senior brother, shouted Xiao Lu, cheering for Jingy. Jingy smiled faintly, saying nothing more as he slowly approached the arena. He had yet to make an appearance throughout the tournament, and now it was finally his turn. Are your eyes closed? Vegeta asked, frowning at Jingy, who stood with his eyes tightly shut. His opponent was, astonishingly, a blind man. To me, it makes no difference whether my eyes are open or closed, Jingy replied coolly, his sword vibrating faintly at his waist. Jingy's entrance elicited cheers from numerous female spectators, all captivated by his handsome visage and melancholic aura. I won't take advantage of you. Feel free to strike, Vegeta remarked. Unable to sense Jingy's energy, unaware that his opponent also concealed his power. Being blind placed Jingy at a disadvantage, and Vegeta deemed it beneath him to bully someone perceived as weak. This sword is named Fine Snow, Jingy stated expressionlessly. Be careful. With a resounding clash, an invisible sword energy erupted instantaneously. Vegeta's battle suit was sliced open. What? The sight astonished Vegeta and the other Saiyans. Goku couldn't help but rub his eyes, exclaiming, Hey, when did that guy strike? I couldn't see it either. It was too fast, Raditz said, his expression grave, as he had only glimpsed a flash of white light. Unable to discern Jingy's movements, Broly's eyes brightened. He could indeed see Jingy's swordplay. A swordsman, is he? Bardock felt a sense of curiosity. Whether in the main timeline or alternate realities, swordsmen were exceptionally rare. This rarity stemmed from their mastery over formidable energy, rendering weapons somewhat optional for them. Truth be told, this was the first time he had encountered such a swordsman, excluding the likes of a Kairobe, who barely qualified. He wondered how this type of swordsman differed from warriors like themselves. Chapter 124. Narrow victory. The moment arrived with a swift draw of the sword. True to his reputation, Kaiichi was destined for victory against the diminutive opponent. Outside the arena, the adoring female fans erupted in cheers, as if they could already envision Kaiichi's triumph. How swift! When did he even make his move? I couldn't perceive it at all. Vegeta's expression darkened. Had that blade struck him directly, the outcome would have been dire. Kaiichi, wielding his slender sword, Shui, bore a stoic countenance devoid of any discernible emotion, with streams of sword energy swirling around him. This individual's speed was remarkable. Under normal circumstances, he would indeed be no match for him. Vegeta was acutely aware of this and immediately heightened his energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan in the next instant. His energy has surged significantly. Kaiichi furrowed his brow, estimating. It seems this fellow possesses a means to rapidly augment his strength, much like the previous Raditz. Being blind, he was unaware of the Saiyan transformation. Yet, it was precisely due to his blindness that his insights and perceptions transcended the ordinary. The aura emanating from Vegeta at that moment exerted unprecedented pressure upon him. Shura Aurora Slash. Kaiichi unleashed a dark crimson aura as he forcefully swung his sword, Shue, directing an enormous black-red sword energy towards Vegeta. This power, acquired during his solitary ventures into the Shura realm, combined with his exquisite swordsmanship, was not to be underestimated. Such a formidable offensive. Vegeta's expression turned grave. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the sky. You shall not escape. Kaiichi maneuvered the Shura Aurora Slash, striking behind Vegeta. This swordsman's skill was truly extraordinary. Bardock, astonished, mused, no matter how proficient the swordplay, it ultimately relies on overall strength. This individual's power was merely on par with Perfect Cell, a notch below the current Vegeta. Though he pondered this, he couldn't help but admire Kaiichi. This man possessed neither Saiyan blood nor any special physique. He was an ordinary human who had cultivated to such an impressive degree. It illustrated that a powerful lineage does not guarantee supremacy, as exemplified by Jiren. TCH, bothersome fellow. Vegeta, annoyed by Kaiichi's relentless pursuit, decided to cease evasion altogether. He gathered energy into a colossal energy cannon and unleashed it downward. The clash between the sword energy and the energy cannon resulted in an explosion midair, with both their attacks canceling each other out. This swordsman's technique is formidable. I must find an opportunity to engage him up close. Vegeta swiftly devised a battle strategy, opting for a direct assault as he dove from the sky. Kaiichi, gripping Shue, keenly sensed the imminent threat descending from above. A faint smile graced his lips as he extended his hand, striking the air with a swift motion. Delicate snowflakes erupted from his palm, darting towards Vegeta like a piercing arrow. Vegeta, who had been diving forward, hastily veered to the side, narrowly avoiding the snowflakes. Yet a crimson line was drawn across his face. You fell for it. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Jingy had already soared behind Vegeta. He grasped the delicate snowflakes and, with a swift reverse motion, unleashed a sword strike. The dance of snowflakes, a torrent of fiery sword energy, surged forth. Vegeta's eyes widened. Should he be struck by such a barrage, dire consequences would surely ensue. With no time for contemplation, he pressed his fingers to his forehead, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his previous location, reappearing in the center of the arena. Instant transmission? Goku exclaimed. When did that guy Vegeta learn instant transmission? Kakarot, you're unaware? Broly replied, puzzled. I heard from Mr. Popo that Vegeta not only mastered instant transmission, but also learned the Kaioken from Lord Kai. So that's it. Vegeta is quite the diligent one. Goku chuckled softly, realizing it had been ages since he had sparred with Vegeta and was unaware of his newfound abilities. When did he? Jingy's expression shifted slightly as he descended slowly from the air, stating solemnly, given that distance, you shouldn't have been able to evade. Even I couldn't detect how you moved. Below, both Lu and Roboku were astonished, unable to fathom how Vegeta had accomplished such a feat. This is instant transmission. Vegeta revealed candidly. Its principle is akin to spatial jumping. Do you understand? Instant transmission? Jingy, slightly taken aback, nodded without further comment. With his intellect, he naturally grasped the concept of instant transmission. You are quite impressive, Vegeta inquired. You don't appear to be an extraterrestrial. Are you a human from Earth? Indeed. I am a human from Earth, Jingy replied, puzzled by Vegeta's question, yet he continued. However, I hail from the Warring States period, centuries apart from the present society. Oh, I wouldn't have guessed you had been gone for so long. Vegeta nodded, offering his admiration. To have cultivated to such a level as a human, you are indeed a genius. Among the Earthlings he had encountered, be it Krillin or Tien, none possessed the strength of this man before him, earning his genuine respect. Thank you for the compliment, but our battle is not yet concluded. Jingy slowly drew snowflakes, stating coolly, prepare yourself. Clang. The sharp sound of the sword echoed as Jingy wielded snowflakes with incredible speed, sending intersecting waves of sword energy from all directions, encircling Vegeta. Oh, it's the Phantom Sword Dance. Lu exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. It's been ages since I've seen my senior execute this move. I won't be so easily caught, Vegeta responded, now on guard. He unleashed his energy, radiating a brilliant golden light that formed an expanding energy sphere. The encircling sword energies were engulfed by the golden luminescence, dissipating in an instant. Receive this. Energy cannon. A violet shockwave surged forth, howling through the air. Though Jinyi remained unseen, he sensed a colossal energy surging towards him. His form, shrouded in phantoms, dodged Vegeta's onslaught with remarkable speed. "Aha, I've caught your flaw," he thought, as Vegeta instantaneously appeared behind him, unleashing a merciless barrage of iron fists. Startled, Jinyi's heart quaked. The Shura power surged within him as he retaliated with a fierce sword strike aimed at Vegeta. As a swordsman, he feared nothing more than being ensnared in close quarters. Vegeta's fists collided with Jinyi's blade, unleashing a tremendous energy that shattered the suspended boulders in the air. Jinyi gritted his teeth, his arms trembling. Vegeta's ferocity was overwhelming, and he found himself struggling to withstand it. With a roar, Jinyi unleashed a power that transcended his limits, kicking Vegeta away. The black and red Shura aura erupted, radiating a formidable sword intent. Ultimate Shura held Dragon Break. With a swing of his mightiest sword, he conjured a black-red dragon that seemed tangible, infused with boundless sword intent. Charging towards Vegeta. "Come forth." Vegeta, fueled by combat fervor, chose not to evade but to meet the attack head-on. The ensuing clash between the massive golden shockwave and the black dragon unleashed a cataclysmic explosion. Fortunately, both combatants managed to restrain their power to a point, sparing the wider arena from devastation. Yet the platform itself could not bear the strain and shattered completely. The force of the backlash sent Jinyi crashing into the audience, ultimately landing on the ground. Vegeta, though also pushed back, maintained his flight, and the outcome was evident. Chapter 125, Dark Broly Senior Brother. Xiao Lu stood frozen, gazing in disbelief at Jinyi, who had fallen outside the arena. The venue fell silent, as everyone seemed unable to comprehend that the Sword Saint of Shura had been defeated. Vegeta wins. The referee, momentarily dazed, finally stammered out the announcement. Both were commendable. The Grand Kai clapped his hands, stating, "East Kai, North Kai, these two are promising talents. Especially Vegeta. The Saiyans truly embody the warrior spirit." "Thank you for your kind words, Grand Kai," North Kai replied, feeling quite pleased to receive such praise from his superior. "I have lost." Jinyi sheathed his sword, approaching Vegeta. He bore no resentment. Defeat was simply a part of the journey, a testament to his own shortcomings. "No, you are mistaken," Vegeta replied. "Your techniques are lethal, yet the constraints of the arena limited your full potential. In a life-and-death battle, the outcome could very well be uncertain. Furthermore, I believe this encounter has illuminated your weaknesses. I look forward to our next meeting for a proper duel." "You are truly an intriguing individual," Jinyi said, a smile gracing his lips as he extended his hand towards Vegeta. He was acutely aware of his shortcomings and had resolved to train diligently to address his close combat vulnerabilities. Vegeta regarded him for a moment before reciprocating the handshake. This gesture ignited a wave of applause and cheers from the spectators outside the arena. Indeed, this was a spectacular battle. "Vegeta, you truly are remarkable." Goku chuckled. "That fellow's strength is likely on par with the perfect Cell. I never anticipated you would defeat him so effortlessly." "Stop flattering me," Vegeta retorted, crossing his arms with a cold huff. "It was merely an advantage taken from the rules of the match. In a life-and-death struggle, I would not have triumphed so easily." "That said, we are now left with only the West Galaxy," Raditz interjected. "The child playing with the eagle in the East Galaxy poses little threat. And then there's that brother of Piccolo who seems to have gotten lost. What was his name again?" "Oh right, Roboku. It appears we need not even watch the results of this match. It is clear we have already won." The method of victory in this galactic martial arts tournament was different from previous ones. The galaxy with the most remaining contestants would be declared the victor. Currently, the North Galaxy had 3 participants, and it seemed they were assured of victory. "East Kai, West Kai," the Grand Kai inquired. "Do you wish to continue the match?" Continuing now holds no significance. The West and East Kai exchanged glances. Though begrudgingly, they had to concede that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the North Galaxy would emerge as the champion. These Saiyans were formidable. Even the strongest contestant, Roboku, could not guarantee a 1-on-3 victory. "Lord Kai, I forfeit." Just as the two Kais hesitated on whether to concede, a youthful voice rang out. Little Luffy soared into the scene, stating resolutely that detestable Raditz has surrendered, thereby allowing me to win. "I do not wish to claim such an advantage, so I too shall forfeit. I request the approval of Lord Kai." The East Kai was well aware of Luffy's temperament. Despite her cute appearance, She was as stubborn as a mule, impossible to sway. However, given that Luffy voluntarily chose to forfeit, he acquiesced with a nod of agreement. This little one is quite principled. Raditz regarded Luffy and, for reasons unknown, felt that this girl was rather special. Lord Kai, I will not forfeit. Raboku also approached the West Kai, declaring, permit me to engage in the final match. The outcome is of no consequence. He understood that the North Galaxy was assured victory, but he could not bear the thought of abstaining without making an effort. Victory or defeat mattered little. He simply desired to fight with all his might. Very well, choose your opponent at will, the West Kai conceded, allowing Raboku to proceed as he wished. With a note of gratitude, Raboku descended and approached Goku, saying, You are son Goku, correct? Shall we engage in battle? Having witnessed the might of Vegeta and Broly, he had yet to experience Goku's true strength. Previous matches had been overwhelming, making it difficult to discern his genuine power. Thus, he chose Goku as his opponent. Haha, Raboku and Kakarot share quite the affinity, Bardock chuckled, noting that in the main timeline, Goku and Raboku had also formed a bond through battle. It seemed this timeline would be no exception. Goku and Raboku commenced an intense clash, free from the constraints of the ring, allowing them to unleash their full potential in combat. The prowess of Rib Rice surpasses that of the fully realized Cell, yet falls beneath the Super Saiyan 2 level, aligning closely with the current strength of Goku. His unique Rib-style Whirlwind and Thunderbolt cannon have indeed troubled Goku considerably. However, in the end, Goku's superior technique prevailed, allowing him to triumph over Rib Rice by a slender margin. Son Goku, you are indeed formidable, I am utterly convinced. Rib Rice, unperturbed by his defeat, has gleaned that there are always greater powers beyond, compelling him to intensify his training for a rematch with Goku in the future. You are quite impressive. Your ultimate technique is truly unpredictable, Goku sincerely commended, noting Rib Rice's forthright character, reminiscent of Piccolo. He pondered whether to seek an opportunity to introduce Piccolo to Rib Rice. The ultimate victor of the Galactic Martial Arts Tournament was the North Galaxy. The judge, seizing the microphone at an opportune moment, announced, as the victorious contestants, you may now receive guidance from the Grand Kai. A bead of sweat trickled down the Grand Kai's forehead. Teaching these individuals to train? Wouldn't that leave me with no leisure time? However, with the Time Kai standing nearby, he dared not retract his statement. Ha! Who said it was over? We have yet to make our entrance. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed from the heavens, and an ominous aura enveloped the venue. Who dares? The four Kais exchanged startled glances, astonished by the audacity of the intruder disrupting the Grand Kai's realm. Bojack! The Grand Kai looked up, his pupils narrowing in shock, for there stood his old acquaintance, Bojack. But not only him. Beside Bojack loomed a figure exuding a malevolent energy. Coldly fixated on the scene below, this sinister entity turned out to be a woman. Bojack! Bardock's expression shifted, his gaze filled with astonishment as he beheld Bojack. It was not the mere presence of Bojack that surprised him. Rather, it was the fact that Bojack had grown immensely in size, his skin now a deep black, emanating a thick, foreboding aura. Dark energy? Bardock's heart raced, recognizing the essence that mirrored that of the ultimate Android 17. Could it be that the Dark Demon Clan was once again stirring trouble? Chapter 126. Tao the Grand Kai extended his arms, unleashing a radiant light that swiftly transported the gathered audience from across the universe. He acted decisively. Bojack's power was no jest, particularly given his current unsettling demeanor. Should these innocent beings remain, they would undoubtedly face catastrophic consequences. This presence is overwhelmingly potent. Goku and the other Saiyans wore grave expressions, for the energy emanating from Bojack was comparable to that of the lightning-imbued Cell. Bojack, when did you break your seal? Why was I unaware of it? The Grand Kai floated slowly into the air, recalling that many years prior, he had defeated Bojack, and the four Kais had jointly sealed him away. Yet now, Bojack had emerged from confinement without the Grand Kai's awareness. How could this be possible? Your trivial seals are nothing. I can break them at will. Bojack appeared as a slumbering beast, unresponsive to the Great King. Instead, the woman beside him chuckled. This fellow possesses considerable strength. I, the Queen, have released him. He is now known as Dark Bojack. Dark Bojack, greet these individuals. With a snap of her fingers, she commanded. Ah! Dark Bojack roared, unleashing a barrage of black energy orbs that rained down indiscriminately. Be careful, Raditz exclaimed, noticing little Lou in the line of fire. In that instant, his mind was singularly focused on protecting her. He teleported in front of little Lu, bracing himself to absorb the onslaught of dark energy. With a grunt, blood trickled from Raditz's lips as he felt his bones threaten to shatter, an overwhelming pain coursing through his body. Little Lu's mouth fell agape, incredulous as she gazed at Raditz. This insufferable long-haired beast had shielded her from a lethal blow in her moment of peril. Quickly, we must flee. This adversary is too formidable. Your presence here is perilous. Raditz grasped little Lu and utilized instant transmission, bringing her to Bardock's side. Father, please look after this little one while I confront that fiend. Bardock cast a surprised glance at Raditz, pondering when he had become so attentive towards a girl. Realization dawned upon him, a smile gracing his lips as he reassured, "Fear not. As long as I am here, she shall remain unharmed. However, exercise caution. That opponent's strength is on par with the previous cell." "I understand, Father." Raditz ascended into the skies, with Goku and the others dodging the attacks, standing alongside him. "Hey, you, do not harm the innocent," Goku declared, his voice resonating with righteousness. "All of you emanate an aura of malevolence. What are your intentions? You must be the Saiyan son Goku spoken of by Dracula?" The woman laughed mockingly, coldly stating, "I am Tova, the sister of the demon realm king, Dubra. Today, I shall collect your souls to present to the great demon god." "The sister of Dubra?" Bardock's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. He was unaware that Dubra had a sister. Although this woman's combat prowess seemed lacking, her status in the Dark Demon clan appeared significant. To clarify the situation, Bardock summoned Broly, instructing, "Broly, ensure the safety of the others." "Understood, Master," Broly nodded, positioning himself to shield the four great kings, along with little Lu and the others of lesser strength. Bardock ascended further into the sky, his expression stoic. "Are you of the Dark Demon clan?" Upon seeing Bardock, Tova's demeanor turned icy, her voice laced with menace. "It seems the words of Dracula hold truth. You are indeed connected to that woman." "Dracula?" Bardock and the others exchanged wary glances, unfamiliar with this name. Suddenly, Bardock seemed to connect the dots and inquired, "What is the relationship between the Dracula you speak of and the demon god, Dasmara?" "Humph. Did that woman not inform you that Prince Dracula is the son of the demon god?" Tova declared with a chilling intent. "Dark Bojack, tear them all to shreds." With a ferocious roar, Dark Bojack charged at Bardock and the other Saiyans, resembling a frenzied beast unleashed from its chains. Tova wore a cold smile, retreating into the shadows. Thinking of escaping? Bardock raised an eyebrow, keenly sensing Tova's aura, and discovered that she had indeed slipped into an alternate dimension. This woman possesses such abilities? If it were anyone else, they might truly struggle against Tova. However, Bardock's instantaneous movement allows him to traverse freely through alternate spaces. He instantly detected Tova's malevolent presence and vanished from his location. As for the Dark Broly, with Kakarot and the others holding him back, he had little to worry about. First and foremost, he needed to apprehend Tova, a member of the Dark Demon clan. "How did you find me?" Tova gazed at Bardock with a hint of shock in her eyes. Though her combat power was not formidable, her dark magic was exceptionally potent. She had just utilized it to create an alternate space. Yet, this Bardock managed to locate her instantaneously. How could that be? "Do not struggle in vain. No matter where you flee, you cannot escape my grasp." Bardock crossed his arms and spoke coldly. "I am quite curious, with your power akin to that of an ant. What led you to join the Dark Demon clan? Furthermore, what connection exists between the Demon clan and the Dark Demon clan?" His instincts told him that the Demon clan referenced in the primary timeline might differ significantly from the Dark Demon clan. "Humph, what is the Demon clan?" "Merely a lineage that has inherited some blood from the Dark Demon clan," Tova replied disdainfully. "My useless brother, proclaiming himself the king of the demon realm, is nothing but a fool." Tova was inherently gifted with dark magic, and her proficiency in dark technology provided substantial assistance to the Dark Demon clan. This was precisely why she caught their attention. "You seem unafraid of me," Bardock scoffed. "You are now isolated and defenseless. Do you not fear my wrath?" He was intrigued by her confidence, wondering if she had some hidden support. "I am not a combat-oriented member of the Demon clan, but if you wish to kill me, it will not be as simple as you think." Tova snapped her fingers and smiled. "Come forth, Mira." The space warped, and a man suddenly materialized. He had short white hair, a fierce and ruthless gaze, radiating overwhelming demonic energy. This individual exuded a powerful aura, surpassing that of Super Saiyan 2 Gohan from a year prior, leaving Bardock astonished. With a cold, emotionless demeanor, Mira lunged at Bardock. As the battle commenced, Tova hastily employed her dark magic to escape. Mira was a dark entity she had created using the bloodline of Dracula's demonic offspring, possessing immense power. It was not wise for her to remain. Chapter 127, Sweeping the Field Boom. In the alternate space, Mira and Bardock's fists collided, unleashing a surge of energy that exploded in midair. Bardock was sent reeling backward, and Mira pressed the advantage, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Bang! A brilliant light erupted as Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, illuminating the murky void of the alternate dimension. What is this? Mira halted, her eyes wide with surprise. I thought you would remain silent, she remarked. Bardock replied coldly, it appears you possess your own thoughts. With your formidable strength, why do you heed the commands of a weaker being? Reviving the demon god is the mission of our dark demon clan, Mira retorted, unfazed. Both you and your companions must perish. Is that so? Then let us see what you've got. The members of the Dark Demon clan were all merciless and bloodthirsty, devoid of any humanity. Thus, today, he was determined to vanquish this foe. The two ceased their banter and engaged in a cataclysmic battle within the alternate space. The conflict on King Kai's planet was equally intense, yet the tides had turned unfavorably. Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz banded together to confront the Dark Bojack, with even the likes of Ribrian and the Shura Sword Saint joining the fray. Had this been under normal circumstances, Bojack would have been swiftly defeated by such a coalition. However, now, empowered by Tao's dark magic, he stood as a formidable opponent, comparable to the lightning cell from a year prior. As for Bojack's former lackeys, they had already been ruthlessly slain by the frenzied Dark Bojack, who swept across the battlefield like an evil deity. How did he become so powerful? King Kai contemplated assisting. Yet his age and waning strength rendered him incapable, leaving him with the desire but not the means. Do not worry, old man. Leave it to Kakarot and the others, Broly assured, shielding King Kai and the others behind him with a formidable aura. To him, Dark Bojack seemed manageable. Should he choose to intervene, victory would not be difficult. Nonetheless, he remained obedient to Bardock's orders, trusting that Goku and his allies could handle the situation. Come on, big brother. You can do it, shouted little Lu, cupping her hands around her mouth. The scene of Raditz risking his life to save her had ignited a fierce desire to protect him from harm. Little Lu's voice seemed to provoke Bojack, who bellowed in rage and charged toward her. Not a chance. Raditz swiftly intervened, positioning himself before Bojack with blinding speed. Bojack swung his massive arm as if swatting away a mosquito, sending Raditz flying. The immense force collided with Raditz, causing him to spit blood. Little Lu gasped, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Ultimate Shura held Dragon Break, Thunder Lightning Cannon. At that moment, two terrifying energies surged through the air, striking Bojack and sending his colossal form reeling. Huichi and Ribrian floated in the void, their expressions resolute. Together, Goku's silhouette streaked across the sky, delivering a powerful punch to Bojack's face. You shall not instruct me on how to act. Vegeta, radiating golden light, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. The resulting explosions were immense. Have we succeeded? King Kai and the others gazed skyward in anticipation, but as the dust settled, their expressions turned to shock. For Bojack remained utterly unscathed. Vegeta clenched his teeth, astonished by the resilience of his opponent. He transformed into a radiant golden streak, charging towards Bojack with fists that left a flurry of afterimages in their wake. Goku unleashed his full power, attacking Bojack from the left, while Vegeta struck from the right. After regaining his composure, Raditz joined the fray. The three Saiyans surrounded Bojack, delivering a relentless barrage of attacks, their overwhelming energy seemingly capable of shattering the heavens. Fortunately, the Grand Kai's realm existed as an independent space, far sturdier than Earth. Broly watched, his blood boiling. The innate warrior spirit of the Saiyans compelled him to join the battle. However, this united assault lasted less than a quarter of an hour before Bojack countered with overwhelming force. With a surge of energy, he sent Goku and the others flying. Grasping Goku with one hand, he slammed him into the ground. In an instant, he vanished and delivered a powerful kick that sent both Vegeta and Raditz hurtling away. Seeing the dire situation, King Yama and Raboku rushed forward to assist. With a flourish, the Sword of Heaven was drawn. unleashing a magnificent wave of sword energy that cleaved through the air, its fierce power seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of the universe. Yet, such a devastating attack could not even graze Bojack's skin. The disparity between their strengths was insurmountable. A resonating energy blast, infused with dark magic, hurtled towards King Yama. His black hair billowed in the wind. Though unseen, he felt the chilling breath of death. He needed to evade. In a flash, Goku teleported next to King Yama and propelled him out of harm's way. "I will not let you escape unscathed," Goku proclaimed, arms outstretched as he braced himself against the colossal energy sphere. His body radiated golden light, resembling a divine warrior, as Bojack's attack struggled to land. King Yama, thrown aside, was taken aback. In this moment of peril, it was Son Goku who had come to his rescue. "I will not stand idly by." King Yama's Shura power erupted, and he swiftly joined Goku's side, wielding his blade, Snowflake, which blossomed with immeasurable sword intent, assisting Goku in fending off Bojack's onslaught. Goku smiled in understanding. With King Yama sharing the burden, his pressure was significantly alleviated. Raditz, Raboku, and even Vegeta rallied to help defend. "All right, everyone, let's strike together. We cannot allow this villain to run rampant." Goku's spirit surged, his golden brilliance shining ever brighter. In another dimension, the battle between Bardock and Mira had reached a fever pitch. Bardock had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, wielding a light sword that shimmered with lethal energy. Each strike summoned arcs of lightning. Compared to a year prior, Bardock now wielded the power to transform at will, displaying considerable strength. Coupled with his formidable physique, Mira's attacks proved futile against him. "Damn it, what's happening? How can this guy's body be so resilient?" Tao, hidden in an unknown dimension, wore a grim expression. Initially, Mira had the upper hand, but once Bardock transformed, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. Mira's assaults became ineffective, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. "Tao, what is the status?" At that moment, a shadow silently materialized beside Tao. "Your Highness Dracula," Tao exclaimed in surprise, quickly bowing. Then, gritting her teeth, she said, "The situation is dire. Mira is being overwhelmed by Bardock, and that Bojack is proving to be a formidable opponent as well." "Oh, even Mira cannot subdue him?" Chapter 128, The Three Great Super Saiyans 2. Mira's form was incessantly pushed back. Bardock unleashed his full power, his fists raining down like a torrential storm, leaving Mira entirely at a disadvantage. His eyes widened, filled with confusion. Despite his evident superiority in strength over Bardock, why was he faltering? What horrified him the most was that his once prized power could not even budge Bardock, whose body seemed forged from steel. "You are finished," Bardock exclaimed as he sent Mira flying with a single punch, simultaneously condensing a spiraling energy sphere in his hand. Spiral Meteor Cannon. The golden spiral energy orb surged with an overwhelming force, as if it could shatter the very fabric of another dimension. The tremendous recoil sent Bardock staggering back over 100 meters, his hands scorching as wisps of smoke began to rise from it. Confronted with the immense power of the spiral meteor cannon, a flicker of fear crossed Mira's cold, unyielding face. If struck by such a blow, he would likely be reduced to ashes. A mere insect dares to be arrogant. A shadow suddenly appeared, shattering the spiral meteor cannon with a single palm before Bardock's astonished gaze. "Come on, everyone," Little Lou shouted from below, her voice ringing out despite the protective barrier created by Broly. She could still sense the overwhelming energy from the outside, a force that could obliterate her countless times over. Goku and the others struggled to hold on. Despite combining their powers, they paled in comparison to the dark Bojack. Bojack appeared somewhat agitated, his body erupting once again with immense dark energy. The already colossal black energy cannon, under Bojack's augmented power, grew to an even more ominous size, blotting out the sky. "No, this is bad." Goku bore the brunt of the pressure, reaching his limit and unable to sustain himself any longer. The others were in the same predicament. Boom. The black energy cannon engulfed Goku and the others, igniting a cataclysmic explosion in the sky. Such rampant energy nearly uprooted the entire Supreme Kai planet. "Goku!" North Kai clutched his heart, shouting in disbelief. This was indeed a grave situation. If even Goku and his companions could not withstand the assault, none of them would escape today. Kakarot. Broly's eyes blazed with fury and battle intent, an aura of primal ferocity emanating from him as he prepared to step forward. Yet in the next moment, that terrifying energy suddenly dissipated. Broly lowered his raised foot, a smile creeping across his lips. It seemed that his intervention was no longer necessary. As the skies returned to tranquility, three shimmering golden figures stood proudly in the void. King Yema and Raboku were gravely injured, yet both were now filled with astonishment. What had transpired? How has it come to pass that appearances have transformed? The rib rice dish widened its eyes, wearing an expression of sheer astonishment. Not only that, but Jing also knelt on one knee, his voice laden with shock as he remarked, "The aura emanating from them has qualitatively intensified compared to earlier. Is this what they call the battle-hardened race of Saiyans? Indeed, it is formidable." Goku's martial arts attire lay in tatters, his pants equally ragged, his body marred by numerous wounds. Yet, it is well known that a Saiyan in a torn state is the most terrifying, though he may appear disheveled at this very moment. Goku's energy had ascended to an entirely new height. His hair stood even more defiantly, the speed of his aura's eruption intensifying, and most notably, his form was enveloped in crackling lightning. Had he transcended to Super Saiyan 2 in that perilous moment? Gazing at his hands, Goku murmured to himself, "This power indeed surpasses that of a Super Saiyan. Although it does not yet match the strength Gohan exhibited a year ago, it is not far off." Not only Goku, but Vegeta and Raditz also wore expressions of astonishment. A year prior, the three had already reached their full power as Super Saiyans. And with an additional year of rigorous training, their foundations were profoundly deep. Now, faced with Bojack's lethal assault, the trio's accumulated strength and potential erupted completely. They each shattered their limits, simultaneously attaining the realm of Super Saiyan 2. The three Super Saiyan 2 warriors stood defiantly in the void, lightning crackling all around them. This scene, upon observation, emanated a formidable sense of pressure. All right, the true battle begins now. Goku clenched his fists and shouted, "Prepare yourself, Bojack." He transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing forth with a speed vastly superior to before. "Kakarot, do not think to steal my spotlight." Vegeta would not allow Goku to bask in glory alone. He promptly followed suit, charging at Bojack. Raditz too was unwilling to be outdone, instantly teleporting behind Bojack and delivering a devastating explosive blow to his back. Ugh! Bojack was sent soaring into the heavens, spewing forth a stream of black blood. Though his mind had been stripped away by Tao, it did not mean he was impervious to pain or death. "This punch is a return gift for you." Vegeta descended from above, delivering a powerful strike to Bojack's face. The immense force sent Bojack crashing to the ground, several of his large teeth flying from the impact. "Behold my might." Goku appeared precisely at Bojack's landing point, his entire being crackling with electricity, and leapt to deliver a punch to Bojack, who was still plummeting through the air. Crack! Goku's ferocious strength shattered Bojack's spine with a single blow. However, endowed with dark magic, Bojack fought instinctively. Despite the intense pain coursing through him, he lunged at Goku and the others like a frenzied beast. "Vegeta, brother, this fellow is even easier to handle than future Broly," Goku remarked while swiftly maneuvering through the air, leading Bojack in circles. "This guy fights purely on instinct, devoid of reason. We can exploit this to defeat him." Goku's combat awareness and innate talent were truly alarming. He had already devised a strategy for victory. Vegeta stood with arms outstretched, two orbs of golden energy coalescing in his hands, exclaiming, "I have long been prepared. Let us swiftly conclude this battle." True to his prowess, Vegeta was a force to be reckoned with. Raditz soared through the air, his speed akin to that of lightning, as the two brothers toyed with Bojack, sending him tumbling back and forth. Victory seemed assured. Broly cast his gaze upward at Bojack, contemplating inwardly, "His rampage is reminiscent of my own. He relies solely on instinct to obliterate everything in his path. Though he possesses immense power, against the skilled fighters like Kakarot, he stands no chance." Broly's analysis was astute. Had Bojack been more aware, Goku and the others would not have triumphed so effortlessly, but that scenario presupposed a lesser disparity in strength. Now is the time to vanquish him. Goku appeared to be merely playfully evading Bojack, yet he had secretly gathered energy for the Kamehameha. Without hesitation, he unleashed a full-powered Kamehameha wave. Vegeta and Raditz followed suit, launching their own devastating final flash and explosive wave. The three cataclysmic energy blasts converged upon Bojack, who let out a deafening scream. Under the brilliance of their combined might, his colossal form was reduced to mere dust, his very essence dissipating into oblivion. Chapter 129. Above Super Saiyan 3, who are you? In a realm beyond, Bardock gazed warily at the figure before him. He was profoundly shocked. His most potent strike had been effortlessly shattered by this individual with a mere swipe of the hand. What unfathomable strength was this? The aura emanating from this being left Bardock visibly unsettled, for it surpassed that of Super Saiyan 2, verging on Super Saiyan 3. Did this being possess the strength of a divine entity? Dracula, the wielder of the time-space ring, crossed his arms, observing Bardock as one might regard an insignificant insect, and sneered, "Such diminutive power. Today, I shall eliminate you, as a means of collecting interest." "You are the Dracula spoken of by Tao?" Bardock's nerves tightened. A warrior of this caliber was beyond his current capabilities. It would be prudent to retreat. "Your assumption is accurate," Dracula admitted with a smirk. "Do not even think of utilizing instant transmission. The space you occupy has been sealed by my magical prowess. Escape is impossible." It was evident that Dracula possessed extensive knowledge of Bardock. Bardock attempted to activate instant transmission, but soon discovered he was unable. The entire alternate realm was isolated by an overwhelming force. A sense of dread washed over him. As this was the first time he had encountered a failure of his instant transmission, it appeared he had no choice but to fight desperately, with no other recourse. Bardock gritted his teeth and charged at Dracula, unleashing the full force of his being in that moment. "Futile," Dracula stated, extending a finger to effortlessly deflect Bardock's assault. The chasm of power between them ignited Bardock's fury, yet he refused to relent. He attacked Dracula with reckless abandon, as if he had nothing left to lose. "Your Highness, calamity has befallen us. Bojack has been vanquished by Sun Wukong and his comrades, his very soul shattered." At this moment, the voice of Tova reached Dracula's ears. "Oh, these insignificant insects have caused me to lose yet another formidable soul." Dracula's gaze turned icy, and with a flick of his fingers, dark energy surged forth, sending Bardock hurtling away. The irresistible force inflicted severe injuries upon him, causing him to revert from his Super Saiyan form back to his normal state. Cursed be this fate. Bardock knelt on one knee, feeling as though his very organs were on the verge of being crushed, intense pain radiating through every fiber of his being. "This is the end. I shall no longer play with you. It is time to send you on your way." Dracula extended a finger, dark energy swirling around it, coalescing into a colossal energy sphere. The Demon King's cannon, a massive black energy sphere, shot toward Bardock at astonishing speed. This cannon contained immense dark power, and in Bardock's currently injured state, being struck would spell certain doom. A furious roar escaped Bardock's lips. Was he to meet his demise here today? He refused to accept this. There remained so much yet undone. Apocalypse, divine punishment. Just as despair enveloped Bardock, a clear voice resonated from an alternate space. Though the voice was soft, it filled the entirety of the realm. Audible not only to Bardock and his companions in the alternate space, but also to all in the outside world. A radiant, multicolored holy light seemed to descend from an eternal unknown. Instantaneously, the Demon King's cannon was obliterated, and not only that, Dracula, Tova, and Mira were hurled away by an overwhelming force, lost to the vastness of the cosmos. In a distant corner of the universe, Dracula was drenched in demonic blood, his aura alarmingly feeble, clearly gravely wounded. As for the weaker Tova and Mira, they were in a lamentable state, every part of their bodies battered and broken. Damn it! It was that woman. Dracula's eyes widened in terror. He had never anticipated that she would intervene. I must return to the dark demon realm at once. A wave of trepidation coursed through him as he hastily gathered the gravely injured Tova and Mira, vanishing from sight. He feared that lingering would cost him his very life. This time, he had truly suffered a great loss. Not only had he failed to eliminate those Saiyans, but he had also lost a powerful soul and sustained serious injury himself. "Lord Linares," Bardock exclaimed, astonished. He was no fool. The sacred light that had just appeared was undoubtedly the work of Linares. Gratitude welled within him. This had been an exceedingly perilous encounter. Were it not for Linares, he would surely have perished, and even Goku and the others would have faced mortal peril. However, this also provided Bardock with a clearer estimation of the Dark Demon clan's strength. Just one Dracula, if he were not mistaken, possessed power surpassing the divine realm. A race such as this posed a catastrophic threat to their current existence. Very well, I shall take it one step at a time. Bardock had no other recourse but to diligently train to confront the Dark Demon clan. He could not assume that Linares would always come to their aid. Ultimately, he had to rely on himself. With Dracula heavily injured, the energy sealing the alternate space dissipated, allowing Bardock to teleport away and return to the Supreme Kai's planet. At this moment, the Grand Kai's planet lay in ruins, with several large holes even puncturing the Grand Kai's palace. Upon their arrival, Kakarot and his companions were taken aback by the sight of Goku and the others in their Super Saiyan 2 forms. Father, Raditz and Goku quickly approached Bardock, inquiring, "What happened? Who was that woman? Why are you so injured?" Seeing Bardock emerge, Broly swiftly removed his protective barrier and flew over. However, upon witnessing Bardock's dire state, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Bardock, his mentor and the person he revered most, would not be left unavenged against those scoundrels. The woman in question was named Tao, an individual from the Dark Demon Realm. Bardock explained the situation in detail. The Dark Demon Realm? Goku and the others' expressions turned grave. They had not anticipated the formidable strength of this dark faction, with even their dispatched warriors far surpassing them. Well, do not dwell on it too much. Just be cautious of the Dark Demon Realm moving forward, Bardock advised. As long as we dedicate ourselves to training, we shall undoubtedly eradicate the Dark Demon Realm in due time. We must believe in the potential of the Saiyans. Well said. Vegeta, appreciating Bardock's words, confidently declared, "We Saiyans possess no limits. No matter the adversary, we shall overcome them. My sincerest apologies for the unfortunate events you have encountered." The Grand Kai approached with an expression of remorse. What was meant to be a splendid martial arts tournament has regrettably turned into this debacle. Not at all. This matter does not pertain to you. Bardock waved his hand dismissively. By the way, Grand Kai, I wish to pose a question. Oh, what is it? Please, do tell. The Grand Kai responded respectfully. I wonder if it is permissible for me to visit the Netherworld as a living being, Bardock pondered. I wish to consult with King Enma regarding a few matters. He was uncertain whether this was feasible, but if not, he would seek alternative methods. Chapter 130. Giant, if you were an ordinary person, it would certainly not be possible, the Grand Kai reflected before adding, however, as an apprentice of the Kaishin. You possess divine attributes, allowing you to traverse freely between the realms of the living and the dead. Having lived for an extensive period, he held knowledge surpassing that of ordinary deities. The four Kais were equally astonished. Had it not been for the Grand Kai's revelation, they would have remained oblivious to such matters. Is that so? That is splendid, Bardock exclaimed with delight, quickly informing Goku and the others. I have matters to attend to, so I shall depart. If you wish to return, feel free to do so. Without further concern for his injuries, he instantly teleported away, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Kakarot, are you returning, or what? Raditz, accustomed to his father's preoccupations, did not pursue Bardock further. I think I'll head back first. Once Chi-Chi gives birth, I'll return here to train, Goku contemplated before adding. With so many experts here, it must be quite exhilarating. Very well, then we shall return, Raditz concurred. I will accompany you to train here, as there is little for me to do on Earth. Meanwhile, the Grand Kai, drenched in sweat, thought to himself, could it be? Have these two truly taken this seriously? I possess no capability to instruct them. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Yukong and his companions returned to Earth. Little Lu gazed at the vanishing Raditz, her heart inexplicably longing for his return to the Grand Kai's planet. In the underworld, the King of Hell was as busy as ever, diligently managing an endless array of affairs with a pile of documents cluttering his desk. Suddenly, Bardock appeared before the king, dismissing the astonished gazes of the nearby little ghosts, and cheerfully remarked, Greetings, King of Hell. It is my first time meeting you. I am Bardock. Due to his influence, Wukong and the others had little interaction with the king, thus it was Bardock's first encounter with him. He couldn't help but wonder if this fellow was somehow related to his in-law, the Bull Demon King, as they bore a slight resemblance. Having met you, the Grand Kai has already briefed me on the situation. The King of Hell quickly rose from his seat and bowed respectfully. The Grand Kai had informed him of Bardock's identity beforehand. Despite being the ruler of the underworld, the King of Hell was akin to a grandson before the Kai of Time, even if the latter was merely an apprentice. Oh, that old fellow is quite thorough in his considerations. Bardock waved his hand dismissively and said, I have a matter to inquire about, nothing too pressing. Please ask away. I shall speak without reservation, the king replied, his demeanor notably earnest. Bardock hesitated slightly, his heart racing with apprehension. I wish to know if my wife, Jine, has been reincarnated. He felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Jine might have already been reborn, which would complicate matters. Your wife, you say? A trivial matter. Please hold on, my lord. The king of hell waved his hand, indicating that it was a simple issue. He retrieved a massive tome, the Book of Life and Death, which contained the records of every being's existence and demise. As he swiftly perused its pages, his initial confidence waned, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and his complexion turned grave. He was unable to find any trace of Jine in the book, not even the slightest detail from her life. What is wrong? You seem perturbed. Bardock frowned and urged, speak candidly. His heart raced, dreading the potential bad news. My lord, I deeply apologize, but there appears to be no record concerning your wife. The king of hell spoke cautiously, fearing he might offend this formidable figure. No record? What does that mean? Bardock inquired, puzzled. She passed away over 20 years ago. How could there be no record? The king of hell pondered for a moment before responding. There are two possibilities. The first is that your wife did not actually die. The second is that she did pass away, but her soul never entered the underworld. If it is the former, it would be fortunate. If it is the latter, it presents a grave complication, suggesting that her soul is in an abnormal state, thus failing to report to the underworld. Regardless of the being, be it an ordinary person or a notorious fiend, upon death, souls would typically journey to the underworld. The king of hell had never encountered a case like Jine's. His words plunged Bardock's heart into despair. The first scenario was instinctively dismissed by him, for he was certain that Janae had indeed perished. But what of the second scenario? Where, precisely, was Janae's soul? In the realm of time, Janae, your husband possesses profound loyalty and affection for you. Lunars waved her hand, dispersing the magical projection, and turned to address a woman standing behind her. This woman, clad in Saiyan battle attire and swaying a tail, was none other than Janae, now with tears streaming down her face. Janae's heart was moved. She could see every action of Bardock in the underworld through Lunars. Not only that, but Lunars also revealed the growth journeys of Goku and Raditz to Janae. Although her eldest son initially strayed from the right path, he fortunately found his way back. Her younger son filled her with pride. She reminisced about the time when Kakarot was born, with a power level so insignificant. Yet now, he had not only transformed into a Super Saiyan, but also taken a wife and fathered a child of extraordinary potential. She longed to embrace her grandson Gohan. Your two children are indeed promising, given time. They shall surely become formidable warriors, Lunars remarked lightly. What is it? Your expression suggests a yearning to reunite with your son and grandson. Janae opened her mouth, wishing to deny it, yet the words failed to escape her lips. Remember our agreement, Lunars stated. I will honor the agreement, Sister Lunars, Janae replied, wiping her tears. I believe Bardock can attain the angelic realm you speak of, and when that time comes, we shall meet again. That is all I need to hear, Lunars nodded gently. By the way, you ought to be grateful to the Grand Priest. Had it not been for him, you would have already reincarnated. As Lunars' words faded, a radiant light descended. The newcomer was a man with blue skin and white hair. He was of modest stature, with a divine halo behind his head, exuding an air of steadiness. This man was none other than the Grand Priest, second only to the three supreme deities, ranking among the top 5 in the vast cosmos. Grand Priest, thank you for traversing through time and rescuing me from the explosion of the planet. Janae bowed to him. This was the King of Angels, a figure at the pinnacle of the universe, deserving of utmost respect. You need not thank me. I merely assisted Lunars with a favor. The Grand Priest replied with a gentle and courteous demeanor. He saluted Lunars and smiled. Were it not for Lunars lending me the time mirror, I would not have been able to travel back 20 years to save you. Chapter 131. The Dialogue of the Supreme Deities, the Time Mirror. This is a divine artifact of Lunars, containing boundless temporal laws. It was through this time mirror that the Grand Priest was able to reverse time to 20 years ago and rescue Janae. Of course, after that, due to the depletion of temporal laws, the time mirror had lost its function. Hearing the Grand Priest's words, Janae's thoughts swirled. The events had transpired not long ago. Ever since her awakening, she had found herself in the realm of time. Initially, she believed she had arrived in the realm of the dead. Yet Lunars informed her that she was very much alive and had been transported 20 years into the future. Such an incredible tale was met with skepticism by Janae at first. However, After Lunas revealed to her all the details of her past, including the experiences of Bardock, Raditz, and Goku, Janae came to the realization that she had indeed not perished, but had instead entered a world 2 decades ahead. From that point onward, she resided in the realm of time, forging a close relationship with Lunas, albeit with the singular condition of not being allowed to reunite with her family, including Bardock. Janae understood Lunas' intentions, and although she yearned deeply to see her husband and son, she felt compelled to honor her promise. Now, witnessing Bardock's desperate search for her soul, she longed to tell him that she was still alive. "High Priest, what brings you here?" Lunas shot Janae a glance. Having spent considerable time with Lunas, Janae was well acquainted with her demeanor. Just a single look conveyed all that was needed, and she instinctively withdrew, recognizing that this was a conversation between deities, not one in which she could eavesdrop. "Lunas, the temporal rift is showing signs of instability," the High Priest stated. "Have you intervened?" "The Grand King has learned of this matter and is currently in a foul mood." "So, you have come to seek retribution on behalf of the Grand King?" Lunas chuckled wryly, responding, "The situation was rather urgent. My disciple encountered peril, and had I not intervened, he would likely have met his demise." In Lunas' recollection, the Grand King was akin to a petulant child, often throwing tantrums, and she had grown accustomed to it. "You must prioritize the greater good," the High Priest implored earnestly. "Your power must always be directed towards stabilizing the temporal rift. Should the ancient gods emerge, the entire universe would suffer calamity, and Lord Salama remains in a dormant state." Faced with the High Priest's incessant admonitions, Lunas felt a headache coming on and quickly interjected. "All right, I understand. I assure you, I shall refrain from intervening next time." Lunas harbored a deep disdain for the entity known as the Ancient God. Were it not for that being, she would not find herself in such a constrained position, needing to tread carefully even in her actions. This urgency was why she desired Bardock to grow stronger. Relying solely on her own strength and that of the Grand King to seal the Ancient God for an extended period was simply unfeasible. "I'm glad you understand," the High Priest said with a smile. "Speaking of which, your disciple indeed possesses extraordinary talent. In such a short time, he has grasped the power of time and space. Given time, he is destined to ascend to the realm of the Supreme God. I must express my gratitude to you for this," Lunas remarked. "Initially, I was puzzled as to why you took such an interest in someone from a lower realm. Now I realize you recognized his innate ability to wield the power of time and space." Indeed, the High Priest gazed at the immense temporal clock, speaking slowly. "I too saw his potential. I had intended to rescue him 20 years ago, but alas, the God of the 7th universe was a step ahead of me. Later, I secretly allowed him to slumber for 2 decades, cleansing him of the Saiyan malice that had tainted his spirit. I had intended to find a suitable moment to take him as my disciple, but unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, he became the disciple of Lord Linares. He felt a sense of helplessness. Every time he sought to take on a disciple, he was continually thwarted. Perhaps this is what the people of the lower realms refer to as destiny." Linares smiled gently and remarked, "You possess great foresight. Knowing that I cannot wield my powers freely, you borrowed the time-space mirror to journey back 2 decades and rescue Bardock's wife." This was not flattery on Linares' part, for in her memory, the Grand Priest was the wisest of deities, endowed with immense vision and a broad perspective. After all, he was someone I had taken a liking to, and it was only fitting to offer him some assistance. The Grand Priest chuckled. "I observed earlier that Bardock was battling a descendant of Demigra's minions. Remarkable. The Grand Priest indeed lives up to his title. To him, even the terrifying Dark Demon clan appears no different from mere lackeys. Indeed, the Dark Demon clan is hardly worthy of note." Linares replied calmly, "Do not meddle. Let the Dark Demon clan serve as a training ground for Bardock and his companions. Rest assured, I shall not intervene." As the Grand Priest spoke, his gaze flickered, and he smiled. "It seems I must take my leave. Your precious disciple has arrived." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight. Just after the Grand Priest's departure, Bardock rushed in, appearing quite disheveled. His attire was tattered, and his aura was chaotic, indicating that he had hastily arrived without tending to his previous injuries. "What has happened to you, looking so ragged?" Linares inquired with a furrowed brow, flicking her fingers to cast a beam of holy light upon Bardock. Instantly, his disordered energy was restored, and his battle attire returned to its original state. "Thank you, Lord Linares," Bardock expressed. "Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have been in grave danger." If you were to face an opponent of equal standing and were defeated, it would be your own folly, Linares replied without lifting her gaze, her tone placid. I understand, but I must still express my gratitude. Bardock refrained from further discussion on that matter and quickly asked, Lord Linares, I wish to inquire why my wife's spirit is not present in the underworld. I have asked the King of Hell, but he claims there is no record of Jine in the underworld. What could this mean? Hidden in the shadows, Jine felt her eyes welling with tears. She longed to rush forth and reunite with Bardock. Since you've already consulted the King of Hell, asking me will yield no different result, Linares responded without flinching. Do not dwell on it. Focus on your cultivation. As long as you master the principles of time and space, your wife will inevitably return to your side. Although the reasoning was sound, Bardock could not shake the feeling of unease. Enough with the idle chatter, Linares firmly interrupted. Now that you are here, I need not inform you. Prepare yourself as I have set up a cultivation mode for you. Bardock was taken aback, then realization dawned upon him. A year prior, when he visited Linares, she had indeed mentioned establishing a specific cultivation mode, and now, upon reflection, the time had indeed come. Bardock chose not to elaborate further. He returned to Earth briefly to inform Goku and the others of his intention to enter seclusion for training, uncertain of the duration of this endeavor, which had been ordained by the Supreme Deity and promised to be exceedingly challenging. He felt it prudent to communicate his plans to alleviate any concerns among his friends. Once he had conveyed his intentions, Bardock returned to the realm of time. Lunas gestured towards a tower suspended in midair, stating, You may enter now. You shall emerge only upon the completion of your training. Bardock, brimming with confidence, ascended towards the tower without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 132. Gohan enters high school. Upon entering the tower, Bardock found it eerily empty, save for a massive crystal vial at its center. What is this? What purpose does a mere bottle serve here? Bardock pondered, scrutinizing the crystal vessel. To his eyes, it appeared to be an ordinary glass bottle, albeit of colossal size, seemingly devoid of significance. Yet, he could not fathom that Lunas would toy with him. This crystal vial must possess some purpose. Could it be that I am meant to shatter it? Contemplating this, Bardock struck out with a punch. To his astonishment, an overwhelming force of recoil struck him, sending his body hurtling backward as he tumbled across the ground. What material is this bottle made from? How is it so unyielding? Bardock exclaimed in disbelief. His strike had failed to even dent the crystal vial. Undeterred, he launched another punch, yet each attempt resulted in him being repelled violently. Even when he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and exerted all his strength. With each increase in power, the backlash grew more severe, leaving Bardock wary of further attempts. Continuing would only lead to his own demise. Do not waste your efforts. This object is forged from the laws of time and space. Lunas's voice resonated within the tower. Relying solely on physical strength is futile. After imparting this wisdom, Lunas fell silent. What could this mean? Physical strength is of no use. Bardock furrowed his brow in contemplation, convinced that Lunas's words were not without purpose. This was a hint, and whether he could decipher it was entirely up to him. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 7 years had elapsed. Throughout this period, Bardock diligently pursued his training. However, due to the differing flow of time between the realm of time and the outside world, while Bardock had spent merely 7 days within the time tower, 7 years had unfolded outside, a fact of which he remained blissfully unaware. Inside the tower, there was no concept of time, only the chaotic laws of time and space. Meanwhile, on Earth, 7 years of peace had transpired. Goku and Raditz were training on King Kai's planet, occasionally returning to Earth to spend time with their families. Notably, Goku's second child, Goten, had reached the age of 7. From the moment of his birth, he had been the cherished darling of the Sun family. Little Goten bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku in his youth, being both obedient and endearingly charming. As for Vegeta's child Trunks, he has grown from an infant into quite the charming young lad. However, unlike the obedient Goten, Trunks is quite the mischievous rascal, causing Bulma no end of worry. Interestingly, during these 7 years, Raditz has unexpectedly formed a relationship with little Lu. Although they have not held a formal wedding, their bond is akin to that of a true married couple. This pairing has taken everyone by surprise. No one anticipated that the formidable Raditz, known for his overwhelming presence in battle, would choose someone as youthful as little Lu. Perhaps this is a case of the strong man being paired with the lowly. Yet, despite his imposing demeanor, Raditz is thoroughly captivated by little Lu, obediently following her every whim. He is undoubtedly under her sway. Due to this connection, Raditz once sought the help of the dragon to resurrect little Lu, along with her master, the Sword Saint Shura. Given their considerable contributions to Earth during their lifetimes, they were granted the privilege of retaining their physical forms to train on the Grand Kaishin planet after their demise. Originally, Goku intended to resurrect Raboku, but Raboku declined the offer. He explained that turmoil often arises in the underworld, necessitating the presence of a powerful individual to maintain order. As for little Lu and Jingy, they chose to remain on the Grand Kaishin planet to continue their training, having become accustomed to life there and feeling out of place elsewhere. Meanwhile, at the home of Goku, Goten, with his little legs in motion and a bento in hand, chirped, "Brother, this is a bento made by Mom." "Thank you, Goten," Gohan replied, donning his school uniform and carrying a shoulder bag, affectionately ruffling Goten's hair. 7 years have passed, and Gohan has blossomed into a radiant and handsome young man. Today marks the day he reports to high school. "Gohan, be careful on your way," Chi-Chi called out. Her appearance remains unchanged from 7 years ago. Now, her wealth ranks just below Bulma's on Earth, allowing her to indulge in various cosmetics and supplements without the burden of financial worries, which has kept her demeanor vibrant and beautiful. "I know, Mom." Gohan waved his hand, then soared into the sky. He did not ride the flying Nimbus. As the martial arts renaissance after the Cell Games has enabled many on Earth to fly, allowing him to be less discreet about his abilities. This newfound freedom means he no longer needs to conceal his identity as he did in the main timeline. Gohan swiftly reached the city, but suddenly, a cacophony of noise and cries erupted from below. Another crime incident? Gohan sighed. Since the resurgence of martial arts, criminal activities have become increasingly frequent. Those with strength often exploit their power to commit misdeeds. Fortunately, there are still many righteous individuals on Earth, and not everyone resorts to bullying the weak. Gohan himself has dealt with such matters countless times. Why do these individuals choose to commit evil acts? Gohan sighed deeply as he descended from the sky. Before him, a group of bandits wielding heavy weapons was holding a hostage, surrounded by bags filled with gold, silver, and jewels. The surrounding pedestrians hastily distanced themselves. Despite the presence of several individuals skilled in martial arts, even the most adept among them harbored a fear of firearms. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary prowess of the warriors from Dragon Ball. "Hey, you lot, cease your nefarious deeds and accompany me to the police station to confess," Gohan declared, unfazed by the thugs, as he approached them resolutely. Suddenly, one of the criminals aimed a gun at Gohan's head, sneering maliciously, "You little brat. Do you dare to obstruct our fortune? Are you seeking death?" With a chilling gaze, Gohan's right hand gently squeezed, and the thug's submachine gun was instantly contorted into a twisted mass. "What the?" The thug's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he shouted, "Guys, there's a martial artist here. We need to take him out." The ability to crush firearms barehanded clearly indicated his formidable martial prowess. "You're courting death." The remaining accomplices aimed their weapons at Gohan and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. A relentless stream of bullets surged toward him. Yet Gohan effortlessly intercepted them with a mere flick of his hand. "Monsters, monsters!" The armed thugs trembled in fear, shrieking as they abandoned their weapons and fled in panic. Gohan raised his palm and struck the air towards them, unleashing a wave of energy that rendered all the thugs unconscious. His control over his strength was exceptional. Otherwise, these ordinary individuals could not withstand his might. Such overwhelming power left the onlookers in awe, as if they were witnessing a divine being. Among the crowd, a girl with twin ponytails gazed in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 133. The Curious Baby. Biddy, how impressive. Who is this boy? How can he be so powerful? Biddy pondered, unable to suppress her astonishment. She had just left her home to go to school when she stumbled upon the robbery in progress. Fueled by a strong sense of justice, she recalled the teachings of her master, Tenshinhan. As a martial artist, one must possess a heart of integrity and selflessness and actively confront evil when encountered. Based on this principle, Biddy frequently assisted the police in apprehending criminals. However, before she could intervene, this boy, dressed in the same school uniform as hers, had effortlessly resolved the situation. What bewildered her even more was that this young man could catch bullets barehanded, such a skill she had only witnessed in her masters, Tenshinhan and Jiaozi. Could it be that this boy was also a master of Tenshinhan's caliber? At that moment, a cacophony of sirens echoed in the distance. A dozen police cars rushed to the scene, and a diminutive man emerged from one of the vehicles. Without regard for the potential danger ahead, he boldly charged into the fray. "Hey, Gohan, is that you?" "Ah, Uncle Krillin," Gohan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before smiling and adding, "You're late, Uncle Krillin. I've already dealt with the bad guys." The officer before him was indeed Krillin, now sporting a full head of hair, a stark contrast to his previously bald appearance. "Had I known you were here, Gohan, I wouldn't have bothered to join the fray," Krillin called out to the officers behind him. "You lot. Hurry up and take these scoundrels back to the station and treat them properly." Indeed, Director Klin, several officers hurriedly handcuffed the criminals and led them away. 7 years have elapsed, and Klin has ascended from sheriff to chief. He now oversees the entire municipal police force and enjoys immense respect among the populace, having apprehended countless heinous offenders, maintaining an impeccable case resolution rate to this day. "Are you on your way to school, Gohan?" Klin inquired with a smile. "Speaking of which, you should be entering high school now. It has been quite a while since we last met." "Yes, how are Annie 18 and Marin?" Gohan asked. "They're doing well. Marin is now in kindergarten," Klin replied, a look of happiness illuminating his face. "As for 18, she is fantastic. My entire salary has been confiscated, which is rather unfortunate." Since marrying 18, Klin has moved from Kame House to the city, where they enjoy a delightful life with their beautiful and adorable daughter. "Ha ha. Yet you still seem to be relishing life," Gohan chuckled, hands on his hips. Although Klin's combat prowess may no longer match that of the elite, he undoubtedly excels as a devoted father and husband. "Stop teasing me, you rascal," Klin said, shaking his head in resignation. "By the way, Gohan, Goku came to see me not long ago. He mentioned wanting to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Are you aware of this?" Though Goku has been training on the Supreme Kai's planet, he occasionally returns to Earth. Recently, he learned that the World Martial Arts Tournament is set to resume, and his interest piqued. He expressed a desire to compete. "Oh, Dad wants to enter the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Gohan exclaimed, both surprised and amused. "With his strength, does he even need to fight against the other competitors?" Although unaware of Goku's current abilities, Gohan was certain they had escalated significantly over the past 7 years. "I must tell you, 18 intends to participate as well," Klin confided, leaning closer to Gohan with a pained expression. "She mentioned that if she wins the championship, there's a prize of 10 million. She even urged me to sign up, but that would only lead to my defeat with Goku in the mix." "Ha ha. Anti-18 remains the same," Gohan laughed. "Don't worry, Uncle Klin. If Dad competes, I will too. I haven't sparred with him in ages, and I truly look forward to it. Rest assured, we shall let Anti-18 take the championship." Gohan was indifferent to the monetary reward. For their family's current financial standing, 10 million was merely a drop in the bucket. What he truly desired was a chance to spar with Goku. "Oh, by the way, Uncle Vegeta and the others would surely be interested if they knew Dad was competing," Gohan remarked excitedly. "Goodbye, Uncle Klin. I must head to school now." He had resolved to inform the other Dragon Ball warriors after school, as it had been far too long since they last gathered. This opportunity would serve as a perfect occasion for a lively reunion. "Hey, Gohan, wait," Klin thought to himself, feeling overwhelmed. "You truly are my wonderful nephew. Trying to ensure I lose at a rapid pace, aren't you?" Upon arriving at school, Gohan seated himself as per the teacher's arrangement. His handsome, sun-kissed visage and extraordinary academic prowess quickly made him the most sought-after individual among the female students. "Is it him? His name is Son Gohan." Biddy Lee's gaze remained fixed upon Gohan. The moment she noticed his school uniform, she recognized him as a student from Satan High. Little did she anticipate that he would be her classmate. This revelation piqued Biddy Lee's curiosity immensely. Just how remarkable is this Son Gohan? Who has he trained with to acquire such skills? Lost in her thoughts, Biddy Lee barely paid attention to the lesson. Gohan, meanwhile, noticed Biddy Lee's unwavering gaze and found himself puzzled by her intense scrutiny. As afternoon approached, Gohan began his physical education class. The boys, envious of Gohan's exceptional abilities, devised various challenges during the session. "Hey, Son Gohan, your academic performance is stellar. I wonder how your athleticism measures up?" A golden-haired lad spoke with an unfriendly tone. "Dare to race me in a sprint? If you lose, you'll have to call me Big Brother from now on." The surrounding boys erupted in cheers. Biddy Lee furrowed her brows, her sense of justice flaring as she perceived the boys' antics as both foolish and excessive. "Why should I call you Big Brother?" Gohan replied innocently. "Besides, You wouldn't be able to outrun me anyway. What? Such arrogance. The leader, infuriated, declared, we'll race 500 meters. Are you up for it? Fine, I'll let you run. What of it? Gohan smiled. The golden-haired lad, feeling belittled, assumed a running stance, and, after counting down from 3, dashed off like a wild stallion. His form was surprisingly professional, indicating prior training in sprinting. Gohan merely took gentle strides, yet with each measured step, he surpassed the golden-haired boy, reaching the finish line in the blink of an eye. What? Biddy Lee and the other girls gasped, covering their mouths. What was happening? Gohan's speed was astonishing, completing 500 meters in under a second. He must be a martial artist, there could be no doubt. Gohan's extraordinary performance further solidified Biddy Lee's conviction. The golden-haired boy stood frozen, speechless, before retreating in disgrace. He was no fool, recognizing Gohan's prowess. He decided it wise to avoid provoking him. Gohan, unperturbed, regarded his time at school as merely a formality, unworthy of conflict with his classmates. Time flew by, and before long, evening descended. After organizing his textbooks, Gohan prepared to utilize instant transmission to return home. Over the past 7 years, he had mastered this technique. For Gohan, the most talented of the Dragon Ball warriors, learning instant transmission proved to be a simple endeavor. As Sun Wukong paused, a radiant figure stepped in front of him. Oh, is that you, Bidalai? Wukong was momentarily taken aback and inquired, what brings you here, Bidalai? I'm on my way home. With a scrutinizing gaze, Bidalai asked, how did you become so skilled? This morning, I witnessed you effortlessly defeat a bank robber and even catch a bullet with your hand. Did you learn your martial arts from Master Tianjin? Master Tianjin? Wukong's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that this girl, Bidalai, was a disciple of Uncle Tianjin. This was not immediately apparent. With the rise of martial arts, Tianjin and Jiaozi had become esteemed masters on Earth, revered by many. In stark contrast, Mr. Satan, following the Cell Games, had cleverly opted for retirement, aiming to preserve his reputation. Consequently, he had gradually faded from public memory and was eclipsed by Tianjin in terms of fame. Mr. Satan's retirement left a vacancy for the title of World Martial Arts Champion, paving the way for a new tournament. Oh, so you saw that this morning? Wukong chuckled. However, my skills were not solely acquired from Uncle Tianjin. Some were taught to me by my father and grandfather, while others were imparted by friends. Uncle Tianjin. Bidalai's keen perception caught the mention of this name, and she queried, do you know Master Tianjin? Why haven't I heard him mention you? Haha, I'm merely an insignificant character. It's understandable that he hasn't brought me up, Wukong replied, feeling somewhat exasperated by her questions. He quickly diverted the topic, saying, well, Bidalai, it's getting late, and I must hurry home, or else my mother will scold me. Without allowing Bidalai a chance to respond, he soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Indeed, he flies remarkably fast. Bidalai was astonished. Having trained under Tianjin since childhood, she too could perform the flight technique. But her speed paled in comparison. This only deepened her curiosity. She sensed that Wukong harbored some profound secret. With this thought in mind, she flew towards the Tianjin Martial Arts Hall. At Bulma's residence, Wukong entered to find Vegeta and Trunks, who had just finished training. Uncle Vegeta, Trunks, greetings. Wukong politely greeted them. You both are quite diligent. Wukong? Vegeta, wiping the sweat from his brow, remarked, what brings you here unexpectedly? Aren't you supposed to be in school? Are you bored and looking to spar with me? The Saiyan mindset was indeed peculiar. Any matter warranted a battle first. Brother Wukong, Trunks, still youthful yet polite, chimed in. You've grown quite a bit. Wukong couldn't help but ruffle Trunks' hair and smiled. Uncle Vegeta, in a month, you'll be able to spar with me. Oh, what do you mean by that? Vegeta inquired, puzzled by Wukong's statement. I heard Uncle Krillin mention that the World Martial Arts Tournament will be held again in a month. Gohan remarked, at that time, my father will compete. And so will I. I wonder, Uncle Vegeta, if you might be interested? We could have a splendid match. Gohan was eager to witness the extent of Vegeta's current prowess. Oh, Kakarot will also participate? Vegeta's interest piqued. He clenched his fists and declared, that guy has been training on the Grand Kai's planet for so long. His strength must have significantly increased. In that case, I shall compete as well. While you were engrossed in your studies, I was diligently training. I have surpassed the version of you from 7 years ago. Vegeta's assertion was not mere boastfulness. During his battle with Bojack, he had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. 7 years had passed, and his power had undergone a monumental transformation. He was confident in his ability to defeat Gohan in his current state. Haha, although I have been in school, I have not neglected my training, Gohan replied. Filled with determination, smiling, we shall have an exhilarating match. Ah, these Saiyans. Bulma sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. They are nothing but battle maniacs. Always seeking conflict. Humph, do not think I can be defeated as before, Vegeta proclaimed with unwavering confidence. This time, I shall reclaim the pride of the Saiyan Prince and defeat both you and Kakarot. Very well, I look forward to it. Gohan replied with a confident smile before bidding farewell to Bulma and Trunks, using instant transmission to arrive at the temple. At the temple, Piccolo was meditating. Floating in the air, he had maintained intense training over the past 7 years, now reaching the level of Super Saiyan 2, a significant improvement compared to 7 years ago. Gohan. Piccolo sensed Gohan's arrival, opening his eyes and exiting his meditative state. Aren't you already in high school? What brings you here unexpectedly? He took great pride in Gohan. His disciple, who was both scholarly and martial, decisive in battle, truly a worthy student. Uncle Piccolo, I came to inform you that my father, Vegeta, and I plan to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Gohan summarized succinctly. I wonder if you might be interested in joining us? The World Martial Arts Tournament? What a nostalgic name. Piccolo responded, visibly moved, his lips curling into a slight smile. I never expected that old son would still have such enthusiasm at his age. If you all are participating, then I shall join as well. It will be a good opportunity to test my current strength. Great. It's settled then, Gohan said. As a thought struck him, by the way, what about Uncle Broly? I wonder if he might be interested in participating. Gohan was aware that Broly was a hidden powerhouse. After training with Popo for so many years, he must have learned to control his overwhelming power without succumbing to rage. Are you referring to Broly? He likely will not participate, Piccolo replied, shaking his head. That fellow went to the Saiyan Alliance a couple of days ago to reunite with his father, Paragus. It would be best not to disturb him this time. Is that so? That is truly unfortunate. Gohan felt a tinge of disappointment. He had yet to engage in a battle with Broly from this timeline. The day was growing late, and it was time to return. Piccolo closed his eyes once more. Gohan bid farewell to Piccolo and instantaneously teleported back home. The following morning, Gohan arrived at school again. However, just as he approached the entrance, a striking figure blocked his path. Videl? Gohan thought, feeling a sudden chill run down his spine. What was this girl up to? Why was she waiting for him at the school gate so early? Surely, she wasn't going to bombard him with questions again. Son Gohan. I've been waiting for you for quite some time, Videl exclaimed, her captivating eyes fixed intently on him, sparkling with curiosity, causing Gohan to blush. Is there something you need? Gohan asked, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He was beginning to dread interactions with Videl. I spoke to Mr. Tien yesterday, Videl continued, her gaze unwavering. He mentioned that your martial prowess is exceptional and encouraged me to learn from you. After school the previous day, she had rushed to Tien's dojo to inquire about Gohan, only to be astonished when Tien revealed that Gohan's skills surpassed his own and suggested that Videl should spend more time with him. This revelation left Videl incredulous. In her mind, her father, Satan, and Tien were the epitome of strength. Yet now, this classmate of hers possessed a level of mastery exceeding that of her esteemed mentor, igniting her curiosity about Gohan. Uncle Tien, you certainly know how to flatter, Gohan thought, his lips twitching in dismay. This was it, judging by Videl's demeanor. She would undoubtedly persistently nag him to teach her martial arts. Humph, son Gohan, I have made up my mind. From this moment forward, you shall instruct me in the art of combat, and refusal is not an option. Do you understand? Videl declared playfully yet assertively, leaving no room for Gohan to respond as she cheerfully bounced into the school with her backpack. Hey wait, I haven't agreed to anything yet. Gohan lamented, feeling overwhelmed. Was this girl unwell? If he trained her, would he not be sacrificing his time to prepare for the World Martial Arts Tournament? In the realm of the Kais. Lord Kaishin, have we yet to make contact with Bardock? Jebet inquired, hands clasped behind his back. The Kaishin shook his head, uncertainty lacing his tone. It makes no sense. Even if Bardock were on another planet, I should still be able to locate him. Yet, I have searched the entire universe and found no trace of him. Lord Kaishin, let us set Bardock aside for now, Jebet suggested. Babidi and his crew have already arrived on Earth. We must stop them, or the consequences could be dire. Very well. If that is the case, We shall proceed to Earth at once, the Kaishin replied, rising with a grave expression. Though Bardock is absent, his family remains on Earth, and perhaps they can assist us in averting this calamity. Understood. Jebit guided the Kaishin, utilizing instant transmission to depart from the Kaishin realm. In the Dark Demon realm, the environment was exceedingly desolate, aptly described as barren, with the sky suffused with dense dark energy, resembling a hellish landscape. At the heart of the demon realm stood a colossal palace. Within the palace, Tova knelt on one knee, stating, "Your Highness Dracula, according to credible intelligence, the malevolent sorcerer Bibidai's son, Babidi, is currently on Earth. It is said that the demon Majin Buu is sealed there." Majin Buu? Dracula's expression shifted. Is this information reliable? It is rumored that this Majin Buu possesses an extraordinarily unique constitution and has previously slaughtered several Supreme Kais, plunging the universe into chaos. This intelligence comes from my brother. Depura, Tova replied respectfully. Oh, your impure-blooded brother, is it? Dracula scoffed. An ant confined to a well dares to call himself the king of the demon realm. He is utterly deluded. By the way, have you discovered the whereabouts of the phantom demon Histigan? Dracula continued. That fellow is one of our dark demon clan members, and we are currently short-handed. We must retrieve him. Your Excellency, there seems to be a complication, Tova said. The upper half of the phantom demon is sealed within the hero Tapio, while the lower half resides with his brother. However, we have yet to locate the whereabouts of the Tapio brothers. Additionally, Babidi is not currently on Earth, which provides us with a favorable opportunity to act. She had received news that Babidi had not appeared on Earth for quite some time. This was a prime chance to harvest the Saiyans. I cannot make an appearance at this moment. Dracula spoke with a hint of malice. That woman inflicted severe damage on me 7 years ago, and I have yet to recover. The matter of Majin Buu shall be entrusted to you entirely. Furthermore, for the sake of caution, bring Mira and Charlon along. He felt a lingering shadow regarding Lunas and dared not to reveal himself recklessly. The Dark Demon clan was currently sparse in numbers, and the demon god was in a state of sealing. He was the very pillar of the entire Dark Demon clan. If he were to be carelessly eliminated, the entire Dark Demon clan would indeed face utter annihilation. Rest assured, my lord, this time we shall undoubtedly reap the souls of those Saiyans, Tova promised, not daring to delay, her form transforming into black smoke and vanishing. Son Gohan, I have awaited your arrival. Babidi intercepted Gohan just as he exited Satan High School. Gohan was drenched in cold sweat. This girl was truly relentless. With a resigned sigh, he said weakly, I understand. Follow me, and I shall teach you. He had resigned himself to the situation. Rather than being pestered daily, it was better to impart some basic skills to this girl and be done with it. Hee. I knew Son Gohan was a good person. Bibidai's eyes twinkled with cunning as she quickly followed behind him. This scene incited various feelings of envy and resentment among the surrounding male classmates. The new student, having arrived less than 2 days ago, was already so intimately close to Mr. Satan's daughter. It was utterly intolerable. Gohan led Babidi to an open area. Babidi, you have already mastered the instant transmission technique. There is not much I can teach you. Gohan scratched his head. No, I want to learn the technique that can release energy blasts. Babidi quickly shook her head. I once watched Tien and Master Jiaozi launch energy waves with their fingers. I wish to learn that skill too. However, Master Tien said my talent is limited and I cannot learn it. At this point, Babidi appeared quite aggrieved. Her talent is undeniably impressive, even among the martial arts practitioners. Few can rival her. Chapter 136. You defeated Cell? Is that so? Can you control your ki now? Gohan pondered for a moment and then manifested a small orb of light in his palm, smiling as he said, for instance, after training with Uncle Tien for so long, you should have mastered this fundamental skill. I won't blush like Dilly, she stammered. What? You can't even do that? Gohan replied, exasperated. In that case, I must first teach you how to draw your ki outside your body. Yes, please teach me quickly. Dilly was eager to learn this skill, her heart racing with anticipation. All right, first, over the next while, Gohan meticulously explained the usage of ki to Dilly. However, as an ordinary earthling with limited potential, she struggled for quite some time and barely managed to draw her ki outside her body. After all, with so many disciples under Tien's tutelage, he could not dedicate all his time to her. But with Gohan's hands-on guidance, Dilly was finally able to control a faint trace of ki. I can't do it anymore. I'm so tired, Dilly exclaimed, drenched in sweat as she plopped down onto the ground. Training with Ki undoubtedly consumed more energy than physical exercise, and she felt utterly exhausted. Well, it's getting late. You should head back now, Gohan remarked, glancing at the dimming sky. I need to go home for dinner as well. All right, Dilly conceded, not wishing to press on any further. She retrieved a small private aircraft from her multifunctional capsule, as she no longer had the energy to fly and could only take the plane home. Goodbye, Gohan. I'll be back tomorrow, Dilly said over her shoulder as she prepared to board the aircraft. Ah, Dilly, wait. Gohan called out to her. What's the matter, Gohan? Oh, it's nothing really. He scratched his head and admitted, I just wanted to ask if you could perhaps trim your hair? Huh, cut my hair? Dilly was taken aback. And then, as if realizing something, her face flushed slightly as she whispered, Do you prefer girls with short hair, Gohan? No, that's not it. Gohan quickly waved his hands in denial. I just think long hair can be quite inconvenient during training. Upon hearing this, for some inexplicable reason, Dilly felt a surge of anger. Grabbing her hair, she turned to Gohan and shouted, What concern is it of yours how I wear my hair? Watching her storm off in a huff, Gohan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What was her issue? It was just a haircut. The following morning, Gohan took a leave of absence from school. He needed to prepare for the World Martial Arts Tournament and simply did not have time for classes. Kiki did not object. She had largely stopped overseeing Gohan's studies, as it seemed unnecessary. Yet, she thought to herself that Gohan, being only 16, should be attending school. Remaining at home all the time felt rather odd. Goten, let's go. It's time for training, Gohan said, donning a martial arts uniform akin to Piccolo's. As he grabbed Goten's hand and dashed out. Brother, wait for me, Goten exclaimed, his little legs propelling him forward. Although he was still quite young, he managed to match Gohan's pace. The two brothers soon arrived at the location where Gohan usually trained. Goten, shortly, a classmate of mine will join us for training. Gohan whispered, leaning closer to Goten. Try to tone it down a bit. We wouldn't want to frighten her. I understand, brother. You've mentioned it many times, Goten replied, nibbling on his finger obediently. Suddenly, the figure of Videl descended from the sky. Gohan's classmate, I'm here. Videl, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and athletic pants, radiated youthfulness and vitality, especially with her newly shortened hair that accentuated her spirited demeanor. Wow, Videl, you cut your hair, Gohan exclaimed, captivated by her appearance, finding her far more beautiful than usual. Videl felt her cheeks flush under Gohan's gaze, yet inwardly, she reveled in his admiration. It seemed that Gohan indeed had a preference for girls with short hair. However, she merely said, Let's start quickly. I can't wait any longer. Ah, right. Okay, Gohan stammered. Then began instructing Goten and Videl in their training. The trio spent the ensuing time immersed in their practice. Goten's remarkable talent left Videl speechless. This little brother of Gohan's, so small in stature, effortlessly learned to fly and could skillfully unleash energy blasts, displaying an extraordinary mastery of ki. Gohan, why does Goten seem so familiar to me? Videl pondered aloud while resting on the grass, her gaze lingering on Goten. He resembles that martial arts master, Son Goku, quite a bit. Since the battle against Cell, Goku's fame had skyrocketed, with statues of him erected by kings in numerous towns. Videl perceived Goten as a miniature version of Goku, which piqued her curiosity. Oh, the Son Goku you mentioned is our father, Gohan casually replied. You see, I am Son Gohan, and he is Son Goten. It's quite straightforward, isn't it? What? Son Goku is your father? Videl exclaimed in disbelief. No wonder your martial skills are so formidable. Gohan, your prowess was taught by Son Goku. Wait a minute, Videl continued, seemingly recalling something. She pointed at Gohan and asked, Gohan, could it be that the golden-haired boy who fought against Cell years ago was you? At that moment, she finally remembered seeing the footage of young Gohan battling Cell on television. Now that she scrutinized Gohan's features, he indeed bore a striking resemblance to that boy from years ago. Gohan nodded, not concealing the truth. That's correct. It was evident Videl had stumbled upon a significant revelation, and she eagerly inquired, Gohan, I've had a question I've wanted to clarify for so many years. A question? What is it? Gohan asked, uncertain of what Videl was about to say. Actually, the one who truly defeated Cell was you, right? With a serious expression, bitterly stated, I have long harbored doubts regarding my father's claims of defeating Cell. No matter how formidable he may be, it seems implausible that he could vanquish such a creature. Gohan, would you not agree? Since embarking on her martial arts journey with Tianjin Han, her skepticism about the truth behind Cell's game had intensified. Although her father, Satan, frequently boasted in the media about his supposed triumph over Cell, Biddy Lee held a different perspective. She was all too aware of her father's limitations and found it inconceivable that he could have triumphed over Cell. Chapter 137. The Warriors Assemble Your Father? You mean Mr. Satan? Gohan had already learned of Biddy Lee's identity from other classmates. Indeed, you need not worry. I won't take offense. Please, speak freely. Biddy Lee nodded. Very well, Gohan replied with resignation. The truth is, I was indeed the one who defeated Cell. I knew I would uncover the accurate answer. Biddy Lee remarked, her realization dawning upon her. Humph, how annoying that father insists on taking credit for something that isn't his doing. Her sentiments were not rooted in resentment, but rather in her disapproval of Satan's behavior. Ha ha ha, such trivial accolades are of no consequence to us, Gohan laughed heartily, indicating his indifference. All right, Biddy Lee, I suppose that concludes our conversation for today. Biddy Lee stood, brushing off the dust, and smiled. I shall return tomorrow. I am determined to train hard and achieve a commendable rank in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Biddy Lee, are you also planning to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Gohan gasped, unable to contain his astonishment, silently lamenting for her. My dear classmate, you truly are in for a challenge. Do you have any idea how many formidable opponents will compete in this tournament? Gohan, are you also intending to enter the World Martial Arts Tournament? Biddy Lee's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed. That is why I have requested leave from school to prepare for the tournament. That is splendid news. We must support each other and strive for excellent results at the tournament. Biddy Lee appeared invigorated. After exchanging a few more words, she soared into the sky, departing. Little did she know, she had already surpassed Mr. Satan. Gohan pondered as he watched her retreating figure. Brother, shall we continue our training? Goten tugged at Gohan's sleeve. Speaking softly. My apologies, Gohan quickly replied. We must indeed train. We have already squandered too much time. Gohan and Goten commenced their training, during which Goten whimsically transformed into a Super Saiyan, leaving Gohan profoundly astonished. Not only was Gohan diligent in his training, but Vegeta was also engaged in rigorous workouts within the gravity chamber. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of the World Martial Arts Tournament. 7 years had elapsed, and he was curious to discover the current prowess of Goku and Raditz. He was particularly hopeful that Bardock would attend, as it had been 7 years since he had last seen him, and he was uncertain of Bardock's current circumstances. In the floating tower of the Time Realm, Bardock emanated a radiant golden glow, having undergone significant transformation. Golden locks cascaded down to his waist, his eyebrows had vanished, and his gaze was sharp and fierce, exuding an aura as vast as the galaxy. At the heart of the pagoda, a crystal vial was riddled with cracks, teetering on the brink of shattering. Bardock could hardly contain his excitement. He had lost track of time in this realm, yet the efforts he had expended were beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. In this space, both time and dimensions were in disarray, and he felt no hunger nor the need for sleep. Moreover, he experienced no fatigue from exertion. In essence, he possessed boundless stamina. This provided Bardock with an unparalleled environment for cultivation. Through this period of training, he harnessed the unique trait of infinite stamina to break through to Super Saiyan 3, simultaneously mastering greater temporal and spatial powers. Not only that, but he had also devised several formidable techniques based on his understanding of these powers. Initially, Bardock was uncertain how to shatter the crystal vial through training. After numerous attempts, he discovered that manipulating the chaotic laws of time and space within the pagoda could inflict damage upon the vial. Realizing this, Bardock grasped Luna's intention in creating this training scenario to enable him to master more temporal and spatial laws. At first, he could only manipulate a small fraction of these laws, but as time progressed, his proficiency grew remarkably. The only discomfort lay in the fact that each attack on the crystal vial inflicted equal harm upon him, a source of both pain and exhilaration. He urged himself to persist. It would not be long before he could emerge from this trial. Time flew swiftly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, the Dragon Ball warriors intensified their training in preparation for battle. Soon, the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament arrived. Goku returned from the Grand Kai's planet. Father, it's been a long time. Gohan exclaimed. Where's Uncle? Didn't he come back with you? Goten, Goku replied, as his son leaped onto his shoulder, affectionately pressing his cheek against Goku's. Your brother is on an interstellar journey with little Lu, so I returned alone this time. Little Lu, you say? Gohan chuckled. I never imagined Uncle would have such a side to him. Though, by familial hierarchy, Gohan ought to refer to her as Aunt Lu. She insisted on being called sister instead. Goku, what about Grandpa? Chi-Chi inquired then. Is he not participating in the tournament? I haven't seen him in ages. Indeed. I too wish to meet Grandpa, Goten chimed in, raising his small hand. He was eager to meet the grandfather he had never seen. I'm not sure where he is now, Goku admitted with a sigh. Ever since he mentioned wanting to train 7 years ago, he has been unreachable. But rest assured, he will return once his training is complete. Gohan, too, felt a thrill of anticipation regarding his grandfather's current prowess. 7 years ago, he was the mightiest warrior in the realm of Dragon Ball, but now, the tides may have shifted. Hey Goku! At that moment, Krillin's voice echoed as he and Android 18 approached the Bowsy Mountain, greeting Goku from a distance. Oh, it's Krillin. Goku chuckled, replying, how have you been lately? Nothing much. Just the usual, Krillin responded with a smile. Old son. Krillin had yet to finish his sentence when Piccolo's figure suddenly appeared. Upon seeing Piccolo, Goten and Gohan greeted him with utmost respect. Oh, it's Piccolo. Goku remarked, scrutinizing Piccolo with a smile. Your power has increased significantly. He could sense Piccolo's formidable aura, which was even more terrifying than it had been 7 years prior. Humph, this time at the tournament, I will defeat you decisively. Piccolo seemed to reminisce about their first encounter at the World Martial Arts Tournament, an unforgettable battle in his life. Chapter 138, The Unfortunate Babidi Following Piccolo. Vegeta and his family also arrived at Goku's home. The moment Vegeta laid eyes on Goku, he was filled with excitement, eager for a vigorous match at last. However, his mindset differed from that of the main timeline. In the primary timeline, Goku was in a deceased state, allowed to remain on Earth for merely 1 day. Yet, in this timeline, the circumstances were different, so Vegeta felt no pressing urgency to challenge Goku immediately. Alright, let us set off for the tournament venue, Goku gestured grandly, signaling everyone to depart. Meanwhile, a spaceship lay concealed beneath the desolate ground of Earth. An ugly, diminutive figure floated in the void before a crystal ball, accompanied by a red-skinned, demonic-looking individual. These two were none other than Babidi and the king of the demon realm, Dabura. Lord Babidi. Spopovich and Yamu have already headed to the World Martial Arts Tournament, Dabura remarked with a chilling smile. I wonder how much energy these two insects will gather this time. Their role is merely that of errand runners. Babidi replied with an expressionless demeanor. Majin Buu remains sealed and requires a substantial amount of energy to resurrect. And it seems that the Supreme Kai has also arrived on Earth. This time, I intend not only to awaken Majin Buu, but also to slay the Supreme Kai to avenge my father's death. Alas, you shall not witness it. At that moment, a pitch-black vortex materialized out of thin air, and several figures emerged from within. Tawa, is that you? Dabura gasped in shock upon recognizing one of the figures. For the leader among them was none other than his sister. Unbeknownst to Dabura, Tawa had already become a member of the Dark Demon Realm. Her bloodline far purer than his own. Beside Tawa stood a man and a woman. The man was Mira, once defeated by Bardock, and the woman was a member of the Dark Demon Realm named Shalat. Who are you? Babidi exclaimed in alarm, bewildered by their intrusion and why his spaceship's alarm system had not responded. As for who we are, that is of no concern to you. Tawa's expression was one of disdain as she remarked, do you, an insignificant insect, dare to aspire to control Majin Buu? It is nothing short of a farce. Throughout the exchange, she had not once deigned to cast a glance at Dabura. Within the demon clan, emotions were a foreign concept. Even familial bonds held no significance. What did you say? Babidi's countenance darkened with fury as he manipulated the crystal ball, shouting, Pui, Yaga, there are enemies. Come forth and eliminate them at once. No sooner had he uttered these words than two figures were transported by Babidi. These individuals, alongside Dabura, were Babidi's elite warriors. The arrogance displayed by the current adversaries necessitated that they pay a blood price for their insolence. Pui and Yaga obeyed Babidi's command without hesitation, charging toward Tawa. Utterly delusional, Tawa remarked, crossing her arms. Sharon, eliminate Babidi and subdue the others. Sharon, with her cascading curls dancing in the wind, merely waved her hand, and the charging Pui and Yaga collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. Simultaneously, she flicked her fingers, embedding two blood-red marks within Pui and Yaga. What? Babidi's eyes widened in disbelief. His elite warriors had failed to withstand even a single encounter? Who was this woman with the flowing curls? Such power. Tao, what are you planning? Dubra's expression remained unchanged as he fixed his gaze on Tao, questioning, do you also desire to lay claim to Majin Buu? The information regarding Majin Buu had indeed been inadvertently divulged by Dubra to Tao. After all, he was unaware that Tao had aligned herself with the Dark Demon clan. He had initially presumed his sister sought to ally with Lord Babidi. However, it was now abundantly clear that he had misjudged the situation entirely. My dear brother, considering our bond as siblings, it is not too late for you to submit to us, Tao teased with a playful smile. Babidi is certainly doomed. I shall grant you 3 seconds. If you still stand with Babidi, do not blame me for what follows. What? Dubra, do you intend to betray me? Babidi glared at Dubra, realizing that his trump card was Dubra himself. Should Dubra turn against him, it would spell his immediate demise. Lord Babidi, you underestimate me gravely. Mere insects cannot possibly contend with the king of the demon realm, Dubra retorted arrogantly, sneering. Tao, do you believe you can triumph over me with just a few misfits? It is utterly laughable. Foolish to the utmost, Tao shook her head coldly. Since you squander this opportunity, prepare to become a puppet. Sharon, advance. In a flash, Sharon appeared behind Dubra, her speed so swift that he could not react. With a single hand, she grasped Dubra's throat, simultaneously implanting a blood mark within him. As the mark entered his body, Dubra's consciousness was swiftly devoured, and in mere moments, he was reduced to a mindless puppet. Not only him, but Pui and Yaga too had become Tao's marionettes. This was a secret technique of the Dark Demon clan, the Blood God seal. Anyone marked by the Blood God would transform into the puppet of the caster. The 3 of you shall tear Babidi to shreds, commanded Shalon ruthlessly. As the controlled trio slowly approached Babidi. You, please don't come any closer, Babidi pleaded, retreating desperately, his combat prowess alarmingly feeble. His entreaties fell on deaf ears. Dubra lunged forward, and with a single punch obliterated Babidi's body, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. Poor Babidi, who had just arrived on Earth, eager to showcase his abilities, met a humiliating demise at the hands of his most trusted subordinate. Once Babidi was vanquished, Dubra and his companions stood motionless behind Shalon, resembling mere wooden statues. Is this the egg that seals Majin Buu? Tao donned a pair of glasses and leaned closer to examine the egg, frowning as she remarked. There is indeed a biological response within, albeit faint. If my estimations are accurate, substantial energy will be required to awaken Majin Buu. Tao's dark magic far surpassed that of Babidi, a mere novice sorcerer, and her mastery of advanced technological methods quickly revealed the condition of Majin Buu. Given her capability to create a war machine like Mira, one could only fathom the terror of her technological prowess. Mira, channel your internal energy into this egg and observe any reactions, Tao suggested after a moment's contemplation. Without hesitation, Mira infused the egg with her pure, potent magical energy. However, to Tao's surprise, the egg remained entirely unresponsive. Her brows furrowed deeper, and after a prolonged period of contemplation, she declared, "It seems I was mistaken. The magical energy is ineffective for Majin Buu. To revive him, we may need an even purer form of energy. Lord Tao, I have just gleaned from Dubra's memories that 2 of Babidi's controlled demons are en route to the World Martial Arts Tournament to gather energy," one of her subordinates reported. Chapter 139. The meeting of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Oh, the World Martial Arts Tournament? I am quite familiar with that, Tao replied, her knowledge of Earth extensive. Shalon, follow those 2 demons and ascertain their intentions. If they indeed gather energy, eliminate them and seize the energy for ourselves. Understood. Shalon replied succinctly before transforming into a streak of black light, swiftly darting from the spaceship into the sky. Hee, it would be splendid to encounter those Saiyans. Tao mused with a sinister smile. The energy of a Super Saiyan would be undeniably pure. At the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku and his companions had arrived at their destination. Hey Gohan, over here. Upon entering the arena, Gohan heard a familiar voice. Videl, Gohan exclaimed, rushing towards her. Haha Gohan. This kid is impressive. Krillin chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement. He always appears so serious, yet he possesses such skill. Bulma and the other women exchanged knowing smiles. Acknowledging Gohan's growth, only Chi-Chi observed with a scrutinizing gaze, as it was her first encounter with Videl, yet she felt an odd sense of familiarity. Gohan, allow me to introduce you to Videl, he said as he approached her, introducing each one in turn. Ah, so you are the father of Gohan, the martial arts master. Mr. Sun Wukong? Biddy Lee, seemingly a little admirer, expressed her admiration, saying, when I was a child, I watched your battle with Cell on television. It was truly spectacular. I never expected to meet you in person today. Ha ha ha. Please don't say that. Wukong chuckled heartily. Young lady, are you not the daughter of Mr. Satan? At this moment, Chi-Chi finally recalled, exclaiming, no wonder I felt like I had seen you somewhere before. Biddy Lee, looking at Chi-Chi, suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, Ah, aren't you the chairwoman Chi-Chi of Sun Corporation? What brings you here? Chi-Chi, being a top-tier wealthy woman, was accustomed to the upper echelons of society. Biddy Lee had previously encountered Chi-Chi at various events alongside Satan. Wukong is my husband, and Gohan is my son. Of course, I would be here. Chi-Chi replied with a smile. It seems that you and Gohan are classmates. What a coincidence. Yet, she thought to herself, this young girl possesses such delicate features. She might make a fine daughter-in-law. Indeed, I am also participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, Biddy Lee declared with enthusiasm. Is that so? Then I wish you good fortune, Chi-Chi remarked, increasingly pleased with Biddy Lee, as though she saw a reflection of her younger self in her. After all, she too had participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament to fulfill her promise of finding Wukong. All right, let us hurry and register. The group swiftly made their way to the registration desk. Young ones, your heights are insufficient, and you are not yet 18. You cannot participate in the adult category. The staff politely informed Goten and Trunks. However, you may compete in the junior category. What? The junior category? What a joke. I want to fight with adults. Trunks crossed his arms, visibly displeased, his temper flaring. He was determined to compete with adults. Being relegated to the junior category felt beneath him. Trunks, come on. The rules are the rules. Goten quickly pulled Trunks aside, persuading him to agree to register for the junior category. Chi-Chi, your Goten is quite polite. Bulma said enviously to Chi-Chi. Unlike Trunks, who is spoiled by his entitled behavior, Chi-Chi beamed with pride. Although she was wealthy, she remained a traditional woman, ensuring that her upbringing was not taken lightly. Humph, that is only because you indulge him, Vegeta interjected with a cold snort, clearly dissatisfied with Bulma's usual pampering. Vegeta, what do you mean by that? Do you wish to argue? Bulma retorted, instantly irate, pointing her finger at Vegeta and giving him a stern lecture. The proud Saiyan prince found himself at a loss for words in the face of such a scene, causing the onlookers to stifle their laughter. After the playful antics of Goten and Trunks, Wukong addressed them. We are heading to the selection. Once we are done, we will come to watch your match. The World Martial Arts Tournament during this period was not significantly different from the main timeline, involving strength tests. All right, Goten, let us hurry. Trunks, seemingly unable to contain his excitement, hurriedly pulled Goten towards the youth division. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions arrived at the strength testing area. Ah, Son Goku, is that you? A familiar voice echoed just then. It was the same referee with golden hair and sunglasses, whose appearance remained unchanged despite Goku nearing 40. Well, it's been a while. The group greeted the referee, who had officiated Krillin's wedding, thus establishing a sense of familiarity between them. You two, be sure not to damage the arena this time. The referee whispered to Piccolo, evidently recalling the fierce battles of the past between Goku and Piccolo. Haha, rest assured, Piccolo replied with a slight smirk. Soon, the adult group selection commenced, and Goku and his friends' results exceeded expectations, with Goku registering a score of 186, while the others surpassed 200. This detail indicated that Goku exhibited the most precise control over his power among all present. Everyone, step aside. When it was Vegeta's turn, he made no attempt to be discreet, shattering the power testing machine with a single punch. This spectacle left the other contestants wide-eyed, hastily distancing themselves from Vegeta. That little guy is undoubtedly a formidable martial artist, and his fiery temperament makes him quite intimidating, Goku and the others thought, shaking their heads with wry smiles. This is quintessential Vegeta. Gohan, take your time in line. We'll head over to the youth division to enjoy the spectacle, Goku advised Gohan, who was still waiting. Before making his way toward the youth competitors, he anticipated the duel between Goten and Trunks. The other contestants quickly made way, their expressions filled with awe as they gazed at Goku. His renown on Earth rivaled that of the former Satan, making it nearly impossible for him to go unrecognized. Many of these competitors began to reconsider their participation. What? The martial arts master Son Goku is competing in the World Martial Arts Tournament as well? With such a deity present, How could we mere mortals stand a chance? Meanwhile, Shalon observed Goku and his companions from the shadows. Well, what luck! I didn't expect to encounter Son Goku while trailing those two fools, she thought, a murderous intent brewing within her, though she refrained from acting rashly. But Babid's two incompetent minions had come to gather energy, and if she could seize Goku's energy, she would not hesitate to lend a hand. She swiftly employed a secret method to relay this information to Tao. Tao, too, was astonished by the coincidence. She instructed Shalon to remain hidden and watch the situation unfold. Chapter 140. The Clash of Saiyan Prodigies. When Goku and his group arrived at the Youth Division, the matches were nearing their conclusion. Goten and Trunks were just about to take the stage. Now, we will commence the championship match of the Youth Division, featuring contestant Son Goten against contestant Trunks. The referee announced, his voice brimming with excitement, having instantly recognized Goten as Goku's son, given their identical hairstyles. Due to the retirement of Satan, the championship prize for the youth category is no longer a challenge against him, but rather a monetary reward of 5 million, while the adult category offers 10 million. In the audience, Chi-Chi and Bulma fervently cheer for their respective sons. Their glances meet, subtly charged with a competitive tension. Come on, Goten. Trunks' expression is serious. All right, I'm going in, Goten declares, seizing the initiative as he launches a kick towards Trunks. Heh, I knew you would do that. Having grown up together, both are quite familiar with each other's fighting styles. Trunks swiftly sidesteps, evading Goten's sweeping strike, while simultaneously executing a kick aimed at Goten's calf. Oh no, Goten, caught off guard, is knocked to the ground by Trunks' maneuver, but in an instant, he performs a swift roll and stands back up. However, Trunks has already vanished from sight. Goten quickly focuses, recalling his brother Gohan's advice to rely on sensing the opponent's energy rather than merely using his eyes during battle. With a concentrated gaze, Goten throws a punch behind him. Boom. Trunks' figure emerges just as Goten strikes, but Trunks reacts swiftly, grabbing Goten's fist. A thunderous sound reverberates through the arena as a massive surge of energy radiates outward. Wow, Trunks is impressive, Goku exclaims, his eyes wide with excitement. His technique is quite good, and his reflexes are quick. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, your son's skills are lacking, Vegeta chuckles, patting Goku on the shoulder with a smug grin. It seems Trunks has the upper hand in this match. Vegeta easily perceives Goten's lack of combat experience compared to Trunks. After all, Trunks has been training rigorously under Vegeta's guidance, while Goten has not undergone systematic training, making it natural that he cannot compare to Trunks in practical combat. Krillin and the others exchange glances, bemused by Vegeta's insistence on pitting his son against Goku's. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce sounds of battle once again capture the attention of Goku and his friends. Goten and Trunks have officially entered combat, their fierce energies clashing as they ascend from the ground into the air. The ordinary spectators are not surprised to witness two children flying, as it is indeed an era of martial arts prowess, making such feats commonplace. However, they are astonished by the sheer talent displayed at such a young age. They are nothing short of prodigies. At that moment, Gohan and Videl arrive just in time, and Krillin, with a mischievous grin, remarks, "Hey, can you two schedule your dates a little earlier next time?" The match has already started. Videl's face flushes crimson at this remark, while Gohan quickly gestures, "Uncle Krillin, please don't say that. It's not a date." All right, I understand," Krillin responds, his expression rather provocative. Videl had intended to clarify, but her attention is entirely absorbed by the match between Goten and Trunks. Wow, they're incredible. Though she was aware of Gohan's impressive circle of friends, witnessing their combat prowess firsthand nearly leaves her in awe. "Gohan, why is Goten so strong?" As Bidalai regained her composure, she promptly questioned Gohan. "Have you secretly trained Goten?" "Not at all. You and Goten have undergone the same training," Gohan clarified. "It's just that Goten has long mastered the ability to control his ki, unlike you." Bidalai remained skeptical, sensing that Gohan was boasting, yet lacking any evidence to substantiate her doubts. Suddenly, the battle took a turn as Goten inadvertently found himself ensnared by Trunks, who had locked his arm in a firm grip. "This is bad," Goten thought to himself, struggling desperately, but to no avail. Trunks' grip was as unyielding as iron. "Goten, you should surrender. If you don't, your arm will break," Trunks urged in an attempt to persuade him to concede. "No, I will never give up." Goten seemed to have inherited Goku's indomitable spirit. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, He gritted his teeth and persevered. Foolish, stubborn fool, Trunks thought. Surprised by Goten's tenacity, and unconsciously tightened his hold. This is infuriating. It seems there's no other option. Goten's arms hung limply for a moment. But then his gaze sharpened, and a tremendous energy erupted from him. With a resounding force, Trunks was jolted, his hands going numb, causing him to inadvertently release Goten's arm. He stepped back, watching in silent awe as Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan. Wait, when did Goten learn to transform into a Super Saiyan? Goku exclaimed in astonishment, unaware of Goten's newfound ability. To his knowledge, Goten had scarcely trained seriously, with even his martial arts skills being taught casually by Chi-Chi. Yet, this child, with little training, had effortlessly ascended to Super Saiyan status, which seemed utterly unreasonable. Even Gohan had endured rigorous training to achieve such a transformation. Given this revelation, it was evident that if Goten could transform, then Trunks surely could as well, as indicated by his unperturbed expression. Kakarot, this is utterly despicable, Vegeta declared, his fists clenched in anger. We all agreed that transformations into Super Saiyan were off limits during the match. What is the meaning of this? The group had previously convened to establish that they would battle in their normal forms to avoid unnecessary complications. Vegeta, your anger won't change anything, Goku replied innocently, questioning how this was his fault. Super Saiyan. Vidalai interjected, intrigued by Vegeta's words. Gohan, what is a Super Saiyan? And what kind of technique allows Goten to transform? She was not surprised by Goten's transformation, having witnessed it on television during the Cell Games 7 years prior. She recalled vividly how Gohan and his companions transformed with golden hair, but her curiosity was piqued regarding the specifics of this technique. She, too, wished to transform. Gohan found himself at a loss for an adequate response and could only offer a vague explanation to appease her. Goten, you have no sense of fair play. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, Trunks confronted Goten, clearly displeased. He had felt assured of victory, and now Goten's failure to abide by their agreement was utterly infuriating. I'm sorry. Trunks, I transformed in a moment of desperation. With an expression of deep apology, Goten said, how about this? Once we return, I'll gift you the latest game. Called Lightning Strike, which my brother bought for me. It's incredibly fun. Chapter 141. The Supreme Kai having come into wealth, Goten's household, unlike that of the main timeline, possessed more than just a game console. His collection now surpassed that of Trunks. Being still quite young, Trunks quickly set aside his grievances upon hearing of a new game. All right, Goten, I'm serious now. You'd better be careful, Trunks warned, gathering energy into a sphere and launching it fiercely at Goten. How could this fool unleash such a powerful attack? Gohan thought, a flicker of worry crossing his mind as he feared Trunks might lose control. However, his concerns proved unnecessary. Goten deftly dodged Trunks' assault, and as the energy sphere threatened the audience, Trunks hastily directed it skyward. How about that, Goten? This technique, the Spirit Bomb, was taught to me by Dad. Impressive, isn't it? Trunks boasted with pride. Vegeta, watching from the sidelines, wore a satisfied smile, clearly pleased with Trunks' performance. Is that all? My brother has taught me as well, Goten retorted, striking a classic pose, and, in a childish tone, declared, Kamehameha. The blue wave of energy surged forth. Yet Trunks merely tilted his head and effortlessly evaded it. The Kamehameha blast left a significant dent in the martial arts arena. Goku observed Goten's shortcomings, noting, this child possesses immense potential, yet his control over power is lacking, far from the proficiency exhibited by Trunks. Wow, that was dangerous. Trunks laughed heartily. Goten, let us avoid using energy waves. How about I fight you with just my right hand? What? Only your right hand? You can't be serious. Goten, in his innocence, believed him. Of course, I wouldn't deceive you, Trunks replied confidently, concealing his left hand behind his back. All right then, I won't hold back, Goten declared, his legs moving with agility as he swiftly closed the distance to Trunks, engaging in a fierce grapple. His onslaught was relentless, and given their similar power levels, Trunks found it challenging to defend himself with only his right hand. After landing a punch that pushed Trunks back, Goten soared into the air, gazing down at Trunks. I'm about to attack, Goten announced, a white aura enveloping him as he descended like a comet. The onlookers, including Goku, ceased their laughter, now intently focused on the duel between the two young fighters. Is he attempting to gauge my movements with his speed? Trunks pondered calmly. But Goten has only recently learned the flight technique. Very well, then. Trunks swiftly sidestepped to the right, as Goten appeared poised to crash to the ground. Gathering a small energy sphere in his hands, Goten utilized its rebound to propel himself towards Trunks. What? Trunks' expression shifted in alarm, and in a moment of urgency, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, narrowly evading Goten's strike. With his left hand, he unleashed a wave of energy. Goten, caught off guard, was sent flying out of the ring. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the referee outside the ring exclaimed, "Trunks has emerged victorious. He is the champion of the junior division of the World Martial Arts Tournament." The arena erupted in jubilant cheers, as the audience was left in awe of the thrilling battle. The prowess displayed by these two young fighters was simply unimaginable. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, my sincerest apologies. Vegeta chuckled, patting Goku on the shoulder. It seems my son is indeed the more formidable one. Goku, awkwardly smiling, couldn't help but think to himself, what is there to compare? Goten, having fallen from the ring, was understandably disgruntled, believing Trunks had played unfairly, having clearly stated that he wouldn't use his left hand. Aware of his own shortcomings, Trunks soothed Goten with a few words of reassurance. All right, let us prepare as well, Goku said, patting his stomach with a grin. But before anything else, let us fill our bellies. Krillin and Piccolo exchanged knowing smiles. Goku was still the same, always prioritizing his appetite. The group proceeded to the dining establishment of the World Martial Arts Tournament, with Biddy naturally accompanying them. The Saiyans' remarkable appetite astonished Biddy. While it was known that martial artists tended to have larger appetites, none were as exaggerated as these individuals. After satisfying their hunger, they made their way to the waiting area for the adult division to draw lots. However, Goku suddenly halted, his gaze fixed upon two individuals ahead. One was a man sporting a mohawk hairstyle, and the other was a middle-aged man with white hair. What intrigued Goku was the shorter man, who was not walking but rather hovering in midair, exuding an air of superiority. These two were the King Kai and Jebet. Are you Mr. Son Goku? Your name is renowned, the King Kai greeted politely. Who are you? How do you know my name? Goku asked, somewhat taken aback by the man before him. Piccolo, however, exhibited unusual behavior as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from this man, akin to how a subordinate would feel in the presence of a superior. Noticing Piccolo's gaze, the King Kai gave a slight nod, instantly recognizing Piccolo's identity. May I be so bold as to inquire about the whereabouts of Mr. Bardock? He asked. Huh, my father? Goku's expression shifted as he responded. Are you a friend of my father's? I don't know where he is. I only know he is currently training. Training? The King Kai and Jebet exchanged glances, both sensing a shared confusion. That doesn't seem right. If he were training, even in another dimension, as the King Kai, I should be able to sense his presence. However, since Bardock's son states this, I shall refrain from further inquiries. Since Bardock is absent, I must rely on his son for assistance. I consider myself a friend of Mr. Bardock, the King Kai said with a faint smile. Since he is not here, that is that. With that, he and Jebet took their leave. What was that all about? Who was that guy? Gohan pondered, bewildered by the mysterious visitor's intentions. Although his identity remains a mystery, it is evident that he is no ordinary individual. Goku bears a smile, his instincts informing him that this man possesses a remarkable essence. In stark contrast, Piccolo's expression is grave, lost in his own contemplations. It is indeed unexpected that even the Supreme Kai has arrived. Concealed in the shadows, Sharlang's countenance shifts subtly. She is well acquainted with the deities of the universe and recognizes that this East Supreme Kai, though inexperienced and lacking in formidable power, poses no real threat. Nevertheless, she relays this information back to Tawa. Tawa, astute as she is, immediately deduces that the Supreme Kai must have come to Earth in pursuit of Majin Buu. Yet, she is unfazed, considering the Supreme Kai to be inconsequential. When the time comes for Majin Buu's revival, she plans to eliminate him effortlessly. Chapter 142, Ruthlessness. Goku and the others arrive at the lottery area. Haha, Kakarot, fortune smiles upon me today, Vegeta exclaims, flipping his number ball with a fierce resolve. He has awaited this opportunity, determined to demonstrate the fruits of his years of training to Kakarot. Oh, is it to be so exhilarating right from the start? Goku responds, equally filled with combat fervor, surprised that he and Vegeta are set to clash in the quarterfinals. He is eager to witness the extent of Vegeta's progress compared to 7 years ago. My opponent is that elder? Gohan muses as he gazes at Jebet. The elder's fierce demeanor and the absence of detectable energy indicate he is no ordinary fighter. As for the others, they seem akin to those from the main timeline. Hey, Goten, are our fathers about to face off? Goten, along with Trunks, has disguised himself as a masked fighter, much like in the main timeline. I can't wait. I've heard from my brother that our fathers are the pinnacle of martial prowess. Goten exclaims, brimming with excitement, as he has yet to witness Goku's true strength. Time swiftly passes, and the adult division's quarterfinals commence. The first match pits Krillin against a massive, rotund opponent. The outcome is beyond question, as the strongest Earthling. Krillin dispatches the giant with a single punch. As expected of Director Krillin, his skills are indeed exceptional. The audience is well acquainted with this legendary figure and is hardly surprised by his effortless victory. Many spectators even speculate that Krillin is a frontrunner for the championship. The second quarterfinal match features the fighter Videl against Spobobic. The referee announces, perhaps many are unaware that Videl is the daughter of the retired world champion Mr. Satan and has trained under the martial arts master Tien Shinhan. Will she continue her father's undefeated legacy? Though he articulates this, he harbors a sense of disdain, believing Mr. Satan to be devoid of true skill, despite his knack for trickery. In his view, it is uncertain whether Mr. Satan possesses even half the talent of his daughter. Videl's high school classmates cheer her on from the stands, while her adversary is none other than Babiti's subordinate, Spobobic. Is it my turn now? In a room within the martial arts tournament hall, Mr. Satan keeps a watchful eye on his daughter. He was once a world champion, longing for a room to witness the battle, but it was merely a matter of words. How has Spobobic grown so robust, and his appearance has changed drastically from before? Satan had previously defeated Spobobic. Although the latter had undergone some transformation, Satan remained unfazed. He held unwavering confidence in his daughter. Bidalai, stay strong. Just remember what I've taught you, Gohan urged from the sidelines. Unlike the primary timeline, the martial arts culture now flourished, and he felt no need to disguise his identity. After all, his classmates were well aware of his prowess as a martial artist. I understand, Gohan. I will win the match, Bidalai asserted, clenching her fist, determined not to disappoint her mentors, Tien and Gohan. As both competitors ascended the arena, Bidalai readied herself, adopting a combat stance. With the ringing of the match bell, she took the initiative, soaring high and channeling her inner energy, delivering a powerful kick to Spobobic. The force behind her strike was formidable enough to shatter a boulder. Any ordinary person would surely suffer broken bones from such an impact. This impressive display of strength sent Spobobic flying across the arena, leaving the spectators in awe. This young girl possesses remarkable capability. Yet, astonishingly, Spobobic rose unscathed from the ground. How can this be? Bidalai's eyes narrowed in disbelief as she launched another assault. Spobobic seemed to absorb the blows like a punching bag, sustaining numerous injuries yet appearing indestructible, rising each time he was knocked down. Such an uncanny spectacle caused Goku and others to furrow their brows. What is wrong with this man? Despite enduring so many heavy strikes, he remains unscathed. Krillin questioned, is it possible for an ordinary person to be this tough? Gohan, you should urge your girlfriend to concede. Goku advised gravely, her opponent is formidable. Continuing this fight could prove detrimental. Gohan recognized the uniqueness of Spobobic but understood Bidalai's stubborn nature. She would never surrender simply because her opponent was stronger. This guy Bidalai gasped for breath. Although she had cultivated considerable energy, its intensity was lacking, and she had exhausted much of her stamina. She initially thought the battle would be easily won, yet she was taken aback by the giant's resilience. Undeterred, she leaped into the air, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Spobobic's neck. With a sharp crack, the sound of bone fracturing pierced the air as Spobobic's head twisted 180 degrees, his massive frame collapsing onto the arena floor. Did she kill him? This scene left both the audience and the referee in a state of shock as they witnessed what appeared to be a lethal incident. Oh no, I was too forceful. Bidalai's expression turned frantic. She had exerted too much power, breaking another's neck. With her kind heart, she instinctively moved to check on Spobobic, only to see him rise once more. In a display of sheer will, he forcibly repositioned his dislocated head. What? How is this possible? Bidalai felt a chill run down her spine. Was this man a monster? Even with a severed neck, one can still come back. Hee. Spobobic let out a sinister laugh as he approached Bidalai step by step. Enraged, Bidalai could not help but retreat a couple of steps. her heart unknowingly filled with dread. Yet, she stubbornly lunged forward to attack Spabich. This time, however, Spabich no longer allowed her to strike freely. He seized her kicking foot and forcefully threw her to the ground. Ugh! As Bidalai hit the ground, a violent pain coursed through her entire body. As if her bones were on the verge of shattering, she attempted to rise, but Spabich denied her that opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to her abdomen. With a resounding thud, the immense force caused Bidalai to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yet, Spabich showed no mercy. He relentlessly unleashed heavy blows upon her, skillfully controlling his strength to ensure she would not lose her life, yet subjecting her to the most intense agony. He became increasingly exhilarated. Disregarding the gazes of onlookers as he pinned Bidalai beneath his foot, his massive soul repeatedly pressing against her fair visage. Poor Bidalai endured both humiliation and pain, left with no chance to retaliate. The spectators around them could not help but shut their eyes. Spabich was exceedingly cruel. He could easily win the match, yet chose to mercilessly torment a young girl instead. Chapter 143. Gohan's Rage. Hey Gohan, calm down. In the waiting area, Gohan's anger was escalating. His fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes blazed with fury. The way Spabich was tormenting Bidalai was utterly intolerable. Sensing Gohan's immense energy, the Supreme Kai and Jebit exchanged astonished glances. This lad, he must be Bardock's grandson, possessing such colossal power. It was hard to believe he was from the lower realm. Spabich's companions also looked taken aback. One of them glanced at the gourd used for energy collection, where the second hand was spinning wildly. Clearly, this man before them possessed unparalleled strength. His expression darkened, yet he resolved to find an opportunity to absorb Gohan's energy. Gohan's aura was significantly stronger than it had been 7 years prior. Vegeta, observing closely, felt a tremor within himself. He could sense that Gohan's energy now rivaled his own. I can't hold back any longer. A golden light illuminated the entire waiting room as Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, charging toward the arena. His aura radiated a fierce intent, and at that moment, his mind was a blank slate, solely focused on exterminating Spabich. Wait, Gohan, don't act impulsively. At this critical moment, his father Piccolo stepped in front of him, speaking in a deep tone. If you kill someone in front of everyone, not only will you lose your qualification to compete, but you'll also attract trouble. Your friend is fine. Don't forget you still have Senzu beans. Piccolo's words momentarily halted Gohan. He glanced back at Krillin, realizing that Piccolo was right. After all, Krillin was now the chief of police, and committing murder in public would indeed be unwise. Spabich, hurry up and finish this. Don't forget the important matter. Yam stood in the corner, instructing Spabich, nodding in acknowledgement. Spabich swiftly kicked Bidalai off the stage. Gohan rushed forward to catch Bidalai, his gaze fixed intently on Spabich as he spoke in a chilling tone. You had better not cross my path, otherwise, I will ensure your demise. Although Gohan was inherently kind, he knew where to draw the line. Let us not forget that in his youth, he was a formidable warrior in the universe. Ignoring Gohan's fierce words, Spabich nonchalantly descended from the stage. Bidalai, extremely weak, managed to utter, I have disappointed you. Gohan, hang in there. I will take you to the medical room, he replied, lifting Bidalai and following the staff to the medical facility. After ensuring Bidalai was settled, Gohan instantly teleported to Korin Tower to acquire some Senzu beans. By the time he returned, Satan was already in the medical room, watching over his beloved daughter. Kid, thank you for bringing my daughter here. Satan expressed his gratitude. Please step aside. I need to save Bidalai, Gohan said, pushing Satan aside and leaning close to Bidalai, softly urging, Bidalai, quickly, take this, it's a Senzu bean. You'll recover instantly. Young man, the patient is severely injured. You cannot give her anything indiscriminately, a nearby doctor interjected, unable to remain silent. Satan, already agitated, scolded, Kid, don't cause trouble. I won't be polite if you do. Be quiet. You're driving me mad. Gohan retorted angrily at both Satan and the doctor. Taken aback, they fell silent. Gohan, I trust you, Bidalai murmured, her consciousness fading yet feeling warmth within. It was evident how much she meant to Gohan, who normally exuded gentility but was now filled with rage on her behalf. Slowly, she opened her mouth. Seeing this, Gohan smiled and promptly placed the Senzu bean in her mouth. Bidalai chewed a few times and then swallowed. In the next moment, her eyes flew open, and to the astonishment of Satan and the doctor, she leaped out of bed. How miraculous! I am completely healed, Bidalai exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. This senzu bean is truly extraordinary. Such serious injuries healed in an instant. Well then, you should rest here for a while, Gohan stated as he stepped outside. Bidalai, I will avenge you. Watching Gohan's retreating figure, Bidalai found herself momentarily entranced. Gohan exuded such a sense of security. It felt wonderful to be cared for in such a manner. Observing his daughter's expression, Satan, being a man of experience, recognized this as the blossoming of young love. He quickly began to question Bidalai, concerned that she might be deceived by the impetuous youth. Gohan, have you obtained the senzu beans? Goku inquired upon Gohan's return. Yes, Bidalai is fine now. Gohan's anxious heart has finally found solace, yet the anger within him remains unabated. As long as everything is well, Goku nodded, directing his gaze toward Piccolo, and said, It's your turn in the next match. Do be cautious of that fellow. I understand, Piccolo responded, exhibiting an unusual demeanor. His brow glistening with sweat, indicating his state was far from optimal. He slowly ascended to the arena, locking eyes with the Supreme Kai. As the match commenced, neither Piccolo nor the Supreme Kai initiated an attack. They merely stared at one another. Why do I feel such a sense of submission? Piccolo's mind raced, pondering. Though his adversary's strength appeared modest, why do I feel fear? Are you the divine being of Earth? At that moment, the Supreme Kai communicated telepathically, saying, I can sense your immense power. First, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shin, the Supreme Kai. The title Supreme Kai sent a shiver through Piccolo. He had never heard of such a being, but the name suggested a rank superior to that of a Kai. Indeed, divinities are classified into tiers. As the Supreme Kai elucidated, just as you are a deity, above you is the Kai, above the Kai is the Grand Kai. And above the Grand Kai are the four Supreme Kais, with the Grand Supreme Kai reigning above them. I am the East Supreme Kai. Now it makes sense. Piccolo steadied himself. It was no wonder he felt an innate sense of submission in the presence of such a high-ranking entity. In truth, my purpose for coming to Earth was to seek Bardock's assistance. The Supreme Kai continued to relay his thoughts. Regrettably, Bardock is not here. So I must place my hopes upon you. You are the most esteemed Supreme Kai in the universe. I do not believe we possess the capability to assist you. Piccolo regained his composure, expressing his confusion. If even you cannot resolve this, how could we possibly succeed? Chapter 144. Unable to control Gohan? No, you are mistaken. The Supreme Kai continued to communicate telepathically, detailing the situation concerning Babidi and the malevolent Majin Buu. However, he was unaware that Babidi had already fallen to the hands of the Dark Demon clan. Upon hearing this, Piccolo fell silent. Astonished to learn of such a terrifying crisis lurking on Earth, Babidi the Sorcerer, the Demon Realm King Dubra, and the dreadfully wicked Majin Buu. Especially concerning Majin Buu. As the Supreme Kai described, this fiend had slain several Supreme Kais and ultimately absorbed the Grand Supreme Kai, boasting formidable strength beyond measure. Supreme Kai, what do you wish for us to do? Piccolo's thoughts were consumed by the threat of Majin Buu. Should this demon awaken, Earth would undoubtedly plunge into an unprecedented catastrophe. That individual, Gohan, is the son of Son Goku, correct? The Supreme Kai responded. Within him lies a terrifying energy, precisely the kind that Majin Buu seeks. As for Spopovich and Yamu, they are merely Babidi's pawns. They will undoubtedly seek opportunities to absorb Gohan's energy. When the time comes, I shall take action to subdue Gohan. I implore you not to intervene. I assure you that Gohan will be in no peril. What you mean to suggest is to employ Babidi's minions to uncover their stronghold. Is it not? Piccolo, with his astute intellect, immediately grasped the Supreme Kai's plan. You are quite clever, the Supreme Kai remarked, indeed. For both Jebit and I have searched tirelessly for Babidi's spaceship, and thus I wish to seize this opportunity to execute a cunning strategy. Akin to the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole lies in wait. Very well, this is indeed a sound approach. Piccolo pondered briefly, finding no objection, and consented to collaborate with the Supreme Kai's scheme. Subsequently, Piccolo publicly announced his forfeit. It was not that he could not defeat the Supreme Kai. With his power now comparable to that of a Super Saiyan 2, besting the Supreme Kai would be a trivial endeavor. However, given that the Supreme Kai was his superior in the ongoing matters concerning Majin Buu, Piccolo found little inclination to engage in battle. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan furrowed his brow, perplexed by Piccolo's sudden and unprovoked surrender. Goku and the others shared the same sentiment. To concede before the battle had even commenced was decidedly uncharacteristic of Piccolo. I know what you are all thinking. Piccolo cast a glance at the group and declared, I will explain everything shortly. Gohan, no matter what transpires, do not resist, understand? Huh. Uncle Piccolo, why is that? Gohan and the others were even more baffled by this statement. Do not inquire. Simply trust me. Piccolo's expression was grave, indicating he was not jesting. All right. I trust you, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan sensed that something significant was about to unfold, yet his faith in Piccolo quelled his curiosity. After all, Uncle Piccolo would never let him come to harm. Now, hurry to the arena. It is your turn. Okay. Gohan clenched his fists and strode towards the platform, accompanied by Jebet. Go, Gohan. You must win the match and teach that wretched Sbabovic a lesson. From the audience, Chi-Chi shouted at the top of her lungs. She had been heartbroken seeing Videl being mistreated. After all, she was to be her future daughter-in-law. Bulma and the others exchanged wry smiles, bemused that Chi-Chi, despite her age, still possessed the fiery temperament of her youth. All right, I shall do my best, Gohan replied confidently, turning to Jebet and saying, Now, shall we begin, uncle? Transform. Jebet, however, showed no intention of engaging in combat. Transform into a Super Saiyan. Let me witness the extent of your power, he said coolly. These words caused Gohan's pupils to constrict, and he frowned. Who exactly are you? How do you even know of Super Saiyans? Gohan, heed his words. Piccolo transmitted telepathically. Remember what I said, no matter what occurs. Do not resist, understand? Uncle Piccolo. Gohan glanced back at Piccolo, then solemnly nodded. Since Uncle Piccolo had insisted, he had no choice but to comply. Very well. If you wish to witness a Super Saiyan, then I shall grant your request. Gohan tightened his fists and declared, I shall show you the Super Saiyan who surpasses even the Super Saiyan. Transcending the Super Saiyan, Jebet mused, raising an eyebrow in bewilderment at the child's cryptic utterance. Oh, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Gohan, transforming the very essence of the world around him. His hair began to defy gravity, standing upright and swiftly shifting to a radiant gold, enveloped by a tempest of crackling lightning. With a fierce roar, Gohan ascended to the heavens in his Super Saiyan 2 form. Videl, who had hurried from the medical room, gazed in awe at the spectacle before her. Gohan, in this form, was undeniably striking. His aura was infinitely more potent than during his battle with Cell. Goku's face lit up with satisfaction, recognizing that even in times of peace, Gohan had diligently honed his skills, his power now rivaling that of his Super Saiyan 2 state. Vegeta, too, was taken aback, realizing that Gohan's energy surpassed his own at this moment. The golden hair evoked memories of those who had fought against Cell. Satan, witnessing this scene from the confines of the room, was struck by fear, collapsing onto the floor. The image of those golden-haired warriors was indelibly etched in his mind. He had not anticipated that his daughter's classmate would be among them. So, do you wish to battle the current me? Gohan's piercing gaze fixed upon the astonished Jebet, who was internally shaken, incredulous that such formidable energy emanated from a being of the lower realm. Just then, Sbabovic and Yamcha darted towards the arena at breakneck speed. What were they planning? The expressions of Goku and the others shifted, yet Piccolo intervened, urging, do not move, let them be. At this moment, the Supreme Kai extended his hands, a radiant glow emanating from his palms. Gohan sensed a presence behind him and instinctively prepared to act, only to be abruptly bound by an unseen force. However, in the next instant, the restraining power was shattered by the aura he exuded. He had considered resisting but recalled Piccolo's admonition, no matter what occurs, do not fight back. Trusting Piccolo, Gohan allowed his burgeoning energy to dissipate. How is it possible? I cannot restrain him, the Supreme Kai stammered in disbelief, realizing his divine power had no effect on Gohan, a situation he had never encountered before. TCH. This useless Supreme Kai cannot even control a single individual, Sharong scoffed from the shadows, her lips curling in disdain. It seems I must lend a hand to the Supreme Kai. Her eyes glimmered with dark energy, unleashing a binding force even more potent than that of the Supreme Kai upon Gohan. Chapter 145. Confrontation with the Demon Clan once more. Gohan felt a binding energy ensnaring him, this force far surpassing the previous one. In an instant, he found himself utterly immobilized. As Gohan was restrained, Sbabovic and Yamcha seized the opportunity to siphon energy from him. Gohan recognized the attackers as the source of his rapidly depleting energy, yet recalling Piccolo's instructions, he resigned himself to their whims. Outside the arena, Videl watched in mounting anxiety. She resolutely wished to rush forth to rescue Gohan, but was firmly restrained by Goku. Do not worry, Gohan will be fine, he assured her. Although Goku was perplexed by Piccolo's intervention, he trusted that Piccolo would not stand idly by if Gohan were in danger. Piccolo must have had his reasons for acting as he did, so Goku refrained from intervening. However, before Videl could voice her concerns, the unwavering gaze of Goku compelled her to remain silent. In the blink of an eye, Gohan had reverted to his normal state, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Meanwhile, Yamu and Spopovich had gathered sufficient energy and swiftly departed the arena. Seeing the two miscreants leave, Gohan and Videl hurriedly pushed past Goku to ascend the stage. A strange question lingered in the air. Who had covertly intervened? The Supreme Kai's visage was etched with shock, for he could not control Gohan, yet he had distinctly sensed an energy binding him. He was certain it was not his doing. This revelation sent a chill through the Supreme Kai. Who could be lurking in the shadows? Was it one of Babid's minions? Piccolo, can you please elucidate what has transpired? Goku inquired, directing the attention of the others towards Piccolo. Without reservation, Piccolo revealed the identity of the Supreme Kai and the matter of Majin Buu. The expressions of Goku and the others were filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that the diminutive figure before them was a deity of a higher order than the Grand Kai. Thus, the Supreme Kai stated, I must pursue those two individuals. Following them will surely lead us to Babid's hiding place. I hope to receive your assistance. Majin Buu, a being born in the ancient era? Goku's excitement was palpable upon hearing of such a formidable foe. In that case, I shall lend my aid. I am eager to witness the true extent of Majin Buu's power. Hey, Kakarot, what do you mean by that? Vegeta interjected with palpable indignation, grasping Goku's clothing and scolding him. I entered this tedious martial arts tournament solely to duel with you, and now you tell me you intend to flee? You show me no regard. He was unconcerned with Majin Buu. He merely wished to engage in a proper battle with Goku. Vegeta, we can duel anytime, Goku reassured him. Understanding Vegeta's nature, do you not wish to experience the might of Majin Buu? After we vanquish him, we can settle our scores. Goku's words resonated with Vegeta. Since Goku had not perished, Vegeta was not insistent on a duel at that moment. Moreover, the Saiyans' combative spirit stirred within him, and he indeed desired to confront Majin Buu. Very well, but once we have dealt with Majin Buu, you can no longer make excuses, Vegeta conceded. Rest assured, I will ensure we have a proper battle, Goku replied, satisfied to have pacified Vegeta. Turning to Krillin, he instructed, Krillin, you should remain behind this time, along with Android 18, just in case. Understood, Goku. You all be cautious, Krillin acknowledged, aware that such a battle was beyond his capability. All right, now that we have reached an agreement, let us depart, Goku concluded. As the Supreme Kai observed, Goku and his companions made their decision, and he led them skyward. Except for Android 18 and Krillin, all the other warriors joined the fray. Meanwhile, Gohan, under the care of Jebet, began to regain his strength. Upon learning the details of the situation from Jebet, he immediately resolved to join the battle. Holding a grudge against Spopovich for his earlier assault on Videl and his treachery towards him, Gohan vowed to eliminate Spopovich first and then assist his father and the others in defeating Majin Buu. He was determined to prevent the forces of evil from endangering Earth. Jebet accompanied Gohan as they departed, with Videl hurriedly following suit, eager to uncover the unfolding events. Hey Goten, why did Dad and the others fly away? Trunks, disguised as a masked contestant, pondered with confusion. Goten echoed his bewilderment, replying, I don't know, maybe something came up. The other spectators were equally perplexed, questioning why the match had been interrupted. Would the tournament continue? The referee, overwhelmed, quickly sought to calm the disgruntled audience while conferring with the event staff regarding the next steps. As for Sharong, she had already departed ahead of Goku and the others. Videl, you should return for now, Gohan said, slowing his pace in midair. Intense battles may ensue, and it would be too dangerous for you to accompany us. All right, but I'm really reluctant, Videl sighed, recognizing her own limitations. I wish I could help you, but I'm not strong enough. Just promise me you'll stay safe. Don't worry. I'll be fine, Gohan smiled, reassuring her. Please return to the tournament venue and let my mom and Goten know not to worry. Okay, I understand, Videl nodded firmly, hovering in place as she waved goodbye to Gohan. Make sure to do your best. I'll be waiting for your return at the venue. Agreed, Gohan replied. giving her a thumbs up before accelerating away. For reasons unknown, Videl felt an ominous premonition as she watched Gohan's retreating figure. Please come back safely, Gohan. When you do, I'll consider going on a date with you. As Spopovich and Yamu returned to Babiti's spaceship, they were met by a figure blocking their path. Your mission is complete. You may now perish, Sharong stated impassively, unleashing a powerful ki blast that obliterated the two. She picked up a container filled with energy and, with a swift movement, appeared at the bottom of the spaceship. Lord Tawa, everything has gone smoothly, Sharong reported as she handed the container to Tawa. Those two fools gathered a substantial amount of energy. Oh, then let us see if it works, Tawa replied with excitement, promptly inserting the energy container into Majin Buu's egg. This time, the egg reacted, emitting a radiant pink glow. The energy is insufficient, Tawa frowned, noting that while there was a reaction, it was evidently not enough to awaken Majin Buu. Lord Tawa, the Saiyans have arrived, came the announcement. Perfect. Their energy will be an excellent addition, Tawa declared with anticipation. Tawa displayed not the slightest concern as she turned and commanded, You three inept fools, hasten and gather their energy. Depura and his companions nodded in confusion before transforming into beams of light and ascending to the surface. Mira, Sharong, you too, Tawa reiterated. Those three incompetent beings are likely no match for you. Draw out all the energy from those Saiyans. With sufficiently potent energy, Majin Buu should be able to revive. Reviving Majin Buu requires more than merely injecting energy into the egg. A clash of formidable energies can also facilitate his absorption and resurrection. Just as when Goku and Majin Vegeta battled in the main timeline. Without their energies, Majin Buu would not have revived so swiftly. That scoundrel Babidi is truly insidious. The Supreme Kai's expression darkened as he remarked, to conceal a spaceship underground. No wonder I could never locate him. Someone is approaching, Goku stated gravely, standing beside the Supreme Kai, sensing several powerful energies emerging from below. As predicted, scarcely had Goku spoken when the figures of Sharong and his group materialized. What is happening? Who are those two? The Supreme Kai's face turned pale. He recognized Babiti's three minions, but the other two were entirely unfamiliar to him. Moreover, they emanated an exceedingly sinister aura, reminiscent of the Ultimate 17 and the troublemaker Bojack from the Grand Kai's planet. Goku furrowed his brow, sensing a malevolence akin to that of Ultimate 17 from Mira and Sharong. He recalled that woman Tawa had once proclaimed herself a member of the Dark Demon Clan. Could these two individuals also belong to that lineage? These two are demons. Piccolo exclaimed, his expression grim. Oh, you Namekian are rather perceptive, Sharong replied nonchalantly. Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are not the kind of filth from the Demon Clan, but rather the Supreme Dark Demon Clan. The Dark Demon Clan. Goku thought to himself, realizing this was indeed the case, though he felt no significant surprise. In contrast, the Supreme Kai was bewildered. Having served as a Supreme Kai for so long, he had never heard of the Dark Demon Clan. Are you also under Babiti's command? Sweat trickled down the Supreme Kai's forehead as his heart sank. This was becoming dire, completely beyond his expectations. Under Babiti's command? Sharong scoffed, Supreme Kai. What do you take us for? That worthless Babidi has long since been dispatched by us. Now, it is your turn to contribute energy for Majin Buu. What? Babidi has been killed. Goku and his companions were not particularly concerned, but the Supreme Kai and Jebit were utterly horrified. The troublesome Babidi had been slain by the Dark Demon Clan? Did that not imply that Majin Buu had already fallen into their hands? You three advance. Sharong commanded, arms crossed, issuing orders to Depura's trio, who, now mere puppets, possessed no will of their own. They rushed towards Goku and his companions, radiating an aura of terrifying demonic energy. In comparison to Babiti's ability to exploit latent potential through dark magic, Shallan's Blood God Seal was far more formidable. With the dark powers granted by the Blood God Seal, Dubra and his companions experienced a significant enhancement in their strength, multiplying it several times over. It appeared that they had completely lost their own consciousness. As Goku engaged the beast, Yego, he soon realized that these individuals fought with reckless abandon, valuing their lives not at all, seemingly under some form of control, their eyes vacant. With this revelation, Goku felt no hesitation. Initially, he had no intention of taking their lives, but now that they had succumbed to monstrosity, they could not be allowed to remain in this world. He was also intrigued about the whereabouts of the woman who once called herself Tao, a member of the Dark Demon race. Dodging Yego's attack, Goku erupted in golden light, transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, before he could act, a tremendous suction force emanated from Yego's mouth, instantly consuming the golden energy enveloping Goku, reverting him back to his normal state. What? Goku exclaimed, bewildered, touching his hair as he murmured. This creature absorbed the energy of a Super Saiyan? After siphoning Goku's energy, Yego lunged at him with claws sharp as blades. Goku quickly leaped back to evade the strike, though his martial arts uniform was slashed open. Then allow me to give you a taste, Goku thought, devising a countermeasure against such an opponent. He transformed once more into a Super Saiyan. Yego attempted the same tactic again, unleashing a boundless suction. This time, however, Goku was prepared, continuously amplifying his energy. Yego's belly swelled ominously. Witnessing this, a smile crept across Goku's face as he unleashed the power of Super Saiyan 2 in an explosive surge. Boom! The overwhelming force caused Yego to burst apart. Despite the enhancement from dark powers, Yego's capabilities were ultimately insignificant, and he was effortlessly defeated by Goku. Meanwhile, Gohan faced off against Pui. But the battle was over almost instantaneously. Gohan didn't even need to transform into a Super Saiyan, dispatching him with a single punch. In contrast, Vegeta was thoroughly enjoying himself as he faced the Demon Realm King, Dabra. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, their immense energies shaking the very earth. Dabra's strength lay between that of Super Saiyan 2 and the fully formed Cell, and with the support of dark powers, he now possessed the combat prowess of Lightning Cell. However, Vegeta had already achieved Super Saiyan 2 during his fight with Bojack and, after 7 years of rigorous training, had reached a level comparable to the Majin Vegeta of the main timeline. He had assumed the Demon Realm King would be a formidable opponent, only to find him lacking. Vegeta scoffed, silently mocking the Supreme Kai's exaggerated reactions. Such a level of power had frightened the Supreme Kai, which spoke volumes about his own inadequacies. He had lost the desire to play. His aura erupted once more, instantly transforming him into Super Saiyan 2. The terrifying tide of power surged forth, sending Dabra plummeting from the sky. In a flash, Vegeta appeared before Dabra. It had been a long time since he employed this technique. Vegeta seized Dabra's foot and forcefully hurled him into the air. With a filthy firework display, Vegeta extended his finger towards Dabra, who was still suspended in midair. And he was instantly enveloped by a terrifying energy. With a resounding explosion, the Demon Realm King Dabra was reduced to dust. Chapter 147. Goku's Anomaly Impressive. The Kaishin and Jebet watched in awe. Babiti's 3 minions had been effortlessly defeated by 3 Saiyans, one of whom was the Demon Realm King Dabra. Victory seemed plausible. Perhaps they genuinely had a chance to defeat Majin Buu. Hey, you two. Your minions are all dead, Goku declared, hands on his hips. Hurry and bring out Tao. I still have scores to settle with her. You are not worthy to meet Lord Tao, Mira interjected, stepping forward. You must be Bardock's son, Goku, right? You bear an uncanny resemblance. 7 years ago, I was defeated by your father. Today, I shall make your blood splatter. 7 years prior, he had been thoroughly beaten by Bardock, but now, his strength had increased significantly. Do you possess the capability? Goku raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn that this man had been vanquished by his father. However, first things first, he needed to deal with the troublesome adversary. Mira vanished from sight, instantaneously appearing before Jebet, moving with such speed that even Goku could barely follow. Die! In Jebet's terrified gaze, Mira unleashed an energy blast that obliterated him. Jebet, the Kaishin, felt a chill. Although Jebet was his servant, their bond over the years was not to be trifled with. Witnessing Jebet's demise filled him with profound sorrow and rage. You bastard! Piccolo gritted his teeth and charged at Mira. Yet, Mira effortlessly evaded Piccolo's assault, delivering a punch that sent him crashing into the mountainside. The colossal force shattered the entire peak. What terrifying power! Vegeta and Gohan were astonished. Despite Piccolo's status as a Super Saiyan 2, he appeared like a mere child before Mira. Could it be that Mira's power surpassed that of Super Saiyan 2? You scoundrel! Your opponent is me. Goku could no longer tolerate the sight. He radiated boundless golden light, charging at Mira like a golden war deity. Dad, I'm coming to help you. Gohan attempted to assist Goku, but Shalon blocked his path, knocking Gohan down with a single punch. Woman, you are quite arrogant. Vegeta's cold voice cut through the tension. Shalon turned to face Vegeta and scoffed. Don't interfere, Go eat dust in the cosmos. Her eyes glimmered with dark light, and Vegeta was instantly transported to a distant planet within the universe. This was Shalon's innate dark magic, the space transfer technique. However, it could only be effective against those of equal power. Should the opponent's strength exceed hers by too great a margin, the technique would fail. Her strength is currently comparable to that of Gohan. Should she face both Gohan and Vegeta simultaneously, her chances of victory would be negligible. Therefore, it is prudent to eliminate one of them first. Uncle Vegeta, what have you done to him? Gohan demanded, sensing Vegeta's absence. Oh, nothing much. I merely relocated him elsewhere. Charlang replied with a seductive smile. Now, handsome, it's my turn to entertain you. I hope you won't disappoint your sister. Bah, what a foul creature you are. Spare me your repulsiveness. Gohan retorted, his gaze icy and filled with murderous intent. He ceased his banter and propelled himself toward Charlang, enveloped in a tempest of lightning. The battle between Goku and Mira raged fiercely, with thunderous roars resonating through the air. Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, and each of his strikes bore immense power. In the face of such ferocity, Mira appeared composed, yet internally he was anything but at ease. This Son Goku harbored even greater strength yet to be unleashed, but the fact that he could inflict harm upon me is simply unbelievable. His power has indeed ascended to a new level compared to 7 years ago. However, even under these circumstances, facing Super Saiyan 2 Goku, he merely held the advantage without overwhelming dominance. This clearly signifies that Son Goku is a formidable adversary. He has yet to unleash his full potential. He is merely testing my limits. Goku's expression grew grave as he mused. Based on my estimation, this individual's power has surpassed that of a Super Saiyan 2. This is troubling. He still had trump cards to play, yet he wished to reserve them for later. With that thought, Goku vanished and reappeared behind Mira. Prepare to receive my attack. Goku conjured an energy blast with one hand, releasing it against Mira's back. Do you believe that will be effective? Mira replied coldly, swiftly turning to seize Goku's hand and executing a shoulder throw that sent Goku flying in the opposite direction. Goku's body traced an arc through the air before crashing violently to the ground. Without granting Goku a moment's respite, Mira coalesced a pitch-black energy sphere in his hands and unleashed it instantaneously. Demon King Cannon. Goku sensed the torrent of destructive energy surging toward him and, without hesitation, soared into the sky. However, Mira's movements were swifter. He materialized above Goku and landed a heavy punch to the back of his head. Ugh! Goku was struck hard, spitting out blood as he plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. Clutching his throbbing head, Goku felt his consciousness begin to wane, and his hair reverted to its original state. It hurts so much. My head feels like it is going to explode. Goku writhed on the ground in agony, his breath becoming increasingly erratic. At that moment, Piccolo returned, noticing Goku's distress. He hurried to support Goku and inquired, "What is wrong with you? Is it truly that debilitating after just one hit?" In his eyes, although Mira was powerful, it seemed improbable that Goku would be so incapacitated from a single blow. "I am unscathed." Goku shook his head, his gaze fixed upon Mira, and transformed once more into Super Saiyan 2, roaring, "You scoundrel, that hurts immensely." He surged upwards into the sky, but just as he intended to strike, a searing sensation pierced through his skull once again. Ah! Goku clutched his head and plummeted from the air. What? Within this wretch, an extraordinarily pure malevolent energy is surging forth. Mira's eyes widened as she scrutinized Goku, astonished. What has happened to his body? Why this transformation? Mira, you must retreat. I have discerned the abnormality afflicting him. Tao's voice resonated in the minds of Mira and Charang. Perhaps there is no need for your intervention. Majin Buu may revive on his own, and even Goku might turn to assist us. Quickly, return and witness the unfolding spectacle. An adept in dark magic, particularly in the anatomy of living beings, she discerned Goku's peculiar condition with but a single glance. Mira and Charang exchanged glances. With Tao's order given, they had no choice but to comply. After repelling Gohan and Piccolo, they vanished into a swirl of dark light. Chapter 148. Restoring Nature, What is Happening? Why did they flee in the midst of battle? Gohan was perplexed. He and Charang were locked in a fierce contest, and yet the adversaries had retreated mid-fight. Suddenly, Vegeta's figure appeared. He had been transported into space by Charang, and fortunately, he had mastered instant transmission. Otherwise, returning would have proven arduous. Where is that woman? I shall slay her. Vegeta seethed with rage, as the proud prince of the Saiyans. He had been outmaneuvered by a woman. This was a profound disgrace. Hey Gohan, Vegeta, hurry over. Piccolo's voice echoed. Old son's condition is concerning. What, father? Upon hearing this, Gohan and Vegeta rushed over, with the Kaishin, who had been merely an observer, following closely behind. Upon their arrival, they beheld Goku rolling on the ground, clutching his head. Father, what is wrong? Gohan rushed forward, eager to assist Goku, but before he could get close, an overwhelming aura erupted from Goku. Gohan was the first to be thrown back, followed by the Kaishin, Vegeta, and Piccolo. Goku continued to shake his head, bellowing, "Hurry, flee, get away from me." What does that mean? The others were bewildered by Goku's words. You fools. Goku's voice erupted in a maddened scream, the tremendous energy obliterating everything around him. Simultaneously, the righteous aura that once surrounded him transformed into the most malevolent presence in existence. Such powerful energy. Gohan and the others ascended into the sky, astonished as they beheld Goku's escalating fury. The malevolent energy enveloped Goku. Piccolo's face turned pale with fear as he exclaimed, "What has happened to him? Why is he suffused with such potent malevolence?" Father. Gohan was momentarily at a loss. Gritting his teeth, he flew towards Goku. Gohan, no. Come back. As Piccolo's eyes widened, he hurriedly attempted to restrain Gohan, but it was already too late. Goku's chaotic aura had stabilized, his gaze now imbued with malevolence and brutality, exuding a palpable aura of death. In stark contrast to the righteous Goku of old, this incarnation resembled nothing less than a pure villain. Gohan, do not interfere, perish. Goku sneered as Gohan charged towards him, his lips curling into a sinister smile. He vanished in an instant, reappearing before Gohan in a heartbeat. Looking into Goku's eyes at such close proximity, Gohan felt an unsettling strangeness. This was not the father he recognized. Without a trace of mercy, Goku unleashed a point-blank Kamehameha, sending Gohan hurtling into the sky, his body uncertain of where it would land. Dad! Dad! Gohan lay bloodied in the grass, his consciousness fading rapidly, the haunting image of Goku's wicked gaze lingering in his mind. Gohan. Sensing Gohan's energy had vanished, Piccolo was consumed with rage, bellowing, "Old son, do you even realize what you've done? You've killed Gohan." Kakarot. Vegeta, equally incredulous, questioned whether this was the Kakarot he once knew. Goku, do you understand the gravity of your actions? That is your son. The Supreme Kai seethed with indignation, shouting, "Why have you chosen to kill Gohan? Foolish clown. Your incessant chatter is unbearable," Goku retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the Supreme Kai. You are the Supreme Kai, are you? Lacking in ability, yet abundant in words. You shall meet your end. With a sudden motion, Goku unleashed another Kamehameha without regard for the Supreme Kai's status. Divine Shield. The Supreme Kai's face reflected sheer terror as he hastily conjured a protective barrier, attempting to deflect Goku's assault. However, the disparity in power was insurmountable. The shield shattered within mere seconds. The overwhelming force consumed the Supreme Kai, launching him into the abyss. Supreme Kai? Piccolo's expression twisted in disbelief as he stared at Goku, his voice trembling. You have killed the Supreme Kai? Humph, what is a Supreme Kai but an ant? Goku scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips. Now, it is your turn. What on earth has transpired? Why have you transformed in such a manner? Piccolo's fury surged, shaken by Goku's frenzied behavior. Piccolo, step aside, Vegeta interjected. Shoving Piccolo aside, fixing his steely gaze upon the ominous Goku, he declared, Kakarot, your opponent is me. Although he was unaware of the transformation that had befallen Goku, it mattered not. All that was required was to defeat Kakarot. Vegeta, do you truly believe your strength can rival mine? Goku chuckled mockingly. As the prince of the Saiyans, yet repeatedly surpassed by me, you are no different from a worthless wretch. What did you say? Vegeta, seemingly struck to his core, felt an inferno of anger surging within him, an explosive aura erupting in response. Vegeta, that fellow, possesses an astonishing aura. Goku, taken aback by the intensity of Vegeta's energy in this moment, nevertheless replied with a cold chuckle, it matters not. Even if we are both Super Saiyan 2, your base power is still inferior to mine. Then let us see. Vegeta bellowed, his form crackling with electric energy. He surged forward like a swift arrow aimed at Goku, unleashing a powerful punch. Am I to fear you? Goku retorted, undeterred, as he countered with a punch of his own. A burst of energy erupted as their fists collided, unleashing a tempest of force that sent both warriors reeling backward. Not bad, Vegeta, but that is all there is to it. Goku's eyes were icy as he launched into a ferocious assault against Vegeta. Unyielding, Vegeta matched his intensity, and a fierce battle ensued in the skies above. A tremendous surge of energy radiated outward, subsequently absorbed by the underground egg of Majin Buu. Incredible! The energy of Majin Buu is increasing exponentially. Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement, for the egg was emanating a brilliant glow, as if on the verge of hatching. Tao, what has caused that creature to transform so suddenly? Sharon inquired, perplexed. Aren't they friends? Why has that crab-headed one gone mad? Huh, I have just used dark magic to peer into Son Goku, Tao replied with a smile. It seems he harbors a dark, volatile side within him. Just now, Myra's attack awakened that malevolent aspect, resulting in this predicament. Ah, I see, Sharon said, enlightenment dawning upon him. If that is the case, I wonder if my blood god seal will have any effect. If I can control him, it would undoubtedly be of great assistance to us. That is worth a try, Tao mused, contemplating the potential of harnessing Goku's formidable power, which would grant their dark race an additional formidable force. Chapter 149, Super Saiyan 3 Blood God Seal, Go! Sharon activated the Blood God Seal, unleashing a jet of dark light that surged towards Goku in the sky. Goku, engaged in fierce combat with Vegeta, suddenly felt a pause in his movements. He sensed an alien presence within him, one that gnawed at his very consciousness. Does this jester dare to control me? Goku's gaze hardened. He spread his arms wide and roared with fury, an unfathomable golden light exploding from his being. The Blood God Seal was forcefully expelled from Goku's body. You think you can control me, a Saiyan named Kakarot? Goku taunted, looking down at them. Do you believe hiding below affords you safety? He concentrated his energy into a powerful attack, hurling it downward. The golden energy wave plummeted, creating a deep crater in the earth upon impact. Damn it! Tao and the others ascended into the air, their expressions grim. Sharon's face, in particular, was one of shock. This was the first time her Blood God Seal had failed. Goku's strength was overwhelming, rendering her unable to control him. Is this truly the egg of Majin Buu? Piccolo and Vegeta gazed in astonishment at the colossal egg before them. At this moment, the colossal egg radiates a resplendent glow and trembles ominously, indicating that the malevolent being, Majin Buu, is on the verge of breaking free. Vegeta, we must retreat, Piccolo whispered urgently as he approached Vegeta. Goku is clearly not himself. If we linger here, Majin Buu will undoubtedly emerge. And that would be disastrous for us. Are you jesting? To withdraw would signify my fear of Kakarot, Vegeta retorted, his Saiyan pride flaring. He disregarded Piccolo entirely. After all, he is the prince of all Saiyans. What does it matter if Majin Buu is involved? Once he defeats Kakarot, he can easily handle Majin Buu without issue. With this thought, Vegeta charged once more towards Goku, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Damn it, Vegeta is being reckless. Piccolo seethed, his frustration mounting. This fool has no sense of the bigger picture. He is only fixated on fighting. Mira, you handle Goku, Tao suggested cunningly. If he cannot be of use to me, then he must be destroyed. Sharon will remain by my side to guard against Majin Buu. Her strategy was shrewd, for she intended for Sharon to protect her, as her own combat prowess was not formidable enough to withstand Piccolo's potential ambush. Sharon understood, positioning himself beside Tao, vigilantly watching Piccolo. Meanwhile, Mira joined the fray between Goku and Vegeta, launching an unrelenting assault on Goku. Get out of my way. When did it become your turn to meddle in my battle with Kakarot? Vegeta exclaimed, incensed at Mira's interference. He redirected his energy toward Mira, unleashing a powerful energy cannon. Begone! Mira, filled with murderous intent, effortlessly deflected Vegeta's attack with a single punch. This Saiyan truly knows no bounds. I shall dispose of him first. Mira's strength far surpassed that of Vegeta. Goku, evading Mira's relentless strikes, wore a grim expression. In their brief exchange, he gauged Mira's formidable power. This adversary was undoubtedly beyond the level of Super Saiyan 2. Given this reality, facing two opponents simultaneously in his current state would likely spell disaster. Goku contemplated. Although employing that technique would deplete a considerable amount of stamina, he had no other choice. Despite having reverted to his malevolent nature, Goku's tactical acumen remained intact. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he realized that preserving his strength would not yield favorable results. With this in mind, Goku executed a rapid instant transmission to distance himself from the conflict, casting a cold gaze upon Vegeta and Mira. You insignificant insects have managed to corner me to this extent. I concede your ability. However, do not presume that victory is within your grasp. Ah! Goku's visage contorted with rage, veins bulging as a tremendous energy erupted from within him, altering the very fabric of reality. The ground shook violently for miles around, as everything within that radius was obliterated. A brilliant golden light surged into the heavens, darkening the sky as relentless bolts of lightning cascaded from above. The earth trembled, manifesting extraordinary phenomena: landslides, raging tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and other cataclysmic events unfolded in rapid succession. Far across the cosmos, on a distant planet, as Raditz and Little Lu strolled through the streets, a sudden change swept across his expression. Kakarot? Raditz gazed skyward, his heart racing. The power of Super Saiyan 3? Isn't Kakarot supposed to be participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament? How could he have transformed into Super Saiyan 3? Has something occurred? Despite the significant distance, Raditz could distinctly sense Goku's energy, which felt markedly different from the Goku of old. In the Saiyan Alliance, Broly looked towards Earth, furrowing his brow. Is that Kakarot? What is happening? Why is he exerting such immense power on Earth? This fellow's might could even sway the very heavens and Earth. Tawa and Sharlon were utterly bewildered. The aura emanating from Goku instilled a profound fear in them. Myra's pupils constricted sharply, as at that moment, Goku's power had escalated to a level comparable to his own, perhaps even surpassing it. Damn Kakarot! Vegeta felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, startled by Goku's formidable presence. If Vegeta was affected, one could only imagine the state of Piccolo, whose complexion turned an even deeper shade of green as fear burgeoned within him. Is this the true strength of the old monkey? He has surpassed Vegeta by such a margin. The overwhelming and ferocious energy continued to surge, and Goku's form began to transform. His golden hair elongated to his waist, with a single lock falling over his forehead. His brows vanished, and his gaze became exceedingly fierce. At this moment, Goku bore an uncanny resemblance to an unparalleled villain. My apologies for taking up your time. Goku smirked wickedly. This transformation is still somewhat unfamiliar to me. Allow me to introduce it. This is a transformation that transcends Super Saiyan 2, which I call Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3? The crowd was taken aback, especially Vegeta, who clenched his fists in fury. Damn Kakarot. I never imagined that after 7 years of training on the Grand Kai's planet, he would have developed Super Saiyan 3. Once again, I have been outdone by Kakarot. Vegeta, let me show you the terror of Super Saiyan 3. Goku grinned menacingly, and in an instant, he appeared before Vegeta. His speed so astonishing that even Mira could not perceive it. So fast. Vegeta involuntarily stepped back, but upon meeting Goku's mocking gaze, he was consumed by rage and swung a fist towards him. With a swift motion, Goku caught Vegeta's punch with one hand and retaliated with a strike to his abdomen. The searing pain forced Vegeta to clutch his stomach, a spurt of blood escaping his lips. Vegeta, you look quite pathetic in your current state, Goku taunted, gripping Vegeta's hair and slamming him onto a disc. The disc shattered instantly, sending Vegeta plummeting from the sky. Chapter 150, Resurrection. This bastard. Blood streamed from Vegeta's forehead, his expression one of utter disbelief. He never expected to last only a few rounds against Super Saiyan 3 Goku. This was an immense humiliation. Meanwhile, Piccolo contemplated strategies, recognizing that in this moment, Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form was clearly invincible. As the battle continued, it seemed that both he and Vegeta would fall victim to Goku's wrath. Vegeta, today I shall bring your fate to a close. Goku assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, a brilliant blue light gathering within his palms. It's over, Vegeta gasped, his face a mask of fury. Die, Vegeta. Just as Goku prepared to strike down Vegeta, an overwhelming and malevolent energy erupted from behind. The egg that sealed Majin Buu exploded, sending a plume of pink smoke into the air. Simultaneously, Majin Buu's chubby form began to bounce on the ground. It was hard to fathom that the notorious and wicked Majin Buu could present such an endearing visage. What? Goku sensed the energy and quickly turned, his expression one of surprise. Is this really Majin Buu? His heart grew heavy as he mused. Despite resembling a hefty pig, This being's power evidently surpassed that of a Super Saiyan 2. Is this truly Majin Buu? Tao stared in astonishment at Majin Buu, as this was far removed from her expectations of an ancient malevolent creature. With such a silly demeanor, could he truly be formidable? Mira and Charlotte wore grave expressions. Although Majin Buu appeared foolish, the terrifying energy he emanated was undeniably real. I understand, Piccolo said, his face darkening. Goku's Super Saiyan 3 energy is so vast that it has allowed Majin Buu to break free from his seal. Cursed creature. Vegeta, we must leave at once. Piccolo urged. You are gravely injured, and with Majin Buu's emergence, remaining here is perilous. We must return promptly. Damn it. Vegeta, though unwilling to concede, recognized the truth in Piccolo's words. If he persisted in his defiance, he and Piccolo might meet a grim fate. We're leaving. Vegeta cast a lingering glance at Goku, then, accompanied by Piccolo, utilized instant transmission to depart. This debt would not be forgotten. Goku noticed Vegeta's departure and frowned. Yet he made no move to pursue. He too could use instant transmission. Wherever Vegeta fled, he would be able to find him. You wretched fiends of the Demon Clan. You sought to control me, did you? Goku directed a cold gaze at Tao, declaring, Today, I shall ensure you find no refuge in death. In an instant, Goku appeared before Charlotte, delivering a powerful punch that sent her flying. Mira, unwilling to let Goku wreak havoc unchecked, charged at him, launching a Demon King cannon in his direction. Cut it out. Goku evaded Mira's attack with a swift tilt of his head, and soon the two were embroiled in a fierce battle. The ferocious energy of Super Saiyan 3 radiated outward, capturing Majin Buu's attention. Oh! Majin Buu looked up at the sky, his body contorting in peculiar ways, while he babbled incoherently. Tao, unable to comprehend Majin Buu's nonsensical utterances, commanded imperiously, Majin Buu, do you see that golden-haired fellow up there? Now go and eliminate him. Buu, however, paid her no mind, continuing to bounce about with childlike glee. Dreadful, this wretched creature. Tao, evidently lacking patience, gritted her teeth and declared, Hey, did you hear that? It was I who vanquished Babidi and liberated you. You ought to address me as your master. Indeed, upon hearing the name Babidi, the fiend Buu momentarily ceased his movements. His tiny eyes scrutinized Tao as he bit his finger and inquired, You claim you killed Babidi? Is that true? Tao, observing the childish demeanor of the demon Buu, felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Was this truly the harbinger of death who had once slaughtered several Kaishins? This was nothing more than a mere child. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, adopting a smile that was more grotesque than a frown, and replied, Yes, Babidi was utterly despicable for sealing you away, so I took his life. With that, she produced a lollipop from seemingly nowhere and offered it to Buu. She felt an immense embarrassment. Why should the esteemed Tao resort to such antics? Damn that Buu. Ah, delicious, delicious. Indeed, upon the sight of food, Buu's spirits soared. He seized the lollipop and began to lick it incessantly, exclaiming, You are truly a good person for slaying that villain Babidi and giving me candy. At present, the rotund Buu possessed a Na'vi disposition. Whoever treated him kindly would earn his goodwill in return. Tao chuckled awkwardly and then pointed at Goku, saying to Buu, Buu, you've had your candy. Now it's time to deal with that golden-haired individual. If you can defeat him, I shall take you to indulge in even more delectable treats. She had begun to decipher the nuances of communicating with the rotund Buu. This glutton was easily swayed by the promise of food. As long as there was something to eat, he would comply with any request. You've helped me and given me candy, hence I must assist you as well. Buu, in his foolish exuberance, began to bounce around, much to Tao's annoyance. With a swift motion, Buu soared into the sky, pointing at Goku and declaring, Hey, you villain, I shall slay you. Huh, is this pig deranged? Goku, momentarily taken aback, had no time to respond before receiving a punch from Mira, causing him to plummet to the ground. Mira, retreat swiftly and allow Majin Buu to confront Son Goku. Tao communicated telepathically, intent on observing whether this gluttonous beast was indeed as formidable as rumored. Understood. Mira, without suspicion, promptly descended. With his current strength, he was nearly on par with Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Neither could easily best the other, so allowing Buu to take the lead was a more prudent choice. Damn those demonic pests. Goku rose from the ground, casting a cold glare at Mira. That individual was extraordinarily powerful, and given Goku's current state. Subduing him would not be an easy feat furthermore. The energy consumption of Super Saiyan 3 was immense. His ki had begun to wane. He needed to conclude this battle swiftly. Prolonged engagement would be detrimental to him. As Goku contemplated his strategy, his expression suddenly shifted. A pink energy wave descended from the heavens. Goku hastily sidestepped to evade it. Boom! The tremendous force created a deep crater in the ground. A colossal mushroom cloud rising slowly into the air. What immense power! Goku squinted, gazing up at the demon view in the sky. Did it miss? Boo! Leisurely sucking on a lollipop, seemed entirely dismissive of Goku, raising his hand to unleash a series of energy blasts. Chapter 151, Grim Tidings. Do you truly think I am easy to bully? Goku scoffed, propelling himself upward with fervor. His hands moved incessantly, deflecting all of Boo's assaults. In a flash, Goku vanished from sight, reappearing above Boo and seizing the antenna atop his head. Take that, you gluttonous beast. Goku yanked Boo's antenna, spinning his body in a full circle before forcefully throwing Boo to the ground. Boo's body crashed into the earth, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Goku gazed down upon Boo from his elevated position, his malevolent aura accentuating his presence like that of an unparalleled demon. You seem somewhat formidable, Boo chuckled, completely unscathed. Fighting you is rather entertaining. What? Not a scratch? Goku furrowed his brow and, in the next instant, descended like lightning, delivering a punch that pierced Boo's head. At the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the sudden departure of Goku and his companions prompted the event to shift to a free-for-all format. With only 2 ordinary competitors remaining, that left Krillin, Android 18, and the 2 young boys, Goten and Trunks. The outcome was not in doubt. Android 18 triumphantly claimed the championship, becoming the first female champion in history. As for Goku and Trunks, they were disqualified by the judges after their identities were revealed during the skirmish with Android 18. As the audience began to disperse, 2 figures suddenly materialized. Vegeta, Piccolo. Bulma and the others were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the newcomers. Trunks' expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to Vegeta, anxiously exclaiming, "Father, what happened? Why are you so badly injured?" Vegeta brusquely pushed Trunks away, his countenance dark and forbidding. Bulma and the others, sensing Vegeta's demeanor, refrained from inquiring about the situation. "It's unsafe here. We must head to the temple," Piccolo stated gravely. "Once we arrive, I will explain everything. Vegeta, I implore you." Vegeta understood and let out a huff. Just as he was about to utilize instant transmission, Videl interjected, "May I join you? Gohan is with you, so following you might lead me to news of him." "Very well, if you wish to come, then so be it." Piccolo did not object, and Videl promptly expressed her gratitude. In a flash, Vegeta transported everyone to the temple, where Piccolo hurriedly requested Den to heal Vegeta. "Piccolo, what on earth happened?" Chi-Chi could no longer contain her curiosity, asking, "Why are only the 2 of you back? Where are Goku and Gohan?" The mention of Gohan pierced Piccolo's heart. He had witnessed Gohan perish at Goku's hands, powerless to intervene. Moreover, he was at a loss for how to break the news to Chi-Chi. This revelation would strike Chi-Chi and Goten like a bolt from the blue. "Piccolo, if you cannot bring yourself to say it, then allow me to do so." Vegeta, understanding Piccolo's struggle with words, spoke up, "Kakarot is unharmed, but he has killed Gohan and the Supreme Kai." "What? Goku killed Gohan?" This news struck the crowd like a thunderbolt. Chi-Chi could hardly believe her ears, and darkness enveloped her as she fainted. Forbidalai. It was as if she had been struck by lightning. How could this be? How could Gohan have been killed by his own father? Memories of Gohan flooded her mind, tears welling in her beautiful eyes. "This is impossible. Uncle Vegeta, how could Dad have killed my brother?" Goten was agitated, shaking Vegeta repeatedly. "Indeed, Vegeta, this cannot be true. How could Goku do such a thing?" Krillin also found it hard to believe that Goku would commit such an act, although it was difficult to accept. What Vegeta spoke was the truth. Piccolo spoke solemnly, recounting how Goku had been struck in the back of the head during his battle with the Dark Demon Clan, after which he seemed to transform entirely. Reflecting on Goku's eyes at that moment still sent shivers down Piccolo's spine. "Struck in the back of the head," Krillin murmured, then seemed to connect the dots, exclaiming in terror, "I understand. Perhaps you are unaware, but when Goku was younger, he was originally very hot-tempered. It was only after he accidentally fell and hit his head that he became the Goku we know today. Rather than saying Kakarot has become a different person, It is more accurate to assert that he has reverted to his original Saiyan nature. Vegeta interjected, stating that Saiyans are inherently brutal and bloodthirsty. Kakarot must have returned to his true self, which explains his actions. He himself is a prime example. When Vegeta first arrived on Earth, he bore little difference from the current Goku. This is troublesome. Piccolo gritted his teeth, for the current Goku possesses unparalleled strength and, due to his temperament, strikes with extreme ruthlessness. When justice ceases to be just, it becomes the most malevolent existence. Piccolo, if we were to use the Dragon Balls, could we not ask Shenron to eliminate Goku's evil side? Krillin proposed a potential solution, reminding them that they still held the Dragon Balls. However, Piccolo shook his head, expressing regret. Unfortunately, Goku's power far exceeds that of Shenron. The dragon cannot influence someone of such strength. Piccolo's assertion was not unfounded. In the primary timeline, after Goku defeated Frieza, the dragon team attempted to have Shenron send Goku back to Earth, but he declined. This illustrates that the dragon cannot affect those whose power surpasses his own. Suddenly, the temple shook violently, causing everyone to sway. What is happening? It's Old Sun. Piccolo gazed down at the lower realm, astonished. Old Sun is currently battling Majin Buu. What immense energy. The crowd was filled with trepidation. For both the current Goku and Majin Buu were formidable foes beyond their capacity to confront. This troublesome creature is incredibly resilient. Goku relentlessly pounded on Fat Buu, his formidable strength reverberating through the air. Although he was slightly stronger than Majin Buu in raw power, no matter how many times he shattered Buu, this fiend always managed to regenerate instantly, as if he could never be truly defeated. Damn it, my energy is rapidly depleting. Wukong's expression darkened as he pondered. Indeed, Super Saiyan 3 is not suited for prolonged battles. It seems that defeating this rotund creature in a short time will be far from easy, especially with the dark forces lurking nearby. The situation is decidedly unfavorable for me. It would be wise to retreat for now. With a powerful punch, he sent Buu flying and took a deep breath, reverting to his normal state. Why have you returned to your original form? Buu laughed heartily. Fighting you is quite amusing. Let us continue. Humph, you overconfident fat pig, Wukong retorted, disdainfully. The legendary Majin Buu is nothing extraordinary. I shall spare you for today. But mark my words, when we meet again, I will certainly vanquish you. What did you say? You dare call me a fat pig? Buu's previously jovial demeanor shifted to a dark scowl, his eyes widening as several small openings on his head released plumes of white smoke. Buu was incensed. Chapter 152. Bring Broly back. A formidable energy erupted ceaselessly from within Buu. Feeling this surge, Wukong's expression changed. This rotund creature indeed possesses some formidable qualities. Ha ha ha, Son Goku. Do you see? Majin Buu will tear you to shreds. Tao exclaimed, exhilarated by Buu's performance. The notion of his unique regenerative abilities tantalized her. Should she acquire such traits, she could leverage her dark technology for infinite replication. Hence should refrain from speaking. Wukong raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy, his expression frigid. Your life will eventually be mine. Turning to the furious Majin Buu, a cold smile graced his lips as he pressed a finger to his forehead. Fat pig, enjoy your little game. I shall not accompany you any longer. No sooner had he spoken than Wukong vanished from sight. He's gone. The enraged Buu stood momentarily stunned, glancing around in confusion, only to realize that Wukong had indeed disappeared. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what kind of technique allowed for such an instantaneous disappearance. Damn it, it's instant transmission. Tao fumed, nearly forgetting that all Saiyans possessed this ability, which irritated her greatly. Hey, you promised to take me to eat something delicious. You can't go back on your word. Buu, unfazed by Wukong's absence, was preoccupied with thoughts of food. Tao's expression darkened, reminiscent of a scorched pot's bottom. This gluttonous pig only thinks about eating. How has he not eaten himself to death? Reluctantly, to ensure that Majin Buu would comply, Tao had no choice but to endure. My dear Tao, even if Son Goku has fled, it matters not, Sharong suggested. Vegeta and the other Saiyans remain on Earth. As long as we continue our destruction, they will surely reveal themselves. Indeed, you make a valid point. Tao gazed at the adorably naive Buu and called out, Hey Buu, let's go get something to eat. And then we can play some destructive games together, shall we? She tempered her tone, wary of the fat pig's potential wrath. Yes, I love eating and playing games. Buu clapped his hands in delight, his childlike innocence leaving him oblivious to the gravity of the situation. On a picturesque island, Wukong sat cross-legged on the ground, transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Having engaged in a fierce battle with Majin Buu, he found himself utterly fatigued and in dire need of rest to recuperate. He pondered deeply, wishing for the presence of a Senzu being. However, he was acutely aware that Vegeta and the others were likely in the Divine Temple. Despite his current state, he felt no fear towards them. Yet, engaging them would not yield favorable outcomes, especially with Broly lurking in the shadows. Although Wukong had regained the malevolent nature of his Saiyan heritage, his memories remained intact. He was well aware of Broly's terrifying prowess. After all these years, even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he could not guarantee a victory against Broly. Thus, he refrained from recklessly confronting Vegeta and the others at the temple. Deciding it best to remain hidden for now, Wukong meticulously analyzed the situation, reflecting that although his brother was on the Grand Kai's planet, he could instantaneously return at any moment. If his brother were to arrive, Wukong would be at an even greater disadvantage. He understood Raditz's current strength well. Both brothers could transform into Super Saiyan 3, and Raditz's power was nearly on par with his own. With these thoughts in mind, Wukong concealed his energy, focusing on recuperation on the island. In the Divine Temple, Piccolo suddenly opened his eyes. Old Son's energy has abruptly vanished, he remarked. Sensing that Majin Buu's energy was shifting, it seemed that a truce had been established between them. He did not believe for a moment that Wukong had been slain by Majin Buu, as their powers were closely matched. Majin Buu could not possibly have killed Wukong. Vegeta stood beside Piccolo and remarked, "If Kakarot wishes to hide, we will not be able to locate him easily. He knows each of us well. Finding him will not be a simple task. For now, let's resurrect Gohan and the Supreme Kai with the Dragon Balls and strategize further." Having regained his composure, he no longer acted rashly. Whether it was Wukong, Majin Buu, or Mira, all three possessed Super Saiyan 3 level power, far beyond what they could currently confront. Even if they resurrected Gohan, the three of them together would be insufficient to contend with the threats they faced. Piccolo, remaining exceptionally calm, analyzed, "We must inform Broly and Raditz. Their presence would significantly increase our chances of success." He understood Broly's immense strength. Should Broly return, he might be able to subdue Wukong. Suddenly, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad," he exclaimed. "Majin Buu is rampaging through the town, causing widespread destruction. Many Earthlings have perished at his hands. Indeed, numerous life forces from Earth had vanished." Vegeta, however, remained indifferent to the fate of the Earthlings. After all, with the Dragon Balls, they could be resurrected. Enraged, Piccolo hurriedly contacted the Supreme Kai, succinctly relaying, "Lord Kai, a grave situation has unfolded on Earth. You must be able to see this, right?" "Piccolo, I am already aware of the circumstances," the Supreme Kai responded gravely. "I never anticipated that Wukong would find himself in such a predicament. I will contact Raditz immediately and instruct him to bring Broly back. Thank you for your assistance." On a distant planet in the cosmos, Raditz's name echoed, "Raditz, Raditz. Do you hear me?" The voice of King Kai echoed within Raditz's mind. Startled, Raditz inquired, "Lord Kai, I heard you. What troubles you?" "Your tone suggests urgency. A grave situation has arisen," King Kai responded swiftly. "Goku has reverted to his Saiyan nature, and he has killed Gohan and Lord Supreme Kai." King Kai promptly recounted the events to Raditz. Upon hearing this, Raditz was engulfed in shock and fury. "Kakarot has regained his Saiyan instincts?" Raditz recalled how Goku had suffered a head injury in his childhood, which had shaped him into a being of righteousness and kindness. He never anticipated that Goku would revert to his Saiyan essence and commit such heinous acts, especially against Gohan, whom Raditz held in high regard. While he could remain indifferent to Supreme Kai's demise, Gohan was a promising successor in Raditz's eyes. Furthermore, the emergence of Majin Buu added to the calamity, threatening not only Earth but the entire universe. "Raditz, what troubles you? Your countenance is grim," Xiao Lu remarked, waving her hand in front of him, observing his distress. "Xiao Lu, I must return to Earth. Kakarot is in peril." Raditz briefly explained the situation to her. "What? Goku has fallen?" Xiao Lu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "You must hurry back. Your father is absent, and the only one who can save Goku is you, his brother." Although she and Raditz were not married, she was well acquainted with Goku and his companions. Hearing of Gohan's murder pierced her heart, as she had a deep admiration for the boy. Very well, stay here, Raditz instructed, turning to Jing Yi, who was practicing swordplay nearby. Brother-in-law, I entrust you to look after Xiao Lu. Though Jing Yi was merely Xiao Lu's senior, their bond surpassed that of siblings. We may not be able to assist you, but we hope you can restore Goku to his former self, Jing Yi said earnestly. I shall, Raditz affirmed with a resolute nod. As Xiao Lu had stated, with Bardock absent, it was his duty as an older brother to shoulder the responsibility. Regardless of the cost, he would find a way to restore Goku's benevolence. Lord Kai mentioned that Broly is in the Saiyan alliance. I shall retrieve him first, Raditz declared, pressing his fingers to his forehead as he sensed Broly's energy, and in an instant, he vanished from the spot. Chapter 153. Infinite Energy Restoration and Regeneration on a Spacious Highway. A heavy truck laden with various supplies was slowly cruising along. Behind the wheel sat a dashing young man. With all these goods, the little ones on the island will surely be delighted, Number 17 whistled, appearing in high spirits. Now a forest ranger, he spent his days interacting with animals, and he found a peculiar joy in this leisurely existence. Suddenly, dark figures darted through the air. Isn't that the android? Tao exclaimed, recognizing Number 17 inside the vehicle. After all, it was her technology that had enabled Dr. Gero to create Hell 17. Well, since we've crossed paths, don't expect to leave alive. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Tao's eyes as she promptly commanded, Majin Bu, do you see that vehicle below? That individual is an evil villain. Swiftly handle him. A villain, you say? Majin Bu was now quite obedient to Tao, as she had not only treated him to a plethora of delightful delicacies, but had also engaged him in exhilarating destructive games. In his innocent heart, he had evidently regarded Tao as a dear friend. Floating in the sky, he hurled an energy ball down towards Android 17 on the ground. Shielding his eyes from the blinding light, 17's expression sharpened, and he quickly leapt from his vehicle, lifting the heavy truck with one hand and soaring into the air. A resounding boom echoed as a pink energy pillar erupted from the ground, leveling the terrain around them. Hey, why are you attacking me? 17 grumbled, recalling the truck into a capsule with some annoyance directed at Majin Bu. This creature, resembling a plump pig, possessed an unexpectedly formidable attack power. Had it been anyone else, they would have been obliterated into oblivion. Quite quick on the uptake. I see, Tao interjected with a sinister smile. You lot have caused me the loss of 2 hellish androids. I never expected to encounter you here. Truly unfortunate for you. Hellish androids? 17's expression shifted as he frowned. What is your connection to Dr. Mu? Despite the passage of several years, he retained a vivid recollection of the hellish androids and Dr. Mu. Upon hearing Tao's words, he instantly surmised a link between them. Dr. Mu is my subordinate, Tao replied, uninterested in engaging in further conversation with 17. She directed the rotund Majin Bu. Majin Bu, go eliminate him. Oh ho ho. Majin Bu bounced playfully, but in the next moment, he suddenly struck, darting towards 17 with incredible speed and slamming into him. 17 fell to the ground, a sharp pain radiating from his forehead as he gazed in surprise at Majin Bu, remarking, this fat one possesses immense strength. Hey, Majin Bu boasted, but he did not delay his assault, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts upon 17. Unfazed, 17 extended a hand, summoning a powerful suction from his palm. The multitude of energy blasts were entirely absorbed by him. Having absorbed the power of Ultimate 17, he naturally possessed the ability to siphon energy as well. Damn it. How can he absorb energy? Tao's expression fluctuated between rage and disbelief. This was perplexing. To her knowledge, Dr. Gero's 17 and 18 were not energy-absorbing types. Unbeknownst to her, she was unaware of 17's absorption of Ultimate 17's abilities, hence her astonishment. Majin Bu was equally taken aback. This was his first encounter with an opponent capable of absorbing energy from others. I shall transform you into chocolate. However, this revelation piqued Majin Bu's interest, and he unleashed a purple beam from the antenna on his forehead. Instinctively sensing danger, 17 leapt away. A stone on the ground was struck by Bu's beam and, in an instant, transformed into chocolate. What? Magic? 17's eyes widened. He had never before encountered such a peculiar technique. The rotund Bu was incessantly kicking his legs, clutching his belly and laughing heartily, embodying the essence of a fool. Tao, with a frown etched upon her brow, thought to herself that were it not for her current need to utilize Bu, she would prefer to be anywhere but in the presence of this cumbersome creature. Such a peculiar being. However, you nearly ruined my newly acquired truck, and I shall hold you accountable for that. Although time has mellowed number 17, it does not imply that he is feeble. When faced with adversaries, one cannot simply endure blows without retaliating, can they? With that thought in mind, number 17 ascended into the air, his right fist brimming with formidable power, and he struck Bu with a decisive blow. The punch pierced through Bu's soft abdomen, creating a gaping hole. Witnessing this, a smirk formed on number 17's lips. How surprising, he thought. I expected this creature to be formidable. It appears he is merely a fade of strength. However, in the next instant, number 17's pupils dilated in shock. Bu, with a massive hole in his abdomen, astonishingly reverted to his original form. Such remarkable regenerative abilities. At this moment, number 17 could no longer underestimate Bu. In the following moment, the two engaged in a fierce aerial duel, each strike imbued with tremendous energy. That energy, it's from that portly Bu. Goku, who was recuperating, suddenly sensed Bu's energy surging, his brow furrowing with concern. Who could that creature be battling? Is it Vegeta or Piccolo? It seems neither. He could not perceive anyone fighting Bu. Wait a moment. Could it be the android number 17, whom he cannot sense? Goku's realization struck him. Androids possess no energy signature, and only number 17 could contend with a being of Bu's caliber. His mind raced as he recalled the power of number 17. He had first-hand experience of it. That individual undoubtedly possessed strength on par with Super Saiyan 3, and with the advantage of infinite energy, he could indeed hold his own against Bu. Perhaps when they are both left incapacitated, he could defeat Bu and number 17 in one fell swoop. With this thought, Goku fortified his resolve and focused intently on his recovery. Remarkable, indeed, number 17, maintaining the upper hand against Bu. Piccolo, with the ability to observe the realm below, clearly witnessed number 17 showcasing his prowess. With infinite energy and the trait of energy absorption, Bu was consistently at a disadvantage, his form shattered and restored repeatedly. What? Number 17? Upon hearing Piccolo's words, number 18 rushed forward, asking, Hey Piccolo, are you saying that number 17 is battling against Bu? Having not seen number 17 in a long time, she could not help but feel a surge of excitement upon hearing news of him. Chapter 154. The Division of Forces. Indeed, it is number 17. After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo instructed, You all, gather the Dragon Balls immediately and summon Shenron to resurrect Gohan and the Supreme Kai. Currently, Goku's whereabouts are unknown, and with number 17 occupying Bu, we can seize this opportunity to collect the Dragon Balls. However, the Dragon Ball radar remains at home. After pondering for a moment, Bulma addressed Vegeta. Vegeta, since you can instantaneously transport, could you please return home to fetch the Dragon Radar? Vegeta scoffed. How am I supposed to know where the Dragon Radar is? Bulma flushed at his remark. You know your own tendencies. You always misplace things. However, Trunks stepped forward and said, Dad, I'll go with you. I know where Mom keeps the radar. Very well, let the task of collecting the Dragon Balls be entrusted to Vegeta and Trunks, Piccolo directed. I will remain here to keep a vigilant watch on Majin Bu, while the rest of you stay in the temple and do not wander off. Without further ado, Vegeta took young Trunks home to retrieve the Dragon Radar. At that moment, Videl timidly inquired, What exactly is this Shenron you all keep mentioning? Can Gohan really be resurrected? This was the first time she had heard of such extraordinary matters. The concept of Dragon Balls and a dragon capable of reviving the deceased seemed almost cinematic to her. Indeed, so there is no need for concern, Piccolo replied slowly. Even if all of humanity were to perish, it would not matter, as long as the Dragon Balls remain. Everything can be restored. How impressive! Videl felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing Piccolo's words. Suddenly, two figures materialized out of thin air. Broly, Raditz. Upon seeing these two, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, Uncle, your timing is impeccable. Goten clutched Raditz's hand, his voice trembling with emotion. Dad, he killed my brother. To this day, Goten struggled to accept the tragic reality of his brother's demise. Goten, you need not fear. Uncle is already aware of what has transpired, Raditz said as he crouched down to embrace Goten gently. Do not blame your father. I will find a way to restore him to his former self, I promise you. Okay. Raditz's reassuring words filled Goten with a sense of security as he buried his head in Raditz's embrace, sobbing quietly. Piccolo, what is the current situation? Raditz entrusted Goten to Bulma's care, and then turned to Piccolo for an update. The situation has changed somewhat after the battle between Goku and Majin Buu. He has concealed his energy and is currently in hiding, Piccolo replied gravely. As for Majin Buu, he is engaged in a fierce battle with Android 17. Those fiends from the Dark Demon realm have taken control of Majin Buu, resulting in numerous deaths among Earth's inhabitants. I see. I sensed Majin Buu's energy. It is indeed formidable, Raditz remarked, his expression turning serious. Even from a great distance, he could still feel Majin Buu's presence. Piccolo, you are the more strategic thinker. What are your thoughts? Broly inquired. While he excelled in combat, he acknowledged Piccolo's superior intellect. Here's the plan, Raditz. You should go to King Kai to locate Goku's whereabouts. Piccolo said decisively after a moment of contemplation. Even if Goku has concealed his energy, King Kai will be able to track him down. This individual is currently a ruthless killer, and if he is not brought under control, he remains a ticking time bomb. Vegeta and Trunks have gone to search for the Dragon Balls. Broly, you should assist Android 17. He is facing both Majin Buu and the Dark Demon realm alone, and I fear he may struggle to cope. Bick, true to his nature, swiftly devised a comprehensive plan. Very well, I shall seek out Lord Kai, he declared. With a finger pressed to his forehead, Raditz sensed the energy of the Kai and vanished in an instant. As for Broly, without uttering a single word, he soared towards the location of Majin Buu. In a dense forest on Earth, Lord Kai was struggling to rise. His body was drenched in blood, and his aura had diminished to a faint whisper. Goku's assault had been ferocious. Fortunately, he had managed to activate his shield with all his might, mitigating some of the damage and sparing his life. His heart was a tumultuous mix of anger, regret, and guilt. Had it not been for him, Gohan and Jebbet would not have met their demise, and Goku would not have transformed into that state. He limped through the forest when, all of a sudden, a faint energy emanated from nearby. Upon sensing it, Lord Kai's eyes widened. Mr. Gohan, it is indeed his energy. He still lives. A flicker of hope ignited within him as he strained his weakened body and hurriedly pursued Gohan's aura, arriving at a patch of grass not far away. Gohan lay unconscious on the ground, his energy exceedingly feeble. Indeed, Mr. Gohan, there is hope yet. However, the next moment, Lord Kai succumbed to his severe injuries and lost consciousness. Thundering noises resonated through the sky as Android 17 and Majin Buu engaged in a primal battle. Android 17's strikes descended like a torrential downpour, each blow imbued with tremendous power. Yet, Majin Buu's regenerative abilities were formidable. Each time he was torn apart, he would swiftly reconstitute himself, and his magical assaults proved to be equally vexing. The battle became a stalemate, with one possessing boundless energy and the other boasting extraordinary recovery capabilities, rendering neither able to gain the upper hand. Hey, Majin Buu, what are you doing? Can't you even handle a mere android? Truly pathetic, Tao exclaimed, her impatience evident as she berated Majin Buu. Upon hearing her words, Majin Buu's eyes snapped open, his face contorting into a fierce expression. His fondness for Tao plummeted to an icy abyss. Mira, join in as well. This bloated pig is utterly useless. Together, you shall subdue 17, Tao hastily ordered, unaware that Buu had developed a grievance against her. Understood, Mira nodded, his aura exuding malevolence as he swiftly appeared before Android 17, delivering a merciless heavy blow. Bang! Android 17 crossed his arms to block Mira's attack, yet he was still propelled several meters back. Damn it, this guy is incredibly strong. He grimaced, astonished by the immense power of this nefarious foe, rivaling even that of Majin Buu. With a hum, Mira's fists became enveloped in a sinister aura, rendering him a chilling sight. Hey, he is my opponent. Step aside, Majin Buu grumbled, clearly displeased, as he relished the fight. What was this intruder doing? Attempting to snatch his toy? Chapter 155. Evil intent. What Lord Tao commands is law. Mira is an emotionless killing machine, obedient solely to Tao's commands, showing no regard for Majin Buu. With a sudden surge of anger, Majin Buu raised his hand and unleashed an energy blast towards Mira. For reasons unknown, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for this cold, unfeeling being. What does this mean? Mira deftly sidestepped Buu's attack, glaring menacingly at him. This fat creature dared to attack him. Is he declaring war? Android 17 observed the scene with uncertainty, wondering why they were suddenly at odds when they were supposed to be allies. You insufferable pig, I've tolerated you for far too long. Tao could no longer contain her pent-up rage upon witnessing Bu's audacity to assault Mira. She stormed up to Majin Bu and, without a moment's hesitation, slapped him across the face, exclaiming, "You useless, gluttonous pig. You dawdle while I ask you to deal with this android. What purpose do you serve? You are utterly worthless." Tao's words were exceptionally venomous, enough to incite fury in any listener, let alone a being with the emotional maturity of a child like Majin Bu. "What did you say? I will not allow you to call me a stinking pig." Smoke began to billow ominously from Bu's head, signaling his escalating anger. "Why can't I call you a stinking pig? You do nothing but eat all day. What else are you but a filthy pig? Did you truly believe I treated you with kindness? Don't be absurd. To me, you are merely a pawn, a worthless, broken creature." "Shut up," Majin Bu bellowed, the smoke thickening above him, rapidly coalescing into a dark mass. "Oh." Majin Bu appeared to be in profound distress, clutching his head, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed at the swirling smoke above. It was hard to fathom that the notorious Majin Bu could exhibit such vulnerability. What a potent malevolence. Tao's group stood in stunned silence, their gazes fixed on the ominous cloud, sensing an overwhelming aura of evil and immense power emanating from it. "Tao, we must retreat at once. This creature seems to be undergoing a transformation," said Sharong, his face pale. "Staying here could be perilous." "Very well, we shall withdraw for now." Tao, though uncertain of the situation, instinctively recognized that remaining was unwise. After all, Majin Bu would not escape. It was better to assess the situation before making further plans. The group hastily made their exit, leaving the perplexed android 17 behind. "What is happening to him? He appears both pained and terrified," Android 17 observed, fixated on Majin Bu. Suddenly, the dark mass in the sky erupted with a sinister light. A tremor-inducing aura radiated forth as the smoke swirled and swiftly took shape. "This is..." Android 17's eyes widened in disbelief. Before him floated a gaunt creature, strikingly similar to Majin Bu, yet unlike the rotund Bu. This leaner form was suffused with an aura of malevolence, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. Who are you?" Bu shouted through clenched teeth. "I am Majin Bu." The slender Majin Bu coldly fixed his gaze upon the rotund Majin Bu, his voice raspy. The plump Majin Bu, defiant, shouted, "I am Majin Bu. I am Majin Bu." Both Bus incessantly asserted their identities, unwilling to yield to one another. Realizing he could not overpower the slender Bu through sheer force of will, the rotund Bu, in a fit of rage, unleashed an energy blast. To everyone's astonishment, the slender Bu opened his mouth wide and devoured the energy blast whole. "What?" The rotund Bu stood agape, clearly startled by the spectacle. The slender Bu smacked his lips, a cold smirk gracing his face, and with lightning speed, delivered a powerful kick to the rotund Bu. The immense force sent the plump Bu hurtling backward, yet his arms, seemingly elastic, stretched forth to grasp the slender Bu's arm. Summoning all his strength, the rotund Bu attempted to pull the slender Bu back, but it was futile. The slender Bu remained unfazed. Hee. The slender Bu cackled with a chilling, piercing laugh, his legs extending like the rotund Bu's, swiftly landing a blow to the plump Bu's face. The tremendous impact obliterated the rotund Bu's head. This was disastrous. The rotund Bu was no match for the slender Bu. On the temple, Piccolo watched the battle unfold with deepening anxiety. The situation of the slender Bu reminded him of his own past. He recognized it as the manifestation of Majin Bu's malevolent thoughts. Shocked, Piccolo speculated, that foolish dark sorceress has enraged Majin Bu, allowing his evil thoughts to materialize, and has siphoned away much of the rotund Bu's power. If this continues, things could worsen. Piccolo, originally a part of the Supreme Kai, recalled that in earlier times, the Supreme Kai expelled his own malevolent thoughts, giving rise to the evil King Piccolo. The present circumstances of Majin Bu mirrored those of the Supreme Kai. If the malevolent entity gained the upper hand and absorbed the benevolent thoughts, Majin Bu would transform into the most nefarious being imaginable. "I will turn you into chocolate." The rotund Bu, thoroughly dominated, possessed no means of resistance under the slender Bu's onslaught. In a fit of anger, the rotund Bu cast a spell, unleashing a purple beam from the antenna atop his head. Yet, how could the slender Bu be caught off guard? He took a deep breath and exhaled forcefully. The purple beam instantly reversed direction. Oh! The rotund Bu was filled with terror as the purple beam struck him, transforming his plump body into a large piece of chocolate. The The slender Buu's eyes widened as the chocolate, formed from the rotund Bu, flew into his hands. Without a moment's hesitation, he devoured the chocolate, buzzing with excitement. The slender Buu's eyes gleamed as he clenched his fists, smoke rising from his head. Dazzling pink light radiated from him, and his form began to change. The once gaunt body transformed into a robust physique, his skin adopting the same pink hue as the rotund Bu, his arms swelling significantly, and his gaze becoming as fearsome as that of a demon. Most notably, his aura grew increasingly malevolent. What? He absorbed that fat one. On the 17th, he descended slowly from the sky, his countenance undeniably stirred. If one were to describe Fat Bu as adorably naive, then the imposing figure of the formidable Super Bu before him was indeed awe-inspiring. The disparity between their physiques and presence was akin to heaven and earth. Chapter 156. The Demon Clan's Escape. Majin Bu surveyed his surroundings, occasionally glancing at his own hands. In that moment, the 17th was perplexed, unable to discern the creature's intentions. Suddenly, Majin Bu opened his mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying wave of sound energy. The barriers of dimensions were shattered, as Majin Bu forcefully ruptured the fabric of space. Those hiding in the alternate dimension, including Tao, were filled with dread. Come out. What was even more horrifying was that Majin Bu had the audacity to penetrate the alternate dimension, forcibly expelling the three individuals. How terrifying. This creature is capable of tearing apart the very essence of space. Tao felt a chill run down her spine, realizing her grave mistake. Had she known this would happen, she would never have provoked Majin Bu from the outset. Now, the gullible Fat Bu had vanished, replaced by this fearsome demon. I will kill you. Super Bu glared menacingly at Tao, harboring a deep-seated grudge. She had called him a fat pig and insulted him, which left him seething with rage. With a thunderous crash, Super Bu barreled forward, a whirlwind of immense energy swirling around him, scattering debris in his wake. In an instant, he was before Tao, his massive hand mercilessly reaching for her. Not on my watch. Mira intervened, positioning himself in front of Tao and delivering a powerful punch towards Super Bu. The clash of ferocious forces caused Super Bu to stagger back a couple of steps, his arms slightly numb. In contrast, Mira was sent flying by Bu's overwhelming strength. The disparity between them was glaringly evident. This form of Bu was significantly stronger than when he was fat. Mira could not contain his astonishment. This incarnation of Majin Bu possessed not only greater power, but also remarkable speed and ruthlessness, far surpassing the naive Fat Bu. In the dark dungeon, Sharong made her move, her eyes radiating an unfathomable darkness as a pitch-black cage materialized, completely enclosing Majin Bu's vicinity. Tao, hurry. I'll hold him off. Sharong understood that she could not hope to match Majin Bu's strength. Her only recourse was to buy Tao some time. Thank you, Sharong. Seeing Majin Bu confined, Tao hastily summoned her dark magic, transforming her body into a wisp of black smoke that vanished. Super Bu roared furiously, a tremendous force shattering the dark cage. His eyes blazed with fury as he fixated on Sharong, sensing that the irksome woman had escaped. With a powerful leap, Super Bu lunged towards Sharong, delivering a fierce punch aimed at her head. Sharong's scalp tingled with fear as she desperately unleashed various dark spells in an attempt to thwart Super Bu. However, her power barely reached Super Saiyan 2 levels and was utterly insufficient to withstand the rampaging Bu. As Bu's fist neared her head, Mira stepped in front of Sharong, grasping Bu's fist with both hands. A surge of intense energy erupted suddenly, causing Shalon to spit blood. Shalon, retreat. Mira, while fending off Majin Bu, felt his body gradually sinking into the earth. Aware of the dire situation, Shalon hastily unleashed dark magic, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Seeing Shalon's safe escape, Mira had no intention of lingering. He concentrated the Demon King's cannon in his palm, obliterating Majin Bu with a single blast. Seizing the opportunity, Mira quickly fled, fully aware of Majin Bu's formidable regenerative abilities, rendering such an attack ineffective. As expected, in the next moment, Majin Bu restored himself to his original form. He scanned the surroundings, realizing that Tao and her companions had completely vanished, inciting his furious roars. Terrifying energy ravaged the land. After venting his rage, Majin Bu abruptly turned his gaze toward Android 17. With a raised brow, 17 tensed his entire body. Majin Bu opened his mouth wide, unleashing a ball of energy. Just as 17 intended to absorb the energy blast, a towering figure descended from the sky, striking the energy ball away with a single punch. Broly. 17's eyes widened. This aura. It must be Broly. On a distant island, Goku sensed Broly's presence, feeling a weight in his heart. Moreover, the energy of Majin Buu had shifted, and the auras of the Dark Magic clan had vanished. Could it be that Buu had eradicated them? Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Broly had confronted Majin Buu. If that were the case, he could act in the shadows. How splendid it would be if he could eliminate both threats at once. With this thought, Goku resolved to use instant transmission to reach the battlefield. His stamina had nearly replenished. Once Broly and Majin Buu were mutually weakened, he could swiftly eliminate these two greatest threats. However, at that moment, Goku's expression changed, and he abruptly looked skyward. A figure was hurtling toward him at incredible speed. This presence, it's my brother. Goku frowned, realizing it was Raditz. In an instant, Raditz appeared before Goku, his expression grave. Kakarot, Raditz scrutinized Goku, finding him utterly unfamiliar. The innocence of your had been entirely supplanted by darkness. Brother, I wasn't seeking you out, yet here you are? Goku, remaining vigilant, replied. I concealed my energy. Logically, you shouldn't have been able to find me. But you pinpointed my location accurately. It must be the work of King Kai. Regaining his Saiyan nature, Goku's intellect surged. He deduced that Raditz had sought King Kai's assistance to locate him. Your current state bears no difference from that of Dalla's back then, Raditz stated expressionlessly. You even killed your own son. How utterly deranged. Ha! A true Saiyan is not bound by trivial emotions. As Wukong heard this, he burst into wild laughter and said, Brother, it seems you lack the qualifications to speak to me. When you first arrived on Earth, did you not intend to kill both me and Gohan? If it weren't for our father intervening, I would have likely perished at your hands. Wukong's words left Raditz without a retort. For it was indeed true that upon his arrival on Earth, he harbored intentions similar to those of the current Wukong. Have I struck a nerve? Wukong spread his arms wide, a sinister smile upon his face. Brother, you are becoming increasingly like a human. Our current powers are sufficient to reign supreme across the universe. Why not join forces? With our brotherly alliance, no foe would stand a chance against us. Do not jest. Do you truly believe we are invincible? Raditz scoffed. Humph. If that is the case, do not blame me for being unyielding. A fierce glint flashed in Wukong's eyes. Anyone who posed a threat to him, even his brother or father, he would not hesitate to eliminate. With a swift push off the ground, Wukong soared into the air like a rocket, an explosive energy obliterating the trees upon the island. Come at me, Raditz bellowed, his energy surging within him. The brothers' fists collided with a resounding impact, the overwhelming force instantly reducing the vast island to mere dust. The residual energy alone possessed a terrifying destructive power. As they moved at breakneck speed through the air, the velocity was beyond the capacity of words to describe. A series of thunderous clashes echoed in the sky, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Kaioken, Wukong roared, a crimson aura erupting around him, his strength multiplying instantaneously. Do not forget that I can wield it too, Raditz declared defiantly, equally invoking the Kaioken. And they collided once more, the sheer might generating a continuous thunderous roar in the heavens. However, it was evident that Raditz was holding back with each of his strikes, while Wukong unleashed lethal blows with the intent to vanquish Raditz. How foolish. Are you hesitating to strike due to our brotherly bond? Wukong discerned this, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he remarked, My dear brother, you are far too kind to me, but at this rate, you will meet your demise even sooner. Seizing the moment, he evaded Raditz's attack, wrapping his arms around him and plunging towards the ocean depths. With a mighty crash, Raditz was forcibly driven to the seabed, the violent energy sending towering columns of water spiraling upward. Kaioken, Wukong ascended from the depths towards the sky, transforming into his Super Saiyan form without a hint of hesitation, launching a Kamehameha straight downwards into the ocean. Kakarot, do you wish to destroy the earth? Raditz's expression shifted, and he too transformed into a Super Saiyan, delivering a powerful punch that sent the Kamehameha spiraling into the sky. He burst forth from the water, gritting his teeth as he glared at Wukong, his voice icy. Kakarot, do you realize that such actions will lead to the annihilation of the entire planet? And so what? If such a lowly planet meets its end, then so be it. Wukong shrugged nonchalantly. You wretched beast, you are nothing but a monster. Raditz seethed with rage. unleashing a formidable energy that surged towards Wukong. What? Wukong's expression shifted momentarily, yet within that brief interval, Raditz had already closed the distance between them. With a resounding thud, Raditz, his long hair billowing, launched himself forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Wukong hurtling backward. But that was not the end. Raditz swiftly followed up, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Wukong midair. Thud, thud, thud. Wukong endured no less than 100 punches, and although Raditz's strength was on par with his own, Wukong found himself gravely injured in that moment. Do not be too complacent. A fierce glint flashed in Wukong's eyes as his body transformed, creating multiple afterimages that evaded Raditz's barrage. Simultaneously, he erupted with energy, electric arcs dancing around him. Super Saiyan 2? Raditz's gaze flickered as he too transformed into the same form, the two warriors tracing an arc through the sky. With a resounding crash, their fists collided against each other's faces. Raditz felt his blood surge, a mouthful of crimson erupting from his lips. Wukong, too, was in agony, feeling excruciating pain radiating through his body. Yet, disregarding the suffering, both fighters reignited their fierce battle. What a formidable foe Raditz is, able to match the Monkey King. Piccolo observed from the temple, his blood racing with excitement. Raditz, indeed, was no less powerful than his brother, Wukong. Just then, Vegeta and Trunks appeared at the temple. Have you gathered the Dragon Balls? Vegeta inquired, placing the orbs on the ground. I never anticipated that in such a short span, Majin Buu would undergo such drastic changes. Is Raditz now engaged in combat with Kakarot? The overwhelming aura of Majin Buu, alongside that of the two Saiyans, was unmistakable to him. He longed to join the fray immediately. Trunks and Goten exchanged astonished glances, acutely aware that both Wukong and Raditz, as well as Majin Buu, far surpassed their own capabilities. Indeed, we must hasten to summon the Eternal Dragon, Piccolo urged, disregarding any further conversation as he swiftly called forth Shenron. The sky darkened instantly, and the colossal form of the dragon spiraled into view. Videl gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the gigantic dragon. Is this Shenron? How extraordinary! Those few small orbs can summon such a creature. Dragon, state your 3 wishes, the dragon intoned. Please, resurrect Gohan and the Supreme Kai, someone requested. Broly, what brings you here? Number 17 stood beside Broly, his gaze warily fixed on Majin Buu. I know you were fighting Majin Buu, and I feared for your safety. Which is why I came to assist you, Broly replied calmly, sizing up the formidable Majin Buu. So this is Majin Buu? What an overwhelming and malevolent presence. Is that Piccolo? He remains as thoughtful as ever, Number 17 chuckled. With your assistance, perhaps we can vanquish Majin Buu together. You've just endured several battles. You should rest for now, Broly stated confidently. This monster, I can handle on my own. Oh, such confidence? Number 17 was taken aback, then smiled. Very well. You Saiyans are indeed like that, preferring to fight alone. Then I shall leave Majin Buu to you. He sat nonchalantly on a rock, seemingly absorbed in the unfolding drama. Who are you? The voice of Majin Buu resonated with a low, menacing tone, as he sensed Broly's immense energy, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. The malevolent form of Majin Buu possessed a level of intelligence far surpassing that of his overweight counterpart. I am but an ordinary Saiyan, Broly replied, his hair gradually rising, his expression calm and unyielding. You have committed far too many atrocities. I cannot allow you to continue. After 7 years of mental training, Broly had cultivated a serene and formidable spirit. Influenced by Bardock and Bopo, he embodied righteousness and could not tolerate evil. Do you possess such capability? The demeanor of Majin Buu darkened, his palm aimed at Broly, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Chapter 158, The Transcendent Super Majin Buu. A torrent of pink energy blasts surged forth. Broly remained expressionless, surrounded by a golden-green aura. His already muscular form swelled, each muscle akin to iron, as he transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, radiating an overwhelming presence that seemed capable of obliterating anything in its path. Unlike his previous transformations, Broly did not succumb to a berserk state upon becoming a Super Saiyan. This indicated that after 7 years of training with Bopo, he had mastered the form flawlessly. In this moment, Broly's power exceeded that of Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Majin Buu's energy attacks were utterly impotent against Broly's formidable physique. What? This guy Broly? remains unscathed in the face of Buu's onslaught. Number 17, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Broly's ferocity. Why has the sky turned dark? Just then, 17 instinctively looked up at the ominous sky. Not only he, but Majin Buu and Broly also noted the unusual phenomenon. While Majin Buu remained unconcerned, Broly's gaze flickered. Could it be that Piccolo and the others have summoned the dragon? Having encountered the dragon before, Broly was not particularly surprised. Boom. However, this moment of distraction provided Majin Buu the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Broly, his fist carrying unfathomable power, striking Broly on the head. Were it someone of lesser strength receiving such a blow, they would likely be shattered instantly. Yet, Broly's head merely tilted slightly, unaffected by the assault. With a mighty hand, he grasped Majin Buu and forcefully slammed him to the ground. Boom. The tremendous impact fractured the earth, cracks radiating outward. Caught in the shockwave, 17 hastily ascended into the sky. In this era, even watching a battle is fraught with danger. Damn it! Majin Buu, reeling from the fall, quickly freed himself from Broly's grip, his antennae unleashing a colossal shockwave. In the face of such a formidable force, Broly snorted disdainfully, his overwhelmingly powerful body effortlessly dispersing the shockwave. He sprinted across the ground with remarkable speed, arriving before Majin Buu in the blink of an eye, delivering a crushing slap to Buu's head. The sheer ferocity of Broly's strength shattered Buu's skull into fragments. Yet, to Broly's astonishment, Buu's head began to wiggle and, in the next instant, restored itself to its original form. This scene left Broly somewhat taken aback. How could he regenerate so instantaneously after having his head obliterated? What kind of ability is this? Majin Buu's expression darkened as smoke billowed from the top of his head. With a furious roar, and under Broly's astonished gaze, he tore a piece of flesh from his abdomen and fashioned it into a robust rope. Buu hurled the grotesque rope with great force, ensnaring Broly completely. What a peculiar technique. Bound yet unperturbed, Broly felt a sense of enlightenment wash over him. How is Majin Buu's body constructed? Not only could he regenerate, but he also wielded his own flesh as a weapon. Now you cannot move. Majin Buu proclaimed triumphantly, the antenna on his forehead shimmering, cackling. I shall turn you into candy. However, before he could finish his sentence, his words were abruptly cut off. Broly unleashed a tremendous force, shattering the flesh-bound restraints with ease. Buu stood dumbfounded, clearly unprepared for Broly's ferocity. With a powerful leap, Broly's massive form soared into the air, his right fist seemingly imbued with the power to annihilate the universe, crashing down toward Majin Buu. The thunderous sound resonated like a celestial storm, as Broly's punch obliterated Buu's body into a cloud of pulverized flesh. Fragments of meat floated in the void, yet they swiftly reassembled, and in the next moment, hundreds of Majin Buu emerged. Despite facing an overwhelming number of foes, Broly's demeanor remained calm. The sky was filled with a swarm of Majin Buu, simultaneously unleashing energy blasts that cascaded down like a torrential rain. With a low growl, Broly emitted concentric waves of golden-green energy, unleashing a tremendous force that obliterated all incoming energy blasts. Not only did his power shatter the attacks, but it also decimated Buu's clones into mere remnants of flesh. One piece of that flesh fell to the ground near Android 17. As the remnants reassembled, Majin Buu returned to his original form, yet his expression was grim. After several exchanges, he found himself utterly overwhelmed by Broly, unable to inflict even a scratch upon his opponent. This was a bitter pill for him to swallow. Majin Buu was the strongest. He could not tolerate anyone surpassing him. With a furious roar, he unleashed all his power, charging at Broly with a primal scream. Broly, imbued with fighting spirit, felt his energy surge with the intensity of battle. He seized Majin Buu, forcefully pinning him to the ground, and rained down devastating blows upon him. The anguished cries of Majin Buu echoed throughout the void. How incredible! Truly the legendary Super Saiyan. How terrifying! Those who had hidden away in some alternate dimension, including Tao, were left speechless, awestruck by Broly's formidable might. Hey, Mira, if you were to face that giant, do you think you could defeat him? Tao couldn't help but inquire. Mira shook her head and replied, No, I cannot win. His strength is overwhelming, and he can enhance his power during battle. This is a physique I have never encountered before. Although Mira's abilities had significantly improved over the past 7 years, they merely matched the Super Saiyan 3 form of Goku. making her no match for the current Broly. The legendary Super Saiyan is indeed terrifying. If only I could obtain his genetic lineage. Tao, evidently well-versed in the lore of every Dragon Ball warrior, gazed with fervent intensity, envisioning the horrors she could unleash if she were to acquire the bloodline of the Super Saiyan, enabling her to conjure warriors even more formidable than Mira through dark magic. Lady Tao, did you see? The sky outside has turned black. Shalong's eyes glimmered with a dark light, penetrating the alternate space as she surveyed the pitch-black sky beyond. The sky has darkened? Tao echoed, her eyes also shimmering with dark light as she discerned the external heavens. Momentarily taken aback, she then exclaimed, "It's the dragon. I wonder who has summoned the dragon." The dragon? What is that? Is it a creature? Shalong and Mira were unfamiliar with the concept of the Dragon Balls. You are unaware, but I have meticulously investigated everything concerning Bardock and his crew, discovering that there exists something on Earth known as the Dragon Balls. Tao declared excitedly. It is said that gathering all 7 Dragon Balls allows one to summon the dragon, who can grant any wish. Truly a remarkable phenomenon. She had long desired to seek the Dragon Balls, but 7 years ago, after being severely injured by Lunas, her group had been forced to remain hidden in the Dark Demon realm. This time, in addition to confronting Majin Buu, Tao also aimed to acquire the Dragon Balls. However, she was oblivious to the fact that Namek also possessed Dragon Balls. Chapter 159, Immortal Son Goku. Let us proceed. Perhaps we can utilize the Dragon Balls to restore our Lord Majin. Darkness transcends. Tao no longer focused on Broly and Buu. She radiated an intense black light, and, accompanied by Mira and Shalong, traversed through layers of space, steadily heading towards the temple. This also illustrates that Tao's dark magic is a formidable art intricately tied to the manipulation of space. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the struggle between Raditz and Goku remained fiercely contested. Both had transformed into Super Saiyan 3 forms, exchanging heavy breaths as they locked eyes. Their garments were tattered, and they bore various injuries. Kakarot, surrender. If we continue fighting, we will only end up mutually annihilating each other. Raditz gasped, his strength nearly depleted. In truth, Raditz was in a vastly passive position in his battle with Goku. His intent was not to kill Goku, but to subdue him, a task fraught with difficulty, causing him to hesitate in his attacks. In contrast, Goku's every strike was aimed at defeating Raditz, placing him in a more favorable state. My dear brother. That may not necessarily be the case. Your injuries are far more severe than mine. Wukong's countenance was shrouded in coldness, but suddenly the sky darkened. He gazed upward, his eyes widening in disbelief as he murmured, "Has the sky turned black? Did Piccolo and the others summon the eternal dragon? Do they intend to resurrect Gohan and the foolish Kaishin?" Without a moment's hesitation, he surmised that it was indeed the handiwork of Piccolo's faction. This presented a golden opportunity. Raditz was nearing his end, and Majin Buu was being held at bay by Broly. Wukong's mind began to whirl with possibilities as he analyzed the situation. At present, only Vegeta and Piccolo remain at the temple. Although my stamina is far from its peak, dealing with Vegeta and Piccolo should pose no significant challenge. With that thought, a glimmer of determination sparked in Wukong's eyes, and he could not suppress a maniacal laugh. "The Dragon Balls are mine. Immortality, I am coming for you." The lifespan of a Saiyan paled in comparison to that of the higher deities, and he yearned for eternal life to gain limitless strength. Solar flare. With clarity of thought, Wukong acted decisively. A blinding radiance illuminated the surroundings, causing Raditz to instinctively shield his eyes. Yet, this was the very moment Wukong had awaited. He darted towards Raditz with unparalleled speed, channeling his energy into his fist as a golden dragon's phantom emerged from behind him. Dragon fist explosion. Wukong's expression twisted into a fierce grimace as he ruthlessly drove his fist through Raditz's heart. This technique, conjured during his training on the Grand Kai's planet, was unknown even to Raditz. Originally a trump card, it was now unleashed upon his own brother. Kakarot. Raditz's eyes widened in horror as his life force rapidly dissipated. His body plummeted into the ocean below. "Father, please come back." The shadow of Bardock flickered in Raditz's mind. But alas, his life had come to an end. This is the consequence of holding back during battle, Wukong mused, devoid of any tumultuous feelings as he coldly watched Raditz's lifeless form descend into the sea. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed his finger to his forehead and vanished in an instant. At the temple, a somber voice echoed, I am sorry. Your wish cannot be fulfilled. The eternal dragon intoned, revealing that Gohan and the Kaishin had not perished. What? Gohan is alive. Piccolo's eyes widened with astonishment, his heart brimming with joy. He was not alone. Biddy and others shared in the surprise, having believed Gohan to be dead. Piccolo. Since Gohan and the Kaishin are not dead, where are they now? Vegeta inquired. They were gravely injured by Kakarot. Even if they survived, their condition must be dire. You speak the truth. Piccolo nodded in agreement. In that case, let us have the Eternal Dragon restore their injuries. Eternal Dragon, I beseech you. Restore Gohan and the Kaishin to health. Piccolo articulated the first wish. A flash of crimson light glimmered in the dragon's eyes as it intoned. The first wish has been granted. Now, state your second wish. After a moment's contemplation, Piccolo proclaimed, please resurrect Jebet. He recalled how the Kaishin's servant had been brutally slain by Mira, and deemed it prudent to bring him back first. The eye of the dragon once again gleamed with a crimson light, marking the fulfillment of the second wish. Piccolo. Why not resurrect those humans slain by Majin Buu as well? Krillin inquired, perplexed. Fool. Until Majin Buu is dealt with, reviving the Earthlings would be futile. Vegeta retorted with a scoff. Indeed, he speaks the truth. It would be prudent to wait until Majin Buu is vanquished before resurrecting the Earthlings. Piccolo concurred, calling out, Dragon. There is no need for that at the moment. Before Piccolo could finish his sentence, a figure radiating immense power suddenly materialized. Dragon. Grant me the gift of eternal life. At that moment, the sky abruptly split open, and Tawa and her companions emerged. Hey, Dragon, let the demon Dabura be released from his seal. Understood. The wish for eternal life has been granted. Farewell. The dragon dissipated into 7 beams of light, and the sky returned to its serene state. Ha ha ha. I have obtained eternal life. I am invincible. Goku exclaimed, his arms outstretched in jubilant laughter. Following the bestowal of everlasting life, his injuries healed completely. Damn it. I was a moment too late. Tawa stared blankly at the vanished sky, her face contorted with rage. That wretched Goku has stolen my wish. Mira, eliminate him. I demand you destroy him. Tawa fumed, consumed with a desire for vengeance, wishing to tear Goku to shreds. They were so close. The demon Dabura was on the verge of resurrection from his seal, an unforgivable setback. This sudden turn of events incited the fury of Piccolo and the others. No one had anticipated Goku's appearance at such a critical moment. Goten and Krillin observed the malevolent Goku, feeling an unfamiliar sensation. Goku, how could you have changed so? Why did you kill Gohan? Chi-Chi, awakening, gazed at Goku with tear-filled eyes, mourning the loss of the once innocent Goku, who had transformed into this sinister figure. Her heart ached, a pain so profound it rendered her breathless. How unbearably noisy, Goku scoffed, coldly regarding his former allies as he concentrated energy into a Kamehameha wave, ruthlessly unleashing it towards them, including Chi-Chi and Goten. Chapter 160, For Love's Sake Kakarot. Facing Goku's merciless energy wave, Vegeta was engulfed with a mix of anger and fear. He glanced at Bulma and Trunks behind him, and in an instant, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, enveloping everyone on the altar within a protective energy shield. Boom. Yet, Goku's power was overwhelmingly ferocious. The energy shield shattered within mere seconds. The tremendous shockwave sent Vegeta hurtling backward, while the others were knocked to the ground. Piccolo, Trunks, Goten. Vegeta shouted through gritted teeth, hurry and evacuate the others. He then charged forward, engaging Goku in battle. Observing this, Mira joined the fray, not attacking Vegeta, but rather teaming up with him to confront Goku. As the two formidable adversaries joined forces, Goku found himself in a moment of difficulty. Even though he had attained eternal life, it did not imply he was invulnerable to death. Coupled with Mira's comparable strength, Goku appeared somewhat on the defensive. Goten, Trunks, Krillin. Quickly, Piccolo also sensed the perilous situation and urged the two children to hastily evacuate with the others. Annie Chi-Chi, let us depart swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, Videl lifted the collapsed Chi-Chi and soared down from the temple. As Gohan's mother, she could not allow anything to befall her. Mother, hurry. Trunks, disregarding all else, scooped up Bulma and made a swift exit. Goten, Krillin, and Android 18 also retreated urgently. In a battle of Super Saiyan 3 levels, even the residual shockwaves could obliterate them. Think you can escape? All of you shall perish. Tawa would not stand idly by as these individuals attempted to flee. she bellowed. Sharon, eliminate them all. Understood. An overwhelming intent to kill surged within Sharon, and in a flash, he surpassed Piccolo, instantly pursuing Videl and Chi-Chi. You scoundrel, not a chance. Piccolo's eyes widened in fury as he pushed his body to its limits, yet he was still a step too slow. With just a glare, Sharon reduced Videl and Chi-Chi to mere ashes. Mother, Sister Videl. Goten witnessed the tragic demise of Chi-Chi, his eyes widening in horror as an immense aura erupted from within him. I will kill you. Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged furiously at Sharon. Goten, no. Come back. Piccolo, filled with rage, realized he could not halt Goten and clenched his teeth, launching an attack against Sharon. Andy 18. Please look after my mother. Trunks turned to the reckless Goten, gritting his teeth as he entrusted Bulma to Android 18. Trunks, you must not go. Bulma, fully aware of Trunks' intentions, felt tears welling in her eyes as she implored him to flee. Mother, father, and Goten are fighting fiercely. I cannot abandon them. Trunks' small face was etched with seriousness as he declared, I am also a Saiyan, and even if it means death, I shall protect everyone. With that, he soared toward Sharon without a backward glance. You two little brats. Seeing Trunks and Goten fearlessly confronting danger, Piccolo felt a surge of battle spirit rise within him. If even the children feared not for their lives, why should he hesitate? It was time to fight with all his might. Piccolo shed his weighted clothing and joined forces with the two boys to launch a ferocious assault on Sharon. Though Sharon possessed power at the Super Saiyan 2 level, he found himself momentarily restrained by Piccolo and the two Super Saiyan 1s. Damn it, these ants are infuriating. Tao watched as Krillin and the others gradually distanced themselves, her heart ablaze with fury. None of you shall escape. Determined to take matters into her own hands, Tao decisively activated her dark teleportation, crossing space to position herself directly in front of Krillin and the others. Krillin was startled by Sharon's sudden appearance. You all shall perish. Tao conjured a colossal orb of dark energy in her hands, mercilessly unleashing it upon Krillin and his companions. Although she was not a warrior by nature, she possessed a strength exceeding Super 1 full power, rendering even Android 18 incapable of matching her might. Moreover, 18 was currently occupied, cradling Bulma, leaving her unable to intervene. The fierce black light illuminated the heavens, and amidst anguished cries, Krillin and others fell one after another. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, Broly ruthlessly battered Majin Buu, each of his strikes shattering the fiend's form. The speed at which Buu could recover paled in comparison to the rate of his injuries, and his malevolent energy was dwindling. It would not be long before Broly would vanquish Majin Buu. Suddenly, Broly halted his onslaught, kicking Buu aside as he lifted his gaze towards the temple. A chilling aura of lethal intent filled his eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the sky, vanishing like a shooting star. He had just sensed the sudden extinguishing of Krillin and the others' energies. Furthermore, he felt the formidable auras of Goku and Mira emanating from the temple, compelling him to return and assist without a second thought for Buu. I thought I was dead. On a desolate plain, Jebbet abruptly opened his eyes. He examined his hands in astonishment, recalling that he had been slain by Mira. How was it possible that he had returned to life? The aura of Lord Kaishin. Jebbet's gaze sharpened as he detected the presence of Kaishin and Gohan. First, I must find them. Utilizing instant transmission, he appeared at the location of Kaishin. Lord Kaishin, Gohan, it is a relief to see you unharmed. Jebbet looked upon them with a heart brimming with joy. Jebbet, you are alive? Kaishin gazed at him in disbelief, while Gohan remained silent, unable to fathom that his beloved father had dealt him such a grievous blow. I am uncertain of how this came to be. All I know is that I have returned. Seeing his astonishment, Kaishin quickly urged, Jebbet, swiftly take Gohan with you. We must return to the Kaishin realm. Earth is perilously dangerous at present. Return to the Kaishin realm? But Lord Kaishin, Gohan is merely a being from the lower realm. He cannot enter the sacred realm. Jebbet hesitated, his old-fashioned demeanor surfacing. Jebbet, it is of no concern, Kaishin reassured him, fixing his gaze on Gohan. Gohan possesses unimaginable potential. I believe he can wield the sword of Kaishin. This child is the key to defeating Majin Buu. Very well. Jebbet was taken aback, never expecting Lord Kaishin to hold such high regard for a being from the lower realm. The sword of Kaishin had eluded even the past Kaishins, and he found it hard to believe Gohan could achieve this feat yet. As it was a command from Kaishin, He had no choice but to comply. He placed his hands on Kaishin and Gohan, utilizing instant transmission to return to the Kaishin realm. Chapter 161, Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta. Bulma. As Vegeta fiercely battled Goku, the sight of Bulma's demise ignited an inferno of rage within him. "Get away from me," he roared, unleashing an unprecedented surge of power that forced both Goku and Mira to retreat in astonishment. The sheer magnitude of Vegeta's eruption was staggering, leaving Goku in shock. "I will kill you, you vile woman." Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury, veins bulging on his forehead as he charged at Tao like a frenzied beast. "Quick, protect me." Tao, frightened by Vegeta's wrath, urgently called for Mira's assistance, fully aware that she could not withstand the rage of Vegeta. In a flash, Mira abandoned Goku and appeared before Tao. His right fist clenched tightly as a dark vortex of magical energy formed. A deafening roar erupted in the sky as the vortex ensnared Vegeta, holding him captive. "Damn it, this wretched thing." Vegeta struggled within the swirling darkness, but his efforts were in vain. The disparity in power between him and Mira could not be bridged by mere anger. "Cursed creature, you startled me," Tao chuckled cruelly, her voice dripping with malice. "Vegeta, witnessing your wife perish before your eyes must be quite exhilarating, yet it is not enough. That little brat must be your son, yes?" At this moment, Tao's voice rose in intensity as she pointed at Trunks, commanding, "Mira, Shallan, eliminate that purple-haired brat." In unison, Mira and Shallan fixed their gaze upon Trunks, raising their hands to unleash two devastating blasts of dark energy. "You bastards, you're seeking death." Vegeta's eyes widened in fury, a more formidable aura erupting from him as lightning crackled around his body. The dark vortex that constrained him showed signs of fracturing. In Trunks' moment of despair, Goten stepped forward, using his small frame to shield his brother from the lethal attack. Goten's body was obliterated in the explosion. "Goten." Tears welled in Trunks' eyes as he recalled the countless moments of camaraderie shared with his dear friend. Their bond had been forged in childhood, and witnessing Goten's sacrifice ignited an uncontrollable fury within Trunks. "I will kill you all." A golden blaze of energy erupted from Trunks as he lost all semblance of reason, recklessly charging at Mira. "Foolish child, throwing away your life for a friend," Mira mused disdainfully. Meanwhile, Goku observed from above with crossed arms, his expression impassive even as his own son faced death. "Mr. Popo, don't hold me back, they will perish." In a chamber within the temple, Mr. Popo restrained Dandy, preventing him from rushing out to face certain doom. Recognizing the impending peril, Mr. Popo swiftly relocated Dandy, understanding that if Dandy were to die, the Dragon Balls would vanish forever, leaving an irreparable void. His vacant gaze pierced through the layers of space, fixating on Tao and her cohorts, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within him. "Little brat, since you are so eager for death, I shall grant your wish." As Trunks charged towards him, Mira maintained his composure, once again summoning the Demon King's cannon, unleashing a devastating blast aimed directly at Trunks. The impact was catastrophic. Trunks, struck and howling in agony, cried out for his father. In an instant, his small frame was obliterated. Cursed be this fate. Piccolo relentlessly pounded the ground, tears streaming from his eyes. An unusual sight for one so rational and resolute. He was filled with self-loathing, lamenting his inability to protect Gohan, and now, even Goten and Trunks had met their demise under his watch. "Piccolo, do not blame yourself. Your turn will come next." Goku descended slowly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The illustrious Piccolo, reduced to tears over two mere children. How utterly disgraceful. "I shall slay you." Piccolo could no longer contain the fury boiling within him and charged at Goku with incredible speed. "Interesting. Let us engage in a little sport." Goku flashed with golden light, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, and the two erupted into a furious aerial battle. "Ha ha ha. Do you see this, Vegeta? This is the fate that befalls those who dare to oppose me." Tao cackled with unrestrained glee, taunting the Prince of Saiyans, utterly humiliated, unable to protect his wife and children. "Fear not, for I, with a heart of gold, shall send you to hell to join them. You wretched scoundrels. I swear I shall not let you live." Vegeta's voice trembled with rage, his body shaking with extreme fury. A golden aura flickered around him. A force surpassing Super Saiyan 2 erupted forth. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta summoned forth a torrent of lightning, shattering the dark vortex that had ensnared him. The world around them shifted, the winds howled, and a heavy pressure engulfed the entire temple. Vegeta's form transformed. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist. His brows vanished, and his gaze turned more fierce and frigid than ever before. In the throes of unparalleled rage, Vegeta shattered his limits, attaining the realm of Super Saiyan 3. What is this? Why has Broly suddenly departed? Number 17 gazed towards the horizon, perplexed by Broly's sudden exit. Being an android, he lacked the ability to sense ki, remaining oblivious to the chaos unfolding within the temple. With Broly's departure, Majin Buu found a momentary respite. Fear creeping into his heart at the thought of Broly's overwhelming strength and brutal assault. Since Broly has left, allow me to clean up this mess. Number 17 directed his gaze toward Majin Buu, a mischievous smile on his lips. Hey, you monster, it's time for me to be your opponent. Though his power paled in comparison to Broly's, he possessed infinite energy, sufficient to outlast Buu. Fortunately, I was well prepared. As number 17 pressed forward, a sinister grin spread across Majin Buu's face. I, Majin Buu, am the strongest in the universe. None can defeat me. Absorb. With those words, a piece of flesh that had fallen near number 17 suddenly expanded, enveloping the unsuspecting android completely. What? What is this? On the 17th, there was a relentless struggle. However, the speed at which the mass of flesh enveloped him was astonishing, almost instantaneous, as the entire chunk of meat completely covered him. Upon witnessing this, Majin Buu's expression transformed into a grin. He beckoned with his finger, and the mass surrounding 17 promptly soared towards him, merging seamlessly into Buu's form. Chapter 162. Infinite energy of Buu. Majin Buu's hairstyle underwent a transformation, his visage adopting a more human-like quality. While a black short-sleeve garment appeared on his upper body, garments that belonged to 17, the antennae atop Buu's head elongated beyond their previous length. More significantly, his aura shifted dramatically. Compared to before, it was now on an entirely different level. Having absorbed 17, Buu exhibited a newfound brilliance, clearly indicating an enhancement in his intellect as well. Haha, this power is overwhelming. Majin Buu twisted his neck repeatedly, his eyes fixated on the direction of the temple, a sinister smile creeping across his face. I can sense it. There are several formidable energies in that location, and that giant from earlier is also heading towards it. With this thought, Buu propelled himself with great force, transforming into a bolt of lightning that vanished into the horizon. At the temple, Goku kicked Piccolo down, staring in disbelief at Vegeta, murmuring, "Has Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 3? He found it hard to believe, for he had invested immense effort to achieve Super Saiyan 3, and now Vegeta had reached this state fueled by sheer rage. Is this the power of Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta scrutinized his hands, feeling the boundless strength surging within him, reigniting the confidence and pride deep within his core. Now, he could seek vengeance for Bulma and Trunks. In a flash, Vegeta's gaze sharpened, and his speed reached its zenith as he instantaneously appeared before Sharon. Wretched woman, descend to hell and repent. Vegeta's objective was clear. First, to deal with the relatively weak Sharon, then to confront the despicable Mira with full force, and finally, eliminate Tao, the instigator. As for Kakarot, Vegeta was not indifferent. He merely sensed Broly's energy approaching the temple. With Broly present, Goku, no matter how strong, would be unable to stir the waters. A thunderous explosion shook the heavens as the sky erupted with a deafening roar. Sharon had never anticipated Vegeta's merciless and swift attack, as he obliterated her without hesitation. No amount of dark magic could withstand the might of absolute power. Damn you, Vegeta! Tao's eyes turned crimson, not out of sorrow for Karen's demise, but from rage. Vegeta's audacity to slay Sharon before her eyes left her in a dilemma when facing Dracula. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Tao before charging towards Mira. Surrounding Mira was an overwhelming aura of dark energy, as a fierce battle erupted between her and Vegeta in the skies above the temple. Waves of energy reverberated through the void. Meanwhile, Goku was mercilessly overpowering Piccolo. The difference between Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3 was insurmountable, leaving Piccolo without any means of resistance. Suddenly, Goku raised an eyebrow and unleashed a powerful punch, sending Piccolo staggering back. His gaze now fixed with grave intensity upon the depths of the temple. This energy, it belongs to Broly. Goku's expression darkened as he pondered the presence of Majin Buu's aura as well. How could this be? The strength emanating from Majin Buu had surged significantly since their last encounter. Not only Goku, but Piccolo and Vegeta also sensed the savage presence of Broly, causing the trio to momentarily cease their combat. With a swift motion, a towering figure ascended towards the temple. It was Broly, who had hurriedly returned. He radiated a golden-green luminescence, his piercing eyes scrutinizing Goku and Mira. "Kakarot, where's Raditz?" Broly's menacing glare demanded an answer. "His presence has vanished. Did you kill him?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Piccolo and Vegeta quickly attuned themselves to Raditz's energy, realizing that they had been so engrossed in battle that they had overlooked his absence. Indeed, Raditz's aura had completely dissipated. The legendary Super Saiyan Goku, arms crossed, smirked coldly. "Indeed, I pierced his heart with a single punch. What of it? Do you have any objections? You beast. You even killed your own brother." Broly was enraged, an immense and boundless tide of energy surging forth. The sheer force of this energy caused everyone to stagger backward. Tao, unable to withstand the horrifying pressure, began to crack, dark blood spilling into the void. "Tao, you must leave now." Myra's pupils dilated as she quickly positioned herself before Tao, bracing to absorb the weight of Broly's wrath. "Damn it." Tao gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at Broly, yet she understood that the current situation was dire. Retreat was the wisest course of action. In a shroud of darkness, Tao, suppressing her injuries, pulled Mira into the layers of alternate dimensions, vanishing from Earth in the blink of an eye. This encounter had left her at a severe loss. Not only had she failed to control Majin Buu, but she had also lost Charlon. She could already envision the punishment Dracula would bestow upon her return. TCH, they escaped too swiftly. Vegeta seethed in frustration, realizing that he had been outmaneuvered by these two. This complicates matters. Despite Goku's outward calm demeanor, anxiety brewed within him. He now faced both Super Vegeta and Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, while Majin Buu relentlessly closed in. To be honest, he had no chance of winning alone. "I found you." Just as Goku grappled with his predicament, the voice of Majin Buu echoed from below. His formidable presence, exuding overwhelming power, stood resolutely atop the temple. In the dimension of time, the time-space tower suddenly burst forth with radiance, and a shadow emerged from within. This individual was none other than Bardock, having completed his training. Chilled, who had been organizing books, rushed to the window of the palace upon sensing Bardock's aura, peering at him curiously. Lunas floated outside the palace, observing Bardock before nodding in approval. "Not bad. To pass the trial in such a short span speaks to your innate talent." "I owe much to your guidance, Lord Lunas." Bardock replied courteously. "May I inquire how long I have trained?" Inside the chamber, he had lost all sense of time's passage, thus remaining entirely unaware of the duration of his training. "According to the divine calendar, merely 7 days have elapsed," Luna remarked nonchalantly, "yet by Earth's reckoning, you have trained for a span of 7 years. 7 years. Bardock's expression shifted in astonishment, realizing that 7 years had indeed passed in the outside world. Wait, if we consider the timeline of the primary dimension, does that mean the events of Majin Buu occur 7 years after the Cell Games? What a predicament. I wonder if Majin Buu has manifested in this timeline as well. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of reassurance. Even if Majin Buu appeared, Broly would surely safeguard the Earth. "Lord Luna, I must return to Earth for a while," Bardock expressed apologetically. "I truly apologize. The next time I visit, I shall bring you some delectable treats. Begone, and do not hinder my reading." Luna waved her hand dismissively, shooing Bardock away as one might a fly. Bardock felt a wave of exasperation. This woman truly offered him no respect whatsoever. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to hasten back to Earth. With a flourish, the time-space ring in his hand radiated light, enveloping him as he vanished into the realm of time. Chapter 163, Father and Son Battle Swish. Bardock materialized in a location on Earth. He surveyed his surroundings, and then his expression altered, his gaze sharpening in the direction of the temple. It was the energy of Kakarot, along with Broly, Piccolo, and Vegeta. But who was the other presence? Bardock's heart raced as he sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Could it be Majin Buu? Apart from Majin Buu, he could not fathom who else at this juncture could possess such immense power. With this thought, Bardock swiftly activated his instant transmission and disappeared. Majin Buu? How has he transformed into this form? Goku scrutinized Buu with uncertainty, astonished by the energy that far exceeded his own. What on earth has transpired? Not only Goku, but Broly was also taken aback. Haha, you lot are indeed the strongest beings in the universe, Bu sneered, locking his gaze onto Broly with contempt. I have now surpassed you entirely. This time, I shall avenge myself for the humiliation I endured. He harbored a deep-seated grudge. Previously, Broly had vanquished him with ease, and now he sought to make Broly pay the price. With a swift motion, Bu darted towards Broly, delivering a devastating uppercut that sent Broly soaring into the sky. Ugh! Broly's massive frame jolted violently, a storm brewing within him. The strength of Majin Bu had evidently surged to an alarming degree, even with his current physique. He felt pain. Such a foe must be annihilated. Otherwise, not just the Earth, but the entire universe would face calamity. Oh, a ferocious, primal energy erupted from within Broly as he swung his colossal fist towards Bu. Kakarot, you wretched creature, I shall tear you limb from limb. Vegeta, observing the fierce battle between Broly and Bu, fixed his gaze upon Goku. This scoundrel had dared to wish for immortality from the dragon. Vegeta, even if you transform into Super Saiyan 3, what difference will it make? Wukong, filled with disdain, uttered harsh words, asserting that your innate strength remains inferior to mine, leaving you with no chance of victory. Is that so? Then let us test it. Vegeta assumed a combat stance, his golden hair billowing in the wind. However, at this tense moment, a figure appeared between the two. Bardock, father. Upon seeing the newcomer, both Wukong and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback, particularly Wukong, whose expression darkened considerably. What is the meaning of this? Why are we turning against our own? Bardock, slightly surprised, looked at Vegeta and remarked, Vegeta, you have actually transcended to Super Saiyan 3? He was compelled to be astonished, for in the primary timeline, Vegeta never achieved Super Saiyan 3, and judging by Vegeta's demeanor, he seemed unaffected by Babiti's magic. What is the situation now? Why are Vegeta and Wukong engaged in battle? And what of Majin Bu? What is the nature of his current form? Bardock pondered, casting a glance at Majin Bu, who was embroiled in combat with Broly. Master, Broly, amidst the fray, beamed with joy upon Bardock's arrival. Yet, before he could utter a word, he was struck by a punch from Bu, plummeting towards the ground. Majin Bu merely regarded Bardock with a cold glance, dismissing him entirely, as he pursued Broly with the intent to eliminate him. Bardock, we are in grave trouble. Piccolo flew back to Bardock's side and recounted the dire situation. After absorbing the information, Bardock was engulfed in profound shock. The Dark Demon clan had invaded, slaughtering Babidi. Seizing control of Majin Bu, Wukong had reverted to his Saiyan nature, and Raditz had been slain, alongside Goten, Trunks, and others who had perished. Each event struck Bardock's heart like a hammer, for he never anticipated such calamities during his absence, events that deviated significantly from the primary timeline. Gohan, he deduced, should currently be in the realm of the Kais. Suppressing his inner fury, Bardock thought of Gohan, given that Gohan and the Kai had been restored by the dragon. And since he had not yet appeared, it was highly probable that he resided in the realm of the Kais. He turned his gaze towards Wukong, coldly stating, Kakarot, I never imagined you would wish for immortality from the dragon, but what purpose does it serve? Immortality does not equate to invincibility. The lifespan of a Saiyan is exceedingly brief. I desire boundless life, for only then can I grow infinitely stronger. Wukong, unfazed, his eyes gleaming with fervor, proclaimed, As long as I possess ample life, I shall become the strongest. In due time, even you, father, and Broly will not stand against me. How foolish. Bardock shook his head, his gaze sharpening as he coldly declared, You are nothing more than a mere beast now. I shall defeat you and awaken Kakarot's benevolent persona once more. Can you truly achieve that? Wukong retorted, albeit fully alert. Prepare yourself. Bardock ceased his verbal sparring, instantaneously transforming into Super Saiyan 3, his figure becoming a blur of afterimages as his fists surged forth with immense power towards Wukong. Boom. The sky erupted with sound as Wukong was sent hurtling backward. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan 3 as well? Goku gritted his teeth, astonished that after 7 years apart, his father's strength had increased so significantly. Although they merely exchanged a single blow, Goku could distinctly sense the terrifying power that resided within Bardock, undeniably surpassing his own. Piccolo and Vegeta stood in stunned silence, particularly Vegeta, who felt the disparity acutely. Despite both being Super Saiyan 3, Bardock's prowess was evidently on a higher tier. How has he cultivated such immense strength? Bardock remained silent. Suddenly, a white light flickered around his fist. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch into thin air. Yet, it appeared as though he struck nothing at all. In reality, this was a lethal technique he had devised by harnessing the laws of time and space. With a series of rapid impacts, Goku was bombarded by countless blows. His body propelled through the air like a projectile. What kind of technique is this? I cannot comprehend it at all. Goku steadied himself, clutching his chest in agony. His expression one of shock. Despite not witnessing Bardock perform any discernible action, he had been struck with overwhelming force in an instant. The most bewildering aspect was that he could not perceive any trajectory of the attacks, as if they transcended the very fabric of space. What is the matter, Kakarot? Have you faltered after just one blow? Bardock looked down at Goku from his elevated position. Though both were Super Saiyan 3, he had mastered the laws of time and space. Against Goku, who lacked any such power, it was truly a matter of a father besting his son. This situation bore resemblance to the main timeline's Goku and Vegeta, who, despite reaching the dual polar form in their later training, still could not prevail against Beerus. It was not a question of insufficient strength, but rather their inability to harness the power of the laws. Chapter 164. The Renowned Might of Broly Ha. Do not speak as if victory is assured. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Goku surged with energy, launching a barrage of energy blasts with fervor. However, as the sky filled with his attacks, Bardock stood resolutely in the void, enduring the onslaught with his formidable physique. Having endured equal amounts of damage during his prolonged training in the Tower of Time and Space, his body had become impervious to harm. In their shared realm of power, none could breach his defenses, not even the current Broly. What? Goku was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting that his father's defensive capabilities were extraordinarily formidable. His attempts at offense not only proved ineffective, but also squandered his energy. Realizing this, Goku cursed under his breath, pressed his fingers to his forehead, and vanished in an instant. Kakarot, have you forgotten that my instant transmission surpasses yours? With closed eyes, Bardock suddenly whipped his tail behind him, forcefully striking the unexpectedly appearing Goku away. Incredible! Bardock is on an entirely different level than Goku. Below, Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming. Old Son's attacks and movements were completely anticipated by Bardock. Moreover, that scoundrel Bardock is clearly toying with him, not even taking it seriously. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, believing that his ascension to Super Saiyan 3 would allow him to turn the tide in this battle. However, he was taken aback by the vast disparity between himself and Bardock, a reality that was difficult for him to accept. In the boundless sky, Majin Buu and Broly were engaged in a furious exchange of blows. The entire expanse of sky and earth had become their battlefield, each clash resonating with thunderous reverberations. The immense force of their confrontation fractured the very fabric of space itself. This foe not only exhibited a tremendous increase in power, but his energy seemed boundless, as though he had never experienced fatigue at all. Though Broly was embroiled in combat, his keen insight remained intact, and he was astonished by Majin Buu's seemingly infinite reserves of energy. A chilling thought crossed his mind, hinting at a possible realization. Unbeknownst to him, Majin Buu was even more astounded. As the battle progressed, the energy radiating from Broly surged to unprecedented levels, appearing limitless. Initially, Buu had been able to suppress Broly, but as the fight wore on, the tides had turned, leading to a surprising stalemate that left Buu utterly stunned. What have you done with Android 17? Have you absorbed him? Broly inquired, maintaining a stoic expression as he distanced himself. You mean that long-haired kid? Majin Buu replied with a boastful laugh. Indeed, I have absorbed him. He is quite remarkable. Thanks to him, my energy is infinite. Broly's murderous intent surged. His suspicions were confirmed. The wretched creature had indeed absorbed Android 17. Enraged, Broly's colossal form did not hinder his speed. A streak of lightning flashed through the air as he charged forward, his shoulder transforming into that of a primal beast, forcefully colliding with Majin Buu and sending him hurtling to the opposite side of the planet. Seizing the moment, Broly pursued with astonishing speed, creating a series of explosive sonic booms in the sky. To his dismay, half of Majin Buu's body was savagely shattered by Broly's relentless assault. Yet, in an instant, Buu's form restored itself, and his fingers unleashed a torrent of purple beams. Get lost, Broly declared, undeterred, as he withstood Buu's onslaught using his formidable physique. He grasped Buu's head and drove it down into the depths of the ocean, thousands of meters below. With a cataclysmic explosion of power, Broly's terrifying energy obliterated the surrounding sea. In contrast, Majin Buu's body was swiftly reduced to a mass of shredded flesh under such an onslaught. If not for his regenerative abilities, Buu would have been utterly defeated long ago, yet this very trait made him a formidable adversary. What's the matter, Kakarot? Is this all the power you possess? Above the temple, Bardock was mercilessly pummeling Goku. Faced with such ferocious attacks, Goku found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Displaying numerous wounds across his body, his spirit nearly shattered. How could this be? Why was the gulf between him and his father so immense? Gasping for breath, Goku found himself in a dire predicament. The transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was an immense drain on both energy and stamina. Now, after enduring a brutal beating, his condition had significantly deteriorated, and his golden locks reverted to their natural black. Goku had succumbed to defeat. Piccolo, feeling a pang of disappointment, realized that even in his restored form, Goku was still insufficient against Bardock. Vegeta remained silent. It was evident that Goku's loss to Bardock was inevitable. The pressing matter now was how to awaken Goku's benevolent nature. Bardock ceased his assault, aware that if he continued, Goku might perish at his hands. Although death and survival held little distinction for him, the challenge lay in dispelling Goku's malevolent side. Damn it! I have not yet lost. Goku's eyes burned red, resembling a ferocious beast in a frenzy. With a desperate roar, he summoned his remaining strength to unleash the Kamehameha wave. Unfortunately, in his current state, even Piccolo could easily vanquish him. Bardock nonchalantly waved his hand, effortlessly deflecting the Kamehameha, and calmly declared, "Kakarot, accept your fate. Do not let evil dominate you. Return to your true self." Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow suddenly soared into the sky, colliding fortuitously with Goku. Majin Buu? The expressions of Bardock and the others shifted dramatically. The unexpected arrival was indeed Majin Buu. However, this iteration of Majin Buu appeared exceedingly disheveled. With half of his body obliterated, remnants of his flesh scattered across the sky. Following Majin Buu's emergence, Broly quickly appeared in tow. In stark contrast to Majin Buu's pitiful state, while Broly bore some injuries, he radiated a formidable fighting spirit. Goku steadied himself, his nearly shattered heart plummeting into despair. This was truly disastrous. It seemed Majin Buu was not even a match for Broly. Had he known to retreat earlier, he could have avoided this predicament. "Broly, are you alright?" Bardock disregarded Goku, knowing that even if Goku attempted to escape using instant transmission, it would be futile. He had mastery over the laws of time and space, and could track him at will. "Master, I'm fine." Broly shook his head and stated, "Majin Buu is indeed formidable. He has absorbed Android 17, acquiring limitless energy. It is impossible to eliminate him in a short time. Throughout my battle with Buu, my power has been steadily increasing, and now I can overpower Majin Buu." This alarming rate of enhancement was utterly unreasonable. Chapter 165, The Strongest Majin Buu in History. Oh, you say Majin Buu has absorbed Android 17? The revelation astonished everyone. Bardock furrowed his brow, sensing Buu's energy, confirming it was indeed far beyond that of the primary timeline's Buu. After all, Android 17 possessed power at the Super Saiyan 3 level. The combination of these two entities would undoubtedly yield a formidable foe. Bardock estimated that this fusion of Majin Buu and Android 17 surpassed the strength of the Buu from the main timeline, but remained weaker than Gotenks Buu. Majin Buu's gaze shifted anxiously among the gathered warriors, his expression darkening. To his astonishment, even after augmenting his power, he was still defeated by Broly, which drove him into a frenzy. If he could devour Broly, he would acquire the mightiest power in the universe, rendering him invincible. However, the task of absorption proved to be exceedingly challenging. His eyes darted around, and suddenly, they fell upon the gravely injured Goku, igniting a spark of inspiration within him. With a newfound confidence, Buu was in no hurry to restore his own form. He raised his hands, and a purple radiance began to coalesce in his palms. "Ha ha ha, perish!" The malevolent laugh of Majin Buu echoed as the orb of purple light emitted countless rays. Strangely, these beams did not target Bardock and the others, but instead descended towards the ground. "What?" Bardock's expression shifted as he made a connection, his voice booming. "You fiend! Cease this at once." He dashed in front of Majin Buu, conjuring a golden sword of light in his hand, and cleaved off Buu's hands. Yet, He was a moment too late, as Majin Buu's attack had already struck the earth. In that fleeting instant, innumerable Earthlings perished in an instant. Piccolo and the others were left in shock, unable to fathom Buu's mercilessness. Thankfully, Bardock had reacted swiftly, otherwise, even more lives would have been lost. What could he possibly intend? At such a critical juncture, what significance lay in annihilating the Earthlings? Bardock furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing something amiss. But he could not decipher Buu's motive. Hey, this is the moment I've awaited. Seizing the distraction of Bardock and the others, a sinister smile crept across Majin Buu's lips. With a subtle flick of his finger, the floating remnants of flesh began to writhe, one fragment enveloping Goku, who was completely unprepared. What is this? Goku's eyes widened in horror as he struggled futilely, his strength diminished to the brink of exhaustion. Soon, he found himself entirely encased by the grotesque mass, merging into Majin Buu's being in an instant. Not good. Bardock realized the gravity of the situation. Understanding Buu's insidious strategy to deliberately distract the Earthlings, allowing him to absorb the wounded Goku. But it was too late, for Majin Buu's form began to shift once more. His antennae elongated, his stature grew taller, and most notably, he donned Goku's martial arts uniform. Yet, this was not the worst of it. The most terrifying aspect was the immense power emanating from Buu, which had reached an unprecedented level. Furthermore, he was now infused with boundless malevolence, amplifying his strength to unimaginable heights. Such a terrifying force, such a dreadful aura. Piccolo trembled slightly, feeling utterly insignificant under its weight. Vegeta, equally stunned, found himself at a loss for words. The Buu fused with Goku was on an entirely different plane of existence. This creature's power had surpassed even that of the Buu who had absorbed Gohan. Bardock's eyes widened in horror, yet his heart was filled with bewilderment. This should not be. Even if Majin Buu had absorbed Goku, it was inconceivable that he could surpass the Gohan Buu of the primary timeline in terms of power. However, the Majin Buu before him exuded an unprecedented and terrifying strength, and the malevolent aura surrounding him was strikingly reminiscent of the restored Saiyan nature of Goku. Wait, malevolence. Bardock seemed to grasp a potential possibility, incredulously exclaiming, I understand. This creature must have absorbed Kakarot's evil persona along with him during the absorption, resulting in this aberration fueled by that vile energy. The current Majin Buu, in terms of wickedness, was undoubtedly the most fearsome yet, and crucially, he retained some semblance of reason. This form of Buu was 100 times more troublesome than the small Buu. What? Upon hearing Bardock's explanation, the group could not help but feel a chill of fear. Although it appeared that Goku's evil side had been absorbed, they found no solace in this fact. For even in this form, Buu could potentially overwhelm Broly. This body, this power, this desire to obliterate all, this is the ultimate strength Majin Buu, seek. Majin Buu spread his arms wide, a look of ecstasy gracing his face. He felt that his current power could effortlessly annihilate an entire galaxy. To think that absorbing that crab-headed being would yield such a monumental enhancement, truly, it was a blessing from the heavens. Now, feel my ultimate power. Boom. Majin Buu's body trembled, releasing a presence that made all existence quiver. Bardock and Broly were pushed back by this force, barely managing to withstand it. Let alone the weaker Vegeta and Piccolo. Vegeta fared somewhat better, but Piccolo was utterly overwhelmed, directly coughing up blood from the impact. This situation was becoming dire. Bardock's expression turned grave. Buu was far too powerful now, possessing boundless energy coupled with an absurd regeneration ability. Not to mention that terrifying strength that surpassed even Super Saiyan 3. To be frank, under the current circumstances, there was no solution except for the two fused warriors, Vegeta and Gogeta. However, with Goku absorbed, the emergence of Vegeta and Gogeta was simply unattainable. Bardock glanced at Broly, secretly contemplating that Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, could potentially increase his combat power endlessly during battle, but only if he could withstand Majin Buu's assaults. Given the present scenario, even Broly would not last long before being eliminated, and even if Bardock allied with him, it would likely prove futile. Bardock felt a sense of dread. In a one-on-one confrontation, neither he nor Broly stood a chance against the current Majin Buu. The disparity in power was too great, and even employing the laws of time and space would merely delay the inevitable. Delay the inevitable, that's it. Bardock seemed to have conceived a clever plan. His eyes lighting up as he hastily addressed the group. You all need to grab onto me right now. We must leave at once. I have a way to deal with him." Upon hearing Bardock's words, the crowd was left bewildered. However, time was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation. They hastily placed their hands upon Bardock. Observing their actions, Bardock showed no sign of reluctance, his eyes radiating a silvery light. The space surrounding Majin Buu rapidly compressed, forming a spatial prison that ensnared him in place. This was his second law skill, apart from the Flash Fist. The time-space cage. Bardock cast a cold glance at Majin Buu before vanishing from the spot with Vegeta and the others. Chapter 166. Enhanced Mysterious Gohan, what is this? Majin Buu found himself immobilized within the time-space cage, unable to move. As he watched, Bardock and his companions disappeared without a trace, inciting his fury. "Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will undoubtedly find you," Buu bellowed, unleashing his energy in that moment. King Kai's realm. Son Gohan. The ritual has been completed, and your potential has been fully unlocked. On the lush green grass, the old Kai smiled with a sly grin. He had been sealed within the Z sword, and when Gohan attempted to test the sword's sharpness, it shattered, nearly scaring the old Kai to death. Yet, by a stroke of fortune, he was released. Upon learning of the events transpiring on Earth, the old Kai activated Gohan's innate potential. Now, Gohan had transformed into a mysterious version of himself, akin to that of the primary timeline. Moreover, due to his superior foundational strength in this timeline, Gohan's power in this mysterious state surpassed that of Goku and Vegeta, placing him on par with Bardock and Broly in the elite tier. This power is astonishing. Gohan marveled at his hands, distinctly feeling the immense enhancement in his capabilities, all without the substantial consumption associated with Super Saiyan transformations. "With this strength, I can rescue Dad." Gohan's eyes glimmered with determination. Although Goku had dealt him a severe blow, he steadfastly believed that such actions were not in his father's nature. His father is kind and just. Just as Gohan was preparing to journey back to Earth, Bardock and the others appeared in King Kai's realm. "Grandpa, Uncle Piccolo." Gohan was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing the familiar figures. "What? These mortals from below can enter this sacred realm on their own?" Jebet and King Kai exchanged astonished glances, pondering how this group had arrived. "Gohan, you have suffered." Bardock patted Gohan's shoulder vigorously, sensing the immense energy radiating from him, and he understood. It seemed that, like in the primary timeline, Gohan had also had his potential awakened by the old Kai. He turned to King Kai and said with a smile, "My lord, it has been over 20 years. I must thank you for saving me back then. It is truly wonderful to see you, Mr. Bardock." King Kai replied with joy, never expecting to reunite with Bardock at this moment. "Grandpa, what do you mean when you say that King Kai saved you?" Discerned the meaning behind Bardock's words and could not help but express his curiosity. Bardock, without reservation, recounted the events of that year. Thus, the others nodded in understanding, particularly Vegeta, who had long been perplexed about how Bardock survived the planet's explosion. It was, as it turned out, due to the Kaishin's intervention. "This ring is a time-space ring," the old Kaishin remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the ring in Bardock's possession. His aged face trembled as he hastily pushed through the crowd and bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "I am honored to meet you, Lord Kaishin of Time. I humbly apologize for my inadequate hospitality." Being an ancient figure himself, he was well acquainted with the supreme deities of the vast cosmos, and naturally, he understood the significance of the Kaishin of Time, who resided at the pinnacle of the universe. "Ancestor, what are you doing?" the Kaishin exclaimed, bewildered. "Bardock is merely a Saiyan, not the esteemed Kaishin of Time you speak of." Although he was a Kaishin, he was still a novice, lacking the experience and wisdom of the old Kaishin. Suddenly, the old Kaishin, upon hearing this, was overcome with panic. He leapt up and slapped the Kaishin, exclaiming, "You fool! How dare you not show respect to His Excellency? The status of this esteemed individual is not something you, a mere mortal, can question." "Enough, you needn't behave so formally," Bardock interjected, feeling a headache coming on. While the time-space ring was indeed useful, it was overly ostentatious. He realized he must find a way to conceal the ring lest he be subjected to incessant deference from the gods, which would be quite bothersome. "I am not truly the Kaishin of Time. I am merely an apprentice," Bardock said, helping the old Kaishin to his feet. "Please, do not bow to me any longer. I find such formalities distasteful. Besides, the Kaishin has been kind to me. Let us interact as friends." "Very well," The old Kaishin replied, visibly relieved. Although Bardock was merely an apprentice, his ascendance to full status was inevitable. Fortunately, Bardock lacked the arrogance exhibited by other deities, making interactions far more pleasant. Ancestor, what exactly is happening? The Kaishin inquired, eager to learn more about Bardock's true identity. You are utterly hopeless. I've told you time and again to read more. Scolded the old Kaishin as he led him and Jebet aside for a lesson. Grandfather, what is the current situation on Earth? Gohan asked Bardock, his voice low with concern. What has happened to my father? For the specifics, you should consult Piccolo. He is more informed than I. Piccolo reassured Gohan, patting him on the shoulder. Gohan, I understand your distress, but do not place blame on Goku. This was never his intention. Piccolo then recounted the series of events that had transpired on Earth. Upon hearing this, Gohan was left in a state of profound shock, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Now is not the time for such discussions, Bardock interjected. Majin Buu has absorbed Kakarot, and his power has ascended to an entirely new level. Even if we were to unite our strengths, we would stand no chance against him. Bardock, you mentioned you have a strategy to confront Majin Buu. What exactly is that strategy? Piccolo recalled Bardock's assurance of a method to eliminate Majin Buu, piquing his curiosity. Vegeta and Broly also turned their attention toward Bardock. All it takes is for Broly and me to fuse, Bardock chuckled. Fuse? What does that entail? The group was puzzled, uncertain of Bardock's meaning. Fusion refers to the merging of two individuals with similar power into a single entity, Bardock elucidated. It is a secret technique of the Metamorphons, and upon merging, one will gain formidable strength. In truth, using the Patera earrings for fusion is the most straightforward approach. However, the dance fusion is not without merit. Whether through fusion or merging, both methods can easily vanquish Majin Buu. Chapter 167. The Fusion Warrior Brock Fusion. What a remarkable technique, Piccolo exclaimed, murmuring to himself. It sounds akin to assimilation. His thoughts drifted back to the time on Namek when he assimilated the malevolent Namekian slug. The sudden surge of power was an indelible memory. The fusion technique surpasses the effects of assimilation, Bardock remarked. Broly, prepare yourself. I am about to teach you the art of fusion. I believe our combined strength will be formidable. He had not even considered Vegeta. It was not out of disdain, but rather an understanding of Vegeta's character, which made fusion improbable. It was far better to work with obedient Broly. Bardock also wished to experience the merging with the legendary Super Saiyan, curious if their power would rival that of Vegeta. Yes, I will not disappoint my master, Broly replied dutifully. Next, Bardock instructed Gohan to assist him in demonstrating the dance fusion's movements and techniques for Broly. Observing the comical actions, Piccolo and Vegeta were left bewildered. Could such foolish antics truly birth a powerful warrior? Where had he gone? Where could he possibly be? Majin Buu had broken free from the temporal prison, relentlessly sensing the energy of Bardock and the others, yet he found nothing. This infuriated him. Even if you escape to the cosmos, you cannot evade my grasp. Majin Buu's eyes glowed red, smoke billowing from his head. His form soared into the sky, breaking through the atmosphere and venturing beyond Earth. I wonder how long you can hide, Majin Buu mused with a wicked idea forming in his mind as he concentrated a blue energy sphere in his palm. Having absorbed Goku, Buu had mastered all his techniques. With this Kamehameha, he aimed it directly at Earth. Boom! A wave of destructive energy surged forth. However, to Buu's astonishment, as his attack descended upon the ground, a radiant white light suddenly erupted from Earth. The Kamehameha was instantly nullified, and this holy light continued unabated, transporting Majin Buu to a distant planet in the universe. I can only assist you up to this point. A figure stood with hands clasped behind, gazing at the azure sky. Who is it? On a desolate planet, the malevolent being Majin Buu exuded an icy chill. In an instant, he felt an irresistible force enveloping him, rendering him as insignificant as an ant. This realization filled him with profound terror. However, his fear swiftly morphed into an unquenchable thirst for destruction. Regardless of who his adversary might be, he was determined to vanquish them. Yet his immediate priority was to locate the few individuals with golden hair. I will obliterate each planet, and we shall see how long you can evade me. With a cold smirk, Buu vanished from sight. In the Supreme Kai realm, Bardock nodded with satisfaction. Excellent, Broly. You have now mastered the ability to adjust your energy to match mine. After a brief period of practice, Broly had memorized every movement of the fusion technique, maintaining his energy at the same level as Bardock's. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai rushed over in a state of alarm, speaking urgently. The fiend Majin Buu is rampaging through the universe, wantonly destroying planets. Many have already fallen to his wrath. As the Supreme Kai, I can sense the disappearance of a planet. What? Buu is detonating planets indiscriminately? What could he possibly want? Piccolo and the others were taken aback, astonished by Buu's madness. Bardock, however, was not surprised. Given the depths of Buu's malevolence, anything was possible. Do not worry, Piccolo said calmly. As long as Dandy is alive, the Dragon Balls can restore everything to its original state. As long as Dandy is here, those who have perished, including their mothers, can be revived. At that moment, the old Kai pulled out a crystal ball, displaying Majin Buu's figure. Lord Bardock, I suspect Majin Buu is deliberately causing destruction to draw you out. The old Kai said gravely. He has now appeared on the Supreme Kai planet. I believe it is time for you to confront him in a decisive battle. Understood. Bardock nodded. Old Master, Piccolo, you and the Supreme Kai must leave. The ensuing battle will be immense, and your safety cannot be guaranteed here. As the saying goes, when gods fight, it is mortals who suffer. I never imagined a day would come when I could not even bear witness to a battle. Piccolo remarked humorously. You must defeat Majin Buu. The fate of the entire universe rests upon your shoulders. Rest assured, Bardock replied, giving Piccolo a thumbs up. Once they departed, Bardock exchanged a knowing glance with Broly. Broly instantly understood, taking a deep breath to align his energy to its most ideal and balanced state. Bardock leapt to the opposite side, and the master and disciple engaged in a comical display of movements. As their index fingers touched, a burst of colorful radiance shot into the heavens. An aura that shook the very fabric of the universe erupted forth, its terrifying presence beyond imagination. The many stars surrounding the Supreme Kai realm trembled violently, as if on the brink of shattering. Amidst the dazzling display of colors, a figure stood resolutely in the void, exuding unparalleled authority. A terrifying aura enveloped the atmosphere. Is this the fusion technique? Vegeta and Gohan stared wide-eyed, acutely aware of the vast, cosmic presence emanating from the fused entity, feeling as insignificant as mere dust. I found you. On the sacred world of the Kais, the malevolent Majin Buu, poised to unleash destruction, suddenly sensed that overwhelming force resonating throughout the universe. A wicked smile danced upon his lips as he vanished in an instant. This power is indeed colossal. The fused being, brimming with boundless energy, smiled confidently and proclaimed, Since I am the fusion of Bardock and Broly, I shall be called Brock. Brock's facial features mirrored those of Bardock, yet his hairstyle resembled that of Broly. Clad in the distinctive vest of fused warriors, he stood nearly 2 meters tall. His muscular physique a paragon of perfection. Even in his normal state, the energy he exuded surpassed that of Bardock and Broly combined. Found you. Ha. Majin Buu appeared in the realm of the Kais, laughing arrogantly. Yet, the moment he laid eyes on Brock, confusion clouded his expression. Who are you? I have never seen this fellow before. As for Gohan and Vegeta, he regarded them with utter disdain, perceiving them as mere ants in his presence. Chapter 168. The Indomitable Presence. Who am I? Brock replied, a confident smile gracing his face. Do the dead even deserve to know my name? Clearly, the fusion of Bardock and Broly had birthed an independent persona. At this moment, Brock exuded an air of arrogant confidence, dismissing Majin Buu entirely. Dead. Majin Buu's expression darkened, and suddenly, torrents of terrifying energy erupted from his being. Such formidable power. Gohan and Vegeta swiftly distanced themselves from the battlefield, overwhelmed by the suffocating might radiating from Majin Buu, which sent shivers down their spines. However, Brock remained unfazed in the face of Buu's explosive fury. With a fierce glare, an invisible force bore down upon Majin Buu. In an instant, under this seemingly omnipotent pressure, Majin Buu's body was crushed. Yet, in a matter of moments, Majin Buu swiftly reconstituted his form, his gaze towards Brock now transformed. What is this? He shattered merely from a glare? What kind of power is this? Majin Buu, do you not claim to be the strongest in the universe? How can you not withstand even a single blow from me? Brock crossed his arms, his tone dripping with disdain. Do not get too complacent. Majin Buu's antennae glowed brightly, unleashing a barrage of dazzling rays towards Brock. Magic attacks, perhaps? Brock remained impassive, pressing his palm downwards. A pressure akin to the heavens descended, obliterating the incoming rays into mere dust. What? Majin Buu was taken aback. Is this fellow truly that formidable? Though he had not unleashed his full might, it should not have been so effortlessly countered. His expression turned icy. A tempest of malevolent energy swirling around him as he flashed through the air, delivering a powerful punch towards Bardock. Bang! 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 Bardock was mercilessly pummeled by the fiendish Majin Buu, the deafening cacophony reverberating throughout the entire Kaishin realm. Alas, it was unforeseen that Majin Buu possessed such formidable strength. Bardock found himself at a distinct disadvantage. On a remote planet, the Kaishin beheld the scene of Buu mercilessly assaulting Bardock through a crystal ball. Foolish creature! Open your eyes and behold. The old Kaishin struck the Kaishin's head with a resounding slap, cursing as he spoke. Bardock has not retreated an inch. He is merely toying with Majin Buu. The elder's words rang true. Beside him, Piccolo concurred, asserting that Bardock, a fusion of Bardock and Broly, would not be defeated. Even from such a distance, I can distinctly sense Bardock's immense aura. Is that true? Really? The Kaishin's eyes widened, fixated upon the crystal ball. After delivering a relentless barrage upon Bardock for what seemed like an eternity, Majin Buu finally ceased his assault. Huh, have you witnessed my power? Let us see if you dare to remain arrogant, he proclaimed, brimming with pride, believing Bardock to be nothing more than a paper tiger. I am uncertain as to what you find amusing, Bardock replied, unscathed, casually brushing off the dust from his attire with a serene smile. Your power is akin to a mere scratch to me. Bardock and Broly inherently possessed remarkable physiques, and now, fused, Bardock's body was indomitable. Most importantly, he also embodied the unique attributes of Ultra Instinct, feeling his strength continuously surge. What did you say? You underestimate me. Majin Buu, evidently provoked, detested being belittled. With a thunderous eruption, an evil, terrifying force burst forth from Majin Buu, causing the very foundation of the Kaishin realm to tremble violently. As bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, the ground crumbled in vast sections, and the fabric of space itself was torn asunder, unleashing torrents of chaotic energy, presenting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Oh, is this your true power? It indeed possesses some merit. Bardock's previously jovial demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he clenched his fists and bellowed. With a resounding boom, golden light surged skyward, emanating an aura that moved all living beings. Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan. What? A ferocious whirlwind materialized from thin air, sending Majin Buu hurtling away. A result of the overwhelming energy Bardock now radiated. Regaining his composure, Buu's expression turned incredulous. How is this possible? Why does this creature possess such immense power? With a flicker of determination, the Super Saiyan Bardock resolved to end the confrontation swiftly, aware that the fusion had a time constraint. Coupled with the energy drain from the Super Saiyan 3 form and Ultra Instinct, his stamina was rapidly depleting. He needed to rescue number 17 and Goku from within Buu before his form disintegrated. The terrifying laws of time and space surged as Majin Buu found himself barraged by countless strikes in an instant. His body shattered and healed repeatedly, and due to the boundless energy coursing through him, he was capable of limitless self-regeneration. The malevolent Majin Buu seemed to be consumed by rage, emanating an endless radiance. With a destructive aura reverberating throughout, did he intend to rely on his regenerative abilities and annihilate the entire planet through self-destruction? Bardock discerned Majin Buu's intentions at a glance, and with a smirk, he declared, I shall no longer indulge you. It is time to attend to serious matters. He would not recklessly forget his responsibilities. Temporal and spatial barriers unfolded, the boundless laws of time and space in motion, forming 4 radiant pillars that completely sealed off the area occupied by Majin Buu. Within this temporal confinement, the once ferocious and malevolent energy of Majin Buu abruptly ceased, leaving him frozen in place. Inside the 4 pillars crafted by the laws of time and space, both time and space were rendered motionless. This demonstrated the formidable strength of the fusion warrior. If Bardock had come alone, with his current mastery of the laws, he would be incapable of executing such a vast manipulation of time and space. How impressive! After merging with Uncle Broly, Grandpa attained such an extraordinary level. Gohan's eyes sparkled. The once invincible Majin Buu stood powerless before Bardock. Vegeta was equally astonished. The grotesque fusion technique wielded such terrifying power. Deep within, he yearned for this invincible strength. Now, it was time to rescue Kakarot and the others from within view. Brock's eyes shimmered with the light of the laws as he projected his gaze across the spatial divide, penetrating Buu's form to scrutinize the internal situation. Unlike Vegeta from the primary timeline, who had been willingly absorbed, Brock had no need to take such a route. As a fusion warrior, his command over the laws of time and space had reached a remarkable level. He found them. A jolt of energy surged through Brock as he beheld Goku and number 17, encased in a ball of flesh, along with the original Fat Buu. In that instant, Brock summoned the laws of time and space, channeling a tremendous force to manifest a blade of light. This blade of law pierced straight through Majin Buu's body, severing the bonds that connected the fleshly sphere to Buu's form. With a series of muffled thuds, the three spherical forms fell free within Buu's body. Brock quickly activated the laws of time and space once more, exchanging the internal space of Majin Buu with the external world. The three spherical entities materialized before Brock. However, at that moment, his body suddenly radiated light. In the next instant, he disintegrated into Bardock and Broly. Chapter 169. The Mysterious Gohan and Little Buu. Master, why did we disintegrate? Broly asked, perplexed as he examined himself. Wasn't it said that the fusion could last half an hour? It has barely been 5 minutes. The overwhelming strength gained from our fusion has accelerated the time of separation, Bardock explained, but it matters not. Our task is complete. Majin Buu is no longer a threat. The group turned their attention toward Majin Buu. With Brock's disintegration, the laws that had confined Majin Buu dissipated as well. At this moment, the formidable Majin Buu was engulfed in excruciating pain, clutching his head as white smoke billowed from the crown of his head. What was happening to him? Gohan was perplexed, unaware of the transformation that Majin Buu was undergoing. He was reverting to his original form. Bardock, however, was acutely aware of Majin Buu's condition, stating, the previous Fat Buu had become benevolent due to absorbing the Grand Supreme Kai. The current one was the most primal version of Majin Buu. Understanding dawned upon the others, and at that moment, Goku and Android 17 regained consciousness. Father, Broly, Goku murmured, tapping his head in reflection, and Gohan and Vegeta, you all. He was seized by a wave of remorse as he recalled his past actions, his face etched with regret. I am so sorry. I committed such outrageous deeds, and even killed my brother. Though he had previously regained his Saiyan nature, the memories lingered. He had not only severely injured Gohan and the Kaishin, but had also taken the life of his own brother, Raditz, which tormented him deeply. Kakarot, you need not blame yourself, Bardock reassured, placing a comforting hand on Goku's shoulder. That was not your true intention. No one harbors resentment towards you. Moreover, your malevolent side has now been absorbed by Majin Buu, so you need not fear a recurrence of such events. Indeed, Father, we bear you no ill will, Gohan comforted. Embracing Goku. Although Goku was known for his stoic demeanor, warmth enveloped his heart at that moment. Everyone, what exactly has transpired? Where are we? Android 17 inquired. Bewildered by the desolate state of the Kaishin realm, certain it was not Earth. 17, you were absorbed by Majin Buu. It was Grandpa and Uncle Broly who rescued you and Father, Gohan explained. This is the Kaishin realm, a sacred domain. Ah, I see, 17 responded, rather nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed. Look, Majin Buu's appearance is changing, Broly pointed out, and the group looked up to see that the pervasive smoke had dissipated, revealing Majin Buu standing cold and unfeeling upon a pile of rubble. At this moment, he had reverted to the form of Kid Buu. The intensity of Majin Buu's energy has significantly diminished, Gohan sensed, realizing that Buu's current power was even weaker than his own. This was to be expected. While the original form of Majin Buu was chaotic and irrational, his strength was limited. Bardock sat on the ground, chuckling. Now, Gohan, you alone can handle Majin Buu. Broly also shook his head, lowering his energy. At this point, Majin Buu no longer warranted his intervention. All right, I shall confront him. A perfect opportunity to test my newfound strength, Gohan declared, eagerly preparing for battle. Gohan, go forth. Let me witness how much you have progressed, Goku expressed, showing no intention to engage, for he clearly sensed that the original form of Majin Buu was on par with him, rendering his involvement redundant. Vegeta similarly showed no intention of engaging in battle. His strength was not significantly different from Goku's at present, and he was eager to seize this opportunity to observe the extent of Gohan's potential. All right, I'm going in, Gohan declared as he warmed up for a moment, then transformed into a streak of light, dashing fiercely towards Majin Buu. His formidable aura captured Buu's attention. With a strange cry, Buu pounded his chest with his fists. However, Gohan was far from playful. He raised his palm and delivered a resounding slap to Buu's head. The sheer force unleashed sent Buu's diminutive form hurtling through the air like a cannonball. Dazed and disoriented, Buu glared fiercely at Gohan, raising his hand to conjure an enormous pink energy sphere. He hurled the massive orb towards Gohan, and should such a colossal energy sphere strike the ground, even the resilient Kaishin realm would be reduced to dust in an instant. Yet Gohan did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward, white flames erupting from his body as he unleashed a powerful punch that sent the energy sphere flying beyond the Kaishin realm. With astonishing speed, Gohan created sonic booms in his wake as he appeared before Majin Buu in the blink of an eye, seizing Buu's antennae and unleashing a flurry of relentless punches. Buu was utterly bewildered by the assault. Remarkable! What a transformation for Gohan! Goku exclaimed in admiration, clapping his hands. Despite not transforming into a Super Saiyan, his strength exceeds that of Super Saiyan 3. Not only that, but in this form, Gohan's stamina and energy consumption were minimal, unlike the exhausting Super Saiyan 3, making it the epitome of combat form. Vegeta interjected, acknowledging, this lad indeed possesses immense potential. Though reluctant to admit it, Vegeta found himself genuinely impressed. 7 years prior, Gohan had already been the strongest warrior among them, and now he had left both Vegeta and Kakarot far behind. Broly watched with keen interest as Gohan ruthlessly overwhelmed Majin Buu, clearly intrigued by Gohan's newfound form. Gohan has truly grown stronger, he noted. Piccolo, observing from another planet, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Once a mere child, Gohan had now matured into an unparalleled powerhouse. Frankly, Piccolo felt he had little left to teach Gohan. The old Kaishin sported a smug expression, reveling in Gohan's strength while contemplating his own contributions to Gohan's journey. As the battle tilted overwhelmingly in Gohan's favor, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave that obliterated Buu's form into countless pieces. Yet, Buu's regeneration was frightfully rapid. No matter how many times he was shattered, he always returned to his original state. What an infuriating ability, Gohan frowned, losing count of how many times he had dismantled Buu, who was akin to an indestructible cockroach. Kakarot, prepare the spirit bomb, Bardock suggested, indicating that it was time for Goku to showcase his prowess. Chapter 170, the universe-level spirit bomb. Father, do you intend to utilize the spirit bomb to eliminate Buu, ensuring he can never fully regenerate? Goku's mind raced, swiftly grasping Bardock's intent. Indeed, harnessing the spirit bomb could indeed eradicate the fiendish Majin Buu entirely. All right, I shall commence. Goku observed as Gohan relentlessly pummeled Majin Buu, his body gradually ascending into the sky. The spirit bomb possessed immense power, yet it required time to gather energy. However, with Majin Buu currently restrained by Gohan, he had ample opportunity to consolidate the spirit bomb. King Kai, are you hearing me? Please transmit Kakarot's voice to Earth. Bardock established a telepathic connection with North Kai. I never anticipated my spirit bomb would prove useful. North Kai smiled as his antennae radiated light. People of Earth, this is Son Goku speaking. Please raise your hands to the heavens. I require your strength to defeat Majin Buu. Goku shouted fervently. Hey, did you hear that? A voice has echoed in my ears. The remaining humans on Earth buzzed with excitement. I heard him. He claims to be Son Goku. What? The martial arts master Son Goku? He is battling that dreadful Majin Buu? Given Majin Buu's past devastation and slaughter on Earth, the inhabitants held a profound impression of him. They could hardly believe that the savior who once fought against Cell, Son Goku, was now once more battling for their sake against Majin Buu. Everyone, please raise your hands. The king was the first to lift his hand skyward, for Son Goku was their planet savior, and he would undoubtedly lend his support. Not just the king, but all the Earth's citizens resolutely contributed their energy to Goku. No one questioned the call. This was their Earth, and they could not allow Son Goku to bear the burden alone. Each would do their utmost to assist. In a televised interview, Nappa was fielding questions from a beautiful host regarding Majin Buu's rampant destruction. Suddenly, Goku's voice resonated in Nappa's ear, prompting him to leap to his feet and overturn the table before him. Nappa rudely seized the microphone from the host, his fierce visage directed at the camera as he bellowed. All of you watching this live broadcast, Listen closely. Raise your hands to the sky immediately. If I find anyone who hasn't, I will ensure you experience the taste of my iron fist. Nappa was acutely aware of the situation concerning Majin Buu. He indeed wished to assist. However, his current power merely reached Super Saiyan at full capacity, rendering him incapable of participating in such a formidable battle. After all, Nappa's talents were limited, and achieving Super Saiyan at full power was the pinnacle of his capabilities. The viewers trembling before their screens hastily lifted their hands to the sky. They would never doubt Nappa's seriousness. He was notorious for his volatility and capable of anything. My devoted fans, I trust you have also heard Son Goku's voice. Now, please raise your hands to the heavens. I shall express my gratitude through my song. Yamcha, through the medium of a concert, aided Goku in completing the Spirit Bomb. His fame is rivaled only by that of Nappa, with fervent female admirers scattered across the globe. He made a heartfelt appeal, prompting his devoted followers to raise their hands skyward. All disciples of the Tien Shinhan Martial Arts School, heed my words. Now is the time to channel the fruits of your years of training. Tien Shinhan, commanding his disciples, wielded his esteemed authority as a revered master on earth. His words held great weight, and all his students raised their hands high. Countless points of light surged forth, embodying hope as they burst from the planet. Here it comes, the Spirit Bomb from the entirety of Earth, yet its size seems somewhat diminutive. A colossal Spirit Bomb rapidly took shape. But to Goku's surprise, its magnitude was not impressive, and its power was evidently insufficient. It dawned on him. That fiend, Majin Buu, had slaughtered nearly half of Earth's population, which explained the Spirit Bomb's limited potency. Vegeta suddenly recalled that Fat Buu had indeed decimated nearly half of Earth's inhabitants. Do not fret, I have a solution, he asserted. Just then, Gohan's voice resonated through the air. As he engaged in a fierce battle with Majin Buu, he communicated telepathically with the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai, could you transmit my voice across the cosmos? Certainly, that is easily accomplished. Without hesitation, the Supreme Kai on a distant planet acknowledged his request. While engaging in combat might be beyond him, this task posed no challenge. Once he received the Supreme Kai's affirmative response, Gohan delivered a powerful kick that sent Majin Buu flying, then proclaimed loudly, to all forces in the universe. Do you hear me? I am Gohan of the Saiyan Alliance. Now, please raise your hands to the sky. Should I find out that you do not comply, I would not hesitate to pay a visit to your domain. Upon hearing Gohan's declaration, all factions across the universe trembled with fear. Goodness, is that the legendary cosmic annihilator? Gohan. In that moment, whether they were cosmic marauders or other entities, none dared to disregard Gohan's command, obediently raising their hands skyward. After all, this was Gohan, the most formidable champion of the Saiyan Alliance, a warrior who had vanquished numerous powerful factions. Who would dare defy him? The Saiyan Alliance is Gohan. It is his voice. Vegeta's brother, Turles, had now become a core member of the Saiyan Alliance, and over the years, his power had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan strength. Without hesitation, he commanded all members of the Saiyan Alliance to contribute their energy. Across the cosmos, be they righteous or malevolent, all beings offered their spirit energy. If Majin Buu possessed any sense of reason, he might have muttered a word of thanks at this moment. To eradicate him, the entire universe had united its strength. Such regard for him was remarkable. Truly, Gohan, you have rendered immense assistance. The area of the Spirit Bomb swelled to eclipse the sky, its blue radiance illuminating the heavens. Perhaps we have gone overboard, Bardock chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. With the current potency of this Spirit Bomb, it would undoubtedly obliterate even the remnants of Majin Buu's ashes. Gohan swiftly evaded as Goku shouted, Majin Buu, perish. The Spirit Bomb, a colossal energy sphere obscuring the heavens, hurtled downwards, its target unmistakably Majin Buu. Gohan seized Majin Buu and hurled him into the sky before instantaneously teleporting away. Realizing the imminent arrival of death, Majin Buu desperately exerted every ounce of his strength, yet he was powerless against the Spirit Bomb. In a blinding flash of blue light, as Majin Buu merely grazed the Spirit Bomb, his body disintegrated into mere ashes, leaving not a single cell behind. Unlike the primary timeline, in this reality, Goku and Majin Buu had no significant encounters. In the battle against Majin Buu, it was predominantly Broly who bore the brunt, thus preventing the emergence of Ub. Decades passed, and Bardock finally mastered the intricate laws of time and space, resolving all issues, and he lived a tranquil life with his family. The end. The results were unsatisfactory, and I lacked the motivation to continue writing.